Introduction asterisk. The celestial realm is a place sought after by many, for in this domain, the distinctions between life and death are rendered meaningless. However, tranquility is not a characteristic of this realm. She was a most cherished daughter of the celestial emperor, while he was the esteemed heir of the god of time and space. Their love, akin to ice and fire, was as profound as it was tumultuous. Yet, fate intervened, forcing them apart, and thus she embarked on a quest to find him. Chapter 1 Prologue. The clouds shift and morph in an exquisite dance, at times resembling tumultuous ocean waves, at others, the serene beauty of a maiden. Each transformation defies predictability, yet it evokes a profound sense of beauty and awe. The rich essence of the world's spirit lingers within a mist. If an ordinary person were to inhale even a single breath here, they would be liberated from ailments and find their lifespan extended by a decade. However, how much of this ethereal energy could a mortal truly absorb? After all, it is divine power. Moreover, could an ordinary person ever set foot in this realm? The answer is unequivocally negative, for this is the celestial realm, the abode of the divine. Majestic palaces shimmer with violet light under the divine aura, standing as the pinnacle of the celestial realm in a forbidden domain. The Hall of Time and Space governs the equilibrium among various realms while also ensuring the stability of the celestial realm, holding an authority as formidable and revered as that of the celestial emperor himself. The main hall, octagonal in shape, is devoid of superfluous ornamentation, featuring only luminous screens. Each screen showcases a myriad of shifting images, representing different worlds and scenes across the mortal realm. Not far from this hall lies the frigid expanse of the celestial realm, where even deities of lesser cultivation risk being frozen. In this icy domain stands a palace of pristine azure, within which lies a bed crafted from millennia-old ice, exuding a faint purple hue. On this bed reclines a woman, her long ice-blue hair cascading down her back, radiating an alluring charm beneath the purple glow. Surrounding her is a delicate mist of water vapor. It is this mist that intensifies the cold, formed from the profound meditation techniques practiced by the woman. She is none other than the celestial emperor's most beloved daughter, the ninth princess of the celestial realm, Ling Yuyi. Possessing a naturally frigid constitution, her cultivation technique, Ice Soul, is potent enough to freeze even the soul. This accounts for the extraordinary scene. At that moment, Ling Yuyi, who had been in slumber, furrowed her brow slightly, as though haunted by a troubling dream. Abruptly, she awoke, exclaiming, "Why am I plagued by this dream again? Who is that man? What transpired before? What memories did that great battle rob me of?" Startled, Ling Yuyi propped herself up, closing her violet blue eyes as she attempted to grasp the fleeting remnants of her dream, desperately trying to recall any trace of the man. Yet, after much contemplation, nothing came to mind. Driven by an urgent desire for answers, she approached her parents. "Father, mother, there is something that has long troubled me, and I am uncertain how to proceed." Her mother, somewhat incredulous, replied, "Yuyi, what could possibly perplex you? Speak to me." She found it hard to believe that anything could confound her most astute daughter. What truly occurred during that great battle? Ling Yuyi continued, "What memories have I lost? Why do I keep dreaming of the same thing? Dream? Could it be?" Her mother hesitated, prompting Ling Yuyi to press. "What do you mean? Please tell me." The celestial emperor's brow furrowed deeply. Ling Yuyi, sensing that her beloved father held crucial knowledge, urged, "Father, what is it?" After a moment of contemplation, the emperor faced Ling Yuyi, torn between the desire to protect her and the inevitability of truth. Finally, with a nod from her mother, he resolved, "Very well, it seems fate has decreed this matter cannot remain hidden. We will reveal the truth to you, but in return, you must promise us one thing. Will you?" Eager for the truth, Ling Yuyi readily agreed. Celestial energies, unveil the memories. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded Ling Yuyi's mind. So this is how it was. She had not anticipated these revelations. "That man must be... Where are you? Yuyi longs for you. And my siblings, where are you? Thank you for protecting me." Ling Yuyi gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, lost in reminiscence. After a long while, she returned her focus to her parents, saying, "Father, mother, I have a..." Her father interrupted, "Yuyi, I understand that upon recovering your memories, you shall seek how. Thus, I have no intention of hindering you. Go swiftly, but remember, you must join Hao in assuming the role of the guardian of time and space. For Ling Yuyi thought nothing of it and readily acquiesced, "Yes, father. But may I bring my brother and sister-in-law along? Their presence would surely ease her journey." The emperor pondered. "It can be arranged, but Xianyu and Lan must also prepare to inherit our positions. Consequently, you will all need to manage certain affairs of the celestial realm. If they agree, I have no objections. However, do note that the formidable rules of the celestial way will restrict your abilities to auxiliary spells. Do not defy these, or you'll find yourselves powerless. Tread carefully." "Understood. Thank you, father and mother. Might you inform me of Yi's whereabouts in that realm? And what identities shall we assume upon our arrival?" Ling Yuyi inquired. "In the realms of Conan, Prince of Tennis, and others. You can utilize your powers to merge the two realms. Why not head to Conan directly? As for your identities, you shall discover that upon arrival. Additionally, you will have the ability to alter the narrative without concern for repercussions in other realms," the emperor replied with an air of mystery. "Is that true? Splendid. Does that mean I shall meet Kid and Shinichi? Father, mother, I take my leave." Filled with excitement upon receiving such delightful news, Ling Yuyi hastily exited her parents' chamber to seek her brother and sister-in-law. Unbeknownst to her, her father wore a sly smile. "Not only will you meet them, but you shall also cohabitate." "Haha." Her mother, observing her husband's mischievous grin, speculated, "Surely, you cannot mean." The emperor nodded in affirmation. In an instant, Ling Yuyi appeared before Ling Xianyu, exclaiming, "Brother, sister-in-law, are you coming to the human realm?" "What? To the human realm?" Ling Xianyu could scarcely believe it. It seemed his sister had regained her memories. "Did father truly permit us to search for how?" "Yes," Ling Yuyi replied with a smile. "Not only that, but I will also see Kid and Shinichi." "Really?" Ling Lan joyfully embraced Ling Yuyi, exclaiming, "Of course, I want to find Sister Yutong." "Then Ling Yuyi began, but Ling Xianyu, regaining his composure, interjected, "Wait, father is not one to grant us such freedom easily." "Sister, surely there are conditions attached?" "Sharp as ever, just as I expected from my brother," Ling Yuyi responded nonchalantly. "But once we locate them, Yi and I will inevitably become the guardians of time and space. Oh, and we will only need to manage some affairs of the celestial realm. Ah, and I believe father mentioned you two would inherit their positions afterward." Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries shattered the tranquility of the celestial realm. "What? No, the heavenly emperor has numerous matters to attend to. And, are you aware that since that cataclysmic battle, the fabric of time and space has become exceedingly unstable? I fear you, and Hal will have little time to spare." "Really? I was so focused on the game that I overlooked such details." "Well, if it's meant to be, then so be it. We must find a way forward. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall build a dam. Besides, I believe that, in the end, we will still manage time and space," Ling Yuyi said, raising her hands in a gesture of resignation. Ling Xinyu sighed, "Alas, it seems we have no other choice. Speaking of which, where shall we search?" Ling Yuyi replied, "Conan and Prince of Tennis." Ling Lan recognized the names. Aren't those the anime you often mentioned? I wish I had watched them sooner." She expressed her regret. Ling Yuyi did not see much merit in having watched them, especially since she had nearly forgotten the details. Not having seen them is what makes it interesting, though knowing them might help save some people. For instance, she would certainly find a way to rescue Miyano Akemi and Kuroba Kaito. Moreover, she realized that her memories had become quite hazy. Ling Xinyu nodded, "Indeed. Sister, shall we depart at once?" Very well." The trio arrived at the Hall of Time and Space, where Ling Yuyi let her blood drip onto the circular disc at the center of the hall. "In the name of the divine, I summon thee. You shall serve my will. Merge the realms of Conan and Prince of Tennis into one, and open the gateway to time and space." Upon uttering these words, a blinding light engulfed them, drawing all three into its embrace. Chapter 2. An Initial Encounter and Choices. Where is this?" Little E murmured, rubbing her bleary eyes as she sat up. She found herself reclining on a king-sized bed. To her surprise, a young boy was sleeping beside her. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than a young Shinichi Kudo. Unable to resist, little E poked his adorable face, exclaiming, "Yes, it really is Shinichi." "What Shinichi?" "Little sister, you don't even recognize your brother?" At that moment, Ling Xinyu, who was actually Shinichi Kudo, was roused from his slumber, propping his head up with one hand, appearing still half asleep. It turned out that during their transition from the celestial realm to this place, little Yi's appearance had remained unchanged, merely appearing more youthful, while Ling Xinyu and Ling Lan had undergone complete transformations. What? Little E was momentarily stunned. What are you saying? You're not Shinichi? Shinichi rolled his eyes at little E, reaching to touch her forehead, muttering, "You're not burning up?" Little E swatted his hand away, saying, "Haha, it's nothing. No wonder Father Emperor allowed us to alter the plot. It diverges greatly from the original storyline. Alas, I cannot see Shinichi anymore. I wonder if I will meet Kid. Woe is me, my dear Shinichi." Hearing little E lament the names, Shinichi couldn't help but inquire, "Hey sister, you keep mentioning those two. Who exactly are they?" Little E, lacking the mood to elaborate, casually responded, "One is a detective who looks remarkably like you, and the other is a thief." Shinichi was completely baffled, but understood that his sister was saddened by the absence of the real Shinichi. So he shifted the topic. "By the way, where's Ran?" Little E speculated. Based on the anime's romantic pairings, Sister Ran should be Muri Ran. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yukiko entered. "Shinichi, little E, wake up. Today is your 6th birthday, and we have a banquet at the main house tonight to introduce you to everyone." As she spoke, a throng of people entered, whisking them away to change their clothes and apply makeup, leaving them no time to rest. Eventually, after the preparations, they managed a brief nap. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived, and Yukiko came to escort them to the main house. Upon seeing their appearance, Yukiko rushed over to embrace them, exclaiming, "Wow, my children are truly adorable." She continued to nuzzle their faces. Shinichi, unable to withstand it any longer, protested, "Mom, please stop nuzzling. Let's hurry, or we'll be late." Right? We must be on our way." Yukiko finally grasped the urgency, though she lingered for a moment longer before leading them to the main house. Fortunately, they were not late. As soon as they arrived, the banquet commenced. The head of the Kudo family took the stage, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kudo family banquet. Please enjoy yourselves. I would like to introduce our future heirs, Kudo Shinichi and Kudo Yui." As they stepped onto the stage, little E and Shinichi greeted, "Hello everyone, I am Kudo Yui, and this is Kudo Shinichi. We look forward to your guidance." They bowed deeply to the audience. Upon hearing this, a murmur erupted among the guests below. "So, these are the heirs of the Kudo family? They seem quite charming. We must leave a good impression on them." Other comments faded into the background. Yuya beckoned to the two, saying, "Shinichi Yui, come here. Let me introduce you to some people." Understood. The duo walked over to the backyard, where they encountered numerous children. "Hello, I am Muri Ran. Please treat me well." As she spoke, she winked at them, confirming that she was indeed Sister Ran. "Greetings, I am Kuroba Kaito. Please treat me well. Here's a rose for you, lovely lady." A rose appeared in his hand as he slightly bowed and offered it to little E. Little E accepted it and rolled her eyes at him, thinking, at such a young age, already flirting? No wonder he becomes the future Kaito kid. Yet, why does he seem somewhat familiar? Could it be him? "Hello, I am Fujiwara Shusuke, and this is my sister Fujiwara Yumiko and my brother Fujiwara Itaru. Please treat us well." Wow, little Shusuke was so adorable. "I am Ekizan Ryoma. Please treat me well." It seemed Ryoma was a bit arrogant even as a child. Yet, why did he remind her somewhat of 7th brother-in-law? "Hello, I am Ekizan Ryoga. Please treat me well." Oh, Ryoga is here too. Tezuka Kunamitsu. Sanada, Janikura. Goodness, were these two always this stoic? "Hello, I am Yukamura Seiichi. Please treat me well." Wow, young Seiichi is so cute. "I am Atobi Kigo. Pleased to meet you." Seriously? He's already this self-absorbed at such a young age. Additionally, there were others like Hakuba Savu, Hattori Heiji, Toyama Kaza, Suzuki Sonoko, and Otori Shitaru. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all." The two smiled slightly and bowed once more to the group. Yuya remarked, "You all can play for now. I'll come find you later." With that, he walked inside. After all, they were still young and did not need to engage in formalities. "All right," everyone responded in unison. Thus, a group of children began to play in the backyard. Yet, 3 among them were utterly disinterested, their thoughts drifting far away. Not long after, Yuya called out to the 4 nearby, "Shinichi, Yui, Ran, Kaito, come over here." Understood. They quickly made their way over. The head of the family addressed the 4 of them with a stern demeanor. "Shinichi, Wing, Kaito, and Ran, as heirs of Japan's 3 great families, you must possess formidable skills. You have 2 options to choose from. First, remain here to study, take over the family business at the age of 20, and engage in a family-arranged marriage. Or second, leave this place, and like your fathers, learn independently, earning $500 million each over the next 14 years, assuming control of the company at 20, while we shall not interfere with your marriages. During these 14 years, even if you become fugitives, we will not concern ourselves with you. You will be unable to contact us nor receive any support from us. However, if you fail to meet the goal by 20, you will still have to enter into a family marriage. So, have you made your decision? Option 2. They all replied in unison. Ridiculous. If you choose option 1, you won't even be able to step outside the door, let alone find your way. This was the inner voice of Wing. Shinichi and Ran pondered what would happen if Shinichi were to marry someone other than Ran. Kaito, however, was indifferent, merely following Wing and the others in their choice, as he had no intention of staying home. Are you certain? The head of the family inquired. Yes, Kaito affirmed, then added, Grandfather Kudo, can the 4 of us receive some funding to start? Otherwise, we won't be able to establish our own ventures. The others were slightly taken aback by Kaito's response. Shinichi intended to suggest they manage separately, but Wing stopped him. Of course, but that amounts to $20 million. I will give you $100,000, but this sum does not count. The head of the family nodded in agreement with his proposal. Understood, they replied. Thus, the gathering came to a close. Chapter 3. Doubts and Entrepreneurship Abroad. Wing, Ran, and Shinichi strolled through the backyard, and Shinichi voiced his confusion. Sister, why did you insist on partnering with that Kaito? Ran concurred, expressing her own perplexity. Yes. Wing, don't you think it might be troublesome to be with him? After all, we are not of the same ilk. What would we do if he uncovered something? In truth, Wing herself was uncertain why she had not rejected the idea of collaborating with Kaito. Initially, she assumed it was because Kaito was kid, but upon reflection, that reasoning seemed flawed. Raking her fingers through her hair, Wing confessed, I really don't know. It just feels like there's an uncanny familiarity between us. And then I instinctively halted your objections. Brother, what do you think this means? Shinichi pondered her words and replied, Familiarity? I too sense something similar. Could it be that he is hero? Do you all feel this way? Ran chimed in, I feel the same way. Upon hearing this, Wing furrowed her brows and remarked, perhaps he truly is E. And to be honest, I both hope he is and hope he isn't. She found herself entangled in this dilemma. However, for Shinichi and Ran, who were unaware of Kaito's future identity, Wing's words made little sense. Huh, isn't it fine if Kaito is hero? It is fine, but if he is E, then I. Wing intended to elaborate, but abruptly ceased, realizing that if Shinichi discovered Kaito was kid, how could he enjoy the performance later? With that thought, her previously furrowed brows relaxed, and she couldn't help but laugh at the imagined scene of the two of them playfully toying with one another. This laughter left the other two bewildered. What is it? Wing, are you all right? One moment you look sorrowful, and the next you burst into laughter, they said, pointing at their own heads. Wing quickly stifled her laughter and shifted the topic. By the way, don't you think that Ryoma Ekizin seems somewhat familiar? He reminds me a bit of Brother 7. Indeed, they replied. Thus, the 3 fell into contemplation. In truth, only Shinichi was genuinely pondering this matter, while Wing remained lost in her own reverie, suppressing chuckles to the point of pain, and Ran leaned against Shinichi, her thoughts on the matter as elusive as ever. Meanwhile, 2 others were grappling with similar feelings. Kaito Kuroba mused. Why do I feel such a sense of familiarity with those 3, especially with Wing Kudo? It feels as though I have known her for ages, but that cannot be true. I have been mostly at home since birth. What is the meaning of this? And why did I overhear them suggesting I am a hero? From Wing's tone, it seemed that person held significant importance to her. Why does it cause me such heartache? Why does she resemble someone who once appeared in my dreams? Moreover, why do they consider me a nuisance? I am not foolish. My IQ is 400. And when I saw her laughing, why did I feel a chill run down my spine? Ryoma Ekizin pondered. Who are those 3? Why do they seem so familiar? Earlier, they mentioned Brother 7. What does that mean? Why do they refer to me as their Brother 7? Who is this Sister 7 they mentioned? Could it be that the Sister 7 they speak of is the woman who often appears in my dreams? A cascade of questions flooded the minds of the 5, making this night destined for sleeplessness. As time flew by, 9 years passed in the blink of an eye, and they were now 15. During these 9 years, they learned extensively, delving into magic, deduction, economics, and tennis. Though they retained memories from the celestial realm, these were fields they had never previously explored. Having spent only a few months in Japan, Wing and the others moved to America. There, to evade his business obligations, Nanjiro Ekizin also relocated, and they resided together. They studied tennis alongside Ryoma and Ryoga, and since Wing had self-taught tennis in the celestial realm, her progress was the swiftest. Shinichi and Ran also learned quickly. Most astonishingly, Kaito surpassed Shinichi, considering his learning abilities in the celestial realm were unmatched even by the king. It felt as though he had previously mastered it, and his playing style closely resembled ease. Consequently, Ryoma found himself lagging behind, as he was 3 years their junior. He had to work diligently on his own, but to prevent him from losing confidence, Wing frequently disguised herself as Kuroba Wing and played with him at the tennis park, something Ryoma remained oblivious to, which was also a preparation for the future. Later, they practiced doubles and mixed doubles, even participating in professional competitions, with Kaito ultimately becoming the youngest ITF supervisor. Of course, they had undergone transformations. Otherwise, it would be astonishing for someone so young to possess such skills, potentially drawing unwanted attention. One day, while Wing practiced the Ice Soul sword technique, Kaito witnessed her and inquired about it. Wing initially intended to keep it a secret, wanting to erase his memory. However, at that moment, I's Firecloud sword suddenly manifested between them, and astonishingly, it chose to form a pact with Kaito. It was known that only those possessing a yang body could cultivate the Firecloud sword, which was as formidable as the Ice Soul, but came with the pain of being burned by fierce flames. Faced with this situation, Wing was at a loss. If she forcibly severed the bond, Kaito might fall into a deep slumber. If she allowed him to cultivate it, retrieving the sword would be impossible unless he perished. After consulting with Shinichi, they decided to provide him with the Firecloud heart method and sword techniques, and he astonishingly reached level 7 within 3 months, identical to E at that time. During this period, Xiaoi adopted 7 children from the orphanage, studying alongside them and the other 4. Just last year, they received their doctoral degrees from Harvard University. Utilizing the funds bestowed by his grandfather, Xiaoi established a company named Dream Feather. Furthermore, with their exceptional skills in swordsmanship and marksmanship, Xiaoi and his companions dismantled the leading gang at the time, creating their own organization known as the Butterfly Lovers Gang. Simultaneously, they rescued Heiyu Dao E, who is now employed by the FBI. The identity of the infamous Kaito Kid was passed on to Kaito, and in order to assist, Xiaoi adopted the persona of Phantom Thief Ling Yu. However, these developments remain unknown to his brother and Lan Jie, as their knowledge would undoubtedly spoil the intrigue, even if the narrative diverges from reality. Moreover, 2 years prior, Xiaoi encountered Miyano Shiho and her sister, who had come to Harvard as advanced students. He couldn't shake the feeling that Shiho bore a striking resemblance to his sister, yet he found it hard to believe that a frigid queen could ever be with a proud little prince. Merely the thought brought a smile to his face. As the years passed, an abundance of questions arose. At this juncture, a phone call summoned them to China. Xiao Xian, Xiao Yi, could you do me a favor and visit the Fong family in China? Seek out Fong Tianyu and help him unravel the mystery of the wooden block. His father once did us a great service, and it is time to repay that kindness. Before Xiaoi could respond, the caller had already ended the call. With a sigh, Yozu reflected on these 2 children. He was at a loss for words. At merely 15, they had garnered considerable fame and would inevitably attract attention from those with ulterior motives. The troubles surrounding the Fong family might be the handiwork of such individuals. Otherwise, the family head would not have communicated those will-like words to him prior to his misfortune. He resolved that they should investigate and engage early, preparing for whatever might come. Perhaps they could put an end to the threats looming over them. Chapter 4. The Tragic Intent to Kill, Part 1. The Fong family, a renowned lineage in China, faced significant turmoil following the tragic death of the previous family head in a car accident. Before his demise, he entrusted a wooden block concerning the inheritance rights to his grandson, Fong Tianyu. However, to this day, Fong Tianyu has yet to decipher the riddle of the wooden block. Moreover, Fong Tianyu's father also perished in an accident, leaving behind 2 aunts. The elder aunt, Fong Ping, is a widow with a son named Chen Jin. The third aunt, Fong Rua Xen, and her husband, Bai Qi, have a daughter named Bai Bingbing. Uncle Fong Lijiang serves as a police officer, while a stepmother, Jiang Jing Yi, currently manages the family business. Upon their arrival at the Fong residence, they observe an argument between Jiang Jing Yi and Fong Ping concerning the family assets. Lan interjected, "Auntie, please cease your quarrel. Everything can be resolved through discussion. Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" Jiang Jing Yi retorted, her gaze fixed angrily on Fong Ping, disregarding the newcomers entirely. "Hello, May I ask if this is Fong Tianyu? We are Kudo Yui, Kudo Shinichi, Muri Ran, and Heiyu Kaito. We appreciate your assistance over the next few days. Ignoring Jiang Jingyi's demeanor, they approached Fong Tianyu and introduced themselves. Who are you? Leave. Fong Ping, unfamiliar with Xiaoyi and his friends, waved them away, irritated by their disruption of her conversation with Jiang Jingyi. Akudo? Fong Tianyu suddenly recalled their faces, recognizing them from a previous gathering at the Kudo residence. Are you the children mentioned by Uncle Kudo? I didn't realize it was you. Xiaoyi nodded in affirmation. Immediately, Fong Tianyu instructed the butler, please escort them to the guest rooms. Thus, Xiaoyi and his companions followed the butler to their accommodations, where they unpacked and inquired about various matters. That day passed without incident, filled with dreams of tranquility, yet they were unprepared for the misfortunes that awaited them on the morrow. During breakfast, when Lan noticed that Aunt Fong Ping had not yet joined them, she asked, is Aunt Fong Ping not coming? Should we not wait for her? Indeed, why hasn't my aunt arrived yet? By her usual routine, she should have been here by now, Fong Tianyu echoed, perplexed. At that moment, the maid, Ying, explained the young lady is in her room reading. Young Master Jean has already asked me to deliver breakfast to her. Oh, I see. With this clarification, the group paid no further attention, deciding to eat without her. After breakfast, Bai Bingbing and her parents departed to shop, while Chen Jin left to meet friends. Jiang Jingyi remained in her room, engrossed in paperwork. Fong Tianyu took Xiaoyi and the others to play in the backyard. When they returned for dinner, Aunt Fong Ping was still absent, prompting them to check on her. They discovered her door ajar, yet she was nowhere to be found. Concerned for her safety, they dispersed to search for her. Before long, a scream pierced the air. Ah? Shinichi remarked, that sounded like Kaito's voice. It came from outside, Xiaoyi exclaimed, racing toward the sound, followed closely by the others. Outside the Fong mansion, lights had been turned on, illuminating the area with beams from below. The illumination was faint, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. However, the real focus was not the lights, but rather a woman named Fong Ping, suspended in the air by a rope tied around her neck. The other end of the rope was secured to the window frame of her room, causing her body to sway gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a ghost drifting through the air. Upstairs, Xiaoyi immediately commanded. Chen Jin was the first to dash into the house. By the time Xiaoyi arrived, Chen Jin had already begun pulling on the rope. Xiaoyi joined him, attempting to hoist Fong Ping up, only to discover that she had no pulse. It's too late. She has passed away. We must call the police. What? Chen Jin wailed, cradling Fong Ping's lifeless body in his arms, overcome with grief. Do not despair, Shinichi said. Every life must come to an end. The priority now is to uncover the identity of the murderer, ensuring your mother does not rest in peace until justice is served. We must lay her down carefully to preserve the crime scene. At that moment, Fong Tianyu arrived and noticed the faint ligature marks on her neck, inquiring, why are the marks so shallow? Shallow marks? Kaito observed. This indicates she did not die from strangulation. The rope was placed after her death. Ligature marks only appear shallow post-mortem. Lan pointed to the back of Fong Ping's head, stating, I suspect the cause of death was a severe blow to the occipital region, one that was fatal. As they spoke, the police arrived. Fong Lijiang introduced himself, Criminal Investigation Unit, Fong Lijiang. Who are you? We are Kudo Yui, Kudo Shinichi, Muri Ran, and Heiyu Kaito, detectives, they replied in unison. Wait. Fong Lijiang paused, astonished. Are you not the young detective group that recently assisted law enforcement in solving numerous complex cases across the UK, US, and Japan? Indeed, Kaito confirmed. We hope you will allow us to investigate this case. Very well, Fong Lijiang said. The cause of death has been determined to be a fatal blow to the back of the head, resulting in skull fracture. The estimated time of death is between last night and this morning. Who was the last person to see the deceased, and when and where did you encounter her? The maid, Ying, replied, it was I. I saw her this morning when young Master Jean asked me to deliver breakfast. At that time, the young lady was seated at the table reading and greeted me, instructing me to place the breakfast on the table outside her door. After that, I went downstairs. Do you recall the exact time? Lan inquired. Ying hesitated. I believe it was around 7 o'clock. Shinichi concluded. So she must have died after 7:00. The discovery of the body occurred after 7 p.m. We returned around 6 p.m., and at that time, we did not notice the body. He pondered for a moment, estimating, and remarked this indicates that she was hanged sometime between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. Fong Lizhang inquired. So, where were you between 7 a.m. and 12 p.m., and where were you from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m.? Lan replied, after finishing breakfast, by Bing Bing and her parents went out shopping. Shinjin mentioned that she had plans to meet someone and left. Aunt Jiang stayed in the room reviewing documents, while Fong Tianyu took us to the back mountain for some leisure. From 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., we were dining and chatting, though Aunt Jiang returned to her room first. Who discovered the body? Fong Lizhang asked. Quater responded, I was the one who found it. At that moment, noticing her absence, we all went to search for her, but the outcome, alas, I see. Fong Lizhang glanced at the time and said, it is getting late. You should return to rest, and we shall discuss the case further tomorrow. However, the four did not retreat to rest. Instead, they proceeded to the location of the body. Upon thorough inspection, they discovered some friction marks at the lamp base, with less dust in that area compared to others. Xiao Yi carefully examined the lamp base and noticed a protruding handle at the very top. On the inner side of the handle, there was a patch of green paint that had been worn away, appearing to be a recent occurrence rather than a result of natural wear. Xiao Yi believed this might be connected to the hanging of the body. On their way back, they spotted Bai Qi at the corner of the staircase, his complexion pale. Just as Xiao Yi was about to greet him, he turned and walked away. Chapter 5. The Tragic Intent to Kill. Part 2. The following morning, before they had even descended the stairs, the loud voices of Fong Ruoxin and Jiang Jingyi engaged in a heated argument could be heard. Lan rubbed her ears and inquired, what is happening? What are they arguing about? It's her. She is the one who murdered my elder sister. Fong Ruoxin exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Jingyi. I tell you, the evidence is right before our eyes. Let us see how you attempt to deceive us. Evidence? Xianyi asked, perplexed. Aunt Fong, what do you mean by that? Fong Ruoxin raised her other hand, revealing a transparent plastic bag containing shards of porcelain, stained with blood. What is this? Quaidu inquired. Fong Ruoxin responded. This was discovered by eyeing while she was tidying up this morning, found in this woman's trash can. This item is the murder weapon. Aunt, allow me to examine it. Fong Tianyu stepped forward to scrutinize, noting, this vase belongs to my elder aunt's room. Indeed. But how did it end up in her trash can? The blood on it indicates that you, while we were absent, murdered my elder sister and then hung her body before dinner, Fong Ruoxin asserted with conviction. She then turned to Bai Qi, urging, you should say something too. Bai Qi tossed his cigarette into the trash can and replied, it must have been you who committed the murder. His eyes reflected a hint of disappointment, suggesting he was privy to certain truths. What nonsense! Jiang Jingyi began to retort, but was interrupted by Xiao Yi and Quaidu. Stop arguing. Let us wait for the police to arrive before discussing this further. After breakfast, Fong Lizhang arrived with his team. Xiao Yi informed him of the situation and requested he take the shards for a blood analysis. Suddenly, Fong Ruoxin screamed, husband, what is wrong with you? Bai Qi was found to be paralyzed, struggling to breathe, and collapsed onto the sofa, white vomit trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lan hurried over to check his pulse and administered a newly developed antidote, stating, based on the garlic odor in his mouth and the pulse I just took, I suspect he has inhaled arsenic, leading to poisoning. I have temporarily saved his life. We must rush him to the hospital. Inhaled? Xianyi questioned. Could there be poison in the smoke? Xiao Yi and Quaidu hastily donned gloves to examine the remaining cigarettes for toxins, discovering that all were indeed contaminated. This outcome astonished Xiao Yi. This cannot be. A pack contains 20 cigarettes. He clearly smoked 2, which should leave 18, yet now there are 19. Moreover, all the remaining ones are toxic. Why is the first one devoid of poison? What is it, Xiao Yi? Have you discovered something? Xianyi asked, noticing the frown on Xiao Yi's face. The numbers do not add up, Xiao Yi continued. A pack contains 20 cigarettes. He smoked 2, yet now there are 19. All the remaining ones are poisonous. How can the first one not be? What? Quaidu pondered for a moment and speculated. Could it be that after smoking one, he switched to a different pack, which happened to be toxic? At that moment, Fong Tianyu interjected, that is not possible. My uncle has a smoking routine. He consumes 1 pack each day. Patterns, could it be that at this moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated Xiao Yi's mind, as certain thoughts became clear? Tianyu, is there a regular time when the spotlight in your home is turned on? Fong Tianyu nodded and replied, indeed, the timing is divided between winter and summer. In winter, it is around 6 o'clock, while in summer, it is at 7 o'clock. Is there something wrong? Not at all. Brother, accompany me to Fong Ping's room. Xiao Yi said to Xianyi. All right. Inside the room, the two began to examine carefully. After a short while, Xianyi pointed to the desk and exclaimed, Sister, come look. It seems that desk has been moved. There are marks on the carpet. I believe the desk was originally positioned against the window, but not entirely blocking it. Oh, is that so? Xiao Yi observed, contemplating for a moment before confidently stating, I believe I know who the murderer is. Oh, the culprit? Xin Yi paused before saying, Indeed, we merely need to inform Officer Fong and set a trap. In the quiet of the night, the desolate garden lay shrouded in darkness. With only a few beams of moonlight filtering through the withered branches, two figures were faintly discernible in the moonlight. Are we truly not going to be discovered? A voice trembled with unease. Another voice sought to reassure its owner. We have already acted. There are no other choices left. We must proceed as such. Have faith. Things will improve in time. But I committed such an act, the voice quivered. At that moment, Lon interjected. How absurd. You have slain your closest kin. How can your conscience be at ease? The two figures shivered at her words. Xiao Yi stepped forward, gazing at the luminous moon, and chuckled softly. Qinjin. Bai Bingbing. Are you here to admire the moon so late? Bai Bingbing looked at them in astonishment and replied, How could you possibly be here? We have been waiting for you. Xin Yi continued. Why did you resort to murder? Qinjin, slightly flustered but maintaining composure, responded, What do you mean, murder? Don't slander us. We have never committed such acts. Do you have any evidence? Evidence. We possess no direct evidence, yet only you could have committed the crime. Kaito interjected. I suspect you never intended to kill, but were compelled by circumstances to do so. Furthermore, you committed the act before a.a. delivered breakfast, did you not? Qinjin feigned innocence, saying, How could that be? A.a. clearly saw our mother and greeted her. No, Xiao Yi refuted. By that time, she was already deceased. What A.a. saw was Bai Bingbing impersonating her. You fabricated an alibi, leading us to believe she was still alive, correct, Bai Bingbing? Bai Bingbing, appearing dazed, remarked, I did not as the pale moonlight illuminated her face. Xin Yi declared, No, you did. If I am not mistaken, you visited her room before you left. You bound the corpse with a rope, threading it through the base of the spotlight and the handle atop it. Thus, when the light illuminated, the body would be drawn out, after which you departed. Indeed, this was all my doing, yet it bears no relation to Bingbing. Qinjin, unable to maintain the facade any longer, confessed. No, you could not have accomplished this alone. Kaito interjected, you lacked the requisite time. Thus, it must have been a collaborative effort. Little Wing then inquired, Did you kill Uncle Bai Chi because he discovered something? Bai Bingbing, with tears streaming down her face, replied, Yes. He witnessed us placing the weapon in Aunt Zhang's room's trash bin, and fearing he would inform the police, we had no choice but to take his life. How I regret it now. Before she could finish, Lon interrupted. In fact, Uncle Bai Chi is not dead. The hospital just called to inform us that he has awakened. Little Wing continued. He never intended to reveal that you were the murderers. Otherwise, how could he have claimed it was Aunt Jiang who killed him? But why did you feel compelled to kill Fong Ping? Upon hearing this, Bai Bingbing wept even more sorrowfully. Qinjin closed his eyes, anguished, and said, It was because my mother disapproved of my relationship with Bingbing. That cannot be. This revelation astonished Shinichi. Are you not related by blood? You should not be together. No. Bai Bingbing refuted, I was adopted. Initially, we were unaware of this. Yet in such circumstances, we found ourselves helplessly in love with one another, which terrified us. However, upon discovering the truth, we could not contain our joy and rushed to seek Aunt Fong's consent, yet she refused. Yesterday morning, we returned to persuade her again, only to enrage her further. She labeled Jin an unfilial son and threatened to kill him. In a panic, fearing for Jin's safety, I seized the nearest vase and struck her. Qinjin continued. Afterward, I devised this plan, but during the final steps, I was discovered. Thus, taking advantage of the school's recent arsenic experiments, I poisoned the smoke with arsenic. How tragic this intent to kill turned out to be. The four lamented in unison. Yet, following this, the matters concerning the Fong family were far from over. Jiang Jingyi was involved in a car accident and fell into a coma, reportedly victimized by those seeking her wealth. However, the culprits were apprehended by Little Wing and her companions, who also aided Fong Tianyu in discovering a means to acquire the inheritance, allowing him to take over the company and sign a contract, yielding them substantial benefits. They leveraged Meng Yu's subsidiary in China, expanding their enterprise through the Fong family, before returning to the United States to participate in the National Open Tournament. Chapter 6. The first case upon returning home. In the United States, at 7:00 a.m., within the villa, Little Wing bellowed, Kudo Shinichi, Muri ran, Kaito Kuroba. Rise at once. What is the matter? Shinichi squinted at the clock indicating 7 a.m., grumbling, What on earth? It's still early. Let's sleep a little longer, there's no rush. Last night, after dealing with matters of the celestial realm, he retired late and now finds himself still yearning for slumber. What? No hurry, Xiaoyi exclaimed in exasperation, urging him to rise swiftly, for they needed to return to Japan today. At this rate, they would surely miss their flight. How could that be? Isn't it in the afternoon? Lan, half in a dream, inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi was momentarily speechless, shattering Lan's blissful reverie. Sister Lan, you must be mistaken. It is not in the afternoon, but rather at 8:30 in the morning, and it is already 7:05. Not to mention that we should have left earlier. It will take us nearly an hour to get there. Will we make it? What? Is that true? Upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, the three of them immediately snapped to attention and hurriedly began to wash up. Observing their frantic pace and the ticking clock, Xiaoyi grew increasingly anxious about missing the flight. Exclaiming, hurry, forget about your things, we will eat on the plane. And don't forget your disguises. With that, they hastily wrapped up their affairs and instructed the driver to speed towards the airport. On the plane, Kaito gasped for breath and said, phew, we made it just in time. Yes, you nearly scared me to death. I was truly worried we wouldn't make it, Xiaoyi retorted with a hint of irritation. Yet before she could finish her sentence, a sudden noise interrupted them. Guffawing, Xiaoyi erupted into laughter, earning a chorus of eye rolls from those around her. Xiaoyi fell silent. And then Lan, clutching her growling stomach, shyly asked, is there anything to eat? I barely had breakfast, and I'm starving. Holding back laughter, Xiaoyi replied, who told you to wake up so late? You deserve it. Here, I have a little something. You can share. With that, Xiaoyi handed over the cakes she had prepared that morning, which were swiftly devoured. Tokyo Airport. Ah, we have finally arrived in Japan, Kaito exclaimed, his mind solely preoccupied with food. At last, something delicious. Those tiny cakes hardly filled me up, and the airplane food was dreadful. However, the reality was that even after disembarking, they would still find it difficult to procure sustenance. Leaning against Shinichi's shoulder, Lan wearily remarked, indeed, I am so hungry. Shinichi, let's go to Dream Love. Shinichi nodded in agreement. Sure, I'm hungry too. Hey, is it really necessary to eat so urgently? Xiaoyi shot them a disapproving glance and added, you all sound like gluttons. Shouldn't you check home first? Kaito shrugged, it doesn't matter. There's hardly anyone at home anyway. My parents are in America, yours are in England, and it's just Lan's parents left. Unfazed, Lan replied, no worries. We won't miss you for a moment. Let's eat first. For her, after enduring hunger for so long, the priority was to satisfy her appetite, with everything else pushed aside. Yes, let's eat first. I'll have Ji come to pick us up, Shinichi said, arranging for their transportation. Dream Love, Lan urged. Let us hurry to Dreamya and place our orders. I'm starving. Xiaoyi, still in a playful mood, teased. Is that really necessary? Even if we order, we may not get to eat. Just as she spoke, a shriek interrupted their conversation. Kaito, caught between laughter and disbelief, exclaimed, no way. Is this really happening? I haven't eaten yet. Calm down. Let us first take a look before dining. It will be all right. The four of them approached, only to find a man lying on the ground. Rand checked his pulse and declared, there is no hope. We should notify the authorities. Thus, Xiaoyi called the police. At that moment, a woman entered from outside, and upon seeing the man on the ground, she began to weep profusely, exclaiming, Changzwa, please wake up. Who are you? Shinichi inquired, do you know the deceased? Yes, replied Rika Kagawa, tears streaming down her face. He is Kena Changzwa, my boyfriend. What happened to Changzwa? He was perfectly fine when I stepped out to take a call. Xiaoyi comforted her. Miss Kagawa, please accept my condolences. He has passed away. By the way, why did you step out to take a call? What? Kagawa collapsed onto the ground, sobbing. I went out because the signal was poor. Xiaoyi found this hard to believe. How could the signal be bad? The Dreamland area is reputed to have one of the best signals in all of Japan. There must be something amiss. At that moment, Officer Megure arrived with a team of police to cordon off the scene. The deceased was identified as Kenta Changzwa, aged 37. A somewhat notable photographer, with the cause of death noted by Officer Takagi. It was arsenic poisoning. After examining the fallen man closely, Xiaoyi and Ran reached this conclusion. Who are you? Officer Megure inquired. A detective. You will know more once the case is resolved shortly. The four of them intentionally kept a secret. Oh, arsenic poisoning. Officer Takagi looked at them in confusion. How did they know? It is indeed arsenic poisoning, trioxide arsenic commonly known as arsenic. The deceased's skin appeared dehydrated, and his extremities were a bluish hue. These are characteristic signs of arsenic poisoning, Kaito pointed out. The time of death was approximately 12 o'clock. Officer Takagi, please have the forensic team examine the scene to ascertain the source of the poison. Shinichi indicated towards the dining table where the deceased had been seated. Understood. Officer Takagi replied. Now, may I ask what your relationship is with the deceased? Officer Megure questioned. We are high school classmates, gathered here for a small reunion. I am Kinta Muraki. This is Changswa's girlfriend, Rika Kagawa, and this is Shinyu Aoba. While this is Kinta Muraki, he introduced each one in turn. I am Taichi Takahashi. Takahashi volunteered when it was his turn. Where was the deceased seated at the time? Shoei asked. Here, Rika Kagawa pointed to a specific seat. On the seat lay a pile of discarded shrimp shells, while a glass contained remnants of lukewarm water. A white porcelain bowl brimmed with mung bean soup. Shinichi meticulously observed the dishes on the table, which included kung pao chicken, sweet and sour carp, the renowned Buddha jumps over the wall, oil-splashed river shrimp, mung bean soup, and mapo tofu. Kaito picked up a teapot beside the deceased's seat and lifted the lid. It contained lukewarm water. As we are not fond of tea, we requested the servers to replace it with plain water, Aoyama Shinyu explained. Could you kindly return to your original positions to demonstrate how the deceased collapsed? Asked Kawaii. Certainly. At that time, I was seated to the left of Chosaku, while Rika Kawara took the left side. I faced Jintian, Takahashi Taichi replied, returning to his seat. Aoyama Shinyu settled to the left of Rika Kawara, while Muraki Kinta occupied the right of Jintian Chosaku. Ran took Jintian Chosaku's seat and inquired. What had the deceased consumed before collapsing? To be honest, we are not quite sure, Rika Kawara replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Especially since she had been on the phone outside at the time. Report, officer. No traces of poison were detected anywhere. The forensic personnel returned with Officer Takagi. What? Officer Megure exclaimed, astonished. How is this possible? Takagi, have all areas been thoroughly examined? Every possible area has been inspected, and truly, no traces of poison were found. Officer Takagi confirmed. This is perplexing, Kaito mused, resting his chin on his hand and glancing at the equally contemplative Kawaii. Kawaii, what are your thoughts? Kawaii remained silent, his gaze lingering on the dining table. Miss Kawara, might I ask if Mr. Jintian particularly enjoys shrimp? There are quite a number of shrimp shells here, Ran inquired. Indeed, Chosaku's favorite food is shrimp, especially those from this place, which is why we chose to dine here today, Rika Kawara responded. Then, does Mr. Jintian despise mung bean soup? This bowl appears untouched, Shinichi queried. Yes, during the serving of dishes, he had a heated argument with Aoyama over this matter, Muraki Kinta remarked. What's the big deal? We shouldn't let his preferences ruin our enjoyment, Aoyama Shinyu nonchalantly stated. Oh, is that so? Because aside from Chosaku, we all adore the mung bean soup here, Rika Kawara clarified. Ah, I see, Kawaii nodded. Officer Megure, who has been persistently ignored, could not contain his frustration and exclaimed. It's quite reasonable that no poison could be detected. All the food was identical, with nothing particularly different, yet only Mr. Jintian encountered an incident. From this perspective, the likelihood of poisoning directly in the food seems minimal, Shinichi articulated. Not quite. They are not entirely the same, Kaito interjected. Indeed. Except for this bowl of mung bean soup. Indeed, I recall that the four individuals engaged in a hushed conversation. What happened? Officer Muro looked curiously at Kagoro. Shinichi explained. Mung bean soup can counteract arsenic poisoning. Thus, Officer Muro gazed skeptically at Aoi Shinyu, who was perspiring profusely. So he is the murderer? What nonsense are you speaking? What motive would I have to do such a thing? Besides, even if I abstained, others would surely take action. Aoi Shinyu slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet. You undoubtedly have a motive. Do not assume we are unaware. Did not Kintaro capture a photograph of your infidelity 3 months ago and use it to blackmail you? Consequently, you were driven to murder, wishing for him to vanish completely. Am I correct? Takahashi Taichi leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, appearing quite relaxed. What are you saying? Takahashi, do not cast baseless accusations. Why not reflect upon your own actions? Do not tell me you have forgotten that incident. Aoi Shinyu grasped Takahashi Taichi by the collar. Release me. Takahashi Taichi pushed Aoi Shinyu away, straightening his disheveled collar before slowly responding. How could I forget? Indeed, I too wished for that scoundrel to meet his end sooner. Enough. Enough. Do not quarrel any longer. Muraki Kinta intervened, separating the two. What incident are you speaking of? Ran interrupted their exchange. Chapter 7. The first case upon returning home. 3 years ago, Masakazu filmed the entire sequence of a fire accident and was subsequently awarded the Best Cinematography Prize. Before Rika Kabera could finish her statement, she was interrupted by Takahashi Taichi. What accident? That was clearly arson orchestrated by this fellow. Muraki Kinta attempted to mediate, but was shoved aside by Takahashi Taichi. Even if it was not intentional arson, how could he film the entire fire without notifying the authorities? If he had reported it, my mother would still be alive. That bastard deserves to die? What did you consume before or after the mung bean soup? Kagoro interjected, furrowing her brows, slightly annoyed by inquiries she deemed irrelevant. Each person's experience differs. We are uncertain, Muraki Keno lamented. Ran lifted the lid and glanced inside, her gaze unwavering. As Kagoro prepared to inquire further, Ran voiced her confusion. Odd. The dishes on the table are nearly empty, and judging by the glasses, everyone must have had water, yet there is still so much left. Oh. We finished our drinks midway, prompting us to request a refill. Right. After we finished the mung bean soup, we all intended to leave. So we each had a glass of water, Muraki Kenta explained. Is that so? Officer Takagi, has the water in the teapot been examined? Officer Muro inquired. Yes. It has been checked, but nothing conclusive was found, Officer Takagi responded. Has anyone touched this teapot? Shinichi asked. We have all encountered this before, when the waiter served us. It was Toichi who brought it over, and it was Rika who poured the water, Aoki reminisced. Is that so? Xiaoyi furrowed her brow. I'm so hungry. Ji, please bring me the snow I prepared earlier, Lon said. What? Prepared? Mixed together? Xiaoyi and Kaito exchanged glances, their lips curling into smiles. I see now. So that's the case. Xiaoyi's violet blue eyes sparkled with confidence. Do you know who the culprit is? Officer Muguruma inquired with anticipation. Yes, indeed, the culprit. Shinichi subtly signaled to Lon, who understood immediately and dashed away. It's you. Her fingertip pointed accusingly at the astonished Taichi Takahashi. What are you joking about? Taichi glared angrily at Xiaoyi. Well, if you say he is the culprit, then where exactly did he administer the poison? We can't detect any toxic substances anywhere. Officer Muguruma expressed his confusion. In fact, he didn't poison anyone at all. What he used was merely a nutritional supplement. Kaito picked up the now empty glass. What? A nutritional supplement? Yes, because it's a nutritional supplement. Of course, there wouldn't be any toxic reactions. Xiaoyi's lips curled slightly. Officer Takagi, could you have the forensic team examine what else is in here? Understood, Officer Takagi replied. What do you mean by that? How could a nutritional supplement possibly kill someone? I didn't put anything in. Taichi protested. Indeed, how could a nutritional supplement be lethal? Officer Muguruma echoed, puzzled. Officer Takagi, what are the results? Xiaoyi asked as Officer Takagi returned. This time, we found a substantial amount of vitamin C in it, Officer Takagi reported. Vitamin C? What does that mean? Officer Muguruma questioned. When shrimp and vitamin C are combined, they produce arsenic trioxide, which is the fundamental cause of the victim's demise, Kaito elucidated. I see. That truly could be said to be without a trace. Officer Muguruma nodded in agreement, stroking his chin. But wait, even so, wouldn't that mean everyone is poisoned? Officer Takagi remarked. Exactly. Under those circumstances, just a bowl of mung bean soup could indeed kill without a trace. Xiaoyi stared at Taichi Takahashi. Don't joke around. If you insist on the culprit, then present your evidence. Taichi swung a fist at Shinichi, but it was blocked. Evidence, of course, exists. Shinichi produced a small white plastic bottle from his pocket. This is what I just found. I believe it contains vitamin C. If we find your fingerprints on this bottle. Found it, Xiaoyi. Lon approached, holding the medication. Just as I thought, Xiaoyi smiled, taking the bottle from her hand. My apologies for making Mr. Takahashi accompany me in this little charade. What do you mean by that? Taichi glared at Xiaoyi. Reika Ogawa's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling incessantly as her gaze fixated on the vial in Kaito's hand. Oh, the perpetrator who deliberately points out errors feigns the presentation of evidence. In the moment when the true culprit's confidence wavers, the first direction of their glance will undoubtedly be towards the location of that evidence. Officer Meguer regarded Kaito with a smile that danced between amusement and skepticism. So, it appears that even detectives resort to such blatant deception. Well, it's merely a means to uncover the truth, Kaito shrugged. Miss Ogawa, why was your attention drawn to this object when Kaito presented the evidence? Kaito inquired. With this statement, Officer Meguer directed his gaze towards the four individuals present. Indeed, the true culprit is none other than Miss Reika. It was impossible to tamper with the water beforehand. The opportunity arose only after the water was replenished. The only individuals who handled the teapot after that were Mr. Takahashi and Miss Ogawa. However, it could not possibly be Mr. Takahashi, as he merely received the teapot. The likelihood of an accidental poisoning at that moment was far too great. Arsenic's toxicity manifests almost immediately, typically within 2 to 3 minutes, Kaito elucidated. At that time, it was also uncertain whether the others would immediately consume the detoxifying mung bean soup. Furthermore, Mr. Takahashi did not touch the teapot thereafter. Thus, The only possibility remains with Miss Ogawa, who, once assured everything was in order, added the vitamin C before pouring the water. I believe this vial should bear not only my and Rant's fingerprints, but also Miss Ogawa's. As Kaito spoke, he tossed the vial to Officer Takagi. Very well. I will have the forensic team analyze it immediately. No need. It is indeed true. Yes, I killed him, Reiko Ogawa lamented, closing her eyes in anguish and leaning weakly against the edge of the table. Why? Was it because of that fire? Shinichi inquired. Yes, he was responsible for that fire. And my fiancé perished in it, Reika confessed, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. Miss Ogawa, please accompany us to the police station, Officer Megure stated. Then turned to Kudo Shinichi, Kudo Yuya, Muri Ran, and Kaito Kuroba, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Ah, we've been discovered, Kaito scratched his head and remarked. Shinichi, direct as ever, addressed Officer Megure. Please, get to the point. After a brief exchange, Officer Megure departed for the police station. Chapter 8, The Amusement Park Case. Come on. Hurry up. I want to experience everything at Dorobigaru Amusement Park, Kaito exclaimed excitedly. I must ask, Kaito, why did you agree to this? There have been so many past cases. Shinichi complained. The reason? Well, it's been ages since I last had fun. And I've never been here before, Kaito replied. Let's go already. Let us start with the roller coaster. Suddenly, the three fell silent, cold sweat trickling down their backs as they contemplated the dire consequences of their situation. Reflecting on this, Officer Mumu, with a mischievous glint in his eye, declared, well, since you're back, I implore you to assist us in resolving the unresolved cases that have been left behind. Those cases were indeed perplexing, and out of sheer desperation, they had no choice but to seek the aid of Kaito and his companions. No way, Kaito resolutely replied. The evidence for those cases is almost non-existent. How can we solve them? Ah, but Kaito, if you agree to help, I shall grant you tickets to the Dolabigal Amusement Park, which is said to be filled with thrilling rides constructed by the renowned Tikoku Kageyama. Officer Mumu disregarded Kaito's protest and instead enticed the playful Shiyu. All right. I want to go play. Shiyu's immediate reaction was one of excitement, as she had not had the chance to indulge in leisure for quite some time. She wished to seize the opportunity before the impending cases robbed her of the chance to enjoy herself. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow, as the day of reckoning arrived sooner than anticipated. Dolabigal Amusement Park. While queuing for the roller coaster, Shiyu spotted gin and vodka, and she was momentarily taken aback. Why are they here? Wasn't there supposed to be a whole year left? Could it be that gin and vodka had visited once before? Clinging to her fantasies, she employed her ice-cold heart technique to alter the contents of the listening devices on them, sealing vodka's senses, before approaching Jin from behind and giving him a light tap. Jin, long time no see. Startled by her call, Jin turned around, and upon recognizing Shiyu, he exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, Shiyu, it's you. You scared me. Wait a moment, Shiyu, the organization has placed listening devices on me, and vodka was sent by the boss to monitor me, Jin explained, although to outsiders, it appeared that Jin held a higher position than vodka. Before he could finish, Shiyu interrupted, don't worry, the people in the organization want to find out. Remember my abilities. She winked at him. Phew, I hope so, Jin replied, relieved. We're here because the boss sent us to conduct a transaction, but entry is restricted at night. So we arrived early to avoid suspicion and pass the time here instead. A transaction? So, there's really another one? Shiyu mused to herself. Hearing the conversation between Jin and Shiyu, Kaito approached and asked, is that so? What has the organization been up to lately? Jin replied, there hasn't been much activity from the organization recently, except for the discovery of a.k.a. Discovered? Does that mean it's been moved up? No, it can't be. Shiyu inhaled deeply and said, you must be cautious. Don't forget, your life is in my hands, so don't you dare die. Shizuka is fine for now, right? Rest assured, she won't be in danger for the time being. The boss still needs her to develop aptX 4869. This time, the boss has even instructed us to test the drug on that merchant. Oh no, this can't be happening. How can it be moved up? Shiyu exclaimed in disbelief. My God, you can't be serious. Heavens, how can you toy with me like this? At that moment, a chilling breeze swept behind the Emperor of Heaven, who was watching a performance in the celestial realm. Xiaoying quickly regained her composure, assuring herself that Sherbo would be fine, which offered her a slight sense of relief. That's good. However, Jin, with a concerned gaze, warned Xiaoying, you all must exercise caution. Your deductive skills have raised the boss's alarms, and it is likely that someone will soon be dispatched to eliminate you. Is that so? What is destined to come will indeed arrive. Kaito was not taken aback by this revelation. Did you bring 5 grains of aptX 4869? Jin, taken aback by such a question, responded, I did bring them. Why do you ask? That's reassuring, Xiaoying replied. Inform us of the trading location. We will proceed there. And you will administer the drug to the four of us. Then, return to the boss and claim that you witnessed our transaction before silencing us. Additionally, 1 grain should be reserved for us to develop the antidote. Following this, you will eliminate the traitor using the fatal dose. After pondering for a moment, Jin deemed the plan feasible and acquiesced to Xiaoying's proposal, handing her a grain. Kaito subsequently relayed this development to Ran and Shinichi, who both expressed their agreement. In no time, it was the turn of the four of them. As the roller coaster commenced, the girls shrieked in terror. Ah? Kaito observed shadows of several diminutive figures in a nearby dark passage. Ayata exclaimed, "Ah." Their screams were drowned out by the cacophony of excitement. A drop of water landed on Shinichi's face. What was that? As the ride exited the final dark tunnel, Aiko screamed, "Ah?" Xiaoying turned to see a headless corpse seated on the roller coaster. She promptly alerted the authorities. At the exit of the roller coaster, a multitude of police officers arrived swiftly. The crowd, upon witnessing the body, began to murmur, "My goodness! What is happening? Was this an accident? Where's the head? How tragic!" Officer Muro commenced the investigation into this case. Aiko, in sorrow, lamented, Why did Mr. Ayata have to? Tears streamed down her face. Reiko, filled with anger, exclaimed, "What is going on? This is unacceptable." Jin, worried about being late and exposing his identity, insisted, "It was merely an accident. I have no time to waste with you. Let us depart." Yet Xiaoying countered, "No, Officer Muro, this is a homicide. And the perpetrator was in the same vehicle as the victim, one of those 9 individuals." Muro questioned, "But how could one commit murder? This is a roller coaster, moving at such great speed. Are you sure of this, Xiaoying?" Among the crowd, it seemed someone recognized the four of them. Could they be the renowned detective quartet of recent years? After saying this, they pulled out their phones to take pictures. Shinichi nodded. "Indeed, this is a murder case." Kogyo pondered and remarked, "If what you say is indeed true, then excluding the four of you from consideration. The suspects number 5, seated in the front row, are the victim's friends, A and B, while in the third row, alongside the victim, sits the victim's friend and girlfriend, C. Then there are the 2 men, D and E, dressed in black, sitting behind the victim. If this is the case, given that all individuals are protected by safety bars, the only one capable of committing the murder would be the woman seated next to him." Jin, growing impatient, interjected, "Come on, can you hurry up? We don't have time for your little deduction game." Suddenly, a police officer searching everyone's belongings announced, "That lady's handbag contains a knife," pointing towards Aiko. Aiko gasped in shock. "No, I had no idea such a thing was in there." Her hands trembled in denial. Xiaotong, perplexed, remarked, "Aiko, I thought you had a good relationship with Mr. Yasuda. Why would this happen?" Aiko vehemently denied. "No, that is not true." She shook her head vigorously. Jin declared, "All right, the culprit is that woman. Can we leave now?" As he spoke, he began to walk out. Kogyo nodded. "Very well. Take that lady back as a suspect." "No, it cannot be her. It must be Miss Xiaodong." "But the evidence." At that moment, Kaito produced a scattered pearl necklace and said, "Now we have the evidence, right?" Xiaowei inquired, "Where did you find that?" Ran recalled, "This seems to belong to Xiaodong." Kaito replied, "Oh, I saw a few elementary school students coming in, and I asked them about it." Shinichi glanced at the necklace and interrupted, "Please wait a moment, Officer Kogyo. The culprit is not that lady." Kogyo, confused, asked, "Oh? If not her, then who could it be?" Chapter 9. Shrinking truth is singular. The culprit is you, Xiaowei said, pointing at Xiaodong. Xiaodong pointed at the knife in the officer's hand and exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" The knife was in Aiko's handbag. Shinichi chuckled softly. That kind of knife couldn't possibly sever a head, especially with a woman's strength. "You intended to frame Miss Aiko, so you placed the knife in her handbag beforehand." Kogyo struggled to comprehend how she could have committed the murder, but she was seated in the front of the roller coaster. "That seems implausible, doesn't it?" Shinichi replied, "If one were to utilize the roller coaster's speed along with piano wire or a steel rim, it could be feasible." At this, Xiaotong's expression shifted subtly. Kogyo remained puzzled. "What do you mean?" Kaito and Ran approached to demonstrate, stating, "Everyone pay attention. If I were the culprit, and Ran were the victim, first I would position an object similar to a backpack behind before the safety bar descended. As the safety bar descended, a gap was created, allowing for an easy release. The subsequent task was to retrieve the prop, which had previously been prepared with a hook affixed to the rope, and then secure one's foot atop the safety bar, extending the body backward to place the noose over the victim's head, all within the pitch-black confines of the tunnel. The next step involved hooking the apparatus onto the track, and subsequently harnessing the speed and force of the roller coaster to sever the victim's head. Lon remarked, given your prior gymnastics training, you should be capable of executing this even while on the roller coaster. Xiao Tong feigned nonchalance, retorting, are you jesting? Where's the evidence? What happened to the necklace? This referred to the pearl necklace she had worn prior to boarding. At this moment, Xiao Yi produced the necklace that Kaito had given her, revealing a hook attached to it. Is this the one? Shinichi interjected. Moreover, that tear you shed, aware of the victim's impending demise, you wept before taking their life. There are still traces of tears beside your eyes. Had you not been on the roller coaster, the tears would not have flowed sideways. Xiao Tong lamented, woo-woo. This is all his fault. He abandoned me. She knelt, covering her face with her hands as tears streamed down once more. Li Zi inquired, Xiao Tong, did you previously date Mr. Yasuda? Yes, she replied, before I met Aiko and Li Zi, back in college. That's why I thought to end his life with the pearl necklace he gifted me on our first date. Woo-woo. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Tong was taken away by Magyar. Xiao Yi sighed, saying, phew, the case is resolved. Let us continue our fun. Kaito, with a hand to his forehead, exclaimed, a life has been lost. And you still have the heart to play? Xiao Yi winked at him, playfully suggesting, is that not permissible? The three fell silent. Shinichi glanced at the time and remarked, sister, it's almost time. Ah, is it? Xiao Yi replied with a hint of regret. Lon nodded, saying, Xiao Yi, don't be disheartened. Let us come again next time. Off you go for now. Indeed. The four then proceeded in a singular direction toward a secluded corner of the Dorabaiga theme park. Vodka greeted, apologies for the wait, Mr. Chairman. The merchant complained, your movements are sluggish. I have waited 2 hours. I came alone as per our agreement. Vodka acknowledged, I am aware. I have secured the item from the roller coaster. The merchant urged, hurry, hand over the item. Jin interjected, do not rush. First, the money. The merchant extended a box, stating here, you have nothing to dispute now. The box opened to reveal an entire case filled with dollars. Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment, no way. This must amount to 100 million. Vodka confirmed, it's a deal. The merchant, growing impatient, insisted, quickly, give me the negatives. Vodka, is this the photographic evidence of your company's smuggling of machinery? Take it. The merchant examined and exclaimed, is this all there is to the film? Vodka, of course. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yi and the others, striking them with a stick. How could you be so careless as to let yourselves be discovered? If it weren't for my presence, I wonder how you would have fared. The man's tone carried an unsettling suffocation, reminiscent of someone from the past. The four of them, huh? Ouch. Xiao Yi was puzzled as to why someone was behind them, especially with such an overwhelming aura. Jin, taken aback, quickly composed himself, feigning an apologetic demeanor, and respectfully said, I apologize, boss, it was our oversight. Please forgive us. It won't happen again. To think that we were followed by this brat, how infuriating. Vodka promptly drew his handgun, saying, boss, are those detectives the ones? Let me eliminate them. The boss interjected, no, we cannot use a firearm. The police are patrolling nearby, and it would attract attention. Use that instead, Sherry's newly developed poison. It is said that those who succumb to this toxin die without any traceable evidence left on the body. No human trials have been conducted yet. Let us use them as test subjects. Humph. Farewell, detectives. Jin, Vodka, eliminate them along with that merchant, and then return to headquarters for punishment. With that, he departed. Jin and Vodka bowed respectfully, replying, yes. They then forced the four to consume APTX 4869 before leaving. Kaito cried out in anguish, ugh, my body it's so hot. My bones feel as if they are melting. Ugh, no, this is unbearable. Xiao Yi managed to sit up and remarked, the potency of Shizuka's medicine is truly formidable. With that, Xiao Yi utilized Ice Phantom Healing to resolve the toxins afflicting the four of them before losing consciousness. Shinichi and Ran worked together to carry the two back home. Ran emphasized that Yuki made us drink it. That night, they endured their suffering and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Xiao Yi awoke first, discovering that all four had reverted to the state of 7-year-old children, exclaiming, Xiao Yi's shout roused Ran and the others, who inquired, what's wrong? Xiao Yi sighed, stating, I have good news and bad news. What? Ran did not comprehend. The good news is that we need not worry about being killed. Xiao Yi paused before continuing. The bad news is that we have become 7-year-old children. What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Xiao Yi recalled the medicine Jin had given them, saying, however, we can still develop an antidote to revert to our original forms. It may not be guaranteed, and perhaps we will need Shizuka's help. But reverting to our middle school selves is certainly attainable. Shinichi responded, that would suffice. If we can return to our middle school selves, we should go to Seishin Academy. Ryoma seems to be there as well. Lon nodded in agreement. Very well, Xiaoi, let us proceed to develop the antidote. Kaito then stated, I will call Officer Mumu to inform him that we have urgent matters to attend to. This way, the case will no longer concern them. Xiaoi continued, indeed. Here is the plan. I, Kuroba Wing, shall be your distant cousin. Sister Lon, you are Idagawa no Ran. Brother, you will be Idagawa Conan. Kaito, you shall assume the identity of Idagawa Haoyu. These will be our identities moving forward. The trio concurred, and Kaito proceeded to call Officer Mumu in his usual voice. Sister Lon, let us go and create the antidote, Xiaoi said, pulling Lon along to the laboratory. After 3 days and nights of meticulously analyzing the components, they finally succeeded in formulating a temporary antidote. It must be noted that Shiho is undeniably a genius in this field. There were several components that they could not comprehend. Upon consuming the antidote, they experienced an excruciating sensation akin to being besieged by countless ants, with their hearts feeling as though they might explode, a pain beyond verbal description. After a quarter of an hour, the agony gradually subsided, and they inevitably reverted to their 13-year-old selves. Subsequently, the three registered at Seishin Academy. Chapter 10. Joining the Seishin Tennis Club in Class 2 of the first year at Seishin Academy, the teacher yelled to the raucous students, Class, quiet down. Let us warmly welcome the 4 new students who were absent yesterday due to illness. With a gesture towards the entrance, she invited them in. They entered and introduced themselves. Kuroba Wing, Idagawa Haoyu, Idagawa Conan, Idagawa no Ran. Please take care of us. The teacher continued, as they are not in the best of health. I hope everyone will be considerate. You will sit behind a.k.a. and Ryoma. Also, do not forget to fill out your club application forms today. Now, let us commence the lesson. Understood. Ding ding ding. The pleasant sound of the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Finally, class is over, Xiaoi exclaimed, resting her head on her desk. Haoyu, looking rather dispirited, remarked, the content in junior high is far too simple. It's so boring. Conan, rolling his eyes in exasperation, replied, there's nothing we can do. We have already completed this material. No Ran, fearing that Haoyu might say too much and attract unwanted attention, quickly changed the subject. So, what clubs are you all planning to join? Xiaoi pondered for a moment, then awakened the drowsy Ryoma seated in front of her, asking, Ryoma, what club do you intend to join? At her inquiry, Ryoma, still half asleep, responded, of course, the tennis club. But who are you all? Have we met before? Noran sighed. This guy's memory is rather poor. Xiaoi reminded him. We met when we were children in America, remember? As she spoke, she employed her ice heart technique to help him recall the moment. After a brief pause, Ryoma finally reacted, exclaiming, you are Kuroba Wing? Since you left? No one has played with me. Who are they? Those strong individuals at home, I cannot compete with. Indeed, Xiaoi nodded. This is my distant cousin, Idagawa Conan. My future sister-in-law, Idagawa no Ran, and Idagawa Haoyu. How about we join the tennis club? Proposed Haoyu. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoi replied, sure. Let us go together after school. Ryoma, have you signed up yet? If not, let us do it together. We can have another match to see if you've improved. I remember you lost last time. Ryoma provocatively responded, what? That match wasn't even finished. And you still dare to say Mata. If we had completed it, I would have certainly won. Xiaoi laughed. Impossible. I would have won no matter what. Ryoma, unwilling to concede, retorted, humph, no way, I would have won. Xiaoi raised her voice slightly. No, it's me. Ryoma, equally defiant, shot back, it's me. Thus, Xiaoi and Ryoma continued their bickering until class began. Conan intervened, saying, calm down, both of you. Let us forget about that last match. We can settle it after school today. Let us focus on class for now. The teacher has arrived. In truth, she was not particularly eager to attend class, as it was exceedingly simple. Xiaoi agreed. All right, let us determine the victor after school. But don't you dare run away. Ryoma provocatively replied, of course not, but I have to clean up after school, so I'll be a bit delayed. By the way, are you feeling all right? I heard you were sick yesterday. It might not be wise to compete today. It wouldn't be good if you used that as an excuse for losing. Xiaoi scoffed. How could that be necessary? I'm fine for today. She pondered how he could hear and remember their lies while forgetting their names, leaving her speechless. Very well, Ryoma said. Then let us have our match after school. With that, he turned back and resumed his nap as the next English class awaited them. After more than 7 hours of tedious time, the school bell finally rang. The 4 of them waited in the classroom for Ryoma to finish cleaning. At that moment, Horyu Akihito approached and said, Yueqian, hurry and sign up. I heard the registration for new students ends today. Really? Ryoma inquired, seemingly oblivious, To which the others responded with exasperation. What? Then hurry up and register. Conan was the first to react, exclaiming. He then pulled everyone along to the tennis court, asking as they ran, Who are you? Horyu Akihito replied me. I'm Horyu Akihito, and I have 2 years of tennis experience. Are you joining the tennis club? Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. His tone carried a hint of pride. How rolled his eyes, saying, With you? No thanks. You're even worse than Ryoma. What do you mean? How can you say I'm not as good as Yueqian? Horyu retorted defiantly. Why? You'll find out soon enough. Xiaoi calmly stated as they arrived at the tennis court, where they encountered Kaito Katsuro and Mizuno Katsuo. Let us go sign up with Coach Longzaki, suggested Mizuno Katsuo. At the door of Longzaki's office, they knocked for a long time, but nobody answered, and the door was locked. Huh, the door is locked. Where is Coach Ryuzaki? Horyu inquired. Kaito Katsuro suddenly recalled, I remember now, there is a practice match today, and both the starters and the coach are absent. Nolan remarked. So what do we do? Before he could finish, Tsubasa interrupted. That's simple. Just kick the door open with karate and then slip the application form inside. With that, Tsubasa prepared to execute a spinning kick, but Hiroshi intervened. Wait. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it. Watch me. He then used 2 iron rods to pry the door open. Conan observed this and, feeling somewhat dejected, remarked, So that works too. Tsubasa chuckled awkwardly. Hee. Forget it. Let us just leave our things here and go. He placed their belongings on the table and turned to leave. Soon after, they arrived at the tennis court, where Ryoma provocatively stated, Tsubasa, let us begin. I want to see how you lose. You're still Matamatadana. Tsubasa retorted, Impossible, let us start. He tossed the ball into the air, preparing to serve with a topspin when he suddenly remembered something and turned to leave. Ryoma stared at Tsubasa's retreating figure, momentarily stunned, then asked, What's wrong, Tsubasa? Aren't you going to compete? Or have you conceded? Tsubasa glanced back and rolled his eyes at Ryoma, saying, You're overthinking it. It's just that Saishin's uniform is as unappealing as cabbage and quite inconvenient to move in. It's prone to revealing too much. Do you think you can take advantage of that? Ryoma frowned in response. Tsubasa then went to change. At that moment, Arai and 2 second-year students entered, setting up 4 cans on the court. You must be the newcomers. Would you like to participate in a game? This piqued the interest of Horyu, Katsuru, and Katsuo. Arai explained, Stand across from us and knock down one of these 4 cans within 10 balls. The challenge fee is 200 yen. If you knock down 1 can, you earn 10,000 yen. If you knock down all 4, you receive 50,000 yen. Would you like to give it a try? Chapter 11. Joining the Saishin Tennis Club, Katsuru and Katsuo took their turns first, but they failed to hit a single can with all 10 balls. Horyu looked at them and mocked, You guys are terrible. Not even 1 hit out of 10. Let me, with my 2 years of experience, show you how it's done. The duo retorted, Then go ahead and hit 1. It's really difficult. Skeptical, Horyu also took his shot, but he also failed to hit any, managing only to graze the last can, which remained standing. The senior student laughed and extended his hand. Since no one hit anything, what about the challenge fee? The 3 each handed over 200 yen. Another senior interjected, You've misunderstood. There's also 5,000 yen involved. Horyu was astonished. What? Senior, you never mentioned that. The senior replied, It's 500 yen per ball. Katsuru protested, You never mentioned that before. The senior insisted, Didn't I? Hurry up and pay. Don't try to back out. After Arai finished speaking, he turned to Ryoma and the others, inquiring if they wished to give it a try. The 3, with faces marred by sorrow, reluctantly surrendered 5,000 yen. Horyu advised, Ekizan, please don't agree. It's impossible to hit. How can that be? Ryoma retorted before stepping onto the court. After serving and knocking down one of the cans, he remarked, as expected. Meanwhile, Horyu approached Arai from behind, giving him a light tap and stealthily reclaiming the money from Horyu and his companions, saying, Senior, cheating is not commendable. At this remark, Arai broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, How could that be? Oh, how could it not be? Said Tsubasa, stepping forward. He exchanged glances with Conan, Nolan, and Ryoma, and together they tossed the balls at the cans, causing small stones to scatter from all 4. Instantly, the 3 grew furious, demanding, Senior, you cheated. Return our money. What? Arai panicked. At that moment, a tennis ball struck the can closest to Arai, sending it flying past him and his companions, accompanied by the voice, Arai. Are you bullying the newcomers while the seniors are away? The senior replied, It's Tachibana, we should leave. With that, they turned to depart. My money. Horyu lamented. Horyu approached, saying, I just retrieved your money. Here it is. He then handed back the money he had stealthily taken. What? How did you get it? The 3 asked in confusion. Tachibana inquired. So, are you planning to join the tennis club? Tsubasa nodded. Yes, senior. But you are a girl? Can you join? Tachibana questioned. Somewhat skeptical. Nolan teased without revealing too much. Of course, you'll find out tomorrow. Oh, Tachibana said, half convinced, pointing at Ryoma. Newcomer, let's have a match. Eager for a challenge. Ryoma accepted, disregarding Tsubasa's concern. Ryoma, what about our match? Ryoma replied, that's not urgent. There will be other opportunities. Wouldn't it be better to wait until you recover? All right then. The two entered the tennis court, and Tachibana promptly asked, I've heard you excel at hitting topspin serves. Ryoma shrugged, so what? Horio gasped, topspin serve. Shengluan asked in confusion, what is that? Shengxiong inquired, is it impressive? Nolan explained, the topspin serve, also known as the slice topspin serve, is distinct from the common slice serve, which aims to rebound off the corner and veer out of bounds. However, the slice topspin serves directly towards the receiver's body. The two responded, I see. Tachibana confidently stated, to break your rhythm, we must strike quickly before you fully reveal your prowess. Ryoma shot him a glance and walked directly towards the tennis court, asking, which side? Tachibana replied, you serve first. Horio exclaimed, Senior Tachibana, are you relinquishing your serve? Tachibana, brimming with excitement, replied, indeed. I can't wait to see the topspin serve. Xiaoyi, do you mind if I act as the referee? Very well. Let it be decided in one match. Ryoma will serve first. Ryoma initiated with a slice serve. Fault. Tachibana glanced at Ryoma and remarked, no need to hide your slice. Feel free to unleash it. Ryoma shot him a sideways glance and replied, no? Tachibana, humph, such an arrogant fellow. Although Ryoma voiced his refusal, he nonetheless executed an outside spin serve. As Tachibana prepared to retaliate, the ball struck the ground and rebounded, forcefully knocking Tachibana's racket from his grip. Surprised, Tachibana glanced at Ryoma, then turned to retrieve his racket, feigning fear as he muttered, wow, terrifying. You gave me quite a scare. Ryoma unexpectedly chimed in, are you alright? You're already sweating. With that, he allowed a slight smile to curve his lips, clearly showing newfound interest in the match. Tachibana let out a soft huff. Humph, that kid. Tachibana observed Ryoma as he executed another outside spin serve. Contemplating, the speed of the ball exceeds my expectations. It seems I can only counter at the moment it bounces. Just then, the ball soared over the net, heading straight for Tachibana. Yes, a perfect hit. However, the ball was thwarted by the net and failed to land on Ryoma's side. Tachibana sighed in disappointment. Merely timing the hit isn't enough to counter. How amusing. Subsequently, Ryoma employed another outside spin serve, and Tachibana once again struck back at the very moment the ball rebounded. This time, the ball grazed the net but still cleared it. Ryoma, witnessing this, did not react immediately, evidently overconfident, completely unprepared for Tachibana's counter on the third ball. Tachibana smiled and proclaimed, luck, the ball made it over. Ryoma persisted with the outside spin serve, and this time, Tachibana successfully returned it. Ryoma hit the ball back, and Tachibana received it. At that moment, Ryoma's racket tilted slightly upward, his force diminishing considerably, causing the ball to float gently over the net before descending abruptly. Tachibana was clearly caught off guard by Ryoma's unexpected shot. He lunged forward to intercept the dropping ball, his expression one of disbelief. A drop shot intercept? I never imagined you could execute such a play. Yet, he still failed to connect. Tachibana rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, muttering, oh no, I've taken too long. I need to finish this quickly. Ryoma chuckled, I'm just getting started. With that, he switched his racket to his left hand. To be honest, Xiaoyi, watching Ryoma at this moment made me want to punch him. It was simply too. Tachibana, seeing Ryoma's demeanor and the two balls in his hand, resignedly said, stop, stop, stop. I concede, you win this match. Clearly, the spectators were taken aback by Tachibana's words. Ryoma casually caught the ball he had just tossed up, unfazed. I have no objections. He then strolled off the court. Suddenly, Ryoma turned to Taocheng and inquired, Taocheng, is your foot all right? Taocheng was taken aback that Ryoma had noticed and replied, how did you know? Ryoma responded, it's because you always glance at your foot while playing. Taocheng sighed softly, is that so? I never imagined you could actually perform an outside spin serve. How you interjected. All right, it's getting late. Let us head home. See you tomorrow. Xiaoyi turned to Ryoma and said, don't forget, you still owe me a match. While organizing his belongings, Ryoma remarked, of course not. I am eager to witness your dismal expression when you lose to me. Xiaoyi retorted immediately, how absurd. If I were to lose to you before he could finish, Conan, fearing another argument might ensue, swiftly pulled Xiaoyi away. Chapter 12. Joining the Seishin Tennis Club the following day, they arrived at the tennis court and spotted Ryasaki and others. Two girls were introducing themselves. "Hello everyone. I am Yoshida Asuka, Uehara Mika. Pleased to meet you." The crowd responded in unison, "Pleased to meet you," Ryasaki announced. "From now on, they will train with you." The group expressed their confusion. Why? Shouldn't they be training with the girls' team? As they entered the court, Conan answered for Ryasaki. "That is because this competition has added several events." Hallyu continued. "There will be one girls' singles match, one girls' doubles, and two mixed doubles matches. Additionally, the champion team of this national tournament will have the opportunity to represent Japan in the quadrennial World Junior Tennis Championships." What? The crowd was astonished. Xiaoi asked Ryasaki, "Can I partner with Nolan?" Ryasaki looked at them, pondering. Who are they? Why do they seem so familiar? Suddenly, realization struck her. "Is it you two, Xiaoi?" "Yes." Xiaoi nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving confirmation, Ryasaki said, "Very well, but Uehara, you must stay behind." "No need," Xiaoi countered. "Ryasaki-sensei, don't worry about the numbers. More people will arrive in a few days. If I count the days, she will be here soon." Ryasaki expressed skepticism. "Oh, who is it?" Before she could finish, Yoshida interrupted with a complaint. "Why should it be you? Who are you to participate? This is unfair. Your tennis might not even compare to mine." "Oh," not satisfied, Xiaoi provocatively glared at them, clearly growing impatient. Uehara, feeling indignant, declared, "Indeed, I am not satisfied. I, Uehara Mika, challenge you. And I, Yoshida Asuka, also challenge you. Surely, you will accept?" Nolan replied, "That is only natural, but what shall we compete in?" After some contemplation, they suggested, "How about mixed doubles? After all, this competition includes two mixed doubles matches, and we can select one person from within the club." They agreed. "All right, then Hallyu, Conan, lend us a hand, okay?" This decision left both of them somewhat astonished, for they were unfamiliar with Hallyu and Conan, believing them to be mere first-year students whose prowess in tennis could not possibly be deemed exceptional. "Are you certain? You are choosing these two freshmen and not reconsidering? Why not select us? We are also members of the tennis club and fulfill your criteria," they remarked. Hallyu and Conan, displaying a hint of impatience, responded, "Who are you? Hurry up." Uehara and Yoshida replied, "Of course, but be wary of suffering a humiliating defeat. Can Senior Tezuka or Senior Fuji lend us a hand?" Tezuka replied coolly, clearly averse to the idea. Fuji, with a cheerful grin, said, "Certainly. This seems rather entertaining." Ryazaki concurred, "All right, let us have a match. It has been a while since we last met. I wish to see how your tennis has progressed." "Yes," came the response. Conan turned to Fuji and said, "Fuji-senpai, it has been ages since we last competed. Shall we have a match now?" They had previously returned to Japan and fortuitously encountered Fuji and Tezuka, engaging in a game together. Fuji squinted his eyes and replied, "Sure, that sounds delightful. Then let us compete against Senior Tezuka," Hallyu said as he approached Tezuka, softly inquiring, "Is your hand all right?" "No problem," came the response. Xiao-E and the others changed into sports attire, took their rackets, and entered the court, asking, "Which?" Uehara and Yoshida replied, "Smooth." Xiao-E and Nolan stated, "Then I shall choose rough." With that, they began to twirl their rackets. Uehara and Yoshida, seeing the result, declared, "It's our turn first," and proceeded to serve. Uehara's serve, though not swift, possessed considerable power, yet for Xiao-E, returning it was a mere trifle. As she increased the spin on her return directed at Uehara, the latter failed to catch it. Tezuka dashed over to strike it back, but after a few exchanges, lost the point due to Uehara's error. Similarly, Nolan and Conan quickly secured their point. Before long, through the exquisite coordination between Xiao-E and Hallyu, as well as Conan and Nolan, they clinched the first game. Now it was Xiao-Yi's turn to serve. She and Nolan simultaneously executed a topspin serve, which Tezuka and Fuji returned. The rally continued back and forth until Yoshida delivered a high ball. Nolan leaped off Conan's back to execute a smash, but Fuji countered with a bear claw return. Though it was somewhat demanding, Conan retaliated with a counter that astonished everyone present. In their eyes, no one could return Fuji's bear claw, not even Tezuka. Subsequently, Xiaoi also broke through Tezuka's territory, while Hallyu countered the zero shiki slice. One by one, Tezuka and Fuji's formidable moves were neutralized, leaving the two girls in a state of shock, immobile as if mere decorations. Thus, they emerged victorious. Instantly, a chorus of incredulous voices surrounded them. Goodness, who are these people? Who on earth are they? To their astonishment, they had triumphed over Minister Tezuka and the prodigious Fuji. Is this even humanly possible? Upon hearing such remarks, the four were rendered speechless. What kind of statement is that? Why does winning against them equate to losing one's humanity? This is absurd. It must be due to Uehara and Yoshida holding them back, for surely in a one-on-one match, Minister Tezuka and Senior Fuji would prevail. A certain individual, seemingly in awe of the two, remarked, yet in reality, even in singles, they might not secure victory, much to their dismay. However, Uehara and Yoshida, incensed by such insinuations, retorted, "Hey, what gives you the right to say that? We are not deadweight." The individual continued, "What nonsense. It is undoubtedly your tennis skills that hindered them, otherwise, how could they have lost?" Before he could finish, Ryazaki interjected, "Enough of this bickering. I believe you all have witnessed their capabilities. Henceforth, they will join the boys' tennis team and participate in the upcoming matches. Please introduce yourselves." In unison, they proclaimed, "Hello, I am Kuroba Tsubasa, Edagawa Conan, Edagawa Nolan, Edagawa Haoyu. Pleased to meet you." The crowd responded, "Pleased to meet you." Just as Tsubasa was about to fetch a cup of water, Eiji suddenly clung to her. Reflexively, Tsubasa threw him to the ground. Eiji complained, "What was that for?" Tsubasa, with a look of regret, replied, "I'm sorry, it was a reflex." Eiji, visibly incredulous, could hardly believe that a girl's reflex was a shoulder throw. He then timidly asked, "Tsubasa, your doubles were exceptional. Could you teach us?" "Sure," Tsubasa replied, feeling guilty about the earlier incident. Ryazaki concluded, "Then it's settled. The rankings will take place next Monday. Everyone, train diligently. This competition is different and far more significant. The ladies singles, ladies doubles, and 2 mixed doubles matches are entrusted to you, so do not let us down." Fuji inquired, "Doesn't that require 5 girls?" Tsubasa explained, 3 will suffice. Girls who have participated in mixed doubles may repeat, but boys cannot. Understanding dawned on the group, though the perennial Ice Queen and the Smiling Tiger remained unmoved. Ryazaki declared, "All right, that will be all for today. Dismissed." They then dispersed. Chapter 13. Amy and AI arrive afterward. They trained in the tennis club. Soon, Saturday arrived, and they visited the bank where Amy worked to pay her a visit. Tsubasa approached Amy and softly inquired, "How have you been lately?" Amy replied, "I'm doing well. But it seems Shihoko has been under strict supervision by the organization. She has been engrossed in researching APTX 4869, and I haven't seen her for quite some time. However, the boss has promised me that if we successfully assist in robbing 1 billion yen this time, we can extricate ourselves from the organization." What? Conan could hardly believe it. This was simply impossible. Haoyu continued, "The organization will not easily let you go." Nolan nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Especially Shirho, her talents are rare in this world. The organization would undoubtedly not relinquish her." He then inquired, "By the way, when is the heist taking place? Do you need our assistance?" "Indeed. The organization may not spare us, but it is worth a try," Ming-mei responded. "In fact, the time is set for today at noon, and we do not require your help. However, if this mission fails or for any other reason the organization decides to eliminate me, please ensure you take good care of Shirho. I implore you." Xiao Yi, somewhat indignantly, interjected, "How can that be? No harm must come to you. Rest assured, we will safeguard you." He added, "If the organization truly intends to kill you, we can simply substitute a decoy in your place, making them believe you are dead, thus ensuring your safety. Afterward, we can disguise you and take you to Brother Xiaoyi. Then, we can rescue Shirho." Ming-mei expressed her skepticism. "Is that truly feasible?" "Of course," came the reply. Looking at her watch, Ming-mei remarked, "Time is nearly upon us. I must take my leave. Until we meet again." "Understood." With that, Ming-mei departed. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, followed by the frantic entrance of a man gasping for breath, exclaiming, "No, no, this is terrible. There's a robbery. They stole 1 billion yen. The bank manager, sipping water, was startled and sputtered, "What? Where are they? Quick, call the police." The man replied, "The robbers fled from the parking lot. I'll go report it." Before long, the police arrived, with Officer Mumu asking, "What has transpired?" The bank manager explained, "Someone has stolen 1 billion yen just transported from headquarters. According to the parking lot surveillance footage, they fled eastward. The license plate is Mihua 551247. Officer Mumu instructed, "All right. Takagi, swiftly pursue that vehicle." "Yes, sir." Shortly thereafter, Takagi called to report, "We have discovered a suspected vehicle by the banks of the Defen River." Officer Mumu responded, "Is that so? Let us investigate." Concerned that Ming-mei might leave behind traces of the crime, Xiaoyi interjected, "Officer Mumu, may we accompany you?" Unfamiliar with them, Officer Mumu asked, "Who are you?" They introduced themselves. "Heiyu E, Edagawa Conan, Edagawa Kuran, Edagawa Haoyu, are here at the behest of Sister Yui to assist you." "Yui?" Officer Mumu paused, a hint of irritation surfacing. "Where has she gone?" She simply leaves once the task is completed, neglecting the case. Xiaoyi thought to himself, do you believe I wish for this? Had they not been transformed as they are now, things would not be as they are. Alas, he sighed, we cannot blame them. A significant event occurred, prompting their departure abroad, yet they entrusted us to assist. Is that so? Officer Mumu replied, somewhat skeptical. Conan presented a letter he had previously composed to Officer Magyar, stating, indeed, my brother Shinichi was concerned that you would doubt him, prompting him to write this letter. In truth, it was the result of the three others' reluctance to write, which compelled him to take up the task. After reading it, Officer Magyar remarked, this is Kudo's handwriting. So, you all are together? Perhaps as mentor and mentee? To which they responded affirmatively. Consequently, they proceeded to the banks of the river, where Conan and Nolan inspected the interior of a vehicle while Xiaoyi and Haoyu conducted an examination outside. Conan whispered in frustration, how careless. To leave a lipstick mark on the mask. He sighed, there is nothing to be done now but to erase all traces. It seemed Officer Magyar had also noticed something amiss. He approached and inquired, have you discovered anything? Startled by his question, the four exchanged glances. Though Officer Magyar remained unaware of their alarm, Haoyu quickly replied, yes, take a look, as he handed the mask they had just found to Officer Magyar. After examining it, Officer Magyar observed, is this a mask? Oh, a lipstick mark? This implies one among them is female. To which they concurred. Officer Magyar instructed Takagi, take this to the forensic department. Haoyu asked quietly, what now? Xiaoyi sighed, what else can we do? We should go find Sister Mimi. Nolan added, Officer Magyar, we shall conclude our investigation for today. We have matters to attend to and will inform you of any developments. Thus, they departed for Sister Mimi's residence. Outside her door, Xiaoyi queried, I wonder if Sister Mimi has returned? Haoyu replied, why not just knock? As he raised his hand to do so, Sister Mimi appeared, asking, what brings you here? Nolan exhaled in exasperation, it's because you left a lipstick mark on the mask. Sister Mimi pondered briefly, unable to recall, and said, is that so? Conan, exasperated, remarked, you don't even know? Sister Mimi nodded, it seems so. Xiaoyi interjected, Sister Mimi, when will you give them the money? Mimi responded, I've placed the funds in the safe at the Cupido Grand Hotel. This is the genuine key. When the time comes, you can retrieve the money for the police. As she spoke, she handed the key to Xiaoyi. Nolan expressed confusion regarding her actions. But what about you, Sister Mimi? She replied, I will use a fake key to meet with the black organization. However, I fear I may not return. Both Conan and Haoyu protested, absolutely not. You cannot go. Xiaoyi, with a slight smile, suggested, Sister Mimi, you need not go. Haoyu, assist Sister Mimi with a disguise. The others were bewildered by Xiaoyi's assertion, standing there in confusion. Yet Haoyu made no inquiries and proceeded directly to Sister Mimi to assist her with the transformation. His behavior inevitably aroused suspicion in Xiaoyi. She chose not to continue speaking, pondering the reasons behind it. Even her closest brother appeared perplexed, while someone who had only been with her for a mere decade placed such unwavering trust in her. As she gazed at his figure, transformed to resemble Mingmei, Xiaoyi found herself lost in thought. Chapter 14. Mingmei and AI arrive. Xiaoyi explained, I will conjure a version of Sister Mingmei to meet the black organization. Meanwhile, you will escort the disguised Mingmei to Brother Chiaki. Mingmei could hardly believe Xiaoyi's words, as the concept of magic felt utterly implausible. With wide eyes, she stared at Xiaoyi and asked, is that really feasible? Xiaoyi smiled gently, of course. However, Sister Mingmei, you must keep what you see next a secret. With that, she produced the star necklace and mirror she wore around her neck, proclaiming, O key that conceals the power of the stars, reveal your true strength before me. I, Xiaoyi, command you, break the seal. Mirror, I beseech you to replicate a Miyano Mingmei to aid me. Upon speaking, the star necklace in Xiaoyi's hand expanded significantly, transforming into an ice-blue magic wand. At its apex rested a semicircle, within which lay a blue-purple star. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted, and beneath Xiaoyi's feet, a magic circle emerged. Its design mirroring that of the wand, an obvious half of a magical instrument. Xiaoyi pricked her finger alongside Mingmei's, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the mirror. A blinding light erupted before everyone, causing all to shut their eyes, save for Haoyu, whose deep blue gaze remained fixed on the wand, captivated. He felt there was another half to it. As he became entranced, a red glow ignited upon Haoyu's chest, enveloping him in a delicate crimson film, unnoticed by anyone, including Xiaoyi. Had she seen it, tears of joy would surely have streamed down her face. In that moment, the mirror transformed into the likeness of Sister Mingmei. Xiaoyi tucked away the star necklace and stated, all right, this will suffice. Brother, Sister Ran, You will take Sister Mingmei to Brother Chiaki, while I go with the mirror to meet the Black Organization. The three agreed, yet Hao Yu expressed his reservations, saying, Xiaoyi, I will accompany you. I am not at ease. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with surprise as she thought, why does he want to join me? He knows the dangers they pose. Moreover, why does he resemble Yi so much at this moment? Could he possibly be Yi? If not, then where is he? I miss you dearly. With these thoughts, Xiaoyi glanced skyward, letting out a soft sigh. Are you truly him? Had I known it would come to this, I should never have heeded Father's wishes, allowing him to take my divine perception, leaving me unable to discern others' identities. Although Xiaoyi spoke softly, Hao Yu still heard her, prompting him to inquire, what? Xiaoyi, fearing that he might uncover something, quickly replied, it's nothing, just contemplating whether you would agree to accompany me. Is that so? Clearly, Hao Yu remained somewhat skeptical. Meanwhile, Nolan, sensing the awkward atmosphere, intervened, saying, what are you two discussing? Hurry up, time is of the essence, we must set forth. Hao Yu gazed at Xiaoyi and nodded. Xiaoyi promptly averted his gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. Conan then stated, very well, we shall proceed separately. With that, they set off. Conan and Nolan escorted Mingmei to the FBI branch in Japan. At the entrance of the FBI, Conan and Nolan presented their agent credentials, inquiring, might you guide us to a.k.a. Shuichi? The guard, upon examining their identification, responded, certainly, Mr. Shinba, Miss Ran. He then led Conan and the others to a.k.a. Shuichi. Upon seeing Conan and Nolan, Shuichi was taken aback, questioning, what brings you here? Conan replied, we've come to deliver a beauty. As he spoke, he nudged the disguised Mingmei forward. Huh. At this remark, Shuichi's expression darkened. Why would you do this? Observing his displeasure, Nolan couldn't resist teasing. Just trying to find you a girlfriend. Shuichi, slightly irritated, retorted, you must be joking. You know I have feelings for Mingmei. Conan chimed in, echoing Nolan's sentiment. But she belongs to the organization. A future with her seems implausible. It would be better to move on. He then pushed Mingmei towards Shuichi. The sudden shove nearly toppled Shuichi, who quickly regained his footing and pushed her away, exclaiming, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Nothing at all, Nolan said innocently. Merely allowing you to meet your heart's desire. If you do not wish to see her, then I shall take her away. With that, he reached out to pull Mingmei away. Upon hearing this, Shuichi pondered for a moment before swiftly pulling Mingmei back into his embrace, exploring her neck with his hand and murmuring, indeed. Simultaneously, he tore off the disguise from Mingmei's face, staring at her in disbelief. Ming, how did you end up here? Conan jested. What, do you not want her here? Then we shall take her away. He started to approach Mingmei. Shuichi positioned himself protectively in front of her, stating anxiously, absolutely not. Since you've brought her here, how could you possibly take her away again? Nolan chuckled. Rest assured, it was merely a jest. Shuichi sighed in relief, honestly. But Ming, how did you manage to escape? Mingmei explained. It was Xiaoyi's idea. She devised a plan for me to feign death to evade the organization. After which, she would rescue Shizuka. Shuichi replied, I see. I truly must thank them. Nolan added, Shuichi, you know what to do next, right? We shall take our leave. Mingmei is now in your hands. Oh, and if you wish to indulge in some romantic display, kindly wait until we have departed. Huh. The two individuals exchanged glances. Realizing that they had been embracing since that moment, they immediately separated, no longer entwined, and said, very well, farewell. In the warehouse, Jin commanded, Miyano, hand over the money. Makimi replied, that is impossible. I have already hidden the money in another location, and I will not give you the key. As she spoke, she drew a pistol from her bag. Jin also brandished his firearm, taunting, what is the matter? Shall we compare the speed and accuracy of our guns? I have no qualms about taking the key from you after you're dead. Makimi retorted, humph, even in death, I will not yield it to you. Is that so? Jin responded, and in an instant, the sound of gunfire echoed. Both fired their weapons. Ah! Makimi collapsed, blood gushing from her abdomen. Jin approached her, searched her body, retrieved the key, and departed. Outside the warehouse, Xiaowei established a mental connection among herself, Hao Yu, and Jin. Hao Yu asked, Jin, where is Shiho? Is she alright? Jin replied, currently. She is fine, but regarding that he glanced at the motionless Makimi on the ground. Xiaowei reassured him, do not worry, she will be fine. However, I believe it is time to rescue Shiho. Jin agreed, I think so as well, but how shall we proceed? Hao Yu suggested, I believe Shiho will react soon. If possible, we should confine her somewhere and then rescue her. Jin responded, alright, I will place her in the gas chamber, but I will administer the antidote first. Xiaowei affirmed, good. Then inform me when it is done, and I will come. Jin nodded, I will take my leave now, Be cautious. They replied, Indeed, farewell. After Jin departed, Xiaowei entered the warehouse, calling, Mirror, return. Suddenly, Makimi vanished, and a card flew into Xiaowei's hand. They then exited. However, the preceding scene had been witnessed by someone. Days later, Jin relayed a message, prompting Xiaowei to rescue Shiho. Upon reaching the gas chamber, Xiaowei found no sign of Shiho, but instead saw a 7-year-old girl attempting to crawl toward a garbage chute, seemingly trying to escape. Xiaowei quickly helped her up. As she gazed upon the girl's face, a sense of familiarity washed over her, and she thought, could this be Shiho? She resembles a younger version of her. Regardless, I shall take her home. At home, Conan observed Xiaowei bringing a little girl with her and inquired, Xiaowei, where is Shiho? Who is she? Xiaowei explained, I suspect that Shiho has ingested aptX 4869, and this girl must be her in her diminished form. Oh, soon. The girl awakened and, upon seeing them, asked, Who are you? How you spoke in a somber tone. Sherry, you are attempting to escape the organization. The girl trembled slightly, responding coldly, Who are you? Nolan. Not intending to deceive her, reassured, Do not fret. It is us. Ran, Shinichi, Yueying, and Kaito. Shiho replied, So it is you all. By the way, have you heard any news about my sister? How you replied, She has already been rescued by us. A faint smile appeared on Zhihui's face, reminiscent of millennia-old ice. As she expressed her gratitude, That's wonderful. Thank you all. But shouldn't you provide me with the same treatment? Why must I revert to my original form? What will happen to me afterward? Xiaowei responded, Lon and I have developed the antidote for aptX 4869, but it can only restore you to this state. Zhihui, from now on, you shall be like us. Let us call you AI Hybra, shall we? AI agreed. All right, but how did you ascertain the composition of aptX 4869? How you explained? Jin provided us with a sample of aptX 4869. AI seemed incredulous. Is that true? Could I possibly have the antidote? But, has Jin betrayed us as well? Conan shook his head. No, he has always been one of us. His joining was merely a mission. We can take you to the laboratory shortly to retrieve the antidote. All right, AI responded. At that moment, Nolan appeared to recall something and asked, AI, you play tennis, don't you? AI nodded. Of course, I can play singles, doubles, and mixed doubles. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei was elated. That's splendid. You can take charge of the competitions. AI, slightly puzzled, replied, Oh, understood. How you interjected. Let us conclude matters for now. It's getting late, and we should rest. Thus, after Xiaowei resolved AI's situation, they went to their respective quarters. Chapter 15. AI joins the tennis club the following day, at the entrance of Seishin Academy, as Xiaowei and the others walked into the school. A group of infatuated admirers turned their gaze toward the striking beauty, AI. A few excitedly exclaimed, Wow, a beauty. AI felt a bit embarrassed in response to the attention. There are so many admirers at this school. Nolan calmly placed a hand on AI's shoulder, saying, Stay composed, AI. There aren't many admirers. But the infatuated ones are rather numerous and somewhat intimidating. AI inquired, Is that so? How you nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you must believe that the power of infatuation is boundless. AI, half convinced, replied, Oh. At that moment, the preparatory bell rang from the school building. Conan remarked, Let us go. Class is about to begin. Xiaowei turned to AI, AI. You are in the same class as us. I'll take you to meet the teacher. Come along. All right, AI replied. In the classroom as the school bell rang, the teacher entered alongside AI, announcing, Students, today we welcome a new student to our class. AI Hybra, please introduce yourself. AI coldly stated, I am AI Hybra. Teacher, where shall I sit? Upon seeing AI, the admirers in the classroom exclaimed, Wow, she is a stunning ice queen. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of whispers. The teacher, taken aback by AI's demeanor, had never encountered a student quite like her. After a brief pause, he instructed, Silence. You may sit beside Yuqian in the front. Yuqian, please raise your hand. After a moment of silence with no hands raised, AI inquired again, Teacher, who is Yuqian? Suddenly, the teacher turned to Ryoma, who was sprawled on the desk in slumber, and angrily shouted, Ekizan Ryoma, step outside and stand in punishment. Awakened by the outburst, Ryoma opened his drowsy feline eyes and murmured, What is the matter? Noticing his dazed state, Tsubasa quietly reminded him from behind, Ryoma, the teacher called for you to stand outside. Ryoma replied, Oh, and disregarding everyone else, he sauntered out. AI then took a seat beside him. The teacher declared, All right, let us commence the lesson. At noon, Tsubasa said, AI, why not join us for lunch? AI inquired, Oh, but where to? Hiroshi responded, To the rooftop. Puzzled, AI asked, Is the cafeteria on the rooftop? Nolan chuckled lightly. How could that be? The cafeteria isn't tea on the rooftop, and besides, the school's cafeteria doesn't serve much that is appetizing. We all brought our own bento to eat. We're going to the rooftop to introduce you to a few people. Hearing this, AI appeared somewhat disheartened and remarked, "What should I do then? I didn't bring anything to eat." Conan reassured her, "Don't worry. Tsubasa anticipated this and prepared something for you." AI, feeling a bit pleased, responded, "Really? Thank you, Tsubasa." Tsubasa handed her the lunchbox, saying, "No need for thanks. We're friends. Let us go." "All right," AI replied, and thus they headed to the rooftop. Upon entering, they found Eiji clinging to Ryoma, seemingly vying for food, while Oishi stood nearby, trying to persuade Eiji. This scene elicited a rare, faint smile from AI. "Tsubasa, who are they? They look like they're having fun." Tsubasa chuckled at her words. "Fun? Haha, they are from the tennis club." Spotting them, Eiji leaped in front of them, pointing at AI and asking, "Tsubasa, who is she? She is so cute." Nolan, glancing at AI with a puzzled expression, remarked, "Eiji, what makes you think she is cute?" Eiji, scratching his head as he gazed at AI, wondered aloud, "Really? Why not? Just look at her." Before he could finish, Ryoma muttered, gazing at AI, "This person seems oddly familiar. I feel like I've seen her before." Mochizuki, observing from the side, expressed some irritation. "Hey, Ekizan, how can you not tell me about such a cute girl you know? That is not very brotherly of you." Eiji echoed, "Yeah? That is not cool at all, humph." Hiroshi, listening to their conversation, incredulously said to Ryoma, "Good grief. Ryoma, your memory is astonishing. She is your new deskmate." Ryoma pondered for a moment and replied, I think someone did transfer today. What was her name? AI? No, it's Hybra AI. That is right, Hybra AI." Upon hearing this, Eiji reproached Ryoma with a pout. "How could you not tell me about such a delightful deskmate?" Ryoma, feeling helpless, replied, "I only just found out myself." In the Peach City, a hint of defiance emanated from Momoshiro, humph. Nearby, Tezuka, exuding an icy presence, coldly interjected, "Ekizan, Momoshiro, and Kikoru. You will run 20 laps before dinner and training this afternoon." The trio, upon hearing this, voiced their discontent. "What?" Tezuka added sternly, 30, before Ryoma could voice his protest. He was restrained by Eiji and Momoshiro, who whispered, "Little one, Ekizan, best not to say anything further, or the laps will multiply." "Oh," remarked Fuji, "who is this, Kawaii?" Kawaii replied, "The final member of the tennis club, AI Hybra." Fuji squinted, "So, she is the one. It seems intriguing events are about to unfold." Hybra introduced herself. "I am AI Hybra, class 1 to 2. Pleased to meet you." Fuji responded, "I am Fuji Shusuke, class 3 to 6. Pleased to meet you." Oishi introduced himself. "I am Oishi Shuichiro, class 3 to 2. I look forward to your guidance." Tezuka stated, "I am Tezuka Kunamitsu, class 3 to 1. I appreciate your support." Eiji chimed in, "Kikomuro Eiji, class 3 to 6. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Kawamura added, "I am Kawamura Takashi, class 3 to 4. I hope for your guidance." Kane declared, "I am Kane Tadaji, class 3 to 11. I look forward to working with you." Kaito introduced himself, "Kaito Keru, class 2 to 7. It's a pleasure." Momoshiro concluded, "Momoshiro Takashi, class 2 to 8. I look forward to your guidance." Having learned from the experiences of the three, the others fell silent and completed their lunch in quietude. Ding, ding, ding. The end of the lunch break was signaled by the bell. Kawaii, tidying up her lunchbox, exclaimed, "We have class. See you at the tennis court after school." Later, at the tennis court post-school, they entered, and Tezuka commanded, "Everyone, gather." As they approached, Tezuka announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, meet the final female member of the tennis club." A few individuals, looking down upon Hybra, derisively laughed. "Her? Can she even play?" Hybra retorted disdainfully, "Umph, you think you can defeat me? Not even close. Even if I haven't played in a while, with your skill level, please." Infuriated, the others exclaimed, "What? A challenge? Let us see who wins." "Don't cry when you lose, haha." "Very well, let us compete," Hybra proclaimed as she approached Ryoma, saying, "May I borrow your racket?" "Huh." Ryoma, caught off guard, found Hybra seizing the racket and heading to the court, provocatively declaring, "Who dares to challenge me?" Several challengers stepped up, only to be decisively defeated by Hybra. With a cold smirk, she remarked, "Humph, hardly impressive." Kawaii chuckled, "They really are lacking. Hybra, we should have a match sometime. It's been ages since we played." Tezuka then stated, "Now, does anyone have objections?" The others replied in unison, "No." Tezuka continued, "For those who lost and refused to acknowledge it, run 20 laps around the tennis court." "What? 30, he added. Hybra quietly inquired, "Is this person particularly fond of punishment runs?" Kawamura chuckled, "It seems so." Conan reminisced about the past and remarked, "Indeed, since our arrival here, I have witnessed him penalizing numerous individuals repeatedly." AI then inquired, "Is that so? It seems we must be cautious from now on. I certainly do not wish to run laps. By the way, is this training exhausting?" Xiaowei pondered for a moment and replied, "It is manageable for us four, who have trained since childhood. However, it must be taxing for others." AI responded, "Is that so?" Nolan added, "Yes, after every training session, we are utterly fatigued. Oh, by the way, I heard that during this selection competition for the main team, Senior Chien lost to Ryoma and has since been researching a beverage. According to Hori, the three of them saw Senior Chien experimenting with some insects in the drink." Upon hearing this, AI broke into a cold sweat and wryly said, "Goodness, really? It seems we must be careful during training from now on." Xiaowei concurred, "Yes, but it should be fine." AI turned to Xiaowei and asked, "Wings, I haven't practiced my stamina in such a long time. I have no idea how much I have deteriorated. Could you possibly train with me?" Xiaowei smiled and replied, "Of course. We should train together. We have been playing around too much without practicing. Let's do it together from now on." AI agreed, "All right." Tezuka then announced, "All right, let us commence training." "Yes," they responded. After Coach Longzaki entered with Chien, he stated, "From today onwards, Chien will be responsible for managing your training. Does anyone have any objections?" "None," came the reply. AI quietly asked, "Does he possess the capability?" "He couldn't even defeat Ekizan." "How you explained, he does. His tennis skills may not be the finest, yet his analytical and computational abilities are quite remarkable." AI still held some skepticism. "Is that so?" Conan interjected, "All right, let's discuss the rest at home. Let us train first to avoid penalties." Agreed. Chapter 16, Cohabitation and Chien's Beverage. After training, Ryoma returned home but found no one around. Suddenly, Carabin approached with a cat teaser in its mouth. Ryoma took it and played with Carabin for a while, when suddenly a sound shattered the silence. Resigned, Ryoma made his way to the kitchen in search of something to eat. However, he found nothing edible, only a note on the table, written by Ekizan Nanjiro, "Youngster, we are heading back to America. During this time, you will stay at my friend's house. The address is 2 to 25 Mihanacho." After reading the note, Ryoma was left speechless. What? Just like that, they leave? How can this be? By the way, whose house is 2 to 25 Mihanacho? Never mind. Off I go. That old man Humph. As Ryoma walked towards 2 to 25 Mihanacho, he observed the surroundings and murmured, "Does this place even belong to that old man as friend?" He then knocked on the door. Xiaowei, who was preparing dinner with Nolan, heard the knock and said, "AI, could you please answer the door?" AI replied, "Sure." She got up to open the door and, upon seeing Ryoma, asked, "What brings you here?" Ryoma, equally perplexed, confirmed, "Is this 2 to 25 Mihanacho?" AI answered blankly, "Yes, is there something you need?" "Well, that's good," he said. As he spoke, he took his luggage and walked into the room. This behavior left AI quite perplexed, prompting her to extend her hand to stop Ryoma and ask, "Hey, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Ryoma, how you remarked, "You're here." AI, pointing at Ryoma, inquired, "Oh, did you all know he was coming?" Conan explained, "Yes. Uncle Nanjiru called to inform us." Nolan added, "It seems Uncle Nanjiru went alone and was a bit uneasy, so he asked us to look after him." "Oh," AI exclaimed, finally spotting Carabin cradled in Ryoma's arms. She snatched the cat away, holding it close and exclaiming, "What an adorable cat. What is its name?" Xiaoying, bringing out dinner, replied, "Its name is Carabin." AI, "Brother, Ran, dinner is ready. Ryoma, you should join us too. You'll be staying here. The room is on the second floor. Just up the stairs, it's the second one on the side." Ryoma responded with a simple, "Oh." After a few seconds, AI realized, "Wait. Isn't that right next to my room?" Xiaoying nodded, "Yes, if there are any issues, just ask AI." "Oh, why me?" AI questioned, but how you disregarded her, saying, "All right. Enough talk, let's eat. I'm so hungry." After finishing their meal, they chatted for a while before retiring for the night. On Saturday, at the Youth Academy's tennis court, "In order to win the national competition, we must train our footwork," Chien stated while unpacking items from the boxes he had just moved. "This is a power ankle. Adding a training load of 250 g, including the socks, the total weight will be 1 kilogram. After putting on the power ankle, Tachibana shook his foot and said, "It doesn't seem that heavy." Chien replied, "Indeed, but that may change later. Additionally, there are red, blue, and yellow markers, along with red, blue, and yellow balls." Aichi, holding a racket and wearing the power ankle, walked toward the court, saying, "Chien, I understand. Let's go." Chien responded, "All right, but no mistakes. Aichi, it's starting." With that, he served the ball, and Aichi initially managed to hit the ball accurately to the designated markers, while Ryoma also began his practice. Xiaoying murmured. As expected of the starting players, they can nearly judge the color of the ball while serving, and their accuracy is impressive. AI analyzed, that's true. But I believe they must be feeling the 1 kilogram load on their legs by now. Aichi sighed, it really feels heavier. At the same time, Qian served another ball. And Aichi exclaimed, it's red. Qian playfully teased Aichi, saying, isn't that blue? Aichi, believing Qian's words, hit the ball towards the blue marker, but upon stopping, a wave of complaints erupted. What the heck? This is clearly red. Qian, you deceived me. Qian retorted confidently, if it's not because you weren't focused enough. Your judgment wouldn't be impaired. That's what leads to such complaints. Furthermore, I forgot to mention, anyone who makes a mistake must drink my special vegetable juice. While speaking, he produced the vegetable juice. Aichi looked at the juice, questioning, what's in it? With a smile, Qian reassured, rest assured, it is merely food. No need for concern. Heir gazed at his ambiguous expression, feeling a twinge of apprehension as he cautiously accepted the drink and gulped it down, exclaiming, ah, what is this? Upon finishing, he dashed towards the faucet. Long Ma, observing the scene, was oblivious to the ball soaring towards him, thus failing to catch it. Qian, holding the vegetable juice, grinned mischievously, you Qian, he. Long Ma, after taking a sip, did not react as dramatically as Heir. The others looked at him with skepticism. Inquiring, Long Ma, how does it taste? Long Ma replied with composure, it's quite palatable, far better than the dishes made by Sister E when she first learned to cook. I wonder where she is now. I do miss her cooking, for her culinary skills have undoubtedly improved. AI, upon hearing this, murmured, so, Yi's cooking used to be quite unpalatable? Xiao Yi chuckled softly. Ah, let us not dwell on those past memories. Conan, Nolan, and how you chimed in unison. Looks like we need not fear this vegetable juice. What do you mean by that? Xiao Yi replied, slightly embarrassed. The four responded calmly, it's fine. We can always eat out. Xiao Yi fell silent. Subsequently, everyone took a chance to try the juice, but apart from the 5 of them and Tezuka, everyone else faltered, collapsing after tasting it, with the exception of Fujisaki. In reality, Fujisaki, after a brief while, deliberately missed a shot. Heir, watching from the side, shouted, Fujisaki, you did that on purpose. With a broad smile, Fujisaki admitted, indeed, I wanted to ensure I at least had a taste of it once. After drinking the vegetable juice, he smiled, declaring, the flavor is quite delightful, I must recommend it. He raised his empty cup towards the others. Qian, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Heir, having just sat up, fell back down, incredulous. Don't lie, how is that possible? The trio beside him exclaimed, wow. Fujisaki-senpai, who knew you possessed such terrifying prowess? Fujisaki, in response, narrowed his eyes with a smile, causing the 3 to shudder involuntarily. Afterward, Qian reflected, I never anticipated that everyone would surpass my expectations. Albeit with certain shortcomings. Kawamura, you have a tendency to grip the bat too loosely when hitting. You must strengthen your forearm muscles. Daisher and Haidang, you both need to work harder on your forward and backward movements, while Kikumaru and Fujisaki need to practice lateral sprints, thus enhancing your quadriceps and calves. In Chapter 17, Cohabitation and Invitations, AI contemplated, I never expected this person's observational and analytical skills to be so remarkable. No wonder he holds him in high regard. However, for those who could hardly comprehend, it was merely, where are those muscles? Qian did not respond to them, continuing, Momo, if you exert 70% of your strength while hitting, your accuracy will improve. Additionally, Tezuka, who has made no mistakes, lacks sufficient flexibility and has a rather rigid expression. And the 5 newcomers, aside from Hybra, could you please take this seriously? The group laughed heartily upon hearing this. The 4 of them collectively remarked, surely not. The training is not as challenging as before, it's rather simple, thus it's unnecessary. The group was taken aback. How could this possibly be simple? Subsequently, Qian took 2 bottles of milk and said to Yuqian, bring 2 bottles tomorrow. Yuqian glanced at the milk and immediately diverted his gaze. His face contorted in distaste as he retorted, no way. Besides, no matter how much I drink, I won't grow taller instantly. The others unanimously disagreed, stating, that's not acceptable. Tezuka coldly asserted, you must drink it. Anything suggested by Qian is undoubtedly correct. Xiaoying then added, alas, you shall be responsible for supervising Longma, 2 bottles a day. A.a., perplexed, inquired why? How you responded, because you are closest to Longma. Momochi, who was nearby, surveyed the surroundings and remarked, aren't I the closest? Nolan chuckled and clarified. Proximity isn't merely physical, what Xiaoying means is in the classroom and at home. Still confused, Momochi asked, "What do you mean?" Kaito interjected, "Sigh, you fool." Enraged, Momochi shouted, "You venomous snake, what do you mean by that?" Kaito replied, "Literally." Momochi advanced towards Kaito, challenging, "Do you want to fight?" Kaito retorted, "Then come at me," as he clenched his fist and slightly raised it, seemingly ready to strike Momochi. Daisher interjected, "Don't fight. Be careful not to get punished. Moreover, fighting is wrong." Fuji feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, so Yuchien and a.k.a. are living together. What?" The group gasped in unison. Instantly, Momochi ceased his quarrel with Kaito, wrapping an arm around Longma's neck, and exclaimed, "How could you, Yuchien, live with such a beautiful girl?" Eiji also reacted, chiming in, "Well, you little rascal. How unethical of you to live with such a cutie." Xiaoying burst into laughter. "Ha! How did you come up with that title, Eiji?" Eiji scratched his head, explaining, "Because the cutie is quite adorable, and her name has the character for love in it. She has the same height as the little rascal, so I called her that." Conan laughed as well, stating, "Where is she cute? She's as cold as ice, much like Tezuka. Also, the AI in her name signifies sorrow, not affection." A.k.a. coldly interjected, "You are not to call me that again, and stop laughing." With a sweeping glance at them, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted. Yet Eiji remained oblivious, playfully insisting, "But why not? Let's call her Cutie." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Daisher, who was still reeling from the revelation of their cohabitation. "Yuchien, Hibara, how can you live together? Do your parents know? Even if they do, at such a young age, how can you?" The narrative continues to unravel. Lama complained, "Daisher, could you please refrain from being so verbose? You sound like a caretaker. And what do you mean by living together? My old man is merely abroad, and I'm just staying there temporarily." Fuji narrowed his eyes, questioning, "Is that so?" Yuchien suggested that perhaps it was your father's intention to foster a bond between you and Xiao AI. With a serene expression, AI replied, "Impossible. I reside with the E family solely because I am orphaned. Thus, he does not know me at all." Upon hearing this, Longma felt a pang of sorrow, contemplating, "I never realized she was an orphan. Yet, why does this cause me pain? Moreover, she feels strangely familiar. Do I know her?" The surrounding individuals fell silent after AI's revelation, and Hsiyun offered his consolation, saying, "Xiao AI, are you all right? Did it remind you of something sorrowful?" AI smiled gently and shook her head, assuring him, "Do not worry, I am fine. My parents were always engrossed in scientific research and paid little attention to me. The housekeeper raised me, so I harbor little affection for them. Their demise was also a consequence of their research." After hearing this, Tao Chung indignantly remarked, "Your parents were truly inconsiderate. How could they treat you this way?" Before he could finish, Tezuka interrupted, "Tao Chung, enough. Run 20 laps. "Oh," he replied, this time willingly. Longma said, "Serves you right for speaking out." Although directed at Tao Chung, his gaze lingered on AI, noting the indifference in her eyes, which made his heart ache subtly. Daisher expressed his concern, "Xiao AI, are you all right?" AI nodded and replied, "Yes, E and the others treat me well. And now I have all of you." Of course, this was merely her inner monologue. "So, you 6 students live together?" Furuya inquired. "Indeed," replied Haoyu. Tezuka added, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, seek me out, and I shall do my utmost to assist you." "Yes, we will all support you," the others echoed. Xiaoyi said, "Thank you. But what can you do about problems even they cannot solve?" Naturally, Xiaoyi refrained from voicing this thought. Tezuka concluded, "All right. Practice ends here for today. We shall resume next week." Dismissed. Understood. Subsequently, Nolan proposed, "Let us dine at Xin Yuan." "Sure," came the agreement. Meanwhile, Ing Er questioned, "Wait. Isn't Xin Yuan quite expensive? Can you all afford it?" Conan shot him a glance. "Of course. Otherwise, why would we go?" "Can I join you?" Ing Er asked. How you followed up, why? Ing Er plainly replied, "Because I want to go." Tao Chung chimed in, "I want to go too." AI responded, "That's fine. But you two will cover your own expenses." Yu Qian, "I'm leaving," and she stood to depart. The two protested, "Why? What about Yu Qian little dot?" AI replied, "No need to pay." Tao Chung questioned, "Why? Is there some trickery involved?" He then scrutinized the two. AI and Long Ma exclaimed in unison, "How can that be?" They glared at each other, their tempers flaring. Xiaoyi chuckled and said, "All right, enough. Let us all go together. It will be our treat as a thank you for joining the tennis club." The two food enthusiasts cheered, "Yay! Long live Xiao Yi Heiyu." Daisher expressed his concern. "Is this really a good idea?" Conan patted Daisher on the shoulder and said, "It's all right, let us go. It's a rare occasion that Tsubasa is treating us. We wouldn't want to seem ungrateful, would we?" Tezuka issued a command, "Very well. All the starters head towards Shinyuan." "Understood," came the reply. "But how do we get there?" asked Fuji, Shin Yuan is in Kanagawa. How you joked. Of course, we'll run there. Qian adjusted his glasses and remarked, that's a splendid idea. It will serve as excellent physical exercise. The others, except for Fuji, Tezuka, and Qian, exclaimed in astonishment, what? That would be exhausting. Nolan chuckled and reassured them, don't worry. We'll be taking a vehicle. In Chapter 18, the hijacking, Tsubasa continued. However, since there are quite a few of us, how you, a.k.a, Fuji, Tezuka, and Lama will take the bus while the rest of us will drive with brother and sister Ran. Air inquired. Why not all take the bus together instead of driving? Besides, we can't even drive. Conan replied, no need to fret. We want to have you driving. When we first arrived in Japan, brother Shinichi left us a few cars, and we have drivers who are already on their way. How you added. Since there are no direct buses, we'll have Fuji, Tezuka, and Lama join us to spare you from complaining about exhaustion. They set off first, while Nolan and the others waited at the school gate. However, shortly after they boarded the vehicle, an unexpected event transpired. At the next stop, Mihua Park Station. After the vehicle halted and passengers boarded one after another, AI was trembling. Longma, seated beside her, asked, Hi Yuan, what's wrong? AI stammered, yeah? Could you please cover for me? I need to switch seats with you, please. Tsubasa, who was seated at the front, noticed AI's distress and turned to her. AI, are you alright? Could it be? Longma, switch seats. Longma queried why. Tezuka, sitting at the back, seemed to sense something amiss and commanded, Yueqian, switch. With Tezuka's order. Longma dared not protest further and exchanged seats with AI. Among the new passengers boarding was Judy, sitting right in front of Tsubasa. Tsubasa leaned forward and quietly asked, Judy, has there been any movement from the black organization recently? Judy shook her head gently, not yet, but I believe it will be soon. Also from now on, you should call me teacher. Tsubasa was taken aback and asked, why? Judy explained, because I will be teaching English at your high school, as per James's orders. This way, I can inform you at any time while also maintaining a cover. Today, I'm heading to Kanagawa for some matters. Oh, and please don't reveal your identity to AI just yet. Before she could finish, two individuals clad in black and wearing masks produced handguns from their pockets and fired a shot into the ceiling, declaring, everyone, remain silent. This vehicle has been hijacked by us. Another robber, armed with a gun, directed at the driver, commanded, listen carefully. Close the front door and turn the car's emblem to reverse. Then, drive around the city. When the traffic light turns red, contact the bus station. The driver, threatened by the robber, complied without resistance. Initially, the first robber declared, anyone with a mobile phone, hand it over immediately. Those who disobey should beware of my gun misfiring. He then moved to the back of the vehicle, collecting phones from each passenger. As the light turned red, the driver used the radio to contact the bus station, stating, this is Shaolin from bus W707. At that moment, the second robber seized the radio, declaring, we have taken control of your company's bus. We have but one demand, the immediate release of Yajima Kunio, currently incarcerated. Otherwise, we will execute one passenger every hour. Relay this message to the police. I will contact you again in 20 minutes. You best be prepared by then. The call was abruptly terminated. Yajima Kunio was a member of the gang responsible for the bombing of a jewelry store last month. However, at that time, the police had only apprehended the main suspect, Yajima, while the other three accomplices remained at large. Yajima, a jewelry broker, likely had associates who were not well versed in gems, thus leaving them with no means to sell the stolen jewelry, prompting them to attempt a rescue of their leader. It was conceivable that only Yajima knew the location of their hidden loot, which might explain their urgency to free him. Meanwhile, the first robber, still collecting phones, urged, hey, you, hurry up and hand over your phone. Xiaoi glanced back to Sishio-e, who seemed unwell, apologizing. I'm sorry, cough, cough, I don't have a phone. TSK, just a poor kid, the robber muttered. He then turned to an elderly gentleman nearby, asking, what is that on your ear? The old man, trembling with fear, explained, this is a hearing aid. I've had trouble with my ears since my youth. The first robber, annoyed by a woman incessantly chewing gum, exclaimed, hey lady, that noise is unbearable. The woman, without glancing at him, retorted, isn't it obvious? Chewing gum sounds like this. Furthermore, I suggest you quit while you're ahead. You will eventually be caught. It's wiser to stop now and find a place to hide. Bang! The first robber fired a shot near the woman, who trembled and stammered, I understand, I'll be obedient. The second robber remarked, if you had just complied from the start, there would have been no issues. However, as he passed by Judy, she intentionally tripped him. Ouch! He exclaimed. The first robber turned and asked, are you alright? The second robber, rising and aiming his gun at Judy, was met with her startled response, oh, I'm so sorry. What have I done? Are you okay? I didn't mean to. I just have a habit of sitting cross-legged. Enough. Return to your seat. The first robber waved his hand dismissively. Judy settled down and softly remarked, "This is truly exhilarating." Xiao Yi, momentarily at a loss for words, responded, "Indeed, but thanks anyway." Judy replied, "No need for thanks. The next steps are in your hands." Subsequently, while Hao Yu was turned away from the robbers, he intended to notify Officer Mumu using his earring-shaped phone, only to be discovered by Robber 2, who exclaimed, "Hey, what are you up to?" Hao Yu looked at the robber and stammered, "Nothing, nothing at all." After seizing the device, Robber 2 warned, "If you dare to make another move, be careful, I might just kill you." Fujin inquired, "Hao Yu, are you alright?" Hao Yu replied, "Yes, but how did he know?" Tezuka speculated, "There may be another accomplice present." Fujin quietly suggested, "Yes, it must be the last member of that group." Ryoma asked, "What should we do next?" "Who is that person?" Tezuka conjectured. "It should be one of the last 3 individuals, as only they could see." Indeed, there was another accomplice behind them, presumably that woman, but what method is she employing? The analytical prowess of these 4 is commendable. Perhaps it will prove useful in the future. Meanwhile, the police were also mobilizing. Sato drove closely behind the robber's vehicle, while Takagi relayed the situation inside to Officer Mumu. Due to the presence of firearms and with the upper echelon's approval, they released Kunio Yajima but instructed to keep him under surveillance. Later, the robbers demanded to be contacted 1 hour after Yajima's release, claiming that this would ensure the release of the 3 passengers in the vehicle. They placed 2 golf bags they had brought in the middle of the car, which puzzled Hao Yu. He attempted to investigate but was met with the barrel of Robber 1's gun pressed against his head, who warned, "Kid, are you impatient to live?" Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Robber 2 intervened, saying, "Are you out of your mind? If that gun goes off and hits that, sorry, that. Is it possible they contain explosives?" Shortly thereafter, Kunio Yajima made a phone call, and after concluding the conversation, Robber 1 commanded, "Listen. Now drive onto the central expressway of the capital. Slow down once we enter the Shibutsu tunnel." The driver complied. Robber 2 instructed, "The person in the back with a cold, have the one with glasses in the front. Tezuka, come up, along with the one chewing gum." Seeing that they did not move, Robber 1 urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Xiao Yi communicated telepathically with Tezuka. "Tezuka, do you know any martial arts?" Tezuka, startled by the sudden address as he prepared to rise, replied, "Kuroba, is that you? What's going on? And I haven't practiced any of that." Xiao Yi responded, "Yes, it's me. Let's discuss later. For now, please follow my lead. I suspect the robbers will take action when the passenger beside you moves. If the woman from the last row is near you, grab her wrist, but avoid touching her watch." Despite his confusion, Tezuka agreed. Subsequently, Xiao Yi informed Shioi in a similar manner, instructing him to prepare to subdue a thief, while he himself intended to neutralize another with a tranquilizer gun. Thereafter, Xiao Yi borrowed a lipstick from Judy and handed it to Hao Yu, who, at that moment, deduced Xiao Yi's ingenious plan. Once again, Xiao Yi communicated telepathically with Fuji, urging them to coordinate effectively. Xiao Yi initially believed Fuji would inquire about the reason behind this, but instead, he readily agreed, attributing it to his sense of amusement. Xiao Yi found himself at a loss for words. However, given Fuji's disposition, such a reaction was not entirely unexpected. Chapter 19. The escape before long. The vehicle entered a tunnel, where the robbers removed their black clothing and masks, commanding, "You 2 put these on and take our place. We shall disguise ourselves as passengers and disembark. You need not worry about being misunderstood. The other passengers will certainly assist in exonerating you. As for the driver, after we exit, continue driving until you run out of fuel. Do not even think of making any rash moves. That woman who has been chewing gum, bring her over here. If you notify the police upon stopping, we will kill her." With that, they tossed the garments toward Tezuka and Hao Yu, aiming their weapons at the woman's temple. Indeed, the woman was an accomplice, and their plan was to detonate 2 bombs after disembarking the bus, thereby silencing all passengers. This would lead the police to believe they were the sole survivors, receiving protection as long as their testimonies were consistent. Ultimately, the authorities would conclude that an explosion resulted from a confrontation between the passengers and the robbers prior to their release, thereby making Tezuka and Shioi scapegoats. Operating within the tunnel was a strategy to prevent outside detection, yet it also facilitated their actions. Hao Yu promptly inscribed the word "stop" in lipstick on a golf bag, visible only through a mirror, and handed the other end of the bag to Fuji. Xiao Yi stealthily slipped to the front, all of which went unnoticed. As they neared the tunnel's exit, Robber 1 pressed his gun against the driver, demanding, "If you wish to live, accelerate." Xiao Yi scoffed, "Your words ring hollow. You will inevitably kill us. Otherwise, you would not dare to show us your faces. If we do nothing, we will all perish from this bomb." The passengers began to murmur, uncertain of the truth, some expressing fear aloud. Robber 1 shouted, "You little brats, shut up," preparing to fire. Robber 2 quickly intervened. "Stop. Are you trying to get us killed?" Robber 1 suppressed the urge to shoot, noticing the inscription on the bag, yet failing to comprehend its meaning. "What is this? Red writing?" How you shouted, "Driver, hurry." At that moment, the driver glanced into the rearview mirror and saw the word stop. Fearing the potential reality of their threat, he pressed the brake with determination. The sudden halt caused all three to lose their footing and tumble to the ground. "Xiaoyi, how you?" And Fuji clutched the two bombs tightly to prevent them from detonating due to the collision. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Xiaoyi and Hao Yu began to inspect the bombs. As the robbers stood up, intent on ending the lives of their captives, one was swiftly disarmed and pinned to the ground by Xiaoyi. Tezuka seized the wrist of a woman nearby, while another assailant was brought down by Judy. As he attempted to fire his weapon, he found himself unable to do so. Judy, with a smile, reminded him, "The Togliatti pistol locks automatically when the safety is lifted midway. Such basic knowledge should have been acquired before wielding a firearm. Do you comprehend now?" The robber, trembling with fear, stammered, "What are you?" Judy leaned closer and whispered, "Shoo, it's a grand secret. Alas, I cannot divulge it. Secrets enhance a woman's allure." At that moment, the woman screamed, "Oh no." The watch was struck during the sudden stop, activating the detonation device. "We have only 3 minutes until it explodes." "What? Quick, escape!" Xiaoyi shouted. Her urgent cry jolted the passengers into action, prompting the driver to open the door, and the passengers surged forth. Sato, trailing behind the bus, noticed the passengers disembarking and seized Xiaoyi, inquiring, "Xiaoyi, what happened?" She replied, "The robbers' explosives are about to detonate." Sato, alarmed, responded, "What?" "I will stop the vehicles from advancing. Chiba, you head to the front to prevent any cars from approaching, and Xiaoyi, you lead the passengers to safety." Once they had distanced themselves about 100 meters from the vehicle, Fuji scanned the surroundings, remarking, "Strange, where's Yuchien?" Hiroshi added, "AI hasn't arrived either." After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyi glanced back at the bus and said, "I suspect AI has chosen not to leave. She may intend to face her fate rather than flee." Fuji interjected, "Flee? You mean Yuchien is trying to persuade AI to come with him?" Hiroshi responded, "It seems so." Tezuka, upon hearing this, contemplated returning to the bus to rescue them, but was thwarted by Xiaoyi, who insisted, "Do not go. Grant them a minute. If they do not emerge, I will go in and bring AI out." Fuji questioned, "Then why not go directly?" Hiroshi replied, "Since Ryoma is willing to remain, it signifies his confidence in dissuading AI from her despair. Let us afford them this opportunity. Otherwise, even if we rescue AI, she may still succumb to the same fate." Inside the vehicle, Ryoma inquired, "Aren't you going to escape?" AI, with a bitter smile, replied, "Escape? Where could I possibly flee? I cannot evade my destiny, nor the organization's relentless pursuit. Death is inevitable. Rather than living in fear, it would be better to die now, thus sparing you all from involvement." Ryoma scolded gently, "Fool. What do you mean by involvement? If it were possible, I would willingly bear the burden." AI, somewhat angered, retorted, "Have you lost your mind? They are a merciless band of killers. Do you wish to die?" Ryoma firmly dismissed her concern, saying, "I do not wish to, nor will I entertain such thoughts. For I cannot perish. If I were to die, perhaps I might find relief. But what would become of my loved ones and friends? How heartbroken would my parents be? I cannot bear to imagine." AI, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but wonder, "Is this Yuchien? This is not the arrogant person I know. He speaks with a depth reminiscent of his former self." After hearing those words, AI reflected on Ming Mei and murmured, "Indeed, if I were to leave, what would happen to my sister? You are right. I cannot succumb to despair. I must persevere. Yukichi, let us proceed." As she stood up, Ryoma quietly inquired, "Haihara AI, who are you truly? Why do I feel such a profound familiarity with you? When you express a desire to give up, why does my heart ache so deeply? From this moment forth, I shall ensure your protection." AI, having missed the initial part of his words, caught the latter and responded with a smile, "Protect me? By what means? Your prowess in tennis hardly seems adequate against firearms." Ryoma, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Well, that may not be very realistic. It seems I must find a way to contact Xiangyi and ask her to teach me a few things. Protecting you will certainly not be an issue then." Outside the car, Xiangyi, overhearing their calm conversation and realizing she had been unwittingly dragged into it, exclaimed, "If you wish to converse, do so later. If you don't come out soon, it will be fatal." Upon hearing Xiangyi's words, They both realized they were in the presence of two explosives. Ryoma quickly grasped AI's hand, and they dashed out of the car. Just 3 seconds after their escape, the bombs detonated. Fortunately, they emerged unscathed. Chapter 20. The three enter the Butterfly of Love. Ryoma. What shall we do next? How you? Let the officer take us to Shinyuan. Fuji, is that permissible? Xiangyi, of course. Let us go. Officer Sato just agreed. Tezuka suddenly interjected, why? Tezuka continued, what exactly transpired back then? After careful consideration, Xiangyi resolved to know. You must join the Butterfly of Love. How, you asked? Xiangyi, are you certain? Xiangyi, yes. Their abilities are commendable. Their inclusion would undoubtedly be beneficial, and besides. She did not finish her thought. Tezuka reflected on the information he had previously heard and finally spoke at length. Kuroba, are you referring to the world's foremost gang? It is said that although this gang was established not long ago, it instills immense fear among those in the underworld. Rumor has it that they eradicated the former top gang with only a handful of members and claimed its power for themselves. Moreover, this gang has assisted the police and the FBI with numerous matters across nations. How you? Indeed, should you join, you will gain insight into our affairs. Xiangyi added. Should you choose not to join, we will erase your memories of this encounter. Fuji chuckled. That sounds quite intriguing. I shall join. Ryoma. So will I. Tezuka, reverting to his typically terse demeanor, simply stated, join. Xiangyi, very well. As for the next steps, I will communicate telepathically during our journey, and we shall discuss further then. In the car, Officer Sato asked, could you clarify what just happened, Xiangyi? Xiangyi organized her thoughts and replied, yes. At the time we were at Mihua Park Station. The three of us entered the vehicle, but the woman disguised herself as a passenger, which we had not yet realized. Shortly thereafter, those two implored you to release Yajima Kunio, followed by confiscating everyone's mobile phones. How initially intended to discreetly notify you with an earring-shaped phone while they had their backs turned to us, but he was discovered. Furthermore, his attempt to ascertain whether the golf bag contained a bomb was also thwarted. How you continued, stating that we believed among the passengers. Only the last row of 3 individuals could observe us. One of them, a woman known as Xiao Yi, had previously been introduced to me, so she was not a suspect. The other was an elderly gentleman with poor hearing, making it unlikely for him to be involved. Thus, only the woman remained as a possibility. Xiao Yi reflected, saying, I focused my attention on that lady. I noticed that whenever the robbers were alerted, she would blow bubbles with her chewing gum. Once the bubble burst, she would remove it with either her left or right hand and count with her fingers, allowing her to communicate through the mirror's reflection. Hence, we could ascertain it was indeed her. When they mentioned heading into the tunnel and called for Tezuka to join them, we anticipated their next actions and devised a plan. How you closed his eyes, lamenting. Regrettably, the bomb still detonated. Fortunately, no one was harmed. However, it allowed Yasujima Kunio to escape. Sato interjected, no, he has been apprehended again. That's good, he replied. Afterwards, Sato ceased his inquiries and focused on driving. Thus, Xiao Yi utilized telepathy, saying, everyone, the matters we discuss henceforth must remain confidential, even from family. How you then inquired, Tezuka, Fujimoto, Ekizan, do you recall the banquet from when you were 3 years old? Tezuka responded, are you referring to the Kudo family gathering? Indeed, how you affirmed. I presume you remember Kudo Yuyuki, Kuroba Kaito, Kudo Shinichi, and Muriran? Ryoma replied, of course, they lived in my house for several years. But where are they now? It's been a long time since I've seen them. I even miss Xiao Yi and her pudding. Xiao Yi chuckled, far away yet close at hand. Fujimoto speculated, close at hand. Could it be you? Yes, how you confirmed. Tezuka, in disbelief, recalled that the Kudo family hosted a birthday celebration for Shinichi when he was 6, exclaiming, that is impossible. How could they be so young? They are high school students now. Xiao Yi explained, indeed. But we were discovered while investigating the organization and were forced to ingest poison. What? Hibara elaborated, APTX 4869, the drug I was ordered to research by the organization. Under cellular self-destruction, we became 7-year-olds. Later, Yuyuki and Ran developed a partial antidote, restoring us to our current state, and we simplified our appearances to enter Seishin Academy. Ryoma, eyes wide with disbelief, remarked, is that feasible? This is unrealistic. Xiao Yi smiled at him. Indeed, it is unrealistic. Even what we are doing now is quite far-fetched. I haven't even disclosed my true identity to him yet, which is even more implausible. Ryoma reflected on past events that had transpired, left speechless. During the years they lived together, they indeed experienced some fantastical occurrences. Tezuka inquired, what exactly is going on? Xiao Yi feigned ignorance, I don't know. It has always been this way since birth. A joke that could provoke divine wrath if uttered. Not wanting to linger on the topic, heir inquired. What is the nature of that organization? How you closed his eyes, his voice somewhat hoarse. The dark clothing organization, which nearly took my father's life, Hayudeoyi. Tezuka recalled previous events, stating, "So, the accident 8 years ago was orchestrated by you?" Indeed. Meanwhile, Conan and Nolan, who had arrived at Shinyuan, waited patiently for a considerable time, yet saw no sign of their companions. They communicated telepathically. Haven't you arrived yet? Not yet. There was a slight mishap. After hearing their exchange, Lama remarked, Are Conan and Nolan the same as Kudo, Shinichi, and Muri Ran? Indeed. Conan, surprised by Lama's words, asked, How did you come to know? From now on, the 3 of them shall be members of Lian Dai. Nolan questioned, Are you certain? Yes. Conan replied. Then let us reintroduce ourselves. Upon hearing this, the 4 were incredulous. No way, those godlike beings are truly you. Could there be more identities? There are a few, but we shall discuss them later. Lama exclaimed, Heavens, there's more. Tezuka, puzzled, asked, Is it possible that with your power, you cannot dismantle the black organization? He shook his head, saying, It's not that we lack the strength to dismantle it, but rather we cannot utilize Lian Dai, as we cannot find direct evidence. Moreover, I encountered the boss at the amusement park and sensed he was far from ordinary, seemingly possessing abilities akin to ours. Is that so? How you affirmed, indeed. Neither we nor the FBI have been able to uncover any evidence, for reasons unknown. AI reminisced about the past, stating, It is likely due to the boss of the organization. My parents were killed before they could escape. They were murdered during an experiment. Lama asked, So, the organization was responsible for your parents' deaths? AI sighed softly. Yes, originally my sister Mimi and I were also doomed, but he saved us. She feels fortunate to have encountered them. At that moment, Conan asked, Tezuka, what are your greatest skills? The 3 replied in unison, tennis. Nolan, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, Is that even useful? Not to mention confronting others, self-defense would be challenging. How you inquired? Tezuka, the tennis club does not practice on Sundays, correct? Tezuka answered blankly, No, but there will be competitions later. Why do you ask? He pondered and said, From now on, come to my home to train every Sunday, except when there are competitions. I will speak to your parents. They will surely agree, especially since they are connected to the organization. What? The 3 were incredulous. Conan added, In fact, the parents of our group, as well as all the parents of the children at that banquet, have already joined forces against the organization, but to no avail. The 3 expressed their disbelief. No way. Xiaoyi nodded and remarked, Indeed, with the organization's style, there will certainly be action. However, the past few years have been relatively tranquil, which may signify the impending storm. We must prepare. AI inquired, Prepare for what? Perhaps I should join as well. I completed my studies at Harvard and have since been involved with pharmaceuticals. Xiaoyi contemplated for a moment and replied, That makes sense. Especially considering your skills are not particularly exceptional. We can train together. During our usual sessions, ensure that you complete the entirety of Harvard's curriculum. I will provide you with the necessary books, including those from high school. You should study independently and consult your parents or come to me on Sundays with any questions. Remember, it must be accomplished before the national competition. On Sundays, come to my home, and I will teach you martial arts and firearms disassembly and usage, aiming for perfect accuracy. Subsequently, I will instruct you on driving, flying, and other skills that will be discussed later. Lama complained, Really? That sounds exhausting. And how am I supposed to study at Harvard? I'm not like you. I finished years ago and hold a doctoral degree. Bunny chuckled, Is it too much? Not at all. Harvard sounds quite intriguing. Xiaoyi's mouth twitched in response. Indeed, intriguing. Truly, Bunny's thought process is peculiar and hard to comprehend. Chapter 21. The fate of the glutton unbeknownst to them. They had arrived at Shinyuan. They ceased their conversation, intending to continue later. Sato halted the vehicle and asked, Is this the place? Xiaoyi looked out the window and replied, Yes, Officer Sato. Would you care to join us for a meal? Sato declined, stating, No. I need to return to record a statement. How you queried? Oh, what about our meal? Sato was uncertain. I'm not sure. If you want it, contact me. Xiaoyi responded. Very well, Officer Sato. Farewell. After saying this, they exited the vehicle and Sato drove away. Upon entering, Xiaoyi retrieved a black card from her bag and handed it to the manager. After reviewing it, the manager said, Miss Ng, Miss Lan and the others are still at Shiyuan. Today, young Master Taibu has also arrived, and I have arranged for you to be seated next to him. Xiaoyi acknowledged. Understood. You may return to your duties. She then led them to Shiyuan, during which Bunyi inquired, What was that card you just had? How you explained? That is a black diamond card. It allows for free transactions at many establishments. Lama was exceedingly excited, as he was quite the foodie. The cuisine at Ling Yuyi's restaurant is exceptional. Who else possesses such a card? Can I have one? How you shot him a glare and replied, no. There are very few cards. Each of us four has one, along with Taibu and Shikijin. No others have been given any. By the way, Tezuka, a.k.a. I will give each of you a card when you return. Lama pouted, why does that self-absorbed monkey, the Mountain King, have one while I do not? How you? You are biased. Xiaoi shot him a glare and said, the purpose of involving Taibu and Yukimura is to facilitate our operations. They are aware of our identities and can mobilize certain individuals at critical moments. Moreover, they, along with Naozumi and Sanada, have also joined the ranks of Liandai. You all should use the cards together in the future. Do not lose them, for the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Taibu, having overheard their conversation, stepped out and inquired, did you just call for me? Xiaoi nodded and replied, yes. Taibu, in the future, Tezuka, Fuji, and Ryoma will be akin to you. Please take care of them along with Naozumi. Taibu remarked, oh, but is this little brat capable? He pointed at Ryoma, his expression revealing displeasure. Clearly having heard the previous remark, Ryoma retorted, Daffodil, on what grounds do you deem me incapable? No matter how lacking I am still 10 times better than you, a mere daffodil. Enraged, Taibu exclaimed, what did you say, brat? How dare you call me a daffodil? You're asking for trouble. Ryoma shot back, what's wrong? I didn't say anything, as he clenched his fist and aimed a punch at Taibu. However, how you intervened, stopping him with a hand and said, enough, no more arguing. Whoever continues will be thrown out, and hand over the black diamond card. Upon hearing this, both paused, as the repercussions of inciting their ire were well known. Soon after, Xiaoi opened the door to Shiyuan, only to be greeted by a chaotic scene within. A piece of cake flew toward him, prompting Xiaoi to dodge swiftly. However, Tezuka, standing behind him, bore the brunt of it. The cake splattered across his face, the cream and ice cream melting into a messy concoction. Tezuka's expression darkened, exuding an icy aura as he demanded, what are you all doing? Instantly, the previously boisterous group fell silent, resembling misbehaving children awaiting their mother's reprimand. As Fuji entered and surveyed the scene, he squinted and chuckled, wow. It seems something amusing is about to unfold. A few of them broke into a sweat. How you glanced at the remnants on the table. A line of annoyance crossing his forehead as he asked, hey, don't tell me all this was consumed by you guys? Conan wiped the sweat from his brow and responded, indeed, it was all them. Only Kawamura had a few sushi, and Oishi ate relatively little. You can see the rest for yourself. Ran, and I merely had a cup of cocoa and a matcha cake. Xiaoi was left speechless. Seriously? Is Seishin Academy a breeding ground for gluttons? Why eat so much and choose the expensive items? Kawamura scratched the back of his head sheepishly and apologized. Sorry, Kuroba, for making you bear the cost. Xiaoi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I suppose I can recoup the expenses from solving a few cases. Tezuka interjected. Upon your return, you all will run 50 laps around Seishin Academy. The chill in his tone struck like a sword aimed at them. Momoshiro pleaded, must it be so? Can you lessen it a bit? 60. Don't add more. 70. Heaven. Before Momoshiro could finish, Eiji and Kaito covered his mouth, for if he continued, the count would exceed 70 laps. Upon hearing the impending punishment, Nolan proposed, Tezuka, running is merely exhausting. Why not let me handle it? What? A chill ran down their spines. Nolan elucidated. Indeed, they have spent a considerable sum here. Although we initially invited them, the chaos they created must be addressed. Do you recall the thunderstorm a few days ago? Upon hearing this, Conan recollected. Ran, are you suggesting they assist in generating electricity? Electricity? The others were profoundly perplexed. After all, is not electricity the domain of the power company? How you clarified, during the thunderstorm, the electrical supply was disrupted, and for the past few days, we have relied on manual power generation. Upon hearing this, Chin inquired, how you? Do you mean generating electricity through some devices while they run? Xiaoi smiled slyly. Indeed. This is an excellent idea. I remember there is a tennis court nearby. They could generate electricity by running back and forth while playing tennis and practice their skills simultaneously. What do you think, Tezuka? Is this feasible? Indeed. Upon receiving Tezuka's assent, Xiaoi led everyone down to the basement. Nolan addressed the employees who were assisting in generating electricity. All right, you may take a break. We shall handle it from here. Understood. They then exited. Xiaoi grinned mischievously at Haidang and Taocheng. Haidang, Taocheng, you two come forward. The pair felt an impending sense of doom and quietly inquired, what do you intend to do? Xiaoi responded nonchalantly. Nothing much, just asking you to take this and play a game of tennis. Skeptical, Taocheng replied, is it really that simple? Indeed. However, Chien interjected. The losers must drink my vegetable juice. The duo exclaimed in unison, what? We absolutely cannot lose. You'll be the one drinking the vegetable juice, you fool. Thus, they commenced their match while Xiaoyi and the others leisurely sat aside, indulging in desserts, watching television, and playing on their iPads, utterly unconcerned for them. When the players were utterly exhausted, Xiaoyi instructed Qian to provide them with the vegetable juice before switching in 2 new players. As the evening approached, Xiaoyi prepared each of them a bottle of water and 3 pieces of bread, saying, "You may walk home now." What? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. How, you added. I will have someone accompany you home. Do not even think about finding a shortcut. Otherwise, when they inform us, be prepared for punishment. No way. Captain, help us. Tezuka stated. We should heed their words, or else we will have to run 30 laps around the field before every practice. The group fell silent. Xiaoyi declared, all right, you may leave now. Remember, training is on Monday. Tezuka, Fuji, Ryoma, you may go eat first. We will join you shortly and then escort you home. All right. Xiaoyi instructed Qing to watch over Eiji and the others as they returned home. Then they had their meal, and the driver took the 9 of us back home. Later, I heard from Qing that upon returning home, they were utterly exhausted, with Haidang being the least affected. Chapter 22, The Match Against Fudomine. Time flew by, and soon the finals of the regional tournament against Fudomine arrived. During this period, Longma and his companions, under the rigorous guidance of Xiaoyi, acquired knowledge equivalent to that of the 2nd year of high school. Their ability to discern, utilize, and accurately wield the racket improved significantly. On the day of the competition, Ryazaki reminded them, remember, in this final match, we are up against Fudomine, who are unlike any opponents we have faced before. He continued, in doubles. We have Fudo and Kawamura. In the first doubles, we have Oishi and Kiku. In the third singles, we must not lose Haitang. And in the second singles, Ekizan. Unleash your full potential. Finally, he entrusted the women's singles to Xiaoyi, inquiring, you won't let us down, will you? Xiaoyi smiled and replied, how could I? If I can't win this, it would be better to perish. Everyone cheered, let's go. As the match commenced, the referee announced the start, with Sakurai from Fudomine serving. Shortly after the match began, Fudo and Kawamura found themselves under immense pressure, prompting Fudo to exert himself seriously. Sakurai, observing the ball sent by Fudo, exclaimed, what is happening? Why isn't the ball bouncing? Kamio, perplexed, asked, what is that? The ball is crawling on the ground. Tachibana explained. This is one of Fudo's 3 types of reverse receptions, the swallow turn. Hearing this, Katsura questioned, what is that? Conan elucidated. This shot utilizes the ball's own spin to return it with a reverse diagonal strike. Xiaoyi quietly marveled. Indeed, he does not tolerate any affront. Genius, Fudo Jozu. AI interjected. But can this really secure a victory? It feels as though they are not giving their all. At that moment, Inoue, having learned the reason from Tachibana, approached and said, this time, you might not win. How you retorted, there's no possibility of that. We will certainly triumph. Despite Fudomine's improved strength, defeating us is beyond their reach. After all, Aoyama boasts the golden pair for consecutive champions and the Ice Mountain. How could we possibly lose? Inoue expressed his concern. However, this match also includes the women's singles, and Taken has been training in tennis for 5 years. Xiaoyi chuckled lightly. So what? For me? It's a piece of cake. Just then, Hori exclaimed joyfully, wonderful. Aoyama has seized control of the situation. At that moment, Sakurai and Ishida were strategizing, with Sakurai requesting, Sakurai, create a pathway for me. He then gestured to Tachibana, who pondered for a moment before extending a finger and declaring, there's no other choice. Ishida? Just this once. Hearing this, Ishida's lips curved into a slight smile. I've been waiting for this moment. Fudomine's team shouted, go for it. Ishida, use the wave ball. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi recalled the data he had previously studied, noting the formidable power of this shot and the significant strain it places on the wrist. Seeing Fudo preparing to receive the ball, he immediately shouted, Fudo, don't attempt to receive it. Your wrist can't bear it. When Buer opened his eyes, he declared, no, we must secure this point. Just then, Kawamura dashed in front of Buer and successfully intercepted the ball. Buer exclaimed in astonishment, Kawamura, you. The members of Fudomine were incredulous, exclaiming, he actually caught it. How is that possible? Noticing this, Ishida prepared to employ his wave ball technique once more, but Tachibana stood up and shouted, stop, Ishida, your arm well. I don't care. Ishida retorted as he executed the wave ball, yet it ultimately failed due to the racket's net breaking. Tachibana sighed in relief. That was reckless. You almost caught it. Otherwise, the trio cheered, yay. Nice catch, Senior Kawamura. Use your powerful serve to win this match. Heir approached Kawamura, who questioned, "What's wrong, Heir?" Without uttering a word, Heir grasped Kawamura's wrist, causing Kawamura to cry out in pain. "Ah? It hurts." Heir, filled with guilt, remarked, "You did this for me." He then addressed the referee. "Referee, we forfeit this set." The trio was left in disbelief. How could this happen? Chien then said, "Someone go fetch the injury spray." The three complied, albeit confused. Kawamura protested, "Heir, what are you saying? I can still play. You know how crucial the first match is." Heir took Kawamura's racket with a smile, saying, "It's all right. We still have everyone." As they exited the court, Kawamura scratched his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone. We lost. It's fine. We still have us," they reassured him. AI glanced at Kawamura's hand, performed basic treatment, and said, "Honestly, why did you go for that ball? Now look at the situation. It's better to see a doctor. You might have injured a bone." Subsequently, Kawamura headed to the hospital. The referee announced, "The match begins," with Seishin Academy's Oishi serving. Meanwhile, Kamio and Shinju prepared for warm-up exercises. Mori said to Uchiyama, "Uchiyama, let us disrupt their rhythm." Uchiyama chuckled lightly. "All right. I intend to showcase our true strength. Let them witness the prowess of our frontline assassins." Upon overhearing their conversation, Little Wing couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking to himself, "How could you possibly win?" After Oishi served, Uchiyama received and returned the ball, while Eiji also hit it back. Uchiyama aimed for the intersection of the lines for a direct hit. Sakuno nervously exclaimed, "Watch out." The ball flew toward Eiji, who was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adjusted with the momentum from his previous hit, sending the ball behind him with a reverse strike. The two Futamine players, not anticipating Eiji's agility, assumed they would score and failed to catch it. The referee announced, 15-0. The trio cheered, "Impressive. Go for it, Senior Kirihara and Senior Oishi." Eiji spun his racket in his right hand, saying, "No big deal." Soon after, Kirihara and Oishi began to control the flow of the match. Ryoma stood up and started to walk out when Tachiro called out, "Ekizan, where are you going?" "Longma, I am thirsty. I shall seek some water." Upon hearing this, Xiaoi remarked, "Return promptly, for the sky seems to threaten rain." Longma, "Oh." He then ventured outside. Before long, Chen addressed Haitang, saying, "Haitang, it is time for you to warm up." Haitang, "Oh." With that, he exited. Conan glanced outside and inquired, "Why hasn't Chen returned yet?" Nolan recalled Longma's childhood and mused, could he have lost his way? It is possible. Xiaoi turned to AI and suggested, "AI, please go fetch Chen." AI retorted, "Where is there a place to buy beverages? I am somewhat parched. Furthermore, why must it be me?" How you interjected, "There is no particular reason," since Xiaoi asked. "You should go. You could also procure some drinks along the way." Subsequently, AI set out to find Longma. Chapter 23. The match against Futamine on the court. A bystander expressed astonishment. "What are those two doing? They are managing to strike two balls at such close proximity." Another bystander remarked, "They appear to be Kamio and Shinji from Futamine." AI, passing by, overheard and glanced over, noticing Chen was also present, prompting her to approach. Meanwhile, Kamio, engaged in warm-up exercises, said to Shinji, "We were fortunate to have triumphed over Fuji in doubles. However, the burden on us as singles players is quite heavy." Shinji, "What? Lacking confidence?" Kamio chuckled lightly, "What nonsense. I am brimming with confidence. Before the captain steps onto the court, we shall surely resolve this match. And then will undoubtedly defeat that girl from Seishin Academy decisively." Both AI and Longma thought to themselves, "He is finished. How dare he speak of Xiaoi like that? If she finds out, she will definitely have a laugh. When we return, let her await the spectacle." AI wished to call Longma, but observed him weaving through the crowd, striding towards the space between Kamio and Shinji, returning the ball with his racket. As he passed through, he approached the nearby water fountain, took a sip of water without a glance at the two, and provocatively remarked, "Is that all you've got?" AI, witnessing this, was left speechless. This person, sighing, she proceeded towards him. Kamio, taken aback, retorted angrily, "What do you mean by that?" AI coldly responded, "What? Do you have an issue? Who are you?" Kamio demanded. Ignoring both of them, AI addressed Longma. "Longma, it is time to return." Kamio, feeling disregarded, was incensed. At that moment, Tachibana approached, saying, "Enough, enough, let us not quarrel." Kamio, "Shinji, it is time for you to return as well. If this continues, I shall inform the captain." Upon hearing Tachibana's words, they had no choice but to comply. Longma and AI also returned. Shortly thereafter, rain began to fall. The match between Kikomaru and Oishi concluded with a score of 6-2 in their favor. Haitang's match, however, was postponed. Once the rain ceased, the match between Haidang and Kamio commenced. In this contest, Haidang exerted all his effort to narrowly secure the round. Before long, it was Longma's turn. Xiao Yi, Longma, you've won this match. Longma, of course, he still has Matamatadang. With that, Longma took his racket and stepped onto the court. The audience, witnessing a first-year student from Seishin Academy facing off against Shinji, voiced their skepticism. Could it be that Seishin intends to concede this round? Cold jeers rang out. Referee, the match begins. First set, served by Ryoma Ekizan of Seishin Academy. Longma executed a topspin serve. The audience gasped in astonishment. What just happened? The ball ricocheted straight towards Shinji's face. Clearly, they found it hard to believe. Horyo, that was a topspin serve. Well done, Ekizan. Noticing the referee's lack of response, Ryoma called out, "Hey, referee, aren't you going to call the score?" At that moment, the referee snapped back to reality, 15-0. Kikumaru, not bad, little guy. Starting off strong and setting the tone for the match. Subsequently, Longma employed another topspin serve, and once again, Shinji failed to return it. Referee, 30-0. The spectators buzzed with chatter. How is he doing this? This first-year student possesses such skill. Who was it that claimed Seishin would concede this round? Kameo incredulously remarked. No way, that first year can perform such a reverse spin serve. Longma glanced at him and unleashed another topspin serve. Referee, 40-0. Tachibana observed Shinji, pondering. This serve is indeed impressive, but Shinji, you should be able to handle this, right? Indeed, after Ryoma's topspin serve, Shinji managed to receive the ball. Yet he failed to return Ryoma's shot. Referee, this round goes to Ekizan. Ryoma looked at Shinji provocatively. It seems you've caught up with my rhythm. This match is becoming quite entertaining. The people from Futamine were incredulous. Who would have thought Shinji would lose this round without scoring a single point? Ryuzaki, an excellent start. Ryoma, this match is a nightmare, but it's a dream that won't end until the crucial moment. Fuji squinted. Ryoma always manages to remain so composed. Eiji complained. Honestly, he should be a bit more nervous sometimes. Shinji glared at Ryoma, muttering, a first-year student so arrogant, it's infuriating. I must defeat you. The second set commenced. With Shinji serving. Shinobu was in disbelief. What? A topspin serve. Ryoma was slightly taken aback and failed to return the ball. Referee, 0-15. Uchimura, well done, Shinji. Tit for tat. You won with a topspin serve. Katsuo questioned. Topspin? Isn't that the same as an external spin? Nolan clarified. These two terms actually refer to the same concept. Topspin is the older terminology. Conan added. However, topspin serves tend to possess greater power. Shinji taunted. Hey kid, you're not giving it your all, are you? Something feels off. Longma shifted the racket to his left hand, not even glancing at his opponent as he declared the decision was made. It was time to get serious. Wasting time held no appeal. You're a lefty? Asked Shinsi. Indeed, but to ensure the topspin ball would bounce toward your right cheek, I had no choice but to switch to my right hand. Still, your quick observation is commendable. Longma replied, adjusting the brim of his cap. You are excessively confident. This time, I will surely defeat you, Shinsi retorted, serving a powerful topspin once more. As Longma returned the shot, he quipped, you wish to best me? You are still far from my level. The duo continued their exchange for a considerable duration. That child truly resembles his father, remarked Longzaki. Daisher inquired, Coach, do you know Ekizan's father? Longzaki nodded yes. Longma's father was once a professional tennis player. Daisher gasped. A former pro. What type of player was he? Longzaki pondered for a moment before responding. He viewed the game exclusively through an offensive lens, devoid of defense. He was akin to an alien. His prowess stemmed from power and speed. A genius, one in a decade, if not longer. Yet, Nanjiru Ekizan has surpassed even my expectations. Goodness, could it be the legendary samurai Nanjiru? No wonder Ekizan's tennis skills are so exceptional. May I meet him? Perhaps he could teach me, exclaimed Tachibana. But Kobayakawa dampened his enthusiasm. Best not to. He has become a workaholic, hardly playing tennis anymore. Tachibana, incredulous, responded, really? Did he quit for work? Kobayakawa contemplated and replied. To some extent, yes. It's more that he simply lost the desire to play. However, the current Longma, before he could finish, Tezuka interjected, I say, Kobayakawa. Isn't Ekizan merely a reflection of Nanjiru at this point? How you affirmed. Indeed, the present Longma is merely emulating him, lacking an individual style of his own. Chapter 24. The Match Against Futamine. Part 2. At that moment, Shinsi proclaimed, this time, you won't be able to return it. Is that so? My apologies for your disappointment, Longma replied, switching the racket back to his right hand and returning the ball with a forehand stroke. causing Shinsi to miss in astonishment. Score, 15-15, announced the referee. Shinsi queried, "Is this what they call a two-handed style?" Longma nodded, "Precisely." Shinsi scoffed, "Tennis is not about performing tricks." Longma chuckled. "What does that matter?" No sooner had Longma spoken than Shinsi served again. After a few exchanges, Longma feigned an apologetic demeanor, saying, "I'm sorry, but I cannot afford to lose before the national tournament. Certainly not at the tournament itself." Hearing this, Kobayakawa could only shake his head in disbelief. This person is far too arrogant. Before long, the referee announced, score, 4-1, with Ekizan in the lead. Fuji observed Shinsi's playing style and remarked, "What an odd technique." This comment piqued the interest of several onlookers. How you observed Shinsi's playing style, reminiscing about a previous match involving Xiao Yi, and inquired, If my memory serves me correctly, this situation does not bode well." Xiao Yi contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, Longma's hand is likely on the verge of numbness. AI interjected, "Numbness? Could it be? This is bad." Inger asked, "What do you mean, my dear? What is so terrible?" Upon hearing the term my dear, AI's expression instantly turned icy, emanating a chill as she coldly retorted, "Didn't I mention not to call me that?" Consequently, Inger staggered back several steps, trembling. All right, so cold. Calm down, AI, Nolan reassured her, patting her shoulder. Fuji remarked, "I wonder if it's due to the continuous topspin and backspin." Conan suddenly recalled, Could it be your previous numbing technique?" Xiao Yi sighed, "Yes, brother." At that moment, the referee announced, 0-15. Sakura queried, "How peculiar. Why did Long Makuin's movements pause momentarily?" Hearing Sakura's words, How Yu glanced at Long Ma, exclaiming, "This is not good, it has already begun. Isn't that disastrous?" Before AI could finish her warning, Long Ma attempted to utilize his own spin to return the ball. However, he failed to make contact, causing his racket to be flung away, striking a pole. The racket broke in half and hurtled back towards Long Ma. AI screamed, "Quick! Dodge!" Sakura shielded her eyes and shouted, No." Observing the scene, Xiao Yi swiftly drew a playing card gun, intending to shatter the racket. But he was a moment too late, and the playing card merely grazed the broken racket. The outcome was as one could predict. The tennis racket lacerated Long Ma's eyelid, resulting in considerable blood loss. On the sidelines, Sakura, witnessing the blood, vaulted over the railing, untying her bow from her chest as she rushed to Long Ma's side. Expressing her concern, "Long Ma-kun, are you all right?" Long Ma barked, "Do not enter the playing area." Sakura, anxious, replied, "But you are gravely injured," the referee asserted. "Except for players, all others must vacate the court." After hearing this, Sakura grasped Long Ma, intending to lead him off the court, stating, "Long Ma-kun, you are currently injured. They will not allow you to remain here." AI approached Long Ma, pulling him toward the resting area, and coldly remarked to Sakura, "Are you not aware? Interference from outsiders in a match is a profound disrespect to the players. It is a humiliation for them." Sakura retorted, "But you are also an outsider." AI cast a sidelong glance, smirking coldly. Sakura, intimidated by AI, stammered, "Why yes. You were never supposed to." Before she could finish, Long Zaki interjected, "Sakura, as my granddaughter, you should understand these principles. Now leave." Seeing that Long Zaki also insisted she exit, Sakura ceased her argument, reluctantly walking away while casting a fierce glare at AI. "AI, bring the medical kit over. We need to stop the bleeding." Daisher fetched the medical kit and attempted to staunch Ryoma's bleeding. After several futile attempts, he sighed and said, "It's no use. Although the eyeball is unharmed, the bleeding won't cease. It seems we must head to the hospital." Meanwhile, Tachibana picked up the shattered racket and remarked to Ryoma, "Wow, it's in such a terrible state. Ekizan, let me put your racket back in the bag." Upon hearing this, Ryoma replied, "Senior Tachibana, could you also retrieve the other racket from my bag?" "What?" exclaimed everyone in surprise. Tezuka interjected, "No, we can't. The bleeding hasn't stopped." Ryoma insisted, "I must." Before he could finish his sentence, AI approached him with her silver racket and said to Tezuka, "Let him play. I can stop the bleeding, but only for 15 minutes. Tezuka pondered for a moment and replied, "But," seeing Tezuka's hesitation, Kawamura reassured him, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After a moment's thought, Tezuka conceded, "All right, but only for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, regardless of the outcome, you must forfeit." AI handed the silver racket to Ryoma, saying, "The bleeding has stopped. Win within 10 minutes." Ryoma took the racket and nodded, "Of course, I will definitely win." He weighed the racket in his hands, swung it a few times, and thought, "This is quite heavy. She actually uses this to play. However, it feels quite smooth when I swing it." Ryoma picked up his cap that had fallen earlier, lowered the brim, and walked towards the court. Referee, the match resumes, with Seishin's Ekizan Ryoma to serve. Shinsuke, seeing Ryoma return to the court, thought to himself, now that's more like it. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Ryoma held the silver racket in his left hand and served. The ball zipped past Shinsuke's feet, leaving him astonished. What? The audience gasped, wow. His serve is even faster. Horiuchi admired. Ekizan is incredible. Despite his injury, his reflexes seem unchanged. In fact, they're even quicker. Sakura worriedly exclaimed, don't joke around. His eye is injured. How can he continue like this? Ryoma's lips curled into a slight smile as he said to Shinsuke, don't mind my injury. Although you temporarily numb my arm, it doesn't matter. With that, he served again. Shinsuke scoffed, really? As he returned the ball, the two engaged in several exchanges. Horiuchi remarked, it's still a topspin serve. Katsuo added, it's just like before he got injured. Kawai speculated, could it be another temporary numbness? Indeed, Ryoma felt a familiar numbness in his hand again, causing him to miss the ball. Referee, 43, with 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Shinsuke served, and Ryoma prepared to return it, but his hand was still numb, causing his racket to drop to the ground. Ryoma momentarily lost focus and took a while to bend down and retrieve the racket. AI observed, it seems Ryoma is under psychological pressure. Daisher glanced at his watch and exclaimed, Ekizan, stay strong. 3 minutes have already passed. As 5 minutes elapsed, the referee announced, the score of Fujisaki is about to catch up with Ryoma. Daisher observed the bandage on Ryoma's eye, which was showing faint traces of blood, and expressed his concern. Is everything all right, Tezuka? Shouldn't we reconsider the 10-minute agreement and let him withdraw from the match? Tezuka shook his head, stating firmly, it's fine, I believe in him. Daisher, feeling anxious, responded, Tezuka. Fujisaki sneered, how envious I am, having companions who care for you. Alas, it is the only thing you possess. 6 minutes and 30 seconds had passed. Fujisaki continued, I will ensure you endure until the very end. Ryoma retorted, hey, I know interrupting your monologue is impolite, but could you serve already? I need to defeat you within 3 minutes. Uchimura was incredulous. That first year is still provoking Fujisaki, even in such a state. Fujisaki scoffed. How tedious, what an annoying guy. With that, he served the ball. As Ryoma received it, he remarked, honestly, I don't care for your up-and-down tactics. Moreover, I have just uncovered 2 weaknesses. Fujisaki gasped, what? Shocked by Ryoma's words, he failed to return the ball. The referee declared, 40-15. One of the weaknesses was the combination of his two-handed style and single-footed shuffle. Fujisaki protested, two-handed style, is it? Then I shall render both of your hands numb. Ryoma replied with a calm smile, numbness, you say? That requires you to execute a topspin serve. Yet, as Ryoma had predicted, the topspin serve never materialized. Tachibana exclaimed, incredible. Kamio could hardly believe it. Even injured, he managed to break through temporary numbness. Who exactly is he? Little Wing chuckled, not bad, seems he still remembers. Nolan added, indeed. You employed that technique 5 years ago. Conan nodded, yes, I recall he endured quite a bit back then. The referee announced, this game is won by Ekizan. Only 2 minutes remained. However, Sakurano was filled with anxiety, exclaiming, oh no, Ryoma-kun's injury. It turned out the wound had begun to bleed again, much more than before. Fujisaki declared, I will not let you succeed. For the sake of Captain Tachibana, I must win. The score escalated. 15-15, 30-15, 40-15. The match grew increasingly intense. Fujisaki did not relent, yet Ryoma's strength was waning, with only 30 seconds left. The Aoyama team shouted, go, go, Ekizan. Ryoma leaped and struck the ball, while Fujisaki proclaimed, this ball is mine. With the intention of running to the right to return the ball, he was caught off guard as Ryoma executed a reverse chase ball, which Fujisaki failed to receive. The referee concluded, the match is over, with Aoyama's Ekizan Ryoma emerging victorious. Chapter 25. The not coincidental murder case. Lama turned around confidently and remarked, hasn't it even been 10 minutes yet? As he spoke, he returned the silver to AI. Peach City nodded in agreement, of course. With that, he removed Lama's hat. Just as Lama was about to leap up to snatch it back, AI swiftly restrained him, pressing him back down onto the chair to attend to his wound once more. How you said, Tsubasa, it's your turn for the match now. Tsubasa replied, yes. AI added, I will take Lama to the hospital. Tsubasa, do your best. Tsubasa responded, sure, you go to the hospital first, I will join you after my match. Subsequently, AI and Lama proceeded to the hospital, while Tsubasa decisively triumphed over Tachibana with an overwhelming advantage of 60. Kawamura suggested, Everyone, let us celebrate at my family's sushi restaurant. Upon hearing the mention of food, Peach City became excited. Sounds great. AG echoed, yes, yes, I want to go. Thus, the group headed to Kawamura's sushi establishment. However, in a certain significant sense, this sushi restaurant belonged to Mingyu. When they arrived at the sushi restaurant, Ushi, who had visited before, was taken aback by the transformation and asked, Kawamura, is this the same place? It wasn't like this before. Kawamura explained, yes, but not long ago. Executives from the Mingyu group came here for sushi and complimented the taste. They inquired if we were interested in expanding, and my father agreed, so the place was renovated. As he spoke, he pushed open the door. The interior was beautifully adorned, and upon seeing them, Kawamura's father greeted, alone, you're here. Welcome. He continued, alone. Please take them to the upper room, you. Kawamura replied, sure. How you interjected, no need, let us go to the main room instead. That one is better. After saying this, he headed upstairs. Kawamura's father, upon hearing this, looked displeased and quickly stated, no, you can't. But before he could finish, Conan produced a black card. Upon seeing it, Kawamura's father immediately changed his tone. Oh, please, right this way. Thus, they proceeded to the main room. Soon, they ordered some sushi, and not long after, AI and Longma arrived as well. When the sushi was served, everyone eagerly grabbed their share. AG noticed that Fujin had some sushi left, so he took one. Just as Fujin was about to protest, AG had already devoured it, exclaiming, what did you eat? Tea. I want tea. Fujin chuckled and replied, wasabi sushi. Haha. Laughter erupted around the table. At that moment, Nolan, holding a camera, said, hey everyone, let us take a picture together. Peach City responded, sure. But wait a moment. Hee. With that, he pulled a black marker from his tennis bag and drew a few strokes on Longma's bandage, declaring, done. AI turned to look and burst into laughter, for Peach City had drawn a turtle on it and written, I'm silly, but I'm happy. AG, just recovering from his surprise, remarked, hey. The little cutie actually smiled. A chill enveloped AI as she spoke with deliberate emphasis. Did I not expressly state that you should not address me in that manner? What is the matter? Are you growing weary of life? As she spoke, she advanced towards EI. Startled, EI sidestepped, only to collide with Ryoma. In a dramatic turn of events, Ryoma, unable to regain his balance, toppled over and fortuitously fell onto AI, pinning her to the ground. This was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the fact that their lips had met. Momentarily, both remained frozen in that position, until a click echoed through the air. Nolan, shaking his camera, exclaimed, huh, this pose, this photograph. It was only then that AI, lying on the ground, snapped back to reality and forcefully pushed Ryoma away, exclaiming, pervert, you owe me my first kiss. Ryoma, brushed aside, said nothing. Instead, gently touching his lips, eyes closed as if savoring the moment. Observing Ryoma seemingly reveling in their encounter, AI retaliated by executing a throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Ouch! Ryoma cried out. Although he vocalized his discomfort, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. How peculiar. Why does this feel so familiar, almost as if it had happened before? Soft and exhilarating. He cast a meaningful glance at AI. AI shot him a glance in return, coldly remarking, serves you right. She turned away, pouting, exuding an icy demeanor. Yet deep down, she was concerned about whether Ryoma had sustained any injuries. She had to admit that, despite her anger, she found herself relishing the sensation from their earlier encounter, a feeling that was oddly familiar and delightful, leaving her puzzled about her own emotions. Ryoma, observing AI's demeanor, mused, it seems I could bite her lips again. Suddenly, his head began to bobble like a rattle as he questioned his own thoughts. What am I even thinking? Haha. Laughter erupted from those nearby. However, at that moment, a frantic voice from the hall interrupted their joviality. Yai inquired, what happened? Could it be a coincidence? Without answering Yai, Koki sighed in exasperation, opened the door, and hurried down the stairs into the hall. There, he witnessed a disheveled man convulsing as he slid off his chair, a half-eaten salmon rolled tumbling to the floor. The man struggled in agony, clutching his throat, his body writhing and trembling. His eyes, wide and round, seemed to plead for help. Just as Koki approached to assess the situation, the man's eyes rolled back, revealing the whites, and he succumbed to death. Sakura, who had followed Koki, fainted upon witnessing the scene. Chaos erupted in the establishment as patrons rushed for the exits. Hanzu and Fuji, along with Ryoma, immediately sprang into action to intervene, while the remaining three, who had arrived with the disheveled man, stood frozen in shock. The woman adorned with green eyeshadow fell into the embrace of the man wearing white-framed glasses, her eyes tightly shut as she screamed. Another woman, sporting a blunt fringe, collapsed beside the man with disheveled hair, trembling with fear, her long ponytail quivering incessantly. She cried out hysterically, "Ginny! Ginny! What's wrong? Wake up!" The man in white glasses gently stroked the back of the woman in his arms, calmly instructing, "Quickly call for an ambulance." Conan retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket, deftly putting them on before approaching the man with disheveled hair and checking his throat. "It's no use. He is already dead," he stated. The woman with the blunt fringe cast a despondent glance, then knelt beside the deceased man, weeping uncontrollably. "How you spoke to her with composure. There's no time for sorrow. Please inform the police." Wiping her tears, the woman rose and took out her phone. "Hello, is this the police station?" Chapter 26. An unfortunate murder case. Subsequently, Conan and Nolan crouched down to examine the body meticulously. The deceased's face was pallid, lips tinged with a faint purple hue, and there was a considerable amount of saliva in his mouth. Nolan remarked slowly, "There's a distinct scent of bitter almonds. It's cyanide poisoning, without a doubt." "You? Who are you?" the woman with green eyeshadow inquired, pointing at them. Koi politely responded, "Detectives," his deep-set eyes glimmering. "Detectives? You look merely like students," the man with white-framed glasses said, astonished by their youthful appearances. The sound of police sirens filled the air as 4 patrol cars pulled up outside the shop. Officer Magyar entered with a steady stride, followed closely by Takagi, resembling a junior aide. Officers from the forensic and evidence teams entered with their equipment, cordoning off the entrance with police tape. Upon seeing them, Officer Magyar remarked, "You are here as well?" "Yes," Koi nodded in response. Dragon Horse, standing nearby, whispered, "Are you handling this case?" Hallyu did not reply but stated, "The murderer is among these 3. At that moment, Officer Magyar asked Takagi, "Have you identified the deceased?" "Report." "Officer, we have confirmed the identity." Takagi quickly opened his notebook and stated, "The deceased is named Jinny Qingchuan, male, 21 years old, a second-year student at Xingji University." Officer Magyar then inquired, "Are the 3 beside him friends of the deceased?" "Yes. Please ensure their cooperation with the investigation," Takagi affirmed. AI, hands tucked into her pockets, approached the deceased's friends and coldly stated, "I have some questions for you." The woman with green eyeshadow retorted defiantly, "Why should we answer your questions?" Clearly, AI's habitual tone provoked her annoyance. Just then, Takagi arrived, opened his notebook, and said, "I apologize for the interruption, but I have a few questions to ask. Please cooperate with the police." The woman adorned with green eyeshadow promptly acquiesced, then raised her eyelids to cast a sidelong glance at AI. Speaking with a tone laced with sarcasm, "This is how one ought to inquire. What do your parents call you?" "Mom and Dad." AI gazed out into the enveloping darkness, murmuring softly, her expression somewhat dazed. Lama felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing AI's state. Using telepathy, Xiaoyi inquired gently, "Are you all right?" "Yes," AI replied. "I was just reminded of my deceased parents." She offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Soon after, Nolan asked coldly, "Your names?" It was evident that her mood had soured considerably. The bespectacled man, sensing the tension in the air, quickly interjected, "I am Sakaguchi Taro, and this is Asakawa Kaori." The young woman with bangs chimed in, "I am Aoba Kumiko." Takagi noted their names in his notebook and subsequently asked, "You are all students from Seiki University, correct?" "Indeed," Aoba Kumiko affirmed. Sakaguchi Taro lamented, "I heard from others that the sushi here is delightful, which is why I suggested we dine here today, only to encounter this unfortunate incident." At that moment, a forensics officer approached Takagi with a list in hand, whispering, "No toxic substances were found on the sushi, utensils, or soda cans. Only a small amount of cyanide was detected on the deceased's hands." Takagi, unable to contain his agitation, exclaimed, "What? Are you suggesting this was a suicide?" Aoba Kumiko shook her head vigorously, murmuring, "That's impossible." Hallyu questioned, "Why do you say that?" Aoba Kumiko covered her face, choking back tears as she declared, "It's impossible. He promised me we would marry after graduation." Takagi nodded and asked, "Could you recount the events in detail?" "Of course," she replied. Xiaoyi lowered her head and stepped aside, her brow furrowed in thought. Meanwhile, the restaurant's entrance displayed a closed for business sign. Those with little connection to the case began to depart, leaving only the officers and the remaining few. Dashi and his companions had already left. Xiaoyi pondered. The deceased must have come into contact with the poison before consuming the sushi. However, no cyanide was found on the utensils, tables, or soda cans he had touched. Where, then, did this exposure occur? "What are you thinking about, Xiaoyi?" Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. What is it, Longma?" Xiaoyi turned to him. Longma inquired, "Could the culprit be Sakaguchi Taro? After all, Hiyakawa Kenichi died after eating the sushi. And he was the one who handed it to him. Nolan, standing nearby, chuckled softly. That's impossible. First of all, there was no cyanide on the sushi. Secondly, with so many witnesses present, he could not possibly have poisoned it. Hearing Longma's deduction, Sakaguchi Taro retorted angrily. That's slander. Fortunately, someone is vouching for me, otherwise I would be wrongfully accused. Conan cast a fleeting glance at him, revealing an inscrutable smile as he slowly remarked, But I never claimed that you are not the culprit. What do you mean by that? A faint anxiety washed over Taro Sakaguchi's face. It's nothing. Both Koyuki and Haoyu replied in unison. It seems everyone is aware that he is indeed the murderer. However, Kaori Asakawa complained, when can we leave? Takagi expressed his sincere apologies, saying, I'm sorry, but I must ask everyone to stay until the case is resolved. Koyuki approached Aoi Komi and whispered in her ear, How did you choose your beverage at that time? Aoi Komi, taken aback, replied, I just grabbed a bottle. Surely you're not suspecting me? Koyuki did not respond directly, but continued, So, were you? Aoi Komi widened her round eyes and asked, Huh? How did you know? Koyuki smiled at her and said, You'll find out shortly, and conveyed their recent dialogue to Conan and the others through mental telepathy, suggesting, Shall we say it together? Yes, I understand, Koyuki said, looking at everyone and laughing lightly. Officer Magyar gazed at Koyuki in astonishment. What? His disbelief was evident through his expression. Indeed, Conan slowly asserted. According to the forensic department's investigation, we have established that the sushi did not contain cyanide, which leads to two possibilities. Either the victim ingested sushi that had cyanide in it, or the victim came into contact with a cyanide-containing substance before eating. Which scenario is it? Takagi inquired, looking at them. Solving a case requires suspicion of all that is dubious and denial of all that can be denied. Therefore, if it is the first possibility, then it is unlikely that the victim only had cyanide on their index finger, Haoyu continued. Thus, it must be the second scenario, where the victim encountered a cyanide-containing substance prior to eating. I see, Officer Magyar remarked. So what did the victim come into contact with before consuming the sushi? There are the cola cans, tables, and chairs, but nothing else, right? Officer Takagi pondered aloud. Nolan nodded, affirming, Indeed, that is correct. A nearby forensic officer, with a disdainful expression, interjected, That's impossible. There is no cyanide on the cola cans or the furniture. Koyuki shot him a glance and said, The cola cans are certainly not poisonous because that substance was already gone before drinking. Aoi Komi, puzzled, asked, What substance are you referring to? Chapter 27. The unfortunate murder case, Ryoma echoed, the thing that disappeared before drinking the cola. Suddenly, he clapped his hands in excitement and exclaimed, I know. What is it? Everyone turned to him, their faces reflecting a thirst for the truth. It's the pull tab, Ryoma said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Koyuki's lips curled into a slight smile as she confirmed, Exactly, the culprit applied a small amount of cyanide to the cola pull tab. Quickly, retrieve the pull tab from the cola can that the victim drank, Takagi urged. After a moment's pause, an inexplicable sound resonated. What is it? Officer Mumu inquired. The forensic officer frowned and remarked, There are no cyanide traces on the pull tab of the deceased soda can. Is that so? Takagi's lips twitched involuntarily. Of course not. Xiao Wing replied calmly. The soda was freely available. We cannot ascertain which can the deceased would have chosen, thus it cannot be poisoned across the board. The others listened in increasing perplexity. Is there not a detail you have overlooked? Haoyu said nonchalantly. Detail? Takagi responded. Are you suggesting that Aoba Kumi's soda can was opened by the deceased? Officer Mumu continued, Indeed. Which implies the deceased must have come into contact with the cyanide from Aoba Kumi's soda can. Takagi pointed at Aoba Kumi and declared, Then the murderer is you. You coated the cyanide beforehand and had the deceased open it for you. No, it wasn't me, Aoba Kumi said in a panic. You are thinking too simply. Officer Takagi, Conan interjected. The cyanide on the deceased's hands indeed came from Aoba Kumi's soda can, but the person who applied the cyanide could not possibly be her. The others expressed their confusion. Nolan continued, There are two reasons. First, she would not have had the time to poison it. Second, the opportunity to buy the soda at this gathering was purely coincidental and unpredictable. Takagi queried, Then who is the culprit? The culprit is you, Sakaguchi Taro. They proclaimed in unison, pointing at him. Hey, don't slander me. How could I possibly kill him? I had no way of knowing which can she would choose. Sakaguchi Taro protested innocently. Xiao Wing chuckled lightly. No, this is not mere coincidence. You were already aware. Sakaguchi Taro laughed mockingly. How could that be? I am not a deity. Condition reflex. AI shot him a cold glance. What? The crowd remained puzzled. How you gradually guided them, please. Observe what distinguishes Aoba Kumi's soda can from the others. Takagi examined the soda can closely and suddenly realized, I see. It's the image. Only Aoba Kumi's can features the newly debuted Dream Star, while the others do not. Xiaowing fixed her gaze on Sakaguchi Taro, stating, exactly. After you purchased the soda, you coated this particular can with cyanide and deliberately placed it near Aoba Kumi. Sakaguchi Taro scoffed, nonsense. Even if I placed it near her, she wouldn't necessarily pick it up. Officer Mumu murmured, indeed, such a coincidence is improbable. Nolan clarified, it is not mere chance, but premeditation. Prior to this, I had asked Aoba Kumi, and she is a devoted fan of Dreamstar. As her friend, you cannot possibly be unaware of this, and you exploited this knowledge. Moreover, if she did not choose, then you should also open it for the person who was selected. Taro Sakaguchi feigned composure and remarked, even if what you say is correct, how can I ascertain that Kumi Aoi would certainly request Kiyakawa to assist her? Conan elucidated, it's quite simple, the timing. You purchased it when you were dining on sushi, particularly this hand roll that is meant to be eaten with one's hands. Therefore, Aoi Kumi must have been preoccupied with her meal, habitually relying on her boyfriend, the deceased, to assist her, ultimately leading to his demise. Despite this, Taro Sakaguchi remained unconvinced and provocatively retorted, how ludicrous. You spout nonsense, it's utterly preposterous. I reckon you should stick to being detectives. You might fare better as screenwriters. After all this chatter, where is the evidence? AI fixed her gaze upon his coat, her frigid voice cutting through the air and disrupting his thoughts. The evidence lies within your coat. At that moment, Taro Sakaguchi could no longer maintain his facade, his complexion turning pale. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Officer Megure turned to Takagi beside him and commanded, search him. Takagi then stepped forward, inching closer to Taro Sakaguchi, who retreated. Koyuki seized him from behind and said, stop your futile struggle. It is utterly meaningless. Pausing for a moment, they all declared in unison, the truth is always singular. In this matter, there is no perfect crime. The perpetrator inevitably falls into the net of justice. You should resign yourself to the consequences of the law. With that, they advanced towards the dreamscape. Taro Sakaguchi mocked himself. I never imagined I would be defeated by you little brats. Why is it you? Kumi Aoi gazed at him, a mixture of anger and sorrow etched upon her face. Taro, Kaori Asakawa cried out, her eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment. Wait, Taro Sakaguchi called after them, unwilling to accept defeat, and asked, how did you discover this? Koyuki halted, turned to him, and chuckled lightly. It's quite simple. Although autumn has arrived, the recent days have been unusually warm. The air conditioning is not on here. Yet you are bundled up in your coat. There must be something amiss. Even an ordinary student could discern this. Moreover, I noticed your odd behavior from the very start. Taro Sakaguchi, perplexed, inquired what? Why? How you explained? It's straightforward. This establishment reopened yesterday after renovations. It is impossible that it was introduced to you by someone else. You must be aware that the differences post-renovation are substantial. What? Taro Sakaguchi looked up to see the signs of the grand reopening, his face a mask of regret. Koyuki then inquired, what was your motive for murder? Motive? Because that man took my woman from me. Kumi Aoi regarded her with a detached gaze, imbued with profound sorrow. Conan scoffed, how laughable. This is merely your jealousy. Officer Megure instructed Takagi, take him away. Subsequently, the officer escorted Taro Sakaguchi from the premises. They arrived in the realm of dreams, with Xiaoi munching on a piece of sushi while exclaiming, encountering a case while having a meal is truly unfortunate. Stop complaining. What does it mean for someone to possess the essence of the Grim Reaper? Nolan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Conan. Hey, someone muttered, rolling their eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, Ryoma observed their nonchalant complaints and remarked in disbelief, seriously, a person has just died, and you remain so calm. AI replied, after witnessing the cycle of life and death, my heart has long since grown numb, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. Ryoma gazed at AI, his heart aching with curiosity about her past experiences that rendered her so indifferent. On another note, Tezuka hung up the phone and said, Xiaoi, I must take my leave. Coach Longzaki just called to inform me that we will be going on a 2-day retreat in the mountains this weekend. Is there no way to avoid it? Nolan responded with dissatisfaction. There is not, he replied before departing with Fuji. It seemed this weekend would not be tranquil after all. Chapter 28, The Treasure Wake Up. Wake up. A series of urgent shouts echoed in Xiaoi's ears, disrupting his slumber. Who is it? Disturbing my dreams so early. Doesn't anyone realize I was up late reading documents yesterday? Xiaoi mumbled, turning over in bed. Stop sleeping, E. Have you forgotten we have a retreat today? Nolan insisted, shaking Xiaoyi's body. Oh no, Xiaoyi exclaimed upon realizing, I completely forgot. Lanjia, what time is it? He scrambled out of bed. It's 7:50. We gather at 8 o'clock, Nolan informed him. Nanny, I'm going to be late. Xiaoyi dashed to the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, AI was grumbling as she pushed open Ryoma's bedroom door. Why must I be the one to wake him? She entered to find Ryoma buried under his covers, still asleep. Wake up, get up, she called out. Ryoma ignored her, turning over to continue his slumber. Seeing no response, AI reluctantly pulled back the covers. Ah, pervert. A shriek shattered the tranquility of the room, simultaneously rousing Ryoma from his sleep. He sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes and ears, lazily inquiring. Who was making such a racket so early? Before he could finish his sentence, a pillow struck him, accompanied by a flustered voice. You pervert, put on some clothes. With that, she stormed out. Left in a daze, Ryoma suddenly recalled something and hurriedly dressed, shouting, I'm going to be late. Xiaoyi, who was about to head out, burst into laughter with Nolan after overhearing the exchange. So Ryoma sleeps without clothing, and AI caught him. Downstairs, Conan and Haoyu were both in fits of laughter. It was evident that this amusing chaos was closely tied to the two. 5 minutes later, Xiaoyi and Longma had completed their morning routines. Haoyu, holding the neatly packaged breakfast, urged, let us go, you two can eat on the way. Longma glanced at the meal and, relieved to find no milk, breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a voice that felt devilish to Longma rang out. Haoyu, wait. You forgot Longma's milk. With a lament, 2 cartons of milk were tossed over. No, Longma exclaimed in dismay. Conan interjected. All right, let us hurry. At the entrance of Seishin Academy, Daisher looked into the distance with concern. Where are they? Yai bounced excitedly, yes. If they don't arrive soon, we'll be late and face severe consequences. He then glanced at Tezuka, who emanated a chill as he inquired. Kawamura? How long until we leave? Kawamura checked his watch and replied, 30 seconds. Fuji, with a mischievous grin, remarked, it seems something interesting is about to unfold. Kawamura began counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Before he could finish, a heavy breath interrupted. Well, we're not late, are we? Kawamura adjusted his glasses and replied, no, we're not. Good, came the resigned sigh from a bear-like figure. Longzaki declared, since everyone has arrived, let us depart. Yes. On the bus, Xiaoyi took her breakfast from Haoyu and began to eat. Longma followed suit but refrained from drinking the milk. AI reminded, Longma, don't forget the milk. Longma, feeling embarrassed, declined, no, thank you. From the back, Kawamura insisted, you must drink it, Ekizan. Longma turned away, Yada. Tezuka shot him a stern glance, commanding, drink. Without hesitation, AI seized the milk, opened it, pressed on Longma's acupoint with one hand, and poured the milk into him with the other. Longma's eyes reflected disgust and anger. Just then, the bus suddenly braked, splattering milk all over Longma's face and hair. The sight was utterly comical, and even AI burst into laughter. After pouring another bottle, she released his acupoint. Once he regained mobility, Longma immediately grabbed a towel to wipe his face, muttering in resignation. Was it necessary to go this far just because I saw that this morning? I didn't mind. It seems beneath her icy exterior lies a rather malicious side. I shall never provoke her again. The others in the back watched the spectacle, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Pondering if AI was exacting revenge for the morning, they resolved to never cross her again. Shortly after, they arrived at the foot of the training camp. Longzaki commanded, everyone, disembark, strap on 5 kilograms weights, and run from the bottom to the top of the mountain within half an hour. What? The group looked up at the mountain, which towered at least 2,000 meters high, exclaiming in disbelief. The path was treacherous. Those who arrive last will get to drink Kawamura's juice. Beside them, Qian held a cup containing a mysterious green substance and remarked. Longqi then added, the luggage cart will be taken up. The timer starts now. Qian, Tezuka, you are in charge. Remember, do not tread the vehicle path. With that, he departed, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. The group promptly reacted, securing their burdens and commencing their ascent. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi, unhurried, fastened his load and inquired, what is the rush? By the way, brother, don't you think this place bears some resemblance to the one he described? Conan nodded in agreement, responding, indeed, it does. Nolan sighed, foreseeing trouble ahead. Haoyu offered a wry smile and glanced at Conan, remarking, has it ever been peaceful with him around? Xiaoyi chimed in, true. That certain Conan rolls his eyes. Subsequently, they overtook Fuji and others, making their way toward the mountain summit. Ultimately, The least physically capable of the group, a certain feline, consumed the Qian juice. Under Longqi's command, the group underwent various inhumane training regimens, though the four, already accustomed, bore it relatively well. For lunch and dinner, Sakura and her companions tended to their needs. After dinner, the group relaxed on the tennis court. A sudden shriek accompanied by the sound of shattering bowls echoed from behind. Sakura exclaimed, "Tomoka, are you all right?" Tomoka replied, "I'm fine, just tripped over this stone." Rising from the ground, she tossed the offending rock behind her, complaining, "Who left this stone in the middle of the path?" With a thud, a hapless snake was struck on the calf by the flying stone and fell to the ground. Tachibana chuckled, "Silly snake." Nearby, Daisher picked up the stone, observing, "It seems to have some writing on it." Upon hearing this, the five of them instinctively approached. Curious, Eiji leaned in for a closer look but quickly gave up. "What is this? I can't even read it." Fuji, approaching, glanced at it and remarked, "This appears to be Chinese, and it's a 3-character classic." Tachibana, affirming, stated, "This must be a code." Ryoma, with a dismissive expression, retorted, "Oh Tachibana, that's just stating the obvious. What does it mean?" AI glanced at it and explained, "Heaven, 10 days, sweet dew fades. The Lady of Guanghan. Servants at leisure. When the sun is present, the moon chases none. Unravel the mystery, it lies herein." Eiji, filled with excitement and confusion, exclaimed, "This is pointing us to treasure, right? Once found, I can buy tons of toothpaste. But what does this code mean? Little cutie, you must know." "What did you say?" A chilling wave swept through, as a certain cat exclaimed, "Not good. Zaioi, farewell." With that, he promptly fled. The others were left in disbelief. Chapter 29. The entrance. Fuji gazed at the characters on the stone, smiling. Interesting events are about to unfold. Tachibana questioned, "Fuji-senpai, can you understand it?" Fuji squinted, replying, "I can make out some of it." Conan interjected, "Actually, it is written in Chinese. This 3-character classic narrates the myth of Ho-E shooting down the suns." Nolan continued, "It is said that in ancient times, there were 10 suns in the sky, scorching the crops and causing countless people to perish from hunger and heat. Ho-E, a figure of immense strength, empathized with the suffering populace. Ascending the summit of Kunlun Mountain, he drew his divine bow and shot down 9 suns, leaving behind the solitary sun we now cherish, thus bestowing a boon upon humanity. At this moment, Hao-Yu softly remarked, "This points us to the location of the treasure." Xiaoyi then surmised, "Moreover, it is likely connected to this stone." Ing-Er, perplexed, inquired, "What does that mean? Does this passage indicate what treasure is being referenced?" "It specifies the treasure's location." Xiaoyi spoke in a mysterious tone, 10 suns, the sweet dew has departed. Here, the sweet dew refers to. Xiaoyi paused, leaving the thought unfinished. Tao Qing eagerly pressed, "What does it refer to? What does it mean?" Wu-Er speculated, "Perhaps it signifies water?" Tao Cheng, even more confused, exclaimed, "What? I don't understand." Conan surveyed the surroundings and stated, "This suggests we should search for a place with water." Ing-Er exclaimed, that is simple. A place with water must be a river, stream, or waterfall." Nolan shot him a glance and replied, "Do you think there is any here?" Ing-Er looked around, realizing, it appears there isn't." Tao Cheng, puzzled, asked, "Then what could it be?" "The answer is singular, a well." Long Ma exclaimed enthusiastically, reveling in his discovery. Xiaoyi, assuming a leadership role, commanded, "Let us search, it should be quite easy." Everyone responded with confidence. "Indeed." Wu-Er remarked, "I recall there is a well behind this house. Though it is dry." Xiaoyi chuckled, "That must be the sweet dew departing." They soon arrived at the well, and Hao-Yu observed, "The space inside seems rather confined. Perhaps we should refrain from all entering." Conan concurred, "Indeed, Lon and I will abstain." Wu-Er expressed regret, "Xiaoyi, you all go. Deciphering these cryptic clues is exhausting for me." Tao Cheng and Ing-Er simultaneously chimed in, "Yes, but if you find any treasure, do not hoard it all for yourselves." Ultimately, they decided that only 4 would descend: Xiaoyi, Hao-Yu, AI, and Long Ma. Xiaoyi leaped in first. "It's quite shallow," she noted, "only 3 meters deep." Observing her surroundings, she remarked that the walls of the well bore no moss, indicating it remains dry year-round, even during the rainy season. Thus, this well serves as a facade for the treasure's entrance. Hao-Yu smirked. Long Ma questioned, "With walls surrounding us on all sides, why do I sense a breeze beneath my feet?" AI responded with a slight smile. "This suggests there is a vast hidden chamber below." Hao-Yu urged, "Let us search carefully. There should be some clues." Long Ma pointed to a wall nearby. "There is a poem inscribed here, though it appears to be in Chinese." Xiaoyi approached, and upon examining the green wall, she read, "He shoots the sun, and E ascends the moon. The heat of the sun, the chill of the moon. The secrets of the heavens are beyond comprehension. The golden arrow reappears in the sky. Xiaoyi murmured, once again, it is the three-character classic. How you recite it? The heat of the sun, the chill of the moon. Xiaoyi called out to Conan above, brother, shatter that stone and throw it down. I suspect it may contain jade. Conan replied, okay. As he spoke, he struck the stone, revealing indeed a piece of jade within. AI pointed to the wall and said, there is an indentation here. It should be placed here. Long Ma, observing their every move, was utterly baffled. What are you doing? I don't understand at all. How you explained. The chill of the moon refers to low temperature, and this little hole naturally suggests that something should be placed inside. Typically, those who create such things will prepare the necessary components. Hence, I thought of the stone we just had, though it wouldn't be cold, leading us to believe it might contain jade. Ah, I see, Long Ma responded. So does the heat of the sun refer to sunlight? But it's nighttime now. Xiaoyi nodded. Indeed, that is correct. Let's try with fire. Subsequently, Hao Yu used a lighter to illuminate the area next to the small hole, and Xiaoyi inserted the jade into it. At the moment the jade was placed inside, the well began to tremble violently. Dust shook and fell, and a resounding roar emanated from the massive rocks. After about 10 seconds, the shaking ceased, revealing a dark and elongated staircase ahead. Hao Yu couldn't help but applaud in awe. What extraordinary craftsmanship! Long Ma exclaimed, it looks like so much fun. They then ventured inside. At this moment, the well was deserted, yet two shadows approached. These little brats are indeed useful. This time we will surely find the treasure. Let us descend, spoke Shadow A in a magnetic voice. Yes, boss, Shadow B chuckled slyly. Having said that, the two of them nimbly jumped down. Upon entering, Xiaoyi took out her phone for illumination. She looked up and asked, hey, what do you think the treasure will be? Long Ma, filled with longing, replied, of course. The golden arrow. Fool, I already know it's the golden arrow. But what exactly is it? Xiaoyi inquired. It is the legendary arrow left behind by Ho Yi. She said. So, that is the golden arrow, Long Ma replied with a sly grin, his face betraying his greed. Exactly. Hao Yu followed suit with a peculiar smile. Meanwhile, the two shadows whispered to each other. So, the golden arrow must be priceless. How splendid. Suddenly, Xiaoyi halted and turned back. What was that sound? A flock of crows flew from the cave, flapping their pitch-black wings like phantoms. What's wrong? Hao Yu asked, noticing her sudden movement. Someone is behind us. Xiaoyi whispered. In the darkness, two figures huddled together, holding their breath. Hao Yu turned to glance behind him, yet saw nothing, feeling a twinge of impatience, paranoia. It's merely a few crows. Surely, you aren't frightened? AI shrank back, fear evident in her demeanor, muttering. In any case, this place sends chills down my spine. The temperature is quite low. Rest assured, AI, everything is fine. Let us move quickly, Long Ma urged, shedding his coat and draping it over AI's shoulders. Shadow B, having overheard their intent to proceed, relaxed momentarily but stumbled as he lost his footing. Xiaoyi, hearing the sound of pebbles rolling behind them, instinctively halted and turned back. Chapter 30. Encountering danger, oh no, Shadow B muttered anxiously to himself. Shadow A furrowed his brow, scolding, you fool. Shadow B bowed apologetically to Shadow A boss. I'm sorry. Shoo. Shadow A gestured for silence. Like a monkey, Shadow B covered his mouth. Xiaoyi, what troubles you? Hao Yu inquired, noticing Xiaoyi had paused again. His impatience growing, though he sensed something amiss. Hey Xiaoyi, let us go. Long Ma urged, perplexed. Don't you feel it? Xiaoyi whispered, her blue eyes shimmering with intensity. It seems there's an aura of malice. Hao Yu finally discerned. AI, skeptical as she had yet to sense it, replied, Ha, Xiaoyi, what are you joking about? Where would such malice come from? Aside from us, there isn't a soul in sight. Long Ma, experiencing this for the first time, timidly remarked, could it be? AI added, unless it's a ghost, making a frightful face at him. A ghost? He exclaimed in trembling disbelief. AI rolled her eyes. Is that all it takes to scare you? You claim you'll protect me, yet it seems mere words. Stop frightening him. It is after all his first time. Hao Yu chuckled. Let us continue onward, Xiaoyi suggested. As Xiaoyi and Hao Yu led the way, Xiaoyi softly remarked, from earlier, it has been quite strange. Why would there be such stones? Hao Yu seemed to grasp the implication. Indeed, someone must have come searching for treasure. The darkness thickened around them, light gradually siphoned away, the path seemingly interminable, narrowing further, with stalactites looming in the constricted passage. Ahead, the narrow way bifurcated. Which path shall we take? Hao Yu inquired. Xiaoyi picked up a few stones from the ground and casually tossed one down one of the paths. Listening intently for a moment, She pointed, let us go this way. Indeed, the path grew increasingly constricted, the stalactites becoming ever denser and longer, imposing their presence. We find ourselves reduced to crawling. Little Wing leads the way, grasping her phone with her mouth, her hands and feet searching ahead. The others follow suit. The tunnel, like a constricting cloth, is both foul and interminable. When will this end? AI murmurs in complaint. If this continues, I shall become a reptile, Longma bemoans. What's wrong? How you, trailing behind Little Wing, inquires with concern. The phone's dead, she replies. Without hesitation, How you offers his phone. Use mine. And you? Little Wing asks. I have my ways. He responds, pulling a candle from his pocket. You idiot. Why didn't you bring it out sooner? Little Wing retorts. With a self-satisfied smile, How you quips. A true ace always makes a grand entrance. Idiot, she scoffs, though it is she who had forgotten the magician's imperative to always carry such essentials. They do not turn back, but choose to forge ahead. After a while, AI speaks softly. Little Wing, do you feel something's off? I feel inexplicably unwell. Lama adds. My chest is tight. I can hardly breathe. Suddenly, a clatter resonates as the phone collides with the rock. Little Wing stumbles slightly. She perceives the oddity of their situation. Yet for some reason, her usual abilities elude her, resulting in this predicament. The candle flickers and extinguishes, plunging them into darkness. How you shouts, we're in trouble. Everyone retreat. Little Wing, what happened to her? AI expresses her worry. You all need to move back quickly. How you commands sternly. Longma, I order you to take AI to safety and find Conan. All right, Longma concedes, seeing the trust in How Yu's eyes. He takes AI's hand and steps backward. How Yu helps Little Wing to her feet. Her complexion is pale, devoid of color. He cautiously channels his fiery energy through her body, pondering. This is a bad day for Little Wing's episode. Damn it, the candle just went out, meaning there's no oxygen here. We must leave, or we shall perish. The oxygen is depleting. Little Wing, How Yu holds his breath, using his fiery technique to stabilize his heart rate, but this cannot last long. He shakes her vigorously. Fear grips his heart. Standing on the precipice of death, anyone would feel dread and urgency. He could return, yet if not for today, they could have escaped. However, Little Wing, in her current frail state, cannot mobilize her icy essence, and How Yu is powerless to assist her with his fiery energy. I must remain calm. There must be a way, he resolves, striving to steady his mind. Little Wing faintly senses his warmth. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. Begone, foolish one. Leave at once, or you shall meet your demise. I can easily reincarnate again. This was the heartfelt plea of Xiaoyi, who was deeply grateful to How Yu. Imbecile. Do not waste your breath. It consumes precious oxygen. Ignoring her words, How Yu hoisted her onto his back and crawled toward the exit, panting heavily after a short while. The fabric of his clothing chafed against him, and his hands were scraped raw by the uneven ground. Yet he pressed on, for he believed that with every inch he crawled outward, his chances of survival increased. Xiaoyi lay weakly upon his back, no matter how hard she tried. She could muster no strength. Pain spread throughout her heart. Rest assured, your life is mine to secure. How Yu gritted through clenched teeth. He reignited a candle, knowing it would rapidly deplete the oxygen in the air, but without light, he could not find the way out. Meanwhile, two dark figures trailing them halted at a fork in the path. Boss, which way did they go? I didn't see, the second shadow remarked. Curse you. It's precisely because of your foolishness that we lost track of them, the first shadow retorted. My apologies, boss, the second shadow said, pressing his lips together. At How Yu's command, Longma and AI struggled to climb back. At last, they returned to the fork in the path. The second shadow pointed at their disheveled appearance and exclaimed, Boss, look, they have returned. The first shadow gazed at their state in astonishment and inquired, Treasure? Did you find it? Who are you? Longma boldly asked, eyeing the two robust men. And where are the other two? The first shadow demanded. They couldn't have been beaten to a pulp while attempting to seize the treasure, could they? The second shadow speculated. Silence. The first shadow barked, then drew a handgun from his dark coat. The metallic gleam glinted in AI and Longma's eyes. Chapter 31. Escape Speak. The first shadow aimed at Longma. AI, terrified, cowered behind Longma, clutching the edge of his clothing, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Longma, gripped by fear, recalled his promise to AI and steadied himself. He glanced at the gun and stood tall, asking, Who are you? Boss, that kid actually dares to ask who we are? The second shadow's boisterous voice filled the air. Mind your tongue. The first shadow warned, If you do not answer my questions honestly, I shall turn the gun on AI. Then go ahead and shoot. She is of no relation to me, and killing her will not intimidate me, Longma laughed. a flicker of wisdom shining in his youthful face. The cowardly second shadow seized the opportunity to retort, "What do you think you are?" The first shadow pressed his finger against the trigger. "If you continue to make noise, I will pull the trigger." "Is that so? Go ahead and fire." Longma grew increasingly defiant. "Humph, do you think I lack the courage to shoot?" The muscles in the first shadow's face twitched. "Longma," AI cried out in fear, her heart racing as she thought, so he has realized it too. "Boss, quickly crush this arrogant fellow's head," urged Shadow B. Longma stepped forward, scoffing. "If we are to begin, then let us begin. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Shadow B called out again. While they were deliberating, Longma had already advanced ahead of them. "Who are you exactly?" Shadow B was taken aback, stammering. "How did you get here?" Longma sternly retorted. "How did you come to be here? Speak up." "Indeed. You were quite loquacious earlier. Why the silence now?" AI, feigning fear, loudly inquired. "Hey, if you take another step closer, I will shoot," declared Shadow A, brandishing his gun menacingly. Longma disdainfully glanced at Shadow A, saying, "You dare to flaunt a toy gun here?" "What?" Shadow A faltered. "To show off in front of me." "How foolish." Longma proudly held his head high, internally grateful to Xiaoyi. AI chimed in. "Even if one mimics perfectly, there are subtle differences." Hearing this, Longma inwardly sighed, for she had indeed perceived it. "Now, shall we have a proper answer to my question? Who are you?" Shadow A raised his hands, saying, "We are merely ordinary treasure seekers. We couldn't find the treasure, and upon seeing you here, we threw that stone to you, hoping you would help us in our search." AI nodded and then asked, "Where did you find it?" Shadow B chuckled awkwardly. "Hee, we stumbled upon it by chance." The two were not entirely convinced, yet lacking experience. They chose to let it go. Boldly, Shadow A inquired, Where are your companions?" AI lowered her head. Longma shot him a glare, saying, "They will appear shortly." "What concern is it of yours?" "Longma, they are a bit worried," AI remarked. Longma patted his chest in reassurance. "Do not fret, AI. Xiaoyi and the others are like indestructible cockroaches. They won't perish easily." On the other side of the passage, Hao Yu leaned against the rock, utterly drained of strength. Were it not for the Firecloud heart method sustaining him, he would have collapsed long ago. Xiaoyi had completely fainted under the torment, though her condition had slightly improved. Hao Yu gazed at her, thinking, "I cannot die. Absolutely cannot. I have yet to tell her. Tell her." At that moment, his eyes fixated on a wisp of life-saving white smoke. "Wonderful, we are saved." Meanwhile, Longma and the others reluctantly resumed their treasure-hunting quest. At the fork in the path, AI pointed to one route, stating, "The previous one was a dead end. This is the way." "What?" Longma retorted, having not memorized the route. "Let us go," urged Shadow B. "All right." Having walked less than 400 meters, they encountered a stone wall blocking their path. "What is going on?" Shadow A exclaimed, growing agitated. "Is there truly no way out?" Shadow A inquired. Longma and AI groped along the stone wall, finding no inscriptions nor any mechanisms to activate. Longma shook his head, declaring, "It seems this is not the place. What should we do, boss?" Shadow B said despairingly. "We should return to our previous location and reassess," Shadow A asserted resolutely. "It seems we have no choice," Longma sighed in resignation. Upon reaching the base of the well, they found themselves utterly exhausted. AI stared blankly at the three-character classic on the wall. Longma retrieved his phone and remarked, "Xiaoyi and Hao Yu haven't returned yet. We should call the police." As he set the phone down, a voice commanded, "Do not move. You are of no further use." A pitch-black gun, fitted with a silencer, was aimed at him. Without a glance, Longma mockingly retorted, "Are you bringing out a toy gun to frighten us?" However, his retort was met with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the wisps of smoke rising from the barrel. The corners of Shadow A's mouth curled into a sinister smile. His finger poised on the trigger. AI, maintaining her composure, questioned, "Why must you kill us?" "Why? Humph, it's because you saw our faces," Shadow A responded, the gun inching closer to them. "Xiaoyi, how are you? Hurry!" AI cried out. "Hee, they must no longer be among the living," Shadow A sneered. Longma lunged forward, shielding AI with his body, saying, "If you must kill, then take my life instead." "Very well, I shall grant you this." Shadow A pressed the gun against his forehead. Longma inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, silently lamenting, "AI, I'm sorry. I can no longer protect you. I harbor an indescribable feeling for you, one I cannot fathom. Forgive my secrecy. If there is a next life, I shall not repeat this." In those fleeting seconds, he and she contemplated countless thoughts, yet in the end, what awaited him was not death, but a gust of wind, a swift breeze caused by the sudden arrival of reinforcements. Indeed, they had come. The air was filled with the sound of a man's scream and the thud of gunfire against the ground. "You?" Shadowbee stared in shock at the well above. Xiaoyi, how are you? Lama exclaimed with excitement. AI's lips curled into a slight smile as the two descended from above. What is this? Are you here to silence us? Xiaoyi asked sharply. Shadow lunged to the side, seizing the fallen gun, and aimed it at Xiaoyi and Haoyu, bellowing, "You shall die, boss." Shadowbee stood frozen, bewildered. Xiaoyi ignored him and stepped forward. Don't move. Shadowbee trembled as he fired at Xiaoyi. In a fluid motion, Xiaoyi evaded, drawing nearer, delivering a swift side kick that sent the handgun flying far away. Shadowbee stood dazed, his expression blank. At that moment, a voice emerged from Xiaoyi's phone. The police will arrive shortly. What crime have they committed? Confounded, Longmar inquired. They are the ones who previously harmed the Kimura family. Stealing their ancestral stone? What? 13? AI gazed incredulously at the two murderous fiends before her. The treasure is gone, Longma lamented, his head hanging in dismay. Do you not wish to search for the treasure? How you taunted. Of course we do, but we have no leads. How can we search? It is far simpler than researching pharmaceuticals, AI sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Your tone suggests you may have a way to locate the treasure, Xiaoyi remarked, studying Haoyu's enigmatic expression. Indeed. Chapter 32. The golden arrow, where is the treasure? AI pressed. Look here. Haoyu pointed to a section of the wall. What is this? Lama asked, intrigued. A cipher. Xiaoyi exclaimed, suddenly animated. The dim wall was adorned with peculiar symbols. At a glance, it resembled a sun. Though some segments were painted black while others were white. Black, 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 white, white, black, 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 white, 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 black, 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 white, white, black, white, black, 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 white, 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 black, 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 white, 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 black, black. Perhaps we should thank them? Haoyu chuckled. Indeed. The smoke reaction earlier revealed the cipher, Xiaoyi said with pride. So that's how it is, Longma exclaimed, brimming with excitement. But what does it mean? AI remained puzzled. I have no idea. Do you know what it signifies? Longma looked eagerly at Xiaoyi and Haoyu, yearning for answers. Ha! Xiaoyi suddenly burst into laughter. Hey, what is so funny? Haoyu shot Xiaoyi a sidelong glance. Do you understand what it means? Longma ventured cautiously. No, Longma replied, at a loss for words. Then why are you laughing? Because I'm thrilled. I've finally encountered an intriguing cipher. Is that not worthy of excitement? You're insane. Haoyu retorted, his tone laced with disdain. Humph. How did you manage to escape? Longma asked, curiosity piqued. Hee. Haoyu laughed triumphantly. Stop laughing and just tell us, AI urged. At that moment, I saw the white smoke from the candle rising and surmised there must be a vent above. I looked up and, indeed, there was a crack in the cave wall. Through that fissure, I glimpsed the forest we had traversed earlier. I placed my phone's battery in the crack and ignited it. It exploded swiftly. The stone wall was not thick, covered entirely in stalactites. Although the force was not immense, it created a small opening through which we crawled out. Wow, that is impressive. But wasn't Xiaoyi unconscious at that time? How did he regain consciousness? Xiaoyi widened his eyes, while Haoyu lowered his gaze. It wasn't he intentional. It was out of desperation. Is that really the case? Lama looked at them, pained. Must you strike so hard? Xiaoyi glared. Oh really? Haha. Lama chuckled. In truth, this was not factual. Xiaoyi was not awakened by him, but rather by the call of her beloved, whose voice resonated with clarity as though he were right beside her. It was he who calmed her, suppressing that which had awakened and sought to escape. Now, she was engulfed in confusion, yearning to understand the nature of this phenomenon, yet feeling utterly lost. All right, let us contemplate the code, she mused, occasionally crossing her arms over her chest or resting her chin in her hand, frowning thoughtfully at the wall. Haoyu furrowed his brows, his eyes slowly scanning back and forth, doodling in the notebook he carried. AI joined them in their contemplation. Noticing the trio's deep focus, Longma remained silent, patiently awaiting their revelations, for he could hardly conceive a solution and had nearly resigned himself to surrender. So that is how it is, Xiaoyi suddenly proclaimed, her voice slicing through the stillness of the well. It appears the treasure is within our grasp. Haoyu chimed in. Indeed, Xiaoyi replied confidently. Do you comprehend? AI interjected. I have also surmised a few things. Wonderful. Please share, Longma urged eagerly for the answer. Haoyu presented the notebook before them, stating, there are a total of 36 symbols here, arranged in 6 rows and 6 columns. When placed into a 6x6 square, it appears thus. He gestured towards the diagram on the page. Correct. If we only observe the black sun, it resembles a. Xiaoyi continued. The inward pointing arrow, Haoyu interjected. I believe this arrow leads to the treasure we have long awaited. Just as Xiaoyi was about to elaborate further, AI interjected, we need only press this mechanism. As she spoke, she executed the action. The wall ascended, unveiling an entrance. The mechanism has activated. Let us proceed, Xiaoyi suggested. Yes, I know without being told. Xiaoyi replied, stepping forward. Upon entering, they spotted a gray, rabbit-like creature on the ground. Xiaoyi approached for a closer inspection, declaring, this is a rabbit made of clay. It seems capable of rotation, just as I envisioned. What are you doing, little one? AI exclaimed, pointing at Long Ma, who was eager to rotate the clay rabbit. However, Long Ma had already commenced turning it. Ah, he uttered in astonishment. Why isn't it working? AI questioned the two self-assured individuals with a hint of skepticism. Of course it wouldn't. Xiaoyi smirked triumphantly. How you displayed a confident grin, explaining. That's because it must be turned at the correct angle. What angle? Long Ma inquired anxiously. How you nodded, saying, do not rush, let us complete our reasoning. Long Ma scratched his head and said, very well. Xiaoyi pointed at the notebook and remarked, observe this illustration. Circle the white sun and recombine it. By merging these shapes, one arrives at this figure. What is the blank space in the image? How you asked, directing his finger at the drawing. AI clapped her hands and exclaimed, yes. I thought of that too. The remainder forms a 7. A 7? Pray, continue. Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow, gazing at her. I have yet to conceive how to proceed. AI replied, shaking her head. Xiaoyi spoke slowly. It seems you cannot determine it. AI, puzzled, inquired, why is that? Is it not a 7? L. L. AI repeated the letter, bewildered. How you elucidated. Indeed, it is L. As we know, L is the 12th letter of the alphabet, and in Roman numerals. It represents the number 12. And what of it? Xiaoyi inquired enigmatically. It must transform into a rabbit, she replied mysteriously. Long Ma, filled with confusion, asked, how does that transpire? The pronunciations of rabbit and earth are similar. When deconstructed, it becomes X and Y. By rotating X and Y leftward by 45 degrees and 90 degrees respectively, one arrives at Earth. So is it 45 degrees or 90 degrees? Long Ma questioned, looking at the clay rabbit. It resembles the positive and negative signs in mathematics. Since the negative sign has an added horizontal line, we subtract the two angles, resulting in 45 degrees. 45 degrees, Long Ma muttered, rotating the clay rabbit. The clay rabbit began to ascend from the ground, and the words inscribed on the floor beneath it illuminated before their eyes. It read, the celestial mechanism unfolds. Cannot be broken. The arrow points to the heavens, none shall take. Should one rashly seize, let them ponder thrice. As the clay rabbit ascended slowly, a golden bow and a golden arrow materialized before them, the brilliance blinding their eyes. The bow was approximately 1 meter long, gleaming with resplendent gold. With the golden arrow perched upon it, the bow stood atop the clay rabbit, serving as its support. Splendid, Long Ma exclaimed, eagerly reaching out to grasp it. Hold on. Xiaoyi called out urgently, her voice carrying the force of a mountain torrent. What now? Long Ma, unable to contain his excitement, replied. How you said softly. I suspect that this golden bow and arrow serve as supports for this mechanism. If I am not mistaken, when we remove them, it could very well be our doom. Xiaoyi added, moreover, by calculating from this position, directly above us is the dormitory. Upon hearing this, Long Ma recoiled his hand in fright, reluctantly muttering, are we to forsake this treasure? AI tapped his head and said, fool, what use do we have for it? Xiaoyi interjected calmly, furthermore, is it not splendid to leave it here? The golden light cascades upon the clay rabbit, embodying the cold elegance of the jade rabbit. One could say it is a wonder of the world. Is this not the greatest treasure? At this moment, Xiaoyi's demeanor resembled that of a porcelain rabbit, exuding an elegance interlaced with an air of aloofness, imparting an impression of unassailable dignity. She had entered a trance, and not just her. The other three present were similarly entranced. The passage of time was marked only by the piercing sound of a police siren, which ultimately roused them from their reverie. The two murderers were taken away, and after capturing a memento in the form of a photograph, they returned to their quarters and fell into a deep slumber, one that was profoundly restorative. The following day, exhilarated by thoughts of treasure, Irie and Tacheng arrived at Xiaoyi's door before dawn, knocking insistently to awaken her. However, their commotion not only failed to rouse Xiaoyi, but instead disturbed Tezuka, leading to an inevitable consequence. He was sentenced to run 30 laps up and down the mountain, with the added punishment of being denied breakfast. In truth, they should consider themselves fortunate that it was Tezuka who woke, rather than Xiaoyi. Had it been her, the repercussions would have been far more severe than mere laps. Conan and Nolan having previously witnessed Xiaoyi's wrath when disturbed from slumber, silently offered their prayers, wishing fervently that she remained undisturbed. By the time their punishment concluded, the sun was nearing its zenith, yet the four weary souls remained ensconced in their dreams. As the prospect of returning loomed, Toichi and Irie grew anxious. Is it truly time to leave already? What of the treasure? The golden arrow. Came an exclamation from the group. What? The golden arrow. Surely it could fetch a handsome sum. I could purchase an abundance of toothpaste. A certain cat exclaimed with excitement. Yet, Ryoma doused his enthusiasm with a cold retort. That is impossible. Irie, perplexed, questioned. Little one, you are awake. Why is that? Because the golden arrow cannot be removed. Ryoma replied, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Why not? Toichi inquired, intrigued. The arrow is a celestial fixture. It cannot be taken by mere mortals. To attempt such an act would require considerable forethought, Ryoma cryptically responded. The two did not grasp the gravity of his words, but not far off, Fuji surmised. Are you suggesting that the golden arrow supports something, and if it were to be removed, we would face dire consequences? Ryoma nodded gravely. Not only that, but the structure itself would collapse. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and wandered toward the well. Let us see what lies within. It is quite beautiful, that scene, he remarked. Intrigued by Ryoma's musings, the others followed him. Upon reaching the well, they beheld a sight that rendered them momentarily speechless, only regaining their senses when Longzaki urged them to pack their belongings for the journey home. As they prepared to depart, Xiaoyi and the others gradually awoke, and thus, the retreat came to a close. Chapter 33. Unraveling. After the retreat concluded, they returned to the routine of school and training, initially believing they would experience a mundane week. However, during the weekend, they inadvertently caught sight of an article in the newspaper featuring a figure named Suzuki Jirakachi. The article quoted Suzuki, "Kid, I have heard of your remarkable thieving prowess. Dare you come claim my Eve's sin?" After a collective sigh from Xiaoyi and his companions upon finishing the newspaper, they lamented. How could this happen? We thought we could peacefully enjoy the weekend. However, each of them harbored distinct sentiments. Xiaoyi felt sorrowful, exclaiming, "What a disappointment. I was looking forward to some fun." How you, brimming with defiance, retorted, "What does that old man mean? Is he challenging me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Nolan, enveloped in melancholy, sighed, "Alas, our world of two is no more." Conan declared, "Kid, this time I shall apprehend you." At that moment, a person oblivious to the situation inquired, "What is happening? Who is Kid?" Conan elucidated, "Kid, the phantom thief, has been around for 8 years. However, he mysteriously vanished for 8 years and has recently resurfaced, now accompanied by a partner, the phantom thief Ling Yuyi. I am in pursuit of him." How you mused silently. "You think you can catch me? Not a chance." Xiaoyi, resting his chin on his hand, pondered. "I wonder if he will react this time." Nolan sighed. "It seems we can't play anymore." "I'm sorry, Ran." Conan continued, "I must visit Uncle Suzuki." "Go on. You deduction fanatic." Nolan waved him off and turned to AI, saying, "AI, let us go have fun, regardless of them." With that, he took AI's hand and walked away. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi and Haoyu had quietly devised a strategy. Xiaoyi said, "Brother, you go to Suzuki Jirakachi first. Haoyu and I will handle the company matters, and then find you." Conan waved his hand in refusal, stating, "No, you two go have your fun. There's no need to come back. If it weren't for that phantom thief Ling Yuyi last time, I would have captured him. This time, I must catch him myself." After saying this, he drove off towards Suzuki Jirakachi. Xiaoyi watched his retreating figure and remarked, "It seems my brother is quite upset with you." Haoyu chuckled softly. "Well, he is relentless in his pursuit. I'm not even stealing anything. It seems we must be cautious this time." Subsequently, Haoyu went to deliver a notice. Just as he handed the notice to Suzuki Jirakachi, Conan arrived. Through his connection with Sonoko, he met Suzuki and saw the notice. It read, "Anger at the vessel, the drink lingers long, the ribbed monarch weeps as punishment strides. The elder sister's stone meets with despair, flowing light remains, cloaked in garments embrace. The BA ring in circles, 8 pearls poisonous, the lamb as fat bears the mark of disease. 10 stones grant dominion, in the stagnant river lies the melancholy maiden. I descend without sand, slaying the divine." Officer Nakamori, arriving from another direction, shook his head after reading it, muttering, "What is this? I can't even comprehend it. It's all jumbled." Officer Nakamori had never understood such cryptic messages. Conan, gazing at the perplexing text, smirked. "It's a cipher." "A cipher? Do you understand what it means? When will our esteemed Kid arrive?" Sonoko, standing nearby, eagerly inquired, her eyes sparkling. "It's simple, but first, I wish to examine the sin of Eve," Conan confidently asserted. However, he was met with a refusal. Why should I show you? Who knows if you are truly kid? Suzuki Jiraichi flatly denied the request. Left with no choice, Conan turned to Sonoko for assistance, whispering in her ear, Sister Sonoko, if you wish to know when kid will arrive, allow me to view the sin of Eve. Thus, through Sonoko's persistent persuasion, Suzuki Jiraichi reluctantly acquiesced. It's on the 3rd floor of the exhibition hall. Follow me. The exhibition hall was spacious, adorned with wallpaper that evoked the ambience of the Garden of Eden, featuring Adam, Eve, God, the serpent, and the apple tree. When the sin of Eve was unveiled before them, he was left speechless. The sculpture of Eve, carved from beige ivory and standing a striking 40 centimeters tall, was lifelike. Eve's voluptuous figure, slender waist, long legs, and prominent nose were exquisitely detailed, with her eyes fashioned from 2 identical gemstones. The azure gems sparkled brilliantly under the light. A snake coiled around Eve's enchanting form, flicking its tongue at her. This was indeed the sin of Eve. If Conan's deductions were correct, one of the 2 was genuine while the other was likely a decoy, presumably a mechanism. How much is this worth? Conan inquired, gazing at the sin of Eve. Suzuki Jiraichi laughed heartily. It's not too bad, a few billion yen. I would pay any amount to capture kid. Conan remained silent. Sonoko nodded, turning to Conan and asking, so, when will the great kid arrive? Let us return to the office first, Conan replied, turning on his heel with an air of calm. In the spacious office, the invitation lay quietly on the large desk, and Conan settled into the adjacent swivel chair, his eyes fixed on the invitation. Have you figured out when he is coming? Or do we need to wait a bit longer? Sonoko asked anxiously. Conan raised an eyebrow. There's no need to wait at all. Really? When? Officer Nakamori asked eagerly, as if grasping a lifeline, for they had previously failed to apprehend Kid due to uncertainty about the time of his theft, resulting in numerous reprimands from their superiors. Conan yawned lazily, in Chinese. The others were immediately perplexed, as they had no understanding of Chinese. However, there was one exception. Sonoko. Conan, you mean we should translate the invitation into Chinese? She said, already reaching for a pen to write down the translation. Exactly, Sister Sonoko. Since you understand Chinese, you should decipher it, he said, pushing the translated invitation back to her. Sonoko took it in hand, her eyes glued to the characters, nearly boring holes into the paper. Yet utterly perplexed. An encoded message is merely a matter of discerning patterns, adding elements that can bewilder the reader to the otherwise mundane text. Much like soap operas, which must incorporate terminal illnesses, stark disparities in wealth, or familial opposition to capture the audience's attention. Conan offered this reminder to Sonoko. However, the garden shook her head and conceded. Forget it. I shall relinquish my pursuit. Conan, do speak up. Do not keep us in suspense. With that, she handed the invitation over to Conan. Upon receiving it, Conan casually picked up a pen from the table and began to sketch on the paper with swift strokes. Yoko, Officer Nakamori, and others gazed at him in unison, their astonishment palpable. Conan straightened his posture and clapped his hands. Mission accomplished. A careful examination of the words in these sentences reveals repetitions, which can be crossed out. The answer will soon emerge. Yoko glanced at it and was suddenly enlightened. Ah, so that's how it is. The mystery must be translated into Chinese. Indeed, Conan nodded at her. That fool kid has obscured the original sentences with a ruse, employing Chinese characters. For instance, in the first sentence, when translated into Chinese, the words for heir and instrument, wine and long time share the same pronunciation, yet differ in characters, allowing them to be crossed out. It resembles a game of matching pairs. The other sentences, as long as you can read Chinese and are patient, will certainly reveal the characters that need to be eliminated. By employing this decryption method, we arrive at, the goddess bearing the tumor says to take away the stone of Nuwa, the light of the connection, the poison of the pearl, the tumor of protection, and the numbers of the blessed. Such phrases are not uncommon, yet their meanings remain elusive. Yoko, feeling frustrated, scratched her head. The goddess who bears the tumor must be referencing the sin of Eve. But why is it about bearing a tumor? Murmured Jiraichi Suzuki. From this, it appears that Kid has divulged 3 points of information. Conan cast a glance at the text and continued. Uncle Jiraichi has already uncovered 1 point. What about the other 2? Officer Nakamori inquired eagerly. Conan pointed to the 2 characters for Queen and stated, Queen, which corresponds to the letter Q in playing cards representing 12. Under the protection of the Queen's aura, it indicates that Kid will attempt to steal the sin of Eve at 12 o'clock. Yoko beamed, exclaiming, wow, is that true? I will finally get to meet Lord Kid, haha. Officer Nakamori's grin was more grotesque than a grimace. Conan's slender fingers gestured toward the stone of Nuwa and then to the connected pearls. Nuwa created stones to mend the heavens. There are a total of 5. The 5-star connection pertains to a competitive event. Do you know what it is? Yoko nodded. It's go. The number of Nuwa stones signifies that Kid has 5 as his stakes, meaning he will take the sin of Eve within 5 minutes. Humph, this guy is exceedingly arrogant. Contempt and disdain etched on Conan's face. Yoko, however, clapped joyfully, adoringly stating, "Wow, truly worthy of Lord Kid," her eyes sparkling with admiration. It seems I have arrived too late and missed the detective's reasoning show. Following the sound, a figure clad in sportswear stood at the doorway. Wearing a beige hat with a green brim, his deep blue eyes reflecting admiration and regret as he applauded. The distinct Kansai dialect immediately alerted Conan to the identity of his visitor, Koichi Hattori, even without a glance. Heiji greeted him with a casual, "Long time no see, Conan." However, as soon as the words left his lips, he was met with Conan's piercing glare, prompting him to quickly amend his statement. Conan shot him a sideways glance and muttered coldly, "You idiot." Heiji approached Conan, teasing, "Don't be so dull. Kaito Kid is quite the cunning one. I came all the way from Osaka to assist you." "Humph, I don't believe you," Conan retorted, his expression clearly skeptical. Heiji playfully tapped Conan's head and added, "Come on. Conan, lighten up. We're going to be classmates from now on." Conan rolled his eyes and murmured, "I shouldn't have told you in the first place." Heiji chuckled, "Relax. Nothing will go wrong. Let's focus on capturing Kid." Chapter 34. The Phantom Thief. Kid. Conan regarded him with indifference. "There's no need." Heiji's smile faltered. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Ayumi interjected, "How about I show you our security system?" Officer Nakamori nodded in agreement. Ayumi continued, "It's on the 2nd floor of the exhibition hall. Follow me." With that, she turned and led the way. The monitoring room was eerily vacant, with rows of chairs bearing headphones and a desk cluttered with incomprehensible buttons. The walls were adorned with no less than 20 screens, the largest one prominently displaying surveillance footage. Jirakichi Suzuki pointed at the main screen. "This one is focused on the sin of Eve, while the 5 smaller screens monitor it from various angles, with the remaining ones watching each entrance. There will be plenty of police inside when the exhibition begins." "When does the exhibition start?" Conan asked, realizing he hadn't checked in his haste. Heiji immediately responded, "At 8 o'clock sharp." He then looked at Conan and remarked, "To know your enemy and yourself is the key to victory. If you don't even know this, how can you hope to catch Kid?" His tone carried a hint of sarcasm, clearly showing his irritation. "Idiot, it's just that your mind is cluttered with too much useless information." Conan shot back before turning to leave. Heiji called after him, "You talked for so long and didn't even say the next thing." As Conan stepped into the office he had just exited, a shadow darted past him and vanished. "Who is there?" he exclaimed, rushing to the window to peer outside. Below him was a turbulent sea, with waves crashing against each other and nothing else in sight. At that moment, a woman in a light blue form-fitting outfit was perched above him against the wall, breathing softly. When she noticed Conan retracting his head, she relaxed her guard and sighed. However, that very sigh alerted Conan to her presence. He leaned out of the window once more, looking directly up, and she realized she had been spotted. The woman silently muttered, "Brother, did you really need to react so quickly?" before swiftly climbing upward. Upon witnessing the situation, Conan resolved to climb out of the window in pursuit. The woman retrieved a playing card gun from her backpack and aimed it at Conan. In his attempt to evade, Conan lost his balance and was perilously close to plunging into the sea. Hearing the commotion, Heiji rushed in and seized Conan, pulling him back into the room. "Kudo, what on earth are you doing? Attempting suicide?" Conan, his gaze fixed outside the window, replied, "You are the one attempting suicide. Someone just escaped through the window." "What?" Heiji also turned to look outside, where a playing card caught his eye. He rose and picked it up. One side of the card depicted a feather, upon which were inscribed the words, "I shall come to claim him." Conan reached out for the card, glanced at it, and remarked, "This is a notice from the Phantom Thief Spirit Feather. It seems apprehending him this time will prove rather challenging." Heiji adjusted his hat. "No." Conan shook his head and added, "Spirit Feather may not necessarily show up. The notice does not mention the sin of Eve." Heiji pondered for a moment and said, "Indeed. Let's not inform the police about this." "Agreed," Conan concurred. He then inquired, "It's still early. Where are you headed?" Heiji replied, "Well, of course. You shall lead the way to find a place to dine." With that, he ushered Conan out the door. Meanwhile, the aforementioned woman lingered on the rooftop, conversing on her phone. "How you, brother has deciphered your code." Indeed, this individual was Xiao Yi. On the other end of the line, how you responded. "It seems we must make the next one more challenging. By the way, be cautious this time." Heiji is also involved. What? Xiaoyi replied, I'll elaborate when I return. After concluding the call, Xiaoyi noted that Conan and Heiji had departed and then made her way back. Upon their return, they found the vicinity swarming with police officers and several helicopters hovering overhead. Although it was barely 8 o'clock, the area was already teeming with people. Both those allowed entry and those not, all presumably waiting for Kaito Kid. Conan gazed at the museum, encircled by throngs of people, and murmured, How on earth do we get in? Heiji, rubbing his forehead, exclaimed, Seriously, Kudo, haven't you investigated anything? No, Conan replied calmly. Heiji fell silent and led him toward a narrow path. Nearby, the area was solely occupied by police. As they approached, an officer came over to block their way. I'm sorry, this path is off limits. However, Heiji produced a badge from his pocket and presented it to the officer, who promptly allowed them passage and even guided them. The two walked along the lengthy path, which was suspended over the sea. As they strolled, the sea breeze caressed them, and they admired the breathtaking scenery. Is this path the only route to the exhibition hall aside from the main entrance? The officer replied, Isn't that obvious? His tone carried a hint of arrogance. Could you elaborate? Conan inquired, suppressing his inner dissatisfaction with the attitude of the other. What a nuisance, he thought. I will summarize briefly. This narrow path stretches 500 meters. Vehicles are strictly prohibited, and only staff members are permitted to traverse it. Conan nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to engage further and redirecting his gaze toward the exhibition hall. He had not properly observed the structure before. The exhibition hall was an elegant European-style edifice, 3 stories high, each approximately 10 meters tall. The third floor featured a grand platform. The walls, a rich coffee hue, were adorned with large windows crafted from organic glass, and the soaring ceiling was topped with golden glass tiles that sparkled under the illumination. The hall extended seamlessly into the sea, resembling a colossal ship adrift upon the waves. Before he realized it, they had reached the entrance, where the officer bowed politely and remarked, I cannot enter, farewell. Heiji waved his hand in gratitude, saying, Thank you. Suddenly, an odd sensation surged within Conan's mind, though he could not articulate what felt amiss. Turning to regard the officer once again, he mused, Is that Kid? Hattori. How do you think Kid would execute the theft? I'm not sure, Heiji replied. Given the construction of the exhibition hall, the main entrance will undoubtedly be locked tight, leaving only the aforementioned narrow path as a potential entry point. It is, without question, a waterborne chamber, difficult to enter and exit. Indeed, swimming over is utterly impractical, Conan concurred. If he were to employ a glider as before, the presence of helicopters above would preclude any aerial ingress. Surely, not everyone aboard the aircraft is his accomplice? Heiji agreed with Conan's assessment. Let us check the surveillance room first. Agreed. At that moment, the surveillance room was a stark contrast to its daytime demeanor, illuminated by fluorescent lights that rendered it as bright as day. The monitoring screens displayed the locations under surveillance, bustling with uniformed officers. Some intently focused on their screens while others engaged in animated discussions, creating a scene of frenetic activity. Phantom Thief Kid. Let us see how you plan to steal and escape this time. Ha ha ha. Before Kid's silhouette even appeared, Suzuki Jirakachi erupted into laughter. The two fell silent. Nearby, a certain eavesdropper chuckled, You think you can catch me? Just wait and see how I outsmart you. As time slipped away, the surveillance screens revealed no suspicious activity, which was unexpected. In order to better capture Kid, the exhibition had been concluded ahead of schedule. Officer Nakamori raised his voice, calling out, There's 1 minute remaining, everyone. Stay alert. Instantly, all present tightened their focus, their eyes fixated on the large screen. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the ticking of the second hand. Officer Nakamori's eyes widened, his gaze locked on the screen, murmuring, 30 seconds left. As the countdown reached 10 seconds, Conan mentally counted down, 10, 9, 8, 7. With a sharp crack, the final second was signified. The Phantom Thief Kid has arrived. Chapter 35. The Goddess with a Poisonous Tumor in an Instant. As the crisp sound echoed, darkness enveloped the crowd. Officer Nakamori rose excitedly, exclaiming, Where is the distribution room? Conan thought to himself. It seems the power has once again been severed by Kid. This is dire. The sin of Eve. Resolving this, Conan turned and dashed towards the exhibition hall on the 3rd floor. Heiji, quicker on his feet, rushed ahead. On the staircase, their footsteps echoed urgently, as if a silent competition of speed ensued between them. Upon reaching the exhibition hall, it was not engulfed in darkness. Instead, a bright light illuminated Eve's vacant, dimmed eyes. The sin of Eve was nowhere to be found. Heiji shouted towards Eve, How could it be so fast? Conan, reflecting on the previous events, thought, this is impossible. At that moment, footsteps approached from the opposite direction on the staircase. Heiji instinctively shouted, "Quick, pursue," and dashed out. Understood, Conan replied without hesitation, following suit. The sound seemed to lead them, tantalizingly close, urging them to pursue. They sprinted after the noise. But it vanished as they descended from the third-floor emergency staircase to the first floor, ultimately disappearing at the entrance. Before them lay a long path. The vast expanse of the sea, with winds howling fiercely. In the distance, a throng of voices called out, "Kid! Kid! Kid!" Frustrated, Conan surveyed his surroundings. Meanwhile, in the exhibition hall, a white figure chuckled, "Ha ha, still hoping to catch me? Watch me toy with you, ha ha ha." Indeed, this figure was the notorious phantom thief Kid, reaching for the sin of Eve when he suddenly noticed something. On the other side, Conan and Heiji found a nearby guard and inquired, "Have you seen any suspicious individuals pass by?" The guard informed them that no one had appeared except for the two of them. A moment of silence ensued. "What is going on?" Heiji gasped, glancing back. Conan's keen gaze swept over the still surroundings, sensing something amiss. What could it be? His mind replayed the scene in the exhibition hall. As a nerve struck a chord in his consciousness, his previously chaotic thoughts crystallized with clarity, like Pangu parting the heavens and the earth. He dashed upstairs, swift as a gust of wind, almost yearning to soar through the air, only to collide with the approaching Sonoko. Sonoko fell to the ground, rising to dust herself off, muttering, "What on earth? That hurt. Where's my kid?" Her words were barely uttered before she was knocked down once again by a solid object. Angrily, she looked up, only to find the figure had vanished. When she turned to glance back, she caught sight of Heiji's retreating silhouette. Within the exhibition hall, Conan stood with a cold smirk, hands tucked in his pockets, lingering beside Eve. Not long ago, he discovered several scratches atop his head. Within the eye of the sin of Eve, there lay a playing card, prominently displaying Kid's exclusive emblem. Upon Heiji's arrival and sighting the card, he struck the wall with a fist, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it." Conan turned to Heiji, his gaze resolute. Kid has not yet escaped. With that, he proceeded toward the exhibition hall's exit. Heiji followed closely, pulling out his phone to check the time, which read 12:04. Just 1 minute left? Kid must be preparing to flee. Where could he be? On the rooftop of the exhibition hall stood a figure clad in white. Upon closer inspection, it was the elusive phantom thief Kid. His white cloak billowed in the sea breeze, one hand gripping the sin of Eve beneath the luminous moonlight. While his monocle reflected the moon's glow, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Has the little detective still not noticed? This theft is remarkably simple. Observing the unresponsive sin of Eve bathed in moonlight, he sighed. Indeed, it is not Pandora. Suddenly, the wind intensified, lifting his white cloak higher into the night sky. A series of powerful beams illuminated him, accompanied by the whirring sound of rapidly spinning helicopter blades. Conan's youthful voice echoed from behind. "Kid, you cannot escape." "Oh." Kid glanced back at him, smirking. "Do you really think this is enough to capture me?" He then gazed upward at the helicopters hovering above. "Certainly not." With that, Conan activated his wristwatch's tranquilizer gun. At that moment, Kid swiftly drew a card gun from his attire and fired toward Conan's wrist. Conan nimbly dodged while aiming his shot at Kid, who had anticipated the move and evaded it deftly. In this initial clash, neither sustained harm, yet Heiji, who had just arrived, was not so fortunate. The specially treated playing cards were no longer light and soft when they struck Heiji's foot. It felt akin to a stone crashing down. "Ouch!" Heiji cried out in pain, clutching his foot as he grimaced. Conan glanced at Heiji, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Kudo, if you're fine, why are you hiding?" Heiji shouted. Hey. Conan shot a cold stare at Heiji, silently thinking, "I shouldn't have mentioned it to you." Heiji felt a chill run down his spine under Conan's gaze and approached, saying, "Well, I didn't mean to, and besides, my voice was likely drowned out by the helicopter noise." Conan gave Heiji a sidelong glance before turning his attention back to Kid, declaring, "This time, I will not allow you to escape." He gestured behind him, and soon, a flurry of urgent footsteps echoed, a chaotic yet organized rhythm. Following this, a group of uniformed police officers rushed towards them. Kid chuckled, "Oh." With that, he aimed and fired at Conan once more. After dodging the shot, Conan remarked, "It's futile. The playing cards are far too large a target to miss." With a sly grin, Kid revealed a hint of mystery on his face as he proclaimed, "I never truly intended to hit you." "What?" Conan, observing the mischievous smile on his face, inwardly lamented the situation's gravity. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from behind them, prompting both him and Heiji to turn around, only to discover a wall obstructing the police's path. "This spells trouble." From beyond the wall, Officer Nakamori's furious voice thundered. Phantom thief kid, you cannot escape. Hurry, break down the door. Kid, brandishing 2 playing card guns, aimed them at the duo and chuckled. What's this? Are you still planning to catch me? Ha. With that, he sauntered towards the sea. Conan, aiming once more at his retreating figure with a tranquilizer dart, found his attempt thwarted as Kid deflected it with a playing card. Spreading his glider wings, Kid waved goodbye to the two, saying, I'm off, farewell. With those words, he leaped toward the ocean, intending to make his escape. However, at that moment, instead of soaring into the sky as he should have, Kid collided with the exhibition hall's wall. A rope was tethered to his foot, the other end firmly grasped by Heiji. Damn it, Kid cursed, bracing himself against the wall to propel his body upward back to the rooftop. Crouching down, Kid untied the rope and commented, was that really necessary, using a rope? Heiji swung the rope, planning to bind Kid, but Kid swiftly severed it with his card gun. This maneuver was precisely what Conan had anticipated. Crouching down, Conan activated his powered shoes and soccer belt. A soccer ball materialized before him, which he kicked forcefully at Kid. This time, Kid did not evade. The ball struck his abdomen, sending both him and the ball soaring into the air. Yet, contrary to expectations, he executed a mid-air turn, unfurling his glider wings to make his escape. What? As the two regained their composure, they saw only a distant white dot on the ocean. Conan retrieved his walkie-talkie to contact the helicopter, urging them to pursue, but received no response. At that moment, a teasing voice echoed from the rooftop. Ha. Didn't you say you would catch me, little detective? Yet here I am, having escaped. The sin of Eve is not what I desire. Remember to return it to that gentleman. By the way, do you understand the meaning of tumor? I can tell you it was merely filler, but this message ends here. Conan gripped the railing tightly, as if he could crush it, watching Kid fly farther away. His teeth clenched in fury as he shouted, Phantom thief kid, I will not let you go. Heiji picked up the sin of Eve in the nearby tape recorder, saying, but what exactly did he mean by that? Conan shook his head, replying, I don't know. Let us head back to the exhibition hall on the 3rd floor. Heiji concurred with Conan's assessment, but gazed at the wall and questioned, but how do we get there? Conan pointed to a set of equipment beside the rooftop, stating, we can use that to return directly to the exhibition hall. I suspect that's how Kid ascended. Thus, Heiji donned the gear, cradling Conan, and they returned to the exhibition hall. The two thoroughly searched the exhibition hall and ultimately discovered a small concealed compartment on Eva, within which lay the illicit drugs. Conan retrieved the drugs with a handkerchief and handed them to Officer Nakamori, who was still forcing the door open. Chapter 36, Exchange Student. Upon receiving the package, Officer Nakamori promptly notified his superiors to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. Concurrently, Conan voiced his opinion. I believe the drugs were smuggled in during the exhibition. Officer Nakamori nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, however, the remainder shall be entrusted to the narcotics team. He pondered aloud about how Kid managed the theft, a question that lingered in his mind. Heiji sighed, it's quite embarrassing. Look here. He pointed to the wall above Eva. There were 4 distinct scratches on the ceiling, resembling marks left by nails. These marks formed a clear square shape. Officer Nakamori analyzed, It seems like it was intended for something. Exactly, Conan affirmed. Kid's method is, in fact, rather simple. This was meant to secure 4 small projectors. A cover made of rice paper of the same dimensions was placed over Eva's head, serving as a screen. And then the projectors were used to cast an image of hollow eyes onto the screen. Even so, wouldn't one notice upon closer inspection? Officer Nakamori inquired. Heiji scratched his head, admitting, we heard footsteps and rushed to chase them, not really paying attention. Conan shot him a cold glance, as if reproaching him, and continued to explain. That thief had set up speakers along the way to play pre-recorded footsteps at scheduled intervals, misleading us into believing he was escaping. As expected of the great Kid, managing to lead you all in circles. Yoko laughed heartily. Both men shot her a simultaneous glare. So, how did you discover it? The light. Conan and Heiji exchanged glances, responding in unison. In the absence of power, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. Yet upon arriving at the exhibition hall, there was a striking beam illuminating the hollow eyes. But how could there be light without power? It was evidently the white light emitted by the projector. Then when did Kid enter, and how was the trap set, particularly that wall? Officer Nakamori pressed further. The wall? Yoko recalled. Oh, I know. Uncle Jirakichi had it installed recently to prevent Kid from accessing the rooftop. As she spoke, she scanned the area for Suzuki Jirakichi, but found him absent. Hey, where's Uncle Jirakichi? He.S. probably locked in the restroom by Kid. Heiji speculated. The others were puzzled. It turned out that Kid had first disguised himself as the previous guard, taking the opportunity to prepare for the theft and then assumed the identity of Suzuki Jirakachi, ordering the installation of that wall and even swapping out the occupants of the helicopter. Officer Nakamori then queried, how did he manage to escape? Through the skylight. They all replied in unison. As Conan and his companions returned to the exhibition hall upon discovering a flaw, Kid had already accomplished the theft, utilizing a hook. He climbed from a small storage room through the skylight to the rooftop, intending to depart via a glider. I see, said Officer Nakamori. I shall return to deliver the drugs to my superior. Farewell. With that, he took his leave. Conan and Heiji bid farewell to Ran and also departed. On their way home, Conan found a moment to inquire, Heiji, when did you arrive? Oh, that, Heiji pondered. Our school has an exchange program with your Seishin Academy. And both Hyoka and I were fortunate enough to be selected as exchange students. Oh, Conan fell silent, and before long, they had arrived at Conan's doorstep. He retrieved his key, opened the door, and casually closed it behind him. At that moment, a hand reached out to block the door. Conan turned to see that the hand belonged to Heiji, who questioned, Hattori, why are you here? Shouldn't the school provide accommodation for exchange students? Did you follow me all the way here? Heiji rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Hey, did you not notice? Conan shook his head. I didn't pay attention. I was preoccupied with Kid's words, wondering what he meant by this is not what I want. Heiji, upon hearing this, recalled, indeed. By the way, have you noticed that recently? The items stolen by Kid have mostly been returned? Now that you mention it, it infuriates me. What does he mean by stealing and then returning? Is he deliberately toying with us? Conan felt a surge of irritation, silently cursing Kid 1,000 times. At that very moment, Kid, who was cursing Conan for kicking the soccer ball too hard, unexpectedly sneezed, echoing Conan's sentiments. Conan rubbed his nose and said, forget him. Let's not talk about it. With that, he stepped further inside. Right, Heiji followed suit. Then, Conan turned around and reminded, Hattori, this is my home. I am aware, Heiji replied. Ascending to the second floor. If you know, then why come here instead of returning to the designated accommodation? Conan asked. Listen, Kudo, your house is so spacious. If you've taken in Hyoka, what is the harm in accommodating me as well? Heiji laughed. At this, Conan felt a bit bewildered. What do you mean by accommodating? Has Hyoka come? I haven't seen her. Heiji produced his phone, located a message, and presented it to Conan, saying, read it carefully. It seems your woman has taken her in, so naturally, I will reside here as well. He proceeded toward the guest room. All right, Conan suddenly grasped. Are you admitting that you like Hyoka? What? No way. Don't be ridiculous. Heiji shot him a sidelong glance before retreating to the guest room for sleep. Conan, too, returned to his room to wash up and retire for the night. A night devoid of dreams. 2 individuals, or rather 3, awakened after merely 5 or 6 hours of slumber. Once they were prepared, they made their way to school. Upon their arrival, they found the school gate teeming with people. Xiaoi peered through the crowd and spotted a stretched Lincoln limousine. At that moment, Hori emerged from the throng, approached them, and inquired, so you've arrived? Would you like to know who is inside? Who? A cold voice responded. The frosty expression on AI's face seemed to repel anyone from coming near, causing him to tremble slightly, and he could no longer keep the suspense, saying, it is the daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, Suzuki Sonoko, the exchange student from our school to Tiden High School. Furthermore, I have news that our school is also engaged in an exchange program with Kaifeng High School in Osaka. And accompanying her is the renowned detective from Osaka, Hattori Heiji, who is on par with Kudo Shinichi. Heiji, who stood nearby, initially felt pleased by Hori's assessment. However, as he listened further, he interjected, who claims we are on the same level? Kudo and his companions are not even close. His words, once uttered, attracted numerous hostile glares. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times. Discontent murmurs arose from all directions. The crowd that had surrounded Sonoko instantly shifted their focus. Who do you think you are to speak about, Kudo? How dare you disrespect Shinichi? Ladies, let us show this ignorant brat a lesson. No sooner had the words left their lips than a throng surged forward. Fortunately, a teacher arrived just in time to prevent the chaos. For the consequences would have been dire, considering his status as a deity in the hearts of these budding young girls. As the teacher arrived, everyone hastily retreated to their classrooms. Xiaoi, seeing the teacher, guided Heiji and the others to follow him while he returned to his own class. Chapter 37. Trust time slipped away swiftly, and before long, Friday arrived. Xiaoi and his companions finished their training and, together with Hattori and Hyoka, began their journey home. Upon reaching the doorstep, Conan opened the door, and Xiaoi, as per his usual routine, checked the mailbox for any correspondence. At that moment, a letter caught his attention. Why is there a letter from Hattori? Mine? Heiji was equally surprised, knowing that few were aware of his current residence. Heiji took the letter, opened it, and as he read, his expression darkened with each line. Observing his demeanor, Conan became intrigued, snatched the letter from his hands, and read it aloud, bursting into laughter. Ha! Hattori, look at you now. This elicited immediate interest from the others, who gathered around, their laughter echoing. The letter contained the following message. Incompetent Detective Hattori Heiji. You are cordially invited to attend a dreadful soiree on the forthcoming full moon night, to be held aboard this blood-stained vessel. Certainly, regardless of attendance, the dying lamb shall curse its fate. Will the sinner become ensnared in this agonizing moment of death? As Heiji grew increasingly incensed, he snatched the letter, intending to tear it apart. Wait, Kahaku interjected, raising a hand to halt him, and continued. Don't you find this rather peculiar? Upon hearing Kahaku's words, Heiji regained his composure and reread the contents of the letter, only to discover an invitation hidden within. Huh. ISNT Halloween on October 31st? And why must we dress as ghosts? Huh. Halloween? It seemed that Conan had also overlooked that particular detail. In truth, it appeared that no one had noticed. A group gathered around, scrutinizing the other invitation. Nolan promptly shook his head and declared, You all may go, but I shall not. Kahaku sighed inwardly, realizing that Ran's childhood scars had yet to heal. Just as they were about to delve deeper into the matter, a melodious tune resonated, prompting Kahaku to retrieve his phone. Without glancing at the caller ID, he answered with a loud shout. Who is it? Don't you know I'm busy? The other end remained silent, but faint coughs could be heard. After a few seconds, a voice emerged. Ahem, Kahaku. Have you all chatted enough at the door? Ahem. When can we eat? Ahem. I'm hungry, ahem. Ah, I forgot. AI, please sleep a little longer. I'll bring you something, Kahaku exclaimed, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Honestly. And Hyuka, pinching the bridge of his nose, remarked, You all can ponder this at your leisure. Nolan, let us prepare dinner. Indeed, Nolan nodded in agreement, adding, Let these detectives resolve their matters. We should focus on preparing dinner and ensure AISNT left hungry any longer. Yes, indeed. I wonder what is ailing her. It's perplexing how she caught such a severe cold yet refuses to visit the hospital, Hyuka said as he led Nolan to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Ryoma, who had been silent, retrieved a few items from the kitchen before returning to his room. However, he soon emerged again. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have sparked gossip. But everyone's attention remained fixated on the letter, and no one noticed. Who sent the letter? How you inquired, having not seen it. The sender? Heiji muttered. Flipping over the envelope, it appears to be from a foreigner. There's only one English word written here, vermouth. Vermouth? Conan pondered, ISNT that. What is it? Heiji did not immediately grasp the implication. Kahaku elucidated. It's the name of a type of alcohol. The name of a drink? Does that mean it's? Heiji gasped, but before he could finish his thought, Hyu covered his mouth. Why shout so loudly? Do you want Hyuka to notice? Hearing this, Heiji whispered, Could it truly be? Yes, that's likely the case. Let us ask AI later and see if she knows anything. Conan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall visit the Kudo residence once more. Finally, Xiong remembered. Since you have received it, we must have it as well. I shall take a look. With that, she stepped outside. Upon opening the mailbox, she discovered the letter. Rather than opening it immediately, she took it back with her, having checked the surroundings before leaving. Once home, Xiong unsealed the letter. And the first thing that caught her eye were several glaring words. Her body trembled slightly, and the letter slipped from her hand, falling to the floor. Heiji, standing nearby, assumed it was akin to his own letter and remarked, Really? Just 2 words, incompetent, and you can't even hold on to the letter? He chuckled as he bent down to retrieve it, intending to return the jest. However, as soon as he picked it up and glanced at it, he heard a thud as it fell once more, the smile on his face evaporating entirely. Hey, what are you two up to? Conan cast a disapproving glance at them and picked up the letter, instantly furrowing his brow. Hoyu, sitting nearby and bewildered, observed the trio and inquired, What is going on with you all? As he spoke, he took the letter from Conan's hand. A voice of disbelief escaped his lips. What? This? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a call from the kitchen. Dinner is ready. The group unanimously decided to eat first and then seek out AI for clarification, all silently praying that it was not the case. However, the truth was harsh. This meal was consumed in an unusually swift and silent manner. After finishing, they brought the dishes to AI's room, and once she had finished eating, Xiong showed her the letter, but it was Heiji's letter she presented, withholding her own. After reading, AI asked, Are you planning to go to this ghost ship? Yes. Look at the name of the sender, Xiong said as she turned the letter over. Vermouth. Is this someone from the organization? AI shook her head, replying, I do not recall. Vermouth is the name of a wine originating from Italy, translated as Belmont. Could it truly not be? Conan continued. At that moment, AI's eyes widened, her hands gripping her knees tightly as she bowed her head, trembling incessantly. Hoyu remarked, indeed. It is a name you recognize. Thus, this is the code name of a member of the Black Organization. So this letter is. Yes. It is an invitation from their accomplice, Belmont, Conan elaborated. I wonder if they are fully prepared or merely impatient, unable to wait. If we do not go, we will be unable to confront them. No, we must not go. AI suddenly shouted, let us abandon this. It is a trap, and we will be killed. Coughing, Ryoma, who had been listening outside, felt a pang in his heart upon witnessing AI's distress. He was uncertain of what was happening to her. All he desired was to protect her and see her smile. It is a possibility, but we have no choice but to go. Xiang shrugged helplessly. Then why? AI gazed at Little Wing, and within her eyes, one could distinctly perceive a hint of fear. As Conan spoke, he activated the anesthetic watch, directing it towards her. Overwhelmed by unease, AI succumbed to slumber. Little Wing approached and adjusted the blanket over AI. The others then retreated, closing the door behind them. AI? Ryoma's eyes reflected a deep concern. Rest assured, she is merely asleep, Little Wing reassured him. Ryoma, you must keep a vigilant watch over AI tomorrow. She must not venture outside. Why? Ryoma inquired. Little Wing handed him her letter, stating, observe the recipient on this. Both the envelope and the invitation are addressed to Shinichi Kudo and Yuki Kudo, yet the letter begins with Dear Idagawa Conan, Kuroba ya. Ryoma exclaimed in disbelief, this. Could it be? Conan sighed, indeed. Our true identities have been compromised. The fact that Shinichi Kudo has been shrunk due to APTX 4869. No way. Ryoma gasped in disbelief. Moreover, it is likely that Hybera AI is connected to the former organization member, Sherry. Conan spoke gravely. But isn't that peculiar? If they are aware of this, why haven't they come here to silence us? Ryoma questioned. I too find that perplexing. If that were one of the reasons, I might begin to understand. Little Wing continued. Just then, the doorbell rang from downstairs. Chapter 38. Boarding the Phantom ship. Hana opened the door to reveal Sonoko Suzuki. Hey. Are you all preparing to attend a masquerade ball, perhaps dressed as ghosts? The group was taken aback by her sudden inquiry. How did she know? Nolan was the first to respond. But Sonoko, how did you find out? She informed me, she said, pointing at Hana. Heiji inwardly groaned. Oh my god. Can this foolish woman not create more chaos? Sonoko continued. Can you bring me along? The group had yet to reach a consensus when Hana exclaimed, Sure. And please help me keep an eye on Heiji. Heiji was caught off guard. Hana added, You will undoubtedly go to the Phantom ship. While I am too afraid to go, so since Sonoko wishes to attend, it works out perfectly. Before they could agree, Sonoko declared, I will make sure to look after you. I'll head back now. I'll come by tomorrow afternoon. As she spoke, she walked towards the door, not allowing them a moment to decline. Fine, Little Wing sighed. If that is the case, let us proceed. At that moment, a figure flashed before her eyes, appearing within the Kudo residence. I'll step outside for a moment, she said, before exiting. The others were left momentarily stunned. However, they remained oblivious to the presence of a silver-haired woman nearby, a cigarette delicately perched between her lips, the corners of her mouth curving into a sly smile as she eavesdropped on their conversation, clearly aware of their true identities. Meanwhile, on the bridge, a Porsche 356A cruised by, its occupants being gin and vodka. As Vodka drove, he inquired, Brother, what is this ghost ship party? Gin, cigarette in mouth, replied. I hear it starts at the port tomorrow at 7 p.m. Vodka, filled with confusion, questioned, But brother, why must I go to such a ridiculous place? The woman from Belmont was tightly gripping something. He did not comprehend. She was given orders to probe into the matter. I have long been weary of that woman's secretive nature. Although I had not received permission, it mattered little. Should she dare to act out of line, I would not let her escape unscathed. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He had grown to despise her, regardless of her being the favored one of that gentleman. Meanwhile, Kawaii, alone, activated her watch-shaped flashlight, inspecting the water, gas, and electricity meters at the Kudo residence. As she suspected, the meters had indeed fluctuated slightly since the last check. Kawaii switched off the flashlight, pushed the door open, and peered inside, murmuring, Who could be in there? Gently closing the door, she ventured inward. The Kudo residence was an excellent vantage point for surveillance. She could manage 2 individuals, but if a third were to join, it would prove challenging given her current condition. Nevertheless, based on the meter readings, There should be no more than 1 or 2 people inside. Kawaii activated her flashlight and donned her enhanced footwear. Ascending the stairs to the room where she had glimpsed a figure, she grasped the doorknob, pushing it slightly ajar. Peering sideways, she saw nothing, and cautiously pushed the door open further to enter. At that moment, the door clicked shut behind her. Kawaii swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by a shadowy figure wielding a gun, aimed directly at her temple. Panic surged through her, cold sweat breaking out on her back, her pupils dilating. This is bad, she thought. Recalling her earlier episode, she had yet to fully recover, and with the gun so close, there would be no evading it. Ah, what a bright full moon. Yoko sat in the car, fiddling with her hat, gazing out the window. Indeed, it seemed the night was destined for turmoil. Heiji glanced over and said, "This time, I must uncover who sent me that letter. I will not let it slip away." Observing his fervent demeanor, Yoko remarked, "Is that necessary? Don't forget, Akako entrusted me to keep an eye on you." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the port. Meanwhile, on the other side, AI, who had been asleep due to a cold and fever, had awakened. She opened a drawer beside her and sighed, reflecting, "I should seek them out. I must be prepared to confront them." In her heart, she prayed for their safety, especially for Kawaii, who had yet to fully regain her strength. A long queue has formed at the port, where individuals dressed as monsters have gathered for the event. Yoko surveyed her surroundings and exclaimed, "Werewolves, Frankensteins, mummies, and zombies. How thrilling. Is it truly appropriate for the esteemed daughter of the Suzuki group to mingle among such a crowd?" Heiji looked around, seemingly searching for something. Yoko waved at him and reassured, "It's perfectly fine. I quite enjoy this atmosphere. By the way, what are you dressed up as?" Heiji, who had never shown interest in such matters, was still puzzled. "Honestly, I'm a witch. See, I even brought my broom," she declared, producing the broom with a flourish. Suddenly, a cacophony of cheers erupted from behind them. "What on earth is going on?" Heiji remarked, glancing back. "Could it be a signal for us to move forward?" Yoko pointed toward the vacant space ahead. "Please proceed." Could they not articulate it more clearly? Heiji retorted as he stepped forward, bemused by the enthusiasm of his companions in their costumes. A voice called from behind, "You're a witch?" Heiji turned to see a woman removing her hat. "Medusa, I'll turn you to stone." She laughed. Heiji chuckled awkwardly. "Next guest." Came another shout. Heiji approached and handed his letter to the staff. "This is Koichi Hattori, the high school detective from Kansai." The staff examined the letter and replied, "Please register your name." Heiji complied, writing his name down, then quietly inquired, "By the way, there won't actually be a murder, will there?" The staff, taken aback by his sudden question, hesitated. Wasn't there a letter hinting at a crime included with the invitation? Heiji continued, pulling out the invitation from his clothing. The staff took it, glancing it over, and said, "Indeed, we wrote the invitation. But we were unaware of such a letter. Is that so?" Heiji felt a pang of disappointment, hoping to glean more information. "There is indeed a game to guess the culprit at the party," the staff member added. "Perhaps the producer added it secretly?" "The producer? No, never mind." The staff member seemed to be concealing something. "Please enjoy the banquet," they concluded with a bow, which only deepened Heiji's confusion, as previous guests had not received such treatment. Yoko urged, "Stop talking, let's hurry inside," and gently pushed Heiji forward. "What is the rush?" he wondered quietly. "Next guest," announced the staff, as a figure wrapped in bandages and dressed in a dark, oversized trench coat stepped forward to present their letter. After the staff took over, one could hardly miss the excitement etched upon their faces. The individual inscribed their name in the register, then placed their index finger thoughtfully upon their lips. At this moment, the vessel was teeming with an array of fantastical creatures. Suddenly, the lights aboard the ship extinguished, while candles around flickered to life one by one. It was about to commence. Chapter 39. The banquet begins in the depths of the underworld. The cursed beings welcomed you aboard our ethereal vessel, the Oceanic Phantom. A figure ascended from the stage, illuminated by a brilliant light, surrounded by swirling dark mist. He gazed down at the myriad of creatures before him and proclaimed, "I am the captain of this ghost ship, Captain Jean." With an hour remaining before the banquet commenced, he urged them to first seek companions who shared their fate, 7 individuals bound by the same seal. The same seal? Could it be that tarot card? Pingzi murmured. It seemed likely that those with matching cards would form a group for some game, he speculated. Yoko, at the edge of the gathering, produced the tarot card. This card bearing the Roman numeral 15. Does that mean we are the goat team? Pingzi, unfamiliar with tarot, casually remarked. Not quite a goat, Medusa interjected as she approached. 15 is the Roman numeral for 15. The card's name is the devil. So, it's the devil card, Pingzi deduced. Medusa scanned the crowd of creatures before continuing. However, this game transcends mere amusement. Excuse me? Yoko queried, perplexed. Medusa elaborated. This gathering also serves as a preview for a film. Pingzi recalled what Kay had often mentioned and speculated. Could it be the annual screening of the Captain's Nautical Diary? Indeed. It is a ghostly film about the spectral ship laden with monsters who have committed misdeeds in the human realm, returning to our world. Yoko reflected, if I perform well, could I perhaps feature in that film? Precisely, Medusa affirmed. This year's gathering marks the 4th iteration, and every year, film company personnel are present to conduct thorough evaluations. Understanding dawned upon Pingzi. The grouping was indeed designed for ease of selection, as popular monsters often returned. Thus, everyone was encouraged to showcase their unique charm. Following Medusa's gaze, it became evident that, as she had stated, there were howling werewolves under the moonlight, a robotic-like Frankenstein performing silent theatrics, and a mummy who remained inscrutably silent regardless of inquiries posed to it. At that moment, a resounding bell echoed from the ship. Captain Jean slowly raised his right hand and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time to set sail has arrived. Let us traverse the 7 cursed seas and let those foolish, arrogant humans witness our might." With a clenched fist raised towards the heavens, he gradually departed, reminiscent of his arrival. Suddenly, cries erupted all around. As the creatures raised their hands like Captain Jean, the ship sailed towards the ocean. Within the cabin, a myriad of inquiries gradually broke the previous silence. All the creatures began to seek out their companions. Is there anyone holding the Grim Reaper card? Where's the one with the Hermit card? Meanwhile, a conversation among several crew members was overheard by a creature passing by. Is Kudo Shinichi, that high school detective, also aboard this vessel? Indeed. However, I heard she was murdered after getting involved in some incident with the other 3. Impossible. That must be mere rumor. What disguise is he in now, given the bandages? He must be a mummy. A mummy detective. How dashing. The eavesdropper departed. Well then, now we have 7. Heiji glanced at the others and said, "The titles for you all shall be Medusa, Werewolf, Frankenstein, and Mummy. You shall be referred to as Mummy number 2. If you please." Heiji addressed the mummy adorned with a hat and sunglasses. The mummy shook his head and extended his hand toward Yoko. "What is this? A handshake?" The mummy nodded. Yoko reached out her hand, and as soon as their hands met, the bandages on the mummy's hand unraveled, and the hand vanished. Yoko gasped, retracting her hand, exclaiming, So it's an invisible man. What exactly is this group of 7 planning to do?" Medusa inquired. "It is said to be a game of guessing the culprit." At that moment, the mummy turned away and pulled out his phone, seemingly engaged in some activity. Simultaneously, a phone rang in AI's room. AI reached for it and answered, "Hello, this is the Idagawa residence. I apologize for disturbing you so late. I am Dr. Shin. May I inquire if there is something amiss?" She sounded somewhat drowsy. "Actually, I wanted to take you to the major hospital for a checkup, as your cold has lingered for quite some time without improvement, and I have a doctor there whom I know. However, he is going on a business trip, so he is only available tonight. Although this is rather sudden, would it be convenient for you now? If not, I can entirely understand." "It's fine, please come." "Very well, I shall arrive in an hour. Make your preparations, and we shall depart as soon as I arrive." "Understood." Shortly after, AI hung up the phone, unaware that their conversation was being eavesdropped upon. How peculiar. Mr. Werewolf, Mr. Mummy, and Mr. Frankenstein seemed to have vanished, Yoko remarked while scanning the surroundings. "Is that so?" "They probably went to the restroom." Heiji, engrossed in his fruit wine, casually replied. Medusa, setting down her wine glass and standing up, declared, "Then let us search for them. The banquet is about to commence." Thus, they rose to seek the 3 individuals. Here we are. But what sort of restroom is this?" Heiji remarked as he gazed at the shattered mirror within. Yoko clicked her tongue, noting, it's still a unisex facility. After all, they are all monsters. And monsters do not discriminate. Before Medusa could finish her thought, she was interrupted by a voice that wholly captivated their attention. "The blood cannot be washed away. No matter how hard one scrubs, it remains." Franken murmured as he cleansed his hands. "Cannot be washed away? Blood? What does that mean?" Heiji pondered this phrase repeatedly, questioning its significance. Is Mr. Werewolf and Mr. Mummy present?" Yoko called into the restroom. There was no response from within. "It seems they are not here." Awu. A sound resembling a wolf's howl echoed. The group, initially intending to depart, halted abruptly and turned back. They beheld the werewolf bursting through the restroom door, glancing around before checking his watch, and then barreled past them, rushing outside. Upon returning to the cabin, they found the werewolf seated at the bar. Heiji promptly approached the bartender to order the same drink as the werewolf. "Silver bullet, perhaps?" "Yes," Heiji replied without a second thought. The werewolf, however, immediately departed. Glancing about as he did, What is he searching for? By the way, where has the mummy gone? Yoko inquired. Who knows? Heiji accepted the fruit wine handed to him by the bartender and took a seat. Medusa checked her watch and said, "It has been nearly an hour. It is about to commence." Just as she stated, the surroundings swiftly darkened and the banquet began. A voice resonated from all directions. Chapter 40. The Death of Captain Gold. Listen, creatures of the night. I have good news for you. The feast has been determined. It seems a hideous, powerless human has infiltrated our demonic realm's gathering. You, the destined seven, must unite to identify this foolish human, devour his flesh, extract his entrails, and drink every last drop of his blood. The atmosphere within the cabin erupted into a frenzy, shouts ringing out continuously. So, it's a search for a culprit. This will be a piece of cake, Heiji chuckled. The key to this individual's identity lies in my grasp. If you desire my reward, proceed to the deck, to the notice I have posted. Before he could finish, the monsters eagerly dashed towards the deck. They arrived on the deck, gazing upwards, astounded by the sight before them. What is that? Please, stop the vehicle. One person stepped forward. What has transpired? The new doctor rolled down the car window and inquired. I apologize, something fell from the construction vehicle, and we are currently managing the situation. Could you please wait a moment? His tone was imbued with deep regret. Given the circumstances, I shall take a different path. With that, he began to reverse. Just then, a vehicle halted behind him, rendering him unable to back out. Reluctantly, he had to wait there. After an indeterminate amount of time, a man approached and said, I apologize for the wait. You may proceed now. With that, the newly arrived doctor drove away. As he passed, the man retrieved a walkie-talkie from behind, and the apologetic smile on his face vanished, replaced by a stern expression. On the deck, what was that? Captain Jean? Peiji observed Captain Jean, who hung precariously from a rope tied to the mast, swaying with the wind. At that moment, several drops of an unknown liquid fell. One drop landed squarely on Peiji's face. The invisible man and Medusa both crouched down, dipped their index fingers into the liquid, and brought it to their noses to sniff, as did Peiji. This is real blood, Peiji exclaimed. Who? Someone. Lower him now. Medusa looked up at Captain Jean and shouted. A strong gust of wind swept in from afar, causing the already precarious Captain Jean to plummet heavily onto the deck. The scream was deafening. Ding dong, the doorbell rang incessantly. They're here, they're here. A.i., donning her coat, walked towards the door. She slightly opened it and was startled to find Judy on the other side. A.i. was taken aback, as she was still unaware of Judy's true identity, believing her to be affiliated with the dark organization due to the previous bus incident. Hi. A.i. promptly attempted to close the door, but Judy stopped her with a hand. Leaning forward, Judy said, Oh, I'm so sorry to have startled you. I am an English teacher at Aoyama High School. Dr. Shinshutsu's car broke down on the way here, so I came to pick you up. If possible, could you please unlock the security chain? A.i. stared at her, hesitating to respond. Meanwhile, the doctor, hurrying in his car, glanced at his watch and sighed. I'm so late. As he approached the turn towards Adagawa's residence, he spotted Judy leading A.i. out, A.i. getting into Judy's car. Not knowing their destination, he pursued them in his vehicle. On board the ship, several individuals gathered around Captain Jin's lifeless body. Peiji analyzed. It appears he was pierced through the heart by a crossbow bolt, and firmly affixed to him was a devil's card. Does this signify that the devil is to be his guide to the other world? Medusa speculated casually, hands on her hips, gazing at the corpse. Even without a guide, he would have crossed the river Styx swiftly. A single arrow to the heart, Peiji remarked with a cold snort. The bow that fired this bolt was likely discarded into this vast Pacific Ocean long ago. It would be impossible to find it now, Medusa said, staring out at the boundless sea. So, does this ship have a camera? Peiji turned to the staff and inquired. I would like to borrow it to take a few photographs. A digital camera intended for banquet photography was on hand. The staff reminisced, suggesting that since it would serve as evidence, it would be preferable to use film. If a disposable camera suffices, I have one, said Yoko, retrieving a camera from her pocket. It was certainly better than nothing. Heiji accepted the camera and captured several photographs of Captain Kin's corpse from various angles. Now, allow me to observe his visage, Heiji said as he crouched down and lifted the mask, exclaiming, This face seems familiar. Is this not the film producer frequently seen on television? Suddenly, Yoko recalled, Indeed, it is. Medusa continued, His name is Chizo Fakura, who garnered attention as the producer of the Buddha's passing on the 13th prior to the release of the Ghost Captain series. Could it be that the producer intends to star in the film of the Ghost Captain himself? Not at all, interjected a staff member. The film is performed by actual actors. Mr. Fakura is quite fond of the Ghost Captain. and every year during the banquet held on the ship, he volunteers for this role. Moreover, it is Mr. Fakura who decides to stand at the mast, under the spotlight, to announce the clues. Amidst these monsters, is there a human dilemma? There is a microphone concealed within this mask, Medusa remarked, picking up the mask and turning it over. Tapping the microphone, they heard a sound emanating from the speakers behind them. It seems communication is facilitated through this microphone. What about the answer to the question? Heiji inquired. The staff member shook his head, stating, "We do not know. The questions and clues are solely determined by Mr. Fakura. Thus, we staff are entirely in the dark. All we know is that the first team to solve the mystery will receive tickets to a film screening." Another person nearby added, "Do we have any backups of these demon cards?" "None," the staff member replied. "To prevent cheating, these cards are personally crafted by Mr. Fakura. We received them today before boarding and distributed them to the guests." "I see. Thus, the perpetrator is likely among the 7 of us who possess the demon cards," Medusa observed, looking at those who held them. Meanwhile, on the other side, one vehicle was pursuing another. "How much longer until this ship docks?" "Approximately 1 hour," came the response. "Is that so?" Medusa proposed. "Then, before that, let us proceed to the lounge and investigate this incident, high school detective," as she suggested. The various creatures gradually returned to the cabin, with 2 exceptions, Heiji and the transparent man. On the deck, there was a small hole. Within the cabin, Heiji produced his demon card, stating, "Might I request that each of you reveal your demon cards for examination?" The 6 individuals swiftly revealed their demon cards, while the mummy, searching frantically over its entire body, could not locate its own card. In a state of mild panic, it exclaimed, "How peculiar! Where could my demon card have gone? It couldn't have fallen somewhere, could it?" Observing this, Yardzi pointed at it and laughed heartily. "Did you deliberately attach your card to an arrow, hoping to distance yourself from suspicion? From my experience, culprits typically do not keep their cards close to the murder weapon. Thus, you must be the murderer." Heiji cast a sidelong glance, internally questioning, "Do you really have experience?" Ignoring Yardzi's conclusion, he patted her shoulder and said, "You can continue your inquiries. I need to visit the restroom." With that, he strode away. "Honestly, what does you can go first even mean?" Yardzi scoffed. "In that case, I shall unveil the culprit before you do, and then we shall see how you boast about it later." Chapter 41. The culprit Hattori. Overhearing Yardzi's words through a listening device, placed a hand on his forehead and sighed. "You think you're capable of solving the case, with your half-baked skills? I shall see how you manage." Nevertheless, it presented an opportunity to gather some information from her. As Hattori listened to the conversation from Yardzi's side, he made his way to the restroom. Upon turning a corner, he unexpectedly encountered a transparent figure, blocking his path. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. The figure said nothing, merely glanced at him, pressed Hattori's hand down, and continued on its way. Hattori looked back, remarking, "What a pompous individual, not even uttering a word. Just like Kudo." But have Kudo and the others arrived? He dismissed the thought and began to investigate carefully, observing the shattered glass, sensing that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Meanwhile, he could hear Yardzi and the others conversing. It seemed she believed the mummy was the most likely suspect in the murder of Captain Jean. However, matters were not so straightforward. "At the time we were waiting for the banquet to commence, you were absent," Yardzi stated, fixing her gaze on the mummy. "During that interval, you had ample opportunity to set up the crossbow and shoot Captain Jean." "I did not," the mummy exclaimed in distress. "I was in the restroom at that time, and both the werewolf and Franken can attest that I went with them." As it spoke, its hands, which had been shaking in front of its chest, gestured toward the 2. Franken nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, we went together. However, I did not see him emerge." "Impossible. I walked past you and saw both of you." The mummy shouted in disbelief. "You are lying. When we went, we only saw Franken and Mr. Werewolf. You were nowhere in sight. It appears you are the murderer," Yardzi proclaimed, her finger pointed firmly at the mummy, clearly convinced that it was the one who had slain Captain Jean. "This is truly not me. Prior to that, I was standing next to the werewolf," the mummy insisted, turning to the werewolf and pointing to its own face, pleading, "You remember me, don't you?" Its eyes were filled with longing. However, the werewolf, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "No, I have forgotten. I have been diligently working on perfecting my role to become a movie actor, just like this." As he spoke, he retrieved a switch from his bosom. Pressing it while simultaneously opening his mouth and mimicking a roar, the sound of wolves howling echoing in his ears. Meanwhile, Heiji had already made his way to the deck, where the transparent figure had long since ascended. Grasping a rope net, the transparent figure deftly scaled the ship's eaves, climbing up the net towards a small platform perched atop the mast, directly in front of Captain Jean. Upon reaching the platform, Heiji also stepped onto the deck. A loud crowing of a rooster shattered the stillness of the night. Heiji looked up and began to climb, while the transparent figure gazed at the rooster. The rope tied to its leg, and the shards of glass scattered across the small platform. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile graced the lips of the transparent figure, which was soon mirrored by Heiji. On another front, Sonoko was pressing the mummy to confess, insisting, "Just admit it. You have neither an alibi nor that devil's card." "No, it wasn't me. I truly did not kill Captain Jean." The mummy vehemently shook his head, waving his hands in agitation. Yet, none among the gathered crowd came to his defense. At that moment, Sonoko was exceptionally exhilarated, reveling in the thought that even a high school detective had succumbed to her prowess, laughing heartily. Just then, a voice interjected, "You might be mistaken, Miss Sonoko. The truth of the case remains shrouded in darkness." "What?" Sonoko exclaimed, looking around as if searching for the source of the voice. It seemed to emanate from Captain Jin's microphone, as someone remarked. "So it's on the deck, then. I shall see who is playing tricks," Sonoko declared, sprinting towards the deck. Consequently, the occupants of the cabin surged towards the deck in a frenzy. "Who is it? Where?" "Miss Suzuki. It is no easy task to uncover several crucial clues in this case, but your approach is misguided." One individual, with one hand in their trouser pocket and the other holding Captain Jin's mask to obscure their face, slowly stepped into view. Who is there playing tricks?" Sonoko shouted. "Oh, have you forgotten me so soon?" With that, the mask was removed from their face. The transparent figure. "Who is the one that murdered Captain Jean? The host of this banquet and the film producer?" The transparent figure inquired, removing the top hat from his head and bowing slightly to the individuals below. The hat soaring from his grasp, dancing in the breeze. "And by what means was this accomplished?" Another voice chimed in. "Now, let the unraveling of the mystery commence." The two voices overlapped. Such familiar tones, both rather insufferable, Sonoko murmured. "Kudo Shinichi, what are you doing here?" "And Heiji," Sonoko exclaimed, watching as the transparent figure slowly peeled away the white bandages from his face, revealing a visage she recognized all too well, alongside a figure emerging from behind a pillar. She could not help but exclaim, "Since you are here, has Ran and Mitsuhiko come as well?" She had not seen the two of them in quite some time. "There's something I would like to ask of you. Would you please listen to me?" Always suddenly interjected from the back seat. Judy shifted her gaze from the rearview mirror, where a car had been persistently tailing them, to Aoi. The two exchanged a few words, while on the other side, Shinichi and Heiji were recounting the actual sequence of events regarding the case. "The demon card was likely stolen by the perpetrator to frame him," Shinichi articulated slowly. "If what you say is true, then the criminal must have fortuitously come across Mr. Mummy's demon card," Ayumi added. "But how could the criminal frame him without knowing that each person possesses only one card?" Although Ayumi still firmly believed that the culprit was Mr. Mummy, her tone had softened considerably. Heiji shook his head, replying, "No, the perpetrator doesn't need to know that there is only one card per person, for he possesses an alibi that exonerates him from being present while simultaneously creating the illusion that he was there. Furthermore, the theft occurred in the restroom." "What?" Ayumi turned to Mr. Mummy and inquired, "Did you not notice that your card was stolen?" Prompted by this question, Mr. Mummy began to reflect on the earlier events. Yet no matter how he tried, he could not recall his card being taken in the restroom, looking at the two on the platform with a bewildered expression. "There's no need to ponder, as you simply cannot remember," Shinichi interrupted his thoughts, continuing, "because at that moment, you had already been rendered unconscious." If I am not mistaken, the perpetrator entered the restroom with you and was right beside you. Then, through the gap below, he injected a narcotic like chloroform. After Mr. Mummy had inhaled it and lost consciousness, he climbed through the upper gap and stealthily took the demon card. If what you assert is accurate, then where is the evidence? Heiji shook his head, stating, "There is no evidence. This is merely the simplest and most feasible deduction. As for the evidence," he sighed, gazing at the boundless ocean, "the syringes and anesthetics have likely been disposed of in the sea." "Then, does that mean anyone could be the culprit?" Ayumi inquired. "No. There is only one person who could be responsible." "What?" Chapter 42. Vermouth, "The only one who could have killed Mr. Fukuura is you." The two pointed simultaneously at Mr. Wolfman, declaring, "Mr. Wolfman? Mr. Wolfman? How is that possible? He was with us both before and after he exited the restroom." Ayumi's mind was clouded with doubt, yet Mr. Mummy was not present. "What are you talking about? Did you not see me come out of the restroom?" Mr. Mummy exclaimed in agitation. "And I was right beside you before the question was posed." "Not at all." Ayumi, increasingly perplexed, turned her gaze to the two on the platform. "The key to unraveling this mystery lies in Franken's hands," Heiji remarked, looking at Franken. Could you please share with us the reason behind your frantic performance in the restroom? And the cause of your astonished expression? Suddenly, all eyes were fixed on Franken. This matter has gained considerable notoriety among us aficionados of horror films. The individual who reached out to us via email is an employee of the film company responsible for scrutinizing our suitability for the screen. Franken gazed at the mummy, and thus I immediately deduced that this individual was indeed an employee. In a bid to showcase my acting prowess, I followed him to the restroom, performing until he emerged. However, what stepped out from that restroom was none other than the werewolf. Such is the tale. The perpetrator not only intended to frame him, but also handed him the werewolf mask. Heiji continued, noting that the shattered glass in the restroom was meant to prevent Mr. Mummy from noticing. Yet, even without witnessing it firsthand, one would surely sense something amiss, would they not? Wouldn't others find it peculiar? Yoko expressed her doubt. Not at all. Heiji replied, for at that moment, Mr. Mummy was already incapacitated, his face swathed in bandages, rendering him utterly oblivious. Shinichi pointed at the attire of the two individuals, explaining that both were adorned in white gloves, their clothing remarkably similar. Even though their bow ties differed, the length of the werewolf mask could easily obscure the bow tie, allowing others to perceive them as the same person. But when I called out to Mr. Werewolf, he happened to open the door at that precise moment. What a coincidence. Yoko remained unconvinced. Heiji reminded her, have you forgotten? What did we hear when we first entered? Suddenly recollecting, Yoko exclaimed, it was a wolf's howl. Precisely. Could it be that the werewolf was nearby, triggered by our voices to activate the recording device that emitted the wolf's cry? Medusa speculated from the sidelines. Even if that were the case, considering their similar heights, identical attire, and their shared silence, coincidentally using the restroom next door is exceedingly improbable, Yoko queried further. The only coincidence lies in the pattern of their attire. He was waiting in the restroom for an individual like that. As there are many who refrain from speaking to display their acting skills, it's likely he conceived the notion of placing the card on the arrow at that moment. Shinichi elaborated, for he was confident that the first suspect would be someone without a card, thus obscuring the true culprit. Consequently, he fled to the deck, shot Captain Gold, and used the howl to locate Mr. Mummy, removing the mask and donning it himself to blend into the throng. Heiji looked at the werewolf and asked, now that we've reached this point, do you still refuse to confess? Or is there something amiss? The werewolf arrogantly retorted, I couldn't care less about what you two high school detectives have to say. Speak all you wish, but do you possess any evidence? What foolish conjecture is this? There are two pieces of evidence that clearly indicate you are the culprit. One is this, Heiji said, lifting the chicken beside him. This is a clue provided by Captain Gold, indicating the human who mingled among the monsters. What kind of clue is that? Heiji turned the chicken upside down. Its wings spread wide. At that moment, Shinichi remarked, this must be what Captain Jean intended to do under the spotlight. Turn it upside down. The rooster upside down, right? Yuenzi was puzzled. Ah, I see. Medusa suddenly interjected. The English term for rooster is cock, and tail refers to the tail. Together, they form cocktail, which denotes a mixed drink. Indeed. That was the drink I previously requested the waiter to serve, Heiji continued. Oh, are you referring to the drink that the werewolf was consuming earlier? Yuenzi suddenly recalled the silver bullet cocktail. The mummy then added, earlier, I panicked and dashed out of the restroom without having a drink. And I believe I even bumped into someone. That was the drink Mr. Fakura insisted I try. What? I also had the silver bullet. The werewolf exclaimed. Are you certain you consumed it? A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Shinichi's mouth. Of course I did. Does being a werewolf mean I cannot drink alcohol? The werewolf retorted, still oblivious to the underlying implications. What? Did you hear that? It was indeed the silver bullet. Yes, he actually drank it. Some nearby creatures began to murmur. I merely had the silver bullet. The werewolf finally grasped the situation. Silver bullet. A cocktail whose name translates to silver bullet, represents the only means in films to incapacitate a werewolf. Shinichi elaborated. So, do you still wish to argue? If you aspired to earn a role in the film, you could not have been unaware of this. If that's the case, then the human must be Mr. Mummy. Yuenzi speculated. The two on the platform nodded in agreement. Excuse us, may we have a look? Medusa approached the mummy, reaching out to unbind the bandages from his face, revealing the word human. Not only that, but there were also shards of glass on the platform, likely identical to those on your shoes, remnants from the restroom. We merely need the forensic team to verify this. Shinichi spoke calmly. Now, could you please explain, Mr. Werewolf, why you shattered the glass in the restroom and climbed onto the platform? Heiji leaned against the railing, observing the werewolf with a seemingly languid demeanor. The werewolf glanced at the two on the platform and instinctively took a step back, finally stammering, I I climbed onto the platform to check if Captain Jean had been killed by the crossbow. Did I say anything wrong? Shinichi interjected, completing the werewolf's sentence. The werewolf was sweating profusely. Medusa crouched in front of the werewolf, gently patting his leg with her right hand. May we take a look at the soles of your shoes? It wasn't me. I didn't want to do this. It was that demon. The one named Vermouth, who compelled me. In a moment of desperation, the werewolf suddenly shouted. Chapter 43, Judy and Belmode's Past. Meanwhile, the two in pursuit had arrived at the dock. Judy, driving ahead, abruptly executed a 180-degree turn, causing a.k.a. seated in the passenger seat to grip the seat tightly due to inertia. Once the car came to a halt, Judy stepped out, and the newly arrived doctor, following closely behind, also parked and exited his vehicle. Judy-sensei? Oh, newly arrived doctor, what brings you here? Judy waved her hand, feigning surprise. This should be my question to you. The newly arrived doctor replied, closing the car door. What exactly do you intend to do? He approached the front of the car. No, Judy interjected, shaking her hand as she moved to the front, perched on the hood, and continued, I am quite different from you, feeling utterly relaxed. This time, I merely took her out for a joyride, gesturing towards a.k.a. Relaxed? Ah, newly arrived doctor. Isn't the trial for that murder case approaching? Judy suddenly remarked. You must testify diligently. In truth, the case was quite straightforward. The one who killed your father was that maid, the one who pulled the trigger. You mustn't cover for her. The newly arrived doctor, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you saying the maid killed my father? Feigning ignorance is futile. We have already uncovered the truth. Judy asserted. The newly arrived doctor raised his voice. What are you talking about? It was my stepmother who killed my father, and he died from electrocution, not gunfire. Belmode. Yoko turned to the two on the platform and added, Aren't those the ones who sent you a letter? Indeed. Heiji nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the werewolf. Are you claiming that Belmode instructed you to kill? The werewolf felt a twinge of guilt under his gaze and confessed, Actually, I have always harbored resentment towards Mr. Fukura. I adored the Buddha's Passing series, only for him to hastily conclude it, turning to film a project like Ghost Captain, which could only deceive children. Thus, I wished to kill him. I posted about it on a website, and then that person named Belmode reached out to me, claiming to have prepared the methods and tools for the murder. So you killed him over such absurdity? Yoko yelled at him. This was a living person. Not at all. Initially, I of course refused. The werewolf trembled as he continued. But subsequently, they sent photos of my family, recorded conversations, and details of our daily activities, along with a letter stating that if I disagreed, someone in my family would die. So, ha. Judy burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The newly arrived doctor was perplexed by her sudden outburst. Suppressing her mirth, Judy replied, Oh, sorry. When I referred to the trigger, I meant the electrical switch, not the gun's trigger. The one who orchestrated this murder was the criminal, while the maid executed it. To protect her, the criminal collaborated with the police to fabricate false statements. What? The newly emerged doctor's eyes brimmed with astonishment and perplexity. However, it is only natural that you remain unaware. For the record you pilfered from the police station contained no such information. Judy squinted and remarked that it was you who had stolen the record to continue appearing under the guise of the newly emerged doctor. Am I mistaken? Who exactly are you? His voice had begun to alter slightly. Judy's middle finger moved to her lips as she uttered, A secret makes a woman woman. Do you recall this phrase? Judy lowered her hand, opened her eyes, and continued, This was the last phrase you left me with, and I have kept it on my lips to ensure I do not forget. Is that not correct, my father's murderer, Crispin? No, there is another name. Accompanied by the crisp sound of a mask tearing, a woman's face emerged before them, Belmode. Years ago, on a fateful night, a girl, clutching a small teddy bear in her right hand, wandered drowsily into a brightly lit room, only to find a woman crouched on the ground, picking up a pair of glasses. Simultaneously, a bewildered child's voice broke the silence. Who are you? The woman, clad in a tight black outfit and a black hat, turned to her, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture, signaling her to be quiet. Rising, she tucked a gun behind her back and held the glasses in the other hand, approaching the girl and once again crouching down. She placed the hand that held the glasses back to her lips and stated, I cannot tell you, for it is a secret makes a woman woman. Oh, the girl responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice, Daddy's glasses? I'm sorry. As the woman spoke, she returned the glasses to the girl. The girl did not take them directly, but instead peered through the woman's figure into the room, gazing at her father lying on the floor, and asked, What is wrong with Daddy? Has he fallen asleep? He promised to tell me a story. Her eyes were filled with despair. The woman then said, Would you stay by your father's side until he wakes up? Yes, The girl nodded eagerly in agreement. After the woman departed from the girl's home, a fierce fire engulfed it. That girl was me, and it was you, Belmode, who murdered my father. Judy continued, that fire destroyed my home. My father, an FBI agent, had meticulously gathered intelligence on the organization, which was incinerated completely. Yet I was saved. I thought I could do something helpful while my mother lay bedridden. So I proudly ventured out to buy orange juice for when my father awoke. So, you are indeed that little girl from all those years ago. Belmode shifted her gaze from the sea back to Judy, realization dawning upon her. No wonder I did not see you as a mere skeleton. We have searched for you for so long. A friend of my father protected me and enrolled me in the witness protection program. I understand the foolish plan to protect endangered witnesses by altering their names and addresses, transforming them into another person. Bermude then removed her disguise and remarked, life must be arduous for you, leaving your homeland to become a complete stranger. And yet, you diligently follow in your father's footsteps to pursue me. FBI Agent Judith Stalling. It is no surprise that the illustrious witch Bermude possesses such mastery of disguise, enabling her to investigate effortlessly wherever she goes. Judith mused, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. But you still saw through my ruse, did you not? My masquerade as a newly minted doctor, she admitted, her tone laced with self-deprecation. Judith explained, of course, because you frequently visited the newly minted doctor despite having no illness, your intentions were all too apparent. Chapter 44. The pursuit approaches thus. It was you who orchestrated the incident where his car plunged into the sea before my eyes. Judith inquired. Indeed. This allowed you to operate under the guise of the new doctor, while the real one now enjoys a tranquil life abroad, Bermude continued. And as you surmised, you infiltrated the new doctor's hospital, where the findings of your investigation were laid bare in your room. Is the young woman with reddish-brown hair, around 18 years old, pinned to that photograph the one you seek to eliminate? Is she the identical twin of that girl? Judith asked. However, I shall ensure she enters the witness protection program. She added, casting a glance at AI. Coughing lightly, AI averted her gaze from Judith. What do the words cool guy, angel, cool girl, and caddy inscribed beneath the 4 photographs signify? Judith pressed. They are indeed clever, but merely a group of underage children. Please enlighten me. Humph, Bermude scoffed. It is all her doing. She forced my hand. If anyone should be apprehended, it ought to be her. The werewolf shouted in a panic. Do you know who she truly is? Do you have her contact information? Yoko inquired. The werewolf shook his head vigorously, confusion evident in his eyes. The two on the platform exchanged glances and said, let us bind him first. I will certainly find Bermude. Very well, tell me. All right, I will tell you, Bermude replied, pulling a handgun from her coat. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, Bermude's weapon clattered to the ground, demonstrating Judith's swifter reflexes. Don't move, Judith commanded, her gun aimed squarely at Bermude. Bermude slowly raised her hands above her head and said, oh dear. You carry such a dangerous item. Have you obtained permission from the Japanese police? Judith dismissed her concern, stating, I will apply for permission after confirming your identity. Naturally, I am prepared to face any consequences. But before that, there is one thing I must confirm with you. Oh, what is it? Why do you not age? My discovery of you occurred at your mother's funeral, and I was exhilarated to compare fingerprints, finding them a perfect match. Yet, as a suspect from over 20 years ago, you are far too youthful. I subsequently uncovered a chilling truth. You and your mother are, in fact, the same person. You guy, come out and hold this woman, Judy uttered, retreating. A stream of fluent English unexpectedly erupted from Belmode's lips, his gaze flickering toward the container. However, Judy remained oblivious and continued. But if I hand you over to the police for investigation then? The sound of gunfire erupted, blood splattering as Judy, shot in the abdomen, leaned against the car's rear door, slowly descending, her pupils constricting in astonishment. Thank you, Calvados. But you cannot kill her just yet. I have questions to pose. Belmode, with raised hands tucked into his pockets, approached Judy. Why? Judy clutched her abdomen with her left hand, resting her right on her gun, one eye wide open. You had your accomplices lie in wait here, leading me into your trap. Belmode seized the gun from Judy's grasp, leaning close to the panting Judy. However, I had arrived 2 hours prior to your arrival, masquerading as you, using your voice to instruct them. This is it tonight. Come back tomorrow. Yet, there are 2 points that astonish me. First, that you are indeed that girl from back then, and second, that you could discern this matter. I did not hear it from others. I was merely commissioned. Only by interrogating you in this manner could I gain the trust of that child. Judy slightly shook her head, glancing at AI within the car, laboriously saying, oh, is that so? Belmode stood, also gazing at AI, who averted her eyes, coughing softly. Cough. Cough. Nuichi, standing on the platform, coughed in unison. To solve the case so swiftly, it is indeed the work of Kudo Shinichi and Hattori Heiji. Applause erupted. No. My speed in discovery stemmed from employing the same method as the perpetrator, Shinichi gradually articulated. How is that possible? All right, smile. You will soon be reunited with your father in heaven. Belmode chambered a bullet, waving it before Judy. With the sound of shattering glass, the handgun clattered to the ground. What? Belmode stared incredulously at the individuals inside the car. As he opened the door, a.k.a. No, it was Hikari, the detective. Little Wing tore off the disguise from her face, stowed away her poker gun, and simultaneously aimed a watch-like tranquilizer gun at Belmode, declaring, "Don't move. Your body presents a shooting blind spot for our rifle." Her face radiated an unwavering confidence. Idagawa Conan is a detective. Conan removed his disguise, revealing a youthful visage before the astonished crowd. Moments later, he returned to his original form. It turned out he had been on stilts all along. Kudo Shinichi is my mentor, Conan elucidated to the awestruck onlookers. What a surprise. I thought they had returned. The garden sighed and cast a glance at Conan. He chuckled lightly. However, your voice remarkably resembles that of Kudo. Of course, considering who his father is. Medusa? No. Kudo Yukiko sighed contentedly. After a period of absence, they have become so accomplished. Little Tsubasa should be fine as well, she mused. Looking towards the two on the platform, Conan, sensing Yukiko's gaze, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. If he were aware of Yukiko's words moments ago, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes at her. What does my voice alteration have to do with you? You can't even manage it yourself. The two on the platform leaned against the railing, enjoying the sea breeze and softly conversing. I wonder how Tsubasa is doing. Yes, she should be all right. But is she truly your mother? Heiji pointed at Yukiko. Indeed. Just kidding. It's no wonder Heiji was incredulous. Who would expect a mother of such a grown child to still be so playful, hiding behind doors and scaring her own child with a water gun in the dark? Well then, Judy, please get in the car. In the distance, the sound of an engine approached, and looking over, a taxi was making its way towards them. Oh no. Could it be? Ah, it's a call from Keiho. Heiji pulled out his phone and answered. Heiji, Hibara is missing. Ryoma has also vanished, and Nolan chased after them. What should we do now? A frantic voice echoed through the receiver. What did you say? Startled by the sudden news, the phone slipped from his grip. Hello? Kudo. Quickly informed Tsubasa, AI has gone out. What? Conan hastily activated his communicator, but all he could hear was, don't come here. AI, hurry back, run. Tsubasa shouted at AI. Yet AI seemed oblivious to Tsubasa's words and continued approaching, drawing nearer to the perspective of the tranquilizer gun. Just then, Vermouth swiftly twisted the tranquilizer gun strapped to Tsubasa's wrist, aiming it at him. In the face of this unforeseen turn of events, Tsubasa struggled as the realization dawned. But it was too late. Vermouth had already pressed the switch, and Tsubasa let out a muffled groan before succumbing to slumber. Good night, baby. And Vermouth removed the gun from her ankle, loaded it, and stood, aiming at AI, saying, Welcome, Sherry. What a foolish girl. Not only did she allow her charming plan to go awry, but she also came here to meet her demise. AI took off her tracking glasses and placed them in her pocket, responding coolly, I am not merely here to meet my end. I have come to bring everything to a close. Even if you capture me, as long as I live, your pursuit will persist. I exchange my life for your promise. Do not lay a hand on anyone else, but me. Absolutely not. In her eyes, there was not a trace of fear towards death, but rather an expectation that she would not harm anyone else. Very well. Vermouth glanced back at Judy and stated, I will accede to your request, but only if we exclude this FBI woman. However, first, Sherry, Judy shook the small body of AI, attempting to awaken her. Yet it proved futile. Had it not been for the previous incident, the situation would not have escalated to such perilous heights. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly. A figure, gripping a gun and sporting tracking glasses upon his nose, suddenly barreled out from the warehouse on a skateboard, racing towards AI. Vermouth's gun was knocked from her hand, and by the time she bent down to retrieve it, the individual had already scooped AI up and taken refuge behind a vehicle. AI gazed at the familiar face before her, trembling as she uttered, Why did you come? You shouldn't be here. Do you not remember? Longma smiled reassuringly. On that bus, I promised to protect you. Yet AI's body continued to quake. Come out, Sherry. Tonight, you are destined to leave this world. Your evasion will only bring more suffering to others. Vermouth advanced towards them, gun raised. Just a little longer, Longma confidently assured, resting AI's head against his chest. Seeing Longma's self-assured smile, a warmth enveloped AI's restless heart. granting her a sense of security as she leaned against him, listening to his heartbeat. She could not fathom her own feelings, this inexplicable comfort, even in the presence of an adversary who sought her life. Bang! Blood trickled down Vermouth's shoulder. What? When did you sneak in from the blind spot of the rifle? Vermouth exclaimed, pressing her hand to the wound as she turned to Judy. Drop the gun, Judy said, raising her weapon with effort. Otherwise, the next shot will be aimed at your head. Simultaneously, Longma also aimed his gun at Vermouth. Click! The sound of a shotgun being chambered and footsteps echoed from behind Judy. Longma's pupils constricted as he tightened his grip on AI with one hand while the other held the gun, eyeing the container. Okay, Calvados. Let us flank them. Vermouth lowered her hand, closed her eyes, and smiled. It turned out that the individual was named Calvados. An unexpected voice interjected, a rifle, a shotgun, and 3 handguns. I presumed it to be an arms dealer. a.k.a. Shuichi. How could it be you? What about him? Vermouth exclaimed in disbelief. He is lying there. Both legs broken, came the reply. Seeing the newcomers seemingly on their side, the two behind the vehicle stepped forward. Vermouth glanced at the container, hastily aiming her gun at Shuichi, but was a second too late. His bullet struck her first. Her bullet was released as well, and it too struck Longma. In a bid to shield her, he used his own body to absorb the impact. Yet fortunately, he wore a bulletproof vest and sustained no serious harm. Yet, like him, Vermouth donned a bulletproof vest, sustaining only a few fractured ribs and a light coating of dust upon her visage. This, however, signified that she was devoid of her mask at that moment. Swiftly, she rose from the ground, firing several shots in the direction of Shuichi while hastening towards the unconscious Koji. As Shuichi evaded the bullets and prepared to shoot again, Vermouth had already pressed her gun against Koji's temple. Damn it! Shuichi reluctantly ceased fire, witnessing Vermouth lift Koji into the vehicle, shut the door, and from the car window, unleash several shots in his direction while simultaneously starting the engine. By the time Shuichi fired again, Vermouth, along with Koji, had already sped away. Astonishingly, Vermouth managed to strike the fuel tank through the reflection of the mirror, igniting an explosion. Ryoma promptly pushed AI to the ground, concerned for her safety, while he himself sustained further injuries. Another gunshot rang out, accompanied by a frustrated remark. How could that person still have a gun to commit suicide? Nolan emerged from the container. AI helped Ryoma up, without a moment's hesitation, allowing him to rest his head upon her lap. Nolan conducted a cursory examination of Ryoma's injuries and remarked, Honestly, haven't I told you countless times not to act impulsively? Look at you now, with several broken ribs. Do you still wish to compete in the upcoming matches? Ryoma ignored her, resting against AI's legs, inhaling her faint fragrance to recuperate. Why? Why are you so kind to me? Why did you come to save me? Are you not afraid for your own life? AI gazed at the man resting on her lap, her voice trembling as tears began to escape her eyes. Are you concerned for me? A flicker of joy illuminated his pale face. AI's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Before she could finish her thought, her mouth was silenced by something soft, and a deep voice whispered in her ear, Because I love you, and I fear not even death for you. AI's face instantly turned crimson. She turned her head away, while Ryoma succumbed to slumber. Nolan departed shortly thereafter, notifying several others of the incident via phone. A vehicle subsequently emerged from the Idagawa residence to collect Nolan. Its destination unknown. AI wiped the tears from her face and asked Shuichi, a.k.a. What about my sister? She is undergoing training at headquarters. Only when she possesses the ability to protect herself will the higher-ups permit her to emerge, Shuichi responded. AI, Mikumi wishes for you to partake in the witness protection program. AI firmly declined. I'm sorry, I refuse. While altering my name and address may indeed offer a semblance of safety, it would result in a monotonous cycle of fear and anxiety, constantly worrying that my hiding place may be discovered, forcing me to assume yet another identity, perpetually trapped in this endless loop. Moreover, to be candid, I do not entirely trust you all at the FBI. Additionally, it is because I do not wish to escape. Glancing down at the man resting on her lap, a slight smile graced her lips. Perhaps my reluctance to participate is also connected to him. No, do not go, AI. Do not leave. I shall protect you. Whether he heard it, or it was merely a whisper from his subconscious, the words escaped Longma's lips. In that moment, her once frigid heart felt a flicker of warmth. Meanwhile, not far off, the wailing of police sirens grew increasingly pronounced. Chapter 46. Under observation? Judy. Simply inform the police that you are an FBI agent vacationing in Japan, inadvertently entangled in a juvenile abduction case. With that, Shioi departed, firearm in hand. Elsewhere, Belmode parked the vehicle in a remote mountain area. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. occasionally pierced by the call of a bird. Inside the car, the only sound was the weighty rhythm of breathing. Suddenly, a voice emanated from Belmode's phone. An email from the organization's boss appeared on the screen, stating, "It seems I have granted you too much freedom. Return to my side immediately, Belmode." Belmode returned the call, panting, glancing at the sleeping figure of Xiaoyi in the passenger seat, pondering how to handle her. Abruptly, her pupils dilated as she seemingly discovered something. She retrieved a folding knife from her pocket and sliced open Xiaoyi's shirt, revealing an electrocardiogram monitor's electrodes, a signal transmitter, and a recorder, along with a small intercom nestled by her ear. Without hesitation, Belmode crushed the intercom and reached for the transmitter's wires. But at that moment, Xiaoyi's eyes fluttered open. Her voice calm, yet assertive. "You'd best refrain from removing that. If you do, it would signify my demise, and the recordings just captured would alert my companions, making it merely a matter of time before they locate your boss. They are already en route to this location. What will you do now, Belmode?" Xiaoyi gazed into Belmode's eyes, a hint of triumph in her tone. Belmode's hand retreated from the transmitter, and she sighed, conceding, "Very well, I admit defeat. However, how this unfolds remains to be seen." "What?" Xiaoyi was taken aback by her words, only to witness Belmode execute some unknown action, releasing a hypnotic gas from her phone. "Cough, cough. What are you doing, you fool? You will inhale it too." Xiaoyi attempted to open the car door, but Belmode's grip was unyielding. Indeed, this was a gamble. The first to awaken would claim victory. "If you awaken first, feel free to summon the police to apprehend me. But if I awaken first..." Belmode's words were interrupted as Xiaoyi succumbed to slumber once more. Sighing, Xiaoyi reflected on her misfortune. Being knocked out twice in one night by the same person left her speechless. How you anxiously called into the intercom. But silence met him. Frustrated, he hurled the intercom away and shifted gears, determined to speed towards lawn. In the back seat, Nolan gripped the door handle with his left hand while deftly maneuvering his phone with the right, successfully breaching all the surveillance cameras along their route. On the other side of the harbor, Officer Takagi escorted the werewolf responsible for Captain Jin's murder into a vehicle. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Heiji and Conan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. I shall arrange for someone to take you to the Central Hospital." "The Central Hospital? What has happened, Officer Takagi?" Conan inquired with concern. Leaning closer, Officer Takagi whispered the events concerning Ryoma, prompting the two to cease their conversation and hasten towards the hospital. In their urgency, they failed to notice a black Porsche parked not far away, where a creature from the ship had just entered. Once inside, he removed his mask and addressed the man in the driver's seat. "Brother, Kudo Shinichi, whom we previously eliminated, has resurfaced." "Kudo Shinichi? I am unfamiliar with him." "As you know, I never remember the deceased," Jin replied nonchalantly while puffing on a cigarette. Yet, within his mind, he pondered the implications of their identities being revealed. "He is the heir of the Kudo family, a high school detective, the brother of Kudo Yuya," Vodka pressed on, attempting to jog Jin's memory. However, Jin paid him no heed, accelerating the vehicle without a clear destination. As they sped along, Haoyu had arrived near Xiaowei, shining a flashlight in search of her. "Over here," he exclaimed joyfully, calling out to Nolan not far away before sprinting ahead. Upon opening the car door, he discovered Xiaowei slumbering in the passenger seat. He intended to awaken her, but quickly turned away, a flush of color rising to his cheeks. "What's wrong?" Nolan asked, bewildered, as she approached. "And nothing," Haoyu stammered, removing his jacket and draping it over Xiaowei before stepping outside. Nolan, perplexed by his actions, soon realized the state of Xiaowei's clothing, which had been torn open. "Was it Shuichi a.k.a. who did this?" "Indeed, I happened upon him and suffered 3 broken ribs as a result," Haoyu replied. "Is he the FBI agent you previously impersonated in New York, attempting to lure him out?" "That's the one," Vermouth gasped, stating, "The boss believes that man may become our silver bullet." "Oh, silver bullet? That doesn't exist," Jin scoffed at Vermouth. Yet, the true nature of his thoughts remained a mystery to all. "By the way, do you know of Kudo Shinichi or Yuya?" Vodka, seated nearby, prompted Jin to feign interest. "I do not," Jin replied. "In any case, could you come to pick me up? I am at the telephone booth along Highway 20. I've encountered a minor predicament and cannot move." With that, Vermouth ended the call, leaning against the glass of the booth, concealing Xiaowei's identity. Her mind filled with the haunting question, is a reason truly necessary? I am uncertain of the reasons that drive one person to kill another. However, the act of saving a life requires no justification whatsoever. Under Nolan's call, Xiaoyi gradually regained consciousness, her thumbs gently massaging her temples as memories of the prior events flooded back. She cast a glance at the driver's seat, where a pool of blood lay evident. A testament to Belmid's desperate measures to remain awake by inflicting harm upon himself. Before departing, he had destroyed the instruments affixed to Xiaoyi, likely rendering them irreparable. With a sullen expression, Xiaoyi leaned against the passenger seat, reflecting on the events of the night, ultimately concluding that even a deity must heed the auspices before venturing forth. To be incapacitated by the same person twice was one misfortune, yet the valuable intelligence she had acquired was now lost. Nevertheless, these matters were not of paramount importance. "Nolan," she murmured, "there is something I must tell you, but please do not take offense." Nolan, with a sense of morbid curiosity, resolved to divulge the matter. "What is it?" she inquired, oblivious to her own predicament. "The coat you are wearing is the one that Yu just removed and placed over you," Nolan replied slowly. Her gaze fixed intently on Xiaoyi's face. "Oh, is that so? Then I must express my gratitude. No, wait. If he covered me with it, does that not mean I was exposed?" A flicker of turmoil crossed her otherwise composed face, and anger swiftly took hold. "What is happening? To be rendered unconscious is one thing, but to be left vulnerable is another. Moreover, why do I not feel the same rage as before? What is wrong with me? Where are you? Come out now, or else." With Nolan's assistance, Xiaoyi, her expression icy, returned to the vehicle, her voice cold as ice. "Take me home." Yu, glancing through the rearview mirror at Xiaoyi in the back seat, felt his previously settled heart stir once more. Taking a deep breath, he drove back to the Adagawa residence. Upon arriving and halting the vehicle, Nolan opened the door and said, "Yu, I entrust Xiaoyi to you. I shall head to the central hospital to check on Longma. Once Xiaoyi awakens, you can inform her about Longma." With that, she departed. After parking the car in the garage, Yu intended to rouse Xiaoyi from her slumber in the back seat. However, despite his calls, she remained unresponsive. A wave of uncertainty washed over him. Leaving her to sleep in the car would surely lead to repercussions once she awoke, yet carrying her to her room would mean he had to physically lift her. A task fraught with its own challenges. His previously composed demeanor now bore traces of conflict. After a moment's deliberation, he scooped Xiaoyi into his arms and carried her indoors. Chapter 47. The henpecked husbandee. "Do not go. Please come back." As Yu gently laid Xiaoyi upon her bed, a soft murmur escaped her lips. Her grip on his hand unwavering. He paused momentarily. Who is that? Why do I continually hear Xiaoyi mention this name? And why does it stir such pain within me?" Observing Xiaoyi's furrowed brow, he felt a pang of sorrow. Taking her hand in one of his and caressing her cheek with the other, he spoke tenderly. "Rest easy, my dear. I shall not leave. I will remain here with you." As soon as the words escaped his lips, a serene expression graced Xiaoyi's face, and a steady rhythm of breathing began to resonate softly. Observing that peaceful visage, Yu found his lips curving upwards, almost unconsciously. The tranquility here stood in stark contrast to the turbulence surrounding Longma. "Yueqian, how could you be so careless? Your actions will surely prompt the arriving caretaker, Daisher, to commence his incessant lecturing." One displayed concern, while the other remarked, "Oh, Yueqian, even an ice queen has succumbed to your charms." The exuberance of youth. Taoqing's face radiated envy. His words reignited Daisher's fervent discourse, recently curtailed. "Yueqian, you are merely a middle school student. Your priority should be your studies, not romance." The faces of both boys flushed crimson. "Daisher, as the vice-captain, can you truly afford to neglect your duties? The draw for the Kanto tournament is about to commence, and I suspect Tezuka has already arrived," Fuji said with a smile. His eagerness to observe the unfolding drama unabashedly displayed. "Oh no, this is bad," Daisher exclaimed as he dashed towards the exit. Yet, before he could fully exit the hospital room, a slender hand intercepted him, and a voice from outside lamented, "There's no need to go. The draw results are in, and we will face Ice Emperor. Tezuka asked me to relay a message. Run 30 laps before training on Monday." The tone was thick with sympathy. "What? No way." Daisher's astonishment was palpable. Why had Tezuka informed Xiaoyi instead of him? A burst of laughter erupted among the onlookers, save for one individual. "Don't listen to Xiaoyi. Tezuka hasn't called yet," AI remarked, tossing his phone aside nonchalantly. The matchup against Ice Emperor was mentioned by Jibei. Upon glancing at his phone, the truth was laid bare. "Hey, is it truly enjoyable being the harbinger of truth?" Xiaoyi rolled his eyes at AI, his tone tinged with melancholy. "I wish to duel with the Narcissus." Longma interjected. "You may continue to slumber," Yu remarked, stepping into the room, donning sunglasses. Longma was momentarily taken aback. "Dream on, but this time, do not entertain delusions," Yu continued. "Why?" Longma questioned, firmly believing that a week would suffice for a complete recovery. "Even if we agree, your family member will never consent," Taoching added. Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees as AI shot a cold glance at Taoching, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. You shall not take the field against Ice Emperor. At most, you may serve as a substitute. Yada. Lama vehemently rejected. Participation is acceptable. AI deliberately paused. And just as Lama felt a glimmer of hope, she added, but you must maintain a distance of 10 meters from me. Lama panicked. How could he possibly keep her at such a distance while hoping to win her heart? Reluctantly, he acquiesced, realizing he would have to wait for another opportunity. Oh dear. The intrigues continued to multiply. Fuji observed with great amusement. But returning to the matter at hand. Why are you wearing sunglasses? The sun is not shining. How you remained lost in the play of being under his wife's strict control, unable to regain his composure. Meanwhile, heir, prompted by his reminder, hastily snatched the sunglasses away. Laughter erupted once more among the crowd. It was evident that the once handsome visage of Hao Yu was now marred by two dark circles beneath his eyes. He quickly reclaimed the sunglasses, exclaiming, no laughing. Ha ha ha. What have you done, Hao Yu? How did you end up like this? Heir laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, teasing him about his inability to maintain his cool demeanor. This must be your handiwork, right? AI revealed the truth once again. It was me. I couldn't stand the sight of him, Xiaoyi admitted, harboring some irritation that did not betray her expression. Thus, the others remained oblivious to any underlying tension. The only one aware of the truth, Nolan, laughed even harder. Sing with my tone, express your flavor. A sudden melody disrupted their laughter, emanating from Dashure's phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw that it was a call from Tezuka. The room fell into a hush, and after finishing the call, Dashure announced. Except for Ryoma and AI, everyone else is to return to school for training. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Why were they being summoned for training? I don't know. That's just what Tezuka told me. He even mentioned a punishment for the last one to arrive. Dashure replied helplessly, rushing towards the school, unwilling to be the last one. As a result, the previously lively hospital room fell silent, with everyone hastily exiting. However, there were a few exceptions. Not leaving, heir? Xiao Yi inquired, noticing that the others had departed. Didn't you all stay behind as well? Heir retorted, why squeeze onto a bus when we have a car? He looked at them with a puzzled expression. All right, you win. Let us go, Xiao Yi conceded. Thus, Xiao Yi and his companions leisurely drove to Seishin Academy. While the others, less fortunate, watched the car pass them by, desperately trying to catch up. The outcome was predictable. They arrived in a state of exhaustion, all becoming experimental subjects for the Kanto juice, collapsing in fatigue. Nearby, one individual, oblivious to the chaos, sipped the Kanto juice, raising his empty cup and declaring, "It's delicious, I highly recommend it." Due to the effects of the Kanto juice, the others found themselves too drained to continue training, prompting Tezuka to hastily conclude the session. Soon, the day of the first match in the Kanto tournament arrived. Strange, why hasn't Dashure shown up yet? As the deadline loomed, heir grew increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth. Could he be taking a pregnant woman to the hospital? Ryoma casually speculated while leaning against a tree, sipping on Panta. That's a reason only you would use, Ryoma, Xiao Yi remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone. Who says? It could be just a coincidence. Ryoma retorted skeptically. What? Waiting for a pregnant woman's family to arrive, and he can't come? Long Zaki exclaimed in surprise. Uft. Cough, cough, cough. Ryoma, caught off guard, sprayed his drink everywhere. Seriously? Did I hit the nail on the head? Tao Cheng asked incredulously. All right, I get it now. Longzaki hung up the phone and remarked, Daisher has injured his wrist. He cannot participate in this match. Then let me play? Exclaimed Ryoma, his excitement palpable. No, AI interjected immediately, not allowing Longzaki a moment to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Longzaki said, Mamakazu, you will partner with AG in doubles. Me? Mamakazu was taken aback, having prepared himself to cheer from the sidelines. Indeed, it is you, Mamakazu. Don your team uniform and register promptly, Longzaki affirmed with a nod. Mamakazu could hardly believe it, glancing around at the others. Mamakazu-senpai, don't mess up out there, Ryoma cautioned, patting him on the shoulder. Let us give it our all, and include Daisher's spirit as well, Mamakazu, AG added with a smile. Hurry and get ready for warm-ups, Tezuka urged, clearly having accepted his participation. Yes, Mamakazu hurried off to change. Watching his enthusiastic departure, Ryoma felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why wasn't he chosen? He wished to play too. Yet, recalling AI's words, he hesitated. Conan, seemingly reading his thoughts, approached and whispered, Congratulations on joining the ranks of those under the thumb of their wives. Ryoma blushed. Chapter 48. The doubles of three. This match seems quite challenging, remarked Little Wing as he gazed at the match schedule. Singles 1. Tezuka Kunamitsu vs. Atobi Kigo. Singles 2. Fuji Susuke vs. Akagawa Jiro. Singles 3. Kawamura Takashi vs. Hoda Takahiro. Doubles 1. Dry Zenjiro and Kaito Kuroba vs. Shishido Ryu and Fuji Shadoro. Doubles 2. Kikumaru Eiji and Mamakazu vs. Hinode Gakudo and Nanjiro Yuji. Indeed, the doubles are all makeshift pairings. Tezuka's injury is not fully healed. And the match between Kawamura and Hoda is uncertain. How you add it? It will be fine. Regardless, we still have our women's singles and mixed doubles, Nolan stated dismissively. Besides, this round is based on total points. Even if this match's score is low, winning a few more rounds can still secure us a spot in the national tournament. Ice Emperor will prevail. Ice Emperor will prevail, shouted the 200-strong support group. This atmosphere is quite bothersome, Eiji grumbled, fiddling with his racket. Ice Emperor will win. Aoharu will lose, Nanjiro and Hinode confidently declared as they stepped onto the court, their eyes brimming with provocation. Yuji, is he the renowned Kikumaru Eiji who excels at trick shots? Let me show him what it means to be outclassed, Hinode sneered, pointing at Eiji. Doubles number 2. Aoharu's Mamakazu serves. Mamakazu unleashed a missile serve, which, while impressive, was easily returned by Nanjiro. Eiji swiftly countered, but suddenly Hinode leapt into the air, his life form performing a somersault as he struck the ball. Eiji was momentarily stunned. After all, trick shots were his specialty. The sound of the ball hitting the ground snapped him back to reality. As he reached back, he managed to return the ball just in time. As the sun set, before one could even swing the racket, the ball had already ricocheted back, prompting Ninzu to swiftly reposition himself. Just as he was poised to strike the ball, Tachibana dashed towards the anticipated trajectory. However, in a surprising twist, Ninzu angled his racket, transforming a straightforward shot into a lofty lob aimed towards the backcourt. The sudden turn of events left Tachibana unable to retreat in time, and Eiji leapt but fell short. Who would have thought you could play doubles as well, Tachibana? Ninzu remarked with unexpected astonishment. The ensuing 3 rallies morphed into a dazzling display of skill between Hinode and Eiji, culminating swiftly in a victory for Ice Emperor. Marking the score at 10, they switched sides. What? The first set concluded so quickly? I thought they would last a bit longer, one remarked. Just as you said. I had high hopes for them. As the 4 players brushed past each other, Hinode whispered a tactic to Eiji. Hey, Kikumaru, let us see who can jump higher. Eiji, already flustered by Oishi's injury, felt a rising anxiety. This match is going to be tough, he murmured. Doubles rely heavily on synergy. And with Oishi suddenly injured and replaced by Tachibana, Eiji struggled to adapt swiftly, his reflexes dulled. The duo's passive play displeased Tachibana, who unleashed a jackknife followed by a crouching smash, hoping to score and break the stalemate. Yet, to their astonishment, Ninzu countered with a formidable bear claw. A chilling voice emerged from Fuji, his opened eyes revealing an inscrutable expression, tinged with anger at being imitated. Ninzu's bear claw astonished everyone present. Ninzu, you sure? He is our team's prodigy, Tezuka remarked, brushing away a tear at the corner of his eye. The ball struck by Ninzu left the two in disbelief. Fraught with frustration, unsure of how to respond. Ice Emperor triumphed, the score advancing to 30, then to 40. A succession of errors allowed Ice Emperor to score rapidly, leaving the duo bewildered. Eiji, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, murmured, Oishi, why aren't you here at a time like this? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he lunged to return the ball, supporting himself with one hand. Still not giving up? Hinode chuckled lightly, sending the ball behind Eiji. Yet, with an unexpected leap, Eiji returned the shot, astonishing everyone with his unorthodox position. 30-15. Eiji rose, twirling his racket, his gaze sharpening. He turned to Tachibana, saying, It's all right, Tachibana. Don't lose hope. If we don't give up, we will surely find our opponent's weaknesses. Opportunities abound. What? Did you learn all this from Oishi? Eiji continued, noticing Tachibana's stunned expression. Now that's the real Eiji senpai, Tachibana replied with a smile. Indeed, the match has only just begun. By the way, Oishi senpai has a message to share quietly. The Australian formation, is that feasible? Kawamura expressed his concern. Is Toshu attempting to replace Oishi? The match has become intriguing. Observing the fluctuations on the court, Xiaoi remarked. Eiji and Toshu positioned themselves one behind the other, with Toshu serving. The deceptive formation only required a response. Narasawa expressed disdain for their arrangement. Before he could strike the ball, Eiji had already dashed to the left, leaving the right side unguarded, prompting Narasawa to direct the ball toward Eiji's right, hoping to score. However, Toshu suddenly appeared on the right, swiftly returning the ball. The synergy between the two was unexpected for Narasawa and Ashitari, as the ball zipped through the gap between them. The Australian formation involved one player charging toward the center line, taking the opponent by surprise while they received the serve. As they served, the two moved laterally, exerting pressure on their adversaries with a sophisticated formation. This maneuver directed the ball toward Toshu's backcourt, as Ashitari murmured softly. Just as he anticipated, Toshu sprinted forward. Yet, to his surprise, a.k.a. ran toward the backcourt, returning the ball before it hit the ground. Narasawa hurriedly retaliated, but his shot was too hasty, sending the ball a bit too high, allowing Toshu to leap and execute a powerful smash, securing a point. Their collaboration surged, swiftly clinching a game. Seishin Academy emerged victorious, with the score at 41. a.k.a., positioned as the defender, relinquished his specialty shot to assist Toshu in reaching new heights and delivering his own shots. The score escalated rapidly. Seishin Academy triumphed again. Now at 43, a.k.a. and Toshu's performance improved, while Narasawa and Ashitari faltered, as the momentum tilted overwhelmingly in favor of Toshu and a.k.a. Utilizing feints to penetrate, they targeted the gaps in their opponent's defense, returning the ball with precision. Toshu murmured something, yet managed to secure another point. Seishin Academy now stood at 44, leveling the score. Contemplating the rules of doubles, particularly the sixth regulation, Toshu pondered but could not recall it. Eventually, he pulled down the wristband adorned with dense text. "Got it, attach," a.k.a. said with a smile. "Indeed, we're not doing too badly." The voice rang out from the stands. "Oishi," a.k.a. exclaimed excitedly. "I see now. Their double strategy involves 3 players." Witnessing this scene, the previously perplexed Tikoku finally understood that it appeared Ashitari and Narasawa were destined to lose this match. As anticipated, it was not long before the decisive point arrived. Narasawa unleashed 2 opportunity shots in succession. The first was unimaginably high, but Toshu returned it. Narasawa, undeterred, attempted again, striking even higher. Toshu leaped once more, poised to execute a crouched smash. In response, Narasawa prepared to unleash a bear claw counterattack. But Toshu merely swung his racket in the air before landing, as a.k.a. soared to return the ball. Their remarkable synergy astonished everyone present. Seishin Academy claimed victory with a score of 64. Chapter 49. The White Whale. In the first match of the final, victory was snatched from the jaws of defeat. Yet fortune did not favor them in the subsequent doubles match. Kayan and Haido faced off against Shishido Ryo and Huiji Taito, ultimately succumbing with a score of 3-6. In the ensuing singles match, Kawamura and Hoji fought valiantly, unwilling to concede defeat. But their efforts culminated in a disastrous stalemate, leaving them both injured. "Although no bones are broken, it is advisable to visit a hospital," remarked Wing as he assessed their injuries. "I shall take them to the hospital. Who among you will temporarily assume the role of coach?" Dragonzaki inquired of the group. The others exclaimed in surprise. To their astonishment, Ryoma boldly stepped forward. "Such audacity! Even I have never occupied that position," Kayan remarked, his brows furrowed. "What on earth is that fellow doing?" Oishi gasped. "That scoundrel." Haido scoffed. "This chair is quite comfortable, with a backrest to boot," Ryoma replied nonchalantly, reclining against the chair despite the astonished glances from others. "What are you rambling about? Move aside, little one." Eiji and Momashiro each tugged at Ryoma's arms, attempting to dislodge him from the seat. "Is it really necessary?" "It's just a seat," Wing shrugged indifferently. The commotion soon captured the attention of bystanders. "What is happening here?" "It appears they are contending over something significant." The members of Hyodii expressed their confusion. "Why hasn't the match begun yet?" Chizuru yawned. "Not to worry, I don't mind," Fuji stated, narrowing his eyes as he gripped his racket and approached the court. Meanwhile, Dragonzaki and the others made their way to the hospital, but before departing, he advised Fuji, "I have no counsel for you, but I hope you will occasionally shoulder the heavier burdens." "Chizuru, open your eyes and play well. Fuji is no weakling," Atobi reminded. "Understood," Chizuru replied, though his yawns persisted. The singles match between Saigaku and Hyodii's second player commenced, with Fuji serving. With a deft flick of his left hand, he bounced the ball a few times before delivering a seemingly simple shot. Yet, as Fuji's voice rang out, "Be cautious, that ball is about to vanish." The ball glided along the court for a brief moment before bouncing up, spinning rapidly towards the drowsy Chizuru. "Chizuru, wake up!" Inui called out. At the sound of his name, Chizuru finally roused, gripping his racket and focusing on the ball. However, just as Fuji had warned, the ball seemed to disappear. When it reappeared, it had already landed outside the court. The inexplicable vanishing act of the ball left the spectators bewildered, and the referee hesitated in awarding points. Recovering his composure, Hyoti's advisor, Sakaki, spoke up. Referee, that was in. 150, the referee confirmed. Fuji served once more, executing the same elusive shot, and once again. Chizuru swung his racket in vain. Why is this happening? It vanished again. Eiji exclaimed, staring incredulously at the ball. When did Fuji master such a shot? Oishi pondered, bewildered. Indeed, quite impressive, came the response. The obstinate Longma haughtily proclaimed. This serve resembles that of his sister's, yet it is distinctly different. Truly a genius. Conan exclaimed in admiration. He must have executed it with a slice. Nolan remarked uncertainly. What does that mean? Hori inquired, perplexed by how a slice could make the ball vanish. By striking the ball with the edge of the racket, one can alter the point of impact with their hand before serving, causing the ball to accelerate abruptly in front of the opponent, creating an illusion of disappearance. How you elucidate it. In the subsequent point, Fuji continued with his slicing serve. This time, the recently awakened Jairu grasped his racket and bounded toward the front court, seemingly intent on returning the shot before it vanished. Yet, he was still a moment too late. As his racket swung halfway, the ball disappeared once more. However, this time, it did not reappear behind him, but rather rolled off to the side, signifying that he had made contact. This successful hit exhilarated him even more, causing him to forget he was in a match, as he rushed towards Atobi, exclaiming, Hey, Atobi, did you see that? He is amazing. I'm so excited. I told you so, Atobi replied, perspiring. Oh, is that so? That's because you spoke while I was asleep. Jairu casually remarked. Hey, you, get back to the court. The referee reminded. Only then did Jairu remember he was in a match, promptly returning to the court. Bowing slightly to Fuji and apologizing, sorry, we can start now. His face bore a blend of regret and excitement. Watching from the sidelines, Kawaii couldn't help but sigh. Jairu is still so innocent. How delightful. Fuji served again, still utilizing the slice. This time, Jairu managed to return the ball, but unfortunately, it went out of bounds. Seishin Academy emerged victorious, leading the score to 10. They switched sides. What a remarkable serve. I must return it. Hurry, serve again. Jairu, overly enthusiastic, completely forgot about the side change. Hey, you, it's time to switch sides, the referee urged helplessly. My apologies. Jairu sheepishly scratched his head. By the way, Ekizan, Fuji, wiping the sweat from his brow, suddenly remarked, did you pay close attention? Caught off guard by this unexpected question, Jairu supported his eyelids with his fingers and replied, I'm wide awake. That's good, Fuji said, as he walked onto the court. Next came Jairu's service game. After serving, he dashed to the net, prompting Fuji to direct the ball towards Jairu's feet. Although it seemed poised to score, Jairu returned it over the net in an exceedingly awkward manner. Fuji was taken aback. 150. The second serve mirrored the first. The ball grazed the net again, indicating this was no mere coincidence. Thus, this game concluded. Ice Empire triumphed, raising the score to 11. Next, it was still Fuji's service game, where he firmly kept Jairu constrained at the baseline, swiftly securing the game. Seishin Academy emerged victorious, bringing the score to 21. As Tsilong served and advanced to the net, he was met with an overwhelming counter from Fuji, shattering his service game. A gust of wind swept by, tousling Fuji's hair as he turned to Yukimura and proclaimed, You have witnessed the bear's counter in the triple counterattack and the swan return. Haven't you, Yukimura? Now, allow me to unveil my final move, the white whale. His ice-blue eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. When Tsilong served again, Fuji's return appeared deceptively ordinary, confounding the spectators. Yet, as the ball neared Tsilong, it suddenly ascended, landing just an inch before the baseline. As Tsilong turned, the ball rebounded, soaring past him and back into Fuji's grasp. Goodness, how was that shot executed? Remarkable. Truly, Fuji is the genius of a.k.a., they murmured. This play ignited a flurry of discussions among the onlookers, signaling Fuji's impending victory in this match. a.k.a. triumphed, the score standing at 6-1. Next came Tezuka's match. In Chapter 50, Atobi faced Tezuka. Taking advantage of Aoi's distraction, Ryoma stealthily slipped out with a racket, playing 3 practice balls with Tezuka to warm him up. Meanwhile, from the concluded match at Rokaku, players from Yamabuki and Rikkai had arrived. Upon their return, Tezuka remarked, the position of temporary coach still belongs to Ryoma. Before stepping onto the court, on the opposing side, Atobi entered with a resounding cheer. The victor is Hyoti, the winner is Atobi. Tezuka is from Hyoti. The winner is Atobi. The deafening cheers reverberated through the air, rousing a slightly drowsy Otori. A playing card was flung towards Atobi, who caught it effortlessly, smirking at the words inscribed upon it. So handsome, the enamored girls exclaimed. With his left hand raised high, Atobi snapped his fingers, silencing the cheers. Nearby, Kihara marveled. What an impressive cheer squad, not often seen at the national tournament, Vice Captain Sanada. As usual, Atobi, Sanada replied, accustomed to such displays. The match between Aohan and Hyodai commenced. With Atobi serving, the game began intensely, a net-scraping rally ensued, and Tezuka swiftly approached the net for a return. Yet Atobi, seemingly privy to his every move, leapt to deliver a heavy counter that knocked Tezuka's racket from his grasp. The Aohan team watched in disbelief, unable to fathom how their almost mythical captain had lost a point so easily. Atobi! 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 The Hyodai supporters cheered exuberantly. Another snap of Atobi's fingers echoed. His voice dripping with narcissism. Savor the splendor of my exquisite techniques. He then provocatively addressed Tezuka. Tell me, Tezuka, has your speed diminished? Tezuka, unfazed, replied, a commendable interception. Oh, is that so? Thank you for the compliment. Tezuka, with a deft flick of his left hand, tossed the ball upwards and declared, here comes the next serve. With that, he struck the ball. In response, Atobi aimed to return it at the acute angle formed by the lines. After a series of exchanges, Tezuka executed a net shot, reminiscent of Atobi's earlier play. Atobi advanced to the net, hitting back as Tezuka leapt to return the shot, exclaiming, here you go. It was peculiar. How was it that Tezuka seemed to require no movement? Taichi, who was recording the match, remarked in astonishment. It appeared that every shot directed towards any part of the court was effortlessly redirected back to Tezuka, as though drawn by an unseen force. It is the domain of Tezuka, Conan observed. No sooner had he spoken than the referee announced, 15-15. Hinata could hardly believe it. Atobi was indeed playing from such a disadvantage. Instead of showing any signs of frustration after losing a point, Atobi merely chuckled. Well done, Tezuka. With that wrist, you can still play this well. I imagine your wrist is quite sore now. The spectators were puzzled by his remark regarding Tezuka's wrist. Oishi exclaimed, impossible. Tezuka's elbow had healed completely 2 months ago. So it was his elbow. Atobi glanced at Tezuka's elbow before serving again. Is this true, Oishi? Eiji inquired. Indeed. Oishi slightly nodded, explaining, it was almost fully healed, but it has been hurting again recently due to the increased training. Tezuka didn't want us to worry about it, as he strives to lead us to the national tournament. But why is his elbow hurting? Hori questioned again. The incident occurred 2 years ago when they had just joined the tennis club. Tezuka had already surpassed many seniors in skill, which had drawn some discontent from them. During a match with a senior, while using his right hand, he inadvertently angered the upperclassman, who struck Tezuka's left elbow with a racket. That blow nearly made Tezuka consider quitting the tennis club. At the time, the pain was not significant enough to warrant concern. But with the sudden increase in training intensity and the practice of the zero-type slice, the combination of old and new injuries flared up, rendering him nearly unable to play. Oishi stated somberly. Momo, observing his worried expression, reassured him, that's all in the past. Did you not say he has fully recovered? Yes. He was healed 2 months ago, and the doctor even provided a certificate. Meanwhile, Small Wings, privy to the truth, began to feel anxious. Doesn't that mean? Besides, just look at his current style of play. He hardly seems injured. Eiji suddenly turned to Ryoma, saying, have you noticed how first-year Tezuka resembles someone? Who do you mean? Ryoma replied with a slight bump of his head and a glare. I said nothing. Eiji chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, on the court, Tezuka clinched the game with a zero-type slice. Aoyama triumphed with a score of 10. No need for courtesy. Let us get serious, Tezuka addressed Atobi. Under the intense pursuit between the two players, the score stands at 32, with Tezuka holding a narrow lead. They switch sides, and each approaches their respective coach. Tezuka remains silent, sitting to wipe his sweat and hydrate, while on the other side, Atobi confidently assures Kabaji, rest assured. The momentum of this match is firmly in my grasp. He strides back onto the court, and Tezuka follows suit, racket in hand. Watching from the sidelines, Kahara remarks. Vice Captain Sanada, it seems Atobi hasn't yet unleashed his signature move. Indeed, the devastating waltz, honed during last year's youth training camp, Sanada replies. Just as he finishes speaking, Tezuka inadvertently sends a high lob over the net. Atobi leaps forward, but surprisingly, he does not execute a smash. The Ice Empire players are puzzled as to why he refrains from such a decisive move. Meanwhile, the members from Seishin breathe a sigh of relief, unaware that a graver situation is about to unfold. Ah, I see now. It appears your elbow has indeed recovered. Tezuka, Atobi remarks with an eerie inflection. Upon hearing this, small-winged Watanabe grows increasingly anxious. Oh no, Atobi has truly noticed. Tezuka, you must act swiftly, otherwise I shudder to think of the consequences. Yet, the disparity between thought and reality often leads to unforeseen troubles. The duration of this rally stretches on, longer than the previous game, and if this continues, it could spell disaster. Indeed, Tezuka, I wonder how long your arm can withstand this strain. After an hour of this, your tennis career may very well come to an end, Atobi suddenly declares, intensifying his swing and sending the ball crashing against Tezuka's racket, forcing it from his grip. A faint ripple of emotion flickers across Atobi's usually stoic visage as Tezuka retrieves his fallen racket, wordlessly preparing to serve once more. As Tezuka fights valiantly against the ball, Atobi secretly plans to drag the match out for 2 hours. Meanwhile, Watanabe, watching anxiously from the sidelines, feels a strong urge to confront Atobi and halt the match, fearing for Tezuka's future. Such action, however, would be an affront to him. Chapter 51. Playing with one's life. Fuji also discerns that something is amiss, stating, Atobi is deliberately dragging out the match. His wide-open eyes reveal a mix of concern and anger. Why is that? Eiji inquires, puzzled. A prolonged battle could lead to the complete collapse of Tezuka's elbow, Conan states gravely. How can that be? Isn't he healed? The others exclaim in astonishment. Tezuka's elbow may be mended, but for him, an extended match could impose adverse effects on his wrist, potentially jeopardizing his tennis career. Suddenly, Oishi recalls the doctor's earlier warnings and grows increasingly concerned. What? Are you joking? Can't we settle this quickly? One team member suddenly asks. Impossible. Atobi is no ordinary opponent. He will undoubtedly exploit this weakness, Watanabe replies anxiously. What a driven individual. Intentionally prolonging the burden on Minister Tezuka by engaging in a battle of endurance. Indeed, if one possesses courage, they should confront the challenge head-on. Some impatient second-year members of the tennis club exclaimed defiantly. The noise was unbearable. Yet, Kaito, will you not provide silent support? Kaito cast a glance at the speaker and continued to observe the match. A few fell silent. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Tezuka's swinging speed had noticeably diminished due to the pain. Nevertheless, he exhibited no signs of impatience, maintaining a steady rhythm in his play. Such composure began to unsettle Atobi, who pondered why, after such an extended contest, there had been no change. Tezuka's gaze was imbued with a fervent determination to accomplish his objective. Regardless of the pain, he refused to yield. Tezuka Kunimitsu, truly an extraordinary man. Kayasumi couldn't help but reflect. More than an hour and a half had elapsed during the match, and the score had finally reached 6-5. If Tezuka won one more game, the match would conclude. Hooray! Minister Tezuka is in the lead. The members of Seishin Academy cheered, yet this joy was merely ephemeral. Atobi remained incredulous that Tezuka would engage in such a prolonged battle. Very well, let us proceed earnestly. Tezuka served again, delivering an astonishingly powerful shot that left spectators in disbelief. He executed a low line drive, the ball veering towards the out-of-bounds area. Atobi, rushing to intercept, managed to return the ball, only for Tezuka to respond with a high lob. A waltz towards ruin, Atobi mused, leaping to strike at Tezuka's racket. Tezuka swiftly lowered his racket, ensuring the ball merely struck the frame, not his hand. Atobi leaped once more, attempting a smash, but to no avail. Observing the open right side, he sent the ball soaring, while Tezuka remained still. The ball arced back towards Tezuka, who skillfully returned it with a zero slice. Watching the ball land just above the net and roll towards it, Atobi found it hard to believe. He utilized a zero slice? Is he made of iron? 150. Just as Atobi was lost in thought, Tezuka scored a point. 300. Why is this happening? A grimace crossed Atobi's face. Despite the prolonged match, Tezuka was still able to calmly calculate the timing needed for Atobi's waltz towards ruin, drawing the ball into his domain before executing his signature move. 400. Only 1 point remained. Yet his shoulder could finally bear no more. Tezuka's racket slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground as he clutched his shoulder, collapsing to his knees. Minister Tezuka. The members of Seishin rushed onto the court, eager to assist him. However, Tezuka's voice rang out, dismissing them. Everyone, leave the court. The match is not yet over. In a swift motion, he retrieved his racket and stood once more. Tezuka returned to his seat for a brief respite, then, after a moment, picked up his racket and approached the court again. No, Tezuka, your shoulder cannot endure this. Fuji exclaimed, attempting to dissuade him. Tezuka, are you still on track to fulfill your promise with Minister Yamato? Daisha rushed to Tezuka and spoke. Let him play. Xiaoyi pulled Daisha aside. At the same time, he instructed Haoyu to fetch her acupuncture kit. I will make my intentions clear. I cannot afford to lose. Yu Qian stood up. grasping his tennis racket as he strode out. AI also took her racket and followed. Let's go. I'll accompany you for some warm-up. Her actions startled Ryoma, who felt somewhat flattered. The referee approached to confirm. Are you certain you can continue? Yes, please proceed. Tezuka nodded and promptly re-entered the court. Observing Tezuka's return, Hatobi felt no joy, despite the match seemingly in his favor. As anticipated, even with just that last point remaining, Tezuka still did not secure the victory. The score was tied at 6-6, leading into a tiebreaker. The first to score 2 points wins. Achieving 2 consecutive points is no trivial feat. The match would inevitably extend, with the players exchanging scores yet failing to secure 2 points. 10, 11, 23, 33. The struggle continued without either side gaining the upper hand. Ice Emperor Hatobi led at 6-5. In such an intense and prolonged match, each strike sent pain through Tezuka's shoulder. Now, everyone present was engulfed in tension. Witnessing Tezuka gamble everything for Seishin, Hatobi felt exhilarated, pouring all his strength into this decisive game. Tezuka mirrored this intensity. When Ryoma and AI returned from their warm-up, the score had reached 3-5. The clash between the two had escalated to a level beyond mere description. Both competitors fought with an almost life-and-death fervor. Logically, Tezuka's shoulder should have been incapable of lifting the racket, yet he persistently returned every shot. Hatobi, too, was nearing his limits, both physically and mentally. 37-36. Tezuka was in the lead. Tezuka served once more, and after several exchanges, he assumed an astonishing stance, executing a zero-style slice. Hatobi dashed forward desperately, hoping to return the ball before it touched the ground. However, the ball landed first. Just as Seishin's supporters were about to cheer, the ball, instead of skimming along the ground, ricocheted up and fortuitously struck Hatobi's racket, sending it over the net. The ensuing realm of Tezuka instilled a sense of fear in the relieved Ice Emperor team. The ball returned to Tezuka's side. He swung his racket to send it towards Hatobi, only for the ball to be intercepted by the net. Ice Emperor Hatobi emerged victorious, with a score of 7-6. Tezuka's left arm fell limply to his side, dazed as he stared at the ball. The entire court fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Tezuka's racket hitting the ground, awakening those present. Tezuka, the Seishin team rushed to him, inquiring about his condition. He could only respond with regret. I'm sorry, I lost. After that, he said nothing more. Little Wing channeled the healing power from his icy core into Tezuka's body through acupuncture, aiding in the restoration of his muscles and tendons while alleviating his injuries. Tezuka, if you wish to participate in the national tournament, you must refrain from playing from this moment onward and cooperate with Akashu's treatment. Is that really such a problem? Asked Tachibana. As long as you don't play, it should be fine, replied Little Wing. Suddenly, the referee announced. The women's match will be postponed until all competitions have concluded. Now, please send in your substitutes. Do not forget what I just taught you, AI added. You must not lose. Chapter 52. Victory. Of course, he still has Mata, remarked Ekizan, lowering his cap. Hayoshi, it's your turn, Sakaki declared. The members of Ice Emperor, upon seeing that Hayoshi was playing, thought victory was assured, for he had triumphed over Phoenix in singles and was a candidate for the next captain. Isn't that Hayoshi, the one who had a fierce battle with you in the newcomers tournament? Asked Ryoma to Chitora. Oh, is that so? Chitora scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Stop pretending. He is undoubtedly the next leader of Ice Emperor, Sonata stated. One game to determine the winner. Serve, Seishin's Ryoma, the referee announced. Bang. The sound of the ball striking the back wall snapped Hayoshi back to attention. It's not good to look elsewhere, Ryoma remarked as he seized a point. Following that, Ryoma executed a topspin serve, sending the ball crashing towards Hayoshi's face, knocking his racket aside. That first-year student can genuinely deliver a topspin serve, Hayoshi thought, still in disbelief despite witnessing it firsthand. Ryoma scored again with another topspin serve. For 100, the fourth serve was once again a topspin, but Hayoshi managed to return it. Ryoma, however, showed no surprise, evidently having intended it, and delivered a short slice. Hayoshi swiftly approached the net, extending his racket to where the ball ought to have rebounded. Yet the ball did not bounce. Instead, it spun in place for a few moments before rolling towards the net. This was the zero slice. The appearance of the zero slice astonished the onlookers. No way, who exactly is this kid? Impressive. I had no idea Seishin had such formidable talent hidden away. Indeed, he managed to pull it off, Little Wing remarked as he removed the silver needles from Tezuka's shoulder. But if the racket's head needs to drop by 30 centimeters, it becomes quite difficult to control. It won't work a second time. Tezuka elucidated the crux of the matter. TCH, Ryoma lowered his cap. Your previous shot was a bit off. I should have mentioned not to forget to play in your own style, Sakaki advised. As Sakaki had indicated, Hayashi played in his own unique style, the ancient martial arts style. The peculiar shots allowed him to win 2 consecutive games. Hey, ISNT ancient martial arts, all about overcoming the strong with the weak? Ryoma taunted, switching his racket to his left hand. So, does that mean you admit you are the weaker one? He pointed his racket at Hayashi. Subsequently, the unusual gliding of Ryoma, followed by a surprising return shot, left everyone astonished. It's the B shot, remarked Tachibana. How could Ryoma execute the B shot with such finesse? Questioned Koyuki, her gaze drifting towards AI, tinged with a hint of intrigue, as she recalled AI's proficiency with the B shot. I just taught him, what is the matter? AI replied calmly. He can't possibly rely solely on the B shot until the end, can he? Yanagi-sawa speculated, observing Ryoma continuously executing the B shot. Seeing Ryoma's persistent use of the B shot, Hayashi felt a twinge of impatience and attempted to assert, Humph, I could still play 10 more sets. What? Just 10 sets? I could easily manage 20. Ryoma countered, refusing to concede. As he spoke, he scored again. Truth be told, Ekizan seemed to be in a peculiar mood today, persistently employing the B shot. Sigh, I wonder what's up with Ekizan, only playing that one type of shot, remarked Eiji. Perhaps he is venting some frustration from being a substitute, speculated Tachibana. No, this must be Ekizan's true source of strength, suddenly declared Fuji, his eyes wide open. What nonsense! Tachibana exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Koyuki pondered that Ryoma's continuous use of the B shot must have something to do with AI, further indicating the deepening bond between them. She couldn't help but wonder, where was her own Eiji? I'd gladly play 100 more. Ryoma proclaimed as he scored once more with the B shot, bringing the match to a close. In the contest between Seishin Academy and Ice Empire, Seishin emerged victorious with 3 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw, as the referee announced the final results. Wait, aren't there any women's matches? Nolan, who had just returned from warming up with Conan, asked in confusion upon hearing the referee announce the results. The women's matches have been temporarily cancelled for the Kanto tournament and will resume in national competitions, the referee clarified. Was that the regulation you just changed? Conan quietly inquired of Hiroshi. I'm not sure, Hiroshi replied with a slight shake of his head, uncertain of the specifics. What did you say? All right, I understand. We'll be there shortly, Koyuki said, ending the conversation. What is going on, Koyuki? Fuji asked. It's nothing. Just someone unknown invited us to a place, Koyuki summarized. She then informed Tezuka, I've already contacted Akashu to assist with your treatment. Remember, you are not to play from now on. Understood, Tezuka nodded in agreement, though he was reluctant and had no alternative. Consequently, Tachibana and the others went to celebrate their victory, inviting AI and Ryoma, while Koyuki and her 3 companions hurried home. Hattori, where's Shin? Koyuki directly inquired upon returning home. Here, Hattori handed Koyuki a completely black envelope, with a white name inscribed on the cover. Shaoi opened the envelope, which bore the words, having long admired your wisdom, I humbly invite you to our dinner banquet, where you may bring 2 companions. The specter of the forsaken child of God loomed. 2 travelers gazed up at the vast night sky, as demons descended upon the castle. The king fled with treasures, while the queen wept into the Holy Grail, pleading for forgiveness. A soldier raised his sword, stained with blood, and took his own life. Oh, it seems we are in pursuit of treasure, Shaoi remarked. I wish to go, what about you? Of course, we shall attend. Conan and Hattori expressed their enthusiasm. I shall refrain. Akashu is expected to arrive shortly, Nolan replied, uneasy about Tezuka's injury. You go ahead. It states here that only 2 may accompany you. How you feigned reluctance, but secretly planned to attend as the elusive Kaito Kuroba. Very well. I shall call the maid, and we shall depart, Hattori said, proceeding to make the call. Meanwhile, Shaoi and the others prepared their belongings, and the trio soon set off. Due to their age, Zihuan drove them. Halfway through their journey, the car unexpectedly came to a halt with a loud bang. Zihuan, what happened? Shaoi inquired. It seems we have a flat tire. Please wait a moment. There is a gas station ahead, and it will be resolved shortly. As the car was repaired and resumed its journey, darkness enveloped the sky, accompanied by torrential rain. Under the guidance of the gas station staff, they traversed a path that hardly resembled a road, and finally glimpsed their destination. Just as they were about to arrive, the group relaxed, only to encounter a sudden turn. Zihuan abruptly slammed on the brakes, as a figure appeared unexpectedly before them. She stood in the rain, clutching an umbrella, her frail, elderly frame seemingly lost in contemplation. An old woman, well past her 50 years, stood there, enigmatic in her presence. Chapter 53. The 8 Great Detectives. The elderly woman spoke. I apologize. My dear Felt has inexplicably ceased to move. Are you also headed to the Twilight Manor? Might you grant me a ride? Zihuan glanced at Xiaoi, and upon receiving her consent, replied, certainly. Could you assist me in moving my luggage? The elderly woman requested once more. Of course, Zihuan said, exiting the vehicle to help her with her belongings, after which the old woman climbed aboard. They resumed their journey to the Twilight Manor. Inside the car, the elderly woman was absorbed in a small notebook. Conan, sitting beside her, could not resist casting a glance, as if recalling something, and asked, Grandma, are you the renowned Chikane Kodai, who can effortlessly solve cases merely by listening to others discuss them while reclining in an armchair? Indeed, but how did you come to know of me? Chikane responded, slightly taken aback. It was a guess. I surmised that everyone attending the Twilight Manor would be detectives akin to my brother Heiji, and to my knowledge, the only detective of such advanced age is Chikane Kodai. Conan replied in an innocent, childlike tone, leaving those present astonished. Xiaoi quickly grasped the situation and, with an innocent tone, remarked, indeed, when I grow up, I aspire to become a great detective like Granny Qinjian. Utterly repulsed, she thought to herself that if it weren't for the convenience of feigning innocence, she would not have uttered such words. Haha, I too have aged and become less relevant. I must now rely on the deductions of others, Qianjian chuckled. Before long, they passed a fork in the road and a wooden bridge, arriving at the Twilight Mansion. Up close, the mansion appeared even more like a haunted house, accentuated by the cloak of night. Numerous luxury vehicles, including Mercedes, Ferraris, and Porsches, were parked nearby, indicating the esteemed nature of the guests. Hattori leaned casually against an Alfa Romeo. A man with a cigarette dangling from his lips opened the car door and said, Could you refrain from touching my woman? It took me 5 years to win her over, and I cannot tolerate other men's filthy hands on her. If she throws a tantrum, I will be in quite a predicament, you know. As he passed by, Heiji, holding an umbrella, felt awkward and was about to speak when Qianjian interrupted. Long time no see, Motoki. So, they've dragged you here too. Ah, it is you, Sister Qianjian. So you are involved as well, Motoki replied, discarding his cigarette. Xiaoi sighed internally, realizing he was the infamous Motoki Harushi. Are you still holding up? Qianjian inquired. I read in the newspaper that you were ambushed by the mafia in Chicago last week. That incident is but a distant memory, Motoki replied nonchalantly. As they conversed, they reached the entrance, where Motoki knocked on the door. Welcome, everyone, a maid greeted, bowing as she opened the door. Is it Mr. Hattori, Mr. Motoki, and Miss Qianjian? I have been awaiting your arrival. Please, come in. She gestured for them to enter. Once inside, the maid closed the door and said, Please place your umbrellas here. Is anyone there? A stout man in a white suit inquired. Please excuse me for a moment. The maid apologized before hurrying towards the man. I just checked the kitchen. He began. That man is the culinary detective, Isaka Yashishin, Ziyu remarked, having come across his information. What did you say? Isaka suddenly erupted in fury. The chef is unable to cook due to illness? That is not what we agreed upon. I traveled a great distance for this dinner. I sincerely apologize. I have already procured the ingredients, the maid said, her head bowed. Enough, no need for further words. I will take over the kitchen and prepare the meal myself. Isaka declared angrily as he stormed off. Ziyu, go assist him. It will expedite the process. I'm terribly hungry, Xiaoi whimpered, clutching her stomach with one hand and tugging at Ziyu's clothing with the other. Certainly, Ziyu replied. Although her expression remained unchanged, her heart could no longer remain calm. Could this truly be her, the same person who had recently ruined her own appearance? However, he soon recalled that cooking would inevitably involve fish. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Xiaoi had discovered him? Although his expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion, Xiaoi, who was familiar with him, noticed his subtle change. As she observed the retreating figure of Zili, a faint smirk graced her lips, and she thought to herself, Humph, it is indeed you. Sneaking in, using the guise of Huiyun, let me see how I can deal with you. She had always despised those whose words and actions did not align. Apologies for my earlier neglect. I truly regret having kept you all waiting for so long, the maid said, regaining her composure as she approached Xiaoi. What does your master mean by inviting us 4 renowned detectives to this secluded mountain? There must be a reason, Qianjian inquired. Indeed, however, there are more than just 4 detectives invited, including you. There are 2 additional detectives, the maid clarified. Pray tell, besides us, who else is coming? Mookie asked, somewhat incredulous about the necessity of gathering so many detectives. Yes, they consist of a young lady and a young gentleman, the maid explained. Is it the Kudo siblings? Mookie speculated casually. I suspect it is the esteemed brother, Hakuba, Conan conjectured. Neither the Kudo siblings nor the brother. Their names were indeed on the guest list provided to me by my master, yet I have been unable to contact them. The maid shook her head, acknowledging the younger boy's accurate guess. Then, where is your master, who is so fond of detectives? Hyuji inquired. I am uncertain. I have yet to meet my master. The maid confessed, equally curious about the identity of her employer. How can that be? Did you not receive the list from him? Xiaoyi asked, puzzled. That is correct. But I received that list during my interview for the maid position, and the entire interview was quite peculiar, the maid recalled, still incredulous. Due to the generous remuneration, many applied. However, upon entering the interview room, I found only a computer, a banquet instruction manual, and a guest list. What happened next? Conan asked, intrigued by the oddity of the situation. I was unsure of what to do, so I glanced at the manual. And then the computer displayed the words, "You have been accepted." To this day, I remain baffled by my acceptance, she admitted. And what about communication afterward? Did you not hear your master's voice? Hyuji inquired. The maid shook her head. All correspondence has been conducted via email. Her revelation further shrouded her master's identity in mystery, piquing the interest of the assembled detectives. To be honest, upon seeing that peculiar doorknob, I was already eager to investigate, Muki remarked. Due to her height and the earlier minor incident, Xiaoyi had not yet noticed. As she maneuvered around the others, she observed that the doorknob bore dark red marks that clashed starkly with the golden paint on the wall. Chapter 54. The path destroyed. Xiaoyi's brows furrowed slightly as she pondered. Could this be? Motoki interjected, be cautious, little sister. This is a bloodstain of considerable age. Indeed, it appeared that the droplets of blood had adhered to the door at a 45-degree angle. A woman clad in a white coat, wielding a spray bottle, remarked as she sprayed the handrail, not only the door, but also the walls and floor bear traces of blood, albeit they have been wiped clean. It seems the owners of this blood are not merely a single individual. Quite an insightful analysis, a male voice resonated from above. When luminol is sprayed on bloodstains, it reacts with the active enzymes in the blood, producing a distinctive violet fluorescence. A man descended the staircase, exclaiming, I never anticipated you would bring such equipment. Former prosecutor Miss a.k.a. a.k.a. turned to regard the newcomer, replying, It is indeed an honor to receive such praise from you, young master. So, it truly is you, detective. Does this mean Walter has also arrived? Xiaoyi exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm. This revelation momentarily stunned Hakuba, who wondered how she had transformed so, but soon grasped her intention and replied, Indeed, he is here. Though I cannot say if it is due to his prolonged stay in England that he has developed an unusual excitement towards blood. He is flitting about the room like a butterfly. To think I could witness a tragedy that has been intentionally concealed for years. A tale I had only heard through whispers. This journey home has not been in vain, Hakuba mused, pausing briefly before continuing. The mere thought of unraveling a mystery buried for over 40 years ignites an exhilarating thrill within my rational mind. What tragedy? Xiaoyi sighed inwardly, lamenting her lack of research prior to this visit. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a moment to rest in the lounge. I shall summon you when dinner is ready. The maid announced as she guided everyone to the lounge, while Xiaoyi discreetly slipped away, intent on checking how the seaweed was faring in the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen door, Xiaoyi overheard a voice tinged with apprehension. Mr. Ushi, you should handle the fish. I am not adept at it. Huh. Upon hearing this, Ushi felt perplexed. His culinary skills were hardly inferior to hers, so how could he possibly be unable to prepare fish? However, he chose not to probe further. As he turned his back to her, nodding in acquiescence. Relieved, she retreated to the farthest corner from the fish and commenced her tasks. Perhaps it was fate at play, for Xiaoyi arrived just in time to witness this scene, foreshadowing the ensuing events. Ah, Chiao, she mused, absent-mindedly touching her nose, still unaware of the impending danger. Lost in self-adoration as she whispered, who could be thinking of me? Had Xiaoyi remained, witnessing that expression, she might have been unable to resist the urge to confront him. When Xiaoyi returned to the lounge, she found the group engrossed in merriment and readily joined in, engaging in a game of cards with Conan and a.k.a. Time slipped away unnoticed until Hakuba triumphed over Motoki once more at billiards, while Xiaoyi, in a fit of frustration, lamented yet another loss. Haha, once again. Victory is mine. Why has this happened? Am I to blame once again? Xiaoyi gazed at the cards with a look of frustration. Hee, Conan chuckled awkwardly, uncertain as to why fortune favored him so, winning round after round. Wait a moment. Xiaoyi seemed to have uncovered something. Brother, this is unethical. What's wrong? He couldn't recall committing any wrongdoing. However, upon Xiaoyi's remark, Chang Tian discerned the anomaly as well. She reached out and extracted a card from Conan's hand, exclaiming, "This is actually 2 cards." As she separated them, dried blood materialized between the 2 cards. A profound silence enveloped the room. The presence of blood between the cards suggested a horrific past incident. Creak. The stillness was shattered as the maid entered, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the dining room. Dinner is ready. Hooray, time to eat." Xiaoyi quickly shrugged off his somber expression, speaking innocently. The maid then guided everyone to the dining room, where at the head of the long table sat the peculiar host, adorned with a purple cap and oddly dressed. "Hey, must you be so unconventional? Have you been watching too much television?" Megaki remarked disdainfully. The host, unfazed by Megaki's comment, continued, "I sincerely welcome the 6 esteemed detectives present to the Twilight Villa. Please take your seats. Your names are marked on the table." Once everyone was seated, the host elaborated. "The purpose of this gathering is to seek your assistance in uncovering a treasure hidden within this villa. It has taken me many years to acquire this wealth, and I am determined to find it, even at the cost of my life." A sense of foreboding arose within Xiaoyi. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted. "What is that noise? What have you done?" Dashi slammed his fist on the table, rising in anger toward the host. "There's nothing to be surprised about. I merely wished to obstruct your path. For too long, it has been you pursuing me. It is time for our roles to be reversed. To be frank, the bridge you crossed upon your arrival was detonated simultaneously." "What did you say?" the crowd exclaimed in outrage. Conan pulled out his phone to check for a signal. But before he could unlock the screen, the host interjected, "No need to try. This place has no signal, nor landlines. Therefore, if you wish to leave, you must rely on your wits. The first to discover the treasure will not only learn the way out, but will also receive half of the treasure. These are the rules of the game. I hope you find them to your liking. Like them? Perhaps in the next life," Megaki scoffed, rising to stand behind the host. "I detest cowardly individuals like you." He dramatically lifted the purple cap, only for the onlookers to be met with a mannequin equipped with a loudspeaker. The room fell silent, and Megaki returned to his seat, seething. The false speaker continued, "When hunger strikes, one lacks the strength to battle. Indulge in this final supper." The phrase final supper raised a question. Did it imply that someone might meet their demise? And who, precisely, was the master behind this gathering? Xiaoyi's soft murmur reached the ears of the nearby Gun Tian, who replied, "Did your detective brother not inform you? The phantom of the forsaken by God." The term phantom denotes something elusive and incorporeal. The addition of the character for child signifies the offspring of a beast, commonly used for newborn animals. The phantom of the forsaken by God originates from the New Testament, referring to a goat unblessed by the divine. Hence, this phrase translates to the young of the goat. In English, the term for goat is goat, while its young can also be referred to as kid. This brings to mind Kid the Phantom Thief, the ethereal bandit. The detectives elaborated. Chapter 55. A tragedy of half a lifetime. The prey he coveted had never slipped through his fingers. His exquisite techniques resembled sorcery. A genius criminal, with a countenance and voice as countless as the stars, manipulated the police with a mere clap of his hands. He was the most coveted delicacy for all detectives. A loathsome villain who incited a desire to see him imprisoned at once. Moreover, he was the only one capable of disrupting my thoughts. By night, he was seen clad in white, soaring through the skies, earning the title of Kid the Phantom Thief. This was the assessment of several detectives. Among those present, the most delighted was undoubtedly Z, for he was indeed that very person. The one who pondered most deeply was Xiaoyi, for she understood that the individual who summoned them was not Kid the Phantom Thief, but someone else entirely. Who could that person be, and why had they invited them? There was an unsettling feeling. Why were there so many cameras? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Xiaoyi's musings as the maid entered, pushing a cart laden with dishes. "We shall now commence with the appetizers. Miss Maid, is the order of serving determined by your masteress' instructions?" Qian Jian inquired as he observed the maid guiding the cart towards the white horse. Indeed, he instructed that Mr. White Horse be served first, proceeding in a clockwise manner. The maid replied, "Ah, the game has only just begun, and already it is dubbed the final supper. I must admit, it leaves me somewhat unsettled." Qian Jian sighed, clearly expressing his unease. "Rest assured, the dishes contain no poison," Deshang responded with a forced chuckle, sensing Qian Jian's apprehension. "However, the knives, forks, and plates were already set when we arrived, and we are seated according to the name cards provided," the white horse remarked, supporting his head with one hand. Though he did not believe that the young man would resort to murder. However, the prerequisite is that the person they invited is indeed the elusive Phantom Thief Kid. If he wishes to test our deductive abilities, I surmise he might play a rather unamusing prank on us. Hattori continued. Thus it would be prudent to use our own handkerchiefs to wipe the utensils before dining. Indeed, I share the sentiment of irritation at being led by the nose. Perhaps we should change our seats with a game of rock, paper, scissors, suggested Magi. This proposal met with unanimous agreement, and everyone rose to play, exchanging seats and wiping their utensils before commencing their meal. Half an hour later, the meal concluded without incident. The host inquired, "So, how was the final dinner I prepared for you all?" It was then time to reveal why I went to such great lengths to procure this house as the stage for our gathering. First, I urge you to closely examine the various utensils at your disposal. At this remark, Tsubasa finally recalled the eerie birds etched upon the utensils. You must be aware that these are the family crest of the mysteriously deceased tycoon, Kurama Rai, from half a century ago, the host elucidated. Not only the utensils, but also the main doors, the wooden railings, the chess set, and the playing cards in the lounge were custom-made bearing this crest. In other words, this house is the Kurama family's villa. However, that is now a relic of the past. 40 years ago, on a stormy night, a horrific tragedy unfolded here. As remarkable detectives, you must have sensed that numerous areas within this house bear stains of blood, whether splattered, dripped, or smeared. For decades ago, this house still radiated its former beauty. One fateful evening, a grand banquet was held here, attended by numerous luminaries from the political and economic spheres. Ostensibly, the gathering was to commemorate the late Kurama Rai, who passed away at the age of 99, but at its core, it was a covert auction of the art pieces collected by Kurama during his lifetime. Over 300 items were up for auction, and the event was projected to last 3 days and nights. However, on the second evening, amidst a torrential downpour, 2 drenched men arrived at the house. With chattering teeth, they implored, "We have lost our way due to the storm. Might we seek refuge until it subsides?" Initially, the auction's host was reluctant to admit them. Yet, the men offered a small package as a token of gratitude for their shelter. Inside the package were items resembling cigarettes. Upon sampling one, the host instantly appeared invigorated and welcomed them inside. Observing this, the other guests, tempted by the 2 men, also partook of the offerings. "Is this likely marijuana?" Xiao mused. The guests, although still caught up in a frenzied din, soon encountered an unforeseen turn of events. A man suddenly screamed as though he had seen a demon, clutching the artwork he had bid on and rushing towards the exit. A woman wept incessantly, as if pleading for forgiveness, her tears having long since dried, and another man, in a fit of excitement, seized a pen from the table and began to stab his wrist repeatedly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The guests within the hall began to wrestle over the artworks, wielding the ornate knives and swords from the banquet to strike one another, transforming the entire soiree into a hellish nightmare. By the end of that nightmarish evening, only 8 corpses and a dozen guests in a state of unconsciousness remained in the venue. The 2 men, along with all the artworks from the banquet, had vanished without a trace. Thus, it became clear why the incident had been kept under such tight wraps. As Xiao pondered this, a maid entered, serving red tea to the guests. "Now, dear guests, you should understand why I chose this house as the stage for the game. It is my intent to allow the detectives to reenact the tragic events of 40 years ago, to showcase the grotesque spectacle of greed leading to mutual destruction in the pursuit of treasure." How utterly tiresome, the master expressed with disdain. "Ah, indeed," the master continued. "Searching through this vast mansion would be quite arduous for you all, so allow me to provide you with a hint." 2 travelers gaze at the expansive night sky. The king seizes treasure in chaos. The queen weeps into the holy grail seeking forgiveness, while the soldier, his great sword stained with blood, takes his own life. And fret not about finding a means to escape, for you have all fallen under my enchantment. When one among you emits a scream, the game shall officially commence. Listen closely. The one who discovers the treasure should proceed to the room on the 4th floor of the central tower where the computer is located, inputting the treasure's location. And I shall, as per our agreement, reveal half of the treasure and the method of departure. No sooner had the master's words faded than a scream pierced the air, turning the gazes of all towards Magi. Chapter 56. One defeated. Magi stood from his seat, hands clutching his neck, wailing in terror. "Magi-san, are you all right?" Xiao exclaimed, feigning concern, though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, for she knew it was merely a jest. Magi ceased his cries, chuckling. "What an annoying old man." Guntada scoffed. "My apologies," Magi continued unapologetically. "I hereby declare my withdrawal from this game." With that, he made his way towards the exit. "But how will you leave?" Heiji inquired. "This is not a deserted island. A few circles in the mountains will lead you to the way out." "Farewell, fellow detectives," Magi said, waving goodbye as he departed. Yet, before he could step out of the room, a loud crash echoed as a chair was overturned, followed by the heart-wrenching cries that erupted from Deshang's lips. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of focus. "Hey, uncle, no one will believe you this time," Moki mused, puzzled but assuming Deshang was merely feigning. Baima approached him, while Xiaoyi sighed, having already discerned that his life had slipped away. Indeed. Baima retrieved his pocket watch and, after a glance, solemnly declared, 22:34, 51, confirming cardiac arrest. This is no act. His lips showed no signs of cyanosis. Yet a distinct, bitter almond scent of potassium cyanide lingered in his mouth, as Gun Tian, a former prosecutor, noted. Could it be that potassium cyanide was slipped into Uncle's tea? Conan speculated. No, there was no redox reaction, Qian Jian interjected. Examining the cup of tea Deshang had previously consumed with a coin, concluding that the tea was not the source of the calamity. As the group pondered the unfolding mystery, the host spoke again. All right, the dice have been cast. In gratitude for Detective Deshang sacrificing his life, let this deadly intellectual contest commence in grand fashion. Now, whether for treasure or for survival, it is time to employ your wits to unravel this enigma. Before the host could finish his statement, the nearest Pingzi lifted the robot with a furious shout. What kind of joke is this? With a resounding thud, the robot's head fell to the ground, a tape spilling out from within. While you are still alive, Conan pointed out, that must be a timer. Was the serving time prearranged? Xiao Yi turned to the maid for clarification. Indeed, the maid nodded slightly, confirming that the timings for appetizers, soup, main course, and dessert were meticulously scheduled. Her words corroborated Xiao Yi's suspicion that the host was not observing them in real time through the robot, but rather had recorded his message on the tape. Time to play at this moment. Consequently, two conclusions became evident. First, Conan stated, his resolve to solve the case shining through. The murderer was solely targeting Mr. Deshang from the outset. Secondly, the culprit may very well be one of us present here. Xiao Yi shared Conan's line of thought. Recognizing that the recorded message delivered via the tape and timer indicated that the murderer likely prepared their words in advance, listening alongside the others. The killer may have dined with us and, taking advantage of our inattention, managed to poison him with potassium cyanide, Baima continued, following Conan's line of reasoning. Not only that, but it appears the murderer is aware of when Mr. Asaka will meet his demise. The most pressing issue, however, lies in the fact that there was no indication of cyanide in the cup of red tea Mr. Asaka drank prior to his death. How then did the killer manage to administer potassium cyanide to him? This left everyone perplexed. If the poison were applied to the rim of the cup, why did it take 2 or 3 sips for the effects to manifest? Furthermore, from the invitation letter that had been sent, it seemed to point to Kaito Kid. Yet Kid is known for never resorting to murder. Of course, only 2 individuals possessed the answer to this conundrum. Contemplating further would yield no fruitful results. So it might be best to check whether our vehicle parked outside has truly been destroyed by the perpetrator, suggested Magi, reflecting on the lack of answers. I concur with this sentiment. Perhaps fortune will favor us, and our car has escaped the fate of destruction, Gunka stated as she set down Mr. Asaka's cup and removed her gloves. After all, no matter how she examined the situation, she could derive no conclusions. Yet, reality often falls short of expectations. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with the sight of their vehicles engulfed in flames. It seems my Ferrari has not evaded calamity, lamented Gunka. My beloved Romeo, along with Mr. Asaka's Porsche, has been obliterated. This suggests the Mercedes belonged to the detective, remarked Zai, who had emerged alongside them. His heart bleeding at the thought of the car worth millions. No, it does not belong to me. I had my butler drive me here, replied Hakuba, shaking his head. That is peculiar. Granny Chikane arrived in our vehicle, said Pingu. I believe that Mercedes is likely the owner's. As it was parked there when I arrived at the villa early this morning, the maid interjected. Could it be that others are present in this villa? It seems my car, too, has met the same fate, the maid said, biting her thumbnail anxiously. The siblings, who had just finished examining Mr. Asaka's body, overheard her words and quickly inquired, is your car not parked here? Indeed, the master specifically instructed me to park it at the back entrance, the maid replied. Where is the shortcut to the back entrance? The group of detectives asked in unison, as her words ignited a flicker of hope within them. Cross through the courtyard, and at the end of the left-hand side, you will pass through the kitchen, the maid pointed out, somewhat taken aback by their synchronized questioning, but quickly regaining her composure to indicate the route. The group hurried towards the back door, and just before they ran off, Kaito noticed bite marks on the maid's thumbnail, reminiscent of what he had seen on Mr. Asaka's hand, a thought forming in his mind. As they pushed open the back door, a vehicle stood miraculously intact before their eyes. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered. In that case, I shall investigate whether the bridge has truly been blown up, Chikane declared, opening the door to the driver's seat. I wish to accompany you. I want to go as well. A series of I want to go too remarks prompted Conan to devise a solution. He retrieved several coins from his pocket and proposed. Since everyone wishes to go, why not decide by tossing a coin? I concur. Let us send the person who gets the floral side, suggested Chikane, who was the first to agree, reaching for the 10-yen coin that was furthest from her. The others concurred as well, each taking a coin and tossing them into the air. Ultimately, the individuals destined to go were Chikane, Magi Harushi, and Murasaki. Very well. Let us return to the villa and await further news, said Kumo as he made his way inside. Just as Koyuki turned to head back, she spotted something remarkable. She had already discerned the method of return. Meanwhile, the trio had arrived at the wooden bridge. Magi stepped out to inspect, lamenting, the destruction is utterly complete. Murasaki knelt to examine the fractured area, stating, Lady Chikane, please switch the headlights to low beam. Following Murasaki's instructions, Chikane reached for the low beam switch. What further actions might the assailant undertake? Just as Murasaki finished speaking, a resounding bang erupted behind them, followed by a towering fireball. The vehicle exploded, with Chikane still inside. Chikane! Magi exclaimed. The car, engulfed in flames, tilted slightly with the bridge, barreling towards the two. Murasaki reacted swiftly, darting aside, while Magi was a moment too late. Observing this, Murasaki drew a poker gun from her pocket and fired several rounds to exert a force akin to pushing, propelling Magi to safety. The vehicle, ablaze, plunged into the abyss. What? You mean to say Lady Chikane is dead? Kumo uttered in disbelief upon hearing the two. Indeed. It seems she triggered the bomb while changing the headlights, Murasaki speculated. Let us separate and search. Perhaps the assailant is concealed within this villa, Magi suggested. Very well. Let the three of us women form a group. Kumo nodded, extending a hand towards Koyuki. No, I wish to stay with my brother, Koyuki replied, hiding behind Conan and peeking out. Ultimately, Koyuki, Conan, Heiji, and Magi formed one group, while Kumo, Murasaki, and the maid constituted another, with Hakuba seemingly occupied with feeding Walter. The four began their search within the villa, opening a door to discover a piano inside. How peculiar, there are fresh marks on the edge of this piano. As if something had been pulled, Magi remarked. I suspect these are marks made by an eagle, Heiji added, concluding that Hakuba had previously visited this room. Look, it appears something is lodged between the keys of this piano, Koyuki pointed out. Magi retrieved the object and, upon inspection, found that the rough paper bore inscriptions in metal type, echoing the words spoken by the previous owner, evidently written long ago. How strange. Why is this piano damp? Conan pondered. Indeed, Miss Chang Tian has also been here, and her luminol is present as well. Upon Conan's remark, Magi took note of it. He then instructed, Little Blackhead, please turn off the lights. A line of annoyance crossed Heiji's face, but he complied and extinguished the illumination. As the radiance faded, the four were taken aback. Meanwhile, Chang Tian seized the opportunity while in the restroom to render the maid unconscious, a scene witnessed by Z, who was waiting at the door. A blood letter materialized on the piano under the spray of luminol, suggesting that the events from 40 years ago harbored deeper secrets. I knew it. It was indeed your doing. A vehicle rigged with explosives could not have been occupied by the perpetrator, who would not foolishly take such risks. Thus, it must have been the person left behind in the annex. Z brandished a handgun, aiming it at Chang Tian. Excuse me, young man. Don't you think what you hold is rather perilous? Chang Tian slowly raised the hand that had been clasped against his chest. This gun has been resting beneath my pillow since my arrival. I believe the murderer intended for me to take the fall after committing the crime, Z continued. What a coincidence. Our thoughts align perfectly. My deductions mirror yours. Bang. The gunfire shattered the silence of the annex. Xiao Wing and the others turned to rush towards the source of the shots. Heiji spotted Z lying on the ground from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he found that a bullet had pierced her heart, extinguishing her breath. Not far away, Chang Tian lay on the ground as well, his chest no longer rising and falling. Both held handguns in their hands. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Heiji hastened towards it. As he turned, a cold smirk appeared on Magi's face. When Heiji pushed the door open, a computer came into view, alongside the lifeless form of Hakuba, slumped before it. Observe, this door has been specially designed. Turning it from within activates a silver needle. It seems that anyone who inputs the treasure location into the computer will succumb to poison upon grasping the doorknob. When leaving the room, Magi remarked, turning the doorknob. But who could it be? Heiji inquired, though his gaze at Magi revealed a shift in perception. You need not pretend. The murderer cannot be among the deceased, and now, apart from you and me, there are only the 2 children left. Since I am not the culprit, it must be you. The gun was cocked and fired almost simultaneously. And before Heiji could react, a bullet struck him, blood spilling from his chest. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. In this situation, it is either you or me who must perish. It is fate, Magi declared, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. As he took the first puff, he cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. As the young wing approached, he was struck by a heart-wrenching sight. Unable to suppress his tears, "Oh, Brother Pinkchi, please wake up." Conan stood nearby, offering words of comfort. Have we gathered so many detectives only to remain at an impasse? The host, watching the detectives he had summoned perish one after another on the screen, closed his eyes in despair and sighed. With a sudden click, the monitor before him turned to a black screen, and before he could comprehend the situation, a string of text appeared on the computer behind him. How can this be? Who is typing on the computer? The screen clearly displayed. I have deciphered the treasure's secret code, but I wish to convey it to you, in person. Please come to the dining room now. I am the 7th and 8th detective. How can this be possible? They were all supposed to be dead. How could this happen? Aren't there only 6 detectives? The host murmured in disbelief. With skepticism etched on his face, he rose and hurried towards the dining room. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, 2 childlike voices halted his actions. Typically, one who would plan a bomb in a car would not be foolish enough to board it themselves, except in the case of suicide. However, accidents can happen. Only in this manner can one exploit an explosion to create the illusion of being killed by the assailant, deceiving everyone. Am I wrong? Chapter 58. The Phantom of the Abandoned Son of God Chikane Kodai. Both Wing and Conan exclaimed in unison. In fact, you had already escaped the vehicle a second before the explosion. You then concealed yourself in the grass by the roadside, waiting until the car was obliterated and plunged off the cliff before stealthily returning to the villa. Subsequently, you utilized the impeccably installed surveillance cameras in the villa to monitor our every move. What are you saying, young boy? I merely happened to discover the bomb before the explosion, which is why I evaded death. I have only just arrived at the villa. Moreover, prior to boarding the car, we decided who would go by flipping a coin. Chikane feigned innocence. Indeed, but regardless of the coin toss, you were destined to go. Wing revealed her scheme. From the very beginning, you placed a coin with the head side facing up on the back of your left hand, while using your right hand to manipulate another coin as a decoy. After flipping the coin into the air, you let it fall to the ground. At this point, if you merely displayed the coin on your phone, the outcome of the toss would remain unchanged. Furthermore, prior to this, you had checked Mr. Ogami's tea for poison with an identical copper coin, intending to perform a switch, making your plan exceedingly simple. The Phantom of the Abandoned Son of God, Conan elaborated. Do you truly believe that I am the one who orchestrated this banquet and murdered Mr. Ogami? Then please, do enlighten me. As Qianjian pushed open the door to the restaurant, he continued, what method did I employ in this establishment to compel Mr. Dasha to ingest cyanide? And how was I able to so precisely orchestrate the timing of each event? Indeed, there was no cyanide in Mr. Dasha's cup of red tea, and your position is merely separated from him by myself and Z. Xiaoyi paused, stepping into the restaurant, and added, however, the crux of Mr. Dasha's murder lies not in the positioning at all. You poisoned every cup, and the location of the poison is right here. Conan, wearing gloves, lifted one of the cups from the table and pointed to the junction where the teacup met the handle. That was precisely where Mr. Dasha's right thumb would have touched while drinking his tea. Habitually, when deep in thought, he would nibble on his thumbnail. The moment he engaged in this habit coincided with the segment of the recorded tape you altered. You merely instructed the maid to serve the red tea before this moment. Xiaoyi continued. When he heard the signal, he would naturally ponder, leading him to bite his nails, thus ensuring the success of your murderous scheme. Yet at that time, didn't we all wipe down the utensils with napkins for caution? Qianjian replied calmly. Indeed, it would be quite careless for a renowned detective like Mr. Dasha to overlook such a detail. Conan set down the cup and paused before responding. However, if he were complicit with you in orchestrating this dinner, he would never suspect that he was the intended victim, leading to his inevitable oversight. Upon hearing the maid mention that a Mercedes was parked outside early in the morning, my suspicions were raised. In such a remote area, the presence of a Mercedes necessitates an accomplice to drive it there and another to escort him down the mountain. I surmise your reason for riding with Z was to ascertain whether she smoked, for only in that way could you ensure that Mr. Dasha would be the sole casualty at the dining table. After all, Should he smoke with cyanide on his fingertips, it would lead to his inevitable demise. Given your prior acquaintance with Mr. Magi, he surely knew of your distaste for smoke and would not dare to smoke in your presence. The reason you employed that maid was because, from the surveillance in the interview room, you discerned her nail-biting habit, believing you could employ the same method to eliminate her should the need arise. After murdering Mr. Dasha, you intended to feign your own death at the hands of another, thereby exerting psychological pressure on the remaining detectives, who would then decipher the signal. Once they discovered the location of the treasure, you would eliminate them all, just as the affluent Kurumaya Rhine did 40 years ago. Moreover, the bloodied note inscribed upon the piano bore the name Shinjin Kusuk, which is likely my father's name. Xiaoi had yet to finish speaking when Shinjin interjected, his voice laden with sorrow. 40 years prior, his father, an archaeologist, had been invited to this villa by a wealthy old man. Inadvertently, within the villa left to him by his mother, the old man discovered a clue regarding a treasure. Desiring to find the treasure before his demise, he summoned numerous talented individuals, among whom was my father. Ever since the invitation was extended, my father had been sending letters and substantial sums of money back home each day, much to the delight of my mother and me. However, 6 months later, we ceased receiving both letters and money from him, and he had not disclosed his whereabouts, vanishing without a trace. Upon examining the last letter he sent me under the sunlight, I discovered words pricked into the paper, which not only alluded to the treasure's secret, but also detailed the fates of the other invitees. The letter ominously concluded that Kurama Rina, facing imminent death, had failed to decipher the secret, leading to their demise. At this point, Xiaoi could not help but interject. Did you not report this to the authorities? No, Shinjin replied. By the time I uncovered those words, 20 years had passed. At that juncture, Kurama Rina had already passed away, and the villa had long since been sold to another party. It was only 2 years ago, by chance, that Mr. Daishang learned of this matter, which culminated in our current predicament. He continued. He immediately sought out the villa and frantically began his treasure hunt, yet ultimately failed to unravel the mystery, leaving the matter unresolved. However, in his desperation to acquire the villa, he had taken out a substantial loan, and one day, driven to the brink, he proposed a daring plan. He suggested that we use the name of the phantom thief Kaito Kid to attract renowned detectives, orchestrating a life-and-death game where we would subsequently feign our deaths. Moreover, we would employ a maid to make the game more realistic, with the blame resting squarely on Kaito Kid's shoulders. The method of murder was derived from his own inclinations, yet he never anticipated meeting his end in such a manner. Indeed, as you mentioned, he was biting his nails because he had overheard me recording matters that deviated from the original plan. Then why did you kill Mr. Daishang? Conan inquired. Chapter 59. The Twilight Villa. Because he had long intended to eliminate us all once he uncovered the treasure's location, myself included. The handguns he placed in everyone's rooms were to deflect suspicion. To prevent him from committing atrocities akin to those of Kurama Rina, I took his life. Yet, who could have foreseen that not only would the secret remain unsolved, but that the tragic deaths of 40 years prior would repeat themselves? No, you are mistaken, Xiaoi countered, rejecting Qianjian's final assertion. The secret had already been deciphered while your father was still alive. What did you say? Qianjian exclaimed, disbelief etched across his sorrowful face. Do you not find it peculiar? In such an expansive villa, there is only one clock in the dining room, and even that is broken. Conan ascended the small table before the clock and spoke. The two travelers gazed up at the vast night sky, indicating the hour and minute hands of the clock, both pointing to midnight, thus signifying that they should initially align the hands to 12, as per the instructions of the cipher. As Conan spoke, he rotated the hands upwards, secretly lamenting his diminutive stature, barely able to reach. Koyuki then remarked, the key to unraveling the cipher lies in the contents left by your father in the blood letter. The ultimate trump card. The term trump card in English refers to playing cards, specifically the king, queen, and jack. The treasure denotes diamonds. The Holy Grail symbolizes hearts, while swords represent spades. In essence, the treasure and the king refer to the king of diamonds, the Holy Grail, and the queen to the queen of hearts, and the sword and the soldier to the jack of spades. Following that, based on the characters illustrated on the playing card within this villa, they adjusted the hands from the 12 o'clock position, first turning left by 13 degrees, then left by 12 degrees, and finally right by 11 degrees. Suddenly, Conan swiftly dodged aside. The clock trembled violently, detaching from its previously fixed position on the wall and crashing down at Koichi's feet. She crouched to retrieve it, noticing the paint had chipped away, revealing a golden hue. Weighing the clock in her hands, astonishment graced her features. This is crafted from pure gold, she exclaimed. What on earth? My father sacrificed his life for such a mere gold ingot. It's truly lamentable. Kijian sighed heavily. Well, you once mentioned, Miss Kijian, that you could reveal the way to escape from here, Conan reminded her. However, Kijian merely shook her head slightly, stating, in truth, I have deceived you from the very beginning. I possess no means of escape and have long resolved to end my life here. Mr. Uyama believed my words about revealing the escape method after dinner. I knew it all along, Sister Kijian, Magi remarked from the doorway of the dining room, a cigarette dangling from his lips, alongside the recently feigned deceased. I wore this outfit. Miss, how will you compensate me? Ji queried, wiping the bloodstains from her clothing. Koyuki shot him a cold glance, causing Ji to shiver, for he discerned her current sentiment through her gaze, foreboding his doom. I have always said that such childish tricks are utterly pointless, Hakuba remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Any grievances should be directed at that pair of siblings, as they claimed that in front of children, the escape method would be revealed. Yet what is the outcome? Kanta observed Koyuki and the others, scoffing. In response, the two rolled their eyes in unison. Are you saying that you feigned death solely to extract the truth from me? Kijian finally realized. Indeed, for your intention was to eliminate anyone who could decipher the cipher, so as long as we remain alive, you will never confess. As you sat on the other end of the camera, it was only natural that you could not distinguish between bloodstains and tomato juice. Hattori remarked, pulling out the tomato juice. When did you realize I was the murderer? Kagoro inquired. It was precisely at the moment the little imp decided who would take the stage with a coin, that you deliberately chose a 10-yen coin farthest from you. That was when I became aware, for you did not wish for any among us to possess that 10-yen coin. After all, prior to that, our fingers were all tainted with potassium cyanide, and if they came into contact with the coin, a redox reaction would undoubtedly occur, exposing your methods. Thus, we concluded that you were indeed the murderer, orchestrating a tragic charade to draw you out. In fact, two others had already realized it when they observed the condition of the corpse's right thumbnail. As he uttered the final words, Hakuba deliberately glanced at both Ayoko and Conan. But how do we return? Magi pondered, unable to conceive a way back. The means of return has long been available. Has it not, brother detective? Ayoko winked at Hakuba, feigning innocence, yet those familiar with her were aware that someone was about to face misfortune. Ahem, Hakuba cleared his throat, stating, on our way here, I specifically marked an X on the vehicle and instructed the butler to await my message. Not long ago, I had Walter deliver my letter to the butler, requesting that he summon a helicopter from the police station to pick us up. It should be arriving shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a buzzing sound echoed from outside, reminiscent of a helicopter's flight. Indeed, it was as if Chow Chow had arrived at the mention of his name, just as the others reveled in the prospect of departure. Ayoko was the first to sense something amiss. Hurry, this place is about to collapse. At her warning, everyone rushed outside. As they exited the annex, the darkness had receded, and the walls of the building behind them had begun to crumble. However, not far off, a helicopter gradually approached, eventually coming to a halt. When it took off again, Kagoro found himself seated at the edge. Moments after the helicopter had stabilized in flight, she opened the door, closed her eyes, and leapt out. Ayoko followed suit. Grasping Kagoro, Kid unfurled his glider. Lady, are you truly seeking your demise by throwing yourself into the abyss? He remarked, holding the leaping Kagoro. No, I merely jumped to facilitate your escape. After all, I previously borrowed your name to attract these detectives. Kagoro opened her eyes and pointed behind Kid. Those two children are aiming something at you. Without me, how would you escape? Ah, so you did see it back then, Kid chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Had I known, I wouldn't have used playing cards in the first place. However, I do lament your plight. You sought the treasure of Karasumo Renya, did you not? Alas, it seems you made the journey for naught. Indeed, but I had long since abandoned that treasure. It is scarcely worth the floorboards of my grand thief's abode. As Qianjian struggled to comprehend his response, he suddenly felt a void beneath him and began to plummet downward. Kid gripped the control levers tightly, a rope in his hands, the other end tethered to Qianjian. With a deft maneuver, he altered their trajectory and soared into the distance. Observing Kid's retreating figure, the onlookers could do nothing but return to their positions, filled with disappointment. In that fleeting moment, they noticed that the outer wall of the villa had entirely collapsed, revealing a dazzling display of gold. The sun had gradually risen, casting a radiant glow upon the golden spectacle. At that instant, everyone grasped the origin of the villa's name. Twilight Villa. Chapter 60. 2 months later, the helicopter transported Xiaoying and the others to the police headquarters, where Officer Takagi awaited their arrival. Could you all please accompany me to take down your statements? He requested. Although weary, the group complied, with one notable exception. Officer Takagi, may I return home to rest? My brother is already here, Xiaoying remarked, rubbing her sleepy eyes and stifling a yawn. It was absurd. If she had to give her statement, would Haoyu not reach home before her? That would leave her without any evidence to confront him. Xiaoying, harboring these thoughts, compelled him to acquiesce with a bit of ice-cold resolve. Takagi, somewhat dazed, nodded and replied, very well. If anything arises, I'll call for you. I'll arrange for someone to take you home. Thank you, Xiaoying said, turning to Hakuba. I'll borrow Walter for a few days. Without waiting for Hakuba's consent, she took Walter and headed back to the Idagawa residence in a police car. Humph. Let him reveal that they were the first to discover the murderer. If the black organization were to catch wind of it, what would happen? She needed to ensure he learned his lesson. Upon entering the house, she found Ji sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, oblivious to her presence. However, Ran and the others were not home. Xiaoying, using Haoyu's voice, called out. Ji, you need to leave quickly. Xiaoying has already discovered everything. Yes, I'm coming, Ji replied hurriedly. Yet, before he could finish, he turned to see Xiaoying standing at the door, frozen in surprise, silently cursing himself for being careless. Xiaoying scoffed. Ji, why have you stopped talking? Ji, has Ji returned? Ji feigned calmness, glancing around as if searching for Haoyu. Stop pretending. I already know about your identity swap with Haoyu, Xiaoying stated. I won't hold it against you, as long as you put on a show when the time comes. A sly smile graced her lips, instilling a sense of dread in Ji, who could only mourn for Haoyu silently. Xiaoying whispered a few words into Ji's ear before taking Walter back to Haoyu's room. Not long after, Haoyu returned. Ji, how's it going? Has Xiaoying come back yet? He asked, changing his shoes. Not yet, Ji replied, his back to Haoyu, his face marked by deep sympathy, regrettably unaware that Haoyu remained oblivious. That's good. Haoyu sighed deeply, relieved that she had not returned, as long as he denied everything. Xiaoying could do nothing to him. Return quickly, or it would be unfortunate if you encounter him, she urged. Thus, Z turned back, while Haoyu proceeded toward his room. As he grasped the doorknob and attempted to open the door, it resisted his efforts. Just as confusion washed over him, the door swung open. You're back. A teasing voice reached Haoyu's ears. So did you have fun? How are you here? Haoyu asked in disbelief, staring at the petite figure before him. Don't look at me like that. It makes me feel shy, replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of crows flew overhead. The temperature in the room began to drop gradually. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke again. Now, tell me, what transpired just now? Haoyu stammered, hesitating to continue. This time, he was truly cornered. There was no way to deceive her anymore. You need not say a word. I already know. You merely switched identities with Z and used the Firecloud to enlarge your form, he remarked. The nonchalance in her tone belied the chill that crept down Haoyu's spine. I recall when I allowed you to use the Firecloud. You promised me you wouldn't use it recklessly. Yet here we are. To become Kaid. You resorted to it. Are you genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance? With your current abilities, once you employ it, brother will soon discover the truth. As she spoke, Yi's voice rose in pitch. If you get caught, you owe me a performance. Haoyu fell silent, realizing that all this was merely for a performance. Oh, by the way, just before you returned, I called Sister Lan and asked her to bring back a black fish, he suddenly declared. What? Haoyu's expression shifted dramatically. No. Ever since last night, after watching them eat fish, I have lost my appetite. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he pleaded. Is there any way to persuade Lan not to buy it? What do you think? He raised an eyebrow. After a brief pause, she proclaimed. How about this? You become my servant for a month. Absolutely not. I refuse to be anyone's servant. What if you ask me to commit heinous acts? Haoyu retorted, firmly asserting that he would not be enslaved for a month. So your courage has grown, and you even have the audacity to jest. Very well. To further bolster your courage, I will instruct Sister Lan to buy another black fish, one sour and one roasted, he said, retrieving her phone. Please no. Upon hearing Yi's words, Haoyu immediately regretted his earlier thoughts. No. He shot him a knowing look. Haoyu fervently nodded. He pouted, puffing out her cheeks in a playful manner, while Haoyu felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, contemplating his dire situation. This was the end. After enduring a few agonizing seconds, he spoke again. If you don't want to, then let us make it 2 months of servitude. Why? Wasn't it just 1 month before? Haoyu cried out, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. Because you just annoyed me again. He blinked innocently. Haoyu found himself at a loss for words, ensnared in a web of endless regret. Indeed, it seemed that one must never provoke her. Please, don't cry. Xiao Yi gently patted Hao Yu's head and remarked, "Who told you to irritate me? Rest assured, I shan't compel you to commit any heinous acts. At most, I might ask you to eliminate someone or set a fire." Her eyes sparkled with mischief, for she finally had an opportunity to toy with him. And it would last for 2 months, 2 months during which she would allow him to gaze upon her, deceive her, and provoke her. Faced with the unmistakable wickedness etched on Xiao Yi's face, Hao Yu felt utterly bewildered. He murmured helplessly, "Isn't killing and arson considered a bad deed? Enough of your pretense." She retorted, "Let us not even discuss how many things you've pilfered. You've certainly taken a life before. Who was it that trained so ardently under the guise of courting Lian Dai?" This time, Hao Yu truly found himself speechless. "All right then. I shall merely require you to undertake a few additional tasks." Xiao Yi chuckled as she sauntered out of his room, seemingly disinclined to elaborate further. Hao Yu could only hope that his fate would not be too dire. In truth, he was beset by a tangle of emotions, for amidst his turmoil, he felt a flicker of joy, ignited by Xiao Yi's laughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi returned to her room to take a shower and laid down for a brief respite. At that moment, the serene atmosphere was shattered by the melodic strains of Dreaming Star, the famed song by Ing Wu Dai. Frowning slightly, Xiao Yi pulled the blanket over her head and turned away, attempting to resume her slumber. However, the music persisted, growing louder, which incited her impatience. She reached for her phone and answered the call. "Who is it?" The single word dripped with an icy chill, leaving Long Qi on the other end of the line momentarily stunned before he managed to reply. Xiao Yi, are you coming? If you don't hurry, he will leave." Huh. Xiao Yi, just awakening and still disoriented, took a moment to comprehend before recalling. "Delay him for me. I will be there shortly." Alarmed at her unintentional slumber, she hung up, grabbed a quick bite, and hurried to school. Watching Long Qi hang up, Hao Yu leaned towards Conan and whispered, "Do you think there will be a spectacle?" "Most likely," Conan nodded in agreement, aware of the unimaginable consequences of awakening Xiao Yi. Hao Yu wore an expression of eager anticipation, oblivious to the fact that he was the one unwittingly ensnared in this unfolding drama. Upon her arrival at the school, Xiao Yi headed directly to Long Qi's office, only to find it empty. Just as she was about to leave, Long Qi entered, saying, for some unknown reason. His complexion suddenly turned pale, and then he left without taking anything. He gestured towards the envelope resting on the desk. "Pale complexion? Could it be?" Xiao Yi murmured. "Why don't you deliver the items for him?" Long Qi suddenly suggested. "Oh." Xiao Yi acquiesced, her heart laden with trepidation at the possibility of the unforeseen event. Eager to visit Xiaozi and take a stroll with her. Grasping the envelope bestowed by Long Qi, she exited his office and called out to Hao Yu from a distance. Despite the anxiety swirling within her, she couldn't resist teasing Hao Yu. Uft, uft, uft. The several individuals sipping water erupted in a series of splutters. Unfortunately, the mouthful of water Hao Yu had just taken was inadvertently directed at Tezuka, who sat opposite him. 40 laps, Tezuka declared darkly as he departed. Ha ha. The group, already stifling laughter at the mere mention of Xiaozi, burst into uncontrollable mirth upon Tezuka's exit. Hao Yu, with a glum expression, lamented, "Oh dear, this is utterly humiliating. Xiao Yi, must you refer to me in such a way? I'm not a eunuch." He felt utterly crestfallen, left with no choice but to silently grumble and accept his fate. Xiao Yi, undeterred, continued with a playful grin, "Xiaozi, don't forget to bring my royal carriage. I shall await you at the entrance." With that, she departed, leaving the crowd in even greater fits of laughter. Conan, suppressing his amusement, placed a sympathetic hand on Hao Yu's shoulder and remarked, "Good luck, Xiaozi. May you endure the consequences of provoking her." Hao Yu, with a scowl, swatted Conan's hand away as he made his way to the parking lot, inwardly scoffing. "You dare mock me? Just wait until I send out the next announcement. I shall have my revenge." Despite his grievances, he couldn't quite summon the ire he felt he should, even finding a hint of joy in Xiao Yi's smile. He pondered, perhaps he was becoming a masochist. At the school gate, Xiao Yi busied herself with her iPad, perusing amusing anecdotes from various social media platforms, when suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. "Help! A thief!" The thief, preoccupied with evading the woman pursuing her, failed to notice what lay ahead and collided with Xiao Yi. Thud! The crisp sound of the envelope hitting the ground was swiftly followed by the heavy thud of the thief falling. "Ow!" The thief groaned, rubbing her bruised arm, and began to curse, "You." But the moment she uttered those words, she was silenced by the chilling aura radiating from Xiao Yi, paralyzing her with fear. Xiao Yi regarded her coldly, extending her palm, and stated, "The item." Reluctantly, the thief surrendered the stolen wallet. Thank you," came the voice of the owner, who had caught up from behind. Bowing repeatedly in gratitude towards Xiao Yi, No need for thanks. Oh, Xiaoxing, is that you? Xiaoyi recognized the owner as the orange-haired girl, returning the belongings to her. Xiaoyi. Xiaoxing exclaimed in surprise. By the way, is that item yours? She inquired, gesturing towards Xiaoyi's back. Her words triggered a recollection in Xiaoyi of the envelope that had been knocked to the ground by the thief. Turning, she picked it up, and as she did, the contents fortuitously slipped out, catching her eye. She unwittingly glimpsed several prominent characters, causing her expression to grow grave. Not far away, Haoyu approached in his car. Xiaoxing. We shall continue our conversation later. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. With that, he opened the door and settled into the vehicle. I'll handle the traffic lights and the speeding on our way to Rihai University. As Xiaoyi took his seat, he spoke to Haoyu, his fingers dancing swiftly over the iPad screen. Although Haoyu was unaware of the reasons behind the urgency, he noted the grave expression on Xiaoyi's face, indicating that something significant was at stake. He pressed the accelerator, and the car sped towards Rihai University like an arrow released from a bow. Upon their arrival, they noticed members of the tennis club rushing towards the entrance. Xiaoyi quickly intercepted Sanada to inquire about the situation. Sanada, unusually flustered, revealed the gravity of the matter. Yukimura is in trouble. What? An unwelcome reality had indeed materialized. Xiaoyi promptly pulled Sanada into the car, urging him to provide directions, as they were not familiar with Kanagawa. When the vehicle finally came to a halt, they found themselves at the hospital entrance. Guided by a nurse, they hurried to Yukimura's ward. Upon entering, they found Yukimura reclining on the bed, gazing out the window. Noticing the absence of others, Xiaoyi signaled for Sanada to step outside to prevent any interruptions. As the door closed, silver threads emerged from Xiaoyi's sleeve, entwining around Yukimura's pulse. The tips of her fingers emitted a faint blue glow as the threads of ice essence subtly swirled, probing Yukimura's body. Xiaoyi's brow furrowed, and a voice, chilled yet tinged with helplessness, escaped her lips. Why? Tezuka is the same, disregarding his health for the sake of tennis. Is it truly worth it? Yukimura's lips parted slightly. He had intended to respond, but swallowed his words upon encountering the fury in Xiaoyi's eyes. Observing his silence, Xiaoyi pressed on. Acute radiculitis. Do you wish to court death? She could not fathom why he insisted on playing despite his condition. A relapse could lead to muscle paralysis and, unfortunately, death. From her bag, Xiaoyi retrieved several silver needles and continued, I will summon Akashu. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, surgery will fully heal you in a week. No. A week is. Yukimura's words were cut off as Xiaoyi interrupted, you shall not participate in the match. After pressing a point on Yukimura's sleeping acupoint, she infused the healing power of ice essence into the needles and inserted them into his acupoints, encouraging muscle contraction. Chapter 62. The provocation begins. Time passed, and gradually, the blue light from the needles melded into Yukimura's body. Xiaoyi released the acupoint, extracting the needles one by one. As Yukimura slowly opened his eyes, his brown irises were filled with disappointment and remorse. I'm sorry, I understand. Though reluctant, he recognized that Xiaoyi would never permit him to play, and thus he acquiesced. What are you two Aoyama spies doing here? Just as Xiaoyi finished tidying her belongings and was about to speak, a voice boomed from outside the door. Spies. Before Xiaoyi could fully comprehend the accusation, a voice from the entrance declared, 2 lakhs. 20 laps. Oh no. Xiaoyi, food, food, food. Wentai excitedly exclaimed to Xiaoyi. As for him, Xiaoyi was synonymous with delicious treats. However, he was soon doused with cold water. I'm sorry, little pig, I didn't bring any, Xiaoyi lamented, feeling quite helpless. Who would have thought in such haste? Shortly after, upon seeing Chishio's arrival, Xiaoyi hastily pulled Haoyu out of the ward, not wishing to be ensnared by Wentai. She still vividly recalled a previous incident. Not far ahead stood Chiyuan, recently punished by Tanaka to run laps. As they approached, they spotted Fujimoto and Tachibana inside the ward, while the captain, Tachibana Kichihai, lay on the hospital bed. Chiyuan remarked, what exactly are you Seishin Academy folks up to? You just disturbed our captain, and now you're here exchanging information. Or are you perhaps discussing who will be hospitalized next week? His arms crossed defiantly, his tone dripping with provocation. Enough, Chiya, intervened Kuwahara, placing a hand on Chiyuan's shoulder, attempting to halt his tirade. Yet, Chiyuan shrugged off Kuwahara's hand and took a few steps closer to Tachibana, stating, Captain Tachibana, I must confess, I feel no sympathy for you, showing no intention of apologizing. What did you say? Tachibana retorted angrily, his hands clenched, veins visibly throbbing. Though, to some extent, you are a bit pitiable. Chiyuan's mocking tone, devoid of remorse for having harmed others, finally provoked Tachibana, who could no longer contain himself, and swung a fist towards Chiyuan's face. Fujimoto quickly restrained Tachibana. Why are you stopping me, Senior Fujimoto? Tachibana questioned, a hint of confusion in his furious eyes. Stand down, Tachibana, came a cool voice from outside. Xiaoi and how you entered the room. No, I've already reached my limit. Tachibana protested, attempting to break free from Fujimoto's grip, while Haoyu also intervened. Under their persuasion, Tachibana reluctantly lowered his hands. Apologies, our players are rather loud, Fujimoto acknowledged, though he too felt anger, knowing it was not the time to escalate matters. Indeed. A weak dog only barks, Chiyuan added fuel to the fire. The atmosphere in the ward remained tense until Kuwahara finally broke the silence. Let's go, Chia, pushing him towards the door. As Chiyuan turned to exit, both Fujimoto and Xiaoi chuckled softly, drawing a puzzled look from Chiyuan. What are you laughing at? You were just the one roaring, weren't you, Chiyuan? They said in unison, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Chiyuan's face flushed with anger as he prepared to retort when a voice from outside called, Chiyuan, 2 lakhs, 40 laps. Under Tanaka's stern gaze, Chiyuan could only leave in frustration. Soon after, Xiaoi and the others began their journey home. A week swiftly passed, and the day of the finals arrived. Meow? Carabin bounced atop Ryoma, waking the slumbering boy. As he donned his attire and stepped out of his room, Xiaoi and the others were already indulging in breakfast. Upon taking his seat, Lama was presented with 2 bottles of milk by a.k.a, who urged him to drink. Lama fell silent, having thought he was free from the obligation of consuming milk. After finishing his meal, he disdainfully gulped down the milk and, with remarkable swiftness, stole a kiss from a.k.a before retreating to his room to gather his belongings. a.k.a.'s cheeks flushed a deep crimson, while the others merely observed the couple's affectionate display with accustomed indifference. After a brief phone conversation with Chishio, Xiaoi glanced at his watch and remarked, let us go. It's about time. Meanwhile, Tachibana and Kaito had already begun their tennis match. Fuji, clad in his shoes, was refusing his sister's kind gesture. Ken was diligently utilizing the last few moments to refine the data he had collected, knowing that even a 1% increase in his winning odds would be advantageous. After what felt like an eternity, the referee's unwavering voice resounded. The Kanto tournament final is now commencing, featuring Rikkai Dai against Seishin Academy. In the doubles match, Tachibana and Kaito will face off against Marui and Sawamura, with Seishin's Tachibana serving. Could you two remove the weighted wristbands you are wearing? Tachibana inquired, directing his gaze toward their wrists. That depends on whether you possess the skill to compel us, One-Tai replied, raising an eyebrow while savoring his cake. Very well. I shall play in a manner that necessitates their immediate removal, Tachibana declared as he served. The ball spun rapidly, and through their coordination, Tachibana executed a crouching smash. Complemented by Kaito's snake shot, Seishin emerged victorious, scoring 10 points. Let us secure this first game. Go for it. Eiji cheered from behind Longma, waving his hands with a bright smile. However, he was met with Longma's serious expression, mirrored by the rest of the group, prompting him to ask, what's the matter? Little guy? Not even a smile? Have you not noticed? They have lost a game, yet their expressions remain unchanged, composed and unperturbed, Longma explained. Moreover, they are likely conserving their strength, deliberately forfeiting the first game to assess Tachibana and the other's capabilities, Xiaoi added, resting his chin on his hand. Indeed, it is no surprise that those reaching the finals possess considerable skill, Sawamura murmured softly. This is proving to be far more intriguing than anticipated, One-Tai remarked, continuing to chew on his bubble gum as he tossed the ball and swung his racket. After exchanging several volleys, Sawamura executed a high lob, and seeing an opportunity, Tachibana leapt to deliver a crouching smash. He expected to score, but the referee announced, 15-0. Rikkai Dai had scored, as One-Tai countered Tachibana's smash. Tachibana stared at One-Tai in astonishment before quickly regaining his focus. One-Tai served again, and shortly after, Kaito delivered a spinning snake shot, which curled around the net post and landed on the opposite court. Sawamura swiftly repositioned, returning the ball. 30-0, the referee declared. One-Tai served once more, and after several exchanges, Tachibana attempted another smash, but One-Tai returned it with a half volley, while Kaito struggled to send the ball back. Sawamura immediately responded. 40-0. Rikkai Dai triumphantly emerged victorious with a score of 11. The half volley executed by One-Tai, coupled with Sawahara's defense, secured this round. Chapter 63, Walking the Tightrope. As Hori watched the opposing team reclaim a point, he was taken aback. Just moments ago, One-Tai, seemingly unremarkable while indulging in cake, had managed to counter Tachibana's squat-style smash. Why was this the case? The ever-optimistic Wing chuckled lightly and explained, His stamina is not optimal. He can only sustain such performance by resorting to strategies like that. The idea of enjoying cake originated from me, based on my suggestion. Continuing, the well-informed Hao remarked, Sawahara had previously trained in Brazilian tennis, and it was through the assistance of a senior that he achieved his current success. To commemorate that bond, he chose to adopt a similar hairstyle. Just as they were conversing, Rikkai Dai claimed yet another point, bringing the score to 21. As they switched sides, Tachibana and Kaito, undeterred by their trailing score, exchanged knowing smiles, indicating their intent to employ a particular strategy. Sawahara served the ball, which bounced rhythmically across the court. Tachibana sprinted forward, executing a bent-leg leap. Witnessing that familiar stance, a smirk crept onto Wentai's face. Still not giving up, are we? You wish to see me execute a half volley? He taunted, as the ball descended. Wentai swung his racket to deliver a half volley, but to his astonishment, the ball fell without bouncing, only to rebound violently against the wall behind him. The spectators gazed in disbelief at the impact point, which had been indented significantly due to the ball's rapid spin. Sawahara regained his focus and served once more, directing the ball toward Kaito. Kaito, standing with legs apart and racket firmly gripped in his right hand, evoked memories of Ishida's signature wave ball. The ball arced toward Sawahara with tremendous speed and spin, knocking the racket from his grasp. Both players exchanged astonished glances. Such shots were not included in their data on Rikkai Dai. Tachibana and Kaito executed these two remarkable shots in succession, shattering Rikkai Dai's service game. Saigaku emerged victorious with a score of 22. Well done, Tachibana and Kaito. Keep pushing ahead. The Saigaku team cheered, invigorated by their unexpected tactics. Sawahara's eyes widened in surprise at their ingenuity. Isn't that splendid? This match is becoming increasingly intriguing. Wentai, now chewing gum, adopted a more serious demeanor, clearly sparked by newfound interest. Tachibana served cautiously, and with their coordinated effort, when Kaito's ball sent Sawahara's racket flying once more, the referee announced, Saigaku wins, score 32. In that moment, Wentai and Sawahara finally adopted a serious approach, shedding their earlier burdens. Are we finally embarking on the true competition? Tachibana inquired, his tone barely concealing excitement. However, when that pretense is shed, it signifies that your tricks have run their course. Lone Wolf, I entrust this to you, Wentai remarked, rubbing his wrist as he addressed Sawahara. Me? Sawahara responded, momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Is Lone Wolf unwilling? Wentai playfully winked at Sawahara, adding a hint of charm. Sawahara fell silent. Wentai served the ball with a speed and force far greater than before, resulting in an unreturned shot. 150. Upon his next serve, Hato successfully received it, retaliating with a high lob. As anticipated, Takagami leapt and executed a powerful smash. Yet, moments later, the referee declared, 300. The ball had been returned. Didn't I mention earlier that Sawahara would return it? Wentai said, resting his racket on his shoulder in response to the astonishment of the two. Takagami approached Hato, whispering a few words, to which Hato nodded slightly. When Wentai served again, Takagami dashed to the right, executing a jackknife, while the left side of the court was left exposed. The tension among Kobayashi and others heightened, but Kobayashi soon realized, using himself as bait, he intended to lure Hato into a spinning snake shot. Oh no. The once hopeful tone shifted to concern. The ball returned by Hato was intercepted by Wentai, striking the net and bouncing momentarily before rolling atop it, landing near Takagami's feet to the astonishment of the onlookers. This maneuver is known as walking the tightrope. Wentai flashed a victory sign and proclaimed, Isn't that a stroke of genius? In response, Takagami did not appear disheartened. Instead, he remarked to Hato, It seems we have awakened a sleeping lion. Shouldn't we also awaken ourselves? What did you say? Hato turned to Takagami, and moments later, he swung a fist towards Takagami's face. Takagami, in turn, retaliated with a punch. The caretaker, Oishi, couldn't help but exclaim, Isn't this going to lead to an internal conflict? In reality, the two only grew more emboldened as they continued to fight, prompting the referee to announce, Seishin Academy wins, score 43. Change sides. Their play was utterly chaotic, defying prediction. Sawahara wiped the sweat from his brow. In that case, let us apply some pressure. We have never lost a service game in an official match. Uft. Hey, didn't we just get broken? Kobayashi retorted, speechless, as Wentai had predicted. As he approached the net, he declared, I have secured this point, using my secret technique, Iron Pillar Impact. The ball struck the post, rebounding back into play. 150. What do you think? Isn't it brimming with genius? Marui exclaimed again. Amazing, amazing. Truly, Marui is something else. Wentai's #1 fan, Jiro, shouted enthusiastically. Following this, Wentai served once more, and Hato executed a spinning snake shot, sending the ball to Sawahara's feet. The familiar movement re-emerged in Sawahara's hands, and the ball sailed past the referee, returning to Hato's side. The spiral snake ball has been replicated. Hato frowned, consumed by a profound anger as his signature move was executed by another. Displeasure coursed through him, and his heart ached, rendering his movements stiff. Indeed, it had been copied. How you sighed, his initial concerns materializing. Utilizing the same spiral snake ball, even Hato would certainly be affected. This match had turned perilous. Tsubasa shook his head slightly and remarked, I hope he can awaken. As Hato's archrival, Takegawara understood the pain that plagued Hato's heart. He bore the weight alone, resolutely battling against two opponents, awaiting Hato's return. Positioned at the front, Takegawara, after returning a ball to Bunta, noticed Sawahara retreating and immediately turned to sprint. Just as the ball was about to touch the ground, he murmured a hope for Hato's revival and leapt with all his might, stretching out his arm, yet he was a moment too late. Doubles, after all, were a contest for two. Takegawara's solitary efforts, even at the cost of injuring his leg, drew disdain from Bunta and Sawahara. With a score of 44, Rikkai emerged victorious. As the referee's voice faded, Hato removed the headband from his head and remarked, Take it. What a fool to try to show off alone. Takegawara chuckled lightly, receiving it with a look of disdain. Though it's quite dirty, it's better than nothing. He bound the headband around his injured knee and rose to his feet. Chapter 64. Seen through the seniors have recovered, Ryoma stated, resting his head on his hands. Takegawara served, with Hato positioned at the net. When the ball approached, he assumed the snake ball stance, but it landed in the blind spot of Bunta and Sawahara. The short ball viper was thus unleashed, securing a point. Next, despite his leg injury, Takegawara soared high to execute a super smash. The four players were locked in an intense struggle, each refusing to yield, passionately pursuing every ball. Pushing the limits of speed and power, driven by instinct in this thrilling match. Ultimately, the referee declared, the match is concluded, Rikkai's Jack won. Bunta and Sawahara collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Takegawara and Hato dropped their rackets, their nearly exhausted bodies supported as they approached one another. Their hands simultaneously lifted, seemingly poised to strike each other's faces. But in that fleeting moment, they both collapsed to the ground, initiating some trivial conversation. Oishi and Kawamura assisted the two prostrated players back to the audience, lamenting as they treated Takegawara's wounds. Soon after, the referee announced, in the doubles match, Aoyama's Kikumaru and Oishi face Rikkai's Nayo and Yagyu, with Aoyama's Oishi serving. As they took the court, Oishi and Eiji assumed an Australian formation, gazing at their opponents. Fuji inquired, Akan, have we gathered data on the opposing team? Akan adjusted his glasses and replied, No, they are defending too tightly. They have never lost in public competitions. They are Rikkai's invincible doubles, Conan revealed. However, ours is a nationally recognized golden duo as well. As they conversed, Eiji and his companion had already secured 3 points. At that moment, Renwang suddenly remarked, I see. He approached Yagyu and whispered a few words. The two stood parallel along the baseline, leaving a significant gap in between. Witnessing this scene, Little Wing confidently stated, Indeed, they are intentionally conceding points. Eiji noticed the corners of their lips curl into smiles, and he grimaced, saying, It's truly unsettling that they continue to laugh. No worries, Eiji. Focus on winning this match, Daisher reassured him, unconcerned by the situation, and served again. At this juncture, Ren Wang's gaze was fixated on the racket in Eiji's hand. With remarkable speed, he returned Eiji's shot, catching both Eiji and his partner off guard, resulting in a missed ball. The score stood at 15-40. The following serve was directed at Eiji, executed with such velocity that he had no time to react, ultimately sending the ball soaring over the net. The score transitioned to 30-40. The subsequent shot maintained the same intensity, aggressively targeting Eiji, who found himself unable to respond. In the midst of the chaos, the referee declared, Rikkai Dai wins. The score is 10. Eiji, in disbelief, exclaimed, How is this possible? No matter where the ball goes, they can always return it. Little Wing remarked, Even with quick reflexes, it's impossible to achieve such precision. It's as if they foresee the trajectory of every shot. The notion of deciphering signals was not far-fetched. Daisher, somewhat skeptical, suggested, Let us change our formation. With that, he moved up to the net. Yet, it proved futile. Even without any signals, their strategies were still perceived. Rikkai Dai emerged victorious, the score reaching 20. Their double strategy relied on Daisher's overarching view from the back, while AG utilized his skillful techniques to confound their opponents. Now, however, it bore no fruit. The confidence that once adorned their faces faded, replaced by a look of confusion. Why is this ineffective? We've altered our formation. AG pondered, gazing skyward. Suddenly, Renwang addressed AG. You see, no matter where you hit the ball, we can see right through it. What did you say? AG retorted, turning sharply. Your habits will be your downfall, Renwang insinuated, his flippant tone causing AG to furrow his brow. Habits? AG questioned, perplexed. Don't worry, AG, just ignore him. Daisher patted AG's shoulder, attempting to soothe him. Nevertheless, despite Daisher's words, AG's focus began to wane, turning restless, and his movements stiffened. He could hardly fathom having any habits. After extensive training, he had never been discovered. How could he be seen through in just 3 shots? They secured another point. Don't be so anxious. It's merely your habits that you've overlooked. The seemingly comforting words were laced with subtle mockery, clearly intended by Renwang to incite AG's inner fury. Beside them, Yagyu interjected, it is undoubtedly you. Possessing such formidable eyesight, you ought to acknowledge that my vision is remarkably precise. Renwang continued, whether in the present or in the past. Yagyu nodded slightly while swinging his racket. Rikkai Daigaku emerged victorious with a score of 30. Observing the passive demeanor of the two players, Koyuki had no choice but to address the referee. Referee, I request a timeout to allow those two to regain their composure. AG, if you persist in this manner, you will fall into their trap, Daisher remarked, unable to contain his frustration at AG's restlessness. I must admit, I am at a loss as to what to do. AG, growing increasingly impatient with Daisher's incessant chatter, grasped his racket and made adjustments on the court. A soft gasp escaped the lips of Koyuki and the others. They turned to the group and inquired, do you recognize the habit now? Koyuki explained. Senior AG tends to instinctively tilt his racket slightly in the opposite direction when he intends to move in a certain way. It is merely a subtle gesture, likely done unconsciously, Nanjiru added. To detect such a minute action within 3 balls is indicative of remarkable observational skills, his tone imbued with admiration. However, even with this newfound understanding, it was too late. Once a habit is ingrained, altering it is no simple task. AG, worry not, I shall cover for you, Daisher reassured. Placing a hand on AG's shoulder, the match resumed. Renwang claimed a point, directing his racket at AG, still continuing. You might as well concede. Your habits are destined to lead to your defeat. AG furrowed his brows, seething with frustration. Both Renwang and Yagyu focused their attacks on AG, whose attempts to suppress his habit rendered his movements rigid, preventing him from playing to his full potential. No matter how much Daisher tried to shield him, it would be futile. AG, do not run to the right. Daisher shouted urgently as he saw AG move. No, I have yet to win a single game. I must move to narrow the gap. AG, losing his composure, was beyond listening to Daisher's advice. In the heat of the moment, AG returned a shot, the ball soaring past Renwang's ear, landing and bouncing up. Yagyu stood ready, gripping his racket with both hands, sidestepping as he prepared to swing, the racket raised behind him, striking downwards over his head, reminiscent of a golf swing. This style of play only further provoked AG, whose impulsiveness hindered his performance. Before long, the announcement rang out. Rikkai Daigaku emerged victorious with a score of 40. Chapter 65. Abandoning data. AG, what on earth do you intend to do? Daisher could not help but exclaim. Then what do you propose? AG retorted, picking up his damaged racket, turning his back to him. No. A sudden question halted Oishi momentarily before he continued, asserting that calmness was essential in such circumstances. However, before he could finish his thought, AG interjected sharply, attributing his distraction to Oishi's incessant chatter, thick with resentment. This remark ignited the latent anger within AG, leaving Oishi perplexed. The camaraderie they once shared had dissipated, leaving only complaints in its wake. Despite Oishi's desire to assist AG, he found himself at a loss, while AG, focused solely on his own performance, stubbornly received the ball, creating an undeniable reality that was hard to accept. Rikkai had triumphed, leading by a score of 50. It was evident that only one game remained. If the two continued on their current path, defeat would be imminent in just 4 more points. Yet, awakening AG from his stupor proved an arduous task. The spectators from Seishin could only watch anxiously, while the Rikkai players grew increasingly bored. AG, listen to me, called out the impatient Tsubasa. So what if your actions are exposed? Reflect on your usual self. Remember why you play tennis. Recall the promises you made. If this continues, all will be in vain. Watch out, Oishi exclaimed, straining to return a ball that had been struck fiercely towards Eiji's face. The heavy thud as it hit the ground snapped Eiji from his reverie. The ball is coming, Oishi called out as he stood. Eiji turned to face the incoming ball, adjusting his racket slightly before leaping to return it, executing a side flip upon landing. 150, a .1. Confidence returned to Eiji's face as he leaned toward Oishi and apologized. I'm sorry, Oishi. I was momentarily lost because my habits were exposed, and my mind went blank. Eiji. Oishi's eyes were filled with concern. It's all right now, the chaotic phase has passed. Eiji reassured with a light-hearted tone. The two rallied their spirits and resumed their Australian formation, finally demonstrating their special skills. Although they couldn't change their habits, they could utilize them to outmaneuver their opponents. 150, 300. Saishin wins the game, score 15. Saishin wins the game, score 45. 150, 300. Just as they were on the verge of leveling the score, Yagyu suddenly surged with determination. Perhaps it was the fervor in his heart, the gentleman he was. He seemed to single-handedly challenge both opponents, effortlessly executing his golf-style shots that left them defenseless, ultimately changing the score to 40-30. The decisive ball loomed ahead. If Oishi and Eiji failed to receive it, the match would conclude. Conversely, if Yagyu and his partner faltered, the game would persist. After a round of back-and-forth exchanges among the four, Eiji once again lifted the ball, employing his special shot aimed at Yagyu's rear. Just as victory seemed within reach, Nayu unexpectedly appeared, returning the ball, and before they could react, Oishi and Eiji ultimately failed to make the catch. The match concluded with Rikai's Renji Yanagi triumphing over the opposition, the score standing at 6-4. This victory for Rikai signifies that Saigaku cannot afford another loss, otherwise, the contest will come to an abrupt end. Thus, the weight of expectation now rests heavily on the shoulders of Kazuya, as he faces his former doubles partner, Renji Yanagi. In the singles match, Saigaku's Kazuya Takashi prepares to serve against Rikai's Renji Yanagi. Right from the outset, Kazuya unleashes a rapid serve, a forceful delivery that catches Renji unprepared. Even as Renji barely manages to return it, the ball soars above the net. Kazuya's slightly parted lips reveal his calculated strategy, a short ball directed to the lower right corner, at an angle of approximately 30 degrees. With an 82% probability of landing on the left side, he intends to play a short ball next, aiming to seize the point. Saigaku emerges victorious, with the score now 10. As they switch sides, Kazuya confidently remarks to Renji, "Allow me to show you the fruits of 4 years, 2 months, and 15 days of hard work." Saigaku wins again, bringing the score to 20. Although Kazuya has secured 2 consecutive games, Renji has yet to unleash his full potential. Observing the slight upward curve of Renji's lips, Shishido quips, "Our strategist is truly formidable. He will certainly make his opponent regret it." Renji positions his racket low, clearly focused on controlling the topspin. A swift slice. The ball flies from Kazuya's racket. "Did you think that with such a low return stance? I could not execute a slice, Kazuya?" Renji provocatively gazes at him. "This is impossible. He cannot reach it." Kazuya gasps in disbelief as Renji appears poised to intercept the ball. "What's wrong, Kazuya? Do you believe that while Renji moves nimbly back and forth, his lateral response at the net is sluggish?" Renji retreats to the baseline, his lips moving slightly as he declares, "Kazuya, I have already discerned your trajectory. Why is that? Could my intel be flawed? No, that is inconceivable." Kazuya shakes his head slightly, dismissing his doubts, and prepares to serve once more. Yet, the power of this serve is insufficient. It should have landed when pressured. How could it possibly bounce back? The ball unexpectedly rises, and Kazuya swings and misses. Rikai takes the win, the score now 12. Who would have thought that Kazuya's offensive strategy could falter? Conan muses, shaking his head slightly. He has studied Kazuya thoroughly and plays without hesitation, Hiroshi adds. It seems Renji has perfectly gathered Kazuya's data, and he is not merely relying on statistics. He aims to dismantle Kazuya's data-driven game, remarks Tsubasa, watching Renji systematically dismantle Kazuya's strategies. Dismantle? Momo questions, puzzled. "Just look at the expression on Kazuya's face," Ni replies, picking up from Tsubasa's observation. At this moment, a slight furrow of confusion marred Shin's brow. Why were all his shots being returned? Rikai had triumphed. The score standing at 32. A break ensued, and the courts were exchanged. "I acknowledge the value of the data you have amassed. Yet your inability to utilize it transforms this information into a hindrance rather than an asset. Tennis should be a simple sport, merely a matter of placing the ball where your opponent can receive it." Thus spoke Liu Yi with an air of detachment. It was unexpected that the outcome had already been determined. Kihara remarked to Liu Yinair, who was wiping the sweat from his brow, although a tinge of nostalgia lingered. It was time to conclude. Lu Lianair picked up his racket and turned to speak. Lianair, since you have discerned the intricacies of my intelligence in tennis, I shall discard it. As Lu Lianair passed in front of Qian, he stood and addressed him. Chapter 66. A provocation once more. Seiji Yu? The weighty force of the ball sent Lu Lianair's racket flying from his grip. From this moment, I have resolved to transcend my past. Seiji adjusted his glasses, speaking with unshakable confidence. For reasons unknown, Qian exhibited none of his usual composure, appearing anxious, devoid of calmness, his mind seemingly devoid of thought, relying solely on instinct to play. Even so, he managed to secure 2 games. Saigaku emerged victorious, the score at 43. However, depending solely on instinct to win a match was no easy feat soon. The referee announced. Rikkai had emerged victorious, the score at 54. Rikkai needed to secure just 1 more game to claim victory, to which Sanada instructed Lu Lianair with 3 simple words. Take him down. Lu Lianair, holding the ball in his left hand and extending his arm, declared to Qian, I am about to serve. Seiji, prepare yourself. Familiar words flowed from his lips once more, reminiscent of their prior match, the score still at 54. Contemplating this, Lu Lianair suddenly realized that since the 6th game, the matches had borne almost no difference from the previous ones. Could it be that Qian was doing this deliberately? Before he could ponder further, Qian adjusted his glasses and said, let the unfinished match commence from this moment. Lu Lianair paused for a few seconds before responding with a smile. I could not ask for anything more. Simultaneously, they served. The rally persisted for an indeterminate duration. The spectators felt as though it would never end. Following the crisp sound of Qian's glasses shattering on the ground, the referee's voice rang out. Saigaku wins. The score at 65. At this juncture, Lu Lianair, resolute and unwilling to concede, exerted every ounce of his effort to secure a game. Rikkai claimed victory. The score now at 66. They entered a tiebreak, with Saigaku's Qian Seiji serving. The hopes of the entire Saigaku team now rested upon Qian's shoulders. Come on, Senior Qian. Even Ryoma, who seldom offered encouragement, cheered for him. The score climbed precariously. 16-16, 21-20, 24-24. The tension mounted as both players fought with unyielding determination, neither willing to yield those 2 points. As the match concluded, Qian Seiji of Saigaku was declared the victor, the score standing at 75. Lu Lianair gazed at the ball resting by his feet, sighed, and declared, I have lost. It was merely a matter of chance. The odds of victory were evenly split at 50%. Perhaps next time, victory will belong to you, Lianair. Qian gasped for breath and remarked. But the director is about to undergo surgery. Is there still time? Lu Sheng glanced at the clock, worry etched on his face. The esteemed Rikkai Dai, who initially intended to settle the match before the operation, found himself questioning the feasibility of that plan. Oh, I recall someone mentioning that the singles match would conclude in the 3rd game. Ryoma unexpectedly appeared among the ranks of Rikkai Dai, addressing Sanada. Sanada turned to cast a brief glance at Ryoma and said, Did you come here just to say that? Not a problem, Vice Captain Sanada. We can win before the surgery. In the next match, I shall resolve it within 15 minutes, Chi Yuan proclaimed, gripping his racket fiercely. That may not be the case, said Buer, his words laced with a concealed malice despite the smile on his face. If you were dissatisfied, it could certainly be resolved in 10 minutes. Chi Yuan lowered his hand, tilting his head slightly, his eyes brimming with provocation. Indeed, but it may not be you who emerges victorious, Buer replied, his eyes wide open, radiating boundless confidence. Everyone. Akishu has informed me that we have no more than half an hour left. Shaoi concluded the call, sighing towards the gathered Rikkai Dai members. It seems you may not have enough time. I see. Then I shall hasten my play to bring this match to a swift conclusion, Buer said, squinting slightly. A hint of sympathy in his tone. Do not boast. It is only through the match that we shall discern the victor, is it not? Despite his words, Chi Yuan was resolute in his belief that he would win. I shall never concede defeat, he declared, his eyes opening once more, now glinting with a hint of coldness. Humph. Chi Yuan scoffed, clearly displeased. The referee's voice temporarily silenced the banter between the two. Singles match 2, Aoyama's Buer Jozu versus Rikkai Dai's Chi Yuan Chiya. Thus, both players gripped their rackets and took their positions on the court. At that moment, Buer and Chi Yuan, illuminated by the sun, resembled an angel and a demon. Buer, facing the sunlight, squinted his eyes with a slight smile, a feather drifting down beside him, akin to an angel's wing. In contrast, Chi Yuan, with his back to the sun, appeared shadowy and somewhat menacing, licking his lips like a bloodthirsty devil. The two, standing at the net, exchanged a handshake. And as soon as they released their grip, Chi Yuan remarked, "What a relief. I thought I would not get to play before the outcome was decided. This is rather dull." His words clearly highlighted his disdain for the Aoyama tennis team. "Is that so? Yet, I have never thought that way," Buer replied, squinting his eyes. "I will defeat you and thereby determine the champion of this Kanto tournament," Chi Yuan said, tilting his head slightly, raising an eyebrow. "Have you mistaken the situation?" Buer glanced at Ryoma, maintaining his smile as he said, "The one who will claim victory and determine the champion should be our very own Ekizan." At that moment, he resembled a cunning smiley tiger. "Hey, senior. What was the fastest match in the Kanto tournament?" Kahara turned to shout in the direction of Sanada. 14 minutes and 01 seconds. That's the time it took you to defeat the captain of Futamine, Tachibana Kippei, Kuwahara responded to his inquiry. "Then I shall conclude the match in 13 minutes, Kahara proclaimed, raising his right hand holding the racket high above his head, making a bold claim. "That should allow me to make it in time for the captain's surgery." Instantly, the audience erupted in a flurry of astonishment, resolving Seishin's prodigy, Fuji Shusuk. In just 13 minutes seemed utterly fantastical. Mickey, who was drinking water, nearly choked, placing a hand to his forehead and retorting, 13 minutes? Are we talking about 13 points here? The captain's surgery? Eiji expressed confusion at those 5 words. Kikyo Seishi, acute radiculitis, surgery today, Hiroshi helped clarify. "I see," replied Momoshiro. Calling out to Fuji-senpai, make sure to utterly defeat him. Standing beside Momoshiro, Conan flicked his finger against Momoshiro's forehead and remarked, "You fool. Encouraging an opponent who is already injured is against the rules. But they have been verbally assaulting him the entire time." Momoshiro pouted. The serve was initiated by Seishin's Fuji Shusuk. Upon his arrival, he executed a groundstroke serve. The ball vanished as it had during his match against Tsubasa. Yet Kahara's keen eyes discerned the trajectory. Just as the ball was about to make contact with his racket, it suddenly veered off, bouncing off the ground. 150. This pattern repeated itself with the next 2 serves, each curving unexpectedly and grazing past the racket, showcasing Fuji's exceptional control and precise calculations. By the 4th ball, Kahara managed to receive it, yet it still struck the net. Seishin emerged victorious with a score of 10. Chapter 67. The furious Fuji Kahara served with incredible speed, sending the ball straight towards a spot just in front of Fuji's feet. As it soared towards his face, Fuji's eyes widened in realization. This is even more powerful than Yuichiro's topspin serve. Slightly turning his body, he swung his racket to return the shot. Kihara executed a high lob, but as Fuji leaped to deliver a smash, the ball suddenly dipped. A flicker of surprise crossed Fuji's eyes as he quickly lowered his raised hand to strike it back before it hit the ground. Kahara, initially believing he could score, found himself caught off guard as the ball sped past him. 150. This does not bode well for Kahara. I suddenly feel quite anxious. The informal players of Rikkai watched Kahara on the court with growing concern. Don't you realize? The one to worry about isn't Kahara, but Fuji. Kuwahara interrupted their thoughts. At this rate, something dreadful may happen to Fuji, Ryuji added. I should be the one to be concerned. Sanada, overhearing the conversation behind him, felt a gaze from afar and couldn't help but murmur softly. Xiao-i is indeed fiercely protective. However, I shall gradually wear him down. Although Kahara professes this, when he executes a smash at the net, he finds himself retreating rapidly in the face of one of the triple counterattacks from the genius Fuji, ultimately losing his balance and falling to the ground, unable to intercept the ball. Seishin Academy triumphs, with the score at 20. Kahara, sprawled on the ground, remains inexplicably motionless. As the murmurs around him grow louder, has he truly been brought down so easily? Truly, Fuji is a prodigy of Seishin. Over 13 minutes have passed. The referee approaches Kahara and inquires, Kahara, are you alright? Can you continue? Yes. Kahara pushes himself off the ground with his left hand, gradually rising. His eyes tinged with crimson as he casts a peculiar smile at Fuji. No problem, I can certainly continue. Fuji remains unfazed, proceeding with a bounce serve. However, for the transformed Kahara, receiving the ball poses no challenge, and he returns it while charging forward, subsequently executing a drop shot that forces Fuji to approach the net. At the moment Fuji strikes back, Kahara leaps and aims for Fuji's knee. The speed of the ball is such that Fuji has no time to react. It crashes heavily against his right knee, sending him tumbling to the ground, a flicker of pain crossing his face. Fantastic. I was worried I might not score at all. Kahara taunts, fanning the flames. Fuji. The Seishin team exclaims with concern. It's all right, continue, Fuji replies, rising and offering a smile to Xiao-i and the others. He returns to the baseline, tosses the ball, and strikes. Kahara not only returns the ball, but also keeps Fuji pinned at the baseline, forcing him to run side to side, exacerbating the injury to his knee. Ultimately, Kahara strikes once more at Fuji's right knee. Hiss! Fuji gasps, clutching his injured knee, his face etched with pain. Faced with this vulnerable version of Fuji, Kahara wears a mocking grin, his seemingly sympathetic words laced with sarcasm. My apologies. It seems I've hit that spot again, truly sorry. Witnessing this, Xiaoyi clenches her fists, her heart heavy with worry. She reaches out telepathically to Fuji. I know it's impossible to make you give up, but could you take a moment to tend to your injury? Xiaoyi understands that, like her, he is fiercely protective of his friends. When Kahara injured Aji, her anger ignited, and now she is seething. No need. I will prevail, comes the unwavering response in her mind, as he rises once more to serve. Realizing she cannot deter him, she can only cheer him on. Go, swift and decisive. The injury to Fuji's knee severely hampers his speed, and it is not long before Kahara breaks Fuji's service game. Rikkai Daigaku emerges victorious, with the score at 12. The service game has been broken. This is dire news. What about Fuji's knee? It seems he is indeed struggling. The Seishin team expresses their worries. Observing the striking posture of Kahara, Ryoma shook his head and sighed. His terrifying nature extends far beyond this. To be frank, I never anticipated you would endure this long. Fuji Shizu. Yet, Kahara, with the ball clasped in his left hand and positioned horizontally before his face, declared, Bye-bye. Irregular serve. Stop. That ball is too dangerous. Do you truly wish to crush Fuji? The members of Rikkai Daigaku could not help but voice their concerns at this moment. This ball possesses a potency unlike the previous topspin serve. As Kahara tossed the ball into the air, he simultaneously swung his racket toward Fuji. The trajectory of the ball was utterly unpredictable, rendering it impossible to foresee where it would land. Ultimately, Fuji, already injured and unable to react in time, could not evade the ball and was struck down to the ground. Fuji. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The chill emanating from the quartet of Little Wing intensified, directed at Kahara, but in the next instant, their icy demeanor dissipated, and they released their grip on the railing. Instead, they made contact with Sanada. You know what to do, right? The coldness in his voice sent a shiver down Sanada's spine, and he nodded slightly. How absurd. If I didn't know what to do, I would be courting death. Even the stoic expression on his face bore a hint of sympathy at this moment. Mourning for Kahara, Little Wing was furious this time. Protective as she was, she could not tolerate anyone bullying her own, especially when that person resembled her cousin, who had watched over him since childhood. As Fuji remained on the ground, the referee approached and crouched beside him, gently shaking his body. Fuji, are you all right? Ambulance. I'm fine. Let the match continue. Fuji managed to prop himself up and replied to the referee. I sincerely apologize, Fuji. My irregular serve's trajectory is as much a mystery to me as it is to you, Kahara said, standing at the net, addressing the half-reclined Fuji. I know you didn't do it on purpose. I hold no grudge against you. Ultimately, I will emerge victorious. His resolute gaze brooked no dissent. He was thoroughly enraged. He was determined to defeat him. Recognizing that further dialogue was futile, the referee announced, the match continues. Rikkai Daigaku's Kahara to serve. Kahara unleashed another topspin serve, and after Fuji returned it, he forced Fuji to the baseline, making him dart left and right, increasing the strain on his knee. After an indeterminate number of exchanges, Kahara concluded this rally with a topspin shot. 300. Subsequently, Kahara executed another irregular serve. This time, Fuji barely managed to evade it, the ball merely grazing his arm. 400. Chapter 68. Ryoma vs. Sanada, Part 1. Kahara continued to deliver irregular serves, yet this time, Fuji had discerned how to counter. Though the serves appeared chaotic, they ultimately aimed for his face. Thus, as the ball ascended, he sidestepped and swung his racket, returning it. Kahara, momentarily surprised, quickly regained his composure and returned the ball. Another topspin serve ensued, but this time, Fuji not only returned it, but executed a swift counterattack. As the ball landed before reaching Chiyuan, it did not bounce, but rather slid along the ground until it collided with the fence, bringing it to a halt. In the subsequent play, Fuji intended to employ the swallow's return technique once more, yet the pain from his knee injury caused him to gasp sharply. Uncharacteristic errors, previously unseen, began to plague him throughout this match. Before long, the referee announced, Rikkai Daigaku wins, score 22. Rikkai Daigaku wins, score 32. Fuji collapsed once again, and witnessing this, Koyuki could no longer remain on the sidelines. He called for a timeout, rushed onto the court, and tended to Fuji's knee injury. Forgive me, let me continue, Fuji said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Koyuki shook his head in resignation. I do not expect you to give up, but at least rest for a moment before resuming. While speaking, he applied an ice pack to alleviate the pain in Fuji's knee, though with so many eyes upon them, he could only slightly lessen the discomfort. Let us proceed once I have dealt with this, he insisted. However, Fuji stubbornly refused Koyuki's treatment, picked up his racket, and returned to the game. As Koyuki watched his retreating figure, he couldn't help but recall his cousin, Dongfang Shuo, who had always protected him in the heavenly realm, entering the cycle of reincarnation to shield him during that great battle. Was Fuji's resolve akin to that of Dongfang Shuo? Fuji's return to the court only intensified Qiyuan's determination to defeat him. As Fuji approached the net to receive the ball, he managed to return it with great effort, but fell to the ground once more. Before he could rise, the ball struck just before him, rebounding and hitting him squarely in the abdomen. Clutching his midsection, Fuji collapsed again. Ah, did it hit again? My sincerest apologies. I thought with your reflexes, Fuji, you could evade that, Qiyuan remarked, scratching his head in feigned surprise, insinuating that Fuji was remarkably weak for being unable to dodge such a shot. An overwhelming chill emanated from Koyuki, enveloping everyone around Rikkai Daigaku, until a voice pierced through the cold. Stand up, Fuji. Your strength is far greater than this. If you lose now, the championship will belong to Rikkai Daigaku. Is that acceptable? Fuji, rise and fight. I would have done so even without your urging, Fuji retorted, getting back on his feet and smiling at the approaching Tachibana. Tachibana, you meddlesome fool. Qiyuan glared at Tachibana as he tossed the ball once more, preparing to serve. Was this truly a mistake? No, it was not. The ball soared directly towards Tachibana, who was conversing with his teammates. Koyuki and Haoyu quickly drew their cards and shot at the ball, altering its trajectory and thwarting Qiyuan's plan. My apologies, it seems I made a service error, Qiyuan said, his face a mask of surprise. In that moment, a radiant smile erupted on Fuji's face, one that sent shivers down spines, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. What was initially perceived as earnestness by the onlookers turned into confusion as they wondered why the game had ceased. The racket was no longer swung, allowing Kaiohara to effortlessly secure the round. Rikkai's triumph was evident, with a score of 42. At that moment, Fuji's eyes opened wide, his icy blue gaze radiating a chilling intensity, his lips barely moving. I thought you would know your limits, but it appears I was mistaken. Do not blame me then. A familiar stance reemerged as Fuji prepared himself. The ball once again bounced before Kaiohara, who found himself powerless against the unpredictable serve, ultimately resorting to instinctive evasion. 150. An irregular serve. Fuji successfully executed it, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Almost immediately, another irregular serve followed. Kaiohara gazed at Fuji as if confronted by a monster, fear creeping into his heart. He was, quite simply, afraid of the ball. His desire to strike transformed into a desperate attempt to dodge. Unfortunately, he was unable to evade entirely, and the ball struck his right knee. To an observant onlooker, it was clear that the impact was unintentional. Had Kaiohara not dodged, the ball would have merely bounced past his feet. However, in Kaiohara's eyes, it was perceived as Fuji's vengeance, fear now dominating his thoughts. Conversely, Fuji's performance only improved. With a light shuffle on his left foot, he alleviated the strain on his right knee. His body, supple and agile, allowed him to control his upper body while maneuvering left and right within the short range at the net, easing his own burden while simultaneously increasing Kaiohara's psychological pressure. This situation signaled the conclusion of the match. Shortly thereafter, the referee declared, "The match is over. Rikkai's Fuji Shusuk emerges victorious with a score of 64. As the referee's voice faded, Kaiohara collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with dread. Sanada approached him, resting a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Kaiohara, do you see your limits? Yet, limits exist solely to be surpassed." Limits? Kaiohara whispered, the fear in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a burgeoning confidence, the confidence to transcend his past. Observing this transformation in Kaiohara, Sanada continued, "Then, we shall double your training regimen." "All right," Kaiohara replied without a moment's hesitation, only realizing the implication 3 seconds later as he called out to Sanada's departing figure, "No." But it was too late. Meanwhile, Kikumaru used his ice spirit to further heal Fuji. On another front, Akutsu made a phone call, inquiring, "Are they still coming? The operation begins in 5 minutes." Kikumaru once again utilized his mental connection to alert Sanada. Ultimately, Rikkai's official players had dwindled to just Sanada. Now, the match commenced. Featuring singles player number 1, Saigaku's Ekizun Ryoma versus Rikkai's Sanada Janikura, with Sanada serving first. From the outset, Ryoma employed his left hand to strike the ball, while Sanada, intent on a swift resolution, unleashed his full power. 150. What is happening? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why does it seem like Sanada hasn't even swung his racket, yet the ball has returned? Momoshiro could hardly believe his eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed Ryoma's gaze. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see Sanada's racket move. 300, 400. No, I can't do it, Mio exclaimed, feeling utterly exhausted. Air rubbed his eyes and let his head droop. Although I can see, it feels like there are countless rackets. However, with Ryoma's dynamic vision, he should be able to see clearly. Why can't he return the shots? It's because he can't grasp the ball's landing point, Xiaoyi explained. Generally, positioning while hitting relies on predicting the speed and angle of the swing. But now, due to the excessive speed of the swings, prediction is rendered impossible. As soon as Xiaoyi finished speaking, the referee announced, Rikai has triumphed, with a score of 10. Chapter 69, Ryoma vs. Sanada. Ryoma lost the first game without scoring a single point. Now it was his turn to serve. He switched the racket to his right hand and executed a topspin serve. Yet, to Sanada, returning this was a mere formality. The subsequent drive shot was also returned effortlessly. Rikai emerged victorious again, with a score of 20. Sanada's swing speed remained astonishingly quick, but this time, Ryoma was able to see it clearly. Still, he struggled to adapt, managing to return only a few shots accurately. Numerous balls went out, and he often found himself a beat too slow. Rikai claimed victory once more, with a score of 30. How can this be? Not a single game won. Tao Chung expressed his concern. Ryoma sat on the bench, a damp towel over his eyes. Despite his exceptional dynamic vision, staring at the game for too long was taking its toll. Suddenly, AI leaped over the barrier and approached Ryoma, whispering softly in his ear. If you win this match, I'll fulfill that promise to you. With that, she turned and walked away. By the time Ryoma registered her words, AI had returned to her place. He glanced back at her, noticing a faint blush on her cheeks, which made his smile even brighter. Curious, Xiaoyi couldn't help but ask, AI, what did you say to Ryoma? It made him so happy. And nothing, AI stammered, lowering her head to hide her embarrassment. But with Xiaoyi's keen perception, how could he not notice? With a knowing look, he remarked, oh, so it's a date. Ah, that's not it. AI's head sank even lower. What kind of shot is that? Gasps erupted from the audience, shattering their playful banter. Turning to look, they saw Sanada's racket had fallen to the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, Ryoma pointed his racket at Sanada, his head tilted slightly, and cheekily declared, You're still Matamadadina. Truly, the future pillar of Seishin Academy cannot be underestimated. Sanada bent down to retrieve his racket, sighing softly, You may be strong, but I will surely win this match. Rikai will prevail. I shall not disappoint Yukimura's trust. Yet, facing Ryoma's whirlwind smash, Sanada found himself utterly helpless. His racket once again sent flying. Who would have thought he really mastered the whirlwind smash? Daisher marveled. If he hadn't, it would have been strange. How you murmured softly. Seishin Academy triumphs, with a score of 13. At last, with the emergence of the whirlwind smash, Ryoma secured victory in this match. The ball darted back and forth between the two competitors, both striving for a swift conclusion, and the score climbed with mounting tension. Seishin Academy triumphed, bringing the score to 23. Ryoma, having executed the whirlwind smash multiple times, found his stamina depleting at an accelerated pace. Coupled with the invisible swing, his eyes began to ache slightly, and the racket appeared to blur before him. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, relying on sound to discern the position, countering the ball sent by Sanada. To outsiders, he seemed an anomaly. Although Ryoma resorted to this strategy out of necessity, it inadvertently imposed pressure on Sanada. With each whirlwind smash Ryoma unleashed, Sanada gradually perceived a diminishment in the ball's power. He had anticipated returning it easily, yet he underestimated the weighty force that once again sent his racket flying. Seishin Academy emerged victorious, with the score reaching 33. At that moment, the score was equalized. Yukimura, I never expected you to attain such a level, praised Kaito. What? Viper, you didn't know this? Remarked Tachibana, a look of ignorance on his face. What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? Kaito retorted, raising a fist towards Tachibana. Let us fight then, you scoundrel. Tachibana snapped back. Their rivalry intensified after the recent loss. BRR, it's so cold. Both their faces suddenly felt a chill, and they inhaled sharply. It's quite warm, young ones. Here, take these 2 bottles of chilled drinks, said an oddly dressed individual, handing over the ponta to the two. Kaito and Tachibana accepted it in confusion, their eyes reflecting their bewilderment. Who was this strange uncle? Little Wing recognized the visitor immediately, exclaiming, Uncle Nanjiru, what brings you here? Didn't you return to America? Oh, Just came back to fetch something, and I heard that kid was in a match, so I dropped by, Nanjiru replied, his expression one of pleasant surprise. He then leaned closer to Little Wing and whispered, "That ice beauty over there is my daughter-in-law?" He winked at AI. "Indeed," Little Wing smiled slightly. "Isn't she lovely?" "Youth is truly wonderful," Nanjiru remarked, smacking his lips as he departed. Though their conversation was quiet, it caught AI's attention, causing her ears to flush red once more. As they spoke, it was time for Sanada's serve. Holding the ball, Sanada addressed Ryoma. "I do not know why you choose to close your eyes, but now you must open them." Ryoma initially dismissed the certainty in Sanada's voice. 150 what? Ryoma exclaimed in disbelief, opening his eyes wide. There was, indeed, no sound. Turning to look, he saw the ball rolling slightly behind him. What had happened? Why did the ball suddenly appear in Ryoma's court? Hadn't Sanada done nothing just moments ago? Confusion, disbelief, and astonishment permeated the atmosphere, with very few truly understanding the situation. 300. Although Ryoma has opened his eyes, his current dynamic vision remains insufficient for clarity. Rikkai has emerged victorious, with the score at 43. The venue has been switched. Such an imperceptible serve allowed Sanada to score directly. Quite impressive indeed. At this moment, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Ryoma's eyes, but more so, an intrigue. "I am afraid that this signifies the vast chasm between you and me," Sanada stated matter-of-factly. "Are we truly on the brink of losing?" "It seems you have given up," AI remarked, seated on the coach's chair within the arena, holding upon a drink. Shaking her head slightly, Ryoma gave a faint shake of his head and replied, "How does one play a ball that cannot be seen? To this day, I have yet to break through. How about taking a moment to sip some Panta?" AI suggested, tossing the drink over while winking behind her. Ryoma caught it. Just as he was about to open it, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "No need for that. It would be against the rules. By the way, how does one right lose? You know my command of the language is poor." He then placed the Panta back into AI's hand, turned to leave, pulling off the ring with his right hand, and said, "You have it. Enjoy." Glancing at Nanjiro, his lips barely moved. "You old man, just wait." His poor command of the language was evident, and it seems he must make a concerted effort to improve. AI called out to Ryoma, a smile playing at her lips. Suddenly, Ryoma stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. The match continued. The ball darted back and forth between the two players at an astonishing speed, catching onlookers off guard. The swiftness may signify the imminent conclusion of the match, but it also meant that Ryoma's eyes received no respite. The continual focus led to fatigue, causing the familiar specter to re-emerge. As Ryoma leaped again, attempting to execute a whirlwind smash, the ball transformed in his vision from 1 to 2, and then to 3. He blinked and swung his racket. Although the whirlwind smash was executed, its power was considerably diminished, and the ball was returned. With the whirlwind smash countered, Ryoma found himself at a loss for tactics, unless he could achieve a breakthrough. Yet time was not on his side, and in the blink of an eye, Sanada secured 2 more games. Rikkai triumphed with a score of 53. Having repeatedly attempted the whirlwind smash, Ryoma's stamina significantly waned, and he now possessed no further strategies to claim a point. The circumstances were decidedly unfavorable. Perhaps this was the final game, Sanada's serve. With his eyes already aching, Ryoma faced the formidable challenge of an imperceptible serve. 150, 300. For 100, Ryoma was at a loss, unsure of how to respond. He could see the ball being tossed. Yet in the next moment, it had already ricocheted behind him. Thus, Sanada scored again, leaving only 1 ball remaining. "Come on, Ryoma, the little rascal, a.k.a." The audience erupted in a unified cheer, their hopes resting on Ryoma to conjure yet another miracle in this pivotal moment. The ball in Sanada's hand soared into the air. Its release shrouded in mystery, yet unlike before, it was returned. "You still have much to improve upon," flowed fluently from Ryoma's lips. With these words, a renewed aura enveloped Ryoma, who, despite the impending defeat, transformed as if possessed by a different spirit, his gaze shifting dramatically. The roles of the two players swapped instantaneously. Initially, Sanada had been dominating, rendering Ryoma defenseless. Now, however, Ryoma's strikes were so swift that Sanada could scarcely react. Seishin Academy emerged victorious, with the scores standing at 45. As it was Ryoma's turn to serve, his delivery mirrored Sanada's previous one, the speed so blinding that it was nearly imperceptible. By the time Sanada grasped what was happening, the referee's voice rang out, declaring Seishin's triumph with a score of 55. In that moment, the score was equalized, and Sanada's heart began to race uneasily. Why had it come to this? He was so close, just 1 point away from victory. Anxiety gripped him. In stark contrast, Ryoma wore a smile. growing more formidable as he unleashed shots reminiscent of those he had faced against the likes of Yuta and Akutsu. His ever-changing style and shot types rendered Sanada unable to predict the ball's trajectory, instilling a hint of fear in his eyes, a fear of Ryoma. The fate of the match seemed sealed. Finally, the referee announced, "The match is over. Seishin's Ekizan Ryoma is the victor with a score of 75. Hooray, we won!" Cheered the Seishin team, their joy palpable. Amidst the exuberant celebrations and embraces from his teammates, Ryoma calmly approached AI. Sitting beside her and whispering in a tone only she could hear, "Don't forget what you promised me." He then seized the open bottle of Ponta beside her and drank it in one go before she could finish her sentence. "Wow!" exclaimed a surprised voice, tinged with an unusual tone, echoing in their ears. Ryoma blinked in confusion, wondering why such a reaction arose from merely drinking a beverage. "That cup was just consumed by Hibara," Matsumoto commented ambiguously. "Huh." Ryoma was momentarily taken aback. With a benevolent smile, Fuji explained, "It means an indirect kiss." "How delightful." Instantly, the faces of those involved flushed crimson, and Ryoma felt the intense gaze from a distance, lowering his hat in an attempt to conceal his embarrassment. Turning around, he met Nanjiru's knowing eyes, who, having studied lip reading, understood the implications, wearing an expression of approval. "This daughter-in-law is splendid. I like her. Bring her home soon." While laughter and merriment reigned in one corner, the atmosphere was starkly different for Sanada. Lost, he dropped his racket to the ground, gazing in disbelief at the score. How could this be? Why had he lost? For consecutive games had slipped through his grasp. It was not until the referee presented the medals that he snapped back to reality. "Don't look so despondent. Aren't you leaving? Yukimura is still waiting." Xiaoi gently patted Sanada's shoulder and said, "The name Yukimura has brought Sanada back to reality." He murmured, "Indeed, Yukimura is still waiting for me." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoi interrupted him. "Enough with the talk. Let us hurry. Brother, you handle the celebrations. I'll head to the hospital." After speaking, she signaled to Hao Yu to follow, expressing her reluctance to drive. Upon their arrival at the hospital, even before they reached the operating room, they could hear Kaiohara's cries from afar. Why? Why did this happen? Boo-hoo. It seemed they had already learned of their defeat. Xiaoi changed into a different outfit and approached, saying, "Hey, why are you crying? Anyone who doesn't know might think you're mourning." She added, "At this rate, even if Yukimura isn't dead, your wailing might just wake him up." Kaiohara, with a temper flaring, retorted, "What are you from Seishin doing here? You only won one match against us. Why flaunt it?" His words still carried a hint of sobbing. Xiaoi was left speechless. What was he even thinking? Ultimately, she ignored him and walked straight to the door of the operating room. A wave of confusion washed over everyone from Rikkai. How could she enter? If you also have a doctorate from Harvard Medical School, then perhaps, how you stated, delivering a blow to everyone's spirits. How old is she? A Harvard PhD. Kaiohara, 20 laps. Now, Sanada's sudden command jolted everyone back to reality. Kaiohara was bewildered. Sanada's dark expression indicated he was unwilling to elaborate, as his concern for Yukimura weighed heavily on him. Reluctantly, Kaiohara accepted his fate and ran downstairs. The wait felt interminable, until the silence of the waiting room was finally shattered by the creaking of the door. Xiaoi leaned against the door, exclaiming with excitement. The surgery was a resounding success. After some follow-up treatment, he will be transferred to a sterile ward for observation. If all goes well, he should wake up tonight. A week's recovery, and he'll be ready for the national competition. Cheers of joy erupted, echoing throughout the room, prompting a nearby nurse to shout, "Quiet down. This is a hospital. Apologies." Sanada quickly responded, bowing slightly to the nurse, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. "How is he? Is he all right?" Everyone was immersed in the joy of Yukimura's successful surgery. But Hao Yu noticed Xiaoi's face had turned slightly pale, likely due to her use of the ice soul to assist Yukimura. "I'm fine." Xiaoi gently shook her head and said, "Let us go back. Akashi will handle the rest." Understood. After exchanging farewells with Sanada, she departed. Chapter 71. Setting sail. As Xiaoi had previously mentioned, with the aid of the ice soul, Yukimura's body had largely recovered within a week. Regaining his strength was merely a matter of time. Simultaneously, good news arrived from Tezuka. He would be fully recovered before the national competition, with no issues whatsoever. At the Idagawa residence, "Hattori, you have a letter." Upon returning from grocery shopping, Nolan tossed the envelope in his hand to Hattori. He opened it and expressed his confusion, exclaiming, "What a peculiar letter." He then handed the letter to Conan, who observed the message that read, "Dear Detective Hattori Heiji, may I kindly request your assistance in investigating a case on Shin Kaijima? I offer a commission of 100,000 yen, and should you unravel the mystery, an additional 100,000 yen will be provided. You may bring the enclosed funds to the attendant to board the vessel. Sincerely, Fukuoka Dai. Fukuoka Dai? Shinkaijima? Conan seemed to recall something and rose to search through the morning's newspaper, pointing at an article and saying, "Look at this." During the Showa era, most Japanese people possessed something of great significance. Do you still have such a rarity? If you are fortunate enough to possess this nearly extinct item, you may have the opportunity to participate in a 7-day tour of Shinkaijima, with only 11 spots available. Host, Fukuoka Dai. What on earth is going on? The invitation in the newspaper only added to the complexity of the situation. Who cares? We'll find out once we go, said Haoyu. Besides, Shinkaijima is our territory. He added. Hattori expressed his bewilderment. The development rights to Shinkaijima belong to our Dream Feather, and most of the staff there are from our organization. I suspect the training site in the mountains is now completed. This is perfect. We should invite Fuji and the others to join us. Haoyu ended the call, stating, "Everything is set. The equipment has been installed. It seems they are in for quite a challenge. Hattori, you should come along too. What are you planning?" Hattori sensed an ominous premonition. "Oh, nothing much. Just a month-long training camp on Shinkaijima," said Xiaoi casually. "What do you expect me to do while you all train for tennis?" Hattori questioned simply. This isn't just a tennis club. While most participants play tennis, the crucial point is that they are all aware of our identities and have some connection, however minor, to the black organization, Conan remarked solemnly, feeling a wave of concern for those involved. "Ran, we'll leave the most troublesome matters to you. We're off," Xiaoi said as he swiftly departed with Haoyu, Conan, and Hattori. "Hey, that's not fair." Nolan protested, but it was too late. He had no choice but to contact everyone. In the end, everyone except Ryoma eagerly agreed to join, unaware that this was merely the beginning of a nightmare. The four of them smoothly boarded the ship. "Are you family members?" asked attendant A. "Yes," Xiaoi replied without hesitation. "Then you'll be in rooms 102 and 115, both equipped with 2 beds, attendant A said, placing the keys on the service desk while making a note. Haoyu first took the key labeled 115. Observing this, Xiaoi reached out to claim the key labeled 102 and said, "Brother, I share a room with you." Before Xiaoi could finish her sentence, Pingzi swiftly snatched the 102 key and declared, "Conan, I will be in the same room as you." With Conan and Pingzi sharing a room, it naturally implied that Xiaoi would be with Haoyu. Clearly displeased, Xiaoi demanded, "Hand over the key," holding her palm out towards Pingzi. "Well, I shall return to my room for a nap," Pingzi chuckled, retreating with Conan while covertly signaling to Haoyu, "I've created an opportunity for you. Make the most of it. No need for thanks." Haoyu rolled his eyes, recognizing that he was being thrust into an awkward situation. This night was destined to be sleepless. The attendant noticed the discomfort on Xiaoyi's face and kindly suggested, "Shall I arrange another room for you?" However, before Xiaoyi could respond, Pingzi's voice of apology rang out from behind. I'm sorry. Turning around, she saw that Pingzi had accidentally bumped into someone while backing up and was now apologizing. Upon seeing the face of the person he had collided with, Xiaoyi promptly declined the attendant's kind offer, though she was uncertain. "Officer Jiaoqi? Do we know each other?" "Moreover, I have already retired," Jiaoqi replied, seemingly unaware of this well-meaning individual. "I learned about you from my mentor's father, who once worked on a case with you. To my embarrassment, it was one of the few cases he was unable to solve," Xiaoyi explained. For a fleeting moment, she regretted bringing it up, as explanations were quite bothersome. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, Pingzi gradually recalled, "Now that you mention it, I have some recollection. I heard my father speak of it in my childhood." "Is that so?" Jiaoqi murmured softly. "Today is indeed a special day." Xiaoyi did not think much of his last remark, merely assuming it was the day Long Ma and AI were having their first date. At this moment, she could only rely on the recordings from Tao Chung and the others to watch the drama unfold, feeling a bit regretful. "Woe is me." "Sir," a short, stout passenger reminded Jiaoqi, pulling out an object resembling a seal from his pocket. "Is there something wrong?" Jiaoqi asked, perplexed. "No, nothing at all." The man awkwardly chuckled, concealing his embarrassment as he placed the seal back into his pants pocket and turned to leave. However, the seal fell to the floor and rolled to Haoyu's feet. Haoyu bent down to pick it up, glanced at the inscription, and then returned it to the man, saying, "Thank you." The man took back the seal without uttering a word. Meanwhile, another tall, slender man showed Haoyu a key and asked, "Shall we go for a drink together?" "Yes, sounds good," Haoyu replied. Clearly, the two, who had been strangers moments before, left with their arms around each other. "What was written on it?" Conan inquired. "Purichuan Dai, our host," How you responded solemnly, feeling a sense of unease. May I ask if any of you have met this Firecloud Dai, the organizer of this trip? Pingzi questioned the attendant. The waiter shook his head and remarked, I have never seen him. From planning to execution, all participants' choices were communicated to us via phone, and the funds were previously transferred to the bank by him. Well, it seems that the true identity of Mr. Furukawa remains uncertain. Perhaps he does not exist at all. Hello, sir. May I inquire if you are indeed a person? The waiter asked. Yes, came the reply. That makes 11 of us. We can set sail. The second waiter stated. But that won't do. The gentleman from room 101 mentioned he had forgotten something and returned. The third waiter interjected, approaching with a record sheet. The gentleman you referred to has indeed returned and specifically requested not to be disturbed until after dinner. The second waiter continued. In that case, please ask those individuals to leave, the first waiter said, producing the key for room 105 and handing it to the last fortunate guest. Then please take room 105. Very well, the man replied as he accepted the key. Excuse me, sir, have we met somewhere before? The keen-eyed Kaizaki called out to him. Not at all. The man stuttered. You must be mistaken. This is our first meeting. With that, he walked away. Subsequently, the 4 members of the group, along with Kaizaki, returned to their room to stow their belongings. Halfway there, they heard the announcement. Dear passengers, welcome aboard Symphony No. 2. We are about to embark for our destination, Shinhai Island. Chapter 72. Has Datsai arrived? The setting sun cast its golden hues upon the azure sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. Standing at the bow, with the sea breeze tousling his hair, Xiaoyi couldn't help but recall scenes from Titanic, stretching his arms wide and shouting into the ocean. Hey, must you be so reckless? What if the ship truly sinks? Conan remarked with a deadpan expression, seeing the vast expanse of the sunset-drenched sea. It's only natural to shout in awe, replied Kiwei Taikyu, clad in a white suit, as he stepped onto the deck with a smile. The ocean is beautiful, is it not? Xiaoyi said, allowing himself a rare moment of openness. All my worries seem to vanish at this instant. Indeed, the sea eternally conceals all matters of right and wrong, good and evil, whether it be painful memories, an uncertain future, or even corpses, Isebi Natsuki remarked, leaning against the railing and gazing out at the water, picking up on Xiaoyi's sentiment. Corpses? Xiaoyi's expression shifted slightly. I apologize for disrupting your mood. I inadvertently recalled the past. My father tragically perished in the sea that year, Isebi Natsuki confided. In a way, we should all be grateful to that person named Furukawa. I know who that man is, how you pointed to the stout man in the dining area. The seal he dropped earlier bore the name Furukawa. Following the direction indicated by Haoyu, Ibizu expressed her confusion, saying, that is indeed peculiar. I inquired about that individual's name earlier, and it is Takeda Terukachi. Everyone, you may begin your meal, called out server A. Very well. Midway through their dining, Takeda Terukachi rose and declared, I believe it is time for me to return to my room and rest. You are still as fearful of boats as ever, remarked Kanawa, as if he had known Takeda Terukachi for an eternity. Honestly, with so many vessels and only a handful of us, it feels quite desolate, observed Heiji, gazing at the empty dining area. Indeed, including the elderly gentleman who is resting, there are only 11 passengers aboard this ship, stated Server C, who was pouring wine for Takasaki. Speaking of that elderly man, I saw him when I was coming downstairs. He doesn't seem to be very talkative. Do you know what he does? Inquired Kujin Saikyu. Server C pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, glanced at it, and said, he appears to be a marine researcher by the name of Tada Sanzu. Tada Sanzu, the group exclaimed in unison. Where's his room? Asked Takasaki. Room 101. Replied Server C. Where's the backup key? Go fetch it quickly. Understood. Though Server C was unaware of the reason, he complied. Remember, once the door opens, step aside. If he is indeed Tada Sanzu, he may be armed, Takasaki warned in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Server C's movements became somewhat stiff as he unlocked the door. Hastily stepping aside, he had no desire to meet an untimely end. However, when Takasaki pushed the door open, darkness enveloped them. Koichi switched on the light, and upon closer inspection, the room was impeccably clean, showing no signs of having been occupied. Does he truly reside here? Conan couldn't help but express his skepticism. Yes. Damn it, I will check downstairs, Takasaki exclaimed as he dashed out. Meanwhile, prior to their arrival, Takeda Terukachi had followed a piece of paper's guidance to the ship's machinery room, calling out into the surroundings. Hey, you've arrived, right? I have already checked. You can. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold object pressed against his temple. The machinery room fell into an immediate silence, punctuated by the crisp sound of a firearm being cocked. Koichi and the others ascended to the deck. where Koichi promptly used his phone to search for Tada Sanzu. Recalling a story from his childhood told by Kudo Yusaku, Tada Sanzu, the mastermind behind the 400 million yen robbery and murder case 20 years ago, whose plans were intricately devised. Coupled with his unparalleled skills at the time, he left the police in a haze, earning him the moniker of the Shadow Architect. He was known for his solitary nature. After committing a crime, he would typically change partners immediately, and he had a notorious reputation for never killing anyone during his heists. However, during the incident 20 years prior, he inadvertently took a life. Since that event, he had vanished without a trace. It is indeed perplexing. I distinctly recall that fellow had perished. Following the outbreak of the incident, a garment stained with gunshot residue and blood was retrieved from the shore, remarked Heiji, propping his chin on his hand. He is not dead. That jacket was merely a ruse he devised to evade the police. For someone of his ilk could never succumb so easily in such a place, said Kaizaki Jiro, his hands tucked into his pockets as he ascended to the deck. How you, exhibiting a semblance of indifference, stated, well, if that is the case, we can simply enlist the help of the local police upon our arrival at Kamishima Island tomorrow. After all, being surrounded by the sea, he cannot escape. That is out of the question. I have already mentioned that today is a significant day, Kaizaki Jiro countered, shaking his head. The incident transpired 20 years ago tomorrow. According to civil law, they must be located today. Otherwise, the statute of limitations will elapse. Hao Yu's expression turned earnest, the usual nonchalance dissipating. There are merely a little over 2 hours left. Xiaoyi glanced at the time and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, you few should return to the dining room. I shall search. Otherwise, it will be too perilous, Kaizaki Jiro declared before continuing his search for Dazai-san. Before we could finish our support for Heiji, Xiaoyi interrupted, there is no need to search. If he dares to come, he cannot be unprepared. Searching would be futile. Let us return to the dining room. This night is destined to be sleepless. Thus, the four returned to the dining room. Kawasaki Nagisa approached and inquired, so, have you found the one called Dazai-san? No. Uncle Kaizaki is still looking, Xiaoyi replied, shaking his head. In that case, let us retreat to the lounge. There are playing cards inside, Kawasaki Nagisa suggested. You all should join as well. There is nothing else to occupy our time at present. At that moment, Koji Sadakoma was attempting to ignite a cigarette, but was unable to do so. Kanawa Yasuhisa walked over, resting his left hand on his shoulder while holding a lighter and the earlier key in his right hand. Koji Sadakoma stared at the key, momentarily lost in thought, before accepting the lighter and saying, thank you. If you need anything, just call for me, Kanawa Yasuhisa replied. Subsequently, prompted by Kawasaki Nagisa's suggestion, everyone proceeded to the lounge, taking turns playing cards. Time flew by, and when Ueno Narito inquired about the time once more, only 5 minutes remained until midnight. Are you expecting something? You have been asking about the time incessantly, Xiaoyi probed. Ueno Narito waved his hand dismissively, saying, it is nothing significant, merely that tomorrow holds special meaning for me. Chapter 73. Who is the deceased? You speak of an important day. It cannot be that tomorrow marks the anniversary of your girlfriend's passing, can it? Kawasaki Nagisa remarked, glancing at the cocktail in front of Ueno Narito. Isn't that a Bloody Mary? You are not implying that tomorrow is the day your beloved departed this world, are you? Not at all, Ueno Narito chuckled lightly. All right, I shall stop playing. It is time for me to leave, Kanawa Yasuhisa announced as he stood up. I shall take my leave as well. Kawasaki Nagisa then turned to the bartender and inquired, may I ask how much this drink costs? Minoru Iban rummaged through his wallet and said, please help me settle this. Suddenly, a look of anxiety crossed his face. Could this possibly be your wallet? Kini Hisashi, hurrying up the stairs, turned and remarked, pulling a wallet from his pocket. Yes, yes. Minoru Iban accepted the wallet. Hey, I certainly did not inspect its contents. Kini Hisashi said as he waved goodbye to Minoru Iban, who was counting the money. I apologize, but I must remain cautious, Minoru Iban replied, examining the cash. As they parted ways, midnight struck, marking the official end of the statute of limitations. Time had elapsed. I can no longer engage with that case. Haruaki Sakamoto descended the stairs from the lounge with his hands in his pockets, sighing. To speak candidly, I resigned from my position as a detective 2 years ago. I am long past qualified for such matters. Why am I so engrossed in a case I once investigated? Peering at Haruaki Sakamoto's melancholic expression, Heiji softly murmured. Bang! A gunshot echoed from the deck. Haruaki Sakamoto sprang to his feet and dashed toward the deck, inquiring, what time is it? 12:08:35. Koyuki glanced at her watch as she ran. Upon reaching the deck, they discovered that the flag on the mast was ablaze. Excuse me, what was that sound? The arriving Isabi Nagisa asked, a hint of annoyance in her tone. I heard something resembling the sound of fireworks, Daikyu Kujin added as he joined them on the deck. Kudo, do you think this is merely a prank? Hattori's attention was fixed on the flag as he spoke to Conan beside him. No, look over there, Hattori. The perceptive Conan pointed to a nearby chair. A glance revealed a banknote affixed to the chair's backrest with a dagger. Koyuki donned gloves and swiftly removed the bill before turning to a nearby staff member, saying, Excuse me, could I have a plastic bag? Certainly. How you leaned over to read aloud. The sea god Poseidon has granted me life once more. My shadow shall resurrect anew. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Mr. Kujin? It turned out he was still alive. I knew it. I knew he, Daikyu Kujin, as if possessed by a demon, raised his hands to his chest. Staggering towards the railing, he turned, terror etched across his face, his voice trembling. He is still alive. Just as his words fell, a thunderous explosion erupted from the ship's stern, flames shooting into the sky. What is happening? Why is there an explosion? Cease power operations and extinguish the fire immediately. Everyone rushed towards the ship's rear, where they found a box containing emergency lifeboats ablaze. Seeing this, Koyuki breathed a sigh of relief, but how you rushed in anxiously, exclaiming, Oh no, there are still people inside. The fire was extinguished quickly, yet it was too late. The body had been reduced to an unrecognizable state. With the crowd gathered, Xiao-Yi could not examine the corpse closely and could only observe from a distance. Could this individual be Mr. Kaneyama? Neru pointed to the watch on the corpse, stating that it appeared to be his. Upon closer inspection, despite the body being charred beyond recognition, it was still possible to discern that the sweater and pants resembled those he had worn before. It was rather amusing. Nagisa tilted her head and remarked, Look at his posture. He has deliberately bent his arms and upper body as if to flaunt his golden watch. What you are referring to is known as cadaveric rigidity. When a body is exposed to fire, the skeletal muscles undergo thermal coagulation, causing them to contract and resulting in rigor mortis, Heiji explained. Xiao-Yi added, The muscles of the limbs, when bent, possess significantly greater strength than those that are fully extended, so the joints will naturally exhibit a bent position, resembling that of a boxer. Oh, I see. The problem likely lies with the watch strap, which is already loosened, Conan observed, glancing at the strap. That must be due to the iron barrel rolling near the corpse, which contained oil and subsequently caused an explosion, Kaizaki recalled. When we found Datsukawa, there was a plastic sheet covering it, secured tightly from the outside, but it has since been blown apart. How you pointed to the face of the corpse, inquiring, Is that silicone resin? Xiao-Yi, wearing gloves, took a sample while Kaizaki was occupied with verifying the alibis of everyone on the ship. After a brief wait, she confirmed, Indeed, it is silicone, though it has deformed due to heat. I recall this material is used in rhinoplasty, indicating that the deceased had undergone cosmetic surgery. It is highly probable that he was one of the suspects in the infamous robbery-homicide case involving 400 million yen. With no one around, Conan voiced his suspicions, suggesting that not only was this man involved, but Mr. Kamida, who had been engaging in lively conversation with him upon boarding, was likely one of them as well. Furthermore, Mr. Kuji, who had been nervously sweating and hiding behind us since earlier, was also implicated. Though merely conjecture, it was likely very close to the truth. What perplexes me the most is his remark on the deck. Heiji leaned against the railing and said he was frightened upon seeing the words on that banknote. The so-called shadow must refer to the mastermind Datsukawa. His resurrection implies he had previously died. This indirectly suggests he was killed by his 3 accomplices. Xiao-Yi articulated her understanding. How you continued. Also, why did that person named Daikawa invite us on this trip, gathering here the night before the statute of limitations expires? The names used during this gathering may not even be their true identities. In summary, all the clues seem to converge on Mr. Kuji, yet judging by his demeanor, a simple inquiry should yield the answers we seek, Heiji remarked with a sense of ease. Say, would you be interested in a little competition to see who can catch the culprit first? Xiao-Yi suggested as they made their way back. I don't mind. As long as I'm paired with Kudo, Ping Su replied, shrugging his shoulders. Xiao-Yi initially intended to object, but after a moment's reflection, she said, All right. But we must share information. With that, she hurried back to the restaurant. As events unfolded, reality proved to be rather unexpected. The 4 of them persistently questioned Jing Ding Xiong about the specific meaning of his earlier words on the deck, yet he continuously claimed to have no recollection, rendering their inquiries futile. Chapter 74. Ping Su in peril at this moment. Jiaoqi Daoji also returned. All crew members and staff aboard, except for the captain, had alibis, suggesting that the deceased might possibly be Dakai-san, who had recently appeared. There should be one more person, the gentleman Kamita, who excused himself due to feeling unwell and returned to his room earlier, said Ibe Naji. Let's go take a look, Xiaoyi declared as she set off. Kamita? Kamita? Ping Su called out, knocking on the door, but received no response. When Haoyu attempted to enter, he discovered the door ajar, revealing an empty room. Witnessing this scene, the four of them instinctively dispersed to gather information. Eventually, they reconvened at the stern of the ship. In the engine room below, they found a pool of blood on the floor, along with empty shell casings from a handgun and a piece of paper. I found this too, Xiaoyi began. It was in the trash bin of the restroom near the restaurant, but it's been crumpled beyond recognition. Hattori also produced a paper ball. What does yours say? Xiaoyi inquired. It reads, wait for me in the engine room. Signed Fukagawa Daijo, Hattori replied. Mine is quite similar. We'll meet at the stern. Signed Fukagawa Daijo. Conan lifted the cloth that the server had draped over the body, revealing a gunshot wound to the temple. This indicated that the charred corpse had been summoned to the engine room, shot, and subsequently moved to its current location. Haoyu continued, it was Mr. Jing Yi who was called to the stern. 2 crew members witnessed him arriving with a pale face just after midnight, shouting, hey, I'm here. Where are you? When the crew member called out to him, he was startled and specifically warned them not to disclose his visit before returning to the lounge. The crew member, thinking someone had come back, waited for a while, but no one appeared. It was only upon returning that they heard the gunshot. And there was no fire at that time. This suggested that the murderer had fired a shot into the sky from the deck, igniting a flag to draw everyone's attention. And then, without being seen by anyone, made their way to the stern to ignite a box, causing the explosion. But could this truly have gone unnoticed? There were no remnants of an explosive device found in the box, which might explain why Jing Yi Dingxiong was so terrified. However, the sequence of events was now clear, and the truth was within reach. A confident smile graced Conan's face. So, it seems our progress is quite similar, he remarked. With a smile, Xiaoyi suggested that they should test their synergy to see if it remained as strong as before. Sure, Conan replied, unfazed by the competitive atmosphere. The elderly man who introduced himself as Takai-san was the first to be scrutinized. Xiaoyi paused deliberately, and the 4 of them chorused, he is a fake. A mere decoy. At present, only 2 individuals could be implicated in the crime. Pingxi folded his arms, stating, what merits our attention now is the corpse exhibiting rigor mortis. Its elbows bent only forward to the face while the knees were entirely curled. Conan continued, clearly, when the body was placed, the murderer intentionally adjusted it downward, raising the arms upwards beside the head. Only one person could accomplish such a feat. The elaborate ruse was intended to mislead others into believing he was already deceased, while in reality, he was hiding somewhere aboard the vessel. Haoyu shared his thoughts with Xiaoyi. What nonsense are you spouting? Pingxi exclaimed, astonished by Haoyu's words. This watch is the best evidence. He then produced the watch from the body. What? This watch was deliberately placed by the murderer. Xiaoyi, about to counter, noticed the identical expressions on Pingxi and Conan's faces and chuckled softly. Well, this is intriguing. Brother, your reasoning aligns with Pingxi's. I never expected there would come a day when siblings would diverge in their deductions. Indeed, it seems to be a first, she acknowledged. But doesn't that make it all the more engaging? Who's closer to the truth, and who will unveil the true culprit first? A smirk danced on Conan's lips. I shall take the lead. Remember to restore the watch. As Pingxi spoke, he turned back toward the cabin, with Xiaoyi and Haoyu following him to the dining area. Hey, are you really asking me to rewind the hands of this charred watch? Conan called out to the retreating figures, gazing at the watch before him. You're overthinking it. Brother, Xiaoyi laughed. Just place it back in its original position. Upon returning to the dining area, they were approached by Jiao Qizhong, who inquired, is Gu Tian Zhaoji inside? He is not here, Haoyu replied, shaking his head. How can that be? A living person cannot simply vanish. For reasons unknown. Jiao Qizhong became irate upon hearing this response, and yelled, you claim to be detectives, yet cannot find a single person. I shall search for him myself. With that, he stormed off. Xiaoyi emerged from behind Haoyu, asking, what is going on? Does he have a vendetta against that Takai-san? Considering Jiao Qizhong's various actions. Haoyu speculated. In that case, I shall return to my room, said Asaka Nagisa, who was smoking. Hearing this, Xiaoyi advised. It would be better for you to stay here. No, Asaka Nagisa inhaled deeply and replied. You are merely children, and he is just a retired detective. You do not possess the authority to detain us here. Nihei Narutoshi and Kujin Sadakoma concurred. Indeed, I too shall return to my room. Are you certain? Acting alone at this moment could prove perilous. Haoyu expressed, wishing to keep them close. There is no need. We shall safeguard our own lives. Ishibe Nagi firmly declined and departed from the restaurant. Following suit, Hyanami Minoru and Kuji Sadakuma also exited. At that moment, Heiji was alone on the deck, flashlight in hand, searching for clues, while Conan inquired with various crew members about possible hiding spots aboard the vessel. What? How is this possible? Heiji grasped the railing with one hand and directed his flashlight at the hull, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "This cannot be. The deductions of the four are entirely incorrect." Confusion permeated his words. Focused intently on the scene before him, Heiji remained oblivious to the approach of someone from behind. Ah! Boom! Water splashed violently. Although the sound was not loud, it reached Conan, who was relatively close. At that moment, he felt an ominous premonition. He turned and dashed towards the deck. Upon his arrival, he found the deck enveloped in darkness, devoid of any figures. A troubling thought arose. No, it cannot be. He is too astute. Hattori, are you there? Hattori? Conan called out towards the seemingly empty sea. Yet, there was no response. And he unknowingly stepped into the very spot where Heiji had stood earlier, his thoughts solely on finding Heiji. He failed to notice the person approaching from behind until he was bumped into. Who? Chapter 75. Who fired the shot? It is quite dangerous to stand there. Hyanami Minoru said, pulling Conan back a few steps. If you happen to fall in, there would be no escape, regardless of who it might be. Falling into this vast ocean would render one merely a speck, devoid of hope for survival. Ishibe Nagi leaned against the railing, gazing sorrowfully at the sea, and remarked, Xiaoi and Haoyu also arrived on the deck to search for clues, surprised to see everyone there. Brother, you're all here? Mei-Hai? Hyanami Minoru unconsciously took a few steps forward. Who is Mei-Hai? Ah, I apologize. I mistook you for an old friend of mine. Hyanami Minoru halted, chuckling awkwardly. Kuji Sadakuma pointed at Ishibe Nagi, stating, She asked us to come here to find something. Ishibe Nagi explained, I am searching for a pendant. I noticed it was missing before I went to sleep and have been unable to find it. I happened to see the two of them, and since they seemed unharmed, I requested their assistance. After all, many hands make light work. Is this the pendant that can hold a picture? Haoyu retrieved a pendant from his pocket and handed it to Ishibe Nagi, stating, I saw it at the stern earlier. Its clasp is broken. Ishibe Nagi accepted it, inspected it, and gratefully responded, Thank you, this is indeed it. Haoyu, with his characteristic candor, voiced his curiosity. So, the little girl in the picture is Miss Ishibe, and the person holding you is your father? But why would the top part of your father's head be removed? Ah, I apologize. He realized his mistake upon receiving a glare from Xiaoi. It matters not. This is merely a photograph from 2 decades past. As Ishibe Nagi donned the necklace once more, she remarked, This is the sole relic my father left me. At this juncture, she cast a glance at the figure of Kuju Sadakuma standing behind her. A profound silence enveloped the deck, punctuated only by the howling wind, until the arrival of the frantic Jisaki Kazuji shattered the stillness. Are you all mad? The culprit is aboard this very vessel, and you wander about aimlessly. Return to the dining room at once. With that, Jisaki ushered everyone back to the dining area. What authority do you have to restrict our freedom? Ishibe Nagi challenged, bracing herself against the table. If there is indeed any peril, I would prefer to remain in the room with these children, lock the door, and play cards until we dock, rather than stay out here. She believed it was safer to remain together than to scatter in disarray. Hyanami Minoru expressed his agreement with Jisaki's perspective. Amid their debate over whether to cluster together or to each mind their own affairs, the trio of Kotori, Hyuka, and Conan engaged in a discreet telepathic exchange. Brother, what were you doing on the deck just now? Hyuka inquired. Heiji is missing. Did you hear the sound of something heavy falling into the water? Conan voiced his suspicion that Heiji might have uncovered some significant clue, only to have been spotted by the murderer and subsequently thrown overboard. Concern etched on his face. Conan continued, I fear for his safety. Upon hearing Conan's words, Hyuka recalled, Now that you mention it, there was indeed a sound, but the ship accelerated at that moment, and the noise became overwhelming, so I didn't pay attention. I later attempted to reach him telepathically. I could connect, but he did not respond. Fear not, brother. Regardless of the circumstances, he is at least still alive, Kotori reassured, retrieving her iPad in a bid to locate Heiji. No more words. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to act alone, Jisaki commanded. Indeed, at the initial sound of gunfire, both Jisaki and Kotori had been in the lounge, and Kuju Sadakuma had just returned from the restroom. When the others rushed to the deck to ascertain the situation, an explosion erupted at the stern of the ship, igniting the crate containing the body. None had departed midway before they reached the upper deck, not even Ishibe Nagi and Hyanami Minoru, who had arrived together at the ship's rear, had time to ignite it. Thus, it could be deduced that those capable of triggering the explosion were Kaneyama Yoshihisa and Tamada Terukichi, who were not present on the deck at the time, along with the enigmatic figure known as Desai-san. However, what truly transpired remains a mystery, as the behaviors of those present were peculiarly erratic, Jisaki included. Look, Kotori softly beckoned to the two beside her, pointing at the message that had just auto-received on her iPad. The screen displayed a detailed account of the 400 million yen robbery murder case from 20 years ago. The mastermind, Desai-san's photograph, was prominently featured on the webpage, while the other three were merely simulated images. Moreover, it was clearly stated that Desai-san had been confirmed dead 2 decades prior. The cause of death was gunshot wounds, likely stemming from a dispute over the division of spoils, leading to betrayal within the group. The confirmation of death was not solely based on the bullet-ridden and blood-stained clothing, but also on a photograph he had kept close, one where he was embracing his daughter. An inmate, startled by the anti-theft alarm, had fired his weapon indiscriminately, tragically striking Miho Josaki, who was working at the bank at that time. Upon reading this report, the 3 individuals were filled with bewilderment. How was it possible that all those connected to an incident from 2 decades ago had converged on this vessel? Was it mere coincidence? What role did the orchestrator, Daichi Furukawa, play in this unfolding drama? Just as they struggled to comprehend the connections, a series of 4 gunshots rang out from the stern of the ship. "I'll run from the left. You all go from the right," Josaki said, dashing out. Miyuki and the others arrived almost simultaneously, yet aside from each other. No third party was in sight. "It must be Desai-san. He's the only one firing recklessly on this ship to disrupt us," Josaki muttered. But why would he do this? This was a question lingering in Hoyu's mind. "It must be for my sake," a trembling voice emerged from Sadakuma Kajira, laden with fear. "He must want to kill me. I know I don't want to die. I don't want to die." His hands crossed tightly. His body curled in terror as he sank to the deck. In despair, Kajira exclaimed, "I beg you, if you can save me, I will tell you everything. Whatever you wish to know, I will disclose." Tears streamed down his cheeks. Thus, the group returned to the dining room to hear Kajira unveil the truth. "I was one of the 3 accomplices involved in the robbery and murder case with Desai-san 20 years ago. My sole reason for boarding this ship was to share the joy of escaping justice after 2 decades with my former brothers. One of our comrades sent me a letter stating that as long as the ship remained docked, and before the statute of limitations expired, we could never be apprehended. He even enclosed 10,000 yen in old bills. However, after so many years apart, with everyone adopting new names and appearances, I initially could not recognize anyone until Mr. Kani spoke, revealing that he and another former brother were indeed Mr. Kamayama. Miyuki then inquired, "So, who is the one relentlessly pursuing your life?" Kajira shook his head. "I have never known who that is. It must be Desai-san," Josaki asserted with conviction. "Impossible." At the mention of those words, Kajira reacted vehemently, slamming the table and standing up, exclaiming, "He was killed by one of our brothers 20 years ago." Bang. Chapter 76. The revelation. Jingjing Dingxiong was struck in the left arm by a bullet, collapsing onto the ground. "Everyone, take cover," shouted Zhao Qidao, the closest to Jingjing. Zhao Qidao and Xiaoi hurried to his side to examine the wound, where blood flowed profusely. Bang. Another shot rang out. Conan leaned against the window. Peering outside, there was someone at the bow of the ship. Although the outside was shrouded in darkness, a figure could be discerned sitting at the front. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qidao, disregarding the peril, rose and stepped outside, calling out, "Desai-san, you have nowhere left to run. Put down the gun." "Hey, are you listening, Desai-san?" No matter how Zhao Qidao shouted, there was no response from outside. Even a fool could sense something was amiss. Zhao Qidao shone a spotlight in that direction, only to discover that the figure was not Desai-san, but rather Kanawa Hisashi. A bullet had pierced his temple, blood yet to congeal, and the body still bore warmth, with marks indicating a gun had been pressed against the ground. It appeared that Kanawa had been hiding there with his weapon since the beginning, witnessing his former brother recounting tales from 20 years ago in the dining room. Ultimately, unable to endure the narration, he resorted to gunfire, showing no intention of leaving a survivor. Yet, with no escape route, he chose to end his own life. Zhao Qidao, declaring his deduction, was indeed foolish. His thoughts were evidently not shared by Xiaoi and the others. Xiaoi questioned, "Wasn't the charred corpse at the stern wearing his clothes and sporting his watch? We initially believed it was him. But if that's the case, who is the deceased? I suspect it may be another brother who went missing from this ship, Kaito Kuroba. Or perhaps it was Desai-san himself. Regardless of who it is, the true perpetrator is undoubtedly Kanawa." Zhao Qidao insisted on his theory. asserting that it was merely a ruse to mislead us. The crucial question remained. How did he evade our search? Using a ladder, Conan pointed out while examining the body. There's a ladder tied to the ship's hull behind the corpse. He likely climbed it to evade us. Xiaoyi, bring the first aid kit, shouted Hao Yu from the doorway. All right. Xiaoyi retrieved the kit and attended to Jingjing Dingxiong's gunshot wound. At that moment, he discovered a tennis ball beneath the table. There was also a bullet lodged in the wall behind him. Conan and Hao Yu resumed their investigation aboard the ship. Hao Yu, relying on his lock-picking skills, scrutinized every room. Among them, the most peculiar was the room of Ebi Shigenori, which was immaculate, with not a wrinkle on the bed, save for a single leather suitcase inside. Wait, a suitcase? Hao Yu's expression shifted slightly as he took the suitcase and roped to the stern, where he encountered Conan and Xiaoyi. You're all here. Perfect timing to assist me, he said, tossing the rope towards them. Observing the look in Hao Yu's eyes, they could surmise the situation. Together, the three bound the suitcase to the ship's stern and cast it into the sea. At that moment, an accidental glance caught the charred marks on the fence and the peeling paint. Witnessing such a scene, Xiaoyi's thoughts suddenly converged, and he chuckled. So that's it. I know who it is. He tossed the previous tennis ball into Conan's hands. Ah, indeed, the truth is clear. Now we just need the most compelling evidence. A smile of realization spread across Conan's face. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Hao Yu also smiled. It seemed that Hattori and those fish were having quite the enjoyable time. Contacting Heiji, Conan said, let us proceed. It's time to reveal the truth. The three returned to the deck in front of the restaurant, gathering all relevant parties there. Have you truly unraveled it? Isabi Nagi sat on a stool, smoking, expressing disbelief. They're merely 3 children, after all. Indeed, we have uncovered the truth of this entire case. Xiaoyi replied with a slight smile. You can't be suggesting that Kani is not the murderer. Shiozaki Yashiharu pointed to the corpse of Kani Shizuku. No, he is undoubtedly the culprit. As you mentioned, he pretended to be dead from the outset and lurked on the ship, waiting for the opportunity to strike, with Mr. Kuji as his intended victim, Conan stated unwaveringly. Isabi Nagi then inquired, if that is the case, then who was the charred body? That was Mr. Kamada. Hao Yu provided the answer. Initially, Kani sought out Mr. Kamada and shot him. He then placed him in the box at the stern intended for emergency lifeboats before returning to the others. Afterward, he ignited the flag. And while we all rushed to the deck to investigate, he set the box ablaze. When he placed Mr. Kamada in the box, he did not immediately dress him. This was to await Uncle Shiozaki, abandoning the search for the mysterious elder who claimed to be Dazai-san. Had he dressed him right away, it might have drawn unwanted attention, even discovery. The positioning of the corpse's arms beside the face is the best evidence. If the arms had been extended upwards when placing the body, it would have stiffened, making it easier to dress. As for the looseness of the wrist strap, it was because Kani's watch could not fit Mr. Kamada's wrist. Before igniting the fire, Kani had summoned Kuji to the stern via a note, hoping to frame him as the murderer. After all, a person present at the scene before the incident would invariably be the first subjected to suspicion. Interrupting Xiao-Yi and the others as they continued their deductions, Isabi Nagi asked, then why did he deliberately make everyone believe she was already dead? At that moment, to appear before his next target, Mr. Kuji, he aimed to instill fear in him. After all, he betrayed his brother 20 years ago, Xiaoyi explained. Betrayed him? Isabi Nagi's expression shifted slightly. The elderly man, known by the alias Datsai-san, is merely a figment of the killer's imagination, conjured to instill fear. Hao Yu gloved, unfastened the jacket of Kaniyasu Tokuhiza, and declared that the wounds inflicted by the firearm serve as the most compelling evidence. Could it be? Hiyabina Narito entertained an implausible thought. Indeed, Conan affirmed his suspicion with a nod. He is the shadowy planner believed to have perished in the depths of the sea 2 decades ago, Datsai-san himself. No, it cannot be. Isabi Natsu stood abruptly, disbelief etched upon her face as she gazed at the lifeless body of Kaniyasu Tokuhiza, murmuring, this cannot be true. It is impossible. That person absolutely cannot be Datsai-san. She nearly shouted the last words. Why do you say that? Koyuki fixed her gaze upon Natsu, eagerly awaiting her response. Because Datsai-san is my father. Isabi Natsu's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. What? Exclaimed Jisaki Shimizu and others, surprise dawning upon their faces. Indeed, I am the daughter of Datsai-san, the shadowy planner. Isabi Natsu removed the pendant from her necklace and took a few steps towards the corpse of Kaniyasu Tokuhiza, continuing. The reason I joined this travel group was to search for the whereabouts of Datsai-san, who was reportedly betrayed and killed by his accomplices 20 years ago. I always thought he might still be alive, but ultimately confirmed that he had long since passed. For reasons unknown, Jusaki Shimazu interjected. Perhaps he underwent plastic surgery to alter his appearance. What do you take me for? Isabi Natsu turned and shouted at Jusaki Shimazu. Even if he changed his looks, would I, as his daughter, not recognize him? Even after 20 years apart, I believe that upon seeing him, there would surely be a reaction. Tears fell at that moment. Koyuki and the others exchanged knowing smiles, stepping forward and bowing slightly to Isabi Natsu, apologetically stating, I am sorry. I initially only theorized and had no evidence. Such assumptions cannot fully dismantle the killer's plan. Thus, I said it to elicit your testimony. Koyuki offered Isabi Natsu a napkin. The killer made us believe that Kaniyasu shot Kamida first, then disguised himself, set fire to the body, creating the illusion of his own death while he roamed freely, shooting indiscriminately to disrupt us. He then appeared suddenly, injuring Kuji, and ultimately, with no escape route left, took his own life. These were all traps meticulously laid by the killer. In that moment, Conan unveiled the killer's scheme. So, you mean to say that the true killer is someone else? Isabi Natsu wiped her tears and spoke. How you raised his voice, declaring, Indeed, and that person is among us right now. Are you mistaken? Jusaki Shimazu challenged the assertions of Koyuki and the others, stating that during the explosion at the ship's stern, everyone present was on the deck, and other crew members had alibis. Did you not say there was no automatic detonation device? No, the killer indeed employed an automatic detonation device. He first placed the gasoline canister inside the box, then positioned a lit cigarette at the opening of the box, securing it with a thin thread. After waiting for 10 minutes, the thread would burn through, causing the cigarette but to fall into the box, igniting a flame. However, how do you explain the gunshot-like sounds from the 4 engines at the stern and the 2 at the bow? Josaki Shima was still perplexed. It was still a cigarette. The murderer had affixed firecrackers to the cigarette and then gently adhered the cigarette to the railing with tape. As the firecrackers exploded, the evidence would simultaneously fall into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Conan continued, stating that the charred marks on the railing and the peeling paint served as the best evidence. How you added that after the explosion on the deck, the flag caught fire because the murderer had soaked it in gasoline and attached firecrackers to create that effect, thus utilizing the cigarette as an aid. Anyone could have committed the crime. Then, do tell, how did the murderer? Josaki Shima's question remained unfinished as the trembling Jaime Narihiko, eyes filled with dread, interjected. It's too late. Boom. A blaze erupted at the rear of the ship. The impact from the explosion caused the vessel to sway slightly. Rest assured, the bomb's detonation point is 100 meters behind, posing no danger, Xiaoi reassured. For safety, I had previously secured the rubber dinghy with a rope, tying the other end to the railing at the stern, allowing it to trail behind the ship. Jaime Narihiko, trembling and kneeling, lowered his head and asked, How did you know? Your bed was so neatly made, without a single wrinkle, and the suitcase showed no signs of having been opened. Coupled with your obsessive timekeeping, I managed to deduce the situation, how you replied, addressing his confusion. That bomb, I suspect, was something you prepared long ago to eliminate the perpetrators of the robbery and murder case from 20 years ago. It was a quest for vengeance against those who killed your colleagues, was it not? Isabi Nagisa blinked and inquired, colleagues? The way he counted money was unlike anyone else's. Only bank staff would count in such a manner. Conan continued, moreover, he would occasionally mutter the name of the victim from the robbery and murder case, Josaki Miyumi. We were not merely colleagues. She was. Jaime Narihiko's voice grew slightly hoarse, the most important person in my life. Upon hearing this, Josaki Shima recalled, You are the one who wept profusely at my daughter's funeral? Indeed, that was me. From that day forth, I became a banker, constantly changing jobs, pursuing the whereabouts of the murderer in my own way. I vowed to take action once the statute of limitations expired. Oh. So the important person Miyumi always mentioned to me was you, Josaki Shima said, lowering his gaze. If only you had arrived at the bank at the agreed time that day, she would not have encountered such a misfortune. Suddenly, Minoru Hyabina stood up and approached Joji Kamazaki, gripping him by the collar and stating, I did not wish for it to unfold this way either. On that fateful day, one of my subordinates was assassinated. I was in the hospital when the incident occurred. A look of profound sorrow enveloped Kamazaki's face. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would not have merely accompanied a colleague, neglecting his daughter. By the way, you saw that advertisement and decided to join this journey, didn't you? Indeed, I am not entirely certain. I thought to myself that if it did not feel right, I would simply toss the suitcase into the sea before the explosion. Are you suggesting that you are the one who will exact revenge on the killers from 20 years ago? Nagisa Isabi glanced at Hyabina. I did not. I absolutely did not kill them. I merely brought the bomb aboard this vessel. I did not carry a firearm, Hibina exclaimed in a state of panic. Rest assured, I never claimed that you were the one who murdered those individuals. Hoyu cast a reassuring glance at Hibina and continued, as I mentioned earlier. If we do not consider the perspective in which Kaneyama bears the burden of the killer's sins to orchestrate this grand revenge saga 2 decades later, this case would fundamentally collapse. Furthermore, Koichi added, the perpetrator disguised himself as an elderly man to board the ship, during an excuse to go ashore. He shed his disguise and reboard to create the illusion of Suzu's presence. Additionally, he left behind a banknote signed by Suzu on the deck, all in an effort to instill a psychological terror against those who betrayed him. However, even so, if Kaneyama did not bear the scars left by the gunman, the perpetrator would have struggled to convince everyone that they were the wounds inflicted upon him by a comrade 20 years prior. Chapter 78. The killer is him then. Where did those scars come from? Kamazaki inquired. I suspect those scars were likely left during his time in the military. After all, among them was one who had such an experience. Conan provided an answer. So, he must be one of the criminals from back then, Kamazaki realized. Wait, that means, precisely. The killer must be the one who bears those scars on Kaneyama. Koichi and the others pointed at Sadakoma Waji in unison, declaring, the killer is you, Sadakoma Waji. What nonsense are you spouting? Waji feigned calmness. You first saw Mr. Kamiyama leave the dining room, then guided the waiter to mention Suzu's name, causing a commotion. Seizing the moment, you went to the control room, killed Mr. Kamiyama, whom you had summoned, and concealed his body in a box at the stern of the ship. Koichi recounted Waji's method of murder. He killed someone in the control room? Kamazaki expressed doubt, recalling that he had been there while looking for someone and had not noticed anything amiss. Indeed, the bloodstains, the empty shell casings, and the note you used to summon him are all evidence I discovered in the control room. How you placed the evidence upon the table and continued. I suspect that letter was likely slipped under the door. Subsequently, you returned to the dining area, calculating that when Jiao Qidao abandoned the search for Sai-san, you seized the opportunity to privately converse with Kaney, likely in the restroom adjacent to the dining area. You administered a sedative to induce sleep in Kaney, stripped him of his clothing and watch, adorning Mr. Kamiyama with them instead, and subsequently set a cigarette trap. You then deliberately raised your voice to attract the crew's attention, ensuring they bore witness to the box containing the body without it being set ablaze, misleading them into believing you had been summoned to the stern by someone. Afterward, you sought to bring Mr. Kaney closer to you, thereby fulfilling your scheme. Thus, in the aftermath, you could assert that the note was handed to you alongside the lighter he provided. Your intention was to orchestrate a scenario where it appeared that all actions stemmed from Kaney, gradually distancing yourself from suspicion. The timing of your adhesion of the cigarette to the deck and the flag occurred prior to your preparation of the cigarette trap for the body. This way, when the crew heard a sound akin to gunfire and rushed to the deck, the box at the stern would detonate shortly thereafter, conveniently establishing your alibi. I surmise you dragged the unconscious Kaney to the bow while everyone was preoccupied examining the charred remains at the stern. You then observed our movements from your vantage point. When another gunshot rang out from the stern, we naturally proceeded to investigate. In that moment, you approached the bow and executed Kaney, followed by firing a shot at the window glass towards your arm in the direction of the dining area. Thus, by crafting 2 additional cigarette traps, everything would be in place. Upon returning to the stern, you feigned a desire to confess, luring everyone to gather in the dining area in anticipation of the explosion. You merely needed to collapse at the sound of the first explosion, leading anyone to believe that someone had shot at you from the bow. Hearing this, Jiao Qidao expressed confusion. That doesn't seem right. I inspected his wound immediately after he fell. Kuroba, you saw it too, didn't you? If he was injured beforehand, he wouldn't have waited. Before Jiao Qidao could finish, Xiaoyi interjected. Indeed, I saw it, but it was merely the work of a tennis ball. Before he shot his arm, he had clamped a tennis ball under his armpit to restrict the arterial blood flow. This would prevent bleeding. As long as he held the ball until the firecracker detonated, he could discreetly remove it while everyone was distracted. The plan was clever, but unfortunately, I witnessed it. It was just his misfortune to encounter someone like Xiaoyi, who is well versed in gunshot wounds. Isabi Nagisa inquired once more. Then why not eliminate him directly when dragging him to the bow? Conan replied. This was due to Kaney's fear of impending guilt leading to a swift suicide upon discovering the charred remains, making the method appear far too contrived. Thus, the method employed by Kaney to dress the corpse in his clothing remains perplexing. His act of raising the corpse's arms and loosening the strap was merely a ruse to entice us into a trap. With this realization, the next step was to gather evidence. Josaki Shimaji, with one hand tucked into his trouser pocket, remarked, This is not particularly difficult. Once we reach Kamishima Island, we can borrow luminol from the local police, spray it around the bullet holes on the glass, and observe for any bluish-green luminescence. The reaction may not be pronounced, but when a bullet is fired, it inevitably carries traces of your blood. You speak nonsense. I did not commit murder. At this moment, Koichi Hattori could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up and retreated towards the window, rubbing around the bullet marks, exclaiming, "Someone must be attempting to frame me." With a temper already frayed, Josaki Shimaji seized Koichi's clothing and retorted, "Do you still wish to argue?" "The starlight tonight is truly beautiful," remarked Koyuki, reclining on a chair outside the dining area, gazing into the distance. The sudden, seemingly unrelated comment astonished everyone. Following Koyuki's gaze, they spotted a small boat approaching in the distance, illuminated by a bright light. Perhaps that was the famed starlight. Hattori Heiji? Josaki Shimaji was taken aback at the sight of the figure standing on the small vessel. He was the first witness to discover Kani suspended at the bow, subsequently forced into the water by Koji. "Now, there is no escape for you, Koji Sadakoma." Hattori Heiji's appearance undeniably shattered all of Koji's escape plans. He was out of options. However, how did you ascertain that Kani was not the murderer? This question puzzled Josaki Shimaji. "I observed the watch. Typically, a watch worn on the right wrist has its adjustment button on the left side. But the watch found on the corpse not only had the button oriented incorrectly, but was also worn on the left wrist. Hence, I eliminated Kani from suspicion. One would hardly make such a basic error of wearing a watch incorrectly in a scheme to disguise themselves," Conan explained with a smile. Josaki Shimaji chuckled softly, saying, "I never anticipated that my brother's ostentatious watch would lead to your downfall at such a critical moment. I surmise you all had an agreement from the outset to convene on the final day of the statute of limitations, utilizing the method of contact established earlier, to retrieve that 400 million yen. So, you intended to claim the entire sum for yourself." It dawned on a.k.a. Nagisa as she began to grasp Koji's intentions. Truly, cleverness can backfire. After enduring the rigors of the statute of limitations, you harbored such murderous thoughts. In that instant, Josaki Shimaji felt utterly incapable of understanding Koji Sadakoma. Chapter 79. Arrival at Kamishima Island. I merely refused to back down. Leaning against the window, Jingjing Dingxiong expressed his discontent. "I aspire to devise a flawless plan to surpass Dazai-san. 2 decades ago, he scoffed at my methods. My intentions are directed beyond that absurd shadowy planner. Yet why? Why has everyone associated with that era boarded this vessel? I have not perpetrated anything that the newspapers attribute to Dazai-san. Surely you must comprehend the significance represented by Furukawa Dai?" Upon hearing his final remark, Josaki Daiji couldn't help but chuckle. This name, with its few strokes, is easily memorable. Dazai-san sometimes even adopts it for his own use. The general populace ought to remain oblivious to this name. Well, it appears he truly did not know. This is utterly amusing. Furukawa Dai, when flipped, is none other than Dazai-san. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Furukawa Dai is indeed a moniker of Dazai-san in the realm of games. No wonder you cannot surpass him. He has toyed with you for the past 20 years. By the way, how did you conclude he is the culprit? You must still be middle schoolers, right? Josaki Daiji could hardly believe it. After all, 3 cobblers can rival Zhuge Liang, yet they might merely be 3 middle school students. Xiaoi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. How could this have originated from us? It is all the success of our masters. We merely relay their words. Oh dear, I almost forgot we are still middle schoolers. Hattori, are you alright? Conan pulled Heiji onto the boat. Fortunately, that fisherman spotted me and rescued me. I was utterly exhausted, trying to remove my clothes in the sea while signaling with a spotlight. You had time to take off your clothes? Hattori complained. Of course, they had to come off. Those clothes become unbearably heavy when soaked. If I hadn't tea, you would be witnessing a mere specter now. All that remains are my shorts and this talisman that somehow found its way into my pocket. As he spoke, he retrieved the talisman. Wow. The 3 gazed at Hattori with an understanding look, commenting, "Seeing the talisman that Ko sent, it's as if my spirit has vanished. Should I ask Rand and the others to bring Ko along when they come?" "No need." Heiji turned his head away, saying, "Who knows if this talisman is even useful?" A hint of crimson adorned his face. "Oh, your face is flushed. How you teased. Who said that?" "It's merely the morning glow." With that, he turned and departed. Xiaoi and the others also returned to their rooms for a nap. Soon, the group arrived at Shanghai Island. After completing their statements at the police station, they parted ways. Qing, who remained on Shanhui Island to supervise the final touches, drove to pick up Xiaoi and the others for their training base. The construction was nearly complete. with only minor details pending. The four of them did not linger, each retreating to their respective rooms to rest until Nolan and his companions arrived. Everyone, this will be your residence for the next month, Xiaoi announced to Fubijin and the others. Wait a month? We only have a 7-day holiday. Atobi expressed his confusion. I have already contacted the teachers. I have arranged for your leave. You need only to rest assured during this training. You may take a respite for 2 days. Xiaoi, donning a guise of benevolence, remarked, her smile evoking an ominous premonition among the attendees. Having spoken, she departed, her hunger evident after ample rest. It appears rather amusing. Nibu noted, resting his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his features. Though we are told to relax for 2 days, how are we to exit? Yukimura observed the desolate surroundings, voicing his concern. Among the group, Aoi, who was somewhat familiar with Xiaoi, replied, You must find your own way out. Surely not. Why build in such a remote wilderness? Who knows how to escape? Nitsuki grumbled. You walk out, Ryoma declared, promptly departing with Aoi. The others remained silent, contemplating whether they were being subjected to mockery for their single status. Did they possess knowledge of the way out? Eventually, they followed suit. Yet the reality was harsh. A reclusive medical enthusiast and a fervent tennis devotee were hardly adept at navigation. They finally came to a halt. What on earth is this place? Why have we returned to the same spot? Tikoku exclaimed, exasperated. Each of his previous excursions had been filled with grandeur. And even if lost, he could easily inquire for directions. Yet now, he had lost count of how many times they had retraced their steps. At that moment, the very individual responsible for leading them astray remained blissfully unaware, leisurely perched upon a stone, sipping water. The two stoic figures remained impassive, while the ever-smiling duo continued to beam. Only the members of the Ice Emperor were visibly unsettled. Let us head this way. After an undetermined span of time, the scholarly Tezuka finally spoke, rising to head northwest. This time, despite retracing their steps a few times, guided by the group's collective reasoning, they ultimately emerged as the sun began to set. Xiaoi awaited them at the exit, savoring a mango smoothie. Must you be so slow? She chided the exhausted individuals sprawled on the ground. I have waited quite a while. Slow? I consider our emergence a miracle, Ryoma retorted, not sharing Xiaoi's sentiment. Xiaoi nodded in agreement. That is true. I initially thought I would need to send someone to find you. Yet here you are? Huh. The group found Xiaoi's seemingly disjointed remarks perplexing. A portion of the mountain is designated for sightseeing, while the remainder serves as a training base. To prevent unsuspecting tourists from stumbling upon the training grounds, numerous cameras are installed, and the layout resembles a labyrinth. Some areas appear identical, and typically, one must be guided from the exterior to the innermost depths, then retrace their steps, which is evidently unrealistic. Hence, I am quite surprised you managed to emerge. Xiaoi explained while continuing to eat. Upon hearing Xiaoi's words, Sanada expressed his confusion. If you claim it is difficult to exit, why then do you say we are slow? Initially, the unfortunate Aoi and Ryoma led you, eliminating all missteps, leaving but one path to traverse. Tezuka, true to form, guided you for a significant portion of the journey. But why did you all take so long on the simplest final segment? In the end, Xiaoi was left bewildered by them. Wasn't everything fine at the beginning? Why did it deteriorate as time passed? Where did their unity go? No, they had eliminated the wrong path from the start. So why did they falter at the end? Natsu looked at AI and Ryoma, inquiring. We're exhausted, was AI's succinct response. Caw caw caw. A flock of crows flew overhead. Xiaoi glanced back and forth at the seated individuals, saying, Let us not stray from the topic. Why did you spend the most time on the final segment? Differing opinions. Memory discrepancies. Both Fudakuchi and Natsu spoke simultaneously. Upon hearing such a reply, just as Xiaoi was about to respond, Nolan called. Hello, Sister Lawn. What did you say? No way. All right, I'll be there soon. Chapter 80. The Undersea Palace. After hanging up, she urged the resting companions, hurry up and catch up. While quickly finishing her smoothie, she unfolded the wheels on her shoes and glided towards the largest hotel on Shunhale Island. Take it slow, would you? Tikoku, who was used to traveling by private car, was the first to exclaim. Slow down. This is crucial for our accommodation tonight, Xiaoi retorted, refusing to believe that today would bring them misfortune. Her speed not only did not wane, but quickened slightly. Consequently, the others turned to cast a resentful glance at Tikoku, reluctantly following suit. Among them, Ryoma and AI were undoubtedly the most unfazed by the speed. After all, sharing a room with Xiaoi meant they had the same shoes as her. Feeling somewhat at ease, Nibu grasped a few key phrases from Xiaoi's words and gradually pieced together the situation, asking, Xiaoi, why haven't we seen Conan, how you, and Senior Hattori yet? Don't mention it. It's because I lost to them consecutively, which compelled me to manage you all, while they leisurely ate and slept, Xiaoyi replied, puzzled as to why it had come to this, especially since she had been winning on the ship just yesterday. Are they playing cards? Yukimura speculated. Could they be cheating? Oh right, how did I not think of that? Xiaoyi recalled, gradually connecting the dots. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Conan and the others simultaneously sneezed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xiaoyi and the group arrived at the hotel. Upon entering, Xiaoyi spotted Nolan and rushed over, asking, are there really no rooms available? They're all booked. Nolan shook her head, and it seems the nearby hotels are fully booked as well. No way. Xiaoyi gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, lamenting their misfortune. Cough, cough, cough. Even drinking water gets stuck in my teeth. Hey, do you know who I am? Dare to offend me, and I'll make sure you regret it. A quarrel erupted nearby, and of course, it was Tikoku Kajiki who was at the center of the dispute. As Taibu was about to utter another word, Xiaoyi abruptly pulled him back, resting one hand upon the counter and arching an eyebrow at the server with whom Taibu had just quarreled. What is this? No rooms available? Then transfer our reservation to us. Otherwise, I shall have the manager dismiss you. With that, he produced a black card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The server, upon glancing at the card, trembled slightly, bowing her head in deference as she replied, I apologize, sir, but there are indeed no rooms left. At her response, a sly smile crept upon Xiaoyi's lips as he commanded, summon the manager. The server, still averted, failed to notice Xiaoyi's delight and turned to fetch the manager. Shortly thereafter, the manager arrived, his demeanor tense as he began, I apologize, sir, but she is new. Before he could finish, Xiaoyi anticipated his words and interjected. Promote her and increase her salary. The manager and the server exchanged bewildered glances, but Xiaoyi had no intention of elaborating further. Please assist me in locating alternative accommodations nearby. The manager quickly regained his composure and responded, of course. I must attend to another matter. May I have Yanagihara take you? Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. The manager bowed and departed, while Yanagihara arrived, stating, ladies and gentlemen, due to the recent influx of travelers, the available lodgings may be somewhat modest. Please follow me. His tone carried a hint of apology as he gestured for them to proceed. At that moment, 3 towering men brushed past, colliding with Yanagihara without even a glance. Continuing their path outside, Xiaoyi cast a sidelong glance at the trio, remarking, treasure hunters. Yukimura inquired, how can you tell? Look at them. Their skin is tanned. Yet their wrists and necks are significantly lighter, evidence of frequent diving suits. Moreover, their hair has faded due to exposure to seawater. Conan chimed in first, explaining that while this indicated they were divers, the poster nearby led to the conclusion that they were indeed treasure hunters. He pointed towards a poster affixed to the wall not far away, which read, Shinhai Island, the isle that cradles the underwater palace, invites you to seek ancient treasures. That indeed sounds intriguing, Neo said, narrowing his eyes. Yanagihara, could you enlighten us about this underwater palace during our journey? How you also expressed interest. Certainly, Yanagihara replied. Soon after, he drove along the coast, gesturing towards a distant uninhabited island. That is Raichin Island. Approximately 200 meters east of this island lies an underwater structure built from massive stones. The tale of Shinhai Island harboring ancient ruins has circulated for about a decade. At that time, numerous scholars came to investigate. Yet whether it is a man-made construction or a natural marvel remains inconclusive to this day. Rumor has it that Raijin Island once boasted a vast expanse above the water's surface, but it succumbed to a seismic event 3 centuries ago, resulting in its current form. Was the subsidence due to an underwater landslide? Nolan inquired. Indeed, it appears that the seabed in that vicinity contains layers of methane hydrates, which, upon the seismic tremors, decomposed suddenly, leading to the landslide, replied Iwanaga. What are methane hydrates? Asked Tezuka, who had yet to learn about this phenomenon. They are crystalline structures formed from water molecules and methane under conditions of low temperature and high pressure, also known as flammable ice, AI explained. Following this exchange, a profound silence enveloped the carriage until they soon arrived at their lodging for the evening. Upon seeing their accommodations, Akechi's expression fell, and he lamented, oh no, does the disparity have to be this stark? In response to Akechi's complaint, Haoyu calmly patted him on the shoulder and said, this is actually one of the better options. Oh, by the way, if all goes as planned, we will be heading to the tropical rainforest for a week after the national competition. Huh. Akechi was still processing this information when a distant voice interrupted. What is all the commotion about? Mr. Maima, this is what we discussed over the phone, Iwanaga began. But before he could finish introducing Koyuki and the others, Maima glanced at them and stated, The cost for one night's accommodation and 2 meals is a total of 5,000 yen. If that doesn't suit you, you may seek alternative lodging. With that, he turned and entered without a backward glance. Wait a moment, Mr. Mima, Iwanaga called out, wishing to say more. But Mima and the others had already vanished from sight. Chapter 81. Shark Attack. I apologize. That individual is actually quite amiable, albeit a bit obstinate, Iwanaga murmured. His head lowered. It's quite all right. I appreciate your help today, Nolan reassured him, her needs for a place to stay being her primary concern. Shortly thereafter, Iwanaga bid farewell to the group and returned, while Koyuki and the others were weary and retired early, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following day, the group dispersed to explore Shinmai Island. Koyuki, Nolan, and Hao opted for scuba diving, while Conan, Heiji, and others embarked on a treasure hunt. You must be Idagawa Nolan, Kuroba Koyuki, and Idagawa Hao, correct? Are you looking to rent a complete set of equipment? Makiyama Chika asked as she reviewed the forms filled out by Koyuki and his companions. Yes, Koyuki affirmed with a nod. Are the 3 of you comfortable wearing these diving suits? Yamaguchi Kimiko inquired, presenting 3 diving suits. Nolan inspected the material and replied, that will suffice. Wonderful, Yamaguchi exclaimed, visibly relieved. Before continuing, we don't have a wide variety of diving suits, so I was concerned you might not find something to your liking. At that moment, 2 men exited the store. Hey, have you finished packing up? Yamaguchi Kimiko questioned the 2 men, placing her hands on her hips, her tone somewhat brusque, indicating her lack of enthusiasm for their presence. The 2 men were indeed among the trio encountered the previous day. As they pushed the door open, one turned and remarked, we shall return. They offered no response to Yamamoto Kimiko's inquiry. Those earlier individuals were treasure hunters, weren't they? Are we to join them on their expedition? Hao retracted his gaze and inquired. Yamamoto Kimiko lightly shook her head, replying, no, they merely borrowed an air compressor from us. The influx of such guests has markedly increased lately. It truly gives me a headache. Machida Chika approached, expressing her mild grievances. It must be related to the discovery of silver utensils, remarked Koyuki, who had just finished her research. Indeed, Machida Chika nodded, adding, moreover, there are rumors that and hid treasures on this island after her escape. And who is she? Hao asked. She is a figure from 270 years ago. During the Edo period, specifically the Kyoho era, it is said that the underwater palace was once visible above the sea's surface. This belief stems from the discovery of a short curved sword and a pistol named Cutlass within the palace. The initials inscribed on these weapons suggest they were wielded by 2 notorious female pirates, and Bonnie and Mary Red, who were quite active around 1730. Under the command of Captain Jack Rackham, the narrative unfolded. Female pirates? Nolan muttered as he changed into his diving gear, heading towards the diving vehicle. Yes. And Bonnie and Mary Reed were accomplices of Captain Jack Rackham, Machida Chika continued. At that time, they were under attack from the British Army. And all the men had retreated into the ship's cabin while the 2 of them fought valiantly back to back. Back to back? Koyuki pondered, envisioning how they trusted their companions to guard their rear while they focused on the enemies before them. In that moment, she couldn't help but recall her own past. Standing alongside in a similar confrontation. Where could he be now? Was Hao truly him? A subtle melancholy replaced the initial lightheartedness on Koyuki's face. Observing this, Hao jested, from now on, I shall entrust my back to you. Though seemingly a jest, this would soon become a reality. After escaping from a prison in the Bahamas and relocated her stronghold to the Pacific, living the life of a pirate while awaiting Mary's escape. Due to such tales, some believe that the treasures they seized are hidden on this island. Let us all join in the pursuit of and in Mary's bounty. The introduction concluded. Are these genuine artifacts? A.I. inquired, gazing at the pistol and sword displayed in the case. Who knows? Longma replied, clutching the treasure map in his hand. Are we truly going to proceed? A.I., why don't we sneak away? Longma blinked his amber eyes. No, I do not wish to repeat the previous experience, A.I. declined. Very well, that seems reasonable, he conceded. It appeared that those most eager for the spectacle were all present. The first clue card read, even if the sun never sets. The pirates continue to shine. As he gazed at the words on the prompt card, Nanatsu suggested, let us first borrow a bicycle from the village office next door. That would save us some effort. No way, A.I. interjected, we can only walk. What? Are you here to supervise? Nanatsu replied, exasperated. A.I. nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Koyuki and his companions had already boarded a speedboat and were out at sea. All right, everything is ready. Just heed Kimiko's instructions and enjoy your diving safely. However, do not venture to the southern end of the palace. The waters there are quite deep. Machiya Chika checked their equipment and announced. Thus, the four of them plunged into the water, and under the guidance of Yamamoto Kimiko, Koyuki and the others soon caught sight of the palace. Just as they swam beside it, a shark suddenly emerged from below, causing their faces to pale as they swiftly turned to swim back. Yamamoto Kimiko quickly intercepted Koyuki and the others, signaling them to remain still in a crevice. The trio complied, and the shark circled before them, surging towards the spot where Koyuki stood. Just as it seemed about to collide with him, the shark dove rapidly downwards. Koyuki, in surprise, peered beneath and saw the three treasure hunters they had previously encountered surrounded by several sharks, one of whom appeared to be injured, blood seeping from his clothing. Witnessing such a scene, Koyuki felt an unsettling sensation, becoming lost in thought until Hoyu waved his hand before Koyuki's eyes several times, snapping him back to reality. Yamamoto Kimiko gestured upwards to the three, indicating they should swim to the surface. You surfaced so quickly, what happened? Machiya Chika questioned, puzzled as to why they did not remain submerged longer. There are sharks, Yamamoto Kimiko exclaimed, removing her mask. With Machiya Chika's assistance, the four swiftly boarded the speedboat, and the three treasure hunters also climbed aboard their own vessel, racing towards Shinkai Island. This final scene was fortuitously witnessed by AI and Ryoma, who had arrived at the first location. Leaning against the wooden railing to rest, Atobi began. The prompt card mentions that the sun never sets, which is why we have come to the far west of Shinkai Island. But where could the treasure be? Conan gazed out at the distant sea, a scene unfolding before his eyes, and a slight smile crept across his lips as he remarked, I see now, I understand. With that, he descended the path. The others followed suit, while AI opted to remain above, prompting Ryoma to stay as well. Chapter 82. The cunning Ryoma. With the sea breeze blowing and the ocean stretching before him, Ryoma felt a sense of bliss. His keen eyesight caught sight of a speedboat racing across the surface of the water. This piqued his curiosity, and he retrieved binoculars to get a better look. However, the distance was still too great to discern clearly. Could it be that someone is injured? He pondered aloud. What did you say? AI seized the binoculars from him to take a look. Through the lenses, she faintly discerned several individuals clad in diving suits, one of whom appeared to be injured. This sight led AI to speculate. Could it be that someone among Koyuki and the others has been hurt? Unable to quell her unease, she hurried toward Conan. At that moment, Conan was questioning the individuals behind him. Do you know why fish tend to congregate? They gather to feed, replied Atobi. Indeed, Conan continued. What do they consume? Plankton, Tezuka chimed in. Exactly. Look, Conan pointed toward the nearby seawater, which emitted a faint blue glow. In that instant, even without his words, the others grasped the meaning. It was akin to the message inscribed on the first hint card. Even if the sunset never descends, the pirates continue to shine. As anticipated, the stamp in the chest containing the second hint card lay not far ahead. The second hint card read, the slender pirate will laugh, while the portly pirate will weep. At that moment, AI approached below, calling out to Conan. Just now, a diver drenched in blood was carried away. What? Without waiting for AI to finish, Conan turned and dashed away in concern. Conan, seeing his hasty departure, the others called out in confusion. I have matters to attend to with Conan. You all continue your search, AI declared before following him, equally anxious. Upon arriving at the infirmary, they found that Kawaii and the others had just arrived as well. Ran, are you all alright? Conan inquired with worry. We're fine. Just then, Officer Uehara emerged from within. Yamamoto Yoshiko approached and asked, what is the situation? I have no idea. It's quite perplexing. It has been ages since a shark attack occurred. Officer Uehara scratched his head. Were you with them? No, Yamamoto Yoshiko replied. I was supervising clients diving nearby and happened to witness it. By the way, why is it that out of the three of you, only one was injured? Only one injured among three? Upon hearing Yamamoto Yoshiko's words, Kawaii suddenly recalled something amiss. Sneaking inside, they discovered the injured diver's wetsuit draped over a small bed. The upper half of the wetsuit was nearly torn away by shark bites. It seemed that the individual was in grave peril. Conan entered shortly thereafter, and the two, gloved, examined the bloodied wetsuit. A torn, blood-stained plastic bag was wedged within the buoyancy vest, catching their attention. Kawaii dipped a finger into the blood and sniffed it, declaring, it's fish blood. No wonder. Conan instantly understood. Given their proficiency as seasoned divers, it was unlikely they would face a shark attack without reason. Someone had orchestrated this. Indeed, the thin plastic bag containing fish blood was hidden within the suit. For every 10 meters of descent, the water pressure increases by 1 atmosphere. At the surface, there is 1 atmosphere, so at 10 meters, there are 2 atmospheres, and at 20 meters, 3 atmospheres, and so forth. The plastic bag could not withstand such immense pressure, leading to its rupture and the spillage of fish blood, Kawaii explained. Sharks possess the remarkable ability to hear sounds from several kilometers away and can detect blood that has been diluted a millionfold. Conan paused momentarily before stating, "This is a murder, though it is currently a case of homicide unresolved." However, before Conan could finish his thought, a voice from outside interrupted. "I have done all I could, but the bleeding is too extensive. Please accept my condolences." "Damn it," muttered the two treasure hunters. Their heads bowed, their expressions hidden, yet their words conveyed a sentiment that did not resonate with the sorrow of a fallen comrade. "Is it true? Has a fatal incident occurred?" The officer in charge expressed his disbelief. "No, this is not an accident." Xiaoyi stepped forward, declaring, "This is a premeditated murder." Matsumoto Koji turned to her and asked, "What do you mean by suggesting it is not an accident?" His tone was laced with confusion. Yet Xiaoyi and her companions sensed that he secretly wished it were indeed an accident. Someone had concealed a plastic bag filled with fish blood within his buoyancy vest. As Xiaoyi spoke, she produced the bag containing the fish blood. "Is it common for buoyancy vests to be stored at your diving shop, Miss Yamaguchi?" How you inquired. Indeed, Yamaguchi Kimiko nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this definitive response, Conan and Nolan proceeded to the storage room of Ma Yuan Xianxia's shop. As it seemed the most opportune location for any foul play, venturing outside would likely attract unwanted attention. Shortly thereafter, Nolan called Conan out from the storage room. They discovered numerous footprints on the ground, indicating it was likely the area where equipment had been washed. Conan handed his phone to Nolan, saying, "Please take a picture. I still have matters to investigate." "I am not your assistant," Nolan retorted as she accepted the phone. "I know, you are my beloved partner," he replied with a wave as he re-entered the shop. "TCH, so slick," Nolan muttered, turning her head away, a blush flickering across her cheeks. Upon entering the shop, Conan encountered Ma Yuan Xianxia and inquired, "Is anyone here at night?" "What, playing a detective game?" Ma Yuan Xianxia replied with a smile. "There is no one here at night. Moreover, there have been no incidents of theft on this small island thus far. Therefore, we do not lock our doors at night. The last to close up last night, and the first to open this morning were Kimiko. It seemed that anyone had the opportunity to tamper with the buoyancy vest." Subsequently, Conan and Nolan returned to their lodging to review the recently taken photographs. Meanwhile, Long Ma and his companions, guided by the prompt card, arrived at the suspension bridge. The swaying wooden bridge spanned over a rushing river, imparting a sense that it might collapse at any moment. The group searched near one end of the bridge for quite some time, but found nothing. It appeared crossing the bridge was their only option. The members unanimously decided that Long Ma, weighing over 40 kilograms, should go first. As everyone watched him step onto the bridge, it evoked a feeling of a brave warrior embarking on a perilous journey. Resigned, Long Ma lowered the brim of his hat and walked across the swaying suspension bridge. As Long Ma steadily traversed the suspension bridge, Jibu, who was anxiously awaiting news, was unexpectedly jostled by someone. Upon regaining his balance, he found himself on the bridge. At that moment, the bridge trembled even more violently. Long Ma, standing on the opposite side, glanced at the words on the notice board and at Jibu, who had been pushed onto the bridge. Amused, he called out, "How much do you weigh, Narcissus?" "I am not a Narcissus," Jibu retorted indignantly, 62 kilograms. Although he was perplexed by Long Ma's inquiry, he answered truthfully, "Farewell, Narcissus. The notice states that only individuals weighing less than 60 kilograms may cross this bridge," Long Ma lamented. Before turning to leave, due to the bridge's length, no one noticed the subtle smile that crept beneath his hat's brim. Chapter 83. Weighty running Long Ma advanced a few more steps and soon encountered a sign and a prompt card that read, "Pirates do not cry." "Who pushed me?" Jibu shouted at the few people behind him. The cunning duo of Fubuki and Yukimura raised their hands in mock innocence, still smiling. "You." Before Jibu could finish his sentence, the bridge began to shake more violently. Turning around, he saw Long Ma stepping onto the bridge. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Long Ma said nothing, calmly walking across the bridge to Jibu's side. He patted Jibu on the shoulder and remarked, "What the notice actually states is that anyone weighing over 40 kilograms is prohibited from crossing." 40 kilograms. 3 seconds later, Jibu's temper flared, and he bellowed, "Are you making fun of me?" "Indeed," Long Ma replied candidly, before swiftly making his escape. At that moment, Officer Magyar and his team arrived at Shinkai Island by helicopter. Seeing Officer Magyar disembark, Little Wing approached him and inquired, "Officer Magyar, what brings you here in person?" "There are some uncertainties that I must clarify myself," Officer Magyar responded. "Thank you for making the long journey." The patrol officer saluted Magyar. "I will first gather the information," Magyar stated. "Understood." The group entered the inn where the two treasure hunters were staying and summoned them to the hall. Do you think we are criminals? We should be considered victims. Izuyama Taro said, displeased. If you are victims, then you should answer questions thoroughly. Who knows? The next victim could very well be you. How you retorted sharply. Have you seen these two individuals? Officer Sato pulled two photographs from his pocket and placed them on the table in front of Izuyama Taro and Matsumoto Koji. These. I've never seen them. Matsumoto Koji glanced at the photos and quickly averted his gaze. These two robbed a supermarket at Shinkyo last night, making off with the cash. Officer Sato stated, unconvinced by Matsumoto Koji's words. They claim you instructed them, that they were trying to become your companions. Who knows? Matsumoto Koji snorted softly and remarked. Isn't this just an excuse born from desperation? What evidence do you possess to implicate us? Relying solely on the testimony of those two is hardly sufficient. As these words left his lips, Officer Muro and his colleagues found themselves at a loss for how to respond, creating a rather tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Koyuki and Hiroyuki were engrossed in searching for information about the robbery on their iPad, with a significant correlation between the two matters. It was likely for this reason that Officer Muro had come in person. Officer Shiratori approached with 2 drinks in hand, saying, let us all remain calm. Please enjoy a refreshing drink. He placed the beverages on the table. However, to his surprise, the 2 men neither sipped nor even glanced at them. Matsumoto Koji pulled out a cigarette and matchbox, lighting up as he stated, if there are no further inquiries, we shall take our leave and rest. Officer Muro pressed on, asking, are you truly unaware of who has been targeting you? Indeed, we are not. Matsumoto Koji and Izuyama Taro responded as they rose and made their way toward their room. Excuse me, but I forgot my lighter. Could I borrow a flame? Officer Takagi, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, obstructed their path. Here you go. Matsumoto Koji offered the matchbox to Officer Takagi. After igniting his cigarette, Takagi returned the matchbox, and Matsumoto Koji turned without a backward glance, muttering, what a waste of time. Simultaneously, Koyuki and Hiroyuki picked up the untouched drinks, stating, it seems we won't be able to collect fingerprints. Even if we could, analyzing them would be quite a hassle, Officer Shiratori lamented. Not at all. As long as we can gather them, the analysis is rather straightforward, Koyuki countered. By the way, Takagi, do you smoke? Officer Sato inquired. Noticing Takagi with a cigarette in his mouth, hands in his pockets, eyes closed, seemingly relishing the moment. Cough, cough, cough. Takagi immediately choked at Sato's remark, tears streaming down his face. He retrieved the matchbox previously used by Matsumoto Koji and chuckled. Do you have any instant adhesive? Huh. Officer Muro and the others were puzzled. However, Koyuki quickly grasped his meaning, downing her drink and saying, I see. You should have some, Officer Takagi. Wishing you success. We shall take our leave for dinner. With that, she hastily pulled Hiroyuki away. What a farce. She dared not remain to be exploited. At this moment, Koyuki had developed a keen interest in the matter. There must be some undisclosed secrets within the underwater palace. It was her curiosity that ultimately led both her and Matsumoto Koji into peril, intensifying the questions in her heart, though that was a story for another time. Everyone returned to their lodgings for a meal. On the table of Ryoma and his companions lay a piece of paper inscribed with the following. In the realm of the fish kingdom beside the underwater ruins. The former king was discovered to have committed wrongdoings and was thus succeeded by the snapper. Which of the following was the former king? 1. Squid. 2. Octopus. 3. Crab. Please write the answers and reasoning on the reverse side. Those who answer incorrectly will have to run 3 kilometers with a weighted load after the meal. After dining, the 4 members of Shao E flipped through a variety of bizarre answers. First, there was the cruel Natsitsubaki. 3. Crab. He severed the heads of those he found displeasing with his pincers. Next, there was the money-obsessed Itobi. 2. Octopus. The octopus king monopolized the nation's wealth. With its bald head, the octopus symbolizes a hefty fortune. Subsequently, the stoic duo, known for their few words, simply scribbled, 1. Cuttlefish. Finally, the cunning pair flawlessly penned the correct answer, 1. Cuttlefish. The term Your Majesty can be dissected into King and Your Majesty. When combined with Cuttlefish, it becomes Cuttlefish Your Majesty, which implies cheating. As for Ryoma, he chose to pass, having inadvertently posed a question previously encountered. The final result was Natsitsubaki and Itobi bearing a 3-kilometer burden, while Sanada and Tezuka carried 1.5 kilometers, for their idleness had consequences. Meanwhile, Yukamura and Fuji merely needed to oversee the situation. However, what does pirates do not cry truly signify? Natsitsubaki, perplexed, took the weighted wrist and ankle bands and mused. I do not know the meaning of pirates do not cry, but but I am aware of where the pirates lament, remarked the passing Mima and Nan. In that case, could you guide us to the place where the pirates weep? Xiaoyi inquired. Certainly. Simultaneously, at the Island S police station, Officer Takagi, while working with instant adhesive, explained, this is known as the cyanoacrylate method. The vapor contained in the instant adhesive reacts with moisture from secretions. After applying it for a period, fingerprints will emerge. He placed the small dish containing the adhesive and the matchbox he had cleverly acquired into a sealed box. Chapter 84. The theft of blades and firearms. When did you learn this? Officer Sato marveled. Not long ago, replied Takagi with a smile, pleased with Sato's admiration. I had seen it in a movie and later confirmed it with Officer Rimu. I wish it could proceed as smoothly as in the films, Officer Shiratori interjected, somewhat irked. Guided by Mima and Nan, Xiaoyi and the others arrived at the place where pirates supposedly do not cry. The night-shrouded sea exuded an air of mystery. As they trod upon the soft sands, feeling the refreshing sea breeze, a truly delightful experience. Is the crying referring to the sea breeze? Fuji squinted uncertainly. Oh. Grasping a handful of sand, he analyzed. This sand contains a considerable amount of quartz and is quite fine, though seemingly trivial. This detail subtly hinted at the location of where pirates do not cry. Ah, I see. Not only Xiaoyi and his companions, but also Tezuka and the others understood that they needed to search for the place devoid of tears on this beach. The homophonic nature of singing sands suggests crying. Thus, a place without singing sands implies a place without weeping. Before long, they discovered the location where pirates do not cry. In that place, aside from the chapters and treasure chests, there lay a dilapidated ship. The fourth card bore the inscription, "The souls of pirates shall ascend." Subsequently, the 4 members of the Tezuka team began their weight-bearing sprints, while Fuji and Yukimura took on the role of overseers. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the Koyuki team leisurely strolled back to their abode. Halfway through their journey, an amusing scene caught their attention. Inside the previously visited dive shop, Matsumoto Koji and Mayuzumi Chika were seen exchanging items. However, the distance was too great, and even with the magnifying equipment on their tracking glasses, the details remained obscured. Thus, Koyuki, Conan, and Haoyu, who initially intended to return to rest, swiftly altered their course and headed towards Mayuzumi Chika's shop. At that moment, the fingerprints were collected, and all that remained was to send an email. Well done, Takagi, Officer Sato remarked with a smile. It's nothing, really, Officer Takagi replied, scratching his head. If you wish to transfer to the forensic department, just let me know. I can even write you a recommendation letter, if you don't mind. At this juncture, Shiratori, who still harbored feelings for Officer Sato, observed the two with discontent, perceiving a flirtatious undertone. Takagi let out a dry chuckle. Ha! Spare me, will you? By now, the 3 had arrived at Mayuzumi Chika's shop. From the outside, the lights were on, yet the interior was devoid of any presence. In the distance, the sound of a car engine could be heard. The trio quickly concealed themselves, only to spot Matsumoto Koji at the wheel. Just as they were about to follow him, they encountered Mayuzumi Chika. What are you doing here? She inquired. The 3 immediately feigned innocence, claiming to be out for a stroll and accidentally lost. Which direction is the Shinhai Manor? They asked. That way, Mayuzumi Chika indicated towards the east. Thank you, Miss Mayuzumi. Good night, they said before promptly departing. Unbeknownst to them, Mayuzumi's face was etched with anxiety and concern as they turned their backs. How is it, young Takagi? Has there been any response from headquarters? Officer Meguier leaned against the wall. None. Takagi, seated at the computer, shook his head. The sharp ring of a bell abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night. What is that sound? It's the alarm from the tourist center, Yahira responded. Officer Sato inquired. So, does that mean something has occurred at the tourist center? Perhaps, Yahira replied. Uncertain, as this island had yet to experience any robbery incidents. It could simply be a malfunction of the alarm. For safety's sake, it would be prudent for us to investigate. Where is it located? Officer Meguier asked. Beside the village office. Please lend us your vehicle. We expect a response from headquarters shortly. Just as they departed, the computer received a message from headquarters. Meanwhile, at the tourist center, 2 masked men had stolen the short curved blades and pistols previously used by and Bonnie and Mary Red, making their escape through a side path. Just in time, Xiaoyi and his companions witnessed the scene as the 2 individuals were about to flee in their vehicle when a gunshot rang out from a distance. It seemed that one of the bullets struck a man's thigh, prompting the other to hastily assist him into the car. Another shot was fired, striking the closing car door, and they escaped. As the vehicle disappeared from sight and the shooter vanished without a trace, Xiaoyi and his companions hurried to the location from which the shot had been fired, discovering 2 empty shells quietly resting on the ground, along with a peculiar mark nearby. Conan promptly took a photograph with his phone. At that moment, Officer Muro and his team arrived. Inside the exhibition hall, shattered glass littered the floor. The perpetrator had directly smashed the display cabinet with an iron rod. Officer Sato, inspecting the scene on the road, reported to Officer Muro via phone. Just as Xiaoi and his companions had mentioned, there were indeed bloodstains on the ground, indicating that someone had been shot. Is the scene secure? Officer Muro inquired, aware that this was merely a small island, making certainty difficult. Officer Sato shook his head lightly. This seems rather challenging. I thought as much. Take photographs and return promptly. Understood. The curved dagger and short firearm are missing, exclaimed Iwanaga Seiji, the head of the tourism department, upon seeing the empty display cabinet. What valuable items were those? Officer Shiratori was unfamiliar with what Iwanaga referred to. They were discovered in the underwater palace. Belonging to and Bonnie's curved dagger and the short firearm used by Mary Red, Iwanaga explained. Chief, the results of the fingerprint comparison have arrived. Officer Yuhei quickly approached, handing a paper to Officer Muro. Muro accepted it, his expression shifting. Xiaoi glanced over, retrieving his iPad to search for information on Matsumoto Koji in his database. Matsumoto Koji had a history of stealing art and archaeological artifacts from various historical sites and museums worldwide, and he was even a murderer. It seemed they had encountered an internationally wanted criminal this time. Indeed, their target was the treasures of and in Mary. Seeing the contents on the paper, Iwanaga could not help but exclaim, treasures? Not merely the stolen handgun and curved dagger, Officer Shiratori inquired. Yes, Iwanaga continued. And Bonnie and Mary Red were pirates active 300 years ago, rumored to have hidden their treasures on this island known as the Divine Sea Island. So, the treasures do exist, how you remarked. Precisely, the stolen dagger and firearm are the best evidence, Iwanaga nodded. By the way, it seems Matsumoto gave the diving shop's owner, Mayuzumi Chika, a stack of what appeared to be money, Xiaoi said uncertainly. What? Officer Muro, as well as Officers Sato and Takagi, returned at this moment. Thank you for your hard work. Upon hearing Little Wing's words, Officer Moku ordered that the diving shop owner seemed to have had contact with Matsumoto. You all investigate the shop, while we will check the hotel where Matsumoto is staying. Furthermore, all vessels are to be prohibited from departing. Understood. Thus, Officer Moku and his team departed, while Little Wing and Haoyu returned. As they passed by Iwanaga Joji, they caught a whiff of an odor that should not exist. A night devoid of dreams ensued. Chapter 85. The Treasure Map at dawn. Nolan had already finished breakfast and attended the search meeting at the village office. As Little Wing and Haoyu had yet to awaken, and Conan had gone to investigate the imprint discovered the previous day. Initially thought to be the mark of a bicycle tire, a closer examination revealed a stark dissimilarity. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a GPS on the bicycle seat, while no other bicycle bore such a device. Shortly thereafter, a group gathered to partake in breakfast. The individuals who had engaged in weight-bearing exercises the previous day appeared rather listless. Mima and Man entered and inquired, "Will you be diving today?" "Not today." Although unsure why he posed such a question, Little Wing continued, "If possible, I wish to take a boat ride." Little Wing and Haoyu intended to circle the sea and visit Raichin Island. Mima and Man cautioned, "In that case, do not venture out in the afternoon. The winds will be quite strong then." Meanwhile, regarding Nolan, Officer Moku stated, "Neither Matsumoto Mitsukazu nor his Wayama Taro returned to the hotel yesterday. Nor is there any indication they left the island. They must still be lurking somewhere on the island. They must have at least one injury that requires treatment." "Is there any news?" Officer Shiratori inquired. "I have inquired, but they have not shown themselves," Officer Takagi replied, shaking his head. Officer Sato added, regarding the diving shop owner, "Makiyama Chika, it was Matsumoto who requested her to arrange for an escape vessel. She mentioned that it was quite challenging to sustain her livelihood solely through the diving shop. So she acquiesced. However, she claims she does not know the whereabouts of Matsumoto and his companion." Officer Kamihira knocked and entered, stating, "Pardon the interruption. I have just received a notification that Mr. Minio's hunting rifle is missing." "Who is Mr. Minio?" Nolan inquired. "He is an elderly man living alone," Officer Kamihira continued, "and is cared for by his niece, Makiyama Chika, who operates the diving shop. Immediately locate Mr. Minio and request Makiyama Chika to come here," Officer Moku commanded. Accompanying Officer Kamihira, Iwanaga Joji bowed to the assembly, pleading, "Please ensure that the curved sword and short firearm are recovered. I beg of you. By the way, a typhoon is approaching." "Understood. We will exert our utmost efforts." Knowing that we, the police, are present, why would they act at this moment? Officer Sato pondered. Indeed, If it were a normal time, it would have been considerably easier for only Officer Kamihira to depart from this island. Officer Takagi concurred. Perhaps they are concerned that remaining here would expose their identities, Officer Shiratori speculated. Subsequently, Nolan transmitted certain pieces of information to the trio of Xiaoi using telepathy. Meanwhile, Longma and his companions, with the assistance of a hint card, had located the lookout tower. The final hint card bore the inscription. The text of the seal is the clue. The boss has gone to assess the situation at sea. Please wait a moment. Yamamoto Kimiko informed Xiaoi and Haoyu. Before long, Mayuzumi Chinatsu approached and said, I regret to inform you that it seems we cannot set sail. The waves are rather high. Just as Xiaoi was about to respond, Officer Yahira entered, wearing a stern expression. Miss Mayuzumi, could you accompany me? Officer Mugier has some questions for you. Mayuzumi Chinatsu's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Simultaneously, Conan found Mima and Otoko, who were chopping wood. Uncle, why did those treasure hunters steal the curved blades and pistols from the observation hall? Conan inquired, his hands clasped behind his back. Since they are treasure hunters, their objective must surely be the treasure, he continued. Their theft of those items suggests they are essential for the treasure hunt, which leads me to believe they have already journeyed to the site of the treasure. Do you know where that is? Why do you ask me? Mima and Otoko replied, continuing to chop wood. Uncle, you were a treasure hunter in the past, weren't you? Conan asserted. The axe in Mima and Otoko's hand paused midair, and after a moment, he stood and said, even if I were once a treasure hunter, it does not imply that I know the treasure's location. Yesterday, I happened to hear you say, hyenas do not gather in places devoid of prey, even if it is not their desired catch. This implies you possess knowledge of the hidden treasure. Correct? Conan confidently deduced. Mima and Otoko regarded Conan thoughtfully, then turned and walked toward the house, saying, follow me. You two wait in the car for a moment. Yamamoto Kimiko instructed Xiaoi and Haoyu, while she went to retrieve some items. Due to adverse weather conditions, a trip to Raichin Island was rendered impossible. Therefore, Yamamoto Kimiko planned to drive them back. However, she added, throw this into the car as well. Suddenly, Iwaya, who should have been hiding somewhere on the island, appeared and tossed an oxygen tank at Yamamoto Kimiko's feet. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She began to protest, but was interrupted by Matsumoto Koji's voice from behind. If you wish to avoid her injury, get in the car. He brandished a knife against Xiaoi's neck. Xiaoi slightly raised his hands, but ultimately lowered them, signaling Haoyu with his eyes to remain calm, for Iwaya was still nearby. Meanwhile, back at their residence, Longma and his companions, along with Conan, arrived at Mima and Otoko's room. Mr. Mima, you were also a treasure hunter? Fuji asked, narrowing his eyes with interest. In my youth, Mima and Otoko replied, moving a table to the center of the room. I came to this island in search of the treasures of and Mary, and thus decided to reside here. Over time, I fell in love with a woman on this island, married her, and began my life as a fisherman. This is a map from 300 years ago. I took a map from the drawer, which bore numbers at each of its four corners, distinguished by color. Blue numbers 718, 51815, and red numbers 1012, 2512, 15. These were indeed the very numbers inscribed on the seal, matched by color. This was drawn according to the map. In light of this correlation, Conan deduced. The head of the sightseeing department, Iwanaga Joji, had crafted a cipher based on this same ancient map, for it was a riddle yet to be unraveled. Mima and the man continued. Yukamura expressed skepticism, stating, so this was conceived 300 years ago, and it wasn't Bonnie who devised it. Therefore, if we decipher this cipher, we shall uncover the true treasure. Taikabu, touching the tear mole at the corner of his eye, proclaimed, the treasure belongs to me alone. Ryoma doused Taikabu's enthusiasm with cold reality, saying, let us see you decipher the cipher first, Daffodil. Just as Taikabu was about to retort, the calm Tezuka interjected. The simplest method is to convert it to English letters. Chapter 86. The resurgence of an ailment, though uncertain if the cipher was indeed this simple. It was certainly better than having no direction at all. After the conversion, we arrived at the red letters JLYLO and the blue letters Guerrero. Then, shall we form a name? The red signifies the surname, and the blue signifies the given name. Sanada elaborated following Tezuka's line of thought. AI added, it must still pertain to a name associated with pirates. With his proficiency in English, Ryoma quickly pieced together, Jolly. Jolly. Conan felt a sense of familiarity. Meanwhile, Matsumoto Koji had driven Koyuki and others to the seaside. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Iwaya exited first to retrieve something. Observing this, Hiroyuki pushed Yamamoto Kimiko aside and charged towards Iwaya, knocking the knife from his hand and swiftly positioning himself behind Taro, ready to strike. It appears you possess some knowledge of karate, young man. However, should you fail to comply, your friend's life will hang in the balance. With Yamamoto Kimiko having been pushed aside, it was Koyuki who was still held at knife point by Matsumoto Koji. Yet this time, the situation was markedly different. His knowledge of karate does not imply that I lack such skills. Koyuki deftly disarmed Matsumoto Koji, and as he stood behind her, she executed a shoulder throw. A cry of anguish escaped not only from the fallen Matsumoto Koji, but also from Koyuki. A searing pain surged through Koyuki's body, an unforeseen resurgence at this very moment. Clutching her heart, she collapsed to the ground. Yuki! Hiroyuki called out in concern, his hand poised to strike, yet compelled to halt. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. Since you are so worried about him, you will cease your actions and obediently follow my commands. Matsumoto Koji rose from the ground, one hand gripping a knife, pressing it against Shui's face. Do as I say, how? Shui secretly channeled his icy essence, temporarily suppressing the pain, opened his eyes, and addressed Matsumoto Koji. How and I will accompany you, provided that I serve as your hostage. How would not dare to act against us? Release Miss Yamaguchi, you intend to dive later. And taking her along would be futile, as there are not enough oxygen tanks. Oh, Matsumoto Koji regarded Shui, his blue-violet eyes reflecting anguish, yet predominantly a calmness akin to an immovable mountain amidst chaos. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to Shui's proposition and struck Yamaguchi Kimiko unconscious with the back of his knife. Matsumoto Koji commanded, "You too, take the oxygen tanks and follow me." With that, he descended first, confident in the belief that, given Shui's current state, escape was impossible. Indeed, Shui appeared relatively unscathed, yet the piercing agony was far from trivial. Running was out of the question, even walking posed a challenge. How you grasped an oxygen tank in one hand while supporting Shui with the other, simultaneously invoking his fiery essence to alleviate Shui's pain. In that moment, they could only be grateful for their companionship. Fire and ice, seemingly opposites, harmonized perfectly, making Haoyu the sole person capable of aiding Shui. However, this solace would not endure for long. Nanazu exclaimed, "Grow?" "No," Conan replied, rearranging the letters with conviction. "It's Roger." "Jolly Roger? The infamous pirate?" Lama inquired. AI interjected. "The direct translation is joyful jolly. The Jolly Roger was the last sight a ship's crew wished to behold. This name is said to derive from the red flag of Jolly Roger, or the Old Roger representing a demon." Conan elucidated. Upon Conan's explanation, Longma and the others instantly comprehended. So it is a pirate flag. We unraveled it. Mima and Nan produced a photograph, continuing. This was sketched by Spanish sailors approximately 3 centuries ago while passing by this island. Subsequently, the island submerged beneath the sea, allegedly due to methane gas. The final remark clarified that the island resembling a skull in the photograph was indeed Raijin Island. It seemed the treasure lay upon Raijin Island. Nobunaga's eyes widened at that moment, as he harbored considerable interest in the treasure from 3 centuries past. Yet, there must be additional clues to ascertain the specific location. Conan sensed they were still a step shy of the truth. The pirate flag, the skull's teeth. Hanzuka, who had been studying the map, detected an inconsistency. Teeth. Upon closer inspection, they resembled capital letters. The top teeth spelled dos, while the bottom read dioses. Dos dioses, AI explained, in Spanish, refers to 2 goddesses. Conan rested his chin on his hand and inquired, "Is this all the clues we have? It seems the only option left is to search on Raijin Island." "But aren't treasure hunters supposed to search the seabed?" Yukimura questioned. "If it were the seabed, none of these hints would pertain to it." "I fear they must be looking for an alternative entrance," replied Mima and Nan, clarifying the group's confusion. The entrances to the 2 goddesses collapsed due to previous earthquakes, rendering them inaccessible to adults. They have already located an entrance. With this realization, the earlier confusion became clear. Thus, even though the police had commenced their investigation, they felt compelled to risk stealing the curved dagger and short gun. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the entrance as Yamaguchi Kimiko, who had been knocked unconscious by Matsumoto Koji, stumbled in. Mima and Nan supported Yamaguchi and asked, "What happened?" Gasping for breath, Yamaguchi exclaimed, "Xiaoi and Haoyu have been captured." "What?" This news struck Conan like a thunderbolt. "Who took them?" "Please, let it not be the Black Organization," he fervently repeated in his mind. "It was Matsumoto. That treasure hunter," Yamaguchi managed to utter before fainting. Hearing her response, Conan sighed with relief. Thankfully, it was merely a treasure hunter. However, in the next moment, the gravity of the situation dawned on him. If it was just a treasure hunter, that would imply only the 2 of them were involved. now that Yamaguchi had returned. It indicated that apart from Xiaoyi and Haoyu, only the treasure hunter remained. How could they not have escaped? Could it be? Miss Yamaguchi, wake up! Tell me, did my sister suddenly experience great pain? Conan shook Yamaguchi fervently. In her dazed state, she murmured, yes. Despite her apparent confusion, Yamaguchi was speaking the truth at this moment. This implied that Xiaoyi's chronic ailment had resurfaced, potentially while at sea, the consequences of which could be dire. Chapter 87. Turning peril into safety. Please, take me to Lichine Island, Conan insisted. I am not seeking treasure. I must rescue them. After a moment of contemplation, Mima and Nan agreed. All right. They then carried the unconscious Yamaguchi to a room and prepared the boat. Nolan, who had rushed back upon receiving the news, handed Conan a small oxygen tank. Here, take this. Hold it near your mouth. It contains enough air for 10 minutes of breathing. Unfortunately, there are only 2. Thank you. Conan replied as he took the small oxygen tank and dashed out. At that moment, Xiaoyi and her companions had already reached the surface directly above the underwater palace. You two, hurry up and prepare. Use 1 oxygen tank, Aizu Yamataro instructed Xiaoyi while signaling to Haoyu. Consequently, Haoyu had no choice but to temporarily separate from Xiaoyi. Just then, no? A playing card flew from Haoyu's hand, intercepting the knife that was about to strike Xiaoyi. Haoyu hastily stood up, pulling Xiaoyi into his embrace, shielding her with his body from the blade. Blood splattered from Haoyu's arm. The malevolent gaze of his Yamataro fixed intensely upon Haoyu. How? Xiaoyi called out anxiously, a sense of impending doom gripping her heart. Struggling against her own fatigue, she approached, wishing to tend to Haoyu's wound. However, upon her hands touching the blood, her azure-violet eyes turned a crimson hue, a bloodthirsty red. Drink, Haoyu whispered gently. He was aware that, at this moment, without medicine, Xiaoyi's best remedy for the pain within her would be his blood. Soon after, the 4 of them plunged into the sea. Bima and the man piloted the boat, questioning, why are they taking hostages? Wouldn't they be a hindrance in their quest for treasure? The wind had begun to pick up. They had sustained injuries from gunfire the previous day. The diving site was the same place where they had been attacked by sharks. Conan scanned the surroundings, hoping to locate Xiaoyi and the others. Bima and the man exclaimed, then they are using them as bait. It seems likely, Conan replied, dashing forward a few steps on the rocking boat, pointing in the distance with delight. There, however, as the boat drew nearer, they were met with an overwhelming sense of despair. The small vessel was devoid of life, save for blood. Conan struck the boat in frustration. What now? Bima and the man inquired. Taking a deep breath, Conan declared, to Lichine Island. Bima and the man expressed their astonishment. What? If I were of your build, I could enter through the island's entrance. I implore you. The request that escaped Conan's lips was one that could not be refused. He was determined to go, even if it meant incapacitating Bima and the man to commandeer the boat himself. After a moment of contemplation, Bima and the man nodded in agreement. At that moment, rain began to fall, sealing off any chance for Nolan and the others to escape. In the depths of the sea, Xiaoyi and her companions had descended to a depth comparable to the previous day. Nearby, the sharks were drawn to the diluted blood. Yamataro accelerated his descent, swimming toward a crevice below. Matsumoto Koji waved his knife at Xiaoyi and her companion, gesturing towards Yamataro, signaling them to follow. As the sharks behind them closed in, Matsumoto Koji forcefully removed the oxygen tube from Haoyu's mouth, tossing him into the midst of the shark pack. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyi immediately broke free from Matsumoto Koji's grip and swam towards Haoyu. Although Matsumoto Koji intended to pull Xiaoyi back, recognizing her potential utility, he ultimately relinquished his hold and swam toward the crevice. Haoyu was not taken aback by Matsumoto Koji's actions. He remained composed, holding his breath, relying on his own abilities for self-preservation, knowing that there were no outsiders watching. Given his current prowess, self-defense was not an issue, yet reality often diverged from expectation. Concerned for him, Xiaoyi had also ventured into the territory of the sharks. In truth, they had anticipated this very scenario when Haoyu was wounded. It had been agreed that Xiaoyi would follow Matsumoto Koji and the others while Haoyu would catch up later. However, when Xiaoyi beheld Haoyu battling valiantly amidst a throng of sharks, her heart was engulfed by an abyss of anguish, not merely due to the unfolding chaos. Consequently, Xiaoyi summoned her icy essence, repelling the sharks encircling Haoyu, thereby diminishing the distance between them. Yet, simultaneously, her body grew increasingly frigid, and shards of ice began to materialize in the water surrounding her. This was dire. Observing such a predicament, Haoyu instinctively yearned to cry out, imploring Xiaoyi to cease her use of icy powers to assist him. The inevitable transpired, Forgetting his aquatic surroundings, Haoyu was abruptly submerged in water. The relentless sharks, taking advantage of the moment, surged towards him, prompting Xiaoyi to swiftly conjure her ice blade, forcefully driving the sharks back. The consequence was immediate. The pain within her body erupted from its previous suppression, and her temperature plummeted. Xiaoyi fainted in an instant, but before succumbing, she exerted her last vestige of strength to envelop herself in an icy shield. Upon witnessing Xiaoyi's collapse, Haoyu was overwhelmed with anxiety, and an intense fire erupted from within him, forming a protective barrier around both him and Xiaoyi. Cradling her, he swam towards a narrow crevice. Yet, being in the ocean, the fire could not endure, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. Nonetheless, it managed to provide a brief reprieve, creating some distance, just as they were about to reach the fissure. The oxygen in Haoyu's tank ran out. Xiaoyi, already unconscious, could hardly hold her breath. There was but one recourse. Haoyu hesitated, for the consequences were unfathomable. Ultimately, he pressed his lips to Xiaoyi's, transferring his breath to her. This moment of indecision allowed the sharks to close in. In a desperate act, Haoyu kicked the oxygen tank away. However, the sheer number of sharks was overwhelming, and just as they were about to strike, an imposing ice wall materialized behind them, courtesy of the protective ice shield. Seizing the moment, Haoyu hastily swam with Xiaoyi towards the crevice. As the ice wall shattered, they slipped through the narrow opening, leaving the sharks to collide with the rocks in their futile pursuit. Haoyu's momentum did not waver as he swam deeper. Despite possessing commendable lung capacity, he soon found himself on the brink of exhaustion. Time became an abstraction until light finally pierced the gloom before him. With urgency, he lifted Xiaoyi into his arms. At that moment, they were alone. Seeing no one around, Haoyu swiftly cut his hand, letting the blood flow to Xiaoyi's lips, hoping she would instinctively drink. However, with her body already racked with pain, coupled with the briny water's embrace and her depleted energy, she remained unconscious. Blood trickled from her mouth, leaving him with no choice but to resort to feeding her with his own. Uncertain of how long it had been, Haoyu's strength waned, and he was uncertain how much blood he had given. At last, Xiaoyi began to rouse from her slumber. As her eyes fluttered open, all she could perceive was Haoyu's haggard visage, his lips soft and stained with the metallic sweetness of blood. Instinctively, Xiaoyi pushed him away and shouted, "You lecher! What are you doing?" But as the words left her lips, she sensed something was amiss. Xiaoyi quickly recalled the events preceding her unconsciousness and, feeling a bit embarrassed, began to speak. "I'm sorry, I am not." Before she could finish her sentence, a voice filled with astonishment echoed from a distance. It was Matsumoto Koji, exclaiming, "You are still alive." He instructed, "Take the torch over there and follow me. Remaining here is akin to awaiting death." Upon hearing this, Haoyu contemplated knocking the two individuals out right then and there. However, Xiaoyi restrained him, whispering, "Wait a moment before acting. We are unfamiliar with the path. Utilize this opportunity to regain your strength." She then stood up and retrieved the torch. With Haoyu's assistance and the passage of time, the pain within Xiaoyi had considerably diminished. Together, they brandished the torch and followed Matsumoto Koji and another individual through the cavern. Chapter 88. A wave unsettled Maima, and the man pointed towards the mountain, shouting, "There's a small shrine a short climb up, containing statues of two goddesses. The entrance is just behind it. I will wait for 30 minutes. Otherwise, I shall not be able to return." "I understand. Thank you," Conan replied, braving the wind and rain as he ascended. Soon, he beheld the stone statues of the two goddesses. Behind the statues lay a narrow path, and after a few steps, he found the entrance. Contrary to what Maima and the man had described, the entrance was not as small. Even an adult male could easily enter. Perhaps the recent earthquake had altered its dimensions. Conan advanced into the interior using a flashlight that resembled a wristwatch, murmuring, "I must catch up." Within the cave, the seawater gradually receded. "Bring the oxygen tank and follow me," Matsumoto Koji commanded, raising the torch as he stepped into the water that was over a meter deep. Iwayamataro urged Xiaoyi and Haoyu forward with a knife in hand. As they emerged from the waterlogged passage, the sight of a stone bearing a pirate flag greeted them. "You two should ascend from there first," Matsumoto Koji ordered. Haoyu scoffed. "Oh, letting us go first? Aren't you afraid we might escape?" It was evident that something sinister lurked above. Nevertheless, the duo's luck would not be perpetually grim. There were merely a few skulls scattered about. One could only imagine how many souls had perished in this place. "It seems rather safe this time. There is no gas," Matsumoto Koji remarked, glancing around before venturing deeper. After an indeterminate time traversing the depths, they encountered an obstruction. The walls bore four recesses, resembling the shape of a short gun and a curved dagger. Matsumoto Koji dashed over in excitement, kicking aside a nearby human bone with disdain, saying, "How foolish to think one could enter with mere wood." He then retrieved the curved dagger and shotgun he had stolen the previous night from his bag and placed them into the recesses of the wall. After stepping back a few paces, he instructed Xiao Yi, "You may proceed." "No need. I shall do it," Hao Yu interjected, positioning his hands in the narrow crevice and applying force to either side. Suddenly, a wooden sword shot out from the side, prompting Hao Yu to bend down to avoid it. Strange, why is it still incorrect? Matsumoto Koji pondered, perplexed. Xiao Yi and Hao Yu, however, understood the situation and stood quietly nearby, wishing for their adversary to remain in the dark. Through the bond of telepathy, Xiao Ying had already discerned that Conan had entered. Yet what remained was merely the passage of time. However, reality seldom aligns with one's wishes. Matsumoto Koji had come to a realization. It was indeed the case that in Bonnie and Mary Red fought back to back, which explained the arrangement. Matsumoto Koji adjusted the position of the curved blade, and the door swung open. Upon entering, he ignited the torches surrounding the area, revealing a ship anchored before them. "Ha ha! The treasure is mine," exclaimed the eager Iwayamataro as he dashed towards the vessel. Matsumoto Koji, filled with excitement, hurried after him. "Don't be so hasty." Meanwhile, Xiao Ying and Hao Yu approached at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Conan could already feel the presence of the wind, indicating that the exit was not far away. Just as Xiao Ying and Hao Yu reached the deck, they heard Iwayamataro's frustrated voice. "What the hell? There's not even a single coin, let alone treasure." It was evident that others had arrived before them and seized all the riches. Matsumoto Koji emerged from the ship's cabin, seething with anger. "This is not how it was supposed to be," roared the exasperated Iwayamataro. "I only came along because you promised a mountain of treasure. Enough with the noise. Be quiet." Just as it seemed the two were about to quarrel, Matsumoto Koji suddenly shifted the conversation. In that case, it would be wise to make an early exit. With that, he glanced at Xiao Ying and Hao Yu. There was no other choice. They had to dispose of their belongings first. Iwayamataro approached Xiao Ying and Hao Yu with a knife in hand. "I'm sorry, but if anyone is to blame, it is your own misfortune." Iwayamataro and Matsumoto Koji positioned themselves, blocking the retreat of the two. "Oh, really?" Xiao Ying did not share this sentiment. "Hao Yu, I'll leave the one behind to you. Be careful, don't push yourself." Hao Yu leaned against Xiao Ying's back and replied. In this moment, the two resembled the legendary and Bonnie and Mary Red. Hao Yu charged forward, disarming Iwayamataro and swiftly sending him to the ground. Xiao Ying, however, remained still, merely putting on a facade, though the pain within her had not lessened. She preferred to avoid confrontation. As long as she could stall until Hao Yu dealt with Iwayamataro, it would not pose a problem. Observing his companion downed, Matsumoto Koji refrained from intervening. Instead, he slowly approached Iwayamataro, one hand still concealed behind his back. "This is bad, time is running out." Xiao Ying instantly grasped Matsumoto Koji's intent. Without waiting for Hao Yu to bind Iwayamataro, she dashed out, but she was already too late. The hand that emerged from behind held a gun, and Matsumoto Koji smirked. "The ace is always kept for last. Let him go." Hao Yu retracted his hands from binding Iwayamataro and moved towards Xiao Ying. The two exchanged tense glances. Ordinarily, evading bullets and subduing the two would be a trivial matter. But now, it was a different story. However, in the next moment, the tension dissipated entirely as Xiao Yi and Hao Yu slowly crouched down, chuckling. Indeed, the ace must always be saved for last. Suddenly, a football appeared behind them, and before they could react, both were knocked unconscious to the ground. "Are you all right, Xiao Yi and Hao Yu?" Conan rushed over, handing medicine to Xiao Yi. "I'm fine," Xiao Yi said as she took the medicine. "But, brother, did you calculate this?" Prior to Conan's contact, she had sensed a gaze fixed upon them. "How could that be?" Conan chuckled awkwardly. "The pirate's treasure truly exists." Hao Yu shook his head, saying, "It seems there is only this one ship. They claim there is nothing inside. Did you hear that? What a pity." Conan feigned regret, turning to the back. "It's time for someone who has been secretly following me to reveal themselves." "Secretly following? That sounds harsh. I merely wish to rescue the two who were taken away." Yanin Qingzi stepped forward. Xiao Yi, with a look of fear, exclaimed, "Then why bring a rifle? Surely, you do not intend to kill us?" Upon seeing Yanin Qingzi emerge, her chaotic thoughts began to clarify. How could that be? Yanin Qingzi glanced at the rifle in hand, explaining, "It is because they are international fugitives that I brought it." With his hands in his pockets, Conan questioned, "But isn't that the rifle stolen from Mr. Minio?" "No, it isn't." Yanin Qingzi averted his gaze from the trio. Hao Yu gradually pieced together the case, remarking, Perhaps it was to prevent the treasure from being stolen. Cold sweat began to bead on Yanin Qingzi's brow. What does that have to do with the treasure? Chapter 89. Another twist: the treasure map you sent us, the coded message. Is it not based on the treasure map left by and Bonnie 300 years ago? Conan approached Yanin Qingzi. In other words, you intended for those visiting this island to help unravel the enigma of the treasure map you cannot decipher. Moreover, to monitor the treasure seekers' movements. You equipped the rented bicycles with GPS tracking systems. Hearing this, Yanin Qingzi flusteredly retorted, that was to prevent treasure seekers from encountering danger. Without waiting for him to finish, Conan continued, unveiling his deductions. Translating the treasure-seeking numbers into letters gives us Jolly Roger, referring to the pirate flag. The former appearance of Lichen Island resembled a skull. Henson Bonnie left such a clue. It is likely because Lichen and Yorioya are also phonetically derived from Jolly Roger. I believe you have surmised this step. However, Jolly Roger has another meaning. Yanin Qingzi exclaimed in astonishment. What? Clearly, he had not realized it. Conan elucidated. The actual map depicts the pirate flag, Jolly Roger, right? The teeth of the skull provide the second hint. Dos diosas, the two goddesses. You have just followed closely behind me and must have seen the small shrine of the two goddesses, which subtly indicates the entrance, does it not? How is it that you are aware of this? The gun slipped from your grasp as Iwanaga Seiji knelt on the ground, striking it with his fist in defiance, exclaiming, to think I miscalculated from the very beginning, how infuriating. Conan then interjected with an apology. The manipulations within the buoyancy suit and the sniper's rifle aimed at the treasure hunter were orchestrated by you, weren't they? Tire tracks from your mountain bike are evident near the bullet marks. After the theft, as we passed by you during the tour, I caught a whiff of gunpowder that should not have been present. Iwanaga Seiji turned his head, self-deprecatingly admitting, indeed, I left behind a blunder even a middle schooler could decipher. Given that, let us return, said Haoyu. Yes, and bring those two along. Conan responded as he made his way to the deck, with Mr. Iwanaga assisting him. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the surrounding stone walls began to crumble. Could it be an earthquake? Xiao Yi pondered, at a loss for words. Must we endure such misfortune, having just escaped the gates of hell, only to face this again? One wave has yet to settle, and another arises. In response to Xiao Yi's thoughts, the tremors ceased. However, before anyone could fully exhale in relief, more violent shaking ensued. The debris falling was not merely stone chips. Large boulders tumbled from above, fortuitously blocking their only exit. This was merely the beginning. As the group struggled to comprehend the reality of their blocked escape, a large hole appeared in the stone wall, and a torrent of seawater surged through the breach. As if that were not enough, gas began to seep in through the crevices. This is bad. Get to the ship. Try not to breathe. Xiao Yi was the first to regain her senses, shouting as she dashed towards the vessel. As everyone boarded the ship, the number of breaches in the walls multiplied, and the rate at which seawater flooded in accelerated. The accumulating water quickly lifted the ship, and its height reached that of the surrounding torches. The outcome was inevitable. The light within the cave vanished in an instant, plunging them into utter darkness. What now? Haoyu stood at the edge of the ship, gazing at the rising water below. This place will eventually be filled with water. Perhaps before that happens, we will succumb to gas poisoning. Gas. Xiao Yi and Conan echoed the term. Suddenly, an idea sparked in their minds. An escape plan? A gas explosion. Just as Xiao Yi was about to elaborate on the method to trigger the explosion, she immediately shook her head and dismissed the notion. No. If an explosion occurs, oxygen will vanish in an instant. The distance to the surface is too great. We only have 2 oxygen tanks left. Not to mention, there's still Iwanaga Seiji. Conan produced 2 small oxygen tanks and said, Sister, you and Mr. Iwanaga each take 1. They contain enough oxygen for 10 minutes of breathing. What about you, brother? And Haoyu? Seeing the 2 small oxygen tanks, Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy, yet something felt amiss. Rest assured, I have mine right here. Conan patted his slightly bulging pocket and remarked, Haoyu had already given it to us earlier, right, Haoyu? As Xiao Yi turned to inquire of Haoyu, Conan discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with him. Yes, Haoyu replied, retrieving an object resembling a miniature oxygen tank from his pocket. See for yourself. Although it seemed he was showing it to Xiao Yi, he swiftly returned the item to his pocket. Sister, you go with them to the cabin. We'll handle the gas explosion, Conan said, scanning the deck in search of something that could be detonated. All right, Xiao Yi responded, still feeling uneasy, but she understood that in her weakened state, she could do little to assist. As Xiao Yi and Iwanaga Joji dragged the 2 unconscious treasure hunters into the cabin, Conan approached Haoyu and quietly inquired, what was that thing earlier? A failed miniature oxygen tank. Yu replied, pointing at a nearby iron chain. Let us use that. I'll inject the fire cloud into it, and after kicking it, the friction should create a spark. Combined with the fire cloud and the methane in the surrounding gas, it should trigger an explosion. Upon hearing this, Conan nodded in agreement. All right, I'll kick it. Subsequently, Yu infused the fire cloud into the iron chain and positioned himself at the entrance of the cabin. Conan adjusted the power setting on his enhanced shoes to maximum, took a short run up, and with a powerful kick, sent the iron chain soaring towards the cave's ceiling, then turned and dashed towards the cabin. The moment the chain made contact with the ceiling, brilliant sparks illuminated the darkness. The fire cloud within the chain erupted forth, igniting the methane above. Boom! The methane exploded, depleting the oxygen within the cave and causing the temperature to soar. The ceiling was blown apart, and seawater cascaded down. The shockwave surged towards the slowly rising pirate ship. Just as it was about to engulf Conan, who was racing towards the ship, Yu swiftly pulled him into the cabin and shut the door. The two sat on the floor, catching their breath, but the wooden door was soon breached by the rushing seawater, instantly flooding the cabin. Before they could react, both Yu and Conan were caught off guard and inhaled water, unable to hold their breath in time. As the ship ascended through the sea, they still had some distance to the surface, but their faces turned crimson, clearly on the verge of losing consciousness. Yi, witnessing this scene, shook her head in helplessness. This was not how she had envisioned things. Though she had suspected it earlier, she had yet to devise a solution. There was only one oxygen tank, and she was uncertain about the other. Time was slipping away too quickly for her to ponder. Yu and Conan were on the brink of sinking to the ocean floor. Chapter 90. Safe return. Yi took a deep breath and placed the miniature oxygen tank in Conan's mouth. With one hand gripping Yu and the other pressing on his acupoint, she leaned in to transfer air to him. In her heart, she silently prayed, Please don't blame me. I truly cannot bear this. If I do, Sister Lan Wan-Ti let me off easy. Thanks to Yi's actions, everyone safely reached the surface of the sea. As the pirate ship set sail, the splashes of water glistened under the morning sun, sparkling like diamonds. Yi unlatched Yu's sleeping quarters and stepped out of the cabin. In the distance, a ship approached, and Nolan waved enthusiastically, calling out, Are you all right? I'm fine, Yi replied with a smile, waving back, relieved that she could finally rest. However, a sudden crack of splintering would echoed from behind, and the mast collapsed with a thunderous crash, falling directly onto the panting Iwanaga Seiji, Matsumoto Koji, and his Wayama Taro below. Run, jump into the sea. Yu shouted as he rushed out of the cabin. Watching the ship gradually shatter, Nolan instructed the crew to hasten their efforts and bring Yi and the others aboard. Nolan handed over a towel and, with curiosity, inquired, So, did you find the treasure? No, just that ship, Conan sighed. Isn't that the treasure? Yi pointed at the sinking pirate ship and remarked that the map left by Bonnie may not have been a treasure map, but rather a message for Mary Reed, who remained imprisoned. Standing beside Yu clasped his hands over his chest in a gesture of prayer and said, I'm here. I will always wait for your return. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi retorted playfully. Observing her flustered reaction, Yu couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be if he were that person. With his head bowed, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face. Yet, truth be told, that ship likely represented Bonnie's dream of sailing the vast oceans with Mary Red, who had escaped from prison. Sadly, Mary Red succumbed to illness in her cell, and Bonnie departed this world while waiting for her. The vessel they left behind lay in a cavern like a sunken coffin, awaiting the day it would set sail again. Today, 300 years later, it embarked on its first and final voyage, silently departing after delivering Yi and her companions to the sea, as if following in the wake of its long-lost masters. The curved sword and short pistol beneath the pirate flag could be regarded as the last remnants of their legacy. On another note, sister, how did you know we didn't have small oxygen tanks? Conan still couldn't fathom it. How could I not know your personalities? Yi reminisced, recalling a sudden downpour when she and Ran had urgent matters to attend to without an umbrella. You two gave us yours, boasting that you had another one. As a detective, how could one possibly overlook such trivial details? Yet the outcome was being drenched and catching a fever. Coughing discreetly, Conan and Yu indicated they had no recollection of the event. Yi added, and that failure was the first thing I ever made. How could I not recognize it? Thank you. Yu expressed his gratitude, having thought he might perish in the sea. As Yi gazed at the half of the sky painted red by the rising sun, she remarked, No need for thanks. Had it not been for you, I would have perished earlier. Furthermore, it was your brother who kissed you, not I. Oh dear. I may have overstepped. Indeed. Hao Yu began to ponder Xiaoyi's words, for within his mind, he held no recollection of Conan administering artificial respiration to him. Turning his head towards Conan, he noticed the latter's bewildered expression as he stared blankly at Xiaoyi. Thus, Hao Yu swiftly grasped the underlying truth. A smile curving upon his lips. I see now. Xiaoyi, do not be embarrassed, I understand. You were captivated by my beauty and seized the moment to steal a kiss. Hao Yu's expression was somewhat teasing, yet his heart brimmed with joy. In that critical moment, she chose to assist him in breathing. Did this not signify that he held a place in her heart? The thought made his smile all the more radiant. Get lost, Xiaoyi exclaimed, hurling a towel at him. I merely feared that if you died, Aunt Xianying would be devastated. Hao Yu dodged the towel, skepticism etched on his face as he replied, Then why are you blushing? Xiaoyi turned her head away, retorting, It's the sunset's reflection. Huh, Xiaoyi, even if you mimic your brother, you must be mindful of the time, Nolan chuckled, covering his mouth. It is morning, where is the sunset? Xiaoyi blinked, unsure of how to divert the conversation. Observing her flushed cheeks, which had replaced her previous icy demeanor, Hao Yu, for reasons unbeknownst to him, mischievously stated, It's all right, Xiaoyi, do not be shy. I bear you no ill will. After all, I feel the same. Well, I mean, it's nothing. The chill radiating from Xiaoyi finally snapped Hao Yu back to reality, realizing he had uttered something inappropriate. He quickly attempted to change the subject. But it was too late. The brilliance of Xiaoyi's smile was unervingly bright, as she slowly raised her right hand, advancing towards Hao Yu. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him. Suddenly, Xiaoyi closed her eyes and leaned backward. In an instant, Hao Yu stepped forward, extending his arms to catch her in his embrace. Nolan checked Xiaoyi's breath and sighed in relief. Fortunately, she merely fainted from exhaustion. She just needs some rest. Subsequently, Hao Yu carried Xiaoyi to the small bed in the cabin. Once the boat reached the shore, Conan and Nolan followed Officer Mu to take statements. Hao Yu returned to the training base with Xiaoyi in his arms. After Conan and Nolan completed their statements, they returned to their residence. Upon seeing the two return safely, yet not spotting Xiaoyi and Hao Yu, they anxiously inquired, Where are Xiaoyi and Hao Yu? They wouldn't rest assured, they are both fine. Hao Yu took Xiaoyi back first. Nolan reassured them, Now, let us gather our belongings. We must return as well. Also, you two can enter on your own, unless you can keep up with our pace. Conan added before he and Nolan exited the residence, making their way towards the training base. Upon hearing Nolan's words, the several individuals in the room collectively exhaled in relief. However, mere moments later, they quickly realized they had taken nothing with them and hastily departed, for they did not wish to become lost within the mountains. It is important to note that having only visited once, locating the training base within those mountains seemed utterly fanciful to them. Yet, reality seldom aligns with our expectations. Chapter 91. Lost in the mountains. Initially, Conan and Nolan strolled leisurely, pausing intermittently to purchase various snacks from the roadside. Upon reaching an intersection, their pace quickened, though AI and the others managed to keep up. After an indeterminate duration racing through the forest, when Conan and Nolan finally halted to rest, Atobi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, How much longer will it take? How would I know? Nolan replied, leaning against a tree while sipping water. Impossible, muttered Natsusuji in disbelief. To this, Nolan merely blinked innocently, genuinely unsure of how long it would be until they reached their destination. Observing Nolan's expression, Ryoma skeptically questioned, You all don't know the way, do you? No, you must have deliberately led us down this path, right? The cunning Nibbin and Yukimura quickly grasped the underlying reason. Ah, we've been discovered, Conan exclaimed, seemingly relieved. It appears we no longer need to lead you around aimlessly. We shall take our leave now. Farewell. With that, he waved to the group and vanished into the dense woods alongside Nolan. The others were momentarily taken aback, the surroundings enveloped in silence. A few seconds later, Ryoma broke this stillness, exclaiming, What? We were just played? What do we do now? We should return to the entrance and search again. Both Tezuka and Sanada suggested in unison. That won't work. We are already deep inside. Exiting is nearly impossible. AI refuted their plan. We can only proceed one step at a time and mark our path, Atobi suggested, stroking his tear mole as he analyzed their situation. Since they left us here, it implies that the base should not be far. Thus, AI and her companions wandered aimlessly through the forest, marking each tree they passed with a red cross. However, for reasons unknown, whether the forest was simply vast or they had not retraced their steps, none of the trees bore their marks. Even though they felt a sense of familiarity with the surroundings, the sun was now high in the sky, and hunger gnawed at them, their legs growing weary. Atobi could no longer restrain his frustration, exclaiming, "What in the world is this place? Why can't we find it? It should be large and obvious." "We have passed through here," AI stated with certainty, gazing at a tree at a 45-degree angle. "How can that be? There are no red crosses on the tree." Ryoma questioned, surveying the area. AI pointed to the upper part of a nearby tree, saying, "Do you see that small triangle? I added that later." Following AI's direction, they indeed spotted a small triangle. Bunny opened his eyes and remarked, "Someone is tracking us. Either the red cross has been erased, or something has been placed over it." Behold, Tezuka wiped a layer of dirt from the tree trunk, revealing a red cross that caught everyone's attention. Nitsuzumi called out, "Would the gentleman hiding behind come forth for a meeting? Oh dear, I have been discovered." A fluent stream of Chinese echoed from a short distance. "Since that is the case, allow me to provide you with a general location. It lies to the southwest." "What did he say?" asked Sanada, whose grasp of Chinese was rudimentary. "He said the base is to the southwest," AI explained. "But can we trust this information?" Ryoma expressed his skepticism, recalling how the individual had previously obscured their markings, leading them astray. Now, asserting that the base is to the southwest, could it truly be so? Tezuka picked up a branch and began sketching a rough map on the ground, while Nitsuzumi retrieved a pair of binoculars from his pocket, resembling a periscope. Yukimura held a compass, hoping to ascertain the southwest direction. However, the surrounding magnetic fields rendered the needle incapable of settling towards the true magnetic north. Observing this, Bunyi, Atobi, Sanada, and Ryoma secured themselves with a long rope at their waists and dispersed in 4 directions to locate tree stumps and examine the tree rings. The denser rings would indicate north, while the sparser rings pointed south. Time eluded them as they searched, and as the sun began to dip, the 4 finally reconvened. Bunyi pointed toward the direction he had just returned from, stating, "The southwest is this way. There should be a small stream ahead." "So there's water?" The group, parched and weary, had initially believed that following Conan and Nolan would lead them swiftly to the base, but reality had dealt them a harsh blow. Moreover, none of them had brought water or provisions. "Let us go," Tezuka stated decisively, rising to head in the direction Bunyi indicated. "Is the base truly over there?" Ryoma questioned. "Doubtful." AI nodded in affirmation. "It should be southwest, and didn't we hear the sound of water earlier when we set out?" "Regardless of its authenticity, I am parched and intend to drink," Atobi asserted as he also moved forward. This rationale persuaded the hesitant few. Who among them was not thirsty? Besides, there might even be Ryoma fish in that stream. Consequently, they followed the markings left by Bunyi towards the southwest. As the markers faded from view, they vaguely heard the sound of water. Yet, as they scanned their surroundings, all they could see were trees. They pressed onward, guided by the sound of water, which grew louder in their ears, yet the stream remained elusive. They could not discern how long they had been walking. The sun had set. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, with only Ryoma, trained by the likes of Xiaoi, managing somewhat better. Thus, Ryoma illuminated the path with his phone and ventured deeper into the woods. "How much longer must we endure?" Atobi grumbled wearily, rubbing his painfully empty stomach. At that moment, a dazzling light appeared ahead. "How wonderful! Yuchin has found it. Hopefully, there are fish within." Buer chuckled. "This time, the heavens have finally smiled upon us. There are indeed fish in the stream." However, due to a drop not far ahead, the current was rather swift, making it quite inconvenient to catch fish. In the end, apart from AI, the rest engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winners, Longma, Buer, and Xingtsuan, gathered firewood, while the losers were tasked with catching the fish. Naturally, AI was responsible for preparing the fish. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. "Ah?" With a slip of his foot, Naozuki fell into the water, becoming a drenched chicken. The evening breeze swept in, leaving him chilled to the bone. His fall scattered the fish, sending some fleeing while others leapt into the air. Quick-witted, AI made a swift motion. Her silver needle, bound with silver thread, pierced the eye of a fish. With a twist and a pull, the fish, entangled in the silver thread, landed just before AI's feet. AI skillfully handled the fish while Longma and the others returned with firewood. They skewered the fish on branches and began to roast them. Midway through their meal, AI had to continue preparing more fish, as the others were ravenous. After satisfying their hunger, Longma lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky, and remarked, "Shall we rest here for the night?" Sated. He simply wished for a good night's sleep. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to drift off, Longma suddenly asked, "There shouldn't be any wild beasts in this area, right?" No sooner had he spoken than a distant howl of wolves echoed. A whoa. Nearby, a commotion arose, startling the birds into flight. Simultaneously, a flock of crows flew overhead, cawing loudly. Chapter 92. Training begins. Caw. Jibu shot a fierce glare at Longma. That's still better than being a daffodil. Thus, Longma seized the opportunity to provoke Jibu. I would never. But before he could finish, Tezuka interrupted their quarrel. Silence. Shingsuan pondered for a moment and suggested, how about we continue with rock, paper, scissors, and the loser will keep watch first? Good. The others nodded in agreement. The final outcome was that Longma and Jibu would be paired together. I refused to team up with a daffodil. Longma protested vehemently. TCH. I wouldn't want to team up with that disdainful look of yours either. Stop arguing, I want to sleep. AI coldly interjected, halting their bickering. Upon hearing AI speak, Longma fell silent. AI leaned against Longma and gradually drifted off to sleep, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. Voices calling from across the stream reached Longma's ears. Huiyuan, Yuqian, Heir. He opened his bleary eyes to find the glaring sunlight piercing through. Shielding his eyes with one hand, he squinted to see Pingxi, looking utterly exhausted, standing on the opposite bank with 2 water-filled buckets beside him. Waving his hand, Pingxi called out, "Come over quickly. I'll take you back to the base." Upon hearing this, Longma immediately roused the others from their slumber. Jibu looked around and inquired, "Is there a bridge nearby?" Upon hearing his words, Heiji supported his forehead with one hand, utterly speechless. "Young Master Aki, where are your thoughts wandering? How could there possibly be a bridge in this place?" He gestured toward a few stones not far away. "Do you see those stones? We can leap across from there." A cursory glance revealed the stones barely breaking the surface of the water, their surfaces undoubtedly slick and treacherous. A moment's carelessness could lead one to plunge into the depths below. The group hesitated, uncertain. In response, Heiji urged them, "Hurry up. I've got a schedule to keep." With that, he lifted a bucket filled with water and began to retreat, unwilling to face the prospect of going hungry. "Hey, don't leave us." As Heiji turned to depart, the others panicked, disregarding their trepidation and pressed on, stepping onto the stones. The outcome was as predictable as it was unfortunate. In their haste, their feet slipped. With a splash, they fell into the water, pulling others down with them. Ultimately, only AI, Neru, and Yukimura managed to arrive unscathed. The worst fate befell Niyazuma. After a long night, his clothes had finally dried, only to be soaked anew. Additionally, Tezuka had been pulled into the water by Ryoma, who had lost his footing. Under Heiji's guidance, they at last glimpsed the training base. From a distance, they noticed a large water vat at the entrance, surrounded by numerous wooden barrels and a table. Upon entering, they found 8 portions of pudding laid out on the table. The newly awakened Koyuki leaned against the wall, relishing his pudding as he remarked, "You've arrived. One for each of you. After you finish, fill the water vat. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to eat." No sooner had he finished speaking than Heiji burst forth in excitement. "Yes. With so many helping me, it seems there is hope for lunch." Yet, matters were far from simple. What followed was a cacophony of lamentation. "No. Koyuki, you cannot be so cruel." The group simultaneously blinked at Koyuki, pleading for leniency. However, Koyuki ignored their gazes, finishing his pudding, placing the plate on the table, and turning to leave, casually adding, "Don't blink. I'm not a fan of pretty faces. If you annoy me, I won't be responsible." And no roasting fish allowed. No. A chorus of discontent arose. They regretted their earlier words. Perhaps they might have enjoyed roasted fish otherwise. Resigned, they channeled their frustration into appetite, prioritizing sustenance above all else. For they had only dined on fish since the previous night. The cold, smooth pudding melted in their mouths, each bite offering a distinct flavor that invigorated them, erasing all previous fatigue. "Delicious," Heiji exclaimed. AI, however, shook her head in disbelief, softly murmuring, "I can't believe Koyuki added those ingredients." "What ingredients?" Ryoma did not sense any additional flavors. It tasted just like the pudding from his childhood. "It's nothing," AI decided against elaborating. With her knowledge of pharmacology, she discerned many rare herbs and even a hint of Koyuki's blood. If all went as expected, it had been chilled with icy essence. Hey, can I have some?" Seeing them savor their pudding, Heiji felt a pang of envy. "Not a chance. Go fill your water." The others replied in rare unison. "Humph." Heiji picked up a wooden bucket and turned to leave, preferring to avoid the scene. "Wait," Koyuki called out as he stepped forward. 9 masked figures clad in dark attire emerged, wielding iron garments. As Longma was enjoying his pudding, he suddenly choked, retreating several steps, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. "Could it be that we are to wear those?" he mused, a hint of dread in his tone. "They appear rather weighty, don't you think?" Xiaoi raised an eyebrow. Her arms crossed in a gesture of indifference. Once everyone finished their pudding, they donned the iron attire, grasping wooden buckets as they made their way to the creek. Initially, their pace was commendable, But as time wore on, fatigue set in. They had once managed a bucket in each hand, yet now even one in each hand felt burdensome. With still a third of the task remaining, they were drenched in sweat, the iron garments clinging to their bodies. What once weighed merely 10 kilograms felt much heavier to them. Time slipped away, and as the sun began its descent, they finally emptied the last bucket of water. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Xiaoyi glanced at the time. It was already 2:45. She issued a few instructions to those waiting outside and made final adjustments to the training schedule before heading to the dining area. Meanwhile, 8 men and 1 woman appeared at the entrance of the base, calling out to those sprawled on the ground. What did he say? Ninjutsu inquired, having understood nothing. He said we should follow them to the dining area. Xiaoyi is waiting for us, Alway explained, her command of Chinese decent. Upon their arrival at the dining hall, they found Xiaoyi already seated, indulging in desserts, with an array of delectable dishes laid out before her. The sight left everyone wide-eyed and salivating. Xiaoyi addressed the famished group. Please, sit down and enjoy your meal. Also, take a look at the training schedule on the table. If you have questions, just ask. Before she could finish her sentence, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of Longma and his companions, who appeared at the table, chopsticks in hand, devouring the food with reckless abandon. Oblivious to the training schedule's presence, only Aoi took her time to sit down, sip water, and peruse the training document. The moment she glanced at it, however, she regretted it. The contents were startling. With a splutter, she expelled a mouthful of water. Disbelievingly, she turned to Xiaoyi and exclaimed, Xiaoyi, you didn't make a mistake, did you? Not at all, Xiaoyi replied, having anticipated this question. This is tailored specifically for you. Upon hearing their exchange, Longma and the others finally shifted their attention to the training schedule. A fit of coughing ensued as food lodged in their throats. This is lethal. Chapter 93. Sibling dispute, surely not, Xiaoyi replied dismissively. It's manageable. The morning training load will increase in the future. Increase. The group could only dread the afternoon session to come, hoping it might be less demanding, for there was an overwhelming amount of knowledge to absorb. That is feasible, Xiaoyi generously stated, pausing for effect. An anxious Longma queried, what shall we remove? After lunch, the professional tennis players' training was dismissed, allowing everyone a generous 2-hour respite. However, they collectively declined the offer. Upon reviewing the training schedule, it became evident that their primary interest lay in tennis. In light of this, they accepted the situation with grace. Xiaoyi, having anticipated their response, suggested they enjoy their meal before returning to rest for an hour, after which they were to gather in the armory. Yukimura inquired, pointing to the 9 individuals standing at the door. Who are they? They will be responsible for your language studies moving forward, Xiaoyi clarified. Shortly thereafter, their appetites diminished, and they consumed only a modest amount before departing. Conan entered, posing the question, are you truly intent on proceeding with this? Yes, came the reply, as the smile gradually faded, replaced by a somber tone. But if he truly is who you think he is, how much danger could this potentially bring upon us? You are well aware of this. Conan took a seat nearby, hoping she might reconsider. Indeed, Xiaoyi was cognizant of this concern, yet she argued. Even if we avoid this course, our forebears have connections with them. If he is not who we believe him to be, acquiring an additional skill for self-defense would not be amiss. At worst, we can erase their memories later. Conan sighed, recognizing the futility in attempting to sway Xiaoyi's protective nature. Moreover, the familiarity that Fuji brought only complicated matters further. He shifted the conversation, stating, very well, let us set this aside. What are your thoughts on Haoyu? What do you mean by that? Came Xiaoyi's icy retort, her gaze sharpening. With a serious demeanor, Conan pressed on. Do you harbor feelings for him? Xiaoyi found herself at a loss for words. She felt an inexplicable connection to Haoyu, yet her wavering gaze and hesitance only reinforced Conan's suspicions, leading him to advise, sister, there is no future for you two. Xiaoyi lowered her eyes, unable to meet Conan's gaze, and replied, brother, you are overthinking this. I do not feel that way at all. Is that truly the case? Conan shook his head, unconvinced. Look me in the eyes and say it again. At this, Xiaoyi abruptly lifted her head and exclaimed, I have only spoken a single word. Once more, her head fell. Conan, resigned, remarked, sister, do you realize that whenever you lie, you cannot maintain eye contact with me? It would be wise to keep your distance from him. For reasons unknown, upon hearing his final words, Xiaoyi slammed her hand on the table and shouted, so what if I do have feelings for him? Even the dream demons can be dealt with once. How can mere mortals? Realizing her words, Xiaoyi gradually calmed, a flush creeping to her cheeks as she pondered what she had just said. Brother, I apologize. I need some time alone. Please, Could you leave and forget what I just said? Conan silently exited, hoping she would find clarity in her thoughts. Upon exiting the restaurant, Haoyu was seen standing there. Conan gestured with his eyes for Haoyu to follow. Once back in the room, Conan coldly inquired, "Did you hear what was just said?" "Yes," came the response. "In that case, I must ask you to keep your distance from my sister." Unable to persuade Xiaoyi, Conan shifted his focus onto Haoyu. "That is absolutely out of the question." The unequivocal reply emanated from Haoyu. "But you and she will not have a future together. You have known this since you conducted your experiments as a child. You are not him. And so what? Being able to accompany her is still something worthwhile," Haoyu replied, rising and making his way towards the door, adding, "She refrains from acting because she fears I am not him." Upon hearing this, Conan gazed at Haoyu's departing figure, momentarily dazed. Could it be that he truly is him? An hour swiftly passed, and Long Ma and the others had arrived at the firearms training room. Listening intently to the coach's instructions, "I will dispense with pleasantries. From today until your departure, I will oversee your firearms training. Should you fail to meet the standards, you may turn right upon exiting and run along. First, the firearm on the left, the Desert Eagle, caliber 357. With a range Xiao, he had completely regained his composure as he entered the firearms room. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air, and a bullet flew towards the doorway. Xiao Yi quickly ducked to avoid it, the wall behind him splattering with a small spray of water. Who fired that shot? A chilling voice pierced the ears of everyone present, accompanied by a smile. A collective shiver ran through them, and after 3 seconds, they all pointed at Ninzutsu. "I thought this gun was locked like the Tokarev." Ninzutsu's legs turned to jelly, unsure of what to do. Upon hearing his response, the coach placed a hand on his forehead, rendered speechless before finally speaking. "Brother, are you playing with me? The son of a respectable arms dealer, doesn't he know such basic knowledge?" "What arms dealer?" Ninzutsu scratched his head in confusion, wondering if his family was indeed in the arms trade. "Oh, Ninzutsu, please tell me you are not still unaware of what your family does?" Akutsu asked, incredulous as he looked into Ninzutsu's bewildered eyes. "I know, they run a hospital," Ninzutsu blinked and replied. The fact that Ninzutsu's uncle had managed to keep such a secret was something Xiao Yi had never anticipated. He had assumed that in terms of firearms, the most knowledgeable person would either be AI or Ninzutsu, with the surface of medicine concealing a darker truth of arms dealing. "I should be grateful that this training was so sudden. Currently, we only have simulated guns and water balloons. Has your family not yet delivered the firearms?" Xiao Yi continued. "In that case, the subsequent handover of responsibilities will fall to you." "That doesn't seem appropriate." Ninzutsu hesitated, knowing that if he accepted, his father would undoubtedly insist he continue upon returning home. "Taking over the family business is something you will inevitably have to do. So do not think to take the easy way out." Xiao Yi saw through his thoughts. "Ninzutsu, 200 push-ups, now," the coach commanded. Ninatsu had yet to recover from the previous events. "I had initially discussed the performance of the Desert Eagle. How attentively was the lesson listened to?" As the coach elaborated, Ninatsu gradually recalled the details and resigned himself to performing the push-ups. Subsequently, the coach continued to expound on firearms knowledge, lacking real weapons. This was the only course of action. Meanwhile, Koyuki sat nearby, refining his poker gun. Before long, an hour had slipped away. Chapter 94. The Departure of 3, All Right. That concludes today's session. Remember to review your material, as I will be conducting impromptu quizzes tomorrow. Failing to respond adequately will serve as a poignant example. As demonstrated by Ninatsu, the coach remarked before departing. "Given this, let us conclude for today. You may return and rest. Formal training will commence tomorrow," Koyuki announced while gathering his belongings. "Let me remind you, you must rise by 5:30 each day. Breakfast will be served until 8 o'clock, and prior to that, you must fill the water tanks while clad in your iron gear before you are permitted to eat." "Are you joking, Koyuki?" the others exclaimed in unison, incredulous at the notion of filling the tanks. "Not at all. At worst, you can wake up earlier or forgo breakfast. In any case, no clever tricks are allowed." Koyuki shrugged. "Do your best. I shall return now." Thus, on the following day, before dawn had even broken, a gentle moonlight filtered through the dense clouds, casting a soft glow upon the ground. Several dark figures darted through the woods. It was barely 4 in the morning when Ryoma and his 9 companions, clad in their iron gear, began filling the water tanks. This was perhaps the earliest they had ever risen, and while they felt the urge to sleep, they chose to sacrifice rest over hunger. As the first rays of sunlight graced their skin, they found they were still a quarter short of their goal. "This is unbearable. I'm exhausted. Shouldn't we take a moment to rest?" Atobi leaned against a tree, panting heavily. "I too wish to take a break," Ninatsu chimed in agreement. "No. Have you forgotten what Koyuki said yesterday? Fujisaki remarked, clutching the wooden barrel as he moved forward. If you wish to rest, hurry and fill it up. AI added. There are either Koyuki's people nearby, or the surveillance cameras are watching. Sitting in the monitoring room, Koyuki chuckled upon hearing this. Oh my, AI. You truly are the embodiment of truth. With a clatter, the wooden barrels were dropped. At last it's full. The group cheered. Tezuka glanced at his watch and urged. Let us hurry. It is already 7:45. What? Hattori, still sprawled on the ground, quickly removed his iron gear and dashed towards the dining hall, followed closely by the others. Upon entering, they found Conan and Nolan seated within, a generous spread of food laid out on the table. Just as Ryoma and his companions settled in, having barely begun to eat, Conan clapped his hands and declared, All right, time's up. Clear the table. At that, several individuals entered from the doorway and began to collect all the food on the table. Hey, wait. I'm still hungry. Ryoma protested, discontented. Still feeling the pangs of hunger. Are you still wishing to eat? Nolan, with unprecedented audacity, commanded, Bring forth the items. The crowd was filled with disbelief, their eyes glimmering with anticipation as they gazed toward the entrance. Soon, a figure appeared, carefully balancing 2 cups of milk. A burst of laughter erupted from the onlookers, while Ryoma's expression darkened. Must we drink it? He lamented, regretting his earlier words. He wished he had remained silent. I do not wish to consume milk, he protested. Hurry now, or the ensuing training shall remain incomplete. We cannot afford to neglect our tennis, Nolan urged. Reluctantly, Ryoma acquiesced and drank. Thus began their extraordinary training. However, just past the midpoint of the month, a letter and a phone call emerged, rescuing the trio from their arduous plight. Yes, Ryoma exclaimed joyfully, the US Open. I am on my way. Do not rejoice too soon. Even with this, training cannot be slackened. AI will oversee your progress, remarked Wing, as he lowered the letter. It turned out that the US Open had extended an invitation to Ryoma, while Seishin was to escort Tezuka to Germany for treatment. Consequently, the 3 departed the training facility amidst the envious gazes of their peers. Time flew by, and over a month had passed. Their intensive training had to conclude, as only 2 weeks remained until the national tournament, with the draw scheduled for the upcoming Saturday. At that moment, except for Tezuka, who was undergoing final treatment in Germany, and Ryoma and AI, who were preparing for the US Open, all gathered at the entrance for a final assessment. Do your best. Those who fail shall not return to compete in the national tournament. If you wish to return, your memories will be erased, Wing announced while distributing papers. This outlines the general route. You have but 1 day and 1 night. Failure to emerge will be deemed a defeat. Furthermore, the last to exit must drink this. A cup filled with a green beverage appeared behind Wing. Understood, echoed the voices of the others, who envied Ryoma, AI, and Tezuka, wishing they, too, could avoid this ordeal. Do not cast such resentful glances at me. They are participants as well, just not in this particular challenge. Wing discerned their thoughts and said, Now quickly proceed inside. The others entered through various entrances, only to find themselves enveloped in darkness. Instinctively, they reached for their glasses, and indeed, the space was riddled with infrared beams. In the past, navigating such obstacles would have left them battered and bruised, but now, bending and twisting, they maneuvered through with ease, swiftly passing the initial trials. The challenges ahead were mere trifles for their current prowess, yet the escape room promised to be the true test. They had 1 night remaining. 6 individuals entered through 6 distinct entrances. Let me outline the fundamental rules, Wing cautioned. Each room contains 4 doors, each requiring different keys and codes. As long as you can exit through any other door, you will have succeeded. The doors you unlock will remain open. Moreover, the door is bidirectional, capable of being opened from both the inside and the outside. Initially, they swiftly navigated through the first few rooms, but as time passed, locating the key and deciphering the code became increasingly arduous. It was then that Shinobu and Sanada encountered one another. Shinobu, beaming with delight, remarked, It seems we shall both be able to exit. Leaning in to whisper a few words in Sanada's ear, he inquired, Is it feasible? Sanada, wearing a skeptical expression, appeared unconvinced. Suit yourself, Shinobu retorted, before striding toward the direction from which Sanada had just approached. Shortly thereafter, Sanada also made his way toward Shinobu. Observing this exchange on the monitor, Koyuki found herself puzzled. Logically, more individuals working together should yield greater strength. Why did they not proceed as a group? It was only when Shinobu and Sanada emerged from each other's respective entrances that Koyuki grasped their intentions. It seemed they had exploited a loophole in her verbal instructions. With a wry smile, Koyuki lamented that had she known, she would have refrained from such lengthy discourse and reluctantly dispatched someone to retrieve Shinobu and Sonata. Meanwhile, Heiji found himself ensnared within a room. Fuji managed to discover another key, yet it opened only a single door, indicating that someone was indeed present in that chamber. Utilizing a flashlight, Fuji illuminated the walls, searching for clues. He observed the inscription, his birthday, their fall. Fortune Star G. Chapter 95. The past resurfaces. Beside it was an electronic board with 4 empty spaces, clearly intended for a date. But whose date was it? Fuji, momentarily stumped, knocked on the closed door and called out, "Who is inside?" "Fuji, is that you?" Hearing the voice from outside, Heiji's spirits lifted. He had feared being trapped indefinitely. "Hurry, help me open the door." Fuji responded, "Is that you, Heiji?" The wall outside states, his birthday, their fall. Fortune Star G. It appears to be a 4-digit code, likely representing someone's birthday. Leaning against the wall, Heiji pondered for a moment before asking, "Is it written in Chinese?" The fortune from Holmes, and new from the old? It is written in Chinese. But the star refers to Xing. However, there is also AG. Though Fuji did not understand the reason behind Heiji's inquiry, he answered truthfully. "Star? G." Heiji repeated, mulling it over before confidently concluding. "It's 0504. May 4th. Why?" Fuji, perplexed, inputted 0504 on the electronic board, which promptly unlocked the 2 doors. The star signifies Xing, and since there is egg following it, that would be redundant. Thus, we omit it. Therefore, it becomes Xian. Among those I know, the first name that comes to mind with Xian in the midday pronunciation is Kudo Shinichi. His birthday is indeed May 4th. Heiji continued, their fall refers to the descent of Sherlock Holmes and Professor Moriarty, which also occurred on May 4th. By this point, they had already stepped into the next room. The first objects to catch their attention were the drawers on either side. Upon opening the upper 2 drawers, they discovered a CD case and a sheet of paper inscribed with the 4 digits 0726. Fujin and Heiji began to scour the room. They found a ring nestled within a bowl on the table, a box of film lying on the floor beneath the table, and a red key hidden beneath a pillow on the bed. Heiji drew back the curtains and stumbled upon a yellow key. Using the yellow key, they unlocked the lower left drawer, revealing a wire, which they retrieved. They then employed another key to open the lower right drawer, uncovering a red treasure box that they placed upon the table. Heiji connected the wire to the CD player on the table and powered it on, only to find a metallic key emerging from the CD slot. Curiously, there should have been another ring and what seemed to be a stick. Fujin, observing the groove on the treasure box, remarked, "But we've searched everywhere we could think of." Heiji scanned the surroundings and caught sight of the bed's pillow. Lifting it, they discovered a narrow seam in the bed, reaching inside to grasp a small metal rod. Yet, they still lacked a ring. Frustrated, Heiji rummaged through everything in the room. "Wait," Fujin called out as Heiji pulled back the curtain. His keen eyes had spotted another ring above. He reached up to retrieve it. They placed both rings and the metal rod into the groove of the treasure box, which then opened to reveal a projector before them. However, it lacked batteries and film. Fujin first inserted the film, murmuring, "But where could the batteries be? Let us search some more. There must be a hidden compartment here," Heiji suggested, tapping on the wall. After a thorough search, he pressed on a brick, which sunk into the wall. Nearby, another brick protruded, forming a flat surface on which lay a battery, inscribed with a single character, "This," accompanied by a leftward arrow. Heiji placed the battery into the projector, fixating on the character. After a moment's contemplation, he positioned the projector to the left on the flat surface and pressed the play button. A blue palace materialized upon the opposite wall, where a woman adorned in a flowing blue gown reclined on a bed, her waist-length ice blue hair adorned with a delicate frost, surrounded by a gentle mist. Her eyes, a striking blue-violet, reflected a sense of coldness and sorrow. Just then, the scene abruptly shifted. The surroundings transformed into a battlefield shrouded in smoke and blood. Cries of anguish echoing through the air. The previously serene woman was now clad in a blue battle robe, suspended in midair, wielding a long bow, arrows incessantly flying from her grasp. Her lips moved continuously, summoning blue magic circles that harvested the lives of those clad in black. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed in the distance, causing a change in her expression as tension gripped her features. Behind her, 5 figures rushed toward her. Upon seeing them, the woman's lips curled into a slight smile as she transformed her bow into a long sword, joining forces with the 5 to confront the shadowy figure. The scene shifted once more. Snow began to fall from the heavens, blanketing the battlefield, strewn with lifeless bodies. The woman knelt in the snow, cradling a bleeding man in a crimson robe, her expression one of sheer panic as tears mingled with blood on her cheeks. Surrounding her lay numerous corpses. The man, with a faint smile, wiped away her tears with a gentle motion of his lips, whispering something unknowable. Suddenly, his head tilted, his hand fell heavily to the ground, splattering blood around him as he departed from this world. The woman shattered in an instant, shaking her head in disbelief, as ice began to form around her. A man in a blue robe materialized behind her, his face etched with sorrow, as he slowly raised his hand to render her unconscious. The scene concluded here. What could this possibly mean? After witnessing this series of images, it echoed the sentiments of 10 individuals: Heiji, Fujiko, Yukimura, Atobi, Natsuki, Sanada, a.k.a, Ryoma, Tezuka, and Haoyu. Sister, what is this? Conan questioned, looking at Xiaoi in confusion. I have no idea, Xiaoi replied, equally perplexed. This was indeed her recording. Initially intended for Haoyu to observe his reaction, but why was it here, and why did they all see it? She truly had no answers. At this moment, Ryoma, a.k.a. Fujiko, and Yukimura clutched their chests, inexplicably filled with sorrow, their hearts aching. Haoyu's reaction was the most intense. He held his head, curling into a ball, grimacing in pain as he exclaimed, "My head, it hurts." Xiaoi swiftly delivered a blow, rendering Haoyu unconscious. Conan looked at Haoyu with astonishment, stating, "Could it be that he truly is?" "It's highly likely, and he is not the only one," Xiaoi remarked, a smile gracing her face as she gazed at the screen. "What are you all talking about?" Natsuki and Sanada, who had entered earlier, were left bewildered, urging them to speak clearly. "It's nothing," Xiaoi replied, not intending to disclose any information, and pressed the enter key on her keyboard. The door confining Heiji and Fujiko swung open. However, the door leading to the next room remained shut, indicating someone was inside. Chapter 96. The journey home. Upon entering, they found 2 individuals behind a glass wall, gathered around a control panel that housed an iPad. Yukimura, Atobi. Heiji called out to them. Yukimura and Atobi scanned their surroundings, seemingly oblivious to their presence. It appeared that the glass allowed visibility from the outside in, but not vice versa. Fujiko's hands roamed the walls, and she vaguely felt a protruding button. Upon pressing it, an iPad materialized before them. The device was covered in an array of locks, suggesting that they needed to unlock them all to escape. They began to open each lock, entering the necessary passwords one by one. Correspondingly, the locks on the iPads held by Yukimura and his companion diminished in number, leaving them both quite perplexed. How could it be that a few locks simply vanished? Before they could ponder this mystery further, the locks on the iPad disappeared entirely, transforming into the faces of 2 individuals, Nijiaro and Heiji. Akutsu, with a hand resting on his tear mole, remarked, "It seems we must collectively unlock all the locks as a quartet. However, with so many to unlock, how long would this take?" "Time is of the essence," sighed Heiji. As his words lingered in the air, the locks on the iPad vanished. Yet the door remained firmly shut. Shortly thereafter, 8 characters appeared on the screen: her birth, his fall, accompanied by 4 empty spaces. It appeared they needed to fill in a date. Heiji rested his chin in thought, pondering whose birthday this could be. Was the fall referring to someone's day of death? They were at a loss. Moreover, it seemed both events occurred on the same day. Why is there no hint this time? Nijiaro interjected. The previous birthday had a clue. After a moment of silence, Akutsu suggested, could it be the birthday of the woman from earlier and the death of that man? They had considered this. Yet the crux of the matter remained. What date? They were unfamiliar with either individual and had no way of knowing. They had not seen any dates. Silence enveloped them once more. Suddenly, Yukimura seized the iPad from Akutsu and entered 2 digits, 07. July? Heiji was baffled. Just moments ago, the screen had depicted heavy snowfall. Based on Akutsu's words, he was certain they had witnessed this, so why July? Yukimura shook his head slightly, stating, "I'm not sure. A voice in my mind keeps insisting it's July." "Really? Is it wise to be so arbitrary?" Akutsu pressed his forehead in exasperation, unsure of how to respond. "Please. We have but one chance. If we enter the wrong code, we may never escape." "It's fine. We can always retrace our steps and seek another way," Heiji jested. But before he could finish, the iPad was snatched away by Nijiaro. Without waiting for consensus, Nijiaro entered 2 more digits, 26, and pressed the confirm button. A profound silence enveloped them, their breaths barely audible as they awaited the outcome. The iPad screen remained on the password input interface, unchanged, and the door remained shut. "Did we really get it right?" Little Wing exclaimed, surprised yet filled with joy. What could this mean? Surely, they must have some connection to her. Perhaps they were truly meant to be. Time ticked away, and just as Nijiaro and the others began to doubt their answer, the floor beneath them vanished. "Ah, for screams echoed through the ancient residence. Heiji rubbed his arms and surveyed the surrounding darkness, exclaiming, "What is happening? Was the date correct or incorrect? It should be correct." Fuji rose, continuing, "The reason is the same as Yukimura's. But do you remember the previous room? That piece of letter had the number 0726 inscribed on it. It seems there is indeed something to it." Prompted by Fuji's words, Heiji recalled, "But where exactly were they? What about Yukimura and the others?" With one hand against the wall, Fuji proceeded towards the only path available, stating, "I don't know. There is but one way. Let us venture forth." "Is your phone still with you?" The darkness enveloped them, rendering it nearly impossible to see one's own hand. His phone had been dropped above. "Yes, but it's out of battery." Heiji repeatedly pressed the power button, yet the screen remained dark. With no other choice, they had to cautiously navigate the pitch-black path, naturally slowing their pace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yukimura and his companion were swiftly making their way out, illuminated by their flashlight. Time passed, and after an indeterminate period of wandering, they finally glimpsed a faint light. Upon emerging, they noticed the moon hanging low, nearly descending. The eastern sky was already tinged with the soft hues of dawn, indicating that their time was running short. Ahead stood an iron gate. It was evident that it could not be opened without a key. "Fuji, Hattori, over here." A voice called from behind them. Turning around, they saw Yukimura standing not far away in the tunnel, gesturing for them to join. As they entered the tunnel, they found the path ahead composed of stones, each adorned with distinct patterns. At the tunnel's end was an electronic board displaying 6 characters, one chance remaining. The stone walls on either side also bore various designs, with the sun being the most prevalent, followed by the moon, triangles, circles, and other symbols. Beneath the stones lay different traps. One wrong step would spell disaster. "I had intended to test the traps with the stones," Tikoku explained, "but just now, the 6 characters appeared on the electronic board." The 4 fell into deep contemplation, with Heiji scrutinizing the patterns on the stone walls and blocks for quite a while. The designs on the stones were varied and corresponded to those on the walls. "Is it the sun?" Fuji murmured softly. "No," Yukimura shook his head. "We considered that initially, but beneath the stone engraved with the sun lies a trap." He pointed to a small square hole nearby. "It is the sun and moon." Unable to discern the answer, Heiji surveyed the tunnel, ultimately spotting a flickering number in one corner of the electronic board, time. Heiji picked up a small stone from the ground, explaining, "This changes randomly with time. It is currently the moment of sunrise and sunset, so we should tread upon the stones depicting both the sun and moon." With that, he tossed the stone forward. It landed squarely on the designated block, showing no signs of change. Thus, Heiji stepped onto the stone engraved with both the sun and moon, crossing to the other side, where he soon discovered a key. The 4 approached the door outside, inserting the key into the lock and turning it gently. The lock clicked open. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Koyuki, the recently awakened Haru, along with Ninjutsu and Sanada standing at the threshold. Xiaoi glanced at the 4 individuals and remarked, "Well done. You all arrived punctually. Let us first partake in some nourishment before embarking on our journey back. The vessel awaits in the harbor, so do make haste. Should you be tardy, do not blame me." With that, Xiaoi proceeded in the direction from which they had emerged, wishing to retrieve that roll of film without further ado. Fubuki, while consuming his meal, felt an odd sensation and turned to Haoyu, saying, "Why does that statement feel so peculiar? Haoyu, how shall we return?" Haoyu did not explicitly answer, merely stating, "By boat." Nevertheless, Yukimura surmised, "You mean we are to navigate the vessel ourselves?" He quickly added, "Let me clarify. This was not my assertion. We had agreed to wait until they were aboard the ship for them to discover it on their own. Yet here we are, having failed to keep it secret." Ninzu pinched his own arm, exclaiming, "That hurts. This isn't a dream, is it? We're to sail back? But we are unfamiliar with the route. If we lose our way, we would miss the competition. The ship is equipped with a GPS navigation system," Haoyu continued. "You have all studied navigation for a month. If you cannot return, then perhaps you should not return at all. I had originally intended to learn to pilot an aircraft, but due to regional constraints, that plan has been postponed until we reach Hawaii." Subsequently, Haoyu also ventured inside, wishing to inspect the film once more, to gaze upon that enigmatic woman. He felt she was the one who frequently appeared in his dreams, or perhaps she was indeed her. Before departing, he kindly reminded them, "Soon, someone will escort you to the vessel." As Haoyu had mentioned, under the guidance of an attendant, they boarded the ship, only to have their communication devices confiscated. Guided by the navigation system, they sailed towards their destination, unaware of how many days they floated upon the water. Upon safely arriving ashore and inquiring for information, They realized it was the day of the lottery draw, and they hurried toward the designated location. Chapter 97. The Return of the Group. National Tournament Drawing Ceremony. Seishin Academy is truly ineffectual, having lost in the Kanto tournament. It seems our hopes for a three-peat are dashed. Not only that, but it is rumored that their captain and vice-captain have been missing for a week post-competition, and they have yet to reappear. I have heard this as well. It seems the captains of Hyodai and Seishin Academy, along with their prodigies and newcomers, have also vanished. It appears the championship is destined for us, boasted a raucous underling at the lottery venue. From Aichi Prefecture, is it Rokurichu? A cold voice interrupted their laughter. Such matters should not be discussed in our presence. Sanada, arms crossed and a grim expression upon his face, stated. Sanada indeed? The two exchanged awkward glances. Sanada is quite the earnest middle school student, Kaito of Higaku remarked, leaning against his chair. Do not be so dismissive, Kaito-kun. Do not be so narrow-minded, Mute interjected, placing a hand on the table to halt Kaito. Sanada cast a sidelong glance and murmured softly, Is that you, Mute Yoshiro? It seems this year's Kyushu region has been overshadowed by Okinawa. Seated in the back, Daisher sighed, rubbing his wrist as he murmured, in the national competition, to win. No matter what happens. Seishin Academy, the representative of Tokyo's Seishin Academy, is it not present? The draw announcer called out. It was only after the final word was spoken that Daisher reacted, hastily rising and scratching his head. He apologized. Yes, I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, look at that guy. He's so nervous, it's quite a sight, someone remarked. Daisher, a voice called from the doorway. Can I take care of this matter? The arrival of Tezuka sparked considerable chatter. Wasn't he injured and in Germany? I heard he returned in top form. Fool, what is Tezuka Kunamitsu compared to my superb tennis? Before this statement could be completed, it was interrupted by Atobi, who arrived just after Tezuka, saying, Better not. Mune and Ki, if you step up. It'll only take you 15 minutes. As Tezuka descended the stairs, a foot suddenly extended out, and Tezuka deftly stepped over it. What long legs you have, Tezuka remarked, casting a glance at the individual. Among the murmurs, there were also compliments. That's the captain of Saigaku, Tezuka. What an impressive presence. After all, he is a man of professional tennis. Apologies for being late, Tezuka said to the staff. The draw results indicated that Saigaku had a bye for one round, with their opponent being the winner between Higa and Rokaku. Having nothing to do, the members of Saigaku decided to watch the match between Higa and Rokaku. Now commencing the first round, Chiba representing Rokaku against Okinawa's Higa. Singles match 3, Rokaku's Aoi versus Higa's Chinen. After hearing the referee's announcement, Momoshiro asked, Why does the match start with singles 3? Momoshiro-senpai, you can't possibly still be unaware of the national tournament rules? Said a yawning Tsubasa as he approached. In this national tournament, we alternate between singles and doubles starting from singles 3. When one side loses 3 matches, the competition shifts to women's singles. If the losing side wins, the match continues. After the singles 1 match concludes, if the score is tied at 3-3, we proceed to women's doubles and mixed doubles, with the total points determining the ultimate victor. Tsubasa, didn't you say you were going to sleep at home? Fuji inquired. Tsubasa replied helplessly, I wanted to sleep too, but some matters needed attending to. After handling them, I just stopped by to take a look. By the way, have there been any updates on the little one and the adorable one? Eiji clung to Tsubasa's back, inquiring. Tsubasa glanced at Eiji, saying, How's he? Hurry it up. Eiji blinked in confusion. Due to some actions from the depths, How you, who was to be a slave for half a year, wore a sullen expression and stated, Didn't I tell you not to call me that? Saying this, he pulled Eiji off Tsubasa's back. No news yet, but I surmise they should be returning soon. How could this be possible? The spectators of the match uttered in disbelief. Just moments ago, he was at the baseline, and now he appeared at the net. Upon hearing this, the small group engaged in conversation turned their gazes. As he had mentioned, Aoi from Rokaku deliberately executed a ball that grazed the net. By all rational standards, he should not have reached it, yet Chinen from Kiba, in the blink of an eye, found himself at the net, returning the ball. If it were an anomaly once or twice, it would be excusable, but this had already occurred more than thrice. Despite the incredulity, the truth remained. Thus, the match continued, with Rokaku succumbing to 2 consecutive defeats, and it was now time for the second singles match. I see now, thought the small wing, as he grasped the underlying principle. Just as he was about to elucidate the coach's strategy from Rokaku, the elderly gentleman interjected, the art of shortening distance. In Okinawan martial arts, it is a method of approaching the opponent before they become aware. It feels akin to a single step that allows one to shift positions unseen by the adversary. The illusion of suddenly appearing at the net is born from this technique. Hearing his words, Siki's lips curled into a smile as he conceived a plan. Kai shot a glare at the old man and directed the ball returned by Siki towards him. The sudden action caught everyone off guard. The playing card fired by the small wing was a beat late. The ball struck the old man's eye, and the force was too much for him to withstand. He tumbled from his chair to the ground. "Grandfather!" The members of Rakuku exclaimed in concern. Aoi rushed to assist the elderly gentleman, glaring at Kai, admonishing, "What have you done?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I had no idea it would hit him," Kai mumbled, his head lowered in what seemed an apology. Yet a glimmer of a smirk betrayed his true feelings. The small wing stood to check on the old man's injury when a girl wearing a hat, with chestnut hair, vaguely caught his attention as she approached him. She entered, squatting beside the old man, examining his injury, and with silver needles, she began to clear his meridians. Then, a cool voice emerged from her lips. "Do not worry, it is not serious." With a swift motion of her hand, she suddenly exclaimed towards Kai, "Ah, I'm sorry. Quickly move aside." The silver needle flew towards Kai, seemingly aimed at his eye, when a playing card shot from the small wing's card gun, deflecting the needle. "I truly apologize, my hand slipped," the girl said, slightly bowing and lowering the brim of her hat. Those close enough could perceive a faint, cold smirk on her face. Kai let out a sigh of relief and shouted, "What do you mean by that?" Scanning the vicinity for a tennis ball. It was evident that he intended to use the same method to incapacitate the girl. Thus, Kai commanded a nearby boy, "You, bring me the ball." "The ball?" the boy asked, toying with the ball in his hands. Then, the ball was tossed up and fell. The ball grazed Kaito's scalp and crashed against the net. "My apologies." The racket slipped, the boy remarked, lowering the brim of his cap and leaning casually against his shoulder. Upon hearing that cool, feminine voice and the rather irritating male tone, the members of Seishin Academy erupted in cheers. Not for any other reason, but simply because they had returned from the National Open, Ryoma Ekizan and A.i. Hybara. Their team was finally complete. Chapter 98, Match against Higa, 1. "Quite bold of you to return without informing us," said Hattori, walking up to Ryoma and delivering a playful smack to his head, casting a sidelong glance at A.i. "Ouch." Ryoma rubbed the spot where he was struck, pouting in displeasure. "I wanted to surprise you all. Hey, A.G., come down." Before Ryoma could finish his sentence, A.G. leaped onto him, as he was unable to cling to anyone else. A.G. nuzzled Ryoma's cheek and exclaimed, "Little one, it's been a while. What are you Seishin folks doing here?" Interrupted a discordant voice, shattering their reunion. "We're merely here to act as cheerleaders for Rakuku," Momo replied without even glancing at the speaker, rallying support for Siki. "Go, Siki. Fighting." Momo's dismissal of the individual incited their ire. "Humph. Just because we're from the same region, what gives you the audacity to enter? Get out." "What did you say?" Kaito growled, turning to glare at the person, digging a finger into his ear. The fierce expression and tone he adopted effectively intimidated the speaker, silencing Higa's grievances. The match continued, and under the guidance of the old man's explanations, Siki discovered a method to counter Kaito effectively. He kept Kaito firmly at the baseline, preventing him from approaching the net, gradually narrowing the score gap. However, this strategy was discovered too late, resulting in a loss with a score of 4-6. Furthermore, since Rakugo lacked female tennis players, the match concluded there. As Siki descended from the court, wiping the sweat from his brow and breathing heavily, he sheepishly remarked, "I'm sorry. It's rare for you to cheer for us at Rakugo, yet we still lost." Hattori shook his head lightly, saying, "More importantly, you should hurry and check on the old man. Weren't you worried about him?" "Sorry, I must go," Siki replied, and before his words had fully left his lips, he dashed towards the hospital. Higa's unofficial players did not miss the chance to mock Siki, sneering, "TCH, weren't you just brimming with confidence? Now you run away like a frightened turtle." They made faces at his retreating figure. Their words sparked annoyance among Seishin's members. Had it not been for the prohibition against personal fights, a few of them would have likely thrown a punch at that individual. On their return journey, Hattori and the others took the train home together. "Honestly, it's quite a shock to see you here when you should be in America," Eiji exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. In a state of concern, Tachibana inquired, "But tomorrow is the match. Will Ryoma and A.i. still be able to participate?" An immediate silence enveloped the carriage. As Tachibana had articulated, the return of Ryoma and A.i. brought both joy and unease. Indeed, Ryoma's presence after the All-American Open would undoubtedly become our strongest asset. Yet, on the eve of the match, Coach Ryazaki found himself at a loss regarding the decision to change players. After a brief moment of quietude, Oishi, rubbing his right wrist, turned to Coach Ryazaki and asked, "Coach Ryazaki, may I have a match with Ryoma now?" His unexpected request left everyone in perplexity. If Ryoma could allow me to lose without scoring a single point, then let him take my place. Oishi had not finished his thought when Eiji vehemently objected. No way. Accustomed to partnering with Oishi in doubles, the thought of switching partners or playing singles was unacceptable to him. Ryazaki turned to Oishi and asked, "Are you serious?" "Yes, wait. I don't intend to participate in the match. I'm merely here to support you all," Ryoma interrupted, clarifying his stance. He acknowledged his desire to compete, but deemed it impractical, especially considering the intense training following his absence. "Oishi, do you really believe you can secure all the points for me?" Oishi provocatively remarked. "That is a certainty. You still don't get it." Ryoma adjusted his cap confidently, his gaze drifting towards Kikumu, who slightly nodded in agreement, indicating her consent. Elated, Ryoma had initially thought he would have to make up for the training he missed during the All-American Open, but it seemed that would not be necessary. However, that was merely his imagination. The reality would unfold later. Before long, they arrived at Seishin Academy, and the match between Ryoma and Oishi commenced. The outcome was predictable. Ryoma triumphed with a commanding 6-0 victory over Oishi. Eiji clutched the surrounding net tightly, unable to believe what he saw as he glanced at Oishi, who was nursing his wrist. "Why is this happening?" Kikumaru approached to inspect Oishi's injured wrist, which appeared to be an old ailment from before the Kanto tournament. Fortunately, the injury was not severe, certainly less critical than Tezuka's. As she treated his wrist with a silver needle, she gently asked, "Is this really worth it? Haven't you always looked forward to this?" "It's somewhat regrettable, but Seishin's victory is paramount," Oishi replied, then called out to Ryoma across the way, "Ryoma, please do your best in the national tournament." "Absolutely," Ryoma responded with a resonant voice. Given this opportunity, he would not let it slip away. Victory belonged to Seishin Academy. With the roster of players finalized, everyone returned, eagerly awaiting the match against Higashi tomorrow. A night of silence followed. The next day, the Seishin team arrived early at the competition venue. Upon arrival, a voice laced with sarcasm emerged from one of the informal players at Higa. "Oh, the stray dogs have synchronized with us yesterday. It seems they are eager to embrace their status as strays." The chant of stray dogs, stray dogs, echoed from the mouths of the Higa players. Stray dogs? In this day and age, one would still revel in such a self-deprecating title? Such behavior incited disdain in Shoei, who retorted, "Isn't it splendid to render those stray dogs speechless?" Ryoma cast a scornful glance at the speaker and continued in agreement with Shoei. "It sounds rather amusing, doesn't it?" said Fuji, propping his chin on his hand, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. "Indeed," Hiroshi concurred. "I hope these stray dogs grant me the opportunity to take the court." "Ah, Hiroshi, therein lies your folly. How could you fantasize about battling those stray dogs? You should wait until our match concludes and play in your dreams instead." Who would have thought we would draw the mixed doubles? The implication in Shoei's words was clear. The Seishin Academy would depart like stray dogs after facing Higa. "It does seem so," Hiroshi mused. "Didn't I tell you not to call me little Hiroshi? I am not a eunuch." Thus, the words exchanged by Shoei and his companions effectively enraged all informal players from Higa, their faces flushed, fists clenched, as if ready to strike the Seishin members at any moment. Just then, the referee appeared. In the presence of the referee, they had to restrain themselves, otherwise, they risked disqualification. Everyone entered the court as the match was about to commence. Chapter 99, the match against Higa, 2, now commencing. The match between Tokyo's Seishin Academy and Okinawa's Higa has begun. Singles match number 3, Seishin's Ryoma Ekizun versus Higa's Hitoshi Tanaka. As the referee announced, the two approached the net. "Who is this little shrimp? Quite the bravado you have," Tanaka remarked, tapping his racket against his shoulder, looking down upon Ryoma, who stood nearly half a head shorter. "Excuse me, could you please speak in Japanese?" Ryoma replied, his gaze averted, his words laced with subtle provocation. "What?" This remark incensed Tanaka. "It doesn't matter at all." Ryoma, not expecting his pronunciation to be impeccable, shifted the topic again. "Would it not be better for you to lose some weight? You're blocking my view." Tanaka seized Ryoma by the collar, lifting him off the ground, and roared, "Are you asking for trouble?" His physique was a sensitive subject. Shoei watched Ryoma, suspended in midair, shaking his head in resignation. When will Ryoma learn to temper his temperament? Otherwise, he will inevitably suffer. AI, leaning against the railing, remarked, "Isn't this rather good?" If he changed, he wouldn't be himself anymore. "I know. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." Shoei winked at AI, who turned away in silence. Evidently, the two individuals showed no concern for the lifted Ryoma. Meanwhile, Tachibana had already placed one foot on the railing, seemingly poised to leap into the fray. He bellowed at the individuals from Baiga, "Release him. If it comes to a fight, I shall join you. Are you certain? Inquired the bespectacled Mukushu, with arms crossed over his chest. Everyone here has trained in Okinawan martial arts, you know? So what? How will we know unless we try? Tachibana retorted, turning to Kaito, right, Viper? Indeed, Kaito agreed. Unusually aligned with Tachibana's sentiments. It was permissible to bully them, but their junior was off limits. However, it was clear that Teninji was not worthy of attempting to intimidate Ryoma. Now, may I suggest you release your grip? Ryoma tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Teninji, his unoccupied left hand tightening around Teninji's grasp. The pressure increased steadily. In the past, he might have felt helpless, but those days were long gone. The searing pain in his wrist forced Teninji to relent. Surprise flickered in Teninji's eyes. He had not anticipated such astonishing strength from Ryoma's slender frame. Yet, this only fueled Teninji's ire as he raised his racket high, ready to strike Ryoma. Just then, the referee interjected, "The match shall be decided by a single game, with Seishin Academy's Ekizan Ryoma to serve." The referee's words compelled Teninji to retreat to the rear. Ryoma executed an outward spin serve, the ball bouncing near Teninji's feet and hurtling toward his face. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Teninji's eyes as he slightly turned his body, allowing the ball to pass beneath his arm. With his legs slightly bent, he leaped diagonally backward, swinging his racket to return the ball. Observing his reaction, Hiroshi was taken aback. Karaoke step. I never expected such agility from a stout individual. His balance is commendable. Teninji managed to return the ball. Yet he found himself utterly unprepared for the return from Ryoma. The ball landed near his feet, spinning, and nearly everyone anticipated it would rebound towards Teninji's face. However, it did not rise. Instead, it glided along the ground and slipped behind Teninji's feet. Is this the renowned cool shot? The newly arrived in no way witnessed the scene and recalled a description from a friend regarding a specific return. What is that? Many expressed confusion. Inoue shook his head, stating, I am uncertain. It's something my friend told me. This type of return appeared in the American Open, and the ball behaves as if it possesses a life of its own, making it difficult to predict. Utilizing the force of Teninji's weighty serve against him, it created a profound spin. He extracted his notebook and began scribbling fervently, murmuring softly to himself. Standing nearby, Hori remarked that he understood none of it and finally asked, does such a shot truly exist? From a data perspective, it does, but without needing to explain, it was evident that executing it was no simple feat. In the midst of their conversation, Ryoma had already secured 2 consecutive points. Is it only by going online that one can return the ball before it touches the ground? Tion Rinji murmured, watching the ball glide past his feet. He then turned to Ryoma, who appeared remarkably at ease, adjusting the tension of the strings on his racket. A hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. What a cool shot, bring it on. Don't underestimate me. The condescension from Ryoma incensed him, prompting a shout. Please, can you not get it wrong? I have never claimed that was a cool shot. It was merely a simple drive, with spin less than half of that. What I will deliver next is my true cool shot. Ryoma switched the racket to his left hand, shrugged, and expressed his resignation to Tion Rinji's earlier words. As Ryoma served again, Tion Rinji returned the ball, anticipating Ryoma's cool shot. However, Ryoma approached the net, his racket slightly raised, resulting in a delicate shot that grazed the net. What? Tion Rinji exclaimed incredulously as he watched the ball gently land. He felt utterly tricked. Saigaka triumphed. The score being 10. That first year is completely dominating Tion Rinji. They can't possibly lose, can they? Someone from Higa commented with concern. Matsu, however, confidently replied. Not at all. With that shot, defeat is out of the question. It was now Tion Rinji's turn to serve. He tossed the ball upwards, his imposing figure leaping as he swung his racket forcefully. The speed of the shot exceeded that of half the previous ones, prompting Ryoma to dash left and strike the ball. The sheer force sent Ryoma's racket flying. 150. Big bang, a one-hit kill. Tion Rinji laughed triumphantly at Ryoma's astonishment, convinced that Ryoma's slender arms could not return his serve. As long as he maintained his serve, he would not be defeated. Just as he envisioned, Ryoma failed to return the next 2 shots, his racket again dislodged. Rubbing his wrist, Ryoma retrieved his racket and remarked earnestly, You've got some skills. He then walked towards the back wall. This was not a ball that could simply be returned by stepping back. Tion Rinji scoffed at Ryoma's actions, finding them naively amusing. As Tion Rinji served once more, Ryoma, seizing the moment, sprinted to the net, attempting to execute a drive. However, the weight of the ball once again sent Ryoma's racket flying, causing him to fall yet again. Higa emerged victorious, the score now 11. Chapter 100. Confrontation with Higa. 3. Ryoma took a deep breath, gripping his racket as he stood up, a slight smirk on his lips, though his narrowed eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment. Observing his expression, Small Wing understood the outcome of the match. Those who had not been paying attention, however, held a different perspective. Damn it, if I can't return that serve, we win this match, Momoshiro said, watching Ryoma on the court with concern. Hatch looked as if the outcome of the match was already predetermined. Kai leaned against the railing, yawning in a state of boredom as he spoke. He had already given up on watching the match, convinced that Ryoma would not emerge victorious. No, said the observant wooden hand, though just a fraction. The ball did indeed fly forward a bit. That freshman truly possesses some skill. Yet, it is limited to merely that. Victory remains unattainable. With the formidable Big Bang serve, Tainichi would never relinquish his service game. Consequently, Ryoma too must not falter in his own service. Under such pressure, the one who first loses composure and succumbs will undoubtedly lose. Moreover, compared to Tainichi's direct serves that could secure the game, Ryoma would expend considerably more energy. In the midst of their conversation, a soft exclamation escaped Tainichi's lips. A single-foot shuffle? It turned out that Tainichi had aimed the ball in the opposite direction of Ryoma, believing he could thus break Ryoma's service. However, Ryoma, utilizing his single-foot shuffle, returned the ball. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tainichi swiftly moved to strike the ball back, barely managing to return it before it passed. Ryoma pivoted and swung his racket, and just a second before the ball met the racket, he halted his swing, a move that startled nearly everyone present. Out. Apparently, he feels no pressure at all, remarked Fuji with a smile. Momo shrugged and added, of course. The term pressure is absent from his playbook. I simply need to maintain my service to avoid losing, right? Therefore, the one who will ultimately seize the return ace and triumph in this match will undoubtedly be me, Ryoma declared, raising his racket and pointing provocatively at Tainichi. Tainichi scoffed. How naive. In my eyes, there's no way you can defeat me, not a chance. Saigaku triumphed with a score of 21, while Higashino claimed victory with a score of 22. Saigaku won again, with a score of 32. The scores were tightly contested, and Ryoma entered the tiebreaker. Higashino won with a score of 66. You, a little shrimp, even if given a lifetime, could never return my Big Bang, Tainichi taunted Ryoma. Observing Ryoma's expression darken, he continued, if you feel indignant, at least show me a rebuttal worthy of your stature. Ryoma shot him a glare, but chose not to respond further. Let Tainichi look down on him for now. Once he defeated Tainichi, he would relish the chance to see what he had to say then. Such arrogance. Ryoma served first. Tainichi, slightly surprised by Ryoma's silence, swung his racket and stated, I didn't expect you to endure this long, but now it's time to completely dismantle you. The onset of the tiebreaker meant Ryoma had to protect his service game, for a single misstep could determine the match's outcome. At that moment, facing Tainichi's serve, Ryoma's racket was repeatedly jolted, which caused great anxiety among the Saigaku team. Daisher gazed at the racket once more launched into the air, filled with hope. If only I could return that Big Bang shot, just once. Is it truly possible to send that monstrous ball back? Ei leaned against the railing, responding. It's perilous. Tachibana exclaimed as the ball narrowly grazed Ryoma's racket. Out of bounds, 32. Fortunately, the ball had indeed gone out. Yet even so, without a way to counter the Big Bang, victory would remain elusive for Ryoma. The score continued to rise. Ryoma's racket was once again sent flying from his grasp. He stepped back, retrieved it, rubbed his wrist, and a confident smile graced his lips. Ryoma, are you ready? I wish to play soon. My hands are itching, Ai encouraged. Of course, he replied. Truly, the Big Bang still retains its formidable power. Go for it, Tananaka. Retains its power? This is bad. Mute instantly realized that while the Big Bang was indeed powerful, it was improbable for it to maintain the same force after countless strikes. This was clearly a trap set by Ryoma. You're finished, you little runt, Tananaka declared as he tossed the ball into the air. Don't be fooled, Tananaka. Before he could finish his warning, Ryoma shouted, too late. The ball was struck back by Ryoma, crashing down beside Tananaka's feet. Tananaka stared in disbelief at the slowly spinning ball at his feet, his mind crumbling under the weight of despair. The shadow looming over him was immense. You were too careless, Tananaka. You must secure this point at all costs. Mute shouted anxiously. Is that a cool shot? As long as I strike before the ball lands. I can manage. Tananaka sprinted towards the net. This time, he successfully caught the ball before it hit the ground. All right, your cool shot is mine to break. The ball spun on Tananaka's racket. By all logic, he should have been able to return it, which is why he spoke so confidently. However, unexpectedly, after spinning for 2 or 3 seconds, the ball ricocheted directly towards Tananaka's face. The unforeseen direction caught him off guard, leaving him no time to evade. The match concluded with Seishin Academy's Ekizan Ryoma emerging victorious, the score being 76. "This is the true cool shot," Ryoma remarked, glancing at the fallen Tanaka. "You still have a long way to go." With that, he exited the court. Now, the doubles match number 2 commences. Seishin Academy's Fuji and Kawamura face off against Higa's Chinin and Higuchiju in a single-set showdown. Kawamura served the ball in a conventional manner, and as Higuchiju moved to strike, their coach, Ebono, signaled him. A flicker of hesitation crossed Higuchiju's eyes as he angled his racket to the right, redirecting the ball towards Fuji. The sudden change forced Fuji to lean awkwardly, barely managing to return the shot. The ball soared upwards and forward. In the Pingu Arena, the ball was struck with great force. Fuji intended to counterattack, but due to an unfavorable angle, he sought to pass the ball to Kawamura, who was positioned behind him. However, the ball unexpectedly changed direction. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fuji's eyes widened in alarm as he glanced towards the coach's chair, where a person was resting with closed eyes. "Danger! Move aside!" Hallyu shouted, swiftly drawing his playing cards and aiming them at the ball. Chapter 101. The match against Higa. 4. The closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a pair of blue-violet irises filled with profound meaning. Nothing irked her more than being disturbed from her slumber. Her morning temper was formidable. Xiaoyi extended a hand forward, intending to catch the ball, when a figure abruptly appeared before him. It was Kawamura. He twisted his body and forcefully returned the ball, landing it within bounds. Yet, the impact nearly caused him to stumble, prompting Xiaoyi to support him, gently pulling him back. The playing cards flew past his eyes. With a deft motion of his left hand, Xiaoyi sent a card flying towards the opposite side. 2 cards, separated by a mere fraction of distance, struck either side of Satome. Satome, his heart racing, finally relaxed and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, addressing Xiaoyi. "Don't think this is over. If you wish to avoid injury, little girl, it would be wise to retreat. We are rather feral, you know." "Ha! So this is your form of tennis? You are destined for defeat," Fuji retorted, a hint of anger flickering in his icy blue gaze. He detested those who wielded tennis as a weapon. Xiaoyi first inquired if Kawamura was injured. Upon receiving a negative response, he gestured for him to return to the court while he stepped before Satome, stating, "Is this the result of your barbaric training?" His cold voice sent shivers down the spine. Satome rose, looking down at Xiaoyi. "What did you say?" "Not only are you barbaric, but your skill is also quite lacking," Xiaoyi continued, exuding an undeniable chill. Behind him, the sound of the ball hitting the ground echoed. "Humph. If that is the case, I shall oblige you and defeat you just as I did that old man from Rokaku," Satome declared fiercely. Yet, if one were to observe closely, they would notice his legs trembled, betraying his fear of Xiaoyi's presence. His bravado was merely a facade to bolster his courage. "Oh, is that so?" Xiaoyi replied with a playful tone, bending backwards. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 balls grazed past Satome's hair. Both A and Ryoma, unable to tolerate such arrogance, swung their rackets in unison. Satome's legs quaked more violently, eventually causing him to kneel before Xiaoyi. "How ridiculous. As a tennis coach, to fear a ball so?" Xiaoyi scoffed. "Your abilities are quite limited." With that, he returned to the coach's chair to rest. He had stayed up late the previous night and still needed more sleep. Hallyu then entered, standing behind Xiaoyi, wary of a repeat of the earlier incident. The match continues as Kawamura serves for Seishin Academy. Following his serve, Chinin responds with a return. Standing at the net, Fuji deliberately executes a high lob. Consequently, Higuchiju leaps to perform a smash, immediately followed by Fuji's formidable counter known as the bear return. The ball soars past Fuji, landing directly at the opponent's baseline. For anyone else, this point would have been secured effortlessly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Higuchiju reappears at the baseline. It is the technique of spatial contraction. With a swift motion, Higuchiju strikes the ball towards Kawamura, who prepares to unleash a wave ball. The trajectory of the ball appears normal before it bounces, but upon rising, it arcs away, evading Kawamura's racket. The wave ball fails to materialize. Remarkably, Higuchiju single-handedly dismantles Fuji's bear return with spatial contraction, simultaneously suppressing Kawamura's wave ball, thus neutralizing both of their signature moves. The score stands at 30 for Higachu. With the combined prowess of spatial contraction and the unique technique, the duo from Higa-Chu secures 3 consecutive victories. Faced with the peculiar twists and spins of spatial contraction, Kawamura finds himself bewildered. Even the prodigious Fuji can only manage to barely return the ball, which fails to clear the net. If they can suppress Kawamura's wave ball, victory should be within reach. Mukahara observes the unfolding situation, analyzing it. but there remains the formidable Fuji. In the fourth set, Chinin and Higuchiju direct their shots towards the sides of Kawamura. This tactic renders the wave ball virtually unplayable. Kawamura even resorts to repeatedly executing high lobs, leaving onlookers perplexed, assuming he has resigned himself to defeat. Haha, truly a defeated dog, now resorting to self-sabotage. The unofficial players from Higa, Chu begin to jeer. Kawamura, what are you doing? Eiji inquires, visibly concerned. The incessant high lobs cause Chinin to grow anxious, and in a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently gives Kawamura the chance to strike a wave ball. Come on, retreat. Higuchiju shoots an irritable glare at Chinin as he exclaims. Kawamura positions himself to execute the wave ball, awaiting the ball's arrival. Yet, when the ball bounces before him, he relaxes his arm, resulting in a short ball. However, for Chinin, who possesses spatial contraction, this proves inconsequential. Before the ball even crosses the net, Chinin is already at the net's forefront. As Chinin swings his racket, Fuji darts to the left. Thus, Chinin directs the ball towards the right. At this moment, Kawamura is firmly stationed on the right, ready to receive the ball. With his legs positioned apart and his right hand slightly raised, he strikes down heavily as the tennis ball rises, successfully executing the wave ball. The score is now 150. The synergy between Fuji and Kawamura grows increasingly seamless. Fuji lures the opponent while Kawamura capitalizes with his wave ball, leading them to claim 2 consecutive victories. The score stands at 23 for Seishin Academy. However, Higa's Nikaya is not to be underestimated. With the aid of Shikage, he managed to seize another game. As Kawamura found himself utterly confounded by the unpredictable spins of the ball, Higa emerged victorious with a score of 42. Following this, it was Fuji's turn to serve. His bounce serve proved insurmountable for both Chinin and Higa, resulting in a point scored from his serve. Seishin Academy triumphed, bringing the score to 34. As Seishin Academy inched closer to Higa's score, Satome, in a moment of panic, made that gesture once more. Fuji, sensing trouble, immediately turned to sprint towards Tsubasa. No need to come over, called out Hiroki, positioning himself in front of Tsubasa with his racket in hand. Should Higa attempt to send the ball over, he would not hesitate to retaliate towards Satome. He cast a glance at Satome, as if to say, don't blame me if this ends badly. Stay back. Higa disregarded Satome's signal and directed the ball towards Fuji's feet. This unexpected action caught Fuji off guard, and he failed to return the ball. Higa won again, raising their score to 53. Higa, you fool. Satome erupted in anger. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Higa retorted, be quiet. We're on a roll. If we allow them to catch their breath, we'll be overtaken. He defiantly continued, whatever the supervisor thinks, do not hinder me. Satome shot Higa a furious glare. Filled with frustration, Seishin Academy scored again, bringing their tally to 45, with Fuji and Kawamura winning another game. However, Higa was again set to serve, and Shikage remained an unsolved mystery for them. In the 102nd chapter of the match against Higa, the relentless Shikage served, leaving Kawamura slightly disoriented. Only one ball remained. Undoubtedly, Higa continued with Shikage, sending the ball towards the net with rapid spins, altering its trajectory continuously. As the ball approached Kawamura, he did not swing his racket but instead dodged it. Fuji, gripping his racket with both hands, stood behind Kawamura. As the ball made contact with his racket, he declared, fourfold counter of the Mayfly Dragon Shield. He intercepted the incoming ball in a graceful arc, employing a flick of his wrist to negate the spin, and ultimately sent the ball soaring towards Higa's rear. Higa stood almost frozen, watching the ball fly past him. His Shikage had been returned. He could have easily reached that ball with a simple stretch, yet his hand betrayed him, hanging limply by his side, unable to lift. Chinin extended his arm towards the descending ball, seemingly within reach, yet it eluded him. The ball skimmed past his racket, and he tumbled heavily to the ground. Wonderful. Tsubasa remarked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. This is the fruit of our training. Not bad at all. Yes, a perfect counter. Fuji-senpai truly is a genius among geniuses, cheered Seishin Academy. As Pingacheng bent down to retrieve the ball, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Why was this happening? His shadow key was unexpectedly countered. He tossed the ball upward once more, swinging his racket towards Kawamura, still relying on the shadow key. In his mind, even if Fuji could retaliate, Kawamura would surely struggle against the spin of the shadow key. As long as they secured a point from Kawamura, victory would still belong to them. However, Kawamura not only returned Pingacheng's shadow key, but also executed a wave ball. This phenomenon startled everyone once again. In truth, it was not Kawamura who countered the shadow key. Rather, this shadow key was not the same as the previous one. Fuji's ephemeral dragon shield had neutralized the ball's spin, rendering the shadow key devoid of its former rotation, resulting in a straightforward shot. Unable to counter the wave ball, Pingachang and Shinin found themselves incapable of suppressing Kawamura's maneuver, and they could not return the wave ball either. The outcome was inevitable. It wasn't long before the referee announced, "The match is over," with Seishin Academy's Fuji and Kawamura victorious, the score being 75. "I will put an end to your Seishin momentum," Kaito declared confidently as he approached the court just as Fuji and the others were stepping off. A.G., twirling his racket, slowly entered the court, his demeanor serious, devoid of the earlier joviality. His presence astonished nearly everyone present. Wasn't he a doubles player? Why was he competing in singles? "Aren't you supposed to be playing doubles?" Kaito remarked with a sharp tone while shaking hands with A.G. at the net. A.G. said nothing, turning solemnly towards the baseline. Now commencing the singles match number 2. Seishin Academy's Kikumaru A.G. versus Higa-chu's Kaito Yujiro. A single set will determine the victor, with Kikumaru serving. With Seki's demonstration from Rokaku as his guide, A.G. persistently directed the ball to Kaito's sides, forcing him to dart back and forth. After all, the shrinking technique only applied to forward and backward movements, not lateral ones. Rapid lateral movement was A.G.'s forte. Even if Kaito struck the ball to the left while he was running right, he could pivot and chase after it. Kaito, however, could not. A.G. tossed the ball again, striking it before racing to the net. As Kaito returned the shot, A.G. leapt to the left to hit the ball, leaving a considerable space open on the right. A fleeting sense of delight crossed Kaito's mind. How foolish. Wasn't he just gifting the ball to me? He directed the ball to the right and relaxed, fully convinced that A.G. would not be able to return it. Yet, reality often defies expectation. A.G. supported himself with one hand and executed a somersault hit. A.G.'s dance-like strike was no trivial matter. Seishin emerged victorious, with the score being 30. The dance-like strikes, including Kikumaru Beam and Kikumaru Rocket, came in succession as A.G. continuously leaped and struck, his nimble agility leaving Kaito momentarily stunned. "Aren't you a doubles player? How can you be so proficient in singles as well?" Kai felt a twinge of confusion. After 3 rounds, he was somewhat breathless, while A.G.'s breathing remained utterly composed. "I won't play doubles anymore," A.G. said, his head lowered and his expression melancholic. Did he truly wish for that? His greatest desire was to play doubles with Oishi, striving to become the nation's top duo. What a situation. Senior Kai was actually being restrained. The informal players from the high ODI team were quite concerned. Upon arrival, Kai relentlessly sent the ball flying around, forcing A.G. to dash back and forth, attempting to deplete his stamina. This tactic would have been effective in the past. But over the last 2 months, A.G. had honed his endurance significantly. Saigaku triumphed, with the score at 40. Kai took a deep breath and tossed his racket into the air. "It begins," Maki said nonchalantly. Kai raised his left hand and received the racket with a backhand grip. It turned out that, like Ryoma, Kai was also left-handed. A.G. served again, glanced at Kai's movement, and sprinted to the right. The ball soared past Kai's left side, within reach, yet he hesitated to swing his racket. Just as the ball flew by, he finally struck, Pirate's Horn. The ball sped toward A.G.'s left side. How is this possible? A.G. gasped, his prediction having faltered. It was clearly directed to the right. He had already reached the right sideline, and despite his athletic prowess, he could not catch up to the ball in time. Is this the Okinawa style? Little Wing pondered, resting his chin on his hand, before reaching the limit. He alters the ball's landing point by utilizing a different lead. The result is that, depending on the opponent's movement direction, he can strike the ball in the opposite direction. High ODI emerged victorious, with the score at 44. Such unpredictable shots left A.G. bewildered, allowing Kai to win 4 consecutive rounds. Indeed, singles is still too challenging for you, Kai remarked to the gasping A.G., who was kneeling on the ground. "I won't play anymore. I won't play anymore." Just as Kai turned to walk back, A.G. suddenly sprang to his feet, stretching his limbs, and declared, "If I keep wearing that terrifying expression, my body will become too stiff." What on earth was he saying? His peculiar words drew the attention of everyone around. A.G. crouched down again, then stood up, raising both hands to the sky, shouting, "Kikumaru, transform." What seemed like a childish phrase, once uttered, washed away the seriousness on A.G.'s face, replaced by his usual cheerful smile. "Perhaps this is it, perhaps just as you said." A.G. mused, spinning in place, resting his chin on his hand in a feigned solemnity. "Indeed, singles is not the way, so let us play doubles." Is 2 of them coming? Was it an illusion? A murmur arose among the spectators. How curious. How could there be another A.G. on the court? The 2 A.G.s stood back to back, with the one in the rear tossing the ball to serve. Witnessing this scene, Little Wing simply smiled. She probably understood A.G.'s unique ability. Chapter 103, A New Commission. Kai returned the ball, and the two AGs assumed the Australian formation, running to return the shot. Barely a few seconds had passed when the referee proclaimed, 150, his voice laced with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing such a declaration, the members of the Higa team expressed their dissent, vociferously questioning, wait a moment, how can there be two players in a singles match? That is quite underhanded. In response to this outcry, the referee could not help but approach AG, stating, it is not permissible for two players to participate in a singles match. Two players? AG blinked innocently and replied, what are you talking about? There is clearly only me here. Only you? The referee, upon hearing AG's response, glanced around and indeed saw only AG standing alone. It's quite hot today. Perhaps you are feeling a bit lightheaded, referee? AG remarked with a grin, placing his hands on his hips, standing to the left of the referee. Is that so? The referee wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed. Indeed. Voices echoed from the referee's right side. Yet, in the next moment, a voice arose from the left, creating a cacophony on both sides. 10 seconds later, two medical personnel entered the arena, carrying a stretcher. The referee had fainted. After a new referee took over, the match resumed, with scores climbing steadily as both players began to tire. Before long, they reached the decisive round. AG lunged to hit the ball and managed to catch it just before it crossed over. The ball hit the net, barely missing the mark by mere inches. AG fell to the ground in disappointment. Had he lost? The ball, however, did not drop. It crept along the top of the net and ultimately landed within Kaiji's court. The match concluded, with AG from Seishin Academy emerging victorious with a score of 76. This victory marked the end of the match, with AG securing a straightforward win without granting Higa any opportunity for a comeback. Now, all they needed to do was await the next week's competition. Upon returning to the Adagawa residence, Kaito and the others pushed open the door to find two pairs of unfamiliar shoes at the entrance. Entering the living room, they discovered Conan and Hattori seated on the sofa, accompanied by two women, one wearing a worried expression, while the other appeared somewhat embarrassed. Hey, you all are back. Conan waved at Kaito, beckoning her over to recount the events that had just transpired. The two women were announcers from NTV, Yoko Okuno and Reina Mizuna. Did you ring the doorbell and run away? Was that a prank? Upon hearing Conan's words, Kaito felt a twinge of disappointment, having expected a more significant case. You see, it really was quite rude. Reina reproached Yoko with a sidelong glance. To Reina, this seemed merely a simple prank, and she felt somewhat guilty for troubling the detective. How could it be? I maintain that this is not just a simple prank. Yoko nudged Reina with her elbow and glanced at Heiji, signaling her to elaborate on the matter. Under her gaze, Reina had no choice but to explain. This tends to happen every Saturday morning. Previously, I intentionally stood by the door, opening it immediately when the bell rang, hoping to catch the prankster. However, upon opening the door, I found no one in sight. Ever since that moment, I have felt a tinge of fear whenever I approached the door. This statement piqued the interest of the three detectives, and the terror etched on AI's face prompted Heiji to inquire, would it be convenient for us to visit your home? After a moment's contemplation, Reina nodded and replied, certainly. My residence is in the apartment over there. Guided by Reina, Shiratori, Heiji, and Conan arrived at her abode, while Yoko had departed earlier due to prior commitments. Reina resided in a 4-story apartment building, with 6 households on each floor and the stairway located at the far right. Her apartment, room 306, was the furthest from the staircase, and there were no apparent hiding places nearby. There are quite a few locks on your door, Heiji remarked as he examined it. A single woman living alone must exercise caution. Reina bent down to retrieve some slippers, saying, this way, please. I'll fetch you some juice. Is it truly so? Shiratori mused, grappling with the inconsistency of Reina's identity. Although the calluses on her hands were faint, they undeniably bore the mark of someone who had wielded a firearm. How could a female broadcaster possess such calluses? Heiji and Shiratori followed Reina to the living room, while Conan opened the door and removed the listening device and transmitter concealed within his glasses, affixing them to the wall beside the door. At that moment, a gaze emanated from the building across the way. Conan turned to look at the structure but discerned nothing. Was it merely an illusion? After contemplating briefly, he joined the others in the living room. The peculiar occurrence of ringing the doorbell and then fleeing had commenced 2 months prior, happening every Saturday morning around 6:30. As Reina approached with glasses of juice, she recounted, this began 2 months ago. Did anything notable transpire 2 months ago? Heiji inquired while sipping the juice. If anything noteworthy occurred, it would pertain to my segment, which transitioned from 7:30 in the morning to the Sunday evening news, Reina recalled thoughtfully. Shiratori then asked, was it always on Saturdays? Indeed, every time. No, wait. Reina suddenly remembered, the week before last, from Monday to Friday, I was abroad for an assignment, and consequently, nothing happened that Saturday. However, it's possible I simply slept too soundly to notice. There was also an incident on a Tuesday, when a bottle of medication was left at my doorstep. Upon investigation, I discovered it was a sleeping pill. Aside from that, were there any other peculiar events? Conan pressed further. Just the night before last, when it seemed someone occupied the adjacent room, which was supposed to be vacant, Reina continued. That night, around midnight, I had just finished bathing and was reading in bed when I suddenly heard a phone ringing from next door. I peered out onto the balcony, only to find the adjacent unit shrouded in darkness. Moments later, I heard the sound of a door opening. I rushed to open my door, only to see a figure hastily retreating toward the staircase. But alas, it was too dark to discern any details. The following morning, I contacted the management company, but they insisted it was merely a figment of my imagination. The room next door was empty. Listening to her account, the likelihood of the individual being a stalker seemed exceedingly high. The individual should possess the key to the adjacent room, not only because of the events that transpired the night before last, but primarily due to the fact that every Friday evening, he takes residence in the neighboring chamber. The following morning, he would come running over and ring the doorbell. Given the mere few steps separating the two rooms, he could easily conceal himself in the adjacent room before she opened the door. How long has that room been vacant? Approximately 6 months, I believe. Heiji and Conan approached the door of the neighboring room and turned the doorknob, only to find that it was indeed locked. Kawaii attempted to scale the balcony in hopes of opening that door, but the lock was firmly secured. Peering through the window offered no clarity. Just as Kawaii was about to retreat, she noticed 3 characters etched in the corner of the window, translating to Kimiwa. Chapter 104. Minami Reina. Kawaii jotted this down on a piece of paper she carried and flipped back into Reina's room, presenting it to Heiji and Conan. Kimiwa? Does it refer to a person's name? Heiji speculated, yet no name containing those 3 characters surfaced in his mind. Upon hearing Heiji's remark, both Kawaii and Conan simultaneously recalled someone. Kimiwa, Minami wa, I understand. Kawaii retrieved her mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Officer Takagi? Kawaii? What is the matter? Takagi responded, surprised upon recognizing her voice. Officer Takagi, I have a question for you. Were you at apartment 305 the night before last? Yes. I was. May I inquire why? Takagi replied, puzzled. That's rather inconvenient to explain, she responded. If I'm not mistaken, were you surveilling the apartment across from there? Takagi exclaimed, astonished by her knowledge. How did you figure that out? You are correct. From that room, one could see into the apartment where the fiancé of a suspect in a certain case resides. I suspected the perpetrator might visit her, so I requested the management company's cooperation to allow me to conduct surveillance. Just as I surmised, Kawaii thought, a slight smile gracing her lips as she pieced together the events of the night before last. Indeed, Takagi continued, as it turns out, the suspect was apprehended in Toriacho that evening. Thus, surveillance concluded late that night. I specifically instructed the management staff to keep this confidential. How did you come to know? His bewilderment was palpable. Officer Takagi, while you were surveilling, did you happen to scribble on the glass window? Kawaii paused for a few seconds before adding. You wrote Takagi Mawako, didn't you? Takagi's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. How did she find out? This is disastrous. Please, do not inform Officer Sato. Fear not. I shall not disclose it to Officer Sato, Kawaii replied with a chuckle. As she heard a sigh from the other end of the line, she added, however, my brother and Heiji are nearby. Whether they inform Officer Sato, I cannot say. No. Officer Takagi, with tears unwept, gazed skyward and lamented, oh heavens. Why must you treat me thus? In an instant, the surrounding crowd collectively cast him a disdainful glance. Fortunately, Little Wing had concluded her call a mere second before, otherwise, her ears might have been rendered deaf. However, this inadvertently severed the lead they had. After considerable effort, it turned out that while Takagi was surveilling the fiancé of a suspect, he inadvertently recalled Officer Sato and began to daydream about their future marriage, inscribing the name Takagi Makako upon the window. Subsequently, upon receiving a call from Officer Magyar, he learned that the suspect had been apprehended and was urged to return promptly. In his haste, he forgot to erase the name from the glass. Every Saturday, Heiji suddenly remembered, isn't this place designated for resource recycling? He had heard the gossip from his family, but was unsure. Indeed, Reina affirmed, every Friday evening, I bundle up unwanted newspapers and magazines and leave them in the hallway, ensuring I do not forget when I head out on Saturday. Conan pondered for a moment and inquired, are there many newspapers and magazines? Not a small amount, Reina replied. Due to work obligations, I peruse a considerable number of newspapers weekly. She continued, even so, it would be improbable for a person to conceal themselves underground. Not necessarily. Little Wing countered, shaking her head. An adult could not fit, but what of a child? A child. Reina had not considered this possibility. Why would a child ring my doorbell? Perhaps to awaken you, Little Wing speculated. This may have begun 2 months ago when you changed positions. Maybe that child mistook you for a relative, and upon not seeing you on television, assumed you had overslept and were unable to rise, prompting them to come and rouse you. Relative? Reina's eyes narrowed in contemplation, as if recalling something, her expression tinged with sorrow. What is it? Heiji inquired. Nothing. Merely thoughts of my late brother, Reina replied, shaking her head slightly. In that case, we shall have to wait until next Saturday, Conan remarked. We should take our leave. Very well, what about the consulting fee? Let us ascertain whether it is indeed a child first, came the response as the trio departed from Reina's home. On the way back, Heiji lamented, I did not anticipate this to be so dull. Whether it is truly dull remains to be seen, Little Wing retorted. My instincts tell me that Reina Mizunashi is not as simple as she appears. Suddenly, Conan recalled. I just installed a listening device and transmitter at her doorstep and forgot to retrieve them. Brother, you must do better. Little Wing chided, exasperated, taking out his phone. He donned his headphones and checked. Fortunately, it seemed to remain in place. Hurry and retrieve it. If Reina truly is connected to that situation, it could be disastrous. Understood. Conan activated the tracking system on his glasses. The three of them promptly turned back. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open echoed, indicating that Reina had stepped out. The two of them sighed in relief. This made retrieving the listening device significantly easier. However, the reality was far from straightforward. Following the sound of the door, footsteps began to approach, and the once stationary red dot on the phone began to move slowly. This was disastrous. The listening device and transmitter had been inadvertently stepped on by Reina, now stuck beneath her shoe. What now? Xiao Wei sighed, voicing his concern. Before Conan could respond, the ringtone of a phone starting up resonated. Accompanied by the sound of button presses, it was 7 children. This mirrored the situation on the day they encountered Vermouth. Their expressions shifted to alarm. Noticing their tense demeanor, Heiji, filled with worry, inquired, What's wrong? Before Heiji could finish his sentence, Xiao Wei quickly answered him, handing over a pair of headphones. Hey, I apologize. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, I had to turn off my phone. Reina's voice continued from the other end. Don't worry, it's not a serious issue. I just sent an email to inform that person. Yes, all right, everything is fine. Let us meet at 10 as planned, Jin. As the last 2 words echoed, the 3 of them halted in unison, exchanging glances to confirm they hadn't misheard. Indeed, Mizunashi Reina was genuinely a member of the Black Organization. Chapter 105. Who is the DJ? The red dot on the phone moved increasingly faster, accompanied by the sound of an engine revving. It appeared that Reina was now in a car. Xiao Wei swiftly called Haoyu, stating, Hurry, drive to Beihu Town to pick us up. We VE encountered members of the Black Organization. Make sure Longma keeps an eye on AI. Don't let her leave. During the call, Reina's car passed by. Understood. Haoyu hung up, quickly instructing Longma before grabbing the car keys and heading out to pick up Xiao Wei and the others. In the car, Xiao Wei recounted the events that had transpired, and Haoyu couldn't help but exclaim, You all have such incredible luck. The emphasis on luck was palpable. Indeed, our fortune is remarkable. Perhaps too remarkable, considering we might be silenced at any moment. If they discover the listening device and transmitter, they will surely wonder who orchestrated this. The first suspect would undoubtedly be Heiji, the high school detective who was just at Reina's house. Even if they deduced that Heiji installed the devices to investigate the doorbell incident, they might fear he overhears their conversation. To eliminate any risk, they would likely resort to murder, as the dead cannot speak. If they were cautious, even Xiao Wei and his companions could end up as victims. With this thought in mind, Xiao Wei told Haoyu, First, let us take Heiji home. Heiji wanted to say more, but upon seeing the serious expression on Xiao Wei's face, he finally agreed. All right. I'll head back to do my homework. In truth, he wished to join them. Conan added, Go to my room to study and write ours as well. The location of his room does not offer any advantageous vantage points for sniping. Rather, it provides excellent counter-sniping positions. Moreover, the window is crafted from a special material, impervious to bullets unless struck by 2 or 3 shots. All right. Heiji acquiesced to Conan's initial statement, but then questioned, Wait, why must I complete your homework? Our handwriting differs. Can't you imitate it? Has a month of studying gone to waste? Haoyu shot Heiji a glance, indicating that such excuses were no longer viable, unable to counter their arguments. Heiji shifted the conversation. Is that Mizuno Reina truly one of them? If so, Why would she commission me to investigate something as trivial as ringing the doorbell and fleeing? Surely, it should be a child's action to wake her. This point was not solely perplexing to him. Even Kaito and the others were equally baffled. As they spoke, they arrived at the doorstep, and Heiji exited the vehicle while Haoyu drove towards Reina's location. The red dot on the phone screen began to slow its pace, and the sound of the engine echoed through the headphones, indicating that she had entered an indoor parking facility. It appeared that she was scheduled to meet someone from the organization. Shortly thereafter, the headphones emitted a distinctive, irregular engine idling sound, accompanied by an impressive jet echo. It seemed they were riding in Jin's beloved Porsche. This confirmed Jin's presence, and if it were feasible, he could assist in retrieving the listening devices and transmitters. Though there was concern that vodka might also be present. Leaning against the car window with a cigarette between his lips, Jin questioned, "What's the matter, a.k.a? Did we not agree to meet at 10 o'clock? I sincerely apologize. I discovered a suspicious vehicle following me and took a slight detour just to be safe," Reina replied, rolling down the car window to address Jin. "A car is tailing you? Are you referring to us?" Haoyu pondered, as they were still quite distant from Reina. Having just dropped Heiji off, she should not have been able to see them. Could there be another party tracking them? It should be fine, right? Jin's left hand subtly raised. "Of course, that was merely my overthinking," Reina replied, glancing at the gun in Jin's left hand. "So, can that Beretta aimed at me from behind the door be returned to its holster? If you were to fire at me out of strange suspicion, there wouldn't be anyone to eliminate DJ for you. Do not worry. We have eyes on the ground within a 500-meter radius. If a suspicious vehicle approaches, we will be alerted immediately," Jin stated as he holstered his weapon. Find a place to park for a moment. For safety's sake. Let us not get any closer," Kaito added. "I'll grab something to eat while I'm at it." Jin reiterated, "Let us confirm one last time." "The time is 13 o'clock, location EDP. Reina responded, "As the one responsible for accessing DJ, I will escort him to a specific location." Just as she spoke, a vehicle halted beside Reina's right. Yes, I'll be waiting, KIR. You must ensure that the prey enters the center of my telescope." Allowing me to indulge in some amusement, the woman in the car exclaimed, playfully toying with the scope of her sniper rifle. "Kanthi, even Koran is here." "Which is quite reassuring," Reina remarked, glancing at the two individuals seated beside her in the vehicle. She then placed her hands on the steering wheel, expressing a hint of melancholy. "While our achievements may remain concealed from the public eye, our failures, regrettably, become widely known. Regardless of success or failure, the masses are unlikely to be informed. Such is the nature of the organization." Jin, however, disagreed with Reina's sentiments. Bourbon, seated behind Jin, glanced at his watch and stated, "All right, it's time to tidy up. We have little time left." He added, "And please try not to make me intervene, if you can." "What is this? Why is this person here? I have never heard of them." Kanthi fumed upon hearing Bourbon's voice. She flung open the car door and marched over to his side, angrily tapping on the window and shouting, "Why is that woman, who brazenly took Calvados out and witnessed his murder, still involved in this plan?" "Kanthi, return to the car." "Bourbon has come as a precaution," Jin ordered, casting a sidelong glance at Kanthi, who was banging on the window of his prized vehicle. "This is also a directive from that esteemed individual." With a resigned expression, Kanthi returned to the car, spitting in Bourbon's direction as she passed. Bourbon, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette, remarked, "Yet, the location is indeed chosen at EDP, a true hunting ground." "What do you mean by that?" Vodka, who had remained silent, finally inquired. Upon hearing his voice, the trio of young wings let out a sigh. It seemed impossible to retrieve the listening device with Jin's assistance. "At the very least, you ought to familiarize yourself with the history of that place." "Vodka," Bourbon replied ambiguously. Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted from the sky, with large raindrops striking the ground, creating a cacophony. Consequently, the sounds transmitted from the listening device became muddled. In a state of urgency, Conan exited the vehicle, eager to move closer. He was desperate to uncover the identity of DJ and the whereabouts of EDP. As Conan moved towards Jin and the others, he collided with an individual whose hands were buried in their pockets, which appeared bulging. The person stated, "This is where it ends." Conan's expression shifted dramatically, and Haoyu anxiously shouted, "Conan." Chapter 106, The One Who Was Killed. "Hi, cool guy." The individual withdrew their hand from the pocket, revealing merely a mobile phone. Miss Judy, young wing, carrying a large bag of food, approached and saw Ms. Judy cheerfully pointing her phone at Conan. The fear on Conan's face turned into surprise as he asked, "What are you doing here?" Judy explained, "Because we at the FBI are also keeping an eye on that woman. Since Belmode transformed into the new doctor, The female reporter named Mizuno Reina has frequently visited that hospital. However, it was quite unexpected that while we were surveilling her, we witnessed your group entering her residence. This implies that the gaze I felt at that moment was indeed yours. Observing her, Conan recalled. Indeed, Judy continued. I later learned that she had entrusted you with addressing the children's prank incidents, asserting her innocence. Just as I was preparing to conclude the surveillance, I saw you all returning in a state of panic. I suspected there was something amiss, which prompted me to continue following that woman. However, upon realizing she was deliberately taking a detour to shake off my vehicle, I decided to abandon the chase. After hearing Judy's account, the trio, including Koyuki, finally comprehended Reina's earlier statement regarding the peculiar car. She was referring to Judy's vehicle. Conan, you two lost track of her car, didn't you? Judy remarked, prioritizing their safety. Leave the rest to us at the FBI. You should head home. How you pondered for a moment before asking, do you have any leads? I cannot disclose the specifics due to higher authorities, Judy replied, providing only a vague outline. Today, she has scheduled interviews with 3 individuals. And perhaps one of them is within our grasp, possibly involved in some transaction or information exchange. Koyuki dismissed Judy's speculation, stating, no, it's not a transaction. They intend to assassinate one of them this afternoon at 1 o'clock. How do you know this? Judy asked, blinking in confusion. What source do you have that is even more precise than the FBI's? During my previous visit to Reina's home, I installed a listening device and transmitter at her door. It fell off and was subsequently stepped on by her, and now it is stuck to the sole of her shoe, Conan explained, activating the tracking system on his glasses. Suddenly, the stationary red dot began to move rapidly, drawing closer to their location. Quick, get in the car, Koyuki urged, pulling Judy inside. They had barely settled when Reina drove past them. Observing this, Judy immediately called her colleague, stating, this is Judy. The target vehicle is heading south on Toriyashi Street. Follow closely. A minute passed, yet Jin's car was nowhere in sight, indicating he must have taken an alternate route. Should we pursue? How you inquired, looking at Koyuki. After some contemplation, Koyuki decided against it, saying, no, it's futile to chase blindly. Instead of risking detection, we should consider who that DJ is and where Eddie P might be. Indeed, Conan agreed with Koyuki's assessment. Only by arriving ahead of them and safeguarding the target they intend to assassinate can we thwart this assassination attempt. How you then asked, Judy? Could you provide us with detailed information about the 3 individuals Mizuno Reina is scheduled to interview today? She has made arrangements to visit 3 candidates who are participating in the House of Representatives election for the first time. The first is Issei Tokatake, a professor from the College of Pharmacy at the Imperial University, renowned for his research and invention of a new drug. The second is Kento Shunji, the son of a wealthy family and a popular actor, who, if elected, would become a second-generation member of parliament. The third candidate, Yasuhiko Tsumoto, is the son of a former high-ranking official from the Ministry of Defense and has previously served as an officer in the self-defense forces. However, the details regarding the time and location of her visit remain undisclosed. The other party merely stated that they would leave the arrangements entirely in her hands and those of the television station. This raises the possibility that the visit was not pre-scheduled. Consequently, it seems plausible that individuals affiliated with a clandestine organization might be among the television staff. After Hakuya dismissed the notion that DJ was merely an abbreviation for a single name, he remarked, DJ typically refers to a disc jockey. The term originates from disc, which evokes the image of a person presenting one record after another. This metaphorically suggests a mastery over the records, derived from the imagery of a racehorse jockey. Before Hakuya could finish his thoughts, Judy shook her head, negating his reasoning. None among them have a penchant for music or gambling. Upon hearing Judy's response, Hakuya let out a resigned sigh, pondering why neither of his hypotheses was valid. Noticing that the red dot on his phone was drifting further from their location, he realized that if they did not pursue it, Reina would be out of signal range. He turned to Koyuki once more, asking, are we truly not going after it? Both Koyuki and Conan remained silent, murmuring incantations. As the red dot vanished, they spoke in unison, there's no need. Simply call that person's office to inquire about the interview location scheduled for 1 in the afternoon. Do you already know who that DJ is? Judy exclaimed, astonished by their swift deduction. Of course, Koyuki and Conan exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smiles as they explained. The target they refer to as DJ is indeed that individual, Jack of Diamonds. Jack of Diamonds? This implies they have designated the assassination target using playing cards. With this revelation, Hakuya delved into contemplation. Judy speculated, diamonds signify wealth and property, which suggests that DJ refers to the affluent heir Kento Shunji, who would become a second-generation parliamentarian if elected. Unfortunately, her inference was too superficial. DJ was not he. It must be Yasuhiko Tsumoto, am I right? Hakuya asserted confidently. In astrology, diamonds represent the earth. Thus DJ refers to the name containing the character for earth, that is, Yasuhiko Tsumoto, who has previously served as an officer in the self-defense forces. As Hakuya expounded, Koyuki searched for information regarding Yasuhiko Tsumoto. He had garnered significant public support due to his often vehement commentary on violence and crime in newspapers and on television. However, he had also attracted animosity from some, having survived numerous assassination attempts, none of which were successful, as he was well trained. Given his abilities, he should be capable of evading danger, Judy remarked with a smile. No, the members of the organization cloaked in black are not merely half-hearted individuals. Moreover, they should have utilized a sniper rifle to eliminate their targets. Those bodyguards are utterly ineffectual. Xiaoyi shook his head and remarked, "This is the phone of my office. I will call to inquire about his schedule for the afternoon." As he spoke, he handed the phone to Judy. Chapter 107. Preventing the assassination. What did you say? You are unaware of where he will be for the interview? Hurry and call him to advise against going. Someone is out to get him. Hello? 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 Judy's words were abruptly cut off as the call was terminated, clearly mistaken for a prank. Consequently, they were left with the urgent task of locating Eddie P. With only half an hour remaining, a heavy silence enveloped the car, as all present descended into contemplation. Recalling what Belmont had previously mentioned, the location was indeed chosen as Eddie P., which was quite literally a hunting ground. We should research the history of that place. A discordant voice broke the stillness, followed by a petulant complaint. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm so hungry. Brother, it's up to you. Xiaoyi produced the food he had just purchased and began to munch noisily. His lips slightly pouted, evoking a sense of pity. The earlier seriousness completely dissipated. Having never witnessed this side of Xiaoyi, Judy spoke with a hint of skepticism. Xiaoyi, do you perhaps possess a dual personality? You think too much. Xiaoyi replied between bites. Wait a moment, dual personality. An unintentional remark suddenly illuminated both Xiaoyi and Conan, as they realized Eddie P. was indeed the location. I just wanted to confirm one last thing. Jin leaned against the car window and made a call to Reina, finally affirming, what can I say? I am, after all, a rather meticulous person. Rest assured, Reina glanced around to ensure no one could overhear their conversation before continuing. I am currently with the crew and taking the television station's vehicle to Eddie P. The rain has ceased. It is splendid weather for a hunt. Let us hope nothing goes awry. Jin responded. However, the static on your line is quite severe. Xiaoyi, overhearing this remark, couldn't he help but internally scoff at the absurdity of such keen hearing. If Vodka, who was nearby, caught wind of this, they would all be in peril. Fortunately, Reina was oblivious to such concerns. It might be due to the fact that I am in the basement. The signal is poor. Shandi shot a venomous glare at Belmont, and without waiting for Jin's signal, she pressed the accelerator, overtaking Jin's vehicle, muttering under her breath, I will eliminate her. I must eliminate her. I share your sentiments. I loathe Belmont. Colin chimed in from the side. Calvados was very fond of her, and she exploited that to lead him to his demise. Indeed, to be honest, I should have eliminated her long ago. If it were not for her being favored by that esteemed individual. Shangdi's eyes burned with fury as she spoke through clenched teeth. Judy glanced at the time, realizing that there were less than 30 minutes left until the assassination. With a sense of urgency, she inquired, what should we do? Should we chase after their vehicle? If we fall too far behind, we may not be able to catch up. No need for that. Let us head directly to Eddie P., Xiaoyi replied, opening another snack package and munching away. Turn left at the upcoming intersection and get onto the highway. Understood. How you pressed the accelerator and asked, Eddie P. refers to? Baker Street Park, Conan confidently stated. Eddie is simply a nickname for Edward. Edward. As in Edward Hyde from Stevenson's science fiction novel, Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. How you realized, understanding the context. I think there's a parking lot there, right? His memory was somewhat hazy on that detail. That's not the crux of the matter, Xiaoyi explained. They say it's a true hunting ground. Located in London's South Genuine Hyde Park, which until the 16th century was home to numerous deer, wild boars, and other wildlife, exclusively for the nobility's hunting pursuits. Therefore, it must be there. Before Xiaoyi could finish, Conan interrupted. Oh no, how you? Hurry up, or we'll miss our chance. The red dot on his glasses was moving increasingly faster. At this rate, the television crew would arrive before them. Meanwhile, Jin and his team had already reached Baker Street Park. Shanti, clutching a photo of Torimoto Koki and wielding a sniper rifle, scanned the crowd for her target. But after a fruitless search, she resorted to Bluetooth to ask Jin, has Gil not brought the target yet? I'm utterly bored waiting. Just a moment. She has already taken DJ over there. Don't waste time eliminating irrelevant little sheep, just like corn. At last, Xiaoyi and the others arrived, disembarking and heading straight for Reina, oblivious to the Porsche parked in the lot. On the contrary, Vermouth spotted them but remained silent, merely smiling. My apologies for the trouble. Thank you very much for agreeing to our exclusive interview, Reina said, microphone in hand, exchanging pleasantries with Torimoto Koki. Not at all. Is this truly a suitable location? Torimoto Koki surveyed his surroundings, slightly puzzled. Although he had allowed the other party to choose the venue, he never anticipated it would be in a park. Indeed. This park is quite beautiful, I assent it. Reina smiled. Torimoto Koki nodded, saying, actually, this is where I usually jog, but my 2 bodyguards must accompany me as well. He glanced at the bodyguards. Shani had pinpointed Torimoto Koki, but hesitated due to the surrounding crowd. Reina was still delaying and guiding Torimoto Koki to the designated area, prompting her to complain, what is taking so long? Gil. Speaking of which, regarding that matter, Torimoto Koki leaned closer to Reina and said, as a condition for this interview, I have a proposal that I trust you will accept. Reina paused for 2 seconds before responding, yes, of course, that is not a problem. She had never contemplated this issue, for why should one consider the circumstances of a dying individual? All right, Keel, let us position the DJ as agreed, Jin commanded. Observing the scenes transmitted on the monitor, it appeared that they could capture some truly breathtaking footage, though regrettably, it was not a live broadcast. What a pity, Vodka lamented. To miss out on the live experience. It seems rather inappropriate to stand here conversing indefinitely. Shall we find a place to sit? Reina subtly suggested, glancing around as if making a spontaneous decision, pointing towards a nearby bench. That bench will do, she added. Certainly, Tomura Koki replied without hesitation, sauntering towards the bench. Vodka leaned against the steering wheel, eagerly expressing, yes, indeed, let us resolve this matter swiftly, Mr. Tomura. However, reality often proves more brutal than one's imagination. Choosing the park as the location undoubtedly facilitated the sniper's aim at Tomura Koki. Yet, conversely, the park would be populated with numerous visitors who, upon recognizing such a prominent figure, would approach to greet him, thereby hindering the sniper's opportunity. How wonderful. It's truly Tomura Koki. A passerby exclaimed joyfully, rushing over. May I shake your hand? Instantly, Tomura Koki's bodyguards intercepted the enthusiastic individual, but Koki himself was unperturbed, gesturing for them to step aside as he extended his hand in greeting. With one handshake came another, and soon, a throng of admirers encircled him. Engaging in conversation, I support you. Please, you must change Japan. Meanwhile, Colin had the sniper's crosshairs precisely aligned on Tomura Koki, inquiring, Jin, may I fire? Not yet. Let us wait a moment. There are too many interfering sheep, Jin deliberated, opting to bide his time until the crowd dispersed before taking the shot. This delay inadvertently granted Koki's protectors the opportunity to thwart the assassination attempt. Chapter 108. The second assassination. When the 4 found Tomura Koki, he was still surrounded by his supporters, and the crowd only seemed to swell. Judy surveyed the area and asked, We've found him, but where is the sniper? They had been concerned about a potential rainstorm, which likely meant the sniper was positioned at a height. Conan activated the binocular function on his glasses, stating, one is on the rooftop of the building across, and another is above the water supply reservoir. How you added. The distance to both locations rendered it impractical to apprehend Colin and the sniper in time to prevent the assassination. Thus, Judy declared, here is the plan, Xiaowei. You take the others to safety, while I go protect Tomura Koki. No, if we rush in, it might provoke them to fire indiscriminately. And it won't just be one life lost. Xiaowei calmly assessed the surroundings. All right. Can we wait until the interview concludes before shaking hands? Faced with the throngs of supporters, Tomura Koki felt a twinge of impatience and finally, with a hint of regret, remarked. Upon uttering those words, the interview was bound to continue, and Tomura Koki was about to take his place upon the long bench. However, at the same time, Xiaowei had already devised a method for the assassination. Teacher Judy, do you? Xiaowei whispered softly, do you have a gun? Teacher Judy, perplexed, nodded and reached into her pocket, but her expression shifted as she sheepishly replied, it seems the silencer was left in the car. Caw caw caw. A flock of crows flew overhead, and Xiaowei's face darkened. Would a playing card gun suffice? How you suggested, pulling out a playing card gun. It should work, I suppose. Xiaowei replied uncertainly. I have one too, but it might not be powerful enough to break the sprinkler. The sprinkler? Conan immediately grasped Xiaowei's intention. Oh, so it was to create artificial rain using the sprinkler, forcing everyone to open their umbrellas, thereby preventing them from firing their weapons. Thus, Xiaoyi and Haoyu simultaneously aimed their guns at the sprinkler. Splash. Success. Water shot up into the sky and gradually fell, thus the rain began. Their actions were silently observed by an individual within the crowd. Passers-by hastily opened their umbrellas, and as a result, Xianti and Kuluan found it impossible to aim directly at Tumon Koki's head. Jin, what should we do? Is it permissible to shoot? DJ's umbrella was a deep shade of blue. No, wait a moment. Shooting through the umbrellas would reduce our accuracy. Jin decided against taking that risk. Strange, isn't it? Isn't there no rain here? Vodka's hand extended out of the car window, peering at the overcast sky with confusion. Just as he withdrew his hand, a raindrop fell upon it. It seemed even the heavens were aiding them. The rain had indeed begun to fall. Jin sighed. Xianti, Kuluan, kill, retreat for now. We shall regroup at the usual place in 1 hour. Understood. Continuing to rain incessantly was not a viable solution. Perhaps we should relocate the interview to the pavilion? Tumon Koki suggested, gazing at the unending downpour. Agreed. Rina concurred with his proposal, as the forthcoming interviewees were not her concern. Mr. Tumon, may we proceed with your interview? A passerby inquired. Of course, Tumon Koki replied without hesitation. Splendid. I wish to go as well. The passerby who had received this news instantly brightened, the annoyance brought by the rain evaporating in an instant. The crowd surged forward, following Tumon Koki toward the pavilion. Rina, who lagged slightly behind, was jostled by the crowd, causing one of her shoes to be knocked off. Observing this, Conan felt a surge of opportunity to reclaim the listening device and transmitter, darting out from the bushes. Just as his hand brushed against the shoe, another hand grasped it as well. Looking up, he was met with the sight of Mizunashi Rina. Alarm bells rang in Conan's mind. What now? Would he be discovered? Two individuals locked their gazes, holding this pose for several seconds until a slightly whiny complaint broke the silence. Brother, why did you come running? I've been searching for you for quite a while. With a sigh, Xiaoyi remarked, I can only paint this much today. This rain is truly untimely. One hand propping up an umbrella and the other clutching a sketchpad. She hurried over, greeting, Sister Reina, hello. Reina glanced at Xiaoyi's appearance, removed her Bluetooth earpiece, and inquired, drawing? Aren't you two following me? She placed her hands on the faces of Xiaoyi and Conan, scrutinizing the duo. Huh, following. Xiaoyi chuckled lightly, her innocent eyes blinking as she said, Sister Reina, have you watched too many detective films? This is merely a coincidence. My teacher assigned me a sketching task, and my brother brought me here for that. Are you interviewing someone? Yes. Thank you, Conan, for picking up my shoes. Reina withdrew her hands, slipped on her shoes, and turned to express her gratitude once more. I truly appreciate it. Her actions and the expression on her face surprised Xiaoyi, prompting her to ponder, is Reina genuinely a member of the Black Organization? Reina dashed to the director, requested a leave of absence, and swiftly made her way to the park. Observing this, Xiaoyi and her companions promptly returned to their vehicle. How did it go? Did you get discovered? Haoyu inquired with concern, the earlier scene having startled him. I'm not sure, Xiaoyi replied, shaking her head. I felt like we might have been noticed, yet she didn't expose us. I have a lingering suspicion that her identity is not solely that of a Black Organization member. Regardless, let us follow her for now. Judy stated after concluding a call with the FBI. Their operation is unlikely to be over just yet, given that the listening devices and transmitters belong to us. We must track them to uncover the Black Organization. Indeed, Haoyu nodded, pressing the accelerator towards the red dot on his phone. But why do they want to kill Torimoto Koki? Isn't he yet to be elected? Conan speculated. Perhaps it's because his father was a former high-ranking official in the defense agency, and he himself was once a member of the self-defense forces. With his strong sense of justice, once he becomes a legislator, he would likely strive to suppress the existence of such organizations. Xiaoyi concurred, yes. They are known for eliminating any potential threats to their existence at the earliest stage. Judy added, moreover, if they were to kill him now, it could easily be attributed to that female cadre from the Mutant Society, Tokido Toriko, who is suspected of having dispatched assassins. This is information unknown to Xiaoyi and the others. By the way, why haven't we seen Shuichi? Xiaoyi asked. Oh, ever since his girlfriend passed away. He has become quite unpredictable, especially with a new recruit assigned to him recently. Judy replied, a hint of bitterness in her tone. I just called him to inform him of the situation here, and he casually responded with, is that so? Before hanging up. At that moment, a voice emanated from the listening device once again. Around 16 o'clock, DJ's vehicle will pass over that bridge, where the assassination will take place. This was Jin's voice. The location being Vainby. However, this information reached Conan and Xiaoyi in a distorted manner. Chapter 109, Capturing Reina. At 16 o'clock, Vein B, Xiaoyi read slowly. Jin continued, stating that this time, Kanthi and Colin would be responsible for the support work. Hey, you mentioned support. I want to shoot, Kanthi retorted. Yet both Kanthi and Colin were reluctant to take on the support role. Vodka approached and remarked, don't say that. His car is specially armored, unlike the simplicity of the park. However, Kanthi still wished to express her desire for a chance to fire, but was abruptly interrupted by Jin. He has 2 bodyguards, both former self-defense forces, sitting beside him. Even if your 762 caliber bullet could pierce the thinnest window, you would never be able to hit DJ. Then how do we kill him? Kanthi questioned, perplexed, and speculated wildly. Are you suggesting we strip down and stand on the bridge to flag down DJ's car, asking for a ride, and then request to be let inside? Kanthi, you are quite close, said Vermouth, donning a helmet as she rode in on a motorcycle. I will pretend to fall in front of DJ, causing his car to stop. When he exits, I will approach him from behind and take care of it. Reina disembarked. And at that moment, Vermouth had already changed into a different outfit and shoes. At this point, DJ's bodyguards would also exit the vehicle. And it would merely be a matter of dealing with those 2 individuals, as Jin commanded, with one hand in his pocket. Though the plan seemed sound, Kanthi harbored doubts about its success. But that man is so cautious. Would he exit the vehicle so easily? Rest assured, he will, Vermouth explained. The moment he sees a woman lying on the ground, bleeding from her head after her helmet has been knocked off, his sense of justice will compel him to rush over. Ha ha ha, don't joke around, Kanthi laughed, clutching her stomach, feeling even more convinced that this would not succeed. There are other vehicles on the bridge, if a famous actress like you appears. Before she could finish her sentence, Vermouth retorted, how foolish. It's this face that will attract attention. With that, she removed her helmet and, after 3 seconds, put it back on. Vodka glanced over, exclaiming, with this disguise, you truly are the remarkable Vermouth, resembling her perfectly. Now it was clear to Kanthi why this woman dared to stride boldly forward. Vodka unfolded a map on the roof of the car, while Jin pointed to several locations on it, saying, Colin is here, Kanthi is here. I am counting on you both. Where's my motorcycle? Reina asked, clutching a helmet as she approached Vermouth. It's behind that truck over there. Belmont pointed to the vehicle behind him and said, all right, thank you. Let us meet in front of Vein B at the appointed time. With that, Reina turned to leave. Belmont called out to her, tapping the mirror of the motorcycle, and remarked, hey, Gil, you wouldn't be like this, would you? She did not state it explicitly. What a joke, how could that be? Kanthi scoffed, glancing back at Belmont. Well, I'll head off first. If anything goes amiss, you must support me. Belmont started the motorcycle, saying, I can't shake this ominous feeling about this assassination scheme. Truly, a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Let us see how this unfolds. Should you fall into their hands, I will undoubtedly grant you a bullet to send you to the afterlife, Kanthi retorted without reservation, for if it came to that, it would be her only chance for revenge for Calvados. At that time, could you aim for my face? It would be quite troublesome if the public were to find out I was involved with the assassination timing, she said, though she would never allow Kanthi such an opportunity. What do you find amiss, Belmont? Jin inquired. Did she discover Xiaowei and the others? Although he had not seen them, the static he heard on the phone had already revealed much. Belmont offered no explanation, replying somewhat dismissively, nothing, I merely have a premonition. With that, she rode away on her motorcycle. Shall we depart as well? Kanthi suggested. Alone on her motorcycle, Belmont spoke to herself. Well, I do not know how much information you possess. However, do you have the means to thwart us, my dear, 2 silver bullets? The voice on the listening device faded away, and the intelligence they had was limited to Vein B. The B stands for bridge. Vain implies uselessness, meaninglessness, and a sense of self-importance. Is there a place in Tokyo that embodies such significance? Wait, could it be vain instead of vain? How you speculated. The 2 words are homophones, suggesting they might have misdirected their thoughts. Upon hearing how you, Xiaowei recalled a place, vain, which signifies the feather of an arrow. The area that resonates with the meaning of an arrow's feather is Toriyashi-cho. Thus, Vein B refers to Toriyashi Bridge. I see, this is indeed promising news, Judy remarked, glancing at the time. With the assassination scheduled for 16 o'clock, we have 2 hours left. This time, we might finally arrive before them. There are 6 individuals involved, 3 men and 3 women. Among them, 2 women ride motorcycles, while the other 4 are in 2 vehicles, one of which is a Porsche 365A. Conan relayed the known information to Judy. After all, capturing members of the Black organization necessitates the strength of the FBI. Understood. I initially instructed the agents to monitor all routes leading to the bridge, aiming to ensnare every individual involved. After relaying this to her superior, James, Judy swiftly made the call. It was not long before Shani arrived at her designated position, armed with a sniper rifle, focusing intently on the arrow bridge. Okay, I have a clear view here. How about you, Colin? She inquired. I can see everything clearly, Colin responded. I've also reached my assigned spot, reported Belmont as he steadied his motorcycle. Good, now we just need to wait for Keel, Vodka added. Why is there so much static on your end, Vodka? Belmont questioned. Static? It's nothing, she replied with a slight smile, aware that the interference was likely the result of the 2 silver bullets. I'll be there in a few minutes, Renai announced as she rode her motorcycle. At that moment, 3 vehicles approached from behind her. One sped ahead, while another followed closely. Just as she attempted to maneuver around on the right, a 3rd vehicle sped up, blocking her path. To her left lay a slope. Excuse me, could you tell me the way to? A fluent English voice emerged from the car to her right, seemingly from a lost foreigner. However, the speaker was, in fact, How You. As Renai turned to glance at the adjacent vehicle, the window slid down, revealing a handgun. Could you kindly pull your motorcycle to the side? Chapter 110. Changing targets. Renai's expression shifted, and taking a deep breath, she propelled her body backward. In the next instant, she vaulted onto the roof of the car ahead, poised to escape the encirclement. Suddenly, a soccer ball rolled down the slope, followed by a child who was oblivious to the vehicles. The 3 drivers immediately slammed on their brakes, halting just 3 meters from the child. However, due to inertia, Renai was launched from the roof, soaring over the child's head, while her motorcycle collided with the slope, resulting in a minor explosion that engulfed it in flames. Renai tumbled several times upon landing, her helmet flying off several meters away. Xiao Wei and the others quickly dismounted and rushed toward the dazed Renai. Upon seeing her face, Xiao Wei was taken aback, but after checking for her breath, he sighed in relief. She's still breathing. We must get her to the hospital. An FBI agent swiftly lifted Renai and placed her in a vehicle, heading to the nearest hospital. Strange. According to your accounts, the motorcyclist should have been Belmont disguised as Tokisaki Kurumi. Judy posed the query that lingered in Xiao Wei and the others' minds. Conan glanced at the red dot on the tracking device, which had ceased to move. Noting the distance still separating them from the source, he remarked, the launcher is situated quite a distance away, which is why we initially believed it to be Belmont. It appears she has donned a leather jacket and boots somewhere, and the shoes affixed with the transmitter must be among those 2 vehicles. How you deduced this, which elucidated why the sounds transmitted from the bug were muffled and indistinct. Xiaoyi's expression grew grave. If they were in the Porsche, even with Jin's assistance to conceal their presence, the discovery was inevitable with that esteemed individual's true confidant, Vodka, in the mix. Perhaps, in the blink of an eye, their assassination target would no longer be Tormian Koki, but rather Hattori Heiji. Is it not ready yet? Jin, a man who keeps others waiting is often despised. The impatient Kanthi inquired once more. Do not rush, Kanthi. Gil has yet to contact me, and DJ's vehicle has not yet arrived at the bridge. Jin replied fluently, though to Kanthi's ears, his voice was fragmented. Regardless, your voice is nearly drowned out by the static. Aware that complaining about the noise was futile, Kanthi could only grumble about the interference on Jin's end. Had it been merely Vermouth mentioning the noise, Jin could have pretended not to notice, especially since Vodka had not been concerned at that moment. However, now it was impossible to overlook. Jin stole a glance at Vodka, who had evidently taken note. Resigned, Jin rose and reached for a bag in the back seat, rummaging through it until he retrieved a shoe, the very one belonging to Reina, which was adhered with a bug and transmitter. Jin disposed of the transmitter while carefully wrapping the bug in cloth, then placed a call to the boss. The corresponding red dot on the phone began to vanish, yet the sound remained muffled and unclear. You said to cancel, Kanthi exclaimed, perplexed by Jin's command. We have all gathered here, and yet you suggest a cancellation? Indeed. Jin continued, I have just secured permission from that individual. We must alter our target. Alter the target? Vermouth tore off her disguise and inquired. What is the new location and target? Mikawa Town, 2nd District, Idagawa Residence, Hattori Heiji. Jin raised his voice slightly, while discreetly loosening the cloth surrounding the transmitter in his pocket, tightening it again after speaking, hoping Xiaoyi and the others could devise a means to abort the assassination. Simultaneously, Judy received a call from an agent. What did you say? 2 black vehicles have departed from Birdseed Bridge and are driving further away. Are you certain they are their cars? Yes. One is a Porsche 356A, the other a Viper, and a Harley is parked by the roadside. The woman on the motorcycle has likely already boarded the car. How can this be? Judy exclaimed, unable to believe it. Their assassination target, Tormian Koki's vehicle. is still ahead of us, some distance from Birdseed Bridge. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi's countenance changed drastically as he hurriedly asked, which direction are they heading? Please, not Mikawa Town. Xiaoyi silently prayed. Moments ago, she seemed to faintly hear 3 words through her headphones. Kill, target, peace. After turning left at the traffic light in Nyashiko, she drove towards Kabutocho. Upon realizing this, Xiaoyi shouted, How you? Hurry, let us go home. They had been discovered. The voice transmitted from the listening device was likely Jin announcing a change in assassination targets. She hoped Jin could subtly buy them some time. Xiaoyi retrieved a sniper rifle from the concealed compartment of the vehicle and began altering her appearance. She exited the car 700 yards from the Idagawa residence and sprinted to the rooftop of a nearby building. Conan called Heiji, urging him to exercise caution. The bulletproof glass in the room could withstand 2 or 3 bullets. He should remain on the line and avoid opening the window, if absolutely necessary. There was a gun in the second drawer of the desk. But could this be true? Sitting in the back, Vermouth clasped her hands, inquiring, Did you say that high school detective installed a listening device in KIR's shoe? There was no doubt, according to the reports. The only person who encountered KIR before us today was him. The rest were merely a group of children. However, just that alone raises suspicions, Vermouth murmured. Her eyes barely open. She wished to dissuade this assassination, yet she was unaware that the crux lay not with Jin, but with vodka. Jin had no desire to eliminate Heiji Hattori. Though the reasons behind his actions remained a mystery, he was undoubtedly correct. Jin explained that if the device had been affixed a few days prior, KIR would have surely noticed it. So, was KIR's disappearance also orchestrated by that detective? Vodka queried as he drove. It seems likely. Before long, Jin and his companions had arrived near the Idagawa residence. After confirming Heiji's location, they sought the nearest vantage point for sniping. At that moment, Heiji sat with his back to Jin, pen in hand, diligently completing his homework, earbuds nestled in his ears. To Vodka, he was nothing more than a pitiful figure, still clinging to hope, listening intently for any sound from the device he had installed. Then let me grant his wish and let him hear my voice, Jin remarked, producing a listening device from his pocket. Do you hear me, Hattori Heiji? Don't move. I have a gun trained on your back. I have a question for you. What is your relationship with Shio? I'll give you 10 seconds to ponder. If you wish to answer, rise. Otherwise, prepare for a new hole in your head. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 bang. Chapter 111. A peaceful conclusion. Suddenly, a soccer ball appeared in everyone's view, striking the window behind Heiji. The glass did not shatter, but bore a few cracks. Shortly thereafter, the anxious voices of children reached their ears. What should we do now? Let us go apologize. 3 children emerged from a house adjacent to the Edo River. Their heads bowed in embarrassment as they murmured, We're sorry, it was unintentional. We kicked too hard by accident. An inadvertent kick had inadvertently afforded them some respite. From the window, a voice scolded the trio. Observing this scene from a distance, Conan remarked, although such an act would expose Heiji directly, it was essential to divert their attention in order to compel them to retreat. Consequently, Heiji abruptly removed his headphones, threw open the window, and feigned indignation as he shouted at the children. Have you made enough noise? I was listening to music through my headphones to drown out your clamor. Must you disturb my peace while I attempt to complete my homework? Music? Homework? Huh. Vermouth chuckled softly, commenting that it seemed unrelated to him. With that, she prepared to depart. No, eliminate him along with those 3 brats, Jin commanded theatrically, fully aware that it was impossible to eliminate the 4 at that moment. Vodka chimed in. We should take out the suspicious individuals, right, boss? Although he referred to Jin as boss, it was merely a test of his resolve. Wait. Vermouth disagreed with such an approach, her call momentarily halting Kaito and Colin, who were poised to pull the trigger. There's no evidence. If we rashly eliminate the son of the Osaka police chief. You're quite bothersome, Vermouth, Jin retorted, drawing a gun from his pocket and aiming it at her, silencing her impending words. In the face of the gun beside her, Vermouth calmly turned her head and smiled at Jin, uttering not a word, for she trusted that Jin would not truly pull the trigger. Indeed, in the next moment, Jin lowered the weapon and instead held up the listening device, remarking, perhaps the individual who installed the bug might have inadvertently left fingerprints. Once we eliminate this fellow, we can investigate his acquaintances to unveil the culprit. Bang! A bullet suddenly appeared, accurately striking the listening device in Jin's hand, obliterating it and rendering it incapable of collecting fingerprints. From behind, at 8 o'clock, bang! Colin's words had yet to finish when another bullet struck the ground near him. This one coming from the 5 o'clock direction. Colin and Kaito each aimed in a direction, pinpointing the sniper's location, atop the building. How is that possible? That's at least 700 yards away, Vodka gasped in amazement as he estimated the distance. Jin snatched the sniper rifle from Colin, gazing towards the building at 8 o'clock. Through the scope, he beheld a man and a woman. The woman's face was unfamiliar, but the man was all too familiar, his fated adversary, a.k.a. Shuichi. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a bullet grew larger in his sight, prompting Jin to swiftly evade. The bullet pierced through the telescope, grazing Jin's face before striking the railing behind him, blood oozing from the wound on his cheek. Shani fired in that direction, but missed, her shot merely hitting the wall. At that very moment, 3 bullets came from 2 different angles, and Jin, unable to evade, was hit. Retreat, he commanded, dashing downstairs. Fortunately, clad in a bulletproof vest, he sustained no serious injury. What about the detective and the kid? Shanti inquired with a hint of reluctance as she glanced back at the 4 behind them. Don't worry about them, just go, Jin replied curtly, descending the stairs and getting into the car. Their 2 vehicles sped westward. Judy dispatched a team to follow them, but it wasn't long before they were shaken off. Were those shots fired by the FBI? Vodka asked, steering the car away from their pursuers. Indeed, Jin replied, wiping the blood from his face. We've been set up. How could they have anticipated our arrival unless they were already aware we were coming? That was a collaboration between Koichi Hattori and the FBI. That's impossible, Vermouth interjected, resting her chin on her hand, dismissing Vodka's conjecture. To the FBI, he was merely bait to lure us into a trap. Otherwise, how could they allow their own associates to be so exposed, especially those 3 children? They must have obtained intelligence that he would be in contact with Gil. After they separated, the FBI likely planted a listening device and transmitter in Gil's shoe. This way, when we discovered it, we would suspect him, and Vermouth's words trailed off, but Jin understood the implication, sparing him the need to devise a way to navigate through the situation. Let us proceed under that assumption. The pressing question now is, where is Gil? Surely, she hasn't fallen into the hands of the FBI? I suspect she has indeed been captured. Although her lips are sealed, Jin remarked as he lit a cigarette, we must find her by any means necessary. As Jin's car gradually receded from view, Shoki let out a sigh of relief. Leaning against the rooftop railing, she removed her disguise and input a phone number into her mobile device, dialing it. Hello, Shuichi, you were the one who fired those shots, right? Can you come pick me up? Yes, give me 5 minutes, Shuichi responded, taking the gun from her hand. Without inquiring about the location, he headed downstairs to drive to Shoki's position. The 2 shots earlier had already informed him of her whereabouts. When Shoki opened the car door and saw the woman in the passenger seat, a glimmer of surprise crossed her eyes. Sister Akemi, you're the new recruit, aren't you? Indeed, Akemi smiled back at Shoki. Shuichi hung up the phone and said to Shoki, Mizuno Reina is not in serious condition. She just hasn't regained consciousness yet. Soon after, Shuichi delivered Shoki back to the Idagawa residence, bringing this incident to a temporary close. The remaining course of action would have to await Mizuno Reina's awakening for further investigation. Thus, Xiao Yi and his companions returned to their monotonous middle school life. Soon, they faced the quarterfinals of the national competition. The opponent from Saigaku was none other than the formidable Ice Emperor, who had triumphed over Lion's Melody. Although they had previously emerged victorious against Ice Emperor in the Kanto tournament, the current iteration of the Ice Emperor was no easy foe. Their strength had evidently increased significantly, having achieved overwhelming victories in their last 2 matches. This match was clearly destined to be a fierce battle. Everyone arrived at the venue well ahead of time. Just as Tezuka was about to announce the lineup, Ryoma was nowhere to be found. The innocent AI was dispatched by Xiao Yi to retrieve him. Chapter 112, Confronting Ice Emperor 1. In a state of impatience, Ryoma had already arrived at the finals venue. He pushed open the door, only to find the place desolate, with only faint beams of light illuminating the court. In the previously silent gymnasium, a voice suddenly rang out. How strange, why is no one here playing? Hearing this, Ryoma felt exasperated and kindly explained, how could anyone be playing here? This is the finals venue. Isn't the finals held in a different place than other matches? I had no idea. In a moment, his earlier disappointment transformed into excitement. So that means you're participating in the national competition too. I'm Yamayama Kintaro. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Just call me Kintaro. He waved his hand in greeting. What a peculiar fellow. Ryoma chose to ignore Kintaro and turned to leave. After all, his match was about to commence. Kintaro, feeling slighted by Ryoma's indifference, grumbled, what an infuriating guy. Kintaro, you finally made it. A group of people emerged from behind Kintaro. We had a little mishap on the way, which is why we're late, Kintaro said, scratching his head sheepishly. Really, you ran all the way from Shizuoka? No worries. You didn't miss much in the first two matches. Are you all representing Osaka? Ryoma adjusted his cap, a hint of provocation in his tone. Did you come all this way just to lose? Bye. With that, he turned to leave, as staying would surely earn him a reprimand. That tone. Could he be the monster that Chitose mentioned? One of the players from Furinkan speculated. Upon hearing this, Kentaro excitedly called after Ryoma's departing figure, "Wait, monster. I want to play a match with you." His primary purpose for being there was to challenge Ekizan. Ryoma paused mid-stride, turned back, and glared at Kentaro, murmuring, "Monster me?" "Yes, who else could it be?" AI chimed in, approaching from the side. "Someone is looking for you." "Looking for me? Who?" Before Ryoma could finish, he dashed to the right, realizing he was running late. To the left, as Ryoma arrived at the competition venue. The announcement of his entry order was just being made. Singles, Player 1, Ekizan Ryoma. Upon the utterance of those words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as they had all presumed that the singles match would feature Tezuka. Simultaneously, the members of the Ice Emperor arrived, echoing the deafening chants reminiscent of the Kanto tournament. "Ice Emperor shall prevail, Seishin shall falter. Ice Emperor shall prevail, Seishin shall falter." However, this time, Seishin also had their temporary support team from Rokaku. "Seishin, go for it. Seishin, go for it." As the scene unfolded, Atobi strode onto the tennis court, raising his right hand above his head and snapping his fingers with an air of arrogance, declaring, "It is now time for the show." His demeanor was reminiscent of the infamous Phantom Thief Kid, who would always utter, "It's show time" before executing his heists. Such an attitude was utterly infuriating. The quarterfinals of the national tournament commenced, featuring Seishin Academy against Ice Emperor Academy. The first match was the singles 3 event, with Seishin's Momoshiro Takashi facing off against Ice Emperor's Nanjiru. A single game would determine the victor, and Seishin's Momoshiro served first, as announced by the referee. Momoshiro initiated the match with a cannonball serve, but for Nanjiru, it was merely child's play. The power behind the serve had not significantly changed from previous encounters. Momoshiro's style of play remained consistent, leaving Nanjiru perplexed. How could such a level of skill possibly hold weight? As Nanjiru prepared to return the ball, it unexpectedly altered its trajectory after bouncing, catching him off guard. At that moment, a small pebble ricocheted beneath his feet, and Nanjiru glanced at it curiously, yet thought little of it. Momoshiro served again, and Nanjiru sprinted to intercept the ball's landing point, swinging his racket once more. What appeared to be a straightforward shot transformed direction again. The pebble continued to bounce nearby. "It would be wise to pick up that stone," Momoshiro called out, shaking his racket in a friendly reminder. His words sparked a thought in Nanjiru's mind. Momoshiro had aimed for the pebble twice, causing the ball to change its original course upon rebounding. But could this truly be possible? Typically known for his powerful tennis, Momoshiro had seemingly sacrificed strength, dedicating nearly 70% of his energy to ball control instead. This shift, in Nanjiru's eyes, rendered him increasingly vulnerable. In terms of ball control, Nanjiru held a slight advantage. Nanjiru began to place shots in various locations, alternating between speed and slowness, dictating the rhythm of the game. Consequently, Momoshiro's cadence was disrupted, leading to an unexpected turn of events. However, fortuitously, just before the ball hit the ground, Momoshiro managed to catch up, swinging his racket only to find himself tumbling to the ground, the ball soaring upward. It appeared that the high lob would inevitably land out of bounds, prompting Nanjiru to remain indifferent, standing nonchalantly at the net without even glancing at the ball. Yet, at that moment, a gentle breeze wafted from behind Nanjiru. Rising slowly from the ground, Momoshiro remarked, "Is it truly acceptable not to return that? It's still in play." Nanatsu found it utterly implausible to believe his words. The ball was destined to go out of bounds. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, the referee proclaimed, 400. "What?" Nanatsu turned in disbelief, only to see the ball resting quietly along the line. The ball had not gone out. To his surprise, a gust of wind had swept through, nudging the ball back and before it touched the ground. Once or twice, one might dismiss it as mere coincidence, but when the third, fourth, and fifth occurrences transpired, who could still regard it as chance? When Tachibana struck the ball toward the net, it was clearly bouncing in his direction, yet, at that very moment, a breeze would arrive, directing the ball back into Nanatsu's court. There were times when Nanatsu was poised to strike, only for the wind to divert the ball elsewhere. This phenomenon's frequent occurrence left Nanatsu unable to respond. Impossibilities transformed into possibilities. Unable to find a countermeasure, Nanatsu soon lost 3 sets. Siren emerged victorious, with a score of 30. What on earth was happening? It seemed far too improbable to be mere coincidence. Ryoma articulated the collective bewilderment. Who would have thought that playing by instinct would yield such results? The precision with which Tachibana read Nanatsu's inner thoughts was remarkable, blending seamlessly with nature and using the wind to catch Nanatsu off guard. In an instant, the referee announced, Siren wins, score 40. However, this fortunate streak would not last. After all, Nanatsu was a prodigy of Hyodai, and such a downfall could not be attributed to wasted training. Chapter 113, Battle against Hyodai, 2, Tachibana. I commend your ability to harmonize with nature, even delving deeply into your opponent's psychological state. However, your adversary is no trifling opponent. It is regrettable that our talented player can enclose his heart. Akutsu was confident that Nanatsu would not falter. As he had predicted, Nanatsu's presence began to diminish. And Tachibana could no longer foresee Nanatsu's next move. He was unable to read him. F&D, a beautifully executed slice, caught Tachibana unprepared. His reaction to the reverse strike was still a beat too slow. Hyodai triumphed, score 14. FAS, flat pro shot, SSAS, side spin, A pro shot. Nanatsu unleashed his signature techniques, leaving Tachibana powerless to counter. Even the prodigy known as Fu could not help but exclaim, he plays exquisitely. Before long, Nanatsu equalized the score. In his fervor to return the ball, Tachibana neglected his surroundings, chasing it with his head down, leading to a tragic incident. Tachibana collided headfirst with an iron post beside the court, collapsing to the ground, his racket falling just in front of him, blood oozing from his wounds. Ice, Hyodai wins. Score 54. His state even startled the referee. Tachibana. The members of Seishin Academy hurriedly gathered by his side, with Koki crouching beside him, attempting to gently assist him to his feet and assess his injuries. However, Tojo paid no heed to Koki. Instead, he reached toward the racket ahead of him. Just as he was about to grasp it, someone lifted the racket away. You still haven't given it your all, Tojo, remarked Ryoma. One hand in his pocket while the other held Tojo's racket. What is it, Ekizan? Tojo inhaled deeply, rising to accept the racket. You don't expect me to defeat him within 10 minutes, do you? Gripping the racket, Tojo wiped the blood obscuring his vision with his sleeve and stepped onto the court. Seeing that his injuries were not severe, Koki refrained from intervening. Ninzu, Tezuka could not help but softly remind Tojo upon witnessing his condition. I understand, Tezuka. Even without explicit words, Ninzu was aware, for he could not fathom what that individual intended. At this moment, he could not decipher Tojo's actions. Indeed, it was still power tennis, an aspect he could not relinquish. Tojo relinquished control, ultimately opting for power tennis. Right from the start, he unleashed a jackknife, the force and speed of the ball accelerating to twice that of before. So that's it, cleverly concealed. In the first half, he had employed 70% of his strength, allowing his opponent to acclimate to that speed before showcasing a full 100%. Yet, for Ninzu, this was of little consequence. He deliberately executed a lob, anticipating Tojo's smash. No, Tojo, Koki called out anxiously. Ninzu would retaliate with his bear smash, and if it were returned, Tojo would find it impossible to counter. How fortuitous, up until now. I have only revealed 70% of my strength, Ninzu declared while executing the bear smash. However, the ball did not return to Tojo's south side of the court. It landed behind Ninzu instead. The tremendous force sent Ninzu's racket flying from his grasp. That individual had not yet demonstrated 70% of his strength. Indeed, up to this point, he had only exerted 40%. No, it was merely 30%. Ninzu's hands trembled, muttering to himself, could it be that even I, who never loses my composure, am trembling with excitement? Yes, Tojo ignited Ninzu's fighting spirit, awakening the genius within him, albeit at the cost of his usual perceptiveness. What a fool, Tojo's wounds are deeper than I had anticipated. You are already aware, Ninzu, play the long game, Tezuka reminded, observing Ninzu's style. It is the final set. Stability is key to victory. Yet, Ninzu continued to play as he had been. What a fool, becoming so fervent. Very well, Ninzu. It is a path you must traverse one day, Tezuka sighed, shoulders slumping in resignation. The ball continued to be exchanged between the two, now nearing the final shot. Should Tojo fail to receive it, the match would conclude with Ninzu's victory. Tojo poured every ounce of effort into his return, the force of the ball increasing with each hit, and it appeared as though Ninzu would soon falter, the ball spinning relentlessly on his racket until, at last, the string snapped. The match concluded with the victory of Ice Emperor Academy's Nanjiro Eiji, with a score of 6-4. Although the net was broken, the ball had just crossed the line a second before, landing on the sideline behind Momoshiro. Exhausted, Momoshiro collapsed onto the ground, gasping, I can't believe I even managed to return that shot. At that moment, he was utterly drained of energy. Meanwhile, Nanjiro rubbed his right hand and remarked with a hint of relief, "Fortunately, the ball landed in play. Otherwise, I would have lost." His hand still tingled from the effort. Daisher and Kawamura rushed over to assist Momoshiro off the court, while Watanabe tended to his wounds. "I'm sorry, everyone. I lost," Momoshiro said apologetically. "No. It was indeed an exhilarating match," Kira remarked as he entered the court with his racket. "Thanks to you, there are several men ignited with passion." He and Kaito had been itching to join the game after watching from the sidelines for so long. "Let me tell you about the odds of losing." Hyoga provocatively challenged Kira as he approached. Without waiting for a response, he declared, "It's 100%. Kira dismissed his words with a nonchalant gesture, adjusting his glasses. To Hyoga, this action seemed to suggest fear, prompting him to boastfully address his companion. "Hyoshi, see, he's afraid." "Haha, here you go again," Hyoshi chuckled, covering his mouth. "You two, stop talking nonsense." The hot-tempered Kaito could no longer contain himself and swung his racket at Hyoga, who deftly performed a backflip to evade the attack. Just as Kaito prepared to press further, Hyoshi blocked him with his racket, saying, "That's enough." Thus commenced the second doubles match between Seishin Academy and Ice Emperor Academy. Played to a single set. Seishin Academy, Kira to serve, announced the referee, effectively halting the quarrel. Hyoshi positioned himself at the baseline, ready to employ an aggressive style of tennis. Hyoga, stationed at the net, leaped repeatedly, poised to execute a moon return. Observing this, Kaito returned to the baseline, seemingly intent on delivering a snake shot. Kira bounced the ball twice before tossing it into the air and swinging his racket. 150, he announced, the speed and power surpassing even his previous supersonic serve. 300 for 100. Seishin emerged victorious in that game, leading 10-0 as the surprised opponents allowed Kira to score effortlessly. After Hyoshi served, he and Hyoga launched a relentless assault against Kira and Kaito. Their agility and quick reflexes resulted in unexpected shots, while the endurance-focused Kira and Kaito were slightly slower to respond. Unable to secure a service game, they lost 3 consecutive games, leaving Ice Emperor ahead with a score of 3-1. The sheer intensity of Hyoga and Hyoshi's play left no room for fatigue, clearly aiming for a swift resolution. This unexpected style caught Kira off guard, leaving him unable to execute his data tennis, relying solely on his serve for points, which only amounted to 2 service games. Ultimately, Ice Emperor led with a score of 4-2. At this point, Watanabe and the others finally realized this was a decisive short-term battle. The extraordinary perseverance of Hato and the precise data-driven tennis of Kurenai only become apparent in the latter stages of the match. They thrive in prolonged battles. In contrast, the physically less robust Nikatsu and Nichiji opt for short-term confrontations, seeking to conclude the match before their stamina wanes. Their strategy hinges on exhausting Nikatsu and Nichiji, leading to inevitable victory. This notion should have dawned upon them earlier, for only a fool would engage in a war of attrition against Kurenai and Hato. As the match hurtled toward its climax, the outcome hinged on whether Kurenai and Hato could secure the final point. Meanwhile, Nikatsu and Nichiji's vitality was steadily depleting. In typical short-term skirmishes, the pace would not escalate so drastically. Following Nikatsu's serve, the ball darted back and forth, with increasing ferocity. Frustration welled within Nikatsu as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. It was that crafty player, Hato, who had ensnared him. Each exchange grew more intense. And although the match seemed to flow smoothly toward its conclusion, Hato's relentless, escalating returns were draining Nikatsu and Nichiji's stamina at an alarming rate. Unbeknownst to them, this short-term showdown had subtly morphed into an endurance contest. Recognizing their waning energy, the two leapt toward the net. Their chances of intercepting the ball at the net were now at a perfect 100%. Kurenai's data-driven tennis resurfaced as he lofted the ball high toward the backcourt. Nichiji, leveraging Nikatsu's shoulders, executed a flawless leap to return the ball. Kurenai then declared Hato's new technique, the Tornado Serpent Ball, with a success rate of 100%. As foretold by Kurenai, Nichiji sprang from Nikatsu's shoulders, soaring high to intercept the ball, which he sent toward the backcourt. There, Hato awaited, ready to unleash his hidden new technique, the Tornado Serpent Ball. The ball spiraled like a tempest, tracing circles in the air, hurtling toward the baseline behind Nikatsu. The duo had no time to react. Nikatsu and Nichiji lost not just that point but their chance at victory. With their energies depleted, how could they withstand the vigorous onslaught from Kurenai and Hato? The match concluded swiftly. The final score revealed a resounding victory for the Seishin Academy duo, Kurenai and Hato. At 7-5, as the match drew to a close, Nikatsu and Nichiji lay sprawled on the ground, utterly spent, resembling lifeless figures, until they were finally assisted off the court. Now, we commence the second singles match between Seishin Academy and Hyotei Academy, featuring Tezuka Kunimitsu against Hayashi Wakashi, with the outcome determined by a single game. Tezuka initiated the serve. Following the serve, the two engaged in a grueling back-and-forth exchange. After an indeterminate number of rallies, Fuji opened his eyes, puzzled, and remarked, "Tezuka, what's wrong? He clearly had the opportunity to score with a zero-style slice." "It's because he cannot." Little Wing shook his head, explaining, in front of Hayashi, who can learn an opponent's technique with just a single observation. Executing it would merely allow Hayashi to replicate it. "Haven't you noticed?" From beginning to end, the manner in which Wadi returned the ball was akin to that of Tezuka. After countless exchanges, Tezuka unleashed the Tezuka zone. With his spin serve, the ball seemed irresistibly drawn back to him. To the spectators, this feat appeared to be attainable only by Tezuka himself. Yet, with a snap of Akutsu's fingers, no matter where the ball veered, it returned to him, embodying the Wadi zone. "You have grown complacent, Tezuka," Akutsu remarked with a smile. "The victor shall be Ice Emperor." Wadi, devoid of distractions, could learn from Zhao Fan after witnessing him just once. For Wadi, the strength or weakness of his opponent was inconsequential. And it could be said that the mightier the opponent, the more advantageous it was for him. Tezuka felt as though he were battling against himself. How long will this tug-of-war last? Eiji expressed his concerns. There was a significant disparity in size between Tezuka and Wadi, a difference that was disadvantageous to Tezuka. "Rest assured, nothing will happen," Little Wing said, observing Tezuka's expression. "Do you think he looks like a man cornered? The real spectacle has yet to commence. Have you lost your senses?" "Tezuka?" Akutsu could not help but comment as Tezuka executed a zero-shiki slice. Wadi, before the ball had even touched the ground, retaliated with a zero-shiki slice of his own. Just as Tezuka had anticipated, scoring rapidly, Seishin Academy emerged victorious with a score of 10. "I have thoroughly witnessed your capabilities," Tezuka proclaimed, gripping his racket with his left hand. "With mere vision like that, you cannot triumph over me. For that is mere imitation, lacking growth." "There it is," Fuji remarked with a smile, "the pinnacle of relentless refinement." Wadi served, and Tezuka returned. The speed and force of the ball were magnitudes greater than before, leaving Wadi in disbelief, momentarily stunned until Akutsu's loud reminder jolted him back. "Wadi." He reacted and served once more, unleashing the pinnacle of relentless refinement. Tezuka became an unstoppable force, claiming 4 consecutive games in one breath. Seishin Academy triumphed with a score of 50. "Incredible. Is this the fully recovered Tezuka Kunimitsu?" The audience gasped. The members of Seishin Academy could not help but marvel. "Your prowess is utterly inscrutable," Fuji squinted, commenting. "He is a man whose capabilities cannot be predicted even by data," Kuranasuke mused, gazing at the scant notes he had recorded about Tezuka, filled with admiration. "He possesses the aura of a tennis prodigy." Eiji scratched his nose and remarked, though that description seems somewhat inadequate. To the members of Seishin Academy, Tezuka was their idol, the one they aspired to defeat, and in this match, their captain Tezuka Kunimitsu was destined to emerge victorious. "You seem to be oblivious to my intentions in having you face Wadi, Tezuka," Akutsu said, entirely unperturbed, for he already knew what was about to unfold. Upon hearing this, Little Wing felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that this too can be replicated? The reality is indeed harsh. The pinnacle of relentless forging has been successfully replicated by Wadi. "Your movements are somewhat sluggish, Wadi." What may appear as reproach from Taibu is, in fact, brimming with pride. "It seems this technique has required considerable effort on your part." In Chapter 115, Battle Against the Ice Emperor, 4, Wadi, having successfully replicated the pinnacle of relentless forging, utilizes his strength, surpassing that of Tezuka, rendering Tezuka incapable of returning the ball. Observing Tezuka's astonishment, Taibu sighs lightly, acknowledging, "You have indeed improved significantly since our last match. However, the stronger you become, the more you court your own demise. It is undeniable that no one can conquer themselves, and this match will likely end in a stalemate." As Taibu predicted, the score gradually equalized, with the Ice Emperor leading at 5-5. As the referee's voice faded, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, gradually intensifying, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. Daisher, filled with concern, shouted, "Tezuka, halt. Your wrist cannot endure this." What if his recently healed hand were to be injured again due to this match? Whether Tezuka did not hear Daisher's voice amidst the rain or for some other reason, he did not glance in Daisher's direction, gripping his racket firmly and striking the ball. At that moment, Mickey interjected, our captain would never retreat, even if his wrist begins to ache again. This statement left Daisher in deep contemplation. Out, out, out. A series of errors plagued Wadi. He continuously wiped the rain and sweat from his hands with his drenched clothes, yet it proved futile. He struggled to cope with the sudden downpour. The condition of the court, the soaked tennis balls, and the slippery racket handle, all of which hindered his precision. So this is how Tezuka seized the opportunity. Before Daisher could finish his speculation, Mickey interrupted, not necessarily. However, under adverse conditions, the differences in accumulated practice and real game experience become evident. The previous training camp was not in vain. As the match concluded, Seishin Academy's Tezuka Kunamitsu emerged victorious, the score standing at 7-5. Once Tezuka descended from the court, Mickey promptly checked his wrist and, fortunately, found no serious injury. Just as Wadi exited the court, Shikido and Kaito approached the net, clutching their rackets. Tugging at the net while exclaiming, "Those coming off the court, hurry back in." Eager to play, they could hardly contain themselves. Announcement: the quarter-final match between Seishin Academy and Ice Emperor Academy has been suspended due to heavy rain and will continue tomorrow. Such rain should still permit play, right? Shikido was unwilling to wait until the next day. Yet, the reality remained. The match could only resume tomorrow. "Let us depart," Taibu proclaimed, pausing as he encountered Tezuka. "The ultimate victory will undoubtedly belong to us, the Ice Emperor. Today, we shall spare you. This rain has truly been a tremendous aid to you." Fully aware that Tezuka would not respond to such provocation, he still felt compelled to speak. Who among those yet to compete is not filled with fighting spirit? "No worries. Let's play now." Ryoma, not possessing the same patience as Tezuka, naturally responded to such provocation by stepping in front of Itobi, raising an eyebrow and questioning if he intended to flee. Just as Ryoma was getting into the spirit of the match, Itobi pulled down his cap and remarked, "What a sharp-tongued newcomer." Itobi then bypassed Ryoma and departed. "What now?" lamented Aoi on their way back. "Our Seishin Academy has yet to triumph over the doubles team of Shikido and Hu." "Not at all," replied Little Wing, casting a glance at Oishi. For she believed that tomorrow, Seishin's golden duo would rise anew. Just as she envisioned, Oishi, stirred by the fierce battle in the rain with Tezuka, resolved to take the court for doubles despite his lingering pain. He had no reason to shy away. Thus commenced the first doubles match between Seishin Academy and Hyodai Academy, featuring the duo of Kikomaru and Oishi against Shikido and Hu, a single set to determine the victor, with Oishi serving. Both sides poured their utmost effort into offense and defense, and the match was intense. Seishin emerged victorious, with a score of 33. Eiji and Oishi stood in a staggered formation reminiscent of the Australian style, hoping to gain a lead. Observing this, Shikido and Hu mirrored their stance. But unlike Eiji and Oishi, they positioned themselves in the lower left corner, leaving the front and right side vacant. Following Oishi's serve, Shikido rushed the net. Eiji, poised to return the ball, realized he could only play a cross-court shot. It turned out that Shikido and Hu's alignment was a strategic ploy to compel Eiji and Oishi to play according to their design, effectively nullifying the Australian formation. Oishi executed a moon volley to return Hu's shot, but it was swiftly countered by Shikido. Fortunately, the ball did not clear the net. Next was Hu's service game, with his serves increasingly rapid, leaving Eiji and Oishi unable to make a single return. In the blink of an eye, the score reached 66 in favor of Hyodai. The stamina of all four players was nearly depleted. However, a surprise emerged. Eiji, having overcome his physical fatigue, remained exceptionally spirited. Twirling his racket and addressing Oishi behind him, "Oishi, the contest has only just begun. Let us demonstrate the infinite possibilities of doubles." Standing at the net, Oishi executed a reverse lob, prompting Hu to leap and strike the ball. Though he successfully returned it, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Rubbing his right shoulder, he rose, evidently injured. Subsequently, neither player could return the ball that Eiji struck back. Seishin Academy scored 10. Shikido directed the ball towards Eiji's front, anticipating a volley from him, which would allow Shikido to execute a powerful smash and score. While the plan appeared sound, Eiji and Oishi turned the tables. Eiji performed a backflip, directing the ball towards Oishi, who returned it swiftly, resulting in another lost point for their opponents. Seishin Academy scored 32. Shido took a deep breath and remarked, "I had intended to conserve my strength until the finals, yet facing these two, it seems I have no choice but to unleash my full potential." Due to an injury on her shoulder, Ho failed to deliver a powerful strike, merely serving the ball. As Eiichi struck, he glanced ahead and discovered that only Shido stood alone. No, that was incorrect. Ho mirrored Shido's stance behind him, thus from their perspective, it appeared as though there was only one player. Eiichi and Oishi focused on Shido's movements, neglecting Ho's, leading to a missed opportunity to receive the ball. Ice Empire 33. Change sides. What do you think, Oishi? This is our pile mirage, a dazzling mirage of shadows. The two players stood in unison, their synchronized movements bewildering Eiichi and Oishi, rendering them unable to predict who would strike the ball, leaving them in utter disarray. In their caution, Eiichi and Oishi failed to act decisively. A ball that could have been returned was lost due to Oishi's uncertain shout, causing a momentary hesitation for Eiichi, resulting in a missed catch. When it was Eiichi's turn to serve, his focus faltered as he worried about Oishi's waning stamina, leading to consecutive faults and gifting a precious point to Ice Empire. Ice Empire 53. It's all right, Eiichi, Oishi consoled, placing a hand on Eiichi's shoulder. Your trajectory and speed felt just right. Calm down and trust your instincts. Understood, Eiichi replied, inhaling deeply before serving again. The ball successfully cleared the net, yet when Oishi attempted to receive it, he too faltered, failing to send it over. Ice Empire 63. Match point. Your sprint and strike felt impeccable, Eiichi said, playfully poking Oishi's cheek. Stay calm and follow that sensation. Oishi shrugged, a wry smile crossing his face. You're stealing my lines. Is that so? Eiichi scratched his head, shifting his gaze. Finish the match, ordered Akutsu sternly. Understood. Enough with the chatter, Shido replied. He believed that Eiichi and Oishi could not possibly win 2 consecutive games, especially considering Ho's upcoming serve. What was initially thought to be an easy ball turned into an unexpected turn of events. Eiichi and Oishi synchronized perfectly, revealing the boundless potential of their doubles play. Devoid of any blind spots, their thoughts and actions aligned seamlessly, their unspoken understanding suggesting that a synchronized doubles team could conquer the world. Shinichi 66. At last, the score caught up at that moment. Shortly thereafter, another remarkable occurrence unfolded. Eiichi halted Oishi from returning the ball. The match concluded with the Ice Empire duo of Shido and Ho emerging victorious, the score standing at 76. To ensure he could play alongside Oishi in the future, Eiichi obstructed Oishi's serve. Though they had lost, their play was exhilarating. The victors would be Ice Empire, and the vanquished would be Seishin Academy. The champions would be Ice Empire, and the defeated would be Seishin Academy. The victor is Akutsu. The victorious shouts of the Ice Emperor's support team reverberated throughout the entire court. Snap! A resounding finger snap echoed from Ryoma's elevated hand as he gracefully seized the opportunity to interrupt Tezuka's lines, declaring, "It is I. At last. The moment has arrived for us to determine the victor." Ryoma continued, tauntingly addressing the king of Monkey Mountain. "Humph, I care not whether you are a prince." Tezuka retorted with a scoff, "For I am an emperor. You merely speak boldly. What of your actions?" Ryoma challenged. "Do not be so arrogant. You may yet regret it. Let us speak again once you have bested me. If I lose, I shall shave my head. Then should I also fall to you, I too shall shave my head." The two exchanged provocations, ultimately solidifying their peculiar agreement. Ha. In a miraculous unison, the two erupted into laughter, leaving a few onlookers bemused. As the laughter gradually subsided, Tezuka solemnly remarked, "You have yet to reach the level of Tezuka, have you?" "And so?" Ryoma raised an eyebrow. Tezuka chose not to respond further, returning to the baseline. Thus commenced the singles match between Seishin Academy and Ice Emperor Academy, featuring Ryoma Ekizan versus Kigo Itobi. A decisive battle to determine the victor, with Itobi serving first. Following Itobi's serve, Ryoma retaliated with a B shot. After Itobi returned it, Ryoma executed another D shot, which Itobi failed to receive. The score was 15-0. Ryoma's B and D shots were not to Itobi's liking. "No need for that. Use this." "Absolutely not." Ryoma replied dismissively. "Then I shall compel you to use it." Itobi glared at Ryoma, serving once more. This time, his serve was no ordinary one. It was his latest innovation, the turn vertical serve. The ball made a sudden right-angle turn at the point of impact. Ryoma struggled to adapt to this change, allowing Itobi to capture the first game. Ice Emperor led, 10 points. Consequently, Ryoma was compelled to enter the realm of Muga, already forcing him to use it. Tezuka mused. "You still have much to improve upon," Ryoma provocatively stated as he entered the Muga state. "Yes, that's the spirit," Itobi replied, visibly pleased. Ryoma initiated with Tadaji S. Bin Bang. In response, Itobi remarked, "I shall acknowledge this, albeit slightly." He easily returned the ball, noting that it lacked the full power of Tadaji himself. Ryoma, utilizing the shrinking technique, positioned himself beside the ball, then executed the pirate's horn. Such a feat is achievable by any ordinary person. Itobi retorted, countering with the pirate's Dayu. In his view, the Muga's unconscious transformation of various techniques was merely average. Ryoma then unleashed a counterattack, culminating in a spike. He was about to face a formidable counterattack from the giant bear, and Ryoma appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly astonished. Is it true? Can Itobi also execute the giant bear counterattack? Momoshiro asked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. Indeed, Momoshiro, even Koji can do it. Albeit in a rather pirated manner, replied Fuji with a teasing tone. Should I charge Koji a patent fee for that? Along with a fee for Ashitari's as well? Even at this moment, Fuji maintained his playful spirit. Is the realm of no self merely at this level? Itobi inquired, turning around. It seemed that the concept of no self was ineffective against him. Handing it over to Wing, he shook his head and sighed. Itobi is capable of consciously executing the techniques of others. That is his unique ability. Itobi persistently returned Ryoma's shots, but Ryoma was relentless, adapting various techniques. Then, Ryoma unleashed Itobi's signature topspin serve. Then I shall not indulge you further. It is precisely because you can only play at this level that you cannot catch up to Tezuka. Itobi, knowing how to return his own shots, executed them effortlessly, reminiscent of a time long past. Observing his expression, Wing recalled an incident from their previous training camp. It was near the end of the training session. Having just finished lunch, Itobi hurriedly sought out his coach, requesting a match. To everyone's surprise, even if the competition was not evenly matched, Itobi should not have been at a disadvantage. Yet, in an unexpected turn, he failed to return the shots and appeared utterly exhausted. What is this far cry from before? What kind of farce is being played? The coach could not discern Itobi's intentions, but recognizing it was a match, he resolved to face it seriously. Even if it meant crumbling alongside despair. The coach served, and Itobi seemed unprepared to receive it, yet he effortlessly returned the ball without even glancing at it. The coach failed to intercept it, caught off guard. Ha! Itobi laughed heartily, having accomplished something. No one understood what he had achieved when Wing halted the match. That's enough. Itobi was naturally displeased with this outcome. Do you wish to be my opponent? Facing her is what I anticipate the most. Let us leave it for today. I have other matters to attend to, perhaps next time, Wing replied. Observing Itobi's departure, the coach, puzzled as to why Wing had intervened, asked, why stop it? If it continued like that, you would have lost. Wing saw through Itobi's thoughts. And now Itobi had completed that move. The match continued. Ryoma, having overextended himself with the realm of no self, was severely fatigued. Itobi served again, and Ryoma, slightly catching his breath, could only return a basic shot. Very well, let it freeze. Itobi declared, my insight clearly sees your vulnerabilities. In his eyes, numerous ice pillars surrounded Ryoma, each representing a weakness. This is bad. Chapter 117. Confrontation with the Ice Emperor. 6. No matter how much one strives to enhance their abilities, they remain incapable of responding to a blind spot. The precise strike directed at such a flaw is akin to freezing an opponent in place, rendering them immobile. This is the realm of ice. With these words, Itobi once again directed the ball towards Ryoma's vulnerable area. The Ice Emperor triumphed, bringing the score to 30. The emergence of the icy domain had rendered the match overwhelmingly one-sided. Although Ryoma was fatigued, he resolutely pressed on, continuing to invoke the state of no self. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he would not shed a tear until faced with the grave. However, such efforts proved futile against Itobi. Every technique and strategy harbored its own vulnerabilities. The Ice Emperor claimed victory yet again, raising the score to 40. If you lose, you'll be shaved bald and must maintain a distance of 3 meters from me. AI remarked with a look of disdain. Logically, Ryoma should have been unable to hear this, but in reality, he did and voiced his strong dissent. No. Seeing Ryoma in such a state, Hattori remarked. It seems that Ekizan has begun to master the state of no self. How would Ryoma, now capable of controlling this state, respond when faced with the icy realm? Despite this, Itobi was acutely aware of Ryoma's blind spots. When confronted with Itobi's return aimed at that vulnerable area, Ryoma shut his eyes, seemingly surrendering. Suddenly, he opened them wide, swung his racket, and astonishingly struck the ball back. This took Itobi completely by surprise, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. 150. Ryoma retaliated against the icy domain, leaving Itobi in disbelief. Once more, Itobi directed the ball toward Ryoma's blind spot. This time, everyone witnessed that the ball did not strike the 4 icy pillars, but rather skimmed past them, landing at Ryoma's feet. 300. That was the Tezuka zone. Was Ekizan's obsession with the state of no self in order to utilize the Tezuka zone? Momoshiro pondered with skepticism. At this juncture, do you still intend to obstruct? Tezuka. Itobi cast a glance at Tezuka and declared, the Tezuka zone involves imparting spin to the ball, controlling the opponent's strikes, and guiding the ball back to one's own advantageous position, a sophisticated technique. Unlike mere impressions imprinted in one's mind, executing such delicate spins requires an experienced player akin to Tezuka. Seiho emerged victorious, bringing the score to 14. Ryoma commenced his counterattack. Observing Ryoma unleash the zone, Tezuka couldn't help but exclaim, "Ekizan is not merely imitating my technique." Ryoma retaliated swiftly, denying Itobi any opportunity, even executing Itobi's own destruction waltz. Seiho triumphed again, with the score reaching 44. "The match has only just begun, Ekizan," Tezuka stated. "Indeed," Ryoma replied. At last, Itobi recovered from his previous shock. The appearance of the Tezuka zone had stripped the icy realm of its inherent capabilities. Even without the icy domain, Itobi's prowess remained formidable. The almost perfect insight, focus, and prowess that rivals Tezuka's are embodied in the figure of Kageyama Kigo, the King of Ice, the Emperor of the Ice Tennis Club. The current Kageyama has adopted a style of play that diverges from his past. Previously, he engaged in prolonged matches solely to relish the delight of witnessing his opponents succumb. He approached the game with a playful spirit. However, the Kageyama of today has cast aside personal desires in favor of a decision befitting his role as captain, all for the triumph of the Ice Emperor. His true essence now lies in his super-aggressive tennis. The Ice Emperor emerges victorious, with a score of 6-5. This is the strength of the man who commands the 200 members of the Ice Emperor team. Tezuka, the reason for your defeat at Seishin is that you entrusted the foundation of your team to this first year, Kageyama declared, swinging his racket. No. Tezuka adjusted his glasses and replied, "I have not yet handed it over to him." No sooner had he spoken than a lighting fixture, loosened by rain and thunder the previous day, fell at that very moment. "Watch out," AI shouted in concern. Ryoma glanced at the descending light and calculated swiftly, dashing toward the right front and striking the ball. The ball arced perfectly, passing through the gap of the falling fixture. Seishin wins, with a score of 6-6. A pause ensued. The tie at 6-6 meant the match would restart, and fortuitously, the fall of the light provided them a moment to rest. Before long, the match resumed. Kageyama Kigo, the sovereign of the Ice Emperor Tennis Club, faced off against Ryoma Ekizan, who inherited the talents of the warrior Nanjiro, born with an innate fighting spirit, steadily ascending to the pinnacle of tennis. These two unparalleled individuals wager everything for the victory of their respective teams. The one with the greater obsession for triumph and superior stamina shall prevail. Time passed, and the score reached 11-11. 11-11. Change sides, the referee announced. Before the words had fully left his mouth, both players collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. "Kageyama! Kageyama! Ekizan! Ekizan!" The surrounding crowd cried out, urging them to rise. "Ryoma, do not forget, 3 meters away," AI reminded. "Is your stamina that poor?" Mitsuya instructed Kohei to fetch a pen and paper, saying, "If we lose, let us increase the training intensity from now on." Though he said a bit, the extent of that bit remained an enigma. As time slowly flowed by, Kageyama rose, ultimately murmuring, "The victor shall be the Ice Emperor." "Ekizan, get up." Ryoma tightened his grip on the racket with his left hand, using his right foot as leverage to slowly rise. Supporting himself on his knees, he squinted at Kageyama and declared, "You still have a long way to go." Ryoma tossed the ball and swung the racket, producing a feeble topspin serve. "I will become the pillar of Seishin." The ball bounced beside Kageyama's feet and flew past him, yet he remained unresponsive, allowing Ryoma to score. "Kageyama, even in a state of unconsciousness, must you reign here?" Tezuka sighed. Thus, the outcome became unmistakably clear. The competition concluded with the victory of Seishin Academy's Ryoma Ekizan, the score standing at 76. All members of the Ice Emperor hung their heads, eyes shut tight, unwilling to witness the reality before them. Their revered captain, Tikoku, a figure akin to a deity in their hearts, had succumbed to exhaustion and lost to a mere first-year student from Seishin. They found it difficult to accept this result, reluctant to depart from the national tournament, for they believed there were no tennis players superior to those of Seishin. Yet, this was the truth. Tikoku Kageyama had lost, and they were denied entry into the semifinals. The Seishin team erupted in jubilation, gathering around Ryoma, playfully ruffling his hair, their hearts brimming with joy. A stark contrast to the despondence of the Ice Emperor. Suddenly, Ryoma broke free from his teammate's grasp, circumvented the net, and approached Tikoku's side. He presented a pair of clippers to Ryoma with a mournful expression. Ryoma, grinning mischievously, declared, "I am aware that taking advantage of another's misfortune is not commendable. Yet this is our agreement." With that, he reached for Tikoku's hair, an action that astonished all present. The Ice Emperor's members silently screamed, "A devil! This is undoubtedly the work of a devil." At that moment, Taki suddenly dashed forward, declaring that he would shave his own head in place of Tikoku. He even knelt before Ryoma, imploring him to refrain from shaving Tikoku's head. Everyone stood in stunned silence, as Ryoma's hand hovered uncertainly above the clippers. Denying Tikoku a shaved head would displease him, yet Taki's act of kneeling complicated his feelings. Fortunately, Tikoku regained consciousness just then. "Do you think my beauty would be irrevocably tarnished by such a trivial matter?" he proclaimed, seizing the clippers and beginning to shave his own hair. "Stand tall, Ekizan, for you have bested me, Tikoku Kageyama." However, he had only shaved half of his head when Tsubasa approached, tapping Tikoku gently on the back. "Let us stop here. This is your training regimen for the future. Nanju, you are to supervise him and ensure not a single session is missed. Otherwise, you shall be punished as well." As he spoke, he moved toward Ryoma. Upon hearing the first statement, Tikoku felt a surge of joy. Although his hair had been significantly reduced and his hairstyle ruined, it was certainly better than being entirely bald. However, upon glimpsing the training regimen, his spirits plummeted. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? A devil. This is truly the embodiment of a devil. What's the matter? Are you reluctant? Tsubasa glanced back at Tikoku, handing the other training sheet to Ryoma. "This is yours. I shall count on you to assist with the supervision." "Very well," Ryoma replied, casting a cursory glance at the sheet, his body sagging in defeat. I have one. Have I not? Why must there be more?" he lamented, feeling utterly exhausted from a mere match. Tsubasa, with utmost seriousness, responded, "If you wish to continue playing with me. With such limited stamina, defeat is inevitable. Or would you prefer that I personally supervise you?" "That won't be necessary," Tikoku and Ryoma exclaimed in unison. In a humorous vein, if Xiaoi were to personally oversee matters, one could hardly expect them to be diligent. Merely refraining from idleness would be commendable. With this in mind, she declared that implementation would commence the following day. Turning to Haoyu, Xiaoi instructed, "Zayazi, let us return home." "Did I not mention that I prefer not to be addressed in that manner?" Haoyu replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. "It matters little now, after all. There are only a few days left," Xiaoi responded nonchalantly. During the journey back, Xiaoi made a phone call to Shioi, inquiring about Reina's condition. She learned that Reina had yet to awaken. Fortunately, Xiaoi had managed to mimic her voice to request leave from the television station. However, given the passage of time, it was likely that the members of the Black Organization were frantically searching for her. Moreover, the FBI had uncovered no tangible information regarding Reina, rendering her familial ties unknown. Even the FBI found amusement in the name Mizunashi Reina, as Mizunashi means 0, and Reina translates to 7, evoking the image of a certain secret agent, 007. Just as the call concluded, she encountered Conan, Heiji, Kazuha, and Sonoko. Heiji and Conan walked ahead, while Kazuha and Sonoko trailed behind, engaged in conversation. Beside them stood a stranger, a young man gazing at Heiji with an expression of admiration, presumably a student from Aoyama High School. "Did you win?" Conan inquired. "Of course," Xiaoi replied, gesturing toward the young man. "Who is he?" "Hello, I am Hondo Ayu. It is a pleasure to meet you," Ayu said, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Suddenly, two cries of pain pierced the air. "My apologies. My glasses. Where are they?" Ayu exclaimed, kneeling and searching for his glasses, having accidentally bumped his head against Haoyu's while bowing. Consequently, Ayu's glasses had fallen, and due to his severe myopia, he could scarcely see. Xiaoi picked up the glasses and handed them back to Ayu. "Thank you," he said, donning the glasses and rubbing the spot where he had collided. "I am a transfer student from Hattori's class. I have always wanted to observe him in action." With his eyes wide open, he inadvertently reminded Xiaoi of Mizunashi Reina. "Ayu, are you referring to Itagaki Rock?" Sonoko interjected. "He just debuted last year and has become quite popular. But it is rumored he will soon be entering a period of rest." "What are you discussing?" Xiaoi inquired. Kazuha explained. Ayu mentioned that he used to appear frequently on television, but he has suddenly vanished due to his need for recuperation. Mizunashi Reina. Upon hearing Kazuha's words, Xiaoi's heart raced, as she recognized this as the first answer that came to her mind. Her expression shifted subtly. Noticing this, Conan turned his back to Xiaoi and silently mouthed, "Sister, you think it is Mizunashi Reina, don't you?" Hondo Ayu is certainly suspicious. Xiaoi nodded slightly, affirming that Hondo Ayu was indeed dubious. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke the tension. "That person is dead." A middle-aged man approached, accompanied by a child of 6 or 7 years. The man introduced himself. "Hello, I am Kazutani, and this is my son, Achiao." May I inquire if you are the high school detective Hattori Heiji? I am, came the reply. He nodded thoughtfully, asking what Chiao had meant by her earlier words. I saw that person being thrown off the bridge, she explained. Could you recount the events in detail? Xiaoi interjected, inviting them inside. He opened the door and greeted them, offering each a glass of juice as they settled onto the sofa. Satani commented, ever since Chiao saw the advertisement for Itagaki's CD on television, he has been insisting that that Brother Chainsaw is already deceased. Brother Chainsaw? How you expressed his confusion. His hair resembles that of a chainsaw, a Chiao clarified, prompting a realization. Itagaki's hair was dyed a silvery hue, deliberately styled into small triangular tufts, indeed reminiscent of a chainsaw. However, neither the television nor the newspapers had mentioned such news, which initially led me to doubt it, Zatani continued. But upon hearing that the person suddenly needed to rest, I began to feel that the situation was not as simple as it appeared, hence my inquiry. I did call earlier in the morning, but no one answered. At this point, Heiji and Conan exchanged exasperated glances at Ayu, clearly suspecting that the call had been inadvertently disconnected by Ayu's absent-mindedness. Conan inquired, Chiao, when and where did you see this? I saw it not long ago, but I can't recall the exact location, Chiao reminisced. Oh, there were sounds of fireworks at that time. Mr. Zatani, do you remember where it was? Heiji pressed further. Zatani shook his head. I can't recall either. I suppose Chiao saw it from my car. It seemed to be nighttime, stuck in traffic. And I was half asleep when it happened. I can't remember the bridge. Xiaoi prompted. Could you elaborate further on the incident? There was a large bag next to that person. Initially, he was gazing at the river, then suddenly lifted the bag and threw it into the water. At that moment, Brother Chainsaw's head emerged from within, bloodied. Chapter 119. The Little Witness. What did that person do after throwing the bag? Xiaoi asked. He pulled out several items from his clothing and tossed them away. However, since he was blocking my view, I couldn't see what they were, Xiao explained. Then he seemed to be searching for something, rummaging through his clothes. Before he began searching, was he holding anything in his mouth? Conan pondered aloud. Yes, Xiao replied after sipping her juice. Was it a cigarette? Ayu speculated. Was he looking for a lighter? I'm not sure, Xiao admitted. It was very dark, and I couldn't see clearly what it was. He then discarded that item as well and immediately got into a car, but I didn't see where he went. Do you recall what that person looked like or what kind of car he drove? Heiji inquired. The vehicle in question was presumably black. The individual wore a hat, obscuring their face. However, a peculiar design was etched upon their hand, a grotesque nail. In retrospect, Xiao found the memory somewhat chilling. At that moment, beside our vehicle, I distinctly observed an enormous glowing hammer. Xiao gestured, first mimicking a saw, then a nail, and finally a hammer. Heiji lifted Xiao with one hand, exclaiming, surely. You jest. Hattori. Kawaii interjected, striking Heiji's hand. Once Heiji withdrew, Ayu approached, crouching before Xiao, his left hand resting on Xiao's cheek. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. He resembled Mizunashi Rina from the past, inquiring whether Kawaii was following her. Ayu solemnly addressed Xiao, little brother. Everything you have stated is, in fact, a fabrication, is it not? Not a fabrication, Xiao retorted, meeting Ayu's gaze without a hint of trepidation. Little brother. Ayu stroked Xiao's head and turned to Heiji. It seems what he says might indeed hold some truth. If everything he claims is true, it should be making headlines right now, Kawaii remarked, switching on the television, her heart silently hoping that Xiao's words were mere falsehoods. For she was an ardent fan of Itagaki. Yet, reality often diverges sharply from our expectations. As the television flickered to life, the channel yet to be adjusted, the female anchor's voice resonated. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you breaking news. Early this morning, a male corpse was discovered in Tsumu River, and it has just been confirmed by family members to be Itagaki Rock. Furthermore, the body was found encased within a bag, and there are indications of multiple severe blows to the head. Consequently, the police have initiated an investigation with a focus on homicide. No, Kawaii cried out in despair, indignantly shutting off the television, regretting her decision to turn it on. So, what my son witnessed, someone casting the bag containing Itagaki Rock off the bridge, was indeed true? Kazutani inquired. Yes, Kawaii replied. In that case, should we take Xiao to the police station to share this information? Foolish woman, Heiji scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Kawaii. Do you truly believe the police would take such testimony seriously? He was perplexed as to why her reasoning was so simplistic, her suggestions so utterly naive. Indeed, while Xiao's assertion that Itagaki was a saw head was somewhat comprehensible, the notion of a repugnant nail design on the perpetrator's hand, coupled with the vague description of an enormous glowing hammer beside the vehicle, was unlikely to be taken seriously by the police. Moreover, the exact bridge from which Itagaki was thrown remained unknown. Kawai added, taking Ah Xiao to the police station at this juncture is hardly a prudent course of action. Subsequently, Kawai turned to Kazutani. If you were to recreate the scene, would you be able to recall how to drive the vehicle? I should be able to, Kazutani replied. Though uncertainty lingered. Humph. He gave a cold snort at Pingji, pondering how she could possibly be aware of such matters. She then turned to Ingyu and remarked, however, Ingyu, you are truly impressive. Just by observing a Xiao's expression, you can discern whether he is lying. That is far superior to someone who frequently loses their temper with children. Her eyes reflected admiration for Ingyu while simultaneously expressing disdain for that particular individual. Oh, it's nothing. Ingyu replied modestly, scratching his head and smiling. My father often did this when I was a child. I merely learned from him. It feels almost like a spell. No, that is certainly not some sort of spell, she retorted. What this young man just executed was identical to what she had done back then. Employing methods to determine the veracity of someone's words through their pulse rate, breathing patterns, and pupil dilation. Moreover, the technique was strikingly similar. Both Xiaowei and Conan internally sighed, realizing that there must be an inseparable connection between Hondo Ingyu and the individual known as Mizu no Reina, who was referred to as Gil. Zhugu drove with a Xiao, Xiaowei, Pingji, Conan, Hiyi, and Ingyu, following the route from that day. Suddenly, he halted at a fork in the road. To the right lay the Kabuto Bridge, straight ahead was the Kabuto Central Bridge, and to the left was the Kabuto New Bridge. I remember taking the middle one. The Kabuto Central Bridge, but there was a DUI checkpoint at that time, and I feared traffic congestion, so I turned right. However, going right means encountering numerous traffic lights. If we turn left, it would require a longer detour. Zhugu had reached a point of frustration. He genuinely could not recall which bridge they had crossed that day. As he traversed this route daily, often following his mood. What mood did I have that day? He pondered. That's not right. You mentioned you remembered which road you took, which is why you drove out. Pingji interjected, visibly irritated, as the time for the exchange student was drawing near, and he needed to return. There were still many tasks to accomplish. Originally, he had lost a considerable amount of time due to Inyo's arrival, and now he felt this was a futile endeavor. Xiaowei, however, remained indifferent. It's all right. There are only these 3 bridges to cross to reach to Wazukawa. We can simply traverse them all. At worst, I can handle the exchange student paperwork for you. Though he said this, Xiaowei intended to delegate the tasks to Haoyu, taking advantage of his servitude while he still could. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone echoed. He answered the phone, and on the other end, she heard Yuanzi's sobs. Clearly, she was heartbroken over the death of Itagaki. Woo. I've remembered something about that nail. When Rock was still in the independent band phase, their band emblem was indeed a nail snake, a design featuring a nail piercing through the snake's head. There was a merchandise shop for the band that also offered tattoo services, and it seems to be near the Kabuto Central Bridge. Woo. Hello, Hiyi. Before Yuanzi could elaborate on Itagaki's death, Hiyi preemptively ended the call, as she had already received the pertinent information. Chapter 120. Ingyu is crying upon receiving the news. Xiaowei and his companions found the band merchandise shop near the Kabuto Central Bridge. Inside the store, there was indeed a striking image of the nail snake adorning the walls. However, the pattern observed by Xiao was not this one. Xiao scrutinized the design of the nail snake and inquired of the shopkeeper. Has the logo of this band been altered to another design? The shopkeeper, taken aback by the question, wondered how she had come to know. Xiao pointed to the lower right corner of the flag and explained, the thumbtack securing that corner has fallen off. I suspect they are preparing to affix something else. Are they not? Indeed, the shopkeeper produced a new flag adorned with a similar yet slightly different nail snake design. This was the new emblem, though it would not be available until next week. This is the pattern. A Xiao exclaimed, pointing at the flag. The design on that person's hand is this one. Upon hearing this, Ping Ci inquired, has anyone already tattooed this new design? This would significantly narrow their search scope. Since it was a new design, it was likely that not many had tattoos of it. A few very dedicated fans, upon hearing about the logo change, insisted on being the first to get it inked. The shopkeeper retrieved a sketchbook from a nearby iron rack and opened it, saying, look, these are the 3 individuals. From right to left, they are Mr. Tongu, Mr. Unju, and Mr. Guanai. Each customer who gets a tattoo later sends in a photograph. A Xiao, do any of these 3 seem familiar to you? Zhugu asked his son, hoping he might recall something. A Xiao shook his head and replied helplessly, it was quite dark at the time, and that person was wearing a hat, so I couldn't make it out. Furthermore, I only saw the nail design when that individual was getting into a car, preparing to leave. A car? Ping Ci leaned in closer and asked, Is that person's imported vehicle his own? Yes, the shopkeeper nodded. He mentioned that he has been driving it for about 10 years. A is it this car or this hat? Xiaoyi asked, pointing to two pictures. I'm not sure about the car, but the hat is definitely not the same. Curious, Conan asked. By the way, why did they suddenly decide to change the band logo? This emblem was originally designed by Rock, who left the band to pursue a solo career. I've heard that many fans have been clamoring for a swift change of the logo. Now that Rock has encountered such circumstances, it may no longer be applicable. I heard that the Nail Snake is holding a memorial concert tonight. Although there have been some unpleasant incidents in the past, Rock was, after all, a good friend of the band's leader. He pointed at the leftmost photograph and exclaimed, so this coffee pot advertisement was shot by Yoko Kishino. The coffee pot. Ping Ci shot He a glance, thinking she might have discovered a clue. But, how do you know if you've never seen the advertisement? Of course, it's thanks to this. He pulled out her phone, opened her photo gallery, and showed Ping Ci. I took a picture of the coffee pot's promotional vehicle because it was so cute. The promotional vehicle for the coffee pot? Could it be that there's a hammer? How is that possible? May I take a look? Ayu leaned closer, his curiosity piqued. Of course, Kazuha replied, handing over the phone. Hey, this coffee pot is truly adorable. Ayu exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, with a flustered motion, Ayu hastily returned the phone to Kazuha, apologizing. I'm so sorry. I think I accidentally pressed a button I shouldn't have. No worries, Kazuha reassured him, unfazed by the incident. However, this small gesture did not escape the notice of Tsubasa. Soon after, Tsubasa and the others bid farewell to the shopkeeper and made their way to Kabuto Shinkyo. Heiji leaned against the railing and inquired, Aki, do you remember where that person with the body bag discarded the corpse? I can't recall, Aki replied, lowering her head. Did you see any fireworks behind that person? Ayu squatted beside Aki, gesturing towards the sky ahead. I believe the fireworks must have been launched from this direction. If we could ascertain that, we might discern which side of the bridge the culprit was on. Speaking of fireworks, Kazuha interjected with a sudden idea. I wonder if what Aki mentioned, seeing a large hammer, was actually the reflection of the fireworks on the water's surface. When fireworks explode, they leave a bright tail. You might have mistaken that for the handle of a hammer. Foolish girl, are you trying to be funny? Heiji disagreed vehemently. If that were the case, where's the head of the hammer? Fireworks would only resemble tadpoles at best, and once they burst, they would look more like a frying pan. Wait a moment. Aki interrupted their train of thought. I never said I saw the fireworks. I heard their sound, but did not see them. That implies the culprit wasn't positioned where the fireworks were launched, Conan remarked, resting his chin on his hand. Excuse me, but I might need to interject. Kazuki's words abruptly disrupted Tsubasa and the other's line of reasoning. Perhaps it was not that Aki couldn't see, although she was sitting in the back seat. The traffic that day was exceptionally congested, and my car was situated right in the middle lane. It's possible that her view was obstructed by the vehicles beside us. With this statement, their previous deductions were rendered moot, and the investigation returned to square one. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the central Kabuto Chua Bridge. Standing on the bridge, Aki gripped the railing tightly, gazing down below, striving to recollect any details. Even the tiniest of observations could be significant, Tsubasa encouraged. Yet, Aki remained unable to recall anything. Thus, they proceeded to the final Kabuto Ohashi Bridge, hoping to uncover clues that might jog Aki's memory. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the surrounding lights illuminated the night. Realizing that his son might not recall anything, Zhugai suggested, perhaps we should visit the police station. Although Chiao's testimony contains some incomprehensible elements, it is nonetheless grounded in reality. If that is the case, I believe the police will repeatedly inquire about the luminous hammer. However, Pingxi opposed the idea of bringing a Chiao to the police station. He was well aware of the police's interrogation methods and feared that a Chiao might be overwhelmed. While they deliberated on whether to take a Chiao to the police, Xiaoying and Conan wandered aimlessly across the bridge. As they walked and paused, they inadvertently glanced at their own shadows. When their shadows aligned with the shadows of the bridge's pillars, a moment of clarity struck their minds, and smiles blossomed on their faces. So it was him, the one who murdered Itagaki Rock. Meanwhile, Ayu leaned against the railing, biting his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 121. The enigmatic illumination, but I truly saw it. A massive, glowing hammer. A Chiao exclaimed loudly, unwilling to bury the truth. A Chiao, you must be dreaming, right? Xiaoying approached, stating, the surroundings were likely as dark as they are now. How could you possibly see Itagaki's face? The hammer and other elements are mere coincidences from a dream, aren't they? Given the presence of the unidentified Ayu, she felt compelled to feign innocence, prompting Pingxi to reveal the truth. That's not a dream. I saw it with my own eyes. A Qiao maintained his insistence that he was not lying. Wait a moment. It could have been fireworks. He speculated. When the fireworks illuminate the sky, one can see many things. Well, you're not so foolish this time. Pingxi remarked appreciatively at He. He then turned to Xiaoying, following his gaze to a tall building. In an instant, he comprehended the significance of that hammer. After hearing He's words, Yu elaborated. So, the murderer must have stood on the side where the fireworks were not visible. If they had been on the side where the fireworks were launched, the backlight would have cast a shadow, obscuring the tattoo. However, if they were on the opposite side of the bridge, even if they glimpsed the exposed face, they would not have been able to discern the design of the tattoo on that person's hand, right? Conan tilted his head, rolling his eyes, and said, assuming a Qiao's vehicle was positioned in the middle lane close to us, there's still a considerable distance to the railing over there. That's why I said I saw it when that person was about to leave and got into the car. Conan aimed to draw out this statement. Indeed, Pingxi chuckled softly. The tattoo was seen when the murderer was leaving, seated in the driver's seat. Thus, to see his tattoo, he must have rested his hand on the car window. Consequently, the tattoo would be on his right hand. As long as we review those 3 images, we will ascertain the identity of the murderer. As he glanced at the time on her mobile phone, she lamented, it seems we can no longer proceed. The shopkeeper mentioned that the memorial concert would conclude by 6 o'clock. Well, perhaps there is a chance that Sister He inadvertently captured something on her phone. Xiao Yi asserted confidently. That click we heard earlier was indeed the sound of a photograph being taken. Am I mistaken, brother Yingyu? Xiao Yi flashed a smile at Yingyu. Yingyu looked back with an innocent expression, as if he were unaware. He, somewhat skeptical, browsed through her photo album and, to her surprise, found evidence. This photograph allowed them to eliminate the man on the left, who had a tattoo on his left hand. So, that means the only suspects remaining are the 2 individuals in the middle and on the right, brother Pingxi? Xiao Yi inquired. No, there is only one. Pingxi replied, taking a deep breath. The driver's seat in imported vehicles is typically located on the left side. If one were to drive from the opposite side, they would be in the far lane. Inside the vehicle is quite dark, making it generally difficult to see clearly. However, what if the perpetrator had borrowed a Japanese car that day? Kazutani interjected. That is unlikely. Even if this man borrowed a vehicle, it would certainly be an imported one. Pingxi countered, confident in his assertion. Having driven imported cars for a decade, he had long since become accustomed to them. Moreover, with a bag containing a body in the vehicle, attempting to drive an unfamiliar right-hand drive car would likely lead to an accident. Thus, the culprit must be the man on the right, wearing a hat, whose surname is Kudo. Then let us promptly inform the police of this matter, Yingyu suggested. Well, there's no rush. It is most crucial to first gather the key evidence, Pingxi replied leisurely. Look at that building. If we connect the lights on either side of the elevator, do they not resemble the handle of a hammer? He retorted, fool, even if that is the handle. What about the head? It surely cannot be fireworks. Of course not. What shapes can a hammer's head take? Pingxi countered without providing a direct answer. Xiao Yi began to enumerate various shapes, mentioning long cylindrical forms, those that could also be used for pulling nails, resembling an overturned boat. There were also rounded ones, somewhat akin to an inverted coffee pot. As she said the last few words, Xiao Yi deliberately slowed down her speech. A coffee pot. He quickly pulled up the previous photograph of the coffee pot, observing that it was adorned with small light bulbs. Is that hammer positioned upside down? Indeed. Qiao nodded in agreement. He must have merged the small light bulbs from the coffee pot advertisement with the building's elevator lights, perceiving them as a large hammer. Pingxi continued. Thus, this can only be viewed from the center of the cup holder bridge. Moreover, due to the angle, there exists a specific range from which both can be interpreted as a hammer, and the evidence should be submerged beneath it. At this moment, the perpetrator may very well be at the memorial concert. The last statement was merely his personal conjecture, regardless of whether he was present or not. They must first locate the evidence to secure a confession. Well, I have conceived an intriguing method that could compel the murderer to confess immediately. Xiao Yi remarked with a smile. After locating the address online and purchasing a few items, they drove to the memorial service. Now, to conclude the evening, we shall perform my dear friend Rock's favorite song, the lead singer announced. At this moment, Tonggu left with a sigh, making his way to the parking lot. He opened the car door, settled inside, and lowered the window, resting his right hand on the ledge. With a resounding pop accompanying the explosion of fireworks, a woman's voice scolded, "Are you foolish? This is a parking lot. How can you set off fireworks here? What if a car catches fire?" Tonggu turned to glance back, only to discover it was a young girl. He paid her little mind. "My apologies, we are police officers," Officer Muger stated, briefly showing his badge before retracting it. Sorry to disturb you, but could you accompany us for a moment? Why? Tongu was taken aback, surprised at how quickly they had located him. He feigned calmness as he replied, because someone reported seeing a person who closely resembles you disposing of a bag containing a corpse from the Chubu Central Bridge. We just confirmed it was you in that vehicle, Officer Miyagi said, gesturing towards a white sedan parked behind him. What? He saw my face, Tongu exclaimed, his expression shifting in astonishment. No, he noticed the tattoo on your hand, Officer Miyagi clarified. Additionally, he mentioned he thought he heard your voice. This was clearly nonsense. How could he have heard his voice amidst the fireworks? At that moment, Tongu's anxiety betrayed him. Chapter 122. The revelation. Are you suggesting that with the fireworks being so loud, it would be impossible to hear your voice? Officer Miyagi turned to confirm with Takagi. Right. Takagi? You heard it clearly, did you not? Indeed, Takagi nodded, affirming he had heard everything distinctly, whether there were fireworks or not. Only the perpetrator and the witness would know. Officer Miyagi chuckled, saying, I am quite curious about why you would make such a statement. I would like to invite you to the precinct for a thorough explanation. He had not anticipated that Tongu would reveal his guilt so swiftly. Could it be that the fireworks were a sign of Tongu's realization of his impending downfall? Indeed, Heiji stepped forward, declaring, we deliberately recreated the scene to mimic the circumstances of that day, pretending to identify the perpetrator. In truth, we intended to trigger your recollection of the events, coaxing you into uttering the words fireworks. Subsequently, Tongu was taken to the police station, where he promptly confessed to his crime. His motive for murder stemmed from his intense resentment towards Itagaki for betraying the band and pursuing a solo career. He had initially planned to transport the body to a more remote location for burial, but had opted to dispose of it from the bridge upon discovering police officers conducting DUI checks there. Moreover, what he cast off the bridge was none other than Itagaki's lighter. In an attempt to conceal the blood stains that had splattered onto him during the act of taking Itagaki's life, he donned a coat from Itagaki's room. In the process of disposing of the body, he inadvertently employed that very lighter. Soon enough, it was discovered in the Tainawaji River. On the return journey, Ayu exclaimed with palpable excitement, I am utterly exhilarated today, as I find myself amidst the scene of a high-profile murder investigation. Surely, there must be numerous other cases, right? For instance, exposing the misdeeds of celebrities or aiding them in clearing their names from unjust accusations. Indeed, there are, though not many, replied Heiji, due to academic commitments. He rarely took on cases. Such matters were likely encountered more frequently by the likes of Kawai and his peers. Ayu then inquired, might there be some celebrity incidents that remain undisclosed to the public? Like when a celebrity secretly seeks your assistance before the news breaks, resolving matters quietly and unnoticed? That last query seemed to strike at the heart of his presence there. Ah, have I handled such cases? Heiji chuckled lightly, his tone somewhat evasive, wishing to sidestep the inquiry. They had indeed dealt with such cases, notably the previous one involving Minazuki Reina, but that remained unspoken. How about we grab a meal first? And then you can share more with me, Detective Hattori? Ayu suggested, having skipped meals due to their work. This prompted a notion in him to coax out the information he sought while dining. Ugh, Kawai yawned. I'm so sleepy. With Aoi supporting Kawai, whose body swayed dangerously close to slumber, she declined Ayu's invitation. Sorry, Ayu, but Kawai seems quite fatigued. Let's discuss it another time. We still have 2 or 3 days before we return to Osaka. Upon hearing this, Ayu's gaze sharpened, casting a discreet glare at Kawai, only to quickly revert to his previous demeanor. He was so close to obtaining the information. It's fine, we can always talk next time. After all, we have time. Ayu said, feigning indifference, though internally, he was quite affected. The information slipped through his fingers just like that. Undoubtedly, the earlier comments, along with the mention of someone who had frequently appeared on television yet suddenly vanished under the guise of needing rest, pointed unmistakably to the information that Hondu Ayu sought, Minazuki Reina. However, to procure her information, one must first reveal your true identity, Hondu Ayu. On a pitch-black night, a black Porsche 356A and a blue sports car sped down the road. Inside the blue sports car, Kanthi, seated in the driver's seat, rested her head against the window, saying, Heel, the organization has gone to great lengths searching for her, yet they still cannot find her. Could it be that she has truly hidden herself away? Perhaps even within the FBI? Heel is dead, surely dead, she concluded. Seated in the passenger seat, Colin remarked, Humph, if she were truly dead. That might be for the best. Shanti continued, otherwise, if she were brainwashed or something of the sort, she could very well turn against us. Before she could finish her thought, a voice crackled through the Bluetooth headset, interrupting her speculation. That is highly unlikely. She is the type who, even after being shot, administered with a truth serum, and having her ribs broken, would remain resolutely silent. Worrying about this is merely a futile endeavor, Shanti. Despite the words, Jin harbored no real concern about Reina potentially betraying them. If I am not mistaken, you are referring to the incident that led the boss to take an interest in Keel, correct? Vodka, who was driving, interjected. I have heard whispers of that incident as well. It was said that Keel apprehended an undercover agent infiltrating the organization, pursuing him to a point of no escape. Yet, in the end, she was captured and subjected to interrogation. By the time you all arrived, she was nearly on the brink of death. Upon this mention, Shanti recalled a fragment of the event, though one aspect still eluded her understanding. I cannot fathom why she was chosen by the boss, leading to our current partnership. Her teeth, Jin elucidated. Keel used the only weapon she could find to bite down on the undercover agent's wrist with such ferocity that it reached the bone. Following that, she seized the weapon from the demoralized agent and fired it at his head. Only a truly enraged beast could commit such an act. But the question remains. That agent died in that manner. How can you be sure of this? Keel never divulged anything, Shanti inquired. Later, we discovered an MD recording from the agent's clothing, detailing the entire interrogation process. Jin replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. I see, Shanta said, coming to an understanding. So, there was not a single word from Keel on that recording, was there? However, brother, do you still not know the true identity of that agent? Vodka questioned. Indeed. Given the multitude of forged documents and passports with various names he possessed, his identity is likely more complex than that of a mere undercover agent. At the time, we only knew his true code name, Jin stated. Speaking of which, when my brother and I arrived, it seemed that the comrades who had gradually shown up were discussing something. What was the name he was calling out? I was standing a distance away and could not hear, Vodka continued. Honestly, I cannot recall the appearance or name of anyone who has perished, Jin responded. Regardless, I have a fair idea of who those vermin are. We can delve into the details once Keel returns. I imagine she must have heard what they were saying. I truly wish we could locate Keel sooner. One is certain to find it, especially now that the target has been identified and an in-depth investigation is underway. The conversation comes to an end as two vehicles vanish into the depths of the night, their destination unknown. Chapter 123. Substantial reward the following morning, at a mere 7 o'clock. Yet influenced by the last words exchanged with Yi the previous night, Ayu had already arrived at the Idagawa residence. Both Kawaii and Conan let out a simultaneous yawn, having not yet satiated their need for sleep. Honestly, it's a rare Sunday, and I was hoping for a good rest. Why are you here? Heiji complained, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Ayu, well, what does it matter? Ayu replied nonchalantly. Why do you have to look so disdainful, brother Heiji? Nolan, who remained oblivious to the events of yesterday, did not mind Ayu's presence. Emerging from the kitchen with breakfast in hand, Nolan asked, have you eaten yet, Ayu? I have indeed, Ayu responded. In fact, the purpose of my visit today is to discuss something that I find quite intriguing. I stumbled upon it while browsing a certain website. Not interested, Heiji replied, continuing his breakfast. Is that so much time wasted? Kawaii chimed in. Brother Heiji, the transfer process isn't even complete yet. What is going on today? Is the sun rising from the west? Kawaii remarked in disbelief as he glanced at Kawaii and Conan. Aren't you usually the ones incessantly inquiring about the nature of the cases? The three shared a knowing laugh. Saying nothing further, they would undoubtedly pursue the inquiry, had it not been for this fellow's initiative to present a case. Well then, Ayu said nonchalantly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I merely found it fascinating. It likely isn't anything of great significance. Moreover, it could very well be something fabricated by someone after reading about the Red-Headed League. Ayu pressed on, hoping to pique Heiji's interest. The Red-Headed League. Upon hearing this, Conan, a devoted enthusiast of Sherlock Holmes, immediately interjected. The red-headed businessman Jabez Wilson participated in the Red-Headed League. His task was to transcribe the Encyclopedia Britannica in a designated room from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, without leaving the premises. In return, he would receive an annual stipend of £200. He accepted this task. In truth, the Red-Headed League's advertisement for an annual stipend of £200 and the peculiar task of copying the encyclopedia were merely ruses to allow the pawnbroker to leave his shop for several hours each day, facilitating the excavation of a secret tunnel to the bank beneath his establishment. Holmes uncovered the entire scheme. Ayu, what sort of incident did you observe regarding the Red-Headed League? Heiji inquired, now intrigued. I read the article last night, and it stated, high-paying job opportunity, long live recycling. The client of this job is an organization dedicated to researching how to make waste harmless. They aim to collect garbage and conduct various investigations. The task at hand is to collect combustible waste on the designated recycling day at a particular waste disposal facility, retrieving the refuse before the recycling truck arrives. Subsequently, on the next recycling day, the previously collected refuse will be exchanged for the current waste being discarded. Moreover, the vehicle designated for waste collection will be parked in a nearby lot, and once filled with the recycled refuse, it will be returned to its original parking space. In the afternoon of the recycling day, a sum of 50,000 will be deposited into the account. The last two words were deliberately emphasized. 50,000. Upon hearing this figure, Xiaoyi and others were astounded. A single occasion would yield 50,000, resulting in a total of 450,000 for the month. Engaging in such a perplexing endeavor while receiving such generous compensation indeed bore a resemblance to the red-haired gang. It was reported that this employment opportunity was discovered by the landlord through an online recruitment advertisement, followed by communication with the client via email. 3 days later, the car keys were delivered, and under the stipulation that the work would continue until the client deemed it satisfactory. This peculiar task commenced 2 weeks prior. Ayu continued, stating the oddity that the returned refuse did not appear to have been scrutinized by the client. The remarkable nature of this job left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Consequently, he captured images of the arrangement of the collected refuse in the trunk of the vehicle using a digital camera. When the next recycling day arrived and he compared the images, he found that the positioning of the refuse had seemingly remained unchanged. What then was the purpose of such actions? He and Yi were baffled. Employing someone with such a high commission to retrieve waste, yet never touching the refuse themselves, seemed devoid of meaning. Do you know where the landlord resides? Xiaoyi inquired. I do not know. The internet does not provide such clarity, Ayu contemplated, adding, however, it does specify the location of the waste disposal facility, which is near the park in Noyoshicho, 3rd District. Why don't we go check it out now? It's only a bit past 7. Perhaps the landlord will be there as well? Ayu suggested. All right, let us go have a look, spurred by curiosity. Pingji resolved to investigate. Upon arrival, they discovered that the recycling days for combustible waste in Noyoshicho were Monday and Thursday, meaning their trip had been in vain. Thus, they had no choice but to return. At that moment, a figure rushed out. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Did you happen to see a tall and suspicious character in the vicinity between 9 and 10 o'clock the night before last? The individual kept their head lowered, focused on a notebook in their left hand, with a pen in their right, poised to jot something down. Officer Takagi, Pingji exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Hattori Pingji. Officer Takagi looked up and exclaimed. Officer Muguru approached, remarking, You wouldn't happen to be involved in this matter, would you? Matter? What matter? Pingji feigned ignorance, claiming his presence was purely coincidental. Officer Muguru spoke gravely. A murder case. Haven't you seen the news? As he spoke, Officer Muku led the group to the scene of the crime. The male proprietor, Mr. Darren Funamoto, was reputed to be an affluent businessman. Takagi perused his notebook and announced that the victim was his wife, Ms. Kantz, aged 39. The night before last, the maid noticed that the lady of the house had not risen, which struck her as peculiar. She thus entered the room for a check. To her dismay, she discovered the mistress slumped against the balcony wall, having suffered a gunshot wound to the back of her head. From the angle of the bullet's entry, it was inferred that the assailant must have been over 180 centimeters tall. The estimated time of death was determined to be between 9 and 10 o'clock the previous evening, shortly after the lady returned from a party at a friend's house. Officer Takagi handed a photograph of the deceased to Heiji and continued. Despite the substantial assistance from local residents, our search has yet to yield a single suspicious individual, which is quite vexing. What could be the motive for the murder? Asked Kawaii, interjecting. Perhaps it was a robbery gone awry, speculated Officer Muku, noting that the victim had been wearing a pearl necklace and bracelet upon her return, both of which were now missing. Wait a minute, how absurd. Officer Muku suddenly recalled. Why are we discussing this case with irrelevant parties? Perhaps it's merely a habit. Takagi replied, uncertain of why such information had been divulged. Is this murder case in Toriacho merely a coincidence? Kawaii pondered repeatedly to herself. Chapter 124. Known traffic accident. As for this case, we in the police force will handle it entirely, so there is no need for you, Hattori, to assist. Officer Muku stated earnestly. If we continually rely on detectives, what purpose do we serve as officers? Although he had previously considered enlisting Kawaii and the others' help. That was an old case. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Heiji accepted without hesitation, as he could now return to work on his thesis. He wondered what those professors were thinking, requiring him to write such a thing after transferring schools. Even though Kawaii had agreed to assist him earlier, he felt it was ultimately up to him. Yet, reality seldom aligned with his expectations. Before he could take a single step, a woman dashed out from the house, intercepting Heiji and inquiring, "Excuse me, are you the high school detective Heiji Hattori?" "Yes." "Then please ensure you capture the murderer of my wife." Takami Shirgino clasped her hands in earnest anticipation. "Rest assured, you can entrust that to the capable officers," Heiji replied, gesturing toward Officer Muku behind her. However, Shirgino did not trust the police. What good will that do? It has been days without a single lead. "Please, you must help. I will reward you for your assistance." Faced with Shigeno's fervent plea, Heiji found himself somewhat at a loss. He glanced at Kawaii and Conan, who appeared nonchalant, as they had no pressing matters at hand. Very well then. At last, Heiji consented to Shoya's request, feeling a tinge of curiosity. What could be the cause of such commotion? "Tonight, we are still engaged in the memorial for Fiancé." Shunmoto Tadao appeared before everyone, seated in a wheelchair. "I apologize, sir," Shoya said with an air of regret, gesturing toward Heiji. "This is the renowned detective, Heiji Hattori. With his presence, the perpetrator responsible for the murder of the lady will soon meet justice." "Hattori?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Shunmoto's eyes. Wasn't he that high school detective? But why was he here? Heiji chuckled awkwardly, stating, "It's purely coincidental, really. In truth, he wished to be anywhere but here." "Detective brother, I know who the murderer is." A child dashed out from the yard, declaring, "The one who killed my mother is a foreign woman dressed entirely in black." Shunmoto interrupted Tosuk. "Silence, Tosuk. Stop spouting nonsense." He had no faith in his son's claims. Why won't you believe what I'm saying, Dad?" Tosuk shouted in confusion. "The murderer is that woman in all black." The mention of a woman dressed in black immediately brought to mind vermouth for both Mitsuba and Conan. Could this case be connected? Shoya pulled Tosuk inside, saying, "All right, young master, let us head indoors." "No, let go of me." Tosuk wriggled free from Shoya's grasp and rushed before Heiji, tugging at his clothing and exclaiming, "You must believe me, detective brother. That suspicious foreign woman is definitely the killer." Taking a deep breath, Mitsuba approached and asked, "Tosuk, why do you find that woman suspicious?" "Because she kept asking me strange questions." Tosuk released his grip, turning to Mitsuba. "It was about the accident. She asked if I had seen it, what the person involved looked like, and whether I had discussed it with my parents." The accident. At that moment, Mitsuba recalled when he had first encountered Tosuk. It was during the arrest of Reina, when Tosuk's soccer ball had rolled out, prompting him to run out to retrieve it. Casting a glance back at Ayu, Mitsuba pondered, who exactly is this boy? Could he have known about the accident suppressed by the FBI and intentionally led us here? Mitsuba continued, "How did you respond?" "I told my mother a bit about the accident, and then that woman smirked wickedly. So it has to be her. She killed my mother." Tosuk's eyes widened in conviction. "I doubt that foreign woman is the culprit," Officer Magyar interjected quietly. "If she were, the boy would likely have met a grim fate as well. Moreover, aside from taking out the trash 4 times a week, the lady also goes jogging. If she intended to kill her, there would be no need to risk hiding upstairs to shoot." "Indeed. May we inspect that room?" Heiji inquired. "Certainly." Mr. Funamoto inquired, "Officer, may I refrain from ascending? His foot is fractured, making it inconvenient for him to navigate the stairs." Conan then asked, "May I inquire when Mr. Funamoto's foot was injured?" Shoya explained. "A month ago, he slipped while fishing with colleagues in a rocky area, resulting in the fracture. According to the doctor, he will be able to have the cast removed in another 2 weeks." "Is Mr. Funamoto's room on the 2nd floor?" Little Wing questioned. "No," Shoya shook his head. "It is adjacent to the lady's room on the 2nd floor. Whenever he needs to go upstairs, I assist him first before bringing up the wheelchair." As they spoke, they arrived at the lady's room. Shoya opened the door and gestured for them to enter. Upon stepping inside, Heiji walked directly to the door leading to the balcony and remarked, "This is where your wife was shot in the head by the assailant." But how did the perpetrator enter? Pushing open the door to the balcony, they observed a hook hanging on the railing. Looking outward, a riverbank came into view. In the lower left corner of the balcony door, there was a hole, with shards of glass scattered on the ground. It appeared that the assailant had climbed to the 2nd floor using the hook. Given it was nighttime and the riverbank was across from them, it was likely that few had passed through. After climbing up, they broke the glass below, unlocked the door, and entered the residence. "That doesn't add up." Little Wing pointed to the upper left corner of the door where there was no broken glass and stated, "If the lock wasn't opened, how did they get in?" Shoya speculated, perhaps the lady, who adored stargazing, forgot to lock the door after returning to the balcony at night. Heiji confirmed, "The estimated time of death appears to be between 9 and 10 o'clock the night before. Shortly after this lady returned from a party at a friend's house. Indeed, she mentioned wanting to rest and went directly to her room. Shoya nodded. This implies that the perpetrator had already entered the room prior, concealing themselves until the lady returned and, adhering to her usual routine of proceeding to the balcony, shot her. They then absconded with her pearl necklace and bracelet. Chapter 125. Diverting the two. This assailant was quite flustered. Officer Takagi remarked as he reviewed the investigation report. The hooked rope remains on the balcony railing, and the silenced pistol has fallen onto the lawn below, left behind without a second thought. Moreover, the perpetrator seemed rather muddled. Little Wing pointed to an earring on the vanity, saying, "One pearl earring is simply left on the table, yet not taken. Surrounding the pearl are several gemstones, clearly of considerable value. How could they not take this if it was a burglary?" Shoya glanced at the earring and remarked, "That is the earring the lady wore to the party that day." Officer Megure added, "The other is still adorning the lady's right ear." He presumed the assailant did not see it due to her leaning against the wall, hence it was left untouched. In other words, the lady is rather impulsive, isn't she? Conan deduced, noting that she only removed one earring before stepping onto the balcony. Do you not find this peculiar? Perhaps someone beckoned her to the balcony while she was taking off her earring. That would be a different story. Excuse me. May I inquire about your whereabouts between 9 and 10 o'clock the night before last? Heiji approached Shoya and asked. I was in the lounge downstairs with 2 friends. When the lady returned, she passed through the lounge and saw my 2 friends before heading upstairs to rest. Shoya replied, somewhat perplexed. Does this mean he suspects that she was murdered by her? Heiji continued, where were Tosu and Mr. Funamoto at that time? The young master and the old master had already gone to bed before the lady returned. Shoya recalled, noting that the 2 of them had been playing since evening, with the young master running around and creating quite a mess. I tidied up the places the young master had disordered and went to bed around midnight. If this is the case, Funamoto had the opportunity to kill the lady, but his height ruled him out as a suspect. From the angle of the bullet's entry, the assailant must be over 180 centimeters tall, yet Mr. Funamoto is only 160 centimeters. His foot was indeed broken and had not healed, leaving him at a mere 120 centimeters, making it impossible for him to stand on a wheelchair to murder the lady. Suddenly, Officer Takagi remarked, to this day, the pearl necklace and bracelet have yet to be found. Could they have been discarded as trash? Ayu speculated casually. Perhaps it relates to the timing of my discovery. Incident? What do you mean? Officer Megure could not comprehend Ayu's statement. Koki explained. There is a post in an online forum where the author accepted a commission from an organization claiming to conduct research on waste non-harmfulness, working there to specifically collect garbage. It seems he started this 2 weeks ago. However, he shows no signs that the organization has ever examined the garbage he collected. According to Ayu's line of reasoning, disregarding the height issue for a moment, after Funamoto murdered his wife, he might have deliberately discarded the pearl necklace and bracelet as trash to disguise the crime as a robbery, attempting to have others take them for recycling. Unfortunately, it was not so simple. Officer Megure's actions refuted this notion. We have checked the trash cans and even the external garbage bags, yet found nothing. I see, Heiji inquired. What is the approximate value of the pearl necklace and bracelet? I heard they are worth nearly $1 million combined. Shoya replied uncertainly. That was a gift from the gentleman to the lady on her birthday, and the clasp is engraved with her name. Suddenly, Funamoto's voice echoed from downstairs. Hey Kaori, could you help me raise the air conditioning temperature a bit? Sure. Shoya responded loudly. Koki asked, is there no remote control for the air conditioning? Why continue discussing Maono? Although there is a remote control, the elder gentleman is rather inept when it comes to mechanics. As Maono explained, she descended the stairs to adjust the air conditioning temperature. Soon after, Xiaoi and the others followed suit. Upon seeing Xiaoi and the others approaching, Funamoto inquired, so, the police officers have yet to depart? Have any new leads surfaced? Unfortunately, not at this moment. Officer Megure replied with a note of regret. Daddy. Suji tugged at Funamoto's sleeve, exclaiming, I'm so hungry. Funamoto glanced at his watch and sighed. I can hardly believe how swiftly time has passed. It's already past mealtime. Maono walked towards the telephone, suggesting, then let us order something to eat. However, Funamoto turned his wheelchair to block her path, stating, Isn't it about time you cooked something for us? At that moment, Conan, positioned closest, noticed something unusual on the wheel of Funamoto's wheelchair, scallions. Yes, Maono acquiesced to Funamoto's request, but at that moment, she truly lacked the inclination to cook. Xiaoi, feeling a little hungry, accompanied Maono into the kitchen. Maono opened the refrigerator door, gazing at its nearly empty interior, murmuring, what can I possibly make with these ingredients? Xiaoi, observing the sink filled with dirty dishes, kindly offered, would you like me to assist you? Since the incident with the lady, I have been unable to focus on my tasks properly, Maono said with her head bowed, feeling both sorrowful and embarrassed. If possible, could you help me wash the dishes? Sure, Xiaoi responded as she approached the sink. Maono retrieved a carton of eggs from the refrigerator, checked the expiration date, and discovered it had expired yesterday. Looking at the date, Conan suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Wait a moment, miss. What did you cook the night before last?" Huh, the night before last? Taken aback by the sudden question, Maono paused before responding, "Teriyaki amberjack, braised vegetables, miso soup, and cold tofu. Those should be the items." Xiaoi looked at her brother in confusion, wondering if he intended to help her wash the dishes. Of course, that was merely her overthinking. Observing Conan's confident smile and Heiji's expression, it became evident they had already deduced the identity of the culprit. Conan's lips moved slightly, and Xiaoi deciphered 3 words, wheelchair and scallions. It dawned on her. She understood that the perpetrator was indeed that person. Lowering her plastic gloves, she allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. "It sounds delicious. How about we cook it again today?" With that, everyone returned to the previous room. Funamoto saw Maono standing at the door with her head down and asked, "Yoshimi, lunch?" She said she would first go buy some ingredients, Xiaoi replied. "Then hurry back. I'm nearly fainting from hunger," Funamoto urged. "Understood," Maono said, turning to leave. "Wait," Conan called out to Maono, adding, "The ones going to buy ingredients are Ayu brother and Suji, right, Heiji brother?" Heiji nodded and said, "Indeed, I entrust this to both of you. The reason will become clear shortly." Although puzzled, Ayu still accompanied Tosuke outside. Chapter 126. The Pearl Meteor. "Hey, what just happened? I completely fail to comprehend your words or actions, Hattori." Officer Meguiar could not fathom Heiji's intentions. After the door closed, Heiji explained, "Since Tosuke is still quite young, it is not appropriate for him to learn the harsh truth. How could he ever suspect that the one who murdered his own mother is none other than his father? Mr. Teru Funamoto, I believe it is best for your son to remain unaware of this matter." Everyone present was taken aback by this revelation. Officer Meguiar, however, was not convinced. While it is true that Mr. Funamoto was in the adjacent room at the time of the incident, he is only about 160 centimeters tall and confined to a wheelchair. There is no conceivable way he could have shot from that angle. Moreover, what about the pearl necklace and bracelet? And the pearl earrings? Do you all recall them? One was left on the table, while the other remained on her ear. Conan added, "And let me reiterate what I mentioned earlier. Someone called her to the balcony while she was removing her earrings. But what does that imply? Look, a shooting star. Up there," exclaimed Kaito. "I guessed correctly, didn't I, Heiji? Mr. Funamoto? Even I, who am not particularly fond of stars, cannot resist gazing at them. Especially not someone like Mrs. Funamoto, who adores them. A shooting star is fleeting. If one does not seize the moment, it will vanish. I believe that is the key." Without waiting for Mr. Funamoto to react, Heiji confidently stated, "If Mrs. Funamoto were to look up from his lower position in the wheelchair, he could shoot upwards, causing the bullet to strike her from behind the head towards the forehead. This would create the illusion that a taller individual fired from above. Furthermore, this trajectory would direct the bullet towards the riverbank, leaving no trace. Since he is confined to a wheelchair due to a fracture, he cannot reach the upper glass to shatter it," Conan continued. This explanation began to sway Officer Meguiar and Officer Takagi towards believing that Mr. Funamoto was indeed the culprit. Yet one question lingered. Even if he had committed the murder, how had he disposed of the pearl necklace and bracelet? "Officer Meguiar, have you thoroughly searched the entire house?" Kaito inquired. "Did you check inside the vacuum cleaner?" No, that slipped my mind." Takagi suddenly recalled this detail. "But isn't Mr. Funamoto a mechanical novice? Even if he attempted to use it, it would create a loud noise, and being in a wheelchair, how could he discreetly acquire the vacuum cleaner and operate it?" That is indeed a valid point. If Mr. Funamoto had used the vacuum cleaner, someone would surely have noticed. Heiji paused before adding, "But if it were Mrs. Shurgino who had employed it, the situation would be entirely different." Mrs. Shurgino was perplexed. "When did I ever use the vacuum cleaner to clean pearls?" She had no recollection of such an event. Let us all reflect upon the actions of the 3 individuals on the day of the incident. From the evening onwards, Toru was bustling about, engaging in merriment with Mr. Funamoto. It was only after Ms. Moya and the other friends departed that he tidied up the disarray he had caused. Was it not? Conan's statement elicited a response from Officer Meguiar, who deemed it utterly trivial. Is this not a common occurrence? Children often create chaos in the home before restoring order. What is so peculiar about that? But what day was it indeed? Kotaka bypassed the answer and directly stated that on that fateful evening, Toru must have insisted that Mr. Funamoto don a demon mask while he scattered beans, exclaiming, "Demons out. Fortune stays." Am I mistaken, Ms. Moya? Not at all. Ms. Moya nodded, albeit somewhat dully. Thus, Mr. Funamoto needed only to scatter pearls on the ground. Conan continued. Whether in shape or size, they were nearly indistinguishable. What mattered more was their abundance. Moreover, given the late hour of tidying up, it is reasonable to presume that Ms. Moya was eager to resolve the matter swiftly. Hence, she completely overlooked the presence of pearls mixed within. They were all inadvertently vacuumed up. Heiji summarized, therefore. The sequence of the crime unfolded as follows. One evening, he was at home with Toru scattering beans, and then returned to speak with his wife. Leading her to her room. There, he pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, a shooting star." While she looked up from the balcony, he shot her. Subsequently, he hung a hooked rope outside the balcony, shattered the glass, and staged it to appear as though an intruder had broken in. He then disassembled the pearl necklace and bracelet she wore and discarded them from the railing at the second-floor staircase. Finally, he awaited Ms. Moya to vacuum them up. Quickly, check the vacuum cleaner. Officer Magyar commanded Officer Takagi. Yes. Officer Takagi immediately dashed away. Kotaka added, the dust bag of the vacuum cleaner could be disposed of as combustible waste. Thus, Mr. Funamoto could eliminate the pearl necklace and bracelet without ever leaving his home. When the workers collected the refuse, he would be informed that the matter was concluded. After his foot healed, he could retrieve the pearls from the garbage bag and restore them to their original state. He would then hire different workers to sell them. Given that the clasp of the chain bore his wife's name, once found, it would appear as if it were sold by the intruding murderer, Conan supplemented. But what of the evidence? There is none, is there? As Kotaka and the others recounted the details of his crime, he began to fabricate fingerprints. The straightforward Officer Magyar's first thought was of the pearls. It is only natural for those pearls to bear Mr. Funamoto's fingerprints, for they are husband and wife. Not at all. That is not what I meant, Heiji replied. To prevent his body or belongings from registering traces of gunpowder, Mr. Funamoto utilized a certain substance to achieve a barrier effect before pulling the trigger. This deduction arose from the green onions I found on his wheel. If they were stained with green onions, it indicated that his fingers had originally been in contact with them. It was due to the presence of scallions within the kitchen's rubber gloves, which Mr. Funamoto failed to notice. Little Wing remarked with a smile that this was why her brother had prevented her from donning those gloves to wash the dishes. The last statement was deliberately directed at Funamoto, intended to make him aware that his clever scheme had unraveled. If she were to wear those gloves while washing, the fingerprints would be erased, along with the gunpowder residue that had adhered to the surface during the shooting. Officer Magyar, we have indeed found something in the vacuum cleaner. Officer Takagi rushed over to report, holding an evidence bag containing a dozen pearls that lay quietly within. Quickly summoned the forensic team to inspect the kitchen's rubber gloves. Sir, this cannot be true. Please tell me it isn't. Shurgino exclaimed in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the detective she had sought to bring the murderer of Lady Takahashi to justice had ultimately led to the arrest of her own master. Chapter 127. Peaceful departure. Funamoto closed his eyes in sorrow, letting out a deep sigh, and confessed that he knew his transgressions could no longer be concealed. Do you know of a condition called party compulsion? In the past half-month, prior to my injury that necessitated my leave at home, I had never realized that my wife was hosting a party every week. The expenses she incurred escalated each time, leading her to accumulate a significant amount of debt. I never anticipated she would go to such extremes. Funamoto recalled a day not long ago when his wife rummaged through their belongings, incessantly murmuring, "Money, money. I have no money." Eventually, she contemplated mortgaging the very house they resided in. When he voiced his opposition, she coldly retorted, "Fine, I can divorce you. It seems you lack the means to present me in a favorable light anymore. Do not presume I cannot find sponsors to fund my lifestyle. Do not expect me to drag along a burden like Toshi after a divorce. Such an image does not complement my status as a star." She scoffed at him. As a wife and mother, her attitude was unforgivable to Funamoto, ultimately leading to the tragic consequences that ensued. Tears streamed down his face. "I'm back, Dad." At the doorway, Toshi's innocent voice chimed in as he entered, looking concerned. "Dad, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Should we throw some beans to cheer up?" "Mom in heaven would be delighted." Funamoto gently patted Toshi's head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Toshi. Perhaps it's best if I go outside alone for a while. For I am the malevolent spirit destined to send you away to distant lands." The case came to a close, and Little Wing and the others planned to depart. Yet they found no sign of Ayu. "Toshi, where did the older brother who took you to buy groceries go?" Toshi shook his head and replied, "I don't know. That older brother kept asking me about the accident and who that foreign woman was. I inquired about her identity, but she spoke in a language I couldn't understand. Something like Oma Oma. Upon returning me, he hastily claimed to have pressing matters to attend to and departed." Following his words, Xiaoyi and the others left. Woman, a secret makes a woman, Belmont. The name of the undercover agent was mentioned. Are you referring to the individual that he caught? Indeed, his cohorts, who had long ceased to make any sound, were incessantly chanting as if in a ritual. After returning, Pingxi managed to complete his thesis and finalize the transfer procedures with Yi. Before his departure, Pingxi visited Xiaoyi's room, where Haoyu, a.k.a, Nolan, and Conan were present. Is everything truly all right? After hearing Xiaoyi's account, a.k.a seemed somewhat apprehensive. The boy who witnessed Mizuno Reina's motorcycle accident might have sought out that foreign woman, who was likely a member of the black organization, Belmont. Leaning against the bed, Xiaoyi remarked nonchalantly, "Haven't you figured it out yet?" A.I, with a worried expression, retorted, "What do you mean by likely? If that were the case, they'd already be aware of the woman's severe injuries from the accident. I believe they have already discovered that Mizuno Reina was gravely injured and taken to the hospital," Conan added. "Even so, they should still be unaware of which hospital she was admitted to. I have already informed Ms. Judy of the timing. The FBI would not allow members of the dark organization to roam freely. What about that boy, Toshi? He won't be in danger, will he?" Nolan asked with a hint of sympathy for Toshi. The little boy had already lost his parents. If he were to lose his life as well, it would be truly tragic. Rest assured, Ran, he will be fine. I have dispatched someone to protect him. Besides, if the black organization intended to silence him, they would not have delayed until now. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? A.I questioned. You all arrived at the scene of a murder completely unaware, just in time to encounter that child and learn of the person's appearance. That is not mere coincidence, how you interjected. Pulling up the browsing history on his computer for A.I to see. It was a blog belonging to a devoted fan of Mizuno Reina. It described how one day, while wearing a shirt he had made featuring Mizuno Reina's likeness, he encountered Toshi on his way home from work. That big sister on the motorcycle was struck down. And you just happened to come across this post, which is why he led us to the boy's home, facilitating our encounter. That sudden turn by Bantoing you, could it be that he is? A.I hesitated to continue. He must have transferred to my class to gather information about Bantoing you. However, Pingxi did not share this belief, asserting that his gaze resembled Mizuno Reina's. Yet his naive demeanor made it hard to believe he was involved with the black organization. Fool! A.I exclaimed. That may very well be a strategy devised to let you lower your guard. However, at that moment, he was in tears. Xiaoyi spoke slowly, reflecting on that action, which she has yet to comprehend. He was pounding the railing, gritting his teeth, with tears streaming down his face. The reason for his sorrow remained unclear. Was it due to his inability to resolve the case, his frustration at not being able to delve into the subject he desired? Or was it that he was aware of the truth but found himself at a loss for expression, driven to gnash his teeth in anger? In any case, at that time, "Oh, is that so? Never mind, everyone, farewell. Otherwise, I shall miss my flight," Hepping remarked, glancing at the time. Xiaoyi instructed. "Upon your return, please assist me in investigating Mizuno Reina and Hondo Iu." Understood, Hepping replied, and after that, he gathered his luggage and departed for the airport with Yi. After 3 days back in Osaka, Hepping made a phone call to Xiaoyi. Upon answering, she inquired, "So, what have you discovered?" "I reached out to Officer Otaki, who is currently on leave, for assistance, though I did not disclose the reason," Hepping continued. He reviewed the student rosters from all schools in Osaka, going back approximately 20 years, yet he could not find any student by the name of Mizuno Reina. Xiaoyi felt a twinge of disappointment. How could that be? Does that mean the photograph isn't? She recalled holding that photograph at the site where it was taken a decade ago, near Tsutenkaku, asking passers-by for information. However, all they knew was that she was now a female broadcaster on leave. No one had seen her in her youth. Hepping paused before adding, "Though I have no news of Mizuno Reina, I do have information regarding Hondo Iu. Someone recalled his appearance as a child." "Really? That is indeed good news." Chapter 128. 2 phone calls. It was an elderly man selling mixed grilled delicacies near Tsutenkaku. He mentioned that he remembered Iu as a child, often coming with his father to eat. Was his father an ordinary person? Xiaoyi mused, sensing the key lay with him. He seemed to be rather taciturn. The man said, adding that his father's surname was Hondo, as others referred to him. Sometimes, he would bring along his colleagues. However, he had not visited in several years. "Do you know what his occupation was?" "I do not," the current shopkeeper replied, suggesting that the previous manager might know more. As they had a good rapport, they often continued their conversations even after closing time. "What did they discuss?" "Surely you must have met the former manager?" Xiaoyi expressed her curiosity about Iu's father. "How could I have met him? He has already passed away. I possess no ability to converse with the deceased." "What? Could he have been a member of a dark organization?" Xiaoyi's imagination ran wild. "No, he died of illness, Hepping rolled his eyes, stating, I heard it was due to an inflammation, and he was quite advanced in age. Xiaoyi fell silent, realizing her thoughts had strayed too far. So, that's all you managed to uncover? Of course not. The next part is crucial. Heiji spoke in a low voice, revealing that the former store manager had a deep affection for his grandson. According to the current manager, he confided nearly everything to the boy. The grandson had studied at a university in Osaka for 4 years and frequently visited the store, suggesting he had likely seen the man in question. So, where's that grandson now? It is said that he runs a model shop in your area. I managed to obtain his address and phone number, which I will send to you shortly. Heiji cautioned, if you decide to inquire, be sure to tread carefully. In my opinion, that Hondo Ayu's father is not an ordinary individual. The colleagues he brings to the store are almost always different faces, and more than half of them are foreigners. Including his father, all of them were dressed in black, resembling attire worn after a funeral. Are you certain about that? The expression on Koyuki's face shifted. Dressed entirely in black. Isn't that characteristic of the black organization? Indeed. Moreover, it is said that his father is quite averse to being photographed. Thus, after so many years, his appearance remains unknown. Heiji continued, adding that each time he visited the store, the individuals accompanying him referred to him by various names. One moment it is Tsubanai, the next it is Ishikawa, and Hondo is likely among them. The veracity of these identities remains uncertain. I see, Koyuki sighed, recognizing that his reticence suggested a cautious demeanor, perhaps to avoid leaving any traces. Yes, if his grandson has met Hondo's father, then it is quite possible that he is under close surveillance. Koyuki continued Heiji's line of thought. The conversation concluded, and the grandson's phone number and address were sent over. After conferring with Conan, Koyuki decided to pay a visit to the grandson that very evening. Following the phone number provided by Heiji, Koyuki called and began to speak earnestly. Hello. I recently came across an envelope while sorting through my grandfather's belongings. It appears to be something your grandfather entrusted to mine, concerning an important matter related to a frequent customer of that mixed grill shop in Osaka. The envelope contains a portrait of that individual, albeit somewhat unclear, and I recall there being 2 or 3 possible faces. I was wondering if you might have any recollection? The unexpected inquiry caught the person on the other end off guard, and after a considerable pause, he replied, Is it that customer who often brings his son along? Yes, that sounds about right. I believe I heard my grandfather mention him. Koyuki smiled slightly, pleased that the grandson still had a memory of him. I wonder if you happen to know that person's name, appearance, or address. Well, I've only seen him 2 or 3 times myself. With this sudden question, I can't quite recall, came the hesitant voice, before suggesting, how about you come over and take a look at the photograph of that person? A photograph? Koyuki was taken aback. You have a picture of that individual? I had heard my grandfather say that he disliked being photographed. Indeed. The photograph is a chapter captured by chance. It appears that it was taken inadvertently when his son was playing with my camera. I wonder if it's convenient for me to check that photo now? Xiaoyi asked eagerly. Now? I plan to go to the gym after closing at 7 and won't return home until after 11. No worries, we can wait downstairs at your place. Xiaoyi was untroubled by the late hour, as long as he could obtain it sooner. I see. The person pondered for a moment and replied. Then I want to go today. I'll head straight home after closing. All right, thank you. Xiaoyi continued, after such a lengthy conversation. I haven't had the pleasure of knowing your name. I am Heiyui, Murakami Kazuhiko. Until we meet again. Yes, farewell. Xiaoyi, how you? And Conan proceeded to Murakami's home. They waited in the car for Murakami's arrival, yet as the hour hand struck 8, he had still not appeared. They exited the vehicle, intending to ring the doorbell. Perhaps Murakami had returned home before their arrival. Pressing 302, they awaited a response, but none came. It seemed Murakami was still absent. At that moment, they heard the sound of a door creaking open and footsteps approaching from behind, but they paid no heed, assuming it was merely a returning resident. Suddenly, a gun appeared, aimed directly at Xiaoyi. You little rascal, I never expected you to have the audacity to come here. I've been waiting for you. The trio's expressions shifted dramatically, but upon recognizing the weapon, they collectively sighed in relief, realizing it was merely a toy gun. It was evident that the person wielding it was Murakami. Retracting the toy, Murakami chuckled. No wonder you're the granddaughter of my grandfather's friend. I used to scare you like this when you were little, didn't I? Yes, indeed, like an old child, always frightening me. Xiaoyi shrugged and replied. Indeed. And who are these 2? Murakami inquired, gesturing to the individuals behind Xiaoyi. This is Adagawa Conan and Adagawa Haoyu, my cousin, who came along out of concern for me. Is that all right? Xiaoyi blinked and stated. No problem, follow me. Murakami led Xiao Yi and the others into his home. Upon entering and switching on the light, Murakami bashfully remarked, "My home is rather messy, please don't mind." It was indeed quite chaotic. Slippers were haphazardly strewn at the entrance, one to the east and one to the west. The kitchen sink was piled high with dirty dishes, and the trash bin was overflowing, with used napkins carelessly discarded on the floor. "Excuse me, may I use the restroom?" "How you asked?" Murakami opened a door and said, "This way." In stark contrast to the disarray of the rest of the house, the bathroom slippers were arranged with meticulous order. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Murakami retrieved the air conditioning remote, pressed the switch, and complained, "It's unbearably hot today." "Indeed. The heat from the day has yet to dissipate from the room," Conan sighed lightly. Subsequently, Murakami walked directly to the bookshelf, stating, "I remember that the picture is located on the topmost shelf." However, he searched in vain, unable to find it. How peculiar. Where could it have gone? Chapter 129. The disappearance of the photograph. Missing? Xiao Yi scanned the room, gesturing towards the desktop computer on the table. "Is it saved in the computer?" With this suggestion, the village elder recalled something and powered on the computer. After a flurry of searches, the elusive photograph remained unfound, and to their astonishment, they realized that more than just that single image was missing. He had no recollection of ever deleting those files. This scene aroused suspicion among Xiao Yi and his companions. While the village elder continued his search on the computer, Xiao Yi observed the surroundings of the room. He touched the computer's CPU. The warmth emanating from it was significantly higher than that of a freshly activated machine. Exchanging glances with Conan and Haoyu, he nodded and said, "Someone infiltrated this room and engaged in certain activities, and they were just here." "What? Someone entered this room and was just here? How is that possible?" The revelation startled him more than the disappearance of the photograph. In this dilapidated house, where financial resources were scarce, who would dare trespass? There were several reasons to suspect an intruder. First and foremost, the slippers at the entrance were in disarray. Haoyu noted, the slippers placed by the doorway are quite messy. The village elder just returned, yet the slippers behind the bathroom door are neatly arranged. This suggests that someone may have used the restroom prior. True, Xiao Yi conceded. But sometimes I tidy the bathroom slippers myself. You mentioned sometimes, not often, Haoyu countered. Moreover, the napkins in the trash bin are still damp, and there are several drops of water on the floor. As he spoke, Conan took a napkin, laid it flat on the ground, and it quickly absorbed moisture in multiple spots. While the droplets themselves were inconspicuous, a closer inspection revealed that they were concentrated around the table and in front of the bookshelf. These droplets likely originated from perspiration. Perspiration? Haoyu remarked. That person was in this stifling room, wiping sweat with a napkin before discarding it in the trash, while the unabsorbed sweat dripped onto the bookshelf and computer desk where they lingered. Given the heat, why didn't they turn on the air conditioning? The village elder pondered, recalling that the lights in this room were generally not turned off when he left. The remote for the air conditioning was conveniently situated beside the computer. That person would risk exposing themselves if you returned to find a hint of coolness in the air, Conan interjected. Even if they turned it on briefly and switched it off early, the temperature wouldn't return to normal before your arrival. Then there's this critical piece of evidence, Xiao Yi said, resting his hand on the still warm CPU. You just powered it on, yet the CPU is already so hot. But what could their intention possibly be? After the explanation provided by the trio, he gradually began to entertain the notion that someone had infiltrated his room. But what could possibly be of value in his room? It must be that photograph, they all exclaimed in unison, referring to the image of the person they had long sought. Both the digital files on the computer and the album containing the photograph had vanished without a trace. Moreover, the perspiration still glistening on the floor indicated that the intruder had been present only 10 minutes prior. Unable to contain his curiosity, Mirai inquired, "Who exactly are you?" It was remarkable that such young individuals possessed so much knowledge. "We are Kurohane, Idagawa Conan, and Idagawa Haoyu. Detectives," they replied. The lock on the entryway remained intact, showing no signs of tampering, and the kitchen window was similarly undisturbed. As Xiao Yi spoke, he approached a door that was still closed, stating, "I need to take a look inside." "Hey." Before Mirai could object, Xiao Yi swung open the door. Inside, the table was cluttered with numerous models and tools. Was this room just as it is now? Conan inquired. "Yes, just two," came the reply. Observing the curtains that still swayed gently, Haoyu strode over and pulled them aside, revealing a balcony. The window leading to the balcony was opened a third of the way, and a washing machine stood there as well. "I have been working on models in this room, painting, gluing, and cutting, which creates a lot of dust, so I always keep the window open for ventilation," Mirai continued. "Furthermore, that person could not have entered from here. The balcony faces the street, lined with shops, and it is nearly 9 in the evening, with so many passers-by. During the day, it would be impossible to climb up here. Indeed, as he stated, climbing up from there was not feasible. Thus, it appeared that entry could only be gained through the key. You all seem rather suspicious, Mirai remarked as he closed and locked the balcony door. You claim your grandfather knew mine and was entrusted with something very important to deliver to a regular customer. I invited you to view the photograph, yet upon your arrival, you acted as if you were professional detectives, investigating everything. It is quite peculiar, since you mentioned the portrait and have a recollection of it. Why not go directly to seek him out? He began to harbor doubts regarding the identities of Xiaoyi and his companions. After all, that envelope was stuffed with cash, and in US dollars no less. There were even substantial invoices. If you were to ask anyone else if it belonged to you, they would surely affirm it. Xiaoyi, having anticipated this, met Mirai's gaze with unwavering eyes and solemnly inquired, "Does anyone have a spare key to this room? If it were a wallet, then there would be no recourse," Mirai conceded. "There are 3 individuals. One is my ex-girlfriend, Saori. She used to frequent this place often. We were quite close back then, so I entrusted her with a key, but I forgot to retrieve it. The other 2 are my friends from the modeling scene, Tohaku and Koso. With the model competition approaching, they frequently come here to assist with the creations. I provided them with spare keys for their convenience. But they do not strike me as the type to break in uninvited. I do not believe it could be any of the 3. Perhaps you should make a phone call to inquire about their whereabouts and activities today, just to be on the safe side," suggested Conan. While Mirai was making the call, "How you?" quietly asked. "The reason you haven't reported to the police is because the intruder is a member of the Blackcloud organization, isn't it? They aim to destroy that photograph. It should not be them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left behind so many clues," explained Xiaoyi. "Once the police arrive, they will certainly take statements, and our fabricated identities will unravel. Therefore, it is imperative to gather all leads before contacting the authorities, to identify the perpetrator who infiltrated here and to retrieve the photograph of Hondo Ayu's father." As they spoke, Mirai had already dialed the first number. It was his ex-girlfriend, Saori. "Hello, Saori." Chapter 130. The photograph's location. Actually, there is nothing particularly pressing. I merely wish to ask how you have been lately and what you have been up to today. Despite their breakup, Mirai felt a twinge of awkwardness in asking such questions. Have we not already parted ways? Do I still need to report to you about my activities? Saori replied with a hint of impatience. Not much, really, just went out to buy a piece of clothing. I'm about to go on a date with my new boyfriend. The last remark carried an undertone that seemed to irk Mirai. Mirai chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, is that so? That's nice. We're going to the Mihua restaurant for Italian cuisine. Given their past together, Saori kindly reminded him, you should also treat yourself occasionally. Don't just stay at home eating instant noodles. And remember to take a shower. You used to forget when you stayed up late working on models. Enough about that. My boyfriend is about to arrive. Please don't call again. It could lead to misunderstandings. Apologies. Mirai quickly hung up the phone and turned to Xiaoyi, asking, was that really necessary? That conversation was rather awkward. Yes, it is wise to be cautious, Xiaoyi nodded. Reluctantly, Mirai continued dialing. Hello, Do. What have you been up to today? Today? Why do you ask? Dahu responded, puzzled. I've been cooped up in my room working on a tank. Today, I focused on the tiger eye. With the competition approaching, I must expedite my efforts. Is that so? Has the progress been satisfactory? Yes, indeed. It looks quite impressive and formidable, Dahu replied confidently. I'm looking forward to it, Mirai encouraged. Your skills have certainly advanced rapidly. By the way, will your army be ready by tomorrow? I'd like to see if my tank can integrate with your forces. Tomorrow? Mirai mentally assessed the completion status of his own army. If I can finish painting it, that would be ideal. Dahu added, once I begin working in the back end, things will get hectic, so I hope to wrap it up before then. Really? Does that mean I'll be pulling another all-nighter? Within the village, complaints arose. I still have a mountain of clothes and dishes to wash at home. Those can wait until morning. Doing laundry late at night would disturb the neighbors. Duo then suggested, how about tomorrow morning? I come over to help you wash your clothes and dishes while you sleep? That would indeed be a tremendous help. Came the response. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Hello, delivery. Someone had arrived, prompting the conversation to end. All right, see you tomorrow. Village neighbor hung up the phone and accepted the delivery. Hey, Guzhuang, you've been lying at home with a cold all day? Village neighbor inquired with concern. Are you all right? Cough, cough. I'm feeling much better after a day of rest. I suspect I caught it from someone else, Guzhuang replied. I advise you to tidy up a bit. Your home must be just as cluttered as mine, if not more so. Although Guzhuang hadn't seen it, he could easily imagine the disarray of village neighbor's abode. Yes, village neighbor mused, rubbing his nose. I shall organize it tomorrow. By the way, I recommend upgrading your antivirus software. There are some new viruses emerging that are quite formidable. If they end up deleting the models on your computer, I would be utterly heartbroken. Village neighbor shrugged off the concern. I can just retake the pictures later. Upon hearing this, a chorus of outrage erupted from the other end of the line. Our models are alive. Their textures and expressions are unique every day. All right, I will upgrade it. Village neighbor replied, I am always grateful for your exceptional photography skills. I won't disturb you further. Take care and rest well. The call came to a conclusion. Xiao Yi and her companions wandered aimlessly around the room, inadvertently catching sight of a chair that had a damp patch nearly the size of a hand. Could it possibly be sweat? How many pairs of slippers do you have at home? Xiao Yi inquired as she approached the entrance. Village neighbor was uncertain. I have no idea. Every time I finish a model, I invite many fellow artists over, so I bought quite a few pairs. I can't recall the exact number. This remark left Xiao Yi unable to procrastinate, compelling her to inspect each pair, yet she found none that matched her expectations. Forget it. I might as well report it to the police. Compared to the enigmatic trio, she placed more trust in the authorities. Hearing this, Conan immediately interjected. What do these three individuals look like? Tall or short, fat or thin? AOG is about 150 centimeters tall and slightly plump. Duo who is even shorter. Gu Zhuang is tall and slender, approximately 180 centimeters, she replied. But what does asking these questions accomplish? Village neighbor wondered aloud, puzzled by Conan's inquiries. No, this clarifies everything. Xiao Yi continued. What I mean is, the perpetrator who infiltrated this room to steal the photos and erase the computer data is among those three. What did you say? Village neighbor exclaimed, standing up in shock. He could hardly believe they could be the culprits. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that this individual was still within their sight, hiding there, holding their breath, waiting for an opportunity to leave the premises. Wait a moment. Are you implying that the intruder who infiltrated my home and absconded with my photographs is none other than my ex-girlfriend, Azura, who possesses a spare key, alongside the models? Kahaku and Furukawa, and she is still within my residence? The words of Koyuki left him astounded. Where could one conceal themselves in his home? Given your assertion, let us unearth this individual. Certainly. However, prior to that, I wish to establish a pact with you, Conan continued. If I manage to locate that person, may we first glimpse the photograph before notifying the authorities? After all, once the police arrive, the photograph will undoubtedly be seized as evidence. And it would be quite some time before we can see it. Agreed. Without allowing Conan to finish his thought, Mirai acquiesced to his request, fully understanding the rationale behind it. But how did you ascertain that this individual remains within this room? By the perspiration. Koyuki pointed to the chair. The culprit utilized this chair to elevate themselves, and the sweat from their feet has naturally dripped onto it. However, even if there is moisture on the chair, it does not necessarily imply that they are still hidden within this room. Because it has vanished, Conan paused before stating, the slippers originally worn by the perpetrator, now soaked with sweat, have seemingly disappeared. Moreover, there are no footprints on the ground, which suggests they must have been wearing slippers. Could it be that they wiped away their footprints? After all, they entered through an unlocked door. Mirai did not share this belief. How you elaborated. If they did erase their footprints, then the droplets of sweat on the floor would also have been wiped away. Yet you only examined the slippers placed at the entrance, and have yet to inspect the pair I am currently wearing, Mirai challenged. My socks are rather thick, so I might not feel anything. No, I am confident that even the slowest of individuals would discern it. For those slippers are not merely damp, but retain a hint of warmth. Once donned, one would undoubtedly sense that someone had previously worn them. Koyuki continued, as no one alerted them of our return. They hastily concealed themselves while wearing the slippers. Mirai then inquired, you mentioned there was no one to notify. How then did they manage to hide just as we opened the door? It was not a person who informed them, but rather that. Conan pointed towards the doorbell. Chapter 131. The fate of the photograph. We waited in the parking lot for quite some time, yet saw no one enter the apartment. Thus, we presumed you had returned home before us and rang the doorbell, Koichi explained. Your doorbell not only sounds, but also allows residents to see who is ringing through the camera below. Since we rang the bell just before you entered, the intruder saw you and, realizing escape was futile, hid within this room. I see. But who could this intruder be? How you had yet to deduce the identity of the culprit, as he had overlooked a crucial detail. If one recalls the specific contents of those 3 phone calls, the answer becomes all too evident. Conan did not explicitly state that the culprit had already divulged their hiding place during that phone call. The first call was made to his ex-girlfriend, Saori. She was as usual, merely venting her frustrations, reminding Mirai to occasionally indulge in a good meal and to remember to bathe. The second call was directed to his model-making friend, Tohoku. He expressed his hope that Mirai could complete the army model and paint it by the following day, suggesting that Mirai leave the clothes and dishes for him, as he would come by to assist with the washing. The third call was to his friend, Gusho, who, suffering from a cold, advised Mirai to tidy up his room to avoid catching a cold like him, and reminded him to upgrade the antivirus software on his computer. Thus, Gusho's suspicions could be dismissed. Had he cleaned his room, he would have discovered someone hiding within it. Could it be Sari? Mirai pondered, recalling how she insisted he go out for a proper meal and reminded him to bathe. Was she attempting to seize the opportunity to escape? It cannot be her, Koichi explained. At that time, we did not hear her voice, indicating she must have been hiding in a place where we could not hear her. Nor could she hear us. Additionally, when Mirai left, the lights were mostly on. Therefore, whether Mirai was bathing or dining out, she would remain oblivious. This implies that the only information available to the culprit was the clock on the mobile phone, how you remarked. Indeed, Conan added, at this stage. Wait a moment. If it is neither Saori nor Gusho, then it must be. Mirai could hardly believe it. Tohoku. Koichi revealed the truth. The one who called you, insisting that you complete the army model and paint it by tomorrow, and suggested leaving the clothes and dishes for you to wash tomorrow, is Tohoku. How could that be? Mirai was bewildered. If I am to finish the model by tomorrow, I must stay up late. If I stay up, how could he possibly escape? Even if he took that risk, he would have to make you do so to ensure his smooth escape, Conan observed, gazing at the balcony. Tell me, what do you usually do before working on a model? Uncertain of the reason behind the question, Mirai replied, first, I need to prepare tools like files, adhesives, and paints. I would also open the window to allow air circulation. Are you suggesting Tohoku is outside on the balcony? But when I just checked, there was clearly no one sleeping on the balcony. Precisely, Koichi interjected. Thus, you must first open the window, for we had closed it earlier. That is how he could enter from the balcony and leave this room. Finally grasping the situation, how you interrupted Koichi. I see now. He believed that once you completed the model, you would not close the window. This would allow him, through the curtains, to ascertain that you were sound asleep, enabling his escape. His suggestion to leave the clothes and dishes for tomorrow was merely to ensure you would not open them tonight. Upon hearing this, Mirai understood as well. He strode purposefully to the balcony and lifted the lid of the washing machine situated there. Dwahu was curled up inside the washing machine, his head bowed low. The light streaming from above prompted him to slowly lift his gaze and rise, uncertain of what to do next. After you fell asleep, he could sneak into the room from the balcony and exit through the entrance hall. Even if he were to be discovered by the older brother midway, he could offer a plausible excuse. He had come early to wash something and regrettably woke you up. With such a statement, even if he moved stealthily and appeared suspicious, you would surely believe him, wouldn't you? Xiaoi continued, noting that ever since he heard about Dwahu's height and physique, he had realized something. The necessity of using that chair to reach the top shelf of the bookcase indicated that he lacked tools to retrieve the album placed there. This suggested that the culprit was not particularly tall, and certainly not someone small enough to hide within the washing machine. As Xiaoi spoke, Dwahu had already crawled out of the washing machine and returned to the room, kneeling on the floor with his forehead pressed to the ground. He placed the album in front of him, seeking forgiveness. I'm sorry, Mirai. I meant no harm. I did not touch anything in the room except for the photos. Please forgive me. I had already backed up all the data on the computer. After deleting the problematic photo, I had intended to quietly restore it. I only meant to steal one photo from the album. So, which photo is it exactly? I do not possess any incriminating photos against you. The more Dwahu explained, the more Mirai found himself perplexed. What photo could it possibly be? It's a photo of the model, the 4 Panzer H from the German army that I showed you before. Upon hearing this, Mirai recalled, that tank was quite well done, wasn't he it? Other model enthusiasts praised it highly, even suggesting that you had a sudden epiphany. That is not the case, Dwahu interrupted. That tank was not made by me. It was a finished product I purchased while on a business trip abroad. My initial intention was to bring it back as a sample, but then I thought it would astonish you all. So I affixed my label to it for you to see. I never anticipated you would take it seriously and even photograph it. In the end, you mentioned posting it online. Thus, I intended to sneak back here before you published it to retrieve the photo. But you were ahead of me. What a fool. At this, Mirai could not help but exclaim, that was just a joke. You actually took it seriously? I certainly knew it wasn't your own tank. We planned to unify our statements before you confessed. We merely tricked you. Dwahu raised his head in indignation. You intentionally deceived me? How could you be so excessive? Excessive? You were the first to deceive us. Conan, wishing to quell their escalating argument, interjected, well, now might be a good time for you to show us the photo, right? You wouldn't call the police, would you? Huh. Oh, Mirai suddenly remembered the matter at hand. He handed Dwahu an album and said, "You help look for it too. It's a photo of a very dear regular customer of my grandfather." Dwahu confirmed. "Is it the regular customer who often came with his son? Are you aware?" "How you inquired?" Mirai nodded in response. "Indeed. This fellow and I both attended university in Osaka." Tohoku continued. "At that time, Mirai often took me to his grandfather's assorted pancake shop for a treat. His grandfather introduced me to this individual, stating he was his top patron. I recall that this person seemed to have a job related to diving, though I'm not entirely certain of that. After all, it has been quite a while." Chapter 132. The semi-finals commenced diving? Did that individual say that himself? Koyuki promptly pressed for clarification. "No," Tohoku recalled. "Once, when I was settling the bill, my change fell to the floor and rolled near that person's table. When I bent down to retrieve it, I overheard him say, 'I will dive soon.' At that time, I inquired with his grandfather, who merely said he was an ordinary office worker. Thus, I assumed he intended to go diving with his colleagues." Dive? An office worker? The three of them felt that this was hardly a simple matter of diving. Yes, at that time, he and his colleagues were all dressed in black. 3 or 4 foreign men. Tohoku wasn't clear on the specifics, but it seemed he was challenging some perilous waters. I heard everyone wishing him good luck and saying things like "no pain, no gain, good luck. Wishing you fortune, no pain, no gain. One cannot reap rewards without enduring hardship." The more they spoke, the more uneasy they felt. Koyuki then asked, "Was his son present at that time?" "No," Tohoku replied. It seemed that whenever he brought his son, it was just the two of them. Mirai flipped through a photo album and remarked, "Is this the one?" Tohoku appeared to have found it. Mirai leaned closer to confirm, "Yes, indeed, that is the photo. This child accidentally pressed the shutter while playing with my camera. I only discovered it when I developed the pictures." "Was that person truly just an ordinary office worker?" Conan questioned, a hint of disbelief in his tone. "Yes, that is what my grandfather said," Mirai replied, handing the photograph to Conan, adding, "He is merely an employee, hired by a company." Conan took the photo, his gaze fixated on the individual at the back, who was holding a cup of water. "Do you know what position he held at that company?" "How you inquired?" "I do not know." Mirai shook his head. "That is all I am aware of." Having received the photograph, the three of them departed from Mirai's home. On the way back, Conan and Koyuki, seated in the rear, remained transfixed by the photograph, muttering the word company repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the match against Tenkai High arrived. Koyuki, arms crossed, declared, "It has finally begun. If you win, please take me out for barbecue." Since Ryuzaki had left for matters of his own, the heavy responsibility of the tennis club had fallen on her and Tezuka. Not only was she adept at motivating others, but she could only entice them with the allure of delicious food. The next step was to announce the roster. "Barbecue. We have arrived." Coach Watanabe Shu of the Shiden Hoji team sat on the stairs, smiling as he remarked, "The next match is finally the semi-finals against Saigaku. They are a formidable team centered around their captain, Tezuka. However, their golden duo in doubles presents an opportunity. If we can secure 2 doubles victories, we shall not be defeated." Little Jean covered his ears, complaining, "Hey, uncle, your voice is so loud." "Is it?" Watanabe Shu replied, unfazed, rising to continue, "If we win, I'll treat you all to a flowing soba meal." Upon hearing this, the Shiden Hoji members expressed their disinterest in such a meager reward, glaring at Watanabe Shu with disdain. "How stingy." "Well, let's announce the lineup," Watanabe Shu said, clearly accustomed to their reactions. "First, the third singles, Ni, take the lead." "Yes," Ni responded, opening his eyes. "Third singles, Baishur. It's in your hands, Captain. The opponent is likely Ni, right?" Baishur pondered aloud. "Second doubles, Momashiro and Kaito, give it your all." "All right," they both exclaimed, brimming with fighting spirit. Second doubles, Kashino and Ichishiki, go forth with a smile. "Yes," they replied cheerfully. Second singles, Kawamura. "Be cautious. Your opponent is probably Ishida's brother, and only you can match him in strength." Little Wing was most concerned about this match, aware that a battle of strength could lead to injuries. "Leave it to me, Beering," he declared, gripping his racket, his fighting spirit ignited. Second singles, Jin. "I suspect that Kawamura's powerhouse will take the court," Watanabe Shu speculated, half-guessing. First doubles, Captain Tezuka. Little Wing said, intentionally pausing. The group gasped. No one expected Tezuka to play doubles. "It can't be with me, right?" Eiichi shook his head. "If he partners with Tezuka, he will surely be frozen out. With Oishi injured, he would not be playing." "I want to play doubles." Ryoma turned his head away, sipping his drink. "Playing doubles with him is akin to playing singles. The only one who might be able to sync with him is probably a.k.a. Me?" Dry tilted his head, pointing at himself. Exactly, I'm counting on you, Dry. This doubles match can be seen as a gamble, but if you both play, I believe the odds of victory are still quite favorable. Little Wing turned to Ryoma, adding, naturally, Ryoma is our #1 singles player. And the opponent is likely Shiden Hoji's super rookie, Little Jean. If you dare to lose, I believe that individual beside you will not let you off easily. I don't want to play, AI said lazily. A simple statement that implied they must win 3 matches first, thus allowing AI to avoid the court. First doubles. Kenny and the genius Saizen. Kenny, don't let me down. Watanabe Shu pondered who their opponents might be. If it drags, Kenny replied. But the expression on his face already indicated that he would not hold back. In the initial singles match, before Watanabe could finish his words, the exuberant Kinju interrupted, declaring, "Monster, just you wait." The members of Seishin Academy placed their hands atop one another, and Tezuka commanded, "Do not be careless. Let us proceed." Though they echoed his sentiment, some still approached the match with a lack of seriousness, resulting in defeat. As everyone entered the arena, the overhead lights illuminated the once dim space with blinding sunlight. And the announcement resonated. The semifinals of the national tournament commence now, featuring Tokyo's Seishin Academy versus Osaka's Shiden Hoji. With that, the names of Watanabe and Fuji appeared on the electronic screens. As the arena opened, a breeze wafted in, causing Fuji's chestnut hair to dance in the air. On this sultry summer day, the wind brought a rare coolness. With his racket resting on his shoulder, Fuji stood still in the center of the court and remarked, "What a delightful breeze." This match marked Fuji's first singles contest in the national tournament, having been kept in reserve until now. His slightly narrowed eyes revealed a mix of excitement and languor. His opponent, Shiraishi Kuroba, was known as the man in the mist. Although Shiden Hoji had suffered a crushing defeat to Rikkai Daigaku in last year's national tournament, Shiraishi, as a third-year student, had not participated in that match, making him a formidable adversary. The singles match number 3 featured Seishin Academy's Fuji Shusuk against Shiden Hoji's Shiraishi Kuroba, with Fuji serving first. Chapter 133. Finally serious. Shiraishi's flawless technique was devoid of any superfluous movement. Adhering strictly to the fundamentals of tennis, he took command early in the match. Exemplifying the essence of Shiden Hoji's playbook, he swiftly repositioned himself, targeting the corners with precise strikes, leaving Fuji unable to respond. Excellent, Shiraishi exhaled, convinced that defeating Fuji was merely a matter of time. Unwilling to remain passive, Fuji volleyed the ball a few times before executing a disappearing serve. As always, he warned, "Be careful, that ball will vanish." True to his word, the moment Shiraishi swung his racket, the ball slipped from everyone's sight. However, unlike others, Shiraishi was unfazed. With a perfect retreat, the ball reappeared, and he returned the elusive serve with precision. Fuji advanced to the net, countering with the ball Shiraishi had sent his way. While Seishin's team believed this was a flawless return, they soon witnessed Shiraishi rush to the net, swinging his racket to land the ball perfectly on the baseline, leaving Fuji no opportunity for a counterattack. In the ensuing exchanges, Fuji found himself entirely on the defensive, manipulated by Shiraishi's powerful shots. Faced with a fierce overhead from Shiraishi, Fuji attempted to respond with his signature giant bear technique. But his lack of power caused his racket to be sent flying by Shiraishi's strike. In the blink of an eye, 3 games had passed, with Shiden Hoji emerging victorious. The score standing at 30. The outcome is astonishing. Even in the face of Saigaku's genius, Baisher secures a swift victory, winning 3 consecutive sets in the blink of an eye. "You must possess more skill than this, wouldn't you agree, Fuji?" Baisher remarks to the panting Fuji, urging him, "Do not hold back. Unleash all your triple counterattacks." Fuji takes several deep breaths, regaining his composure, and responds, "As you wish." Although Fuji employs all his triple counterattacks, none prove effective. Before the true effect of the Yin-Hui flash could manifest, Baisher returns the ball before it even touches the ground. The white whale ascends sharply before finally landing beyond the baseline. Calmly, as the ball is about to rebound into Fuji's hands, Baisher strikes it back with precision. Fuji of Futenbori emerges victorious, the score standing at 40. Through this contest, Baisher discerns Fuji's weaknesses in tennis. "Fuji, your tennis is impressive, yet it lacks substance." Baisher moves with remarkable swiftness, executing actions devoid of superfluous movements, maximizing impact with minimal effort. Furthermore, Baisher possesses comprehensive strategies against Fuji's triple counterattacks and elusive serves. In every aspect, technique, mental acuity, and physicality, Baisher excels. Fuji of Futenbori triumphs again, the score now at 50. Could this truly be the final set? How could Fuji remain unaffected by this? Yet, within his ice-blue gaze, there lies not a flicker of desire for victory. Instead, an overwhelming sense of helplessness prevails. For reasons unknown, Fuji seems reluctant to fully engage himself. 150, 300. Fuji Shusuke, I once believed you were a player of Tezuka's caliber. Baisha raises his racket high, delivering a powerful strike. Fuji lunges to hit the ball, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. For 100, it appears I was mistaken. A glimmer of disappointment flashes in Baisha's eyes as he returns to the baseline. Fuji turns over, exhausted, lying on the tennis court with one hand over his face, gazing through his fingers at the dazzling sun, softly murmuring, clean and precise, true to the fundamentals. A perfect tennis that insists on victory. In that moment, he reflects on his own tennis style, reminiscent of past training sessions and celestial matters. Standing alone in a stream, he allows the current to wash over his feet. His eyes clouded with confusion as he gazes at his reflection in the water, helplessly whispering, "What truly is my tennis?" It seems he cannot fixate on victory. Though labeled a genius, will this translate into success on the national stage? Where is his true self? Having grown accustomed to concealing his authentic self, he becomes lost in that very disguise. He merely treats tennis as a game, pursuing the thrill and joy of the court, yet remains unable to grasp victory. Once, driven by anger, he played earnestly, disregarding his injuries for the sake of triumph. Now, he still grapples with the question of what defines his tennis and where his true self truly lies. Unable to take him seriously, much like now, he was driven into the abyss, reminiscent of his cousin, who had been hailed as a tragic genius since birth, forced to wear a mask from a young age. With no one aware of his true thoughts, it was only with the arrival of her and Xiao-Yi that he began to earnestly cultivate his skills. Yet, unexpectedly, the advent of destruction claimed the one he loved. In his fury, he frantically practiced, but it was too late. Ultimately, he was reincarnated as a human. At that time, his confused cousin mirrored the current bewilderment of Bu-Er, both uncertain of their true selves, questioning why they practiced and fought. Focus on the game, echoed through the air. Suddenly, Long Ma's face broke into Bu-Er's reverie. I said focus on the game, Bu-Er senpai. Hey, hurry back outside, urged the referee as Long Ma unexpectedly entered the arena. Yes, Long Ma adjusted his cap and turned to leave. Just as he reached the edge of the wall, he received a punch. Xiao-Yi chimed in. Are you done playing, Bu-Er, cousin? It was in that moment, with those words, that his cousin awakened, dedicating himself to his goals. Surely, Bu-Er should also come to his senses now. Their actions were incomprehensible to the people of the Shiden Hoji, who believed it cruel to let someone on the verge of collapse continue fighting, urging him to take it seriously and stop playing. Was this the work of a devil? A smile gradually formed on Bu-Er's lips as he stood up, saying, You have a point. If I lose like this, I will feel utterly dissatisfied. He finally began to take it seriously, even if only 1 point remained. Bu-Er noticeably accelerated his pace, forcing his body to forget the pain and fatigue. When each nerve became exhilarated, many trivial matters faded away, leaving only the singular thought of victory. Don't think that mere brute strength can alter the outcome. Tennis is not so simplistic, scoffed Byakuren in response to Bu-Er's transformation. How would you know without trying? He retorted. What an intriguing individual you are, Bu-Er Jozu. Byakuren lamented. If only you had displayed this fighting spirit earlier, it might have been a spectacular match. This will be the final point, he declared. Yet, despite the proclamation, Bu-Er poured every ounce of effort into the game, his eyes conveying to all that he could not afford to lose. Absolutely not. Time and again, he returned the match point foretold by Byakuren. How could I possibly allow you to succeed? Well done, Bu-Er. Yet, Byakuren's smash was too late. 40-15. It was not too late. Bu-Er struck back that ball with such speed that Byakuren had yet to react. Chapter 134, The Genius's Defeat. Tennis, in fact, is a rather straightforward sport. One merely needs to chase the ball and hit it into the opponent's court. In the past, Bu-Er relied solely on his physical intuition to play, never calculating the ball's landing point, trajectory, or spin. His exceptional physical prowess had always supported him in this manner. Winning without exhausting oneself was the hallmark of Bu-Er's tennis, recognized by many as splendid, whether through the Great Bear's counter, the White Whale, or the Swallow's flash. All strategically suppressing the opponent's shots to the greatest extent. There exists a disappearing serve. The sudden vanishing of the ball leaves the opponent unable to react. This greatly alleviates the pressure on Fuji. With the absence of pressure, motivation dissipates, leading to a casual approach, treating it merely as a game. Yet in this moment, the pressure exerted by Shiraishi sparks his awakening. He, Fuji Seiyuzo, finally develops a fervent desire for victory and an unwavering determination. Tennis ceases to be merely a pastime. It transforms into a pursuit that demands earnestness. All right, Fuji declares, rising with renewed resolve. From this moment forth, he commits himself wholly to the game, no longer perceiving it as mere amusement. Seishin Academy triumphs, the score now 15, reclaiming a game. The true contest has finally commenced. Indeed, you are remarkable, Fuji. Your spirit and conviction during that rally command my respect. However, with match point at hand and having effectively countered your return, I still hold the advantage. Shiraishi asserts as he serves. Observing Fuji adopt the stance for the Yanikeis, Shiraishi scornfully remarks, "Don't overestimate yourself. It's futile. Yanikeis no longer works against me." Yet, unexpected occurrences are ever present. The tennis ball hurtles swiftly over the net, landing and bouncing. Though low, it does not skim the ground. What was that shot? Shiraishi exclaims in astonishment. It landed before the Yanikeis. Triple return, Phoenix Flash. At his words, Shiraishi is taken aback, promptly executing a smash. Is that the Grizzly return? That one be effective? He asserts, observing Fuji's stance. With Fuji's strength, he should be unable to withstand my smash. Triple return, Kieran's landing. With both hands gripping the racket, Fuji strikes the ball towards the baseline behind Shiraishi. If one hand is inadequate, then two shall suffice. Though he returns the shot, it adds strain to his arms. White whale? Shiraishi's pupils dilate as he gazes at the rapidly ascending tennis ball, shaking his head. No, that's not the white whale, is it? The ball lands and bounces. It does not return. The ball fails to fly into Fuji's hands, thus granting Shiraishi no opportunity to strike. In truth, the ball has returned. But it has merely landed in Ryoma's grasp. Triple return, White Dragon. The triple return has evolved, Fuji states slowly. If the original is insufficient, then it must evolve. Evolution. No, it is not merely that. It seems he is plotting something else. Shiraishi sighs, feeling his advantage diminish. While Tezuka, showcasing perfect tennis, allows others to glimpse his playing style, the actions of this man, Fuji Sayuzo, are entirely unpredictable. Fuji Sayuzo is deemed a genius not for his ostentatious skills or striking returns. To others, it may appear he is indifferent to the outcome of the match. But beneath that gentle smile lies an abundance of passion. His lack of seriousness stems from a reluctance, a lack of compelling reasons to engage fully, rather than an inability. Once Fuji dedicates himself wholeheartedly to the match, even Tezuka cannot guarantee victory. The ignited desire cannot be extinguished. It is the first time I have yearned so fervently for victory. Just as I completed my fifth counterstrike, employing the back of the racket to amplify the spin, I was bewildered yet keenly aware of the trajectory. Shiraishi returned the ball, declaring, "Your shot cannot clear the net." Without even glancing at the ball, Fuji retreated to the baseline. This epitomized the fifth counterstrike, the guardian of the 100-armed giant. It forcefully imparted an extraordinary spin to the high-flying ball, utilizing not only the front but also the back of the racket to multiply the rotation. Koyuki elucidated that such a technique had never even crossed her mind. The guardian of the 100-armed giant, akin to Tezuka's realm, exerted precise control over the opponent's returns. Regardless of the type of ball, they complied obediently. One player maintained control over the ball at their side for a seamless return, while the other dictated its trajectory within the opponent's court, preventing it from clearing the net. Even lofty lobs would plummet swiftly before the net, failing to cross. With no means to return Fuji's guardian of the 100-armed giant, Shiraishi could only watch as the score crept closer, culminating in Seishin's victory at 54. Fuji began his pursuit from zero, only launching his counterattack at match point, showcasing an evolving triple counterstrike alongside new techniques. His growth astonished all present. As time progressed, the guardian of the 100-armed giant manifested repeatedly, with Shiraishi gradually increasing the spin, diminishing its potency. The balls he struck approached the upper edge of the net. Continuously utilizing the guardian, Fuji felt the burden on his arm intensify, accompanied by a twinge of pain. Shiraishi persistently enhanced his reverse spin, causing the ball to graze the net, rebound, and ascend, each hit higher than the last. At 0:40, match point for Fuji arrived. Yet, in that very moment, Shiraishi discovered a method to counter the 100-armed giant. The pain in Fuji's arm escalated. He now comprehended why Tezuka was so fervently dedicated to victory, willing to gamble his arm, even if it meant relinquishing his ability to play tennis forever. The ball Shiraishi struck grazed the net, momentarily suspended before landing on Fuji's side. 1540. The guardian of the 100-armed giant had been unraveled. Futamine triumphed with a score of 66, leading to a tiebreak. The recurring net touches gradually revealed to Fuji that they were no mere accidents, but a testament to skill. You really have a penchant for touching the net, Fuji remarked, as he began to lose his composure. His gentle smile vanished, replaced by a fierce shout. He surged forward, executing the white dragon. The ball soared rapidly, yet Shiraishi failed to return it, and Fuji collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with his hands, gasping for breath. Out. For Fuji, it felt like the arrival of two words synonymous with despair. The match concluded with Futamine's Shiraishi Kinzuya emerging victorious at 76. Shiraishi approached the net, extending his hand to Fuji, expressing admiration. You are quite strong. Had it begun this way, the outcome might have been different. You too, Fuji replied, shaking hands and rising. Let us have another match sometime. With that, he turned and departed. Bunny has succumbed to defeat. The prodigy has faced his first loss, shattering his unbeaten singles record since the commencement of the tournament. Returning to the audience, he sits with his left hand resting on his right, head bowed. A towel draped over his head, concealing the expression that none can discern. Chapter 135. Comedic tennis. Witnessing such a sight, Xiao Wei found herself at a loss for words. She had anticipated that Bunyi might falter against Bai Shi, yet now that it had transpired, she was uncertain how to proceed. This arrangement seemed somewhat designed to compel Bunyi's growth, reminiscent of the pressure she once placed upon her cousin to evolve. The evolution of the triple counterattack and the guardian of the 100 arms, growth through competition, accumulation of experience. To transform from a cocoon to a butterfly, one must inevitably endure pain. Xiao Wei diverted her gaze, trusting that the genius Bunyi would find clarity within himself. In that fleeting moment, she noticed Bunyi's right hand. Though injured, it bore small blue orbs that danced within his arm, indicating that the pain was beginning to dissipate. A subtle smile crept onto Xiao Wei's lips. He had triumphed. Tezuka, perceptive as ever, could not witness this particular scene, but sensed that Bunyi's hand was injured. He approached cautiously, inquiring, "Is your hand all right?" "It's fine," Bunyi replied, not out of courtesy, but in earnest. During the match, the pain had rendered him nearly immobile, yet now warmth enveloped his right hand. Reminiscent of the healing Xiao Wei had once provided, the discomfort gradually fading away. Tezuka regarded Bunyi, then glanced at Xiao Wei. Noting their lack of reaction, he felt reassured that all was indeed well. He turned to return to his position, allowing Bunyi the space to reflect in solitude. "Tezuka, can every ball be countered?" Bunyi suddenly raised his head, stopping Tezuka with his question. "Indeed," Tezuka responded, nodding. "Theoretically, there are no balls that cannot be countered. You're guardian of the 100 arms. Your spins diminish with repeated use, while Bai Shi's counterspins grow increasingly formidable." Though reluctant to revisit the previous match, he felt compelled to elucidate. The match between Seishin Academy and Futamine's second doubles team was about to commence. With the pairing of Tachibana and Kaito facing off against the duo of Koharu and Ishiki, Tachibana prepared to serve. "We absolutely cannot lose." Of course, in this regard, Tachibana and Kaito were in perfect harmony. Strange, where are our opponents? For reasons unknown, Koharu and Ishiki were delayed in taking the court. After a considerable wait, Koharu appeared with an explosive hairstyle, while Ishiki donned a red-eye mask. The two of them, each with a hand resting on the other's waist, clasped their free hands together, moving in unison as if dancing, entering the tennis court to introduce themselves. "We are the Koharu and you duo. What on earth have you two been up to?" Tachibana questioned incredulously, observing their peculiar antics. "Surely, you can't be." The final words hung unspoken in the air. "Too difficult to articulate. Your observational skills are quite keen, little friend," Koharu said, winking at Tachibana. Both of them were taken aback, stepping back in unison, their skin prickling with goosebumps. "Our coach had commanded us to remain inseparable. From the moment we became partners, our lives intertwined. To the extent that we began to understand each other's next moves and even thoughts. It could be said that this was the boundless potential of doubles. As we conversed, our hands continued to explore each other's presence. What on earth is wrong with these fellows?" Tachibana, with his heavy spin, found it utterly distasteful. "By the way, wearing a wig must surely be against the rules. That turbaned fellow seems decent, a good man," duly noted. Koharu's hips swayed rhythmically as she formed an OK gesture with one hand, directing it towards Kaito. "What are you saying?" "No way, I'm about to vomit." "How brazen." "Drop dead." Inui waved his racket, looking jealous, as if he were about to strike Koharu in the face at any moment. Tachibana shouted, "Please take down that explosive hairstyle. I implore you, turban man." Koharu fiddled with her hair, pouting. Tachibana could no longer endure it and served directly. "In that case, allow me to use my strength to send your bombastic hair flying." As he faced Koharu's lob, Tachibana leaped, aiming for her explosive hairstyle, executing a smash. The ball was launched. The wig was sent flying, revealing her hair to the astonished crowd. Tachibana's lips twitched. He had managed to utilize his crouching smash. Impressive power control. Tachibana. Inui waved his racket, calling out to Tachibana. Tachibana roared, "It's Tachibana." Koharu and Inui, seemingly at some point, found themselves engaged in a contest, clasping hands in an inviting gesture, saying, "If possible, please do join our comedic brigade as the third member." "I refuse." "Absolutely not. That's revolting." Tachibana took a deep breath, knowing he had to remain calm, lest he be led around by the nose. He tossed the ball, preparing to serve. Noticing Koharu and Inui positioned before and behind him, he was reminded of the mirage from the previous Ice Emperor battle. Koharu and Inui raised their hands, one lifting while the other lowered, declaring, "Thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara." Thud. Tachibana stumbled, falling to the ground. "A service error. What are you doing? Don't let them distract you." Kaito warned. Tachibana served again, unleashing a bullet serve. Simultaneously, Koharu and Inui remarked, "It seems that Seishin Gakuen also has individuals capable of reaching this level." Their glances unintentionally drifted towards Eiji and Oishi. Synchronization. The members of Seishin Gakuen exclaimed in surprise. Yet what followed was even more astonishing. Koharu and Inui's synchronization was not in playing ball, but rather in performing a water ballet on solid ground. This spectacle captivated everyone's attention. Tachibana and Kaito were oblivious to when the ball landed at their feet. "It seems we, too, must synchronize," Tachibana remarked, his expression stern. The two exchanged a glance, presenting a semblance of understanding, yet their expressions were entirely disparate. In an instant, their actions diverged. "You ought to synchronize with me. I fail to comprehend your words. You imbecile." Such is the nature of their harmonious quarrel. Koharu and Ishiki swiftly seized control of the match's momentum, and their tennis was far from mere jest. As Koharu sent a ball towards him, Hato unleashed a tornado snake shot, initially believing that this would allow Hato to dominate the flow of the game. He was met with Koharu's calm retort. "Isn't this simply a spiral shot, akin to the 9-union spiral?" This shot, characterized by a spiraling thrust and an incident angle of 45 degrees, exemplifies the effective utilization of force. The spiral rotation substantially diminishes the ball's air resistance compared to a straight shot, creating a time differential of 0.2 seconds over a distance of 8,135,064 meters. This encapsulates the essence of the tornado snake shot. With a chuckle, Baisher remarked, "At first glance, it sounds like nonsense, yet in truth, Koharu's computational prowess surpasses even that of intelligence, and certainly outshines that of Seishin Academy." Hato gasped in astonishment. Is it possible that he possesses a repository even more formidable than that of Senior Q? Momoko speculated. Could it be that feigning homosexuality was also meticulously calculated? "Bravo, Koharu. You did it, Yukuen." Koharu and Ishiki embraced, jumping and swaying, their lips pursed. Drawing ever closer, covering their faces, it was undeniable. They were truly a couple. Such was the sentiment of the onlookers. Chapter 136. Mutual imitation. Koharu pointed at Hato, declaring, "Hato Karu, a second-year student in Class 7 of Seishin Academy, born on May 11th, a Taurus. His interests include collecting headbands and marathon running, and he is a shy boy with a fondness for animals. In kindergarten, he was mistaken for a girl and called Little Karu, often forced to wear skirts, which resulted in frequent tears. Upon growing up, there was an instance while returning from shopping that enough already, you stalker." Hato fumed, his fists clenched, yearning to strike Koharu squarely in the face for revealing his embarrassing past. If given the chance, he would surely eliminate him. The sneakers are from 2007, product number PD0634. A voyeur indeed. In the end, even Ishiki could no longer bear to watch. Shiten Hoji emerged victorious, with a score of 10. Shiten Hoji triumphed again, with a score of 20. In response to the ball sent by Momoko, Koharu had positioned himself perfectly to strike, yet he refrained from swinging his racket, leaning back as the ball soared past him. Ishiki had appeared behind him, executing a swing that resulted in a point. Shiten Hoji claimed victory once more, with a score of 30. Panting, Momoko remarked, "To achieve such a delicate coordination without even glancing behind is akin to having eyes on the back of one's head." Upon hearing this, Xiaochun turned around, facing away from Taoqing, and removed the hairpin from his head. To his astonishment, he noticed two eyes affixed to the back of his head. "What did you just say?" he inquired. Taoqing, at a loss for words, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Heidu patted Taoqing on the shoulder, urging him to remain composed. "It's all right. Just ignore them." Observing their antics can evoke laughter or anger. What a fool. How can we compete if we don't watch them? Do you wish to lose? Suddenly, Xiaochun and Isher stood back to back, raising their garments and declaring, "Can you see our backsides? No need for eyes, just use your backside." A raucous cawing of crows echoed as the two stood in disbelief. They had endured a lifetime of misfortune only to play against such individuals. Xiaoying, exasperated, covered her forehead and called for a timeout. Taoqing and Heidu took a seat to rest. Xiaoying exclaimed, "Can't you think for yourselves? Following them blindly is madness. Why not emulate Haoyu and maintain a poker face, so they can't read your expressions?" A poker face, unseen? A thought flickered in Taoqing's mind. "Heidu, come here." He retrieved 2 masks from his bag. Although it was implausible to learn the poker face in a short time, the masks would obscure Xiaochun and Isher's view of their expressions. "Wait a moment," the referee called out to the two. "You can't wear those. It doesn't matter. My players are dressed absurdly anyway." Watanabe, Shu replied nonchalantly. It was merely a temporary measure. Eventually, they would remove them themselves. With the masks on, the two gradually regained their original rhythm. Moreover, due to the masks, Xiaochun and Isher could not discern Taoqing and Heidu's expressions, allowing them to catch the opponents off guard at opportune moments. Aiku emerged victorious, the score standing at 33. Having found their rhythm, the duo swiftly equalized the score. "I can't take it anymore." They simultaneously removed their masks and tossed them aside. Exercising with masks for an extended period was unbearable, and the energy expended was twice that of normal. "Put them back on quickly." Xiaoying threw the masks back to them, insisting, "Isn't stamina and mental fortitude your forte?" Indeed, the two donned the masks once more, united by a common resolve. They could not succumb before their opponents tired. If they wished to prevail, they must act swiftly. With this conviction, their courage intensified. Aiku triumphed, the score now 53. "Humph," Isher scoffed. "It seems we must take this seriously." It was evident he was concealing something. As the ball returned to Taoqing and his companion, a voice echoed, "Taoqing, it's not a cross ball, it's a straight ball." "Understood." Taoqing swung his racket to strike the ball. "Wait, that wasn't me." Heidu exclaimed, astonished. That voice was unmistakably his, yet he hadn't uttered a word. "What?" Taoqing was perplexed. If that voice wasn't his, then whose could it be? Surely not Xiaoying and the others sabotaging their own team. The two individuals, still in a state of bewilderment, failed to catch the ball. "Viper, I shall retrieve this ball," declared a voice, prompting Heidu to halt his steps. Despite being within reach of the ball, this utterance was not from Taken, and by the time he noticed Heidu's failure to catch it and rushed over, it was already too late. At this moment, everyone began to comprehend the situation. The duo of Koshun and Ishiki appeared to be orchestrating the match. Yet in contrast to their opponents' demeanor, habits, sounds, actions, and techniques, there was one man with keen observational skills, Ishiki, who could emulate their adversaries. The tornado viper serve, the crouched smash, and the bullet serve were all flawlessly imitated by Ishiki. Furinkin had emerged victorious with a score of 63. This mimicry left Taken and Heidu at a loss. Just as Furinkin seemed on the verge of victory, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Taken suddenly executed Heidu's viper serve, while Heidu unleashed Taken's smash. Had they switched roles? Kosun wondered. Could it be that they exchanged masks during the recent change of sides? Seishin Academy triumphed with a score of 66. As they entered the tiebreaker, Koshun and Ishiki had already acclimated to each other's changes and could discern who was who. In truth, they had not exchanged masks. It was merely imitation. The two adversaries were intimately familiar with one another, likely unmatched in their ability to replicate each other's techniques. It was only a matter of time before they could unleash each other's signature moves. The match concluded with the Seishin Academy duo of Taken and Heidu victorious, the score resting at 76. "Let us proceed to the finals together, Senior Fujimoto," Taken remarked as he stepped off the court. "Very well," Fujimoto replied, a faint smile gracing his face once more. Although they had lost this time, they vowed that next time would be different. Now, the match between Seishin Academy and Furinkin's second singles commenced, featuring Takamura against Ishida Jin, with Ishida Jin serving. Takamura's wave ball, while more powerful than Ishida's wave ball, raised the question of whether he could maintain this against his older brother, Ishida Jin. Rather than worrying about the match, it would be more prudent to concern oneself with the athlete's well-being. In a contest of strength, the absence of injury was unrealistic. As the match began, Ishida's powerful serve forced Takamura to employ his sprint wave ball right from the outset. The instances in which the sprint wave ball could be utilized in a match were limited. Otherwise, facing Takamura's sprint wave ball, Ishida remained unfazed. Indeed, It possesses double the destructive force of my brother's, leveraging the momentum of a forward sprint to add all its weight to the strike. Very impressive. Yet for me, it is merely equivalent to my own wave ball. Chapter 137. Contest of Strength. Ishida's return sent Takamura's racket flying. If this is your trump card, how pitiful, Ishida scoffed. The disparity in strength compared to my master is staggering. If you wish to avoid injury, you should concede the match quickly, laughed the informal players from Furinkan. The members of Seishin Academy gazed in disbelief at the racket that had been sent flying, while they had anticipated that Kawamura's strength might not measure up to Ishida's. They never imagined the disparity would be so vast. With the next serve, Ishida unleashed a wave ball. Undeterred, Kawamura charged forward, preparing to return the shot. Boom! Exclaimed Fuji, his eyes widening in alarm. He sensed Kawamura's impending move and felt an overwhelming concern for him. To his astonishment, Kawamura executed consecutive sprint wave balls. The force of the second sprint wave ball was greater than the first, yet Ishida effortlessly returned it. The ball hurtled towards Kawamura's abdomen, and the impact sent him sprawling to the ground. Ishida, however, merely remarked nonchalantly, "That was the second form of the wave ball," as Ishida prepared to serve again. The tenacious Kawamura persisted with his sprint wave ball, prompting even Hattori to exclaim in frustration, "Kawamura, using it 3 times in one match is reckless. Simply relying on brute strength, intoxicated by power, ultimately leads to one's own downfall." Ishida countered with the third form of the wave ball, the force of which continued to escalate. Tezuka furrowed his brow, concerned for Kawamura. "I fully understand your indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. But allow me to clarify. I possess a total of 108 forms of the wave ball," Ishida declared as he served. Futamine wins, score 10. With each strike, the power of the wave ball intensified, totaling 108 forms. Fuji's words were laced with worry for Kawamura. "You truly have too much time on your hands to devise 108 forms," Ryoma commented to Ishida. Yet, regardless of the 108 forms, he believed that Kawamura would surely prevail. Watanabe had complete faith in his team member. "That kid certainly has the audacity to say so." 12th form of the wave ball. Boom. Futamine wins, score 30. Faced with Ishida's wave ball, Kawamura found himself not only having his racket knocked away, but also struggling to remain on his feet. He repeatedly fell and rose. The injuries he sustained were undoubtedly severe. Unable to bear it any longer, Hattori called for a timeout to tend to Kawamura's wounds. This cannot continue. AG hoped Kawamura would concede. He did not wish to witness his suffering. If this persisted, Hattori feared he could not continue to speak. Executing sprint wave balls in succession would surely take a toll on his shoulder, and even Hattori wanted to counsel Kawamura to withdraw. This match could potentially be his last. "Please do not stop me," Kawamura declared resolutely. "I absolutely refuse to be halted in this match." Gripping his racket, he returned to the court. Kawamura persisted with the sprint wave ball, inexplicably refusing to give up. Ishida continued to unleash his 108 forms of the wave ball, each strike growing increasingly powerful. In terms of strength, it was evident that Jin had the advantage. So, does this mean that Kawamura is merely a liability for Seishin? Zazen, mind your language. The conversation at the Shiten Hoji was overheard by the members of Seishin Academy, and in a fit of emotion, Tachibana shouted, expressing his urge to rush forward and strike that person. Kawamura was anything but a burden. At that moment, Kawamura struggled to rise once more, disheartened, and confessed, "Perhaps I truly am a liability to Seishin, but the match continues." Despite the objections from others, Kawamura remained resolute in his decision to employ the sprinting wave ball. This left everyone in a state of confusion. Finally, it was Wataru who grasped the strategy, by increasing the strain on his opponent's arm. The victor would be determined by whose arm cried out in agony first. However, Wataru was not the only one to discern this. Ishida also recognized it. Lightly calling out to Akinari, he gestured with his finger, signaling him to refrain from continuing with the wave ball. Ishida heeded the coach's advice and returned Kawamura's sprinting wave ball with a standard return. Kawamura, who had anticipated that Ishida would persist with the wave ball, was caught off guard and failed to receive even the ordinary shot. "I mentioned from the outset that the wave ball is ineffective against me," Ishida stated, standing tall. He had the ability to neutralize Kawamura's wave ball, rendering it powerless. Nevertheless, Kawamura stubbornly continued to employ the sprinting wave ball, which merely increased the burden on his own arm. Even if the sprinting wave ball held no significance, he was determined to press on, willing to sacrifice his own body. For he possessed only strength. If he relinquished that, he would be left with nothing. Moreover, he aspired to become Japan's foremost power tennis player. Without strength to measure against others, what was the point of his presence here? Upon joining the tennis club, he had been dubbed the home run monster. He was inexperienced in rallies, net volleys, and other techniques, relying solely on brute force. Yet even so, players like Tezuka, who executed perfect tennis, and the talented skills of Fuji, along with the data-driven prowess of Dry, the graceful strikes of Eiji, and the doubles expertise of Oishi, all praised him. They admired the strength he possessed, despite his lack of skills. Thus, he resolved to play, to utilize his strength, and to conclude this match with the sprinting wave ball. Kawamura's determination garnered respect from the audience and admiration from Ishida. What an incredible man, persisting with the sprinting wave ball regardless of its ineffectiveness. I shall give my all to defeat you, as that is my highest form of respect, Ishida declared, striking the ball not as an ordinary shot, but as the 108-style wave ball. The power of the ball was formidable. Kawamura was once again sent flying by Ishida's wave ball. Yet, the pain did not come. Tachibana, Haitani, and Eiji caught him. Kawamura-senpai, we are with you. Even if you are knocked down, we will catch you. Tezuka watched Kawamura intently, nodding in acknowledgement and respect. The 21st style wave ball struck again, sending him flying, yet he was caught. The 22nd style wave ball followed, propelling him once more, its power now unimaginable. Xiaoi closed her eyes, unwilling to witness any further. Just as everyone believed that Kawamura was about to falter, Akutsu suddenly emerged, securing Kawamura in a princess carry. Kawamura, are you ready to give up? A flicker of doubt crossed Akutsu's eyes. The match is not yet over. As he set Kawamura down, he urged, do not underestimate yourself. Even though it was the final point, he continued to have faith in Kawamura. Indeed, one must not surrender, even when the odds seem insurmountable. Kawamura took a deep breath and proclaimed, let us proceed with a resolve to fight to the bitter end. Akutsu's words rekindled Kawamura's spirit. Even at the brink of defeat, he would rise, return to the court, and continue the match, even if victory was unattainable. With unwavering determination, he made his way back to the court. Even if he were to be knocked back, it would be his final stand. Instantly, a thunderous applause erupted around him. Everyone held a profound respect for Kawamura. It was indeed the last point, yet he had not given up. Chapter 138. A flare of talent. This is my final tennis shot. I must at least score a point from him, for failing to do so would haunt me for a lifetime. He thought, burn bright. Just one ball. Kawamura tossed the ball and shouted. However, his awareness was fading, his body reaching its limits. He stepped forward, barely able to stand, as the ball soared ahead. Summoning his last reserves of consciousness, he leaped and swung his racket, shouting, don't give up. Great. This was the final wave ball. The ball sped towards Ishida, who watched in disbelief as he murmured, 30, 50, 70, 100. No, it's beyond that. 1540. He could not return the shot. As he forcefully attempted to intercept it, his racket slipped from his grasp. Bending down to retrieve it, he discovered that his hand could no longer hold the racket. You have lost, Jin. Watanabe Shu approached and patted his shoulder, saying, I'll pick it up. Due to the forfeiture of the Shiten Hoji player, the victor is Seishin Academy, Kawamura Takashi. It seems his shoulder lost feeling, rendering him unable to execute the wave ball, thus forcing him to forfeit. Just one ball was needed. A miraculous shot infused with Takashi's spirit. Xiaoi sighed in relief, finally at ease. Tezuka stepped before Kawamura. It is truly wonderful to have you in Saigaku. Now, the match between Seishin Academy and Shiten Hoji's first doubles team begins, featuring the Tezuka-kin pair against the Chitose-Zazen duo. Me? Chitose, standing alongside his sister in the audience, wore a puzzled expression. After the previous match against Futamine, he had submitted his resignation due to issues with his eyesight. Moreover, shouldn't this match involve Kyoya and Zazen? Don't dawdle. Chitose, it's your turn to play, Watanabe Shu called out. The pairing from Saigaku surprised him, but he was also prepared. Chitose, am at a loss. I should have resigned. However, to be candid, he genuinely yearned to take the court and compete against Tezuka. His hands trembled with excitement. Yet they were still amidst the national tournament. I cannot condone any notion of withdrawal. After facing Tezuka, it would not be too late to explore the world beyond. Hurry. Chitose, you are eager to engage in a match with Tezuka Kunamitsu, are you not? Jin also approached, speaking. Chitose inhaled deeply and dashed away. 2 minutes later, clad in his team uniform and grasping his racket, he stepped onto the court. Zazen, this match will transform into a solitary duel between Tezuka and Chitose. Chitose's brilliance is at its zenith. Its utmost potential manifests most effectively in doubles. You should comprehend the implications, right? Aside from serving and returning, you shall remain outside the court. Even if it turns into a 2-on-1, Chitose's resplendent talent will thwart Tezuka's honed skills. Shiraishi informed Zazen. Zazen strolled towards the sidelines. I understand. Kuro. Tezuka likewise remarked. Since the opponent wishes for Chitose to play alone, he shall do the same. I shall also withdraw. As long as I can gather your data up close, that suffices. Without Tezuka needing to elaborate, Kuro understood and stepped beyond the boundary. With both of their exits. This doubles match morphed into an unconventional singles contest between Tezuka and Chitose. Tezuka's relentless mastery concentrates his explosive power in his left hand, doubling the opponent's spin and crisis in a retaliatory strike of ultimate finesse. Chitose's brilliance is characterized by a cerebral adaptability. In an instant, he simulates each ball, predicting the earliest opportunity to score. This too is an unparalleled ultimate skill. Thus, the initial greeting commenced. Chitose observed Tezuka swiftly anticipate, a flicker of disappointment glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, 42 strokes. He swung his racket to serve. From the outset, Chitose executed a shinhin, somewhat akin to Neo's elusive serve. Although the ball vanished, it bore no advantage for Tezuka. Tezuka retaliated with his own shinhin return. Chitose discerned the ball's trajectory and directed it towards Tezuka's left side. Positioned on the right, Tezuka did not move an inch, for once the ball ricocheted from the left, it automatically soared towards the right, within Tezuka's domain. Thus, the ball traversed back and forth between them. Watching from the sidelines, Zazen grew impatient, unable to endure, and interjected. Regardless, 42 strokes are far too time-consuming, Chitose-senpai. Zazen resolved to intercept at the net. Let us secure this point in 17 strokes. He rushed to the net, swung his racket, yet the ball vanished before his paddle. It seemed as though Chitose and Tezuka were oblivious to his presence, continuing their match. Perhaps it is better not to intervene. This match has surpassed our realm. Kuro adjusted his glasses, addressing Zazen. Back and forth they went, ultimately reaching the 42nd stroke. Out of bounds. 150. The next will be 61 strokes. Chitose forecasted once more. Others could no longer perceive the exchanges between the two, merely catching glimpses of the net quivering. At the 61st stroke, Chitose executed a powerful smash, scoring yet again. In the climactic showdown, Four's Temple emerged victorious with a score of 10. The culmination of the minister's relentless training was thwarted. Indeed, remarked Ryoma, it is not a matter of unleashing a force akin to the Big Bang or a wave ball. Faced with Tezuka's strikes, he cleverly neutralized the effects of the relentless double counter by employing strategic adjustments. Little Wing continued, truly, he is one of the original twin heroes of Kyushu. A wise strategist indeed. This is the final ball, it will surely touch the net. You are but a caged bird now, Tezuka, proclaimed Chitose. That may be so, but it is premature to assume a point is secured, smiled Fuji, familiar with Tezuka's prowess. With a delicate spin, the ball rolled gently along the net, ultimately crossing over and landing. 150, 6 balls remain, announced Chitose. No, there are 7 balls left, Tezuka sensed. In the final ball predicted by Chitose, Tezuka executed a high lob. Chitose leaped, directing the ball towards the corner. Yet, due to Tezuka's domain, the originally diverted ball was drawn back, returning it before Chitose could react, scoring a point. 300. Chitose's absolute prediction has been shattered. Tezuka served again, and Chitose received the ball, stating, there are 12 balls remaining. No, it is 13 balls, Tezuka countered, merely adding 1 to Chitose's forecast. On the 12th ball, Chitose played a drop shot, which barely cleared the net before landing. However, thanks to Tezuka's domain, the ball returned once more to his feet. On the 13th ball, Tezuka struck it, landing just by Chitose's feet. The ball did not bounce but rolled with a spin towards the net, coming to a halt. This was the zero-style slice. What is happening? Why has Chitose's intuition suddenly faltered? The members of Four's Temple were bewildered, as everything had seemed fine moments ago. I do not know, Watanabe Shu pondered. The pinnacle of brilliance now crumbling. Next came the decisive ball. Tezuka seized the moment, declaring, 1 ball will determine the victor. With a magnificent serve, Tezuka scored directly. Seishin Academy triumphed, with a score of 11. At this moment, he had mastered the essence of brilliance. Did you just open both doors at once, Tezuka? Chitose mused. Brilliance and relentless training cannot coexist. They are 2 entirely distinct doors. Chitose shook his head in disbelief, realizing that perhaps he had already set his own limits through self-imposed restrictions. What a formidable man, Tezuka Kunimitsu. Perhaps he is the one closest to perfection, Chitose sighed, acknowledging his defeat in this match. Moreover, Tezuka's advancement did not cease. As the match concluded, the duo of Seishin Academy's Tezuka and Kawai emerged victorious, with a score of 61. This battle marked Seishin Academy's entry into the finals of the national tournament. Meanwhile, the match between the king of tennis Rikkai and Nagoya reached a fever pitch. Bishi let out a sigh and absent-mindedly remarked, "Congratulations on reaching the finals. It seems we are about to exit the stage." Chitose shook hands with Tezuka, saying, "What an exhilarating match. We were utterly defeated. I hope we can face each other again in the future." The members of Four Heavenly Treasure departed with a sense of regret. They intended to leave quietly, but an unforeseen event occurred. A slight figure obstructed their path, pointing to himself and inquiring, "Strange, what about me? I have yet to compete with the monster. Why are you leaving?" "Sorry, Kogen, we lost," Chitose replied, lowering his head. He was at a loss for how to convey this to the innocent Kogen. "That's not true. I still have my match with the monster." The naive Kogen was singularly focused on battling Ryoma, having even journeyed from Shizuoka for this very purpose. "It's over, Kogen. We must go back," Bishi said, though he hesitated to see Kogen's disappointment. "It's done. We lost. I refuse. I refuse. I want to play." Naturally, Kogen was unwilling to leave in such a manner. He shook his head and turned to Ryoma, declaring loudly, "Monster, let us settle this." Before Ryoma could respond, Oishi intervened. "Ekizan, if you were to sustain an injury in a meaningless match before the finals." Interrupting Oishi, Ryoma replied, "Understood," shouldering his tennis bag and preparing to leave. While he was somewhat eager to play, it was not a decision he could make alone. Seeing this, Kogen hurriedly called out, "Ryoma, are you going to run away? Aren't you supposed to compete?" "Jintaro, you can wait until next year," Oishi said. "Fool, how can I wait that long?" Kogen disregarded the other's pleas, insisting on facing Ryoma. Bishi, with a heavy heart, replied, "Give it up, Kogen. While it is regrettable, life is filled with disappointments. If you continue to act irrationally, I might have to remove your bandages." As he spoke, he reached for the bandage on his left hand. This was the only way to compel Kogen to relent. "Don't take them off." Kogen, feeling helpless, realized he could not ignore Bishi's words, or else the terrifying poison would weigh heavily upon him, his expression brimming with disappointment. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Let us compete. Just one ball, please." A voice suddenly emerged, supporting Kogen. "Someone has come all the way from Shizuoka to challenge you. He is eagerly anticipating a match. So how about it? Let us settle this." It was Junpei, Hori's older brother, who had witnessed Kogen's determination to compete. Seeing his brother bow to Ryoma, Hori could not help but plead, "Though I am uncertain of what has transpired, I implore you, Ekizan, please." Ryoma tightened his grip on the tennis bag. He yearned for that one ball. Glancing back at his companions, Tsubasa, Tezuka, and a.k.a., who all nodded slightly, he adjusted his cap and smiled, saying, "Then let us have a match." "Really? Thank you." Xiao Jin felt as if he had been reborn. The shadows of depression and negativity had vanished entirely. How wonderful it was that he could now compete against the monsters. Yet, Dashi found himself perplexed by Yukichiro's intentions. What would happen if someone were to get injured? "What is the problem, Meow? Aren't we just playing a single ball?" Kikomaru expressed no concern. His curiosity piqued by the unfolding match. The competition commenced with fervor. Ryoma initiated the game with a right-hand topspin serve before swiftly switching to his left hand. Xiao Jin deftly dodged a ball that was hurtling towards his face, leaping backward and upward to intercept it. The ball zipped towards Ryoma, seemingly too fast to return. But through the realm of selflessness, he executed the Tezuka zone, redirecting the ball to Ryoma's feet. He managed to return it, quite impressive, Xiao Jin mused, having briefly believed he had secured victory, and dashed forward. In the instant he swung his racket, the ball vanished, an act of invisibility. Yet, for Xiao Jin, who had already discerned the ball's trajectory, it was of little consequence. Ryoma continuously altered his strategy through the realm of selflessness. Yet Xiao Jin's erratic returns thwarted him at every turn. The selfless realm proved ineffective, only hastening Ryoma's fatigue. Xiao Jin's prowess lay in his instinctive playstyle and seemingly inexhaustible stamina, alongside a heightened perception of the game, surpassing that of anyone else. The players from Futamine observed with quiet contemplation. Xiaoying watched Ryoma's game intently, saying nothing. This was a rare opportunity for both to hone their skills. They played with exuberance, neither willing to yield an inch. Surely, they sensed an almost fated connection, vowing never to concede, even if a single point determined the outcome. AI expressed concern, realizing this was shaping up to be a protracted stalemate. If they did not pause, Ryoma's energy would be entirely depleted. Time slipped away unnoticed, until the side effects of the selfless realm began to manifest. Ryoma, supporting himself with one hand, gasped for air. "Xiao Jin, stop!" Dashi called out, foreseeing the impending consequences of Xiao Jin's actions. However, Xiao Jin was undeterred. "It's not over yet." He leaped high, shouting, "Here it comes." The super invincible, absolutely delicious Great Wheel Mountain Storm. Before anyone could react, Ishida anxiously shouted, "Everyone, get down. That's even more powerful than my 108 styles. No way. This must be a joke. Run, Yukichiro. Don't face the ball head-on." After the enormous strike, smoke enveloped the court, obscuring the scene. Almost no one could discern what had transpired. As the mist cleared, they saw the ball settle at Ryoma's feet. "I win," Xiaojin panted, gazing at the ball near Ryoma. Ryoma lost. No, that can't be. The ball was only half present, the other half landing at Xiaojin's feet. Is this how it ends? It cannot be so. Clearly, Xiaojin was still not satisfied. Longma curled his lips in disdain as he retrieved his fallen hat from the ground, feeling a twinge of reluctance within him. He was unwilling to accept such an outcome. "Monster, thank you for competing with me." Although the match ended without a clear victor, at least they had played a game. Although Xiaojin felt a sense of regret, he was also content. "Next time, let us engage in a thorough contest." "Very well, I shall accompany you to the end." "Tezuka, that is the ultimate gate of my boundless essence, seamlessly perfect." In the depths of Fuji's eyes, blue ripples shimmered, akin to a tranquil lake stirred by a gentle breeze, creating glistening waves. Watching this match, he too felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 140. The Barbecue Competition. Hooray! We can go eat barbecue now. The food-loving Tao Chung exclaimed eagerly as the match concluded, his eyes fixated on Xiaoyi. Indeed. Xiaoyi nodded and inquired of the players from Shiden Hoji. "Would you like to join us?" "Absolutely." Xiaojin was eager to participate. Earlier, Watanabe had mentioned that if they won, they could feast on soba noodles. But if they lost, they would likely be relegated to instant noodles. Watanabe shot a glare at Xiaojin and declined. "No way, we don't have the budget for that." "Don't worry, Xiaoyi will treat us." Eiji could hardly contain his impatience, urging, "Let's hurry, I'm starving." Upon hearing that there would be no need to pay, Shirashi jumped in before Watanabe could respond. "Then let us go." Thus, they made their way to the barbecue restaurant, oblivious to Xiaoyi's silence. Shihenti promised to treat the players from Shiden Hoji. Moreover, she had no idea who had spread the word that Seishin would be treating everyone to barbecue. With 5 days remaining until the finals against Rikkai Dai, Tezuka slowly opened his eyes and spoke earnestly. "Therefore, we must not be negligent during these next 5 days." Before Tezuka could finish, the members of Seishin interrupted him, exclaiming, "Cheers. I'm going to dig in." Seeing Tezuka still trying to speak, his expression somewhat gloomy, Fuji placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Isn't this quite enjoyable? Today is a celebration of our advancement to the finals. Indeed, tonight we shall be entirely unrestrained." Eiji declared as he popped a piece of barbecue into his mouth. "Strange, Xiaolong, you haven't dipped anything in chili sauce since the start, have you?" "I find the salt flavor much better." Longma's taste differed from Eiji's. Though small in stature, his spirit was undeniably bold. Unhappy with Longma's response, Eiji shouted, "What did you say, you jerk? A real man must dip in chili oil and eat heartily." "Enough noise. I said salt, so it's salt. Are you looking for a fight? Just as I wish. Let us settle this once and for all." Eiji's words incited a heated argument between Taoching and Kaito over such a trivial matter. Kawamura intervened. All right. It doesn't matter what you add." Fuji, dipping his food in chili oil, asserted seriously, "No, this is a matter of great significance." "You must be a spice aficionado, Fuji." "How unexpected," Tezuka remarked. "The pure aroma and spiciness of the chili oil create a splendid symphony that ignites my passion. This exhilarating sensation is unparalleled." Unrivaled squinted, lifting the chili oil, and said with a mischievous grin, "Adding salt is acceptable. After all, with age comes the liberty to indulge." It appeared that you had yet to grasp the profundity within. Tezuka continued, "I am two-faced." Hugh, while deftly picking up meat to dip in salt and chili oil, interjected. Eiji, manipulating his chopsticks, pondered his allegiance. Which faction should I align with? The mediator, Oishi, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he could no longer contain himself. "I say, your chopsticks, Oishi, have inexplicably broken." Eiji was startled, his voice trembling. "You rascals! Pray tell, what is the name of this dish? Is it spicy meat or salted meat?" At last, Tachibana released Haidang and vociferously declared, "It is grilled meat." Do you comprehend the significance of this? A sensation of dread enveloped the crowd, as if a chill wind swept through the gates of Hades. Listen closely. The essence lies not in the salt nor in the chili oil, but in the grilling. The soul of grilled meat resides in the juices. Oishi, grasping his hair in frustration, bellowed, "Kawamura. Beef tongue must be grilled for 30 seconds on one side and 15 on the other." Indeed, in the face of Oishi's fervor, Even Ryoma's tone softened. He regretted not sitting at the inner table with Tsubasa and the others. Tachibana, who on earth dips grilled meat in chili oil? I sincerely apologize. Tachibana scratched his head. Unrivaled. Who eats grilled meat with wasabi? I do. Unrivaled felt no shame, for his palate was rather unique. Tezuka, the beef intestines need further grilling to amplify their aroma. Ah, it seems you're right. Tezuka quietly placed the meat back down. Kyu's hands trembled uncontrollably. I can no longer refute him. This is Oishi's domain. Eiji, startled, darted to the right, wishing to distance himself from Oishi. No, it's not that. It's the grilling that demands respect. Tezuka was sweating. At this moment, the members from Furinkan were grateful to be seated far from Seishin Academy. Just then, the tennis team members from Higa, Rokaku, and Hyodai schools arrived. Fortunately, the players from Rikai were occupied with training and did not attend. It was uncertain how they conceived the idea of a barbecue competition among the 5 schools. But it had commenced. The host announced, Eiji and Ashitari. Participants from Seishin Academy included Tezuka, Unrivaled, Ryoma, Haitang, Tachibana, and Oishi. Participants from Hyodai included Atobi, Kawachi, Hinata, Shishido, Jairu, and Hayoshi. From Higa came Kiyoshi, Kai, Taniguchi, Hirakoba, Chinin, and Hachiji. Rokaku's participants were Aoi, Tange, Siki, Juki, Shudo, and Sakurada. Finally, Furinkan's participants were Shiraishi, Chitose, Kogen, Ishida, Kenya, and Ishiki. The rules dictated that the school consuming the most within an hour would be declared the victor. Additionally, those who failed to finish 10 plates must drink Kyu's specially concocted beverage. The first cup, Kyu's unique vegetable juice. Ei presented a vibrant green beverage, remarking, "It looks absolutely delightful." Little Jean gazed curiously at the drink on the table. "Indeed, allow me to indulge," he replied. Chien, seated beside him, also reached for the vegetable juice, preparing to partake. How cunning. Little Jean lamented, unaware of the true potency of the vegetable juice. He yearned to taste it. Prior to their attempts, Aoi had already consumed the vegetable juice and rushed to the restroom, only to faint beforehand and be eliminated. Seong-ri disdainfully glanced at the collapsed Aoi, commenting, "Is such dramatics really necessary?" He seized the vegetable juice and tilted his head back to drink. "Wait." Tachibana called out urgently, but it was too late. Seong-ri fell and was out of the game. Witnessing this spectacle, Little Jean and Chien hesitated to drink, realizing that a mere cup of beverage had led to 2 eliminations. After a brief exchange of reluctance, they offered the vegetable juice to Baishur. "Minister, aren't you concerned about your health? You should have a taste." Baishur propped his head up with one hand, not even glancing at it, and replied, "No, thank you. I have a stomachache. Why eat barbecued meat if your stomach hurts?" Everyone shot exasperated looks at Baishur. At that moment, Chitose, with remarkable foresight, declared 7 minutes. "That's the duration of our quarrel." Upon hearing this, Little Jean promptly poured the vegetable juice into Chitose's mouth, insisting, 7 minutes is far too long. Chitose fell and was eliminated. After drinking, Fuji shook his empty cup and cheerfully stated, "Ah, indeed, it is quite delicious. I highly recommend it." "Thank you, Senior Fuji." Tachibana replied, as expected. With Fuji around, they felt fearless about the drinks. Aside from him, Tanaka also consumed it without any adverse effects. "I'll have another cup." Though bitter, it was not as bitter as the bitter melon he had tasted previously. Thus, everyone began to grill meat. Chapter 141, The Barbecue Contest Part 2. Tanaka used tongs to grab several pieces of meat at once, swallowing them whole without dipping them in sauce. It was astonishing how he managed to fit so many pieces in his mouth. "What kind of eating style is this?" Tezuka inquired. "I don't know. Just watching makes my appetite vanish," replied Kawada. Indeed, Kawada concurred, as he picked up the tongs and mimicked Tanaka's approach, swallowing several pieces in a single go. Their method of consumption was nearly identical, and soon, 10 plates of meat vanished in no time. At Baishur's table, he would replace any piece of meat removed with another, leaving no gaps. "Tachibana, didn't I tell you not to dip so much sauce? And this meat needs to be grilled a little longer." The chaos was overwhelming for everyone. The speed of Seishin Academy was not particularly swift, and with Daishur's commotion, it became even slower. Before long, Higachu and Ice Emperor had already finished 10 plates of meat. Next came the punishment tea. Ninetsu brought forth a cup of drink, stating, "This cup of red, spicy beverage looks terrifying at first glance." Indeed, this drink was quite hot, but compared to the Okinawan chili water, it felt like a minor challenge. Shido resolutely took the cup of punitive tea, exuding a sense of righteous valor, and declared, "For the victory of the Ice Emperor, we must not allow hate to falter. I shall drink this cup. Farewell, everyone." The wind howls, the waters of the river grow cold, a valiant warrior departs, never to return. Thus, Shido exited the scene. In an inexplicable twist, Oishi, after savoring a piece of meat, also found himself eliminated. What on earth happened to Oishi? Tezuka inquired while enjoying his meal. In any case, it's quite fine that the troublesome ones have vanished, Tachibana spoke candidly. Indeed, let us not be overly cautious. Tezuka replied with partial agreement, noting that this would significantly enhance their pace. Soon, both Futamine and Seishin had finished their 10 dishes. Nijimura relished the flavor of his drink. Ah, this is delightful. Ishiki mimicked Nijimura's voice and gestures, boasting, "You're far from winning against me. Is it possible? Not only the voice but the taste can be imitated?" All eyes turned towards Ishiki. The drink was swiftly vanishing. Ishiki continued to mimic and subsequently was eliminated. The group sighed. In the end, it seems he has vanished himself. Regardless, it was surreal that he could even replicate tastes. Strange occurrences continued as Tachibana, after consuming a piece of meat, inexplicably faced elimination as well. What transpired was unnoticed even by the two hosts. Everyone was preoccupied with grilling, oblivious to the fact that Mute was stealthily adding a crimson liquid from a small vial into other sauce dishes, like a phantom. Following this, Ishida fell victim to the sabotaged meat. "I just saw that fellow adding something to the dish." Suki first noticed the anomaly, pointing at Mute, who had just returned to his seat. "What? How despicable, resorting to underhanded tactics. Humph, only now do you realize? It's too late. With this, our victory is assured." Mute mused to himself, observing the grill that was now in disarray. It's time to change the plate. As the saying goes, evildoers eventually receive their comeuppance. It is not that retribution does not come, but that the timing is not yet ripe. This change heralded their reckoning. During the plate exchange, Kai foolishly burned all his teammates, resulting in the elimination of the entire team from Higa. Now, the Ice Emperor had surpassed 60 dishes, and hate was unstoppable. What shall be the next drink? Leave it to me. It appeared that Tezuka had yet to consume any grilled meat. Next is coffee, Eiji announced, bringing over a steaming cup. Tezuka accepted it with a smile. What? Just ordinary hot coffee. He drank it down. No, wait. The warning from Nanjiru came too late. This was no ordinary coffee. It was a dry beverage with 30 times the caffeine content of regular coffee. Tezuka observed him, wondering if, even seated, he still exuded an air of dominion. "I don't sense any regal aura, merely a loss of consciousness," Kijin remarked. Moments later, Taibu finally regained his composure. "Truly the king, he has bounced back." The entire Seishin Academy erupted in applause. Speaking of the king, the next dish from Hyodi was 10 plates of meat. The commentary continued. "Here it comes. The king of beef, Chateaubriand." Ryoma, who considered his English to be quite decent, was puzzled. "Chateaubriand? What on earth is that?" Kawaii adjusted his glasses and explained. Chateaubriand refers to the central rib meat of the tenderloin, with approximately 600 grams of this exquisite delicacy obtained from a 4-kilogram rib. It is an ultimate luxury, one that you all have likely never tasted. Is that so? We absolutely must indulge in 60 plates, Sakurada exclaimed, salivating at the thought. Just hearing Kawaii describe it caused little Kin to drool. "Shiraishi, I desperately want to try that." As for the origin of Chateaubriand, it was named after a politician from the 19th century who had his chef prepare it. It employs the finest tenderloin, meticulously selecting the central portion. When it melts in one's mouth, the tenderness of the meat elevates it to the realm of art. Amidst the envious exclamations from the crowd, Taiba chuckled. "Ha ha ha, how naive, Kawaii. You thought you had finally found a meat that would satisfy my palate? You cannot deceive my discerning eyes. This is a fake. A connoisseur like myself can tell the quality of meat and the distribution of fat at first glance. Kawaii, it seems you have never tasted it before. Yet you speak so confidently. You are far from the mark. And you, Kawaii, have you ever tasted it?" With the disdain of those around him, Kawaii gradually lost his composure. "Only I, the great Taibu, truly know the exquisite flavor," he declared proudly. Kawaii gazed at Taibu's delicate lips, murmuring, "Where's the true data?" In the end, Seishin Academy's Kawaii was eliminated. Seishin, Futamine, and Rakaku had all finished their 40 plates. Natsutsubaki presented a drink that resembled cola. This time, it appeared to be an ordinary beverage. Ryoma innocently accepted it. "Ekizan, let me drink." Tezuka shouted loudly, but it was too late. Ryoma had already taken a sip. Although he had been poisoned by Shoto's cooking since childhood, even he found this flavor unbearable. While he didn't collapse, his appetite for meat had vanished. "That is Kane no Kawa," Eiji explained, a drink infused with turtle blood and shell, rich in collagen. But why did Shiraishi and Sakurada seem more invigorated after drinking it? The two of them excitedly began to dance, performing an impromptu striptease, having lost their appetite for meat. Hayata dropped his tongs, having consumed his 70th plate's drink, and forfeited. At that moment, only Taibu, who abstained from barbecue, remained. Come forth, you riffraff. Let us settle this, Tezuka. As they entered the barbecuing stage. Coated in a secret curry sauce, Taibu dipped the meat into the sauce and placed it on the grill, causing a cloud of black smoke to rise. It seems there is a bit too much smoke, Taibu remarked. No, that's an understatement. Natsutsubaki shouted. Cough cough, what on earth is happening? Fuji coughed, having been overwhelmed by the smoke. Why is there a symbol of Kuro? The keen-eyed Tezuka discovered the reason. Could it be the curse of Kuro? The crowd speculated. Their tension palpable. Everyone, refrain from taking this lightly. Quickly seek refuge outside, Tezuka commanded. Chapter 142. The pain stopped by blood. Xiaowei gazed at the unexpected arrival of the individuals from the 5 schools, perplexed as she inquired, why is everyone out here? And why are both Higashi and Rikkai, as well as Ice Emperor, present? The crowd lowered their heads, uncertain how to respond. At that moment, the manager of the establishment approached with a lengthy bill, and upon glimpsing the 7-digit figure at the bottom, combined with the billowing black smoke emanating from the shop, Xiaowei began to comprehend the situation. Impressive. You all consumed 274, 960, and nearly set the place ablaze? Xiaowei scoffed, counting on her fingers. Having eaten so much. You must have the energy now, right? Double everyone's training before the finals. Oh no. The members of Saigaku lamented, their faces filled with despair. They hadn't eaten much. Most of the feast had been devoured by Ice Emperor's Bansai and Higashi's Tanaka. Observing their woeful expressions directed at the two, Xiaowei pondered and said, you aren't competing over who can eat more barbecue, are you? Atobe, since you're in charge of Bansai, you can cover his share. And Higashi, we seem not to be on familiar terms. Each should pay for their own. A sudden wave of pain surged through Xiaowei's heart. An icy chill radiating from her extremities. She stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance, but fortunately, Conan was there to support her. With great effort, Xiaowei managed to say, I have matters to attend to, brother, you handle this. She handed him the bill and departed swiftly. Her words sparked confusion among the others, who looked up at Xiaowei. But all they could see was her retreating figure. The moment Conan touched her hand, he felt the frigid chill and realized something was amiss. He wished to check on her, but felt helpless, merely signaling to Hao Yu to act quickly. When Hao Yu turned to look, he saw Xiaowei reclining on the back seat. Her teeth clenched against her lip, threatening to break the skin. One hand pressed against her heart, while the other struggled to rummage through the vehicle. Having suffered a relapse just 10 days prior, Xiaowei had not anticipated such a swift recurrence and had forgotten to bring her suppressive medication. There should have been a reserve of medicine in the car, yet now it was nowhere to be found. Hao Yu grasped her searching hand. Feeling the cold radiate from her palm, he promptly activated his Firecloud technique. Otherwise, he too would succumb to the chill. Through their intertwined hands, Hao Yu transferred warmth to Xiaowei, employing Firecloud alongside Ice Soul to suppress the poison within her. With his free hand, he continued the search for the suppressive medication, but to no avail. Suddenly, he recalled that he had removed the medication when he took the vehicle for maintenance yesterday and had yet to replace it. Glancing at the person beside him, Hao Yu was at a loss for what to do. Recently, the intervals between her episodes had grown shorter, the duration of each attack longer. The pain increasingly intense, and her body colder with each passing moment. Originally, the combination of Firecloud, Hao Yu's blood, and the suppressive medication had sufficed. But now it had reached a critical point where each element was indispensable. The current circumstances rendered Hao Yu unable to drive home immediately. Thus, he resorted to messaging Z, requesting an urgent delivery of medication. Hao Yu bit into his own fingertip, blood oozing from the torn flesh, dripping onto Xiaoyi's lips, which were stained crimson from her relentless biting. The blood trickled through her lips into her mouth, flowing down her throat, imparting warmth to her abdomen. Xiaoyi, with her eyes barely open, displayed a bloodthirsty red in place of her usual blue-violet hue. She parted her lips, enveloping his bloodied fingertip, sucking vigorously, yet it was insufficient, far from enough. Lacking medication, Xiaoyi could only endure the agony within her body by relying on Hao Yu's life-giving blood. Observing her entranced yet unsatisfied countenance, Hao Yu withdrew his hand and lifted Xiaoyi, allowing her head to rest against his neck. Employing the fiery essence of his own blood, he slashed his neck, blood gushing forth. Xiaoyi immediately latched on, greedily consuming the rich, metallic fluid that swiftly coursed into her body, alleviating her pain bit by bit. Hao Yu held her tightly, feeling a tingling sensation in his neck as warmth flowed into Xiaoyi's body from their point of contact. But how long could this sanguine exchange sustain her? After all, Hao was but human. Excessive blood loss could lead to his demise. Yet, even as dizziness overtook him, he did not halt Xiaoyi's desperate feeding, for it was the only means to alleviate her suffering. Meanwhile, he tirelessly channeled the fiery essence to warm her. When Conan and Nolan arrived, they found the two sprawled in the back seat. Hao, having lost copious amounts of blood, lacked the strength to sit upright. He allowed Xiaoyi to rest against him, instinctively continuing to fuel the fiery essence. Like a vampire, Xiaoyi incessantly drew from him, for only in this way could her pain subside. Witnessing this, Conan and Nolan swiftly separated the two, administering a blood-replenishing pill to Hao. If this continued, he would surely bleed to death. In that fleeting moment of separation, Xiaoyi cried out in anguish, "No, stop. It hurts. Blood, I need to write. Cold, so cold." Without blood, without the fiery essence, Xiaoyi writhed in torment, curling into herself. Fortunately, Z arrived just in time with the medication, administering a suppressant to Xiaoyi, and her pain gradually diminished, though her body grew increasingly frigid. Nolan, who had been supporting her, could no longer endure and let her lean against the back of the seat, releasing his hold. Z promptly drove them home. "It's unbearable. So cold," Xiaoyi lamented, even as the car's heating system was cranked to its maximum. Conan and the others were already sweating profusely, but it did little to alleviate Xiaoyi's discomfort. The vehicle came to a halt before the Adagawa residence, where Z assisted Hao first, ensuring he could rest. Conan and Nolan concentrated the essence of Qingfeng and Ziyun in their arms, attempting to counteract Xiaoyi's chill, but their efforts yielded little success. For reasons unknown, this cold felt particularly intense. With their powers significantly suppressed, they too struggled against the chill, their hands almost numb. They managed to awkwardly place the unconscious Xiaoyi onto the sofa, exchanging helpless glances at her. Surely, they could not leave her to spend the night on the couch? "Let me handle this," a weak voice emerged from Hao's lips. In the present day, only by cultivating the Firecloud and possessing the body of Supreme Yang could he reach Little Wing. With the assistance of Z, he made his way to Little Wing's side. One hand nestled under her armpit, while the other supported her knee, attempting to lift her in a princess carry. Yet, in his current state, where would he find the strength? Conan and Nolan exchanged a glance, placing a hand on Hao's back. In this space where spiritual energy was scarce, it was the only way to help Hao recover quickly. At long last, Hao managed to carry Little Wing back to the bed, collapsing beside her in exhaustion, drifting into a deep slumber. Little Wing, feeling as though she had found a great source of warmth, embraced Hao tightly, unwilling to let him go. Conan, who had initially intended to move Hao, had no choice but to relent, knowing that a furious outburst awaited him come dawn. A night devoid of dreams passed, and Little Wing's body temperature finally returned to normal. Upon waking in the morning, she beheld Hao's haggard face right before her, realizing she had slept while holding him. Just as Little Wing was about to rouse him, she noticed the wound on his neck, recalling the events of the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush. Gently, she rose to cover him with the blanket before leaving the room. It was her actions that had led to Hao's current state. How could she maintain a stern demeanor and send him away? Softly shutting the door, she proceeded to Hao's room, lying down on the bed and surrendering to sleep, the fatigue from last night's turmoil weighing heavily upon her. Chapter 143. He was actually here when Little Wing awoke once more. It was already 10 in the morning. Seeing his sister emerge from Hao's room, Conan sighed, realizing the truth. Indeed, his sister must harbor unusual feelings for Hao. Concerned, he pondered what if Hao was not the one for her. Handing a warm cup of milk to Little Wing, he suggested, "Let me accompany you to see Chishio. This situation cannot persist." Chishio was originally Little Wing's medical mentor, responsible for her health in the heavenly realm. Their father and mother, worried for Little Wing, had commanded him to accompany her. "No need," Little Wing replied after taking a sip of milk. She had no desire to seek out Chishio, having already surmised a bit about the frequent recurrences of her condition. If Chishio examined her, he would undoubtedly uncover the truth, and their doting parents would insist she return home immediately out of concern. Moreover, even if she were to go, she did not wish for Conan to accompany her. She preferred that he remained unaware. Nolan chimed in, "Little Wing, you should go see him. It cannot be delayed any longer." Little Wing bowed her head, silently sipping her milk, not offering a response. "Let us go together today, Little Wing." A well-rested Hao approached, stating, "I need to visit Chishio to retrieve some blood-replenishing pills. Otherwise, should a similar incident occur, my life may be at stake. I'm truly sorry for last night." I lost control unintentionally. There won't be a next time. Little Wing expressed regret regarding the previous night's incident as mere happenstance. If you genuinely feel remorseful, then let us go see him, how you urged. With that, he took his leave. Little Wing's brow furrowed in thought before she finally acquiesced. Fine, I will go. But my brother must not accompany me. Long will be with me. Nolan nodded in agreement. Conan gazed at Xiao Yi's face, letting out a sigh. All right. Xiao Yi's reluctance to let him go must stem from some underlying reason, concerned. He could only sneak away. After a thorough examination, Qi Xiu suggested, if possible, I urge you to return to the celestial realm immediately. The venom from the goo is manifesting more frequently, with each episode lasting longer and causing greater pain. One reason for this is the overwhelming nature of the laws of this dimension. The power you can absorb is minimal, making it impossible for you to withstand it alone. On the other hand, the proximity between the mother goo and the child goo is increasingly close. This signifies what? Nolan's expression shifted dramatically. Could it really be that fortuitous? Indeed. It was as Xiaoyi nodded slightly, exhaling a sigh. Now, her suspicions were corroborated by Qi Xiu's words, confirming his existence. Perhaps, the sensation she experienced back then was indeed him. Hey, don't act impulsively. A voice suddenly interrupted from outside. It was Hao Yu trying to restrain the furious Conan. Conan forcefully pushed the door open, his gaze fixated on Qi Xiu, demanding, are you implying that the World Destroyer is here as well? Yes, Qi Xiu confirmed with a nod. Where is he? I want to kill him. Xiao Yi interjected, brother, please remain calm. It is precisely for this reason that I wish you wouldn't come. I am fine. I can endure that pain, it won't kill me. However, time after time, the melodious ringtone once again interrupted Conan's words. Hello, who is it? Speak quickly, or I'll hang up. Conan answered the call. What's wrong, Kudo? I haven't provoked you, have I? Hugo, appearing bewildered, innocently inquired, as he believed he hadn't wronged Conan. It's Hattori. Is there something you need? Conan took a deep breath and asked. You must have visited that old gentleman's grandson, right? Hugo continued. Tell me, what was the outcome? Indeed, Conan nodded. We have gathered substantial information from that old gentleman's grandson and his friend, including a photograph. A photograph? Hugo exclaimed in surprise. Yes, a photograph, Conan continued. It captured not only the young Hondo Iu but also his father in the background. Well done, Kudo. Hugo expressed with delight. Send me the photograph. Have you seen that person? As Conan sent the photograph, he replied, I don't recognize him. Furthermore, that grandson's friend inadvertently overheard a conversation between that man and his partner, mentioning something about going underwater soon. His partner encouraged him to be cautious and similar sentiments. Speaking of going underwater, one might think of diving or something similar. Moreover, the grandson's friend heard the old gentleman mention that the individual was merely an ordinary company employee, leading him to believe he was engaged in recreational diving. That person is employed by company. Was he truly just an ordinary company employee? Conan harbored doubts. Could that company be? Hugo pondered, making a guess. Unknown. Is that company the one we envision, or does it simply refer to an ordinary company? Conan continued, noting that the elderly gentleman seemed to share a deep rapport with that individual, often engaging in lengthy discussions well into the night after closing. Coupled with the old man's obsession with deduction, it is conceivable that he gleaned some significant information from their conversations. Perhaps the elderly gentleman himself has realized that he is indeed a member of the company we speculate about. Heiji cautiously interjected, suggesting that if that were the case, it might be prudent to remain inactive and observe developments for the time being. What would you do in such a situation? Would you take that approach? Listening to their exchange, Xiaoyi scoffed, questioning the notion of remaining passive. If it were my call, I would certainly plunge headfirst into action without hesitation, she retorted. No, wait. I shouldn't get carried away just because Heiji mentioned it. Hattori, let us not forget that we are akin to one another. Xiaoyi exchanged a glance with Conan and added, naturally, we should delve as deeply as possible until our insatiable curiosity is thoroughly satisfied. With an abrupt and discordant sound, the conversation came to an end. Having skipped breakfast, Xiaoyi and Hao Yu felt the pangs of hunger. Subsequently, the four bid farewell to Akihiro and made their way to a newly opened hamburger joint near the hospital. Ingyu, you're here too. Nolan greeted upon spotting Ingyu at the end of the corridor. Ingyu turned at the sound and took a few steps back, exclaiming, Nolan, Xiaoyi. In his momentary distraction, he collided with a patient seated in a wheelchair and fell to the ground, causing the photograph he held to slip from his grasp. Are you all right? Hao Yu approached, extending a hand in inquiry. Yes, I should be fine, Ingyu replied as he rose to his feet. Accustomed to falling, he brushed it off, but he was puzzled by their presence. What brings you here? We came to get some medicine. Observing the individual in the photograph, Xiaoyi sighed internally, realizing that upon learning of Reina's hospitalization, he had been inquiring everywhere about her. To feign ignorance, Xiaoyi picked up the photo and remarked, "Oh, isn't this the immensely popular female broadcaster, Mizuno Reina, who is currently on break?" "Indeed," Conan affirmed as he approached Xiaoyi, "though she appears younger in this picture." "No, that is my sister," Yu replied with a hint of urgency. "Your sister? The broadcaster is your sister?" Chapter 144, Sister Reina? Not quite. Although they bear a resemblance, they are not the same person. Their names are entirely different, and my sister ran away from home 10 years ago. That is why I have been showing this photograph around. Yu shook his head in explanation. Nolan, puzzled, inquired, "But why seek her at the hospital?" "Because my sister often mentioned that she wanted to become a nurse when she grew up," Yu replied as he took the photograph back. "Moreover, the hospital is a place she has visited many times." "Visited many times?" Xiaoyi questioned, intrigued. "In my childhood, I was not only prone to confusion but also frail and frequently ill, necessitating my sister to escort me to the hospital. I vividly recall a particular incident when he sustained an injury to his leg and was taken to the hospital. As my sister gently caressed his wounded leg, she imparted the wisdom, 'The heavens have graciously bestowed upon us this precious blood to share. We must cherish it dearly.' Ultimately, it was predominantly my sister who donated blood to him." With a touch of melancholy, he recounted, "Not long before my sister vanished, I suffered a severe injury. In that moment, she selflessly donated a significant amount of her blood to me. Much of the blood coursing through my veins now is hers. Each heartbeat reminds me of her love. Yet, upon my discharge from the hospital, she had mysteriously disappeared. This implies that during my hospitalization, a significant event transpired, compelling Reina to leave my side." "How you jested. Could it be that she was worried all her blood would end up being donated to you?" This remark elicited an immediate eye roll. "Though I remain unaware of the reason behind my sister's departure, my heart longs to find her and express my heartfelt gratitude. My continued existence is owed to her protection, and I fervently wish to reunite with her." Conan, resting his chin on his hand, inquired, "Is there a possibility that your sister is the same person as Mizuno Reina? Otherwise, why would his previous actions lead them to believe they were searching for Reina?" "It should not be," he replied, shaking his head in dissent. "Why not?" Xiaoyi leaned closer, her eyes twinkling. "Because she needs to maintain a low profile while appearing frequently on television. With such a striking resemblance, how could they not be the same person, Brother Yu?" The sudden enlargement of her face startled him, prompting him to step back and dismiss her with a wave. "However, I have a plan." Nolan suddenly recalled an important detail and kindly suggested, "Lan's father has a friend who is an avid fan of Mizuno Reina. I heard that he has recorded numerous videos about her. If we were to borrow them and scrutinize them closely, we might discern whether they are indeed the same person. Additionally, if you show him that photograph, he might be able to identify if it is Mizuno Reina." "All right." Upon hearing Nolan's words, Yu gazed at the photograph in his hand, his anticipation palpable. "Let us go at once." "Not so fast," Xiaoyi retorted, rolling her eyes at Yu. "We must eat first. I am absolutely famished. A mere glass of milk is hardly sufficient." Yu nodded in agreement. Thus, they all ventured to a nearby burger joint. While Xiaoyi and the others dined, Nolan unearthed a phone number and dialed it. "Hello," a deep voice emanated from the other end of the line. "Greetings, I am Nolan, a friend of Ran Muri, daughter of Muri Kagoro. I apologize for the intrusion. May I ask if this is Mr. Ano's residence?" Woof woof. Suddenly, a dog barked, indicating that the individual owned a dog. "My apologies, is this Mr. Ano's home?" Nolan continued. "You've dialed the wrong number." The person hastily replied before abruptly hanging up. "How strange. Did I perhaps misdial?" Nolan was quite perplexed. It shouldn't be the case, right? After dialing again, she said, "Hello, this is Adagawa Nolan. Why is it you again?" The other party shouted, causing Nolan to instinctively pull the phone away from her ear, nearly deafened by the volume. "Did I not mention that you had the wrong number?" The call was abruptly disconnected. Gazing at the number on her phone, Nolan felt bewildered. Had she truly misremembered? Or was it possible that Mr. Ano had moved? She sent a message to her father and learned that the number was indeed correct. Moreover, they had met recently, and he was unaware of any move by Ano. Her father ultimately provided her with an address, the location of Ano's family home, which was conveniently not far from them. After finishing dinner, Xiaoyi and the others decided to pay a visit. Upon ringing the doorbell and stating their purpose, Ms. Ano responded with confusion. "What did you say?" "My son has moved." "That can't be true. I just spoke with him on the phone. He mentioned he had a cold yesterday, and his voice sounded strange, which is why he canceled his trip for the next few days." At that moment, she had called his landline. "Ah, right." Ms. Ano suddenly remembered. Could it be that he changed his phone number? Impossible. I called the landline. Nolan shook her head. Ms. Ano, unsure of the reason, fell silent for 2 or 3 seconds before stating, well, I have something very important to attend to. I must go to the bank. At this revelation, Xiaoyi and Conan exchanged glances, realizing, could it be that your son is in some sort of trouble? Ms. Ano's expression shifted slightly. Did he perhaps mention that he didn't want anyone to know about this issue? So he wished for you not to discuss it with anyone? Ms. Ano lowered her head, contemplating, then finally admitted, to be honest, my son has been defrauded by his partner, who absconded with funds intended for a new venture. If the transfer isn't completed today, the entire company will collapse. I just learned of this news and wanted to consult with his father, but he was worried about time, which only heightened Ms. Ano's urgency. Her speech accelerating. That must involve a substantial amount of money. Is it possible to transfer such a large sum at once? How you inquired? He told me to inform the bank staff that it was for the urgent turnover of funds for the new business, Ms. Ano replied. What kind of company could it be? You asked. Perhaps it is a specialty store for Mizuna Rina's merchandise or an online shop, Nolan speculated. She isn't very popular at the moment, and online shopping is quite in vogue. The mention of the latter piqued the interest of the two. No, it's not quite like that. However, the trend aspect is indeed correct, Xiaoyi confidently remarked. What he is currently engaged in is quite fashionable. He is busy with his new venture. Why would he have time to plan a trip? If it were a social obligation, how could it be so easily cancelled? Conan added. Furthermore, he mentioned that he changed his number due to a broken phone. Wouldn't changing numbers at such a busy and critical time cause considerable inconvenience? How you nodded in agreement, asserting that indeed, it was essential to inform both work partners and business clients. Could it be due to an abundance of nuisance calls? You speculated. Chapter 145. Scam calls and discussing nuisance calls. Ms. Ano recalled a troubling incident. Not long ago, she frequently received silent calls with no one on the line, and her home had also been burglarized. Fortunately, her son had a habit of keeping valuable items with him, so nothing was stolen during that incident. Ms. Ano glanced at her watch, her anxiety palpable as she exclaimed, we can discuss this later. If I don't go to the bank soon, it will be too late. Wait, let me finish, Ko Wing interjected, analyzing the situation. The intruder's primary motive wasn't theft, but rather the installation of a listening device. The silent calls were likely to ascertain whether anyone was at home. With the device, they could mimic your son's voice and tone, while also tracking his whereabouts, especially since he was away on a trip these past few days. But my son clearly called to say that this trip has been cancelled. He is home now. Ms. Ano expressed her skepticism towards Ko Wing's claims. Conan fixed his gaze on Ms. Ano, questioning, so, was the person who called you truly your son? The implication stirred doubt within Ms. Ano's mind. She was no longer entirely certain. It should be him, though his voice sounded peculiar, but he had a cold. Besides, the call came from our landline. And there was the sound of our dog barking. Every time we talk on the phone, that dog barks. But isn't it even more difficult to distinguish a dog's bark from a human voice? They could easily bring in a similar dog, or simply play a recording. Ko Wing continued. Such elaborate efforts to convince you that the caller was your son seem suspicious. Wait a minute. Are you suggesting this is a call from a scam organization? Nolan grasped the situation. The caller pretended to be Ms. Ano's son, urging her to send money immediately. But Yu hesitated. The criminal went to Mr. Ano's house to use the landline, so the caller ID would display Ano's name. Plus, they orchestrated the dog's barking and feigned a cold. Ms. Ano would never suspect anyone else. How you concurred with Nolan's analysis. That explains why when Lanjia called, the person insisted she had dialed the wrong number. Ko Wing added. The caller was solely focused on waiting for Ms. Ano's call. They wouldn't bother mimicking Mr. Ano to deceive others. Exactly. They wanted me to wire the money and then immediately call them. Ms. Ano nodded in understanding. This way, they could quickly inform their accomplices lurking near the bank to seize the money just withdrawn by Ms. Ano, then escape, Conan elaborated. The timing of the call was deliberately chosen to leave you with no time to think, thereby enhancing the chances of a successful scam. You were forbidden from consulting others, even your father, for fear of revealing the truth. The same rationale applied when you were instructed to claim that the funds were for business at the bank. Recently, this method of deception has become quite prevalent. The perpetrator feigned a broken phone and a new number to prevent your aunt from contacting her son, who was traveling. Therefore, one could ascertain the legitimacy of the situation by immediately dialing Mr. Ano's original number. Little Wing remarked. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Mano promptly made the call, only to be met with a chilling female voice on the line. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. How could this be? Little Wing exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the receiver. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, may I ask where your son is traveling? to Sato in Niigata. He was supposed to return home by 7 p.m. today. Mrs. Ano expressed her growing concern over her uncontactable son. 7 o'clock. Generally, the journey from Sato to Tokyo involves taking a ferry to Niigata, which takes about an hour, followed by a Shinkansen to Tokyo, approximately 2.5 hours. Finally, he would return home from the Shinkansen. By this reasoning, he is likely still on the ferry now, where he might not have service. I never anticipated that the criminals had calculated this detail as well. Mrs. Ano glanced at the time with urgency. I must go to the bank. There are only 10 minutes left. Aunt, you absolutely cannot go. You are being overly persistent, disbelieving little Wing's assertions due to the lack of contact with her son. She declared, if I cannot raise the 10 million today, my son said he would have no choice but to resort to loan sharks, and that would be irreparable. In the blink of an eye, the 10 minutes elapsed, and the Mahana Central Bank closed its doors. By 3 o'clock, the individual who had not received a call made another attempt, only to learn. What? It's too late to transfer the money. Yes. I was delayed due to unexpected guests. I apologize, Mrs. Ano replied, her voice laced with regret. Did I not tell you to act swiftly? The recipient of the call, infuriated, cursed under his breath and shouted, you should have gone to transfer the money immediately after receiving my call. How about this, mother? I have some personal savings. You can use that for now, Mrs. Ano suggested. Personal savings? How much? The man probed eagerly, as if grasping at a lifeline. Approximately 2 million. I saved this for emergencies like these. It should be on its way now. I have also included the password. Mrs. Ano continued as she walked. Very well. I will check immediately. With the prospect of funds available, the man feigned an apologetic demeanor, saying to Mrs. Ano, I am sorry for raising my voice earlier, mother. He quickly hung up the phone and rushed out the door. Upon opening the door, he was confronted by 5 individuals, their expressions filled with indignation. Clearly Mrs. Ano, Ayu, Hiroshi, Conan, and Little Wing, who were anxiously glancing back and forth, at a loss for what to do. Ms. Ano closed her phone and fixed her gaze on the individual before her, demanding, who exactly are you? It was not the loathsome stammerer who realized the jig was up, as he shoved the dog he was cradling toward Ms. Ano, and forcefully pushed his way past Hao-yu and Conan, who willingly stepped aside. At the corner, Ran was waiting, and with a swift spinning kick, she effortlessly incapacitated the assailant. The police had been awaiting their arrival downstairs, and the accomplices lurking in the bank were also apprehended. Thus, Xiaoi and her companions took refuge in Mr. Ano's home until his return that evening. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find unfamiliar faces in his abode alongside his mother. Mother? What brings you here? He exclaimed in surprise. Ms. Ano briefly recounted the events that had transpired, leaving Mr. Ano even more astonished. Encountered a scam syndicate? They wanted you to wire money? Indeed. We owe our gratitude to these children. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous, Ms. Ano expressed, gesturing toward Xiaoi and the others. Hello, I am Idagawa Nolan, a friend of Mori Ran. She has spoken of you, Nolan said with a gentle smile. Mori? Mr. Ano recalled, inquired, but why have you returned here? We came to seek your assistance, uncle. There are matters we wish to discuss with you, Xiaoi replied, producing the photograph of Ayu's sister that he had given her earlier. We would like you to take a look at this. Chapter 146. Incompatible blood types. Mr. Ano accepted the photograph, examining it for a moment before stating, from any angle, this is undoubtedly a picture of Reina in her youth. Nolan glanced at Ayu and asked, so she is Ayu's sister? Ah, you are Reina's brother, Mr. Ano exclaimed, gazing at Ayu, comparing the photograph as he remarked, in that case, your eyes truly resemble Reina's. Might I trouble you for her autograph? I'm afraid not. I actually believe that the news anchor Mizuna Reina and my sister are not the same person, Ayu replied, shaking his head. He is searching for his runaway sister. And we think they are the same person, but he does not, Hao-yu explained. How could that be? Your sister must be Mizuna Reina herself, as a super fan. I can assure you, Mr. Ano insisted. However, I recall that when Reina first debuted, her hairstyle closely resembled that of the person in this photograph, Mr. Ano stated. Retrieving a box of videotapes. After watching this, you should have clarity. It was a recording of a news anchor program that propelled her popularity. The footage was shrouded in thick black smoke, depicting the aftermath of an explosion at a chemical plant. This is the current scene. It resembles a battlefield. The explosion occurred suddenly at the chemical factory. Although the details are not yet fully confirmed, the casualty count may exceed 100. The injured are being urgently transported to nearby hospitals for treatment. During our interview, we found ourselves amidst the chaos of an explosion that ignited a fire. I, too, was caught in the turmoil and sustained minor injuries. Accompanied by Reina's reporting, the wailing sirens of ambulances echoed in the background. Is there anyone with type AB blood? We are running short. a nurse urgently called out behind Reina. Upon hearing this, Reina handed the microphone to the cameraman and said, "I apologize, I am type AB. I must go." She abandoned the live broadcast and rushed toward the nurse, declaring, "I am AB blood type." "Really?" the nurse exclaimed with joy, but then noticed Reina's injured arm and expressed concern. "But you are hurt." "It's all right. My vitality is quite robust," Reina reassured her without hesitation. "Very well, please follow me." The nurse guided Reina inside. The scene concluded there. Look at that. Isn't it remarkable that despite her own injuries, she selflessly donated blood to others? Such benevolence is truly hard to feign, Mr. Anno reminisced. In fact, during the interview at the factory, Reina's arm was severely injured and required several stitches. It was said that she fainted after donating blood and ultimately needed a transfusion herself. "What do you think, Ayu?" asked Koyuki. "No," Ayu replied firmly. Throughout, Ayu remained convinced that his sister was not Reina. Understanding that pursuing this line of thought was futile, Koyuki bid farewell to Mr. Anno and returned home. Previously, Ayu's sister had mentioned she could share her blood with others. This led Ayu to deduce that his blood type must be O, which can be universally donated. Generally, blood is transfused between individuals of the same type, but in emergencies where a significant volume of blood is required and no matching type is available, type O blood is utilized. However, type O individuals can only receive O blood. If his sister had previously donated blood to him, she should also be type O. Yet, in the footage, she identified herself as type AB and later required a transfusion. If she were indeed type O but falsely claimed to be AB for some reason, the blood she received would have been AB, which is impossible. Thus, it appears that Ayu's sister and Mizunashi Reina are indeed two distinct individuals. Of course, these are merely Koyuki's speculations. She remained unaware of the actual blood types involved. Returning to the matter at hand, "Ayu, what is your blood type?" Hiroshi inquired. "I believe it is type O," Ayu responded, adding, "though I don't quite remember. If you wish, you could accompany me tomorrow to find out." He explained that he and his mother had previously stayed with a very caring family, and they had now contacted him to retrieve his mother's belongings, which included a parent-child handbook. "It's at the Okadera residence in Kyopo Town, Block 3. The Okadera residence in Kyopo Town, Block 3? Conan recalled an email he had received earlier and remarked, "What a coincidence. Let us go together tomorrow. My elder brother Shinichi has received a commission from that family, requiring us to pay a visit. It seems that a year ago, their only son was murdered in an astonishingly horrific manner. To this day, the perpetrator remains at large. Hence, they have entrusted Shinichi to reinvestigate the case, and since he is abroad, we have taken on this task." After parting ways with Ayu, I returned home and called Judy to provide a brief overview of the situation. This young man has a sister who bears an uncanny resemblance to Reina, which left Judy somewhat incredulous. Indeed, I reminded her, and he appears to be aware that Mizuno Reina was injured and hospitalized during the previous incident. Thus, he has been scouring various hospitals in search of her whereabouts, and he might even visit that particular hospital. There is no need for further elaboration, as Judy comprehended that we simply need to conceal the past. There should be no issues, currently. Only a few select doctors and nurses at the central hospital are privy to Reina's situation. However, I was genuinely taken aback to learn that Mizuno Reina has a brother. "I'm not entirely certain," I replied, "but they likely do not share the same blood type. Perhaps the Black organization deliberately arranged for Reina to resemble Ayu's sister, motivated by some connection to Ayu's father." "What does that imply? Who is that young man's father?" Judy inquired. "At present, I am equally in the dark, but the only information I possess is that he may be a member of a so-called company. I urged them to investigate, yet there has been no news thus far." The mention of the company immediately sparked recognition in Judy, who is part of the FBI. "This is merely speculation. He has never stated it outright." "Well, no one would openly admit it. Are you all right? Is it prudent to delve into such dangerous matters?" Judy expressed her concern, still unaware of my true identity. "Thus far, there have been no issues," I assured her. "Could you confirm one thing for me? What is Mizuno Reina's blood type?" "AB positive, RH positive," Judy replied. "We will dispatch someone to investigate her father. Please exercise caution and avoid stepping into hazardous territories." "Understood. Goodbye, Judy. Next, we must verify Ayu's blood type tomorrow. Simultaneously, we need to ascertain Ayu's intentions regarding Reina. Furthermore, if this continues, Ayu might also become a target. The Black organization, determined to locate Reina, is likely growing increasingly desperate. I surmise that Jin can no longer afford delays. He must genuinely seek her whereabouts, making discovery inevitable. Although Ayu is presumably unaware of the Black organization's machinations, it is unwise to allow him to meet Reina. He may have already been manipulated. Chapter 147. The The case from last year. The following day, Conan, and Ayu set out for the Ahira residence. Along the way, Ayu mentioned that his mother had once worked there as a maid. Xiaoyi inquired, what were brother Ayu's father and sister doing at that time? Mother mentioned that father was working in Osaka, while sister was studying abroad alone, returning home during holidays. However, father only came back during the new year. Afterward, mother passed away due to illness, and father took me to Osaka for a while. But soon after, he said he had to work abroad and left me to stay with a family friend. He would send me some pocket money every month. Ayu responded, it's been a long time, hasn't it? 10 years already? We've all grown so much. Madame Ohira stepped outside to greet Ayu, saying, I have organized your mother's belongings. Please come in with your friend. She then turned to the new maid, Kikyo, instructing, Kikyo, kindly show them the way. Yes, madam, Kikyo replied respectfully. This is Kikyo, the maid I hired after your mother. Though she may seem a bit rough around the edges, she possesses a kind heart. As soon as the lady finished speaking, Conan interjected, hello, I am Idagawa Conan. Shinichi entrusted me to inquire about certain matters. Is it Kudo Shinichi? Please follow me. I will take you to the master's study. Kikyo led them to the living room as instructed by the lady. Xiaoyi and Ayu followed Kikyo to the living room, where Ayu retrieved a parent-child handbook from the bag Kikyo had handed him, which clearly stated that Ayu has type O blood. Kikyo slightly bent forward, apologizing, I'm sorry. That bag is a bit damaged, but I never expected it to be there. The lady recognized it as belonging to a former maid who had worked here, which is why she sought you out. Moreover, today marks the first anniversary of Master Togo's passing, so the lady believes it is the master who has brought everyone together. The butler, Sagawa, approached and remarked, long time no see, Mr. Butler. It's been 10 years, but you seem unchanged. Ayu greeted him. No, it was my brother who worked here while you were around. 2 years ago today, I transitioned to another world due to a car accident, Sagawa replied. Meanwhile, in the cluttered study, Conan had gathered a significant amount of information. A year prior, Lord Ohira, the lady, Kikyo, and Sagawa were all watching a recorded video. It was during this time that Togo was drowned by the perpetrator in the family swimming pool. The police estimated the time of death to be between 9 and 10 in the evening. They had remained in the living room, watching the tape for 5 hours, from the start until midnight. This is a photo inadvertently capturing the discovery of my son's body. The Lord handed Conan a photo, which depicted Togo with his hands and feet bound, and tape over his mouth. How did you come to take this photo? And shouldn't this have been submitted to the police? Conan questioned, puzzled. The master explained. It was the following morning when Jiodai drained the pool and discovered his lifeless body, crying out in panic. At that moment, I was recording with my camera, and upon hearing her voice, I assumed she was merely trying to frighten us, fabricating a tale for effect. Thus, I paid her no mind and approached with the camera, inadvertently capturing my son's corpse. To my dismay, I soon realized he was truly dead, a sorrow that consumed me, causing me to forget the incident until I stumbled upon the footage recently. Understanding dawned on Conan as he continued. May I inquire if your son had any enemies? At that time, everyone was gathered, and their alibis were quite solid. Thus, Conan surmised that the perpetrator must have been an outsider, driven by vengeance. There is none outside. But within this house, there exists such a person, the master asserted resolutely. In truth, I believe my son was not killed by someone from outside, but rather by a heartless individual within this very household. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Conan inquired, intrigued, noting that everyone present had alibis. The master took a sip of coffee, firmly stating, I cannot explain why, but I am convinced it was someone in this house who took my son's life. During that critical time frame, did anyone leave the living room? Conan asked. The master reflected, no. Although someone did step out to use the restroom. The restroom is connected to the living room, and the window is too small for an adult to pass through. This revelation left Conan perplexed. So no one exited? Then why do you suspect one among them murdered your son? The master, at a loss for words, pointed to a photograph of his son, Togo, and remarked, look here. Togo's right hand is adorned with a white glove, is it not? That glove belonged to the former butler, who tragically perished 2 years ago on this very day when his car plunged off a cliff. Conan murmured softly, on this day 2 years ago, the former butler died. On this day last year, your son passed away. Is it merely coincidence? Moreover, 3 days after Togo's demise, I discovered the glove the former butler had worn on his left hand, the master said gravely. I believe someone harbors a grudge against the former butler. Wasn't he a victim of an accident? This statement surprised Conan. The master hesitated, unsure how to respond. At that moment, a girl named Xiaoyi, who had been listening from outside, entered and said, so, someone believes that the cliff accident was caused by you and your son. Therefore, On the anniversary of the former butler's death, the glove was placed on your son's right hand, and he was murdered, with the other glove left in the room for you to find, suggesting that you are the next target. Is that your theory? Ah, you have arrived, Conan said, turning to the two at the door. Be cautious. Eager yet often oblivious, Ayu, upon entering with the intention to greet, inadvertently collided with the vase placed at the entrance. As it teetered perilously on the edge of its stand, the master, filled with concern, rose and exclaimed, "No." Fortunately, with remarkable quickness, Koyuki caught the vase, allowing the master to exhale in relief. Ah, it's you, Ayu. The master approached, gently stroking the vase as he inspected it. I hear you have found your mother's relics. Yes, thanks to you. Ayu scratched his head. I'm really sorry about earlier. It's quite all right. Nothing was broken. The master reassured, withdrawing his hand and gazing at Ayu with a wistful sigh. Your mother was always an exceptional servant, meticulous in her work. With a smile ever present on her face. Chapter 148. The sound of despair. I truly apologize, Kikyo interjected, for I am neither meticulous nor cheerful. Indeed. Throughout their acquaintance, Koyuki had never witnessed her smile, not even a friendly grin. Her expression remained perpetually stern. Ah, I did not mean to target you, the master stammered, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Ayu sought to change the subject, but inadvertently recalled a sorrowful matter. I heard about young Lord Togo, yes. And that is why I wish to ask Kudo Shinichi for assistance in uncovering the identity of Togo's murderer, the master stated, directing his gaze towards Conan. I'm sorry, but Shinichi is currently abroad. However, rest assured, I will relay the situation to him in full detail, Conan fabricated with ease. Then, Sagawa, please escort Conan to the living room. Kikyo, I would like another cup of coffee. Also, summon the lady. I need her assistance in organizing the study. If you find yourselves with nothing to do, feel free to lend a hand. I have matters I wish to discuss with you both, the master instructed. In unison, they replied, yes, understood, master. Additionally, Sagawa, come here, the master beckoned Sagawa closer, gripping his ear in reprimand. How many times must I remind you to knock before entering my study? Why did you not inform our guests of this? Why yes, I'm sorry, Sagawa stammered, having momentarily forgotten, casting a glare at Koyuki as he spoke. Koyuki pouted, arms crossed behind her head, diverting her gaze, as if to dismiss the situation. What are you saying? The master wants me to help him organize the study? I refuse. He is perpetually nitpicking, complaining about every detail. The lady firmly declined, returning her attention to her book. Due to the path taken, it was Sagawa who was tasked with summoning the lady, yet upon hearing the request, he hesitated. But, my lady, before he could finish, she continued her complaints. Just like earlier, I merely wished to open the package containing the large book that arrived today. And he scolded me harshly, insisting I not touch anything before he had a chance to open it. To place that large book down, I needed to adjust the shelves. What I thought would be a simple task turned out to require moving all the books. Sagawa found himself at a loss for how to persuade the lady. How about this? I will assist you with the guests, and you can help the master tidy up, the lady suggested after a moment of contemplation. Sakekawa, unsure of how to respond, protested, but that is not feasible, and I still need to maintain young Master Togo's vehicle. I recall that car has scarcely been touched over the past 2 years. A slight delay in maintenance will not be detrimental, she remarked nonchalantly. The study will be left in your capable hands. Rising from her seat, she beckoned to the three. This way, please. Upon entering the living room, the lady reminisced. That day, the master, the butler, the maid, and I gathered here to watch a 2-year-old video recording from our travels abroad. We watched for a continuous 5 hours. Why didn't your son join us? Little Wing inquired, perplexed. If he had, perhaps he wouldn't have perished, he mused. Perhaps he wished to avoid my presence. The lady replied, in truth, I am not his biological mother. He is the child of the master's late wife. Little Wing and Conan exchanged glances, their understanding deepening. As they paced the living room, they became increasingly convinced of their impeccable alibis. Meanwhile, Ayu engaged in conversation with the lady, unexpectedly broaching the subject of his past severe injury. This led to the revelation that Ayu's sister had indeed donated blood to him. Could his sister truly be Reina? They pondered. It's not as if she is a mere doppelganger or a mere projection of his soul. How could they look so alike without undergoing cosmetic surgery? Both Little Wing and Conan found themselves unable to grasp the situation fully. Madam, may we visit the swimming pool? Conan inquired. The lady glanced out the window. But it is raining at present. That is of no concern, he assured her. At that moment, Kikuya strolled past with a plastic bag, prompting the lady to call out. Kikuya, have you been outside? Yes, I went to replenish the cream for the coffee, Kikuya confirmed with a nod. The lady approached her, saying, "Could you please escort everyone to the pool? I will deliver the coffee to the master." "Certainly, no problem," Kikuya replied. And the lady took the cream before heading to the kitchen. Kikuya then guided Little Wing and the others to the poolside. "It's rather filthy," Little Wing remarked, observing the pool covered in moss. "It hasn't been cleaned since young Master Togo's incident," Kikuya explained. Ayu approached the pool, reaching for the railing. "How nostalgic. I used to spend so much time in this pool," he exclaimed. However, as he lost his grip, he stumbled and fell, thankfully not into the water, though his clothes became thoroughly soaked. Conan helped him to his feet, exasperated. Honestly, how can one be so careless in such a place? Consequently, the group retreated indoors. Upon learning of the incident, the lady retrieved Togo's clothing for Ayu to change into, while Kikuya took the wet clothes for washing. Ayu found that Togo's attire fit him surprisingly well, suggesting that Togo had a rather slender physique. When Shikuyo returned, the lady spoke to her, saying, "I did not see any coffee when I went to the kitchen just now." "No, I distinctly placed the coffee in the coffee machine before I left," Shikuyo asserted. "Sekigawa." The lady called to Sekigawa, who was passing by Shikuyo. "Did you see the coffee left in the kitchen?" "No," Sekigawa replied, shaking his head. Could it be that the master, having waited too long, went to fetch it himself? Shikuyo speculated. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Something had shattered, seemingly from the master's study. Shikuyo and Sekigawa hurried to investigate. Conan conjectured, could it be that vase? Impossible. Ayu disagreed vehemently. Uncle has always cherished that vase. It is worth 50 million. Thunder rumbled ominously, plunging the room into darkness as all the lights extinguished. Could it be a power outage? "Do not open the door," the master shouted hoarsely, eyeing the slightly lowered doorknob. When Koyuki and the others rushed over at the sound, they saw the master suspended in midair, his body swaying. "Husband," the lady exclaimed, dashing towards the study. Shikuyo grabbed her, saying, "Madam, there are shards of the vase on the floor." Thud. As their balance faltered, both women fell to the ground. Just before they hit the floor, Koyuki caught a glimpse of several books arranged neatly on the ground. At that moment, the lights flickered back on. "Quick, lower him," Conan shouted. Due to his height, he immediately stacked several books on top of each other to stand on and began to untie the knot. Meanwhile, Sekigawa lifted the master, ensuring his neck was no longer in contact with the rope, and the master was still breathing. "Strange, why can't I untie it? It's all sticky," Conan remarked while working on the knot. After calling the police and requesting an ambulance, Koyuki surveyed the study, crouching beside the shattered vase, noticing water stains around its mouth. Officer Muguru and Officer Takagi soon arrived, with Takagi regretfully stating, "I'm sorry, but your husband passed away on the way to the hospital. It was too late for rescue." The lady fell to her knees, weeping. Shikuyo handed her a box of tissues. "If possible, we have a few questions we need to ask you," Muguru inquired. "Who was the first to discover this situation?" The lady composed herself and replied, "The first to discover my husband was Chikuyo and Sekigawa." She handed the used tissue to Chikuyo. "Yes," Sekigawa confirmed. "Initially, we heard something shatter from the study. We came over to investigate together, knocked on the door several times. But the master did not respond." Chikuyo placed the tissue in her left pocket, saying, "Since we knocked several times and called out to the master without a reply, I thought to open the door and check." Upon hearing the Lord's urgent shouts from within, imploring us not to open the door, "Did you indeed comply?" Takagi inquired. "Naturally. I did, as I was concerned for the Lord's well-being," Kikyo replied. Upon opening the door, we discovered the Lord suspended in midair. Megure then posed the question, "Given the current circumstances, we can only classify this as suicide. Do you know if he had any motives for such an act? Were there any signs preceding this event?" "I do not know," Kikyo shook her head. However, Sagawa recalled something. Not long ago, the Lord mentioned he had something to discuss with everyone and requested our presence in the study. Could it be that he was troubled by something at that time? But why would he take his life before even addressing us? Takagi pondered. The lady speculated. Perhaps he felt that discussing it would be futile? Conan looked at the three of them and remarked, "While it may seem somewhat impolite, I believe the Lord did not trust anyone in this household. To him, this case is far from simple." At that moment, the autopsy report was released, and Takagi, glancing at the findings, expressed his confusion. Inside his stomach, in addition to coffee, there were traces of sleeping pills. "Coffee." Megure turned to the table behind him and asked, "Why are there 2 cups? One is mine," Conan stated. "Sleeping pills?" Little Wing exclaimed. If it were merely suicide, why would he ingest sleeping pills before hanging himself? The questions in Conan and Little Wing's minds multiplied. Why was there adhesive applied to the knot of the rope? What about the sleeping pills? If it was indeed suicide, where did the Lord stand to end his life? If he was on the vase, upon hearing it shatter, Why did he still manage to shout so loudly for us not to open the door? Moreover, why the insistence on keeping the door shut? And how does this relate to the incident involving Togo from a year ago? Little Wing's attention was drawn to a bloodstained book. The title was The Murderer from the Underworld. The book lay directly beneath the lamp, almost exactly at the location where the Lord hung. Seeing Little Wing fixated on the book, Takagi picked it up and pointed at the bloodstains, saying, "Could this possibly be the last message before death? Perhaps that is why Little Wing appeared so entranced." Numerous drops of blood fell upon the words Underworld, and in the blank space in the middle, there were bloodstains resembling two characters from hiragana, which when connected, could be directly translated as Underworld Calendar. However, that section could also be interpreted as the hiragana character for or. If this is indeed a message of death, then your lord was slain by a heartless individual within this very house. Officer Magyar fixed his gaze on the trio, sternly asking, "Where were you three and what were you doing before the lord's demise?" The lady spoke first. "I took Conan and the others to the living room. Afterward, intending to take them to the swimming pool, I noticed it was raining outside, so I asked Kikyo, who happened to be passing by with some purchases, to escort them to the pool. I myself was preparing to bring coffee to the lord. However, when I went to the kitchen, I did not see any coffee. As I was tasked by the master to prepare his coffee, I discovered that the cream was depleted, prompting me to venture to a nearby supermarket for replenishment. In doing so, Judai retrieved the receipt from her left pocket, affirming that it was indeed recent. This indicates that someone seized the opportunity to add sleeping pills to the coffee while Judai was away, subsequently serving it to the master, Conan deduced. However, he sensed something amiss. Upon hearing Conan's words, all eyes turned towards Sagawa, for during that interval, only Sagawa's actions remained unaccounted for. Aware of the suspicion cast upon him, Sagawa quickly defended himself, asserting, "It was not I. I did not serve the coffee. At that time, I was engaged in maintaining young Master Togo's vehicle. After completing the maintenance, I entered the parlor where the lady and the guests were present. Soon after, the sound of a vase shattering echoed through the air. Indeed, when the vase fell, we were all in the parlor," confirmed Koyuki. "Then, who exactly is this young Master Togo?" Takagi inquired. Young Master Togo was the master's son, tragically murdered a year ago at the family pool, Judai elucidated. Koyuki roamed the study in search of new clues and ultimately discovered a small damp patch on the carpet beneath the table. Dipping her hand into it and inhaling deeply, she discerned the scent of coffee. However, the table was pristine, devoid of any signs of a spilled beverage. Was it wiped clean by someone? Koyuki pondered. Magyar questioned. "But what of this pile of books on the floor? Were you conducting a thorough cleaning?" "Not at all," the lady clarified. "The large format books ordered by the master arrived today. To accommodate them, he had to move the shelves, thus placing the books on the floor." "Then which particular large book is it?" Magyar continued. The lady glanced about, pointing to the closest large book near the entrance, stating, "It is that one." "Why was a newly arrived book placed there?" Takagi queried, perplexed. Could it be part of some elaborate scheme? Ayu speculated, with his presence previously unnoticed. Takagi only recognized Ayu when he spoke. "I recall your name is Hondo Ayu, but what brings you here?" "My mother was once a maid here. I came today to retrieve some of her belongings, which include a photograph," Ayu replied, reaching into his pocket only to find it empty. "Ah, I forgot I changed clothes recently. I did not see the photograph in the pockets while doing laundry," Judai remarked. "What? How could this be?" Ayu exclaimed, aghast. "That photograph cannot be lost." Reflecting, he wondered, could it have fallen out during my earlier tumble? Koyuki suggested, "Let us go and check. I will accompany you." She wished to revisit the pool, as did Conan. The three of them made their way to the poolside, where they soon spotted the photograph, prompting Ayu to breathe a sigh of relief. It had not been lost after all. He set the umbrella aside and descended. Conan, holding the umbrella, strolled slowly along the edge of the pool. "Be careful, don't bump into Xiao-Yi," he began, but before he could finish, Ing Yu slipped and fell flat on his back. Xiao-Yi, one hand on his forehead, exhaled in exasperation. "I hadn't even finished speaking, and you've already fallen. Just hand me the photo." "All right," Ing Yu replied, rising to his feet, tiptoeing to extend the photograph to Xiao-Yi. In that fleeting moment, Conan, observing from the side, fixated on the tip of Ing Yu's nose and the water stains on the pool wall behind him. Suddenly, a confident smile graced his lips. He realized, so that is how it is, there is this method too. Noticing the change in Conan, Xiao-Yi reflected on the recent events while taking the water-soaked photo Ing Yu had brought over and carefully drying it with a napkin before tucking it into his pocket. He then offered another napkin to Ing Yu, saying, "Wipe yourself off. Honestly, you really should consider changing that scatterbrained personality of yours. Otherwise, even if you find your sister, She'll surely be put off. Not at all. I've always been a bit dim-witted and scatterbrained. It's not a new trait. I suppose my sister still thinks of me as her useless little brother. Ling Yuyi replied nonchalantly. With that, the three of them returned indoors. Along the way, Conan and Xiao continued to ponder the earlier events, retracing their thoughts and connecting the various clues. Eventually, they reached a realization. The one who ruthlessly murdered the master and Tatsuya was none other than her. Due to Ling Yui's clumsiness, he tripped again, soaking his clothes anew, so they decided he should change before proceeding, as his clothes needed to dry. While he changed, Conan noticed several scars on his chest. Back in the study, Mumu was holding the book, stating, "This must be the death message left by the owner of this mansion. But I have no idea what it means." He sought clues from it, but could not conceive any. If that truly is a death message, it indicates that the murderer is among us, right? The lady remarked, expressing her disbelief that a killer could exist among the three of them. Indeed, the one who brutally killed the master is among you, Xiao interjected as he entered. Let us reenact that method. Saying this, he pushed a cart piled with numerous books directly beneath where the master had hanged himself. He then stacked the books that had fallen to the ground upon the cart, reaching a height of nearly 1 meter. Conan first closed the door, then began to lean the remaining books against the cart's wheels, placing them one by one at the entrance. Simultaneously, he addressed Takagi. Officer Takagi, could you please take a seat on top? Be careful not to let the books scatter. Takagi complied. Conan swiftly arranged the books, using the large format book that had just arrived as the one closest to the door. In such circumstances, the master found himself ensnared by a rope around his neck, awaiting someone to open the door. Little Wing called out to the one outside, "Brother Ayu, you may enter now." Ayu forcefully pushed open the study door, causing the books on the floor to shift, which in turn jostled the handcart, resulting in Takagi losing his balance and tumbling from the precarious stack of books. Observing Takagi's near fall, Conan remarked, at that moment, the master was suspended due to the rope around his neck. Understanding this, Makuro pondered, but if he were seated atop that stack of books, wouldn't it have been simple to reach out and untie the rope? The knot was coated with adhesive, making it a time-consuming endeavor to untie it without losing balance. More critically, at that moment, he was unable to use his hands to untie the knot, as they were bound. Little Wing paused to clarify. He was restrained by that cherished vase, valued at 50 million. Pointing to the water stains on the vase, Conan stated. The culprit forced him to keep his hands behind his back while holding this vase. It bears the marks of his nervousness and fear, as his palms were slightly sweaty. Yet, even if the vase is of great worth, is it more important than life itself? Takagi questioned in confusion. What would happen if he let go? Little Wing countered. Naturally, it would fall to the ground and shatter. Conan continued. And what occurs when the vase shatters? Little Wing answered herself. It would emit a tremendous crashing sound, surely drawing someone over to open the door, resulting in the master being suspended. That is why the master shouted not to open the door when Kikuyo and the others approached. Makuro inquired. How then did the culprit set this trap and exit the room? Conan demonstrated by opening the door, propping a large book against it, slipping out through the gap, and gently closing the door, allowing the book to fall. Do you understand why only a large book was utilized at the door? In unison, Little Wing and Conan replied. Because only with a large book could the door gap be widened enough for her to exit the study. Hence, the culprit is you, Kikuyo. They both pointed accusingly at Kikuyo. How could that be? The lady protested, defending herself. Wasn't Kikuyo out buying cream at that time? How could she have had the opportunity? Little Wing interrupted her, asserting that was after she had set everything in place and went to buy it. She must have anticipated that the master would want coffee and prepared it in advance. Kikuyo added a sleeping pill to the coffee, lulling the master to sleep. Then she stacked the books, made him sit atop them, and bound the adhesive-coated rope around his neck. Finally, she awakened him, compelling him to hold the vase, threatening that if he didn't hold it properly, it would shatter. Then, she executed the previously demonstrated method to exit the room, waiting for the sound of the vase breaking before rushing over to force the door open. Afterward, when the lady attempted to enter the room, she feigned blocking her, deliberately falling with her to disrupt the originally neat arrangement of the books. Officer Magyar comprehended the situation and remarked, indeed, it is a meticulously calculated and cruel method of murder. The vase shattered as a result of fatigue, and he was unable to call for help. Chapter 151, Lama's Amnesia. Yes, this brutal technique mirrors the case of Tungo from a year ago, albeit with slightly more simplicity, Conan continued. With both hands and feet bound, his mouth sealed with tape, he could simply be tossed into a pool filled with water. Given that Tungo's height is comparable to that of Brother Ayu, I surmise that as long as he stood on tiptoe, he would be able to breathe. He could be threatened with the promise of draining the water after an hour. In such a scenario, Tungo would undoubtedly strive to endure, yet without rescue, he would ultimately succumb to exhaustion and drown. This time frame would conveniently provide her with an alibi. The lady remained unconvinced. Even so, what evidence do you have to prove that Kikyo is the murderer? What connection does Kikyo have with Huangquan? That is not simply hiragana. It is, in fact, an equation. Huangquan equals Maido, which translates to maid in English, explained Katsuki. In addition to the death information, there is a crucial piece of evidence within Kikyo's right pocket. Conan directed his gaze towards the pocket that Kikyo was shielding with her hand, inquiring, "You placed the tissue used by the lady in your left pocket, along with the receipt. Why would you keep the important receipt and some soiled refuse together?" Katsuki interjected on her behalf. "It is because the right pocket contained something that could not be discovered by the police, a handkerchief that had been used to wipe up coffee. The coffee spilled onto the table, and after you wiped it with the handkerchief, you placed it in your right pocket. This explains why there is coffee on the floor, yet none on the table." Magyar promptly commanded, "Take it for testing immediately. If the coffee stain contains traces of a sedative, then that serves as evidence." "Yes, Kikyo. Why did you kill them?" At this point, the lady began to believe. Conan stated uncertainly, "This likely pertains to the death of the former butler 2 years ago, and the fact that Tungo has scarcely driven a car in the past 2 years. How could he drive?" Kikyo scoffed. "He was the one who accidentally hit someone with the car. At that time, he was driving the foreign vehicle typically used by the master and lady. He took it upon himself to take that car for a joyride, resulting in a hit-and run, returning in tears to plead for the master's assistance. He rejected the former butler's suggestion to turn himself in. Ultimately, 2 years ago today, that individual, along with the car, plummeted off a cliff." Upon hearing this, Sagawa remarked, "Could it be that my brother's death was not an accident, but rather a murder?" Kikyo nodded, to silence the former butler and conceal the evidence of the car's collision. He was intoxicated and sent plummeting down the cliff along with the vehicle, before sinking to the bottom. Young Master Tungo stated that it was a conspiracy with his father. "On the anniversary of the former butler's death, you took the lives of both of them. But how can you be certain that it was not an accident?" Magyar inquired. "Because he wasn't wearing gloves that day," Kikyo replied, her gaze lowered. "Those gloves were indispensable while he was driving, and they were a gift I had given him." Magyar escorted Kikyo back to the police station. Meanwhile, Kogi, Conan, and Ayu returned home. Soon after, the national competition would commence, with Seishin facing off against Rikadai in the finals. Just at this critical moment, Ryoma went missing. Earlier, when Kogi and the others were away, the busy Nanjiro Weichi had unexpectedly arrived. "Are you implying that the old man returned and took Ryoma away for training, only for him to vanish without a trace?" Kogi glared at AI, his frustration soaring. "Indeed," AI nodded. "He looked at me meaningfully for a long time before leaving. But what it meant remains a mystery. I called Ryoma, but he did not answer." "Oh, that's it. The look a father-in-law gives his daughter-in-law." Kogi clarified AI's confusion before dialing Nanjiro's number. When Nanjiro saw Kogi's name on the caller ID, he felt compelled to answer, lest he suffer a worse fate. "Hello, Uncle Nanjiro, please have Ryoma pick up the phone." Kogi greeted calmly before commanding him. Kogi, Ryoma is currently unable to borrow the phone," Nanjiro began, but was interrupted by Ryoma's distant voice on the other end. "Who is calling?" "It's me, Kuroba Kogi." Kogi blinked. "Unrecognizable," Ryoma murmured, clearly muffled by Nanjiro's hand covering his mouth. AI, hearing this, quickly asked, "What about me?" "Hybrid AI." Ryoma broke free from Nanjiro's grasp and remarked, "That name sounds quite familiar. I have some recollection." In an instant, Nanjiro felt a pang of imbalance. "Damn. You've forgotten your own father, but remember your girlfriend? Youth is indeed blissful. When one grows old, it's all downhill from there." "What did you just say? Forgotten?" A chill crept through from the other end of the line. No, that..." Nanjiro realized he had misspoken, but it was too late to change the subject. "Is the old man's brain stuck in a door, or was it kicked by a donkey? What on earth were you thinking, taking Ryoma out for training? The intention was good, but what is the outcome?" He has lost his memory. "Are you seeking death?" If Nanjiro were before Kogi right now, she would be certain to strike him down. A series of busy tones followed, and Nanjiro ended the call. Quite audacious." Hanging up, Kogi scoffed, turning to Haoyu. "Have you found the location?" "Of course, here it is." Haoyu promptly handed the address to Kogi. As a grand spectacle was about to unfold, Kogi glanced at it, pondered for a moment, and said, "Send the address to Itobi, asking him to assist in retrieving Ryoma by helicopter. Otherwise, we may be too late. Furthermore, ensure that he brings back 2 individuals. That wretched old man. Just wait for me. How dare he disrupt my splendid performance?" A wave of unease surged within Nanjiro, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. Upon receiving the news, Iba promptly instructed the butler to make the necessary arrangements and decided to attend personally. He certainly did not wish for the clash between the son of God and the prince to come to an abrupt conclusion. First, he would head to the competition venue, allowing Horio to temporarily substitute for Ekizan. With that, Kintaro and the others hurried to the arena. In the finals, Sanada and Tezuka walked slowly onto the court. As Tezuka brushed past Fuji, Fuji cautioned him, "Be careful not to get injured." Tezuka nodded in acknowledgement. And now, the national championship finals commence. With Rikkai Dai facing Seishin Academy in the first match of singles, featuring Rikkai Dai's Sanada Janikura against Seishin Academy's Tezuka Kunamitsu. The outcome will be determined in a single set, with Sanada serving first. This match marks the highly anticipated showdown that both sides have yearned for over the past 3 years. However, upon hearing the conversation between Miss Ji and Inoue, Fuji felt otherwise and silently prayed, "I do not anticipate this at all. Tezuka, remember your words, do not get injured." For some inexplicable reason, the mere thought of Tezuka potentially getting hurt caused a pang of pain in Fuji's heart. The two players locked eyes for a considerable time before Sanada finally declared, "I shall not allow you to leave easily." His tone was earnest and his expression grave, which made Fuji feel a sense of tension. Chapter 152. The direct confrontation. Here we go. Tezuka, allow me to guide you into the abyss of defeat. After serving, Sanada immediately employed the swift technique of wind, forest, fire, mountain. Sanada's preparation and ball speed were formidable, yet for Tezuka, who had already activated his domain, it posed little challenge. He returned the ball effortlessly. As if like the wind, the ball landed just before the net. A cunning return, wherever the ball fell. Even Tezuka could not finish his thought before it bounced back to his side. The existence of Tezuka's domain ensured that no matter how devious the return, it would obediently come back to him. But is Tezuka's domain truly infallible? In response to Tezuka's domain, Sanada swiftly unleashed aggressive as fire, immovable as a mountain, executing the wind, forest, fire, mountain technique in rapid succession. He held nothing back, pouring his heart and soul into this match, striving for Rikkai Dai's third consecutive championship victory. Faced with Sanada's relentless shots, Tezuka countered entirely with his domain. Gradually, Kintaro sensed the diminishing power of Tezuka's domain and began to worry for him. Fuji was acutely aware of Tezuka's current condition. The smile that once adorned his face had vanished. This is dire. Look at Tezuka's feet. The circular area generated by the domain is slowly expanding. He intends to breach Tezuka's domain head-on. In response to Sanada's return, Tezuka invoked the pinnacle of refined to perfection, retaliating with a force that transcended the self. Just as Tezuka had sealed away the ultimate techniques of refined to perfection and radiant talent, Sanada had similarly sealed away two ultimate arts. Yukimura's explanation validated Fuji's concerns. To defeat Tezuka, this day had been awaited. Like thunder, Sanada's return was executed with such swiftness that Tezuka could barely react before the point was scored, a mere instant. It was akin to a bolt of lightning, striking fear into the hearts of opponents and plunging them into a terrifying abyss. Once unleashed, this move would extinguish the will to fight in any adversary, as explained by the military strategist of Rikkai Dai. Yet, was Tezuka so easily vanquished? The answer was a resounding no. That was a commendable shot, Tezuka remarked, taking a deep breath in admiration. Regrettably, our captain is not one to fear thunder. Rather, it has ignited his spirit. The members of Seishin were brimming with confidence in Tezuka, viewing him as a godlike figure. In contrast, Fuji harbored a sense of unease, a perplexing worry gnawing at him. At that moment, Little Wing felt an ominous premonition, hoping fervently that it would not come to pass. Tezuka summoned his utmost prowess, attempting to foresee the outcome of the match, yet he found himself at a loss. The elusive nature of his opponent rendered him without any opportunity to seize. The intricate interplay of various tactics rendered his ultimate technique ineffective. Yukimura leaned back in his chair, elucidating, the true essence of wind, forest, fire, and mountain is the shadow of thunder. Observing Tezuka's subtly altered expression, Sanada chuckled. What troubles you, Tezuka? You appear rather pale. He served once more. Tezuka employed his own domain to draw the ball closer, then unleashed his refined technique with double the force, aiming to return Sanada's strike. Yet, against the onslaught of thunderous speed, it was futile. He could not even make contact. Rikkai Dai triumphed, scoring 20. Currently, there is no one who can defeat Sanada. Save for myself, Yukimura stated with a smile, adding, of course, excluding her. Was this arrogance? Kahara, standing behind Yukimura, voiced his discontent. vowing that one day he would best the vice-captain Sanada. "No, it is confidence," Yukimura replied, casting a glance at Little Wing, who stood beside him. It seemed he wished to convey that in this match, the victory of Rikkai Dai Sanada was assured, for the opponent was not Wing, Kurobaku. Little Wing sensed Yukimura's gaze, observing Tezuka on the court, and sighed in resignation. This match was not unwinnable, but the cost could be devastating, perhaps even jeopardizing Tezuka's future in tennis. Tezuka executed a zero-sum slice, but the quick-reacting Sanada struck the ball back before it even touched the ground. Now, Tezuka's refined technique was sealed by the thunderous assault, and his ultimate prowess was rendered futile. Rikkai Dai emerged victorious, with a score of 40. Seeing that Tezuka still intended to counter his thunderous strike with his domain, Sanada could not help but exclaim, "Do you not yet understand? Thunderous speed cannot be countered by your domain." "No, Tezuka." Little Wing's greatest fears were realized. Out of bounds. 0-15. What? Sanada made an error? Regarding the recent play, Tezuka did not swing his racket. If he could not return the ball, then it was better to let it go out of bounds. To think that he could allow all my shots to go out was simply implausible. Sanada, filled with disbelief, pressed on with his thunderous strikes. Aoyama emerged victorious, with the score at 24. Tezuka's domain, or rather, Tezuka's phantom. While the spectators marveled at this technique, they could not fathom the toll it took on him. In singles, even standing at the center of the court, one must maintain a position precisely 23 meters from the center. The defensive range from this point is approximately a circle with a radius of 15 meters. Should the opponent strike towards the far corners, one could still maneuver within a 26-meter radius to draw the ball in, thus forming Tezuka's domain. Tezuka's phantom, however, guided the ball out of bounds. If attacked from the center, he needed to control the radius to about 42 meters, applying sufficient spin to propel the ball away. Previously, Tezuka believed it unattainable, yet he had succeeded during the recent training camp. Meanwhile, Atobi, en route to pick up Ryoma by helicopter, listened to the live commentary of the match, shaking his head helplessly, sacrificing his own arm once again. Tezuka's phantom. He had heard from Otori that it spun 6 times more than Tezuka's domain, and he had thought Tezuka incapable of such a feat. "You mustn't do this, Tezuka. Please, don't," Otori wished to dissuade him. 8 balls had already been sent out of bounds with Tezuka's phantom. If this continued until the match concluded, the consequences would be dire. Not knowing when Sanada would unleash his thunderous strikes, each ball required a spin to be effective. Fuji opened his eyes, filled with concern. "Tezuka, you are once again sacrificing yourself for our team." He admired Tezuka for executing the phantom and wanted to shout at him, "Fool, you are only increasing the burden on your arm." "What?" The others were taken aback, and Otori quickly inquired, "What is it, Fuji?" Otori closed his eyes in anguish, unable to bear the sight. His brief explanation conveyed the message instantly. The repeated use of Tezuka's phantom was akin to self-mutilation. Aoyama emerged victorious again, with the score at 34. "You must know when to stop. Be careful, or you may never play tennis again," Sanada kindly urged, but Tezuka paid no heed. "Foolish." Sanada's words echoed Fuji's unspoken thoughts, but Fuji remained unable to voice them. Tezuka served, the ball gliding like a zero-type slice, failing to bounce, rolling directly towards the net. This was the zero serve. 150-300. Unable to watch any longer, Otori swayed before collapsing to the ground, seeking refuge behind the wall to shield his view, his eyes glistening with tears. "Why?" Tezuka's domain, Tezuka's phantom, zero slice, zero serve. All are merely increasing the burden on your arm. "Tezuka, please stop." "Enough." Aoyama emerged victorious, with the score at 54. Chapter 153. The Ministers defeat Tezuka. Your unwavering dedication leaves Fuji at a loss for words. The victory attained at the cost of sacrificing his arm and his tennis journey is one he refuses to accept. Having once declared his intention to travel to Germany in pursuit of becoming a professional tennis player, it would be a tragedy to squander a lifetime here. Looking up at the sky, with a mixture of reverence and helplessness, Otori remarked, "Our captain from Seishin will not yield, yet he understands that he cannot intervene." The severe exhaustion and injuries have rendered Tezuka's arms swollen and red. Biting his lip to withstand the pain coursing through his arm, he persists. Indeed, their captain will not give in, even if it means depleting every ounce of strength to endure and complete this match. Not only Tezuka, but also Sanada is in dire straits. His knee is similarly swollen from overexertion. Although confident in Sanada's capabilities, one must acknowledge that his frontal assaults could inflict harm upon himself as well. Yukimura forbids Sanada from continuing such direct confrontations. Tezuka can no longer deliver the zero serve. and the next game will determine the outcome, all for the sake of Rikai's third consecutive championship. Despite Sanada's reluctance, he must heed Yukimura's counsel, whether as a captain or a friend. With resignation, he acquiesces to Yukimura's strategy, opting to employ alternative techniques rather than the thunderous strike. Although this approach may not yield quick points, it remains the most prudent course of action. The cheers for Rikai resonate in Sanada's ears. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. He wrestles with self-doubt. Having forsaken the direct confrontation, am I still the Emperor? He longs for a face-off. Rikai emerges victorious, with the score standing at 6-5. Tezuka remains steadfast until the very last moment, braced and ready. He continues to wield the Tezuka Phantom. Thunderous strike. In the final stroke, Sanada disregards Yukimura's advice. Tezuka's Phantom, no. Rather, Tezuka's domain. The ball does not soar out of bounds. His hand simply lacks the strength to deliver such a powerful spin. The ball returns to Tezuka's feet. Bouncing up, he swings his racket, the weighty force reverberating through him, yet the ball still ascends forward. Ultimately, it descends slowly, landing on the net, teetering back and forth without falling. Tezuka retrieves his racket with great difficulty, rising to approach the net. Sanada pounds his legs in desperation, pushing himself to the limit, shouting, "Stand up for me. Roll over, roll over." Perhaps spurred by that shout, the wind shifts, and the ball lands within Tezuka's court. The ball is not caught. Tezuka, their captain, has fallen. As the wind blows, both players collapse to the ground. The match concludes with Rikai's Sanada Janikura emerging victorious, the score at 7-5. As the referee announces the result, Fuji is the first to rush onto the court, gently lifting Tezuka and softly calling his name, rather than his surname, Konomitsu. Thankfully, his consciousness remains relatively intact. With Fuji's support, Tezuka manages to stand. As soon as the words were spoken by Fujisaki, he felt an immediate increase in the weight upon his shoulders. Indeed, Tezuka was merely enduring. Little Wing swiftly rose and made her way towards the audience. Just then, two waves of energy emanated from behind and diagonally in front of her. Turning to observe, she saw Yukimura employing this energy to heal Sanada's foot injury. Little Wing promptly cast an illusion, ensuring that outsiders could not discern the peculiarities of the two. The other individual, naturally, was Fujisaki. He assisted Tezuka into a chair, summoning the powers he had recently acquired. A gentle blue luminescence enveloped his right hand as he infused it into Tezuka's swollen arm. Little Wing retrieved a silver needle, stained with her own blood, and rushed to Tezuka's side. Assessing his injuries, she addressed Fujisaki. "Allow me, do not exert yourself." Fujisaki, still unaccustomed to wielding such newfound power, was not yet capable of prolonged usage. Little Wing used the silver needle for acupuncture, employing ice essence for healing. Fortunately, it is not severe. Rest well. With that, she approached Sanada, halting Yukimura's treatment to examine his leg injury. Fujisaki sat beside Tezuka, allowing him to lean against him as he gradually regained his strength. "Fujisaki, you," Tezuka began, but was interrupted by Fujisaki, who, in a near roar, chastised. "Why jest with your own arm, Tezuka? Do you pay no heed to my words? You promised to be cautious." Tezuka was momentarily speechless, his voice softening. "I'm sorry." Fujisaki, he was aware of his transgressions, but found himself at a loss for explanations. Indeed, he recalled Fujisaki's words, but in that moment, he had acted involuntarily. Witnessing the usually stern Tezuka apologize like a wayward child revealed a vulnerable side, even to the icy demeanor. "Tezuka, promise me, do not sacrifice your body for victory again. All right." The hoarse quality of Tezuka's voice caused concern for Fujisaki. He absolutely did not wish to witness such self-destructive matches again. Never. Tezuka's voice was low, yet Fujisaki heard him clearly. "Do not forget," Fujisaki reminded, for Tezuka often had a remarkably poor memory in this regard. Seeing him acquiesce, Fujisaki finally felt at ease. His tone considerably lighter. He ceased speaking, allowing Tezuka to rest. "Pray tell, what brings so many together here?" A voice resonated from behind the crowd of Seishin Academy. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd erupted with joy. Their ace, Ekizan Ryoma, had finally arrived. But what did this mean? He had lost his memory. Little Wing approached and said, "Ekizan, do you truly not remember?" Oishi, incredulous, remarked, "Wasn't everything fine before?" Ryoma, fiddling with his racket, inquired with confusion, "What are you referring to?" Eiji dashed to Ryoma's front, placing his hands on his shoulders, questioning, "Did we not triumph at the Kanto tournament, defeating numerous skilled opponents at the national competition?" "I'm sorry, but I have no recollection of what you're saying," Ryoma responded, his amber eyes brimming with bewilderment. At this moment, Ryoma's once proud demeanor had faded, replaced by a vague sense of stupor, reminiscent of a child lost in an unfamiliar land, utterly oblivious. The onlookers sighed in resignation, unable to conceive a method to swiftly restore Ryoma's memories. All they could do was allow him to observe the match, hoping that something might trigger his recollection. "Keen and Kaito, you must prevail," exclaimed Little Wing, her gaze fixed on the players on the court. Currently, it remained uncertain whether Ryoma would be able to participate. To secure victory, they could not afford another defeat. She had made an agreement with Yukimura not to rely on the women's matches, meaning that victory would go to the first team to win 3 matches. Chapter 154. Our strategy now commences the second match of the National Tournament Finals, featuring doubles number 2. Seishin Academy's duo of Kion and Kaito face off against Rikai's combination of Yanagi and Kihara. The outcome is determined by a single ball, served by Rikai's Yanagi. As the match began, Kihara provocatively remarked, "This opponent can be dealt with in just 15 minutes. Kaito glared at Kihara. Yanagi and Kion shook hands. "Is this our fate? I never anticipated facing you again." Indeed, Kion adjusted his glasses. "Come, Rinji, the time has come to determine supremacy." Yanagi served, and Kion swiftly calculated. The probability of a serve to the center was 82%. Contrary to expectations, the ball veered in an unexpected direction as Kion reached the anticipated striking position. The probability of a serve to the left is 91%. Yet, in reality, it was the opposite direction. Rinji, Kion could hardly believe his eyes as he glanced at Yanagi. How could this be? As Yanagi prepared to serve again, Kion dashed forward. Determined, this time it cannot be wrong. The probability of a serve to the right is 99%. Yet, the ball once more went in the contrary direction. Anticipating such a scenario from the previous 2 serves, Kion quickly pivoted to intercept the ball, barely managing to make contact. Yanagi approached the net. "Kaito, be wary of a short ball," Kion cautioned. The ball soared towards Yanagi, who deftly sidestepped it. Kihara appeared behind him, swinging his racket and declaring, "Short line shot." What a jest. That is Kaito's signature move. The ball grazed Kaito's cheek, leaving a streak of crimson. Kihara pointed mockingly at Kaito, sneering, "A pawn should know its place." Watching the match, Ryoma could not help but remark, "So, those little ones, do you remember anything?" In hope, AG turned to Ryoma and said, "Chasing such a small ball and returning it. How impressive." Ryoma mused dreamily, feeling an inexplicable urge to pursue that ball. The onlookers were taken aback, initially believing Ryoma had recalled something significant. However, Ryoma's words sparked a thought in AI about a way to hasten his memory recovery. Little Wing, sensing this, intervened. She wished for Ryoma to witness the match between the formidable pair of Tezuka and the others before taking action. Confident that the duration of Eiji and Oishi's match would suffice for Ryoma's memories to resurface, Lu grasped the strings of his racket and remarked, "What troubles you, Shinji? You appear utterly perplexed. Why? How can you decipher my data tennis?" Chien cannot believe it. "What a jest. I'm the one who taught you data tennis." Lu continued, "Considering our childhood bond, I shall reveal this to you. It seems you still do not comprehend the weight of this matter. A true champion remains undefeated and reigns supreme." "An undefeated champion who reigns supreme?" Chien whispered to himself. Che-Yuan looked disdainfully at the two, saying, "Honestly, defeating you mere pawns lacks any thrill. Focus and play seriously." "What did you say?" The hot-tempered Hato nearly swung his fist at Chi-Yuan's face, but fortunately, Chien restrained him, urging, "Calm down, Hato, do not let them manipulate you." But Hato expressed his deep concern, recognizing the current situation was quite unfavorable for them. "I will rectify the data discrepancies with precise data," Chien asserted. "We have our methods. Trust in our well-honed doubles." The match continues. Rikai Dai emerged victorious, with a score of 30. Chien, seeking to gather new data, allowed Hato to receive the balls alone, forfeiting 3 games. "The data has been collected." "The data has been collected," both Lu and Chien stated simultaneously. "You meant to say this, right, Jinji? Do you truly believe my data collection is so simple?" Lu questioned. "What if your data is fabricated?" "Fabricated?" Chien gasped. "How could that be? The data collected from forfeiting 3 games cannot be false." "No, that is impossible. In data tennis, even the slightest doubt regarding the data renders it futile." Chien tossed the ball and executed a waterfall serve, yet it held no impact on Lu, who easily returned it. Soon after, Hato unleashed a tornado snake shot. "I forgot to mention, the tornado snake shot is ineffective against Che-Yuan in his Akame state." Lu chuckled, declaring their victory imminent. Che-Yuan caught Hato's tornado snake shot and directed the ball towards Chien's abdomen. Bam! Chien fell to the ground, his glasses tumbling at Chi-Yuan's feet. Che-Yuan stepped down. and with a crisp shatter, Qian's glasses broke. Yuan glared at the two, declaring, "I shall crush both of you." In response, Lu incessantly tapped Yuan's knee with his racket, subduing him, and said with irritation, "You've gone too far, Chia." Watching from the sidelines, Naozumi interjected, "Shall I lend this to Qian?" As he removed his glasses. Akutsu shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Oh, aren't your glasses prescription-free?" Caught out by Akutsu, Naozumi adjusted his glasses and said, "Right, I almost forgot." Lu picked up the glasses crushed by Yuan and handed them to Qian, apologizing, "I'm sorry." "It's all right." Qian accepted the shattered glasses and descended the court, opening his backpack, which was filled with identical pairs of glasses. The match resumed, yet Qian's data continuously failed him. Rikai emerged victorious with a score of 50. Bowing his head, Qian succumbed to despair. "This is hopeless. The data is utterly useless, and I am at my wit's end." Haitang, filled with fury, seized Qian by the collar and exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? The match has barely begun. Transforming the impossible into the possible has always been our double's forte." Indeed, that is the essence of their partnership. Qian realized Haitang was right. The match had only just commenced. He devised a strategy, playing a languid ball towards Yuan, enticing him to execute a smash. In response, Haitang assumed the posture for a tornado snake shot, but unleashed a laser beam instead. Yuan, unable to predict Haitang's return, found himself suppressed. In a bid for revenge for Qian, Haitang deliberately aimed the ball at Yuan. "Get up quickly. 15 minutes have already passed," Haitang urged the prostrate Yuan. Beside them, Renwang chimed in. 15 minutes have long elapsed. Are you not getting up, you seaweed-brained fool?" His intent was to provoke Yuan, pushing him towards complete demonization. With a sinister grin, Yuan declared, "I will stain you crimson." "What has happened to that person?" Ryoma gasped, goosebumps prickling his skin. Little Wing slowly closed his eyes, bracing for the impending bloodbath. Demonized, Yuan relentlessly directed the ball towards Qian, who found himself unable to counter. As a result of Seishin Academy's withdrawal, Rikai's Lu and Yuan emerged victorious. Overwhelmed by injuries, Qian collapsed, rendering the match uncontinuable, leading to their concession. Chapter 155. The Phantom Tezuka holding his racket. Fuji rose and confidently addressed Tezuka, "I will win this match for you." He was acutely aware that victory was the only acceptable outcome. What if all counterattacks are thwarted? Tezuka sensed an ominous premonition. "Then we shall create new counterattacks," Fuji replied nonchalantly. Seishin emerged victorious with a score of 30. "Here it comes, the fifth counterattack." The Guardian of the 100 Arms, Fuji announced to Renwang, "Your ball will not clear the net." Renwang scoffed, "Impossible." Yet the reality unfolded, 4 balls, each hitting the net and falling, without exception. Seishin triumphed again with a score of 44. "Wonderful. For consecutive victories. Although we lost the first 2 matches. If this momentum continues, we shall surely catch up." Witnessing this, the Seishin team felt elated. However, noting Sakakibara's indifferent demeanor, Little Wing understood that the match had merely begun. Seeing Renwang lose 4 consecutive games, Sanada grew irritated. "Renwang, you've gone a tad overboard. Can you quiet down a bit?" "I am still gathering data," Renwang replied, not turning his head, wiping away sweat. Yukimura gestured for Sanada to remain calm, stating that it was crucial to approach Fuji with the utmost caution, as he required appropriate preparation. What, after all, was his true intention? Sanada could not comprehend why it would take so long to gather data. Even a genius like Fuji Susuke could never triumph over such an opponent. As he spoke, Yukimura turned his gaze towards the spectator area, where Tezuka sat. Surely, he was referring to him. An astonishing occurrence unfolded. The aura of Nayu transformed, his demeanor morphing into that of Tezuka Kunimitsu. Fuji could hardly believe it. Nayu's voice now echoed Tezuka's. Could it be? Fuji's disbelief was palpable. "Tezuka." Yukimura chuckled and remarked that the essence of Nayu's illusion was only just beginning to manifest. "Am I dreaming?" Fuji's voice trembled as he stared blankly ahead. "Tezuka? How could this be?" He had vowed to show him victory. Yet now it seemed he aimed to conquer him instead. This scene stirred tumultuous emotions within Fuji. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the ball into the air for his serve. Nayu unleashed the realm of no self, which, to be precise, was the zenith of Tezuka's relentless training. Returning the ball with a doubled force, Fuji was momentarily taken aback. As Nayu landed, he mimicked Tezuka's habitual gesture, adjusting non-existent glasses perched upon his nose. "Your illusion seems to be more than mere trickery," Fuji thought, gripping his racket tightly. "I never anticipated that I would face you again in such a manner, Tezuka." Against Nayu's serve, Fuji countered with the White Dragon, the ball spiraling upwards before plummeting down at an alarming speed. Nayu leapt high, executing a powerful smash before the ball could touch the ground. Anticipating this move, Fuji unleashed the Kirin's landing to counter Nayu's attack. The ball had already landed behind Nayu, nearly bouncing out of bounds. Yet, Tezuka's domain activated, returning the ball to Nayu's front, where it was struck once more. Without hesitation, Fuji employed the Phoenix's return for an assault. Just as if to validate Tezuka's words, all 3 counterattacks were returned flawlessly. Subsequently, he was met with Tezuka's zero-style slice. The ball landing without a bounce, rolling towards the net. Out of bounds. Rickai had triumphed, the score standing at 14. Tezuka's Phantom, a move that had nearly cost him his career, was now flawlessly imitated by Nayu. Everyone was astounded. Was this truly a match between Rikkai's Nayu and Seishin's Fuji? It was as though the dual pillars of Seishin, Tezuka, and Fuji were competing against each other. The imitation was strikingly accurate, returning all 3 counterattacks, Tezuka's domain, Tezuka's Phantom, and the zero-style slice executed perfectly. The most formidable adversary for Seishin was none other than Nayu. Observing the match, Yukimura found himself inclined to believe Nayu's earlier assertion that his illusion could even mimic both Sanada and himself. Could it be that this person truly embodied Tezuka? Fuji began to waver. Tezuka, Fuji softly murmured, recalling the moments they had shared together. Due to familial ties, they had frequently crossed paths in their childhood. Since the onset of middle school, they had almost seen each other every day. As I stand on the court, separated only by the digital realm, I am engulfed by a sense of nostalgia. Ever since that day, I have yearned for the opportunity to face you in a decisive match. A longing I suspect you may not comprehend. 2 years ago, despite your freshly injured elbow, you honored our agreement to compete. I triumphed decisively, defeating you 60. We vowed to confront each other again once you recovered, and recently, you fulfilled that promise, emerging victorious and showcasing your formidable prowess, which illuminated my own frailties. The final score against Rickai was 44. Though I appeared to engage seriously in the match, my mind was elsewhere. I noticed the sigh of my companion, as she recognized that I was lost in contemplation. I remained indifferent to the unfolding match, unconcerned as the opponent slowly closed the score gap, immersed in my own thoughts. My companion expressed her helplessness. She believed in my abilities and my unfathomable potential, yet if I continued in this manner, Seishin would face a crushing defeat against Rickai. In that moment, I could not afford to lose. Seishin could not bear such a loss. Memories of my past encounters with Tezuka flooded my mind, and in my reverie, I momentarily forgot the match, returning the ball purely on instinct. Gazing at Tezuka, I found myself whispering, "Do you remember that play we performed in the second year? The Sleeping Beauty? I was cast as the prince, and you played the Sleeping Beauty. When I kissed you awake, I asked if it was your first kiss. You blushed and nodded slightly." The score against Rickai reached 54. Even a prodigy like me encounters insurmountable barriers. If anyone could hinder my relentless evolution, it would undoubtedly be Tezuka, as Yukimura observed. This meant that if I could not conquer Tezuka here, Seishin would have no chance of victory, as Atobi remarked, thoughtfully touching the beauty mark on his face. Unbeknownst to me, my companions were anxious, for within my world, only 2 figures remained, Tezuka Kunimitsu and Fuji Shisuke. I lacked the desire for victory, and you would not force me. Instead, you allowed me to grow. There was only that one match, the one where, despite my efforts, I faced defeat. Competing against Shiraishi was perhaps the only time, alongside my companion, that you fervently wished for my growth. In matches against Ryoma or Kanzaki, your demeanor was often casual, allowing me to evade the seriousness of competition. Due to your arrangements, we seldom faced each other in regular matches. You once asked me where my true self resided, yet at times, even I could not discern which version of myself was authentic. Tezuka, Kunimitsu. Chapter 156, Sparkling Fire Now. As we approach the end of the match, Renew's serve is poised to conclude with 4 zero-type serves. No, not zero-type. In a chilling tone, Renew mimicked Tezuka, delivering an absolute prediction, 6 balls. The pinnacle of brilliance, not a zero-type serve. Upon hearing this, I snapped back to reality, allowing a soft chuckle to escape my lips as I closed my eyes. With the score reaching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Astonishment rippled through the crowd as the absolute prediction was shattered. It became clear, it was a matter of perception. Fuji, with his eyes firmly shut, relaxed his entire being, merely returning the ball with simplicity. The unpredictability of his next move rendered the absolute forecast void. A soft sigh escaped from Wing. If the match were predictable, it would lose its charm. The Eye of the Heart was likely a result of pressure from Kaiohara, its initial form had manifested during their confrontation. Although it had been a desperate measure at the time, it later became evident that such returns could catch opponents off guard, especially rendering their calculations ineffective. The thrill lies in the unpredictability, continued Haoyu. In that moment, Fuji finally grasped the essence of his tennis. It was not solely about earnestness or an obsession with victory. The game itself was inherently enjoyable. The score tilted in favor of Seishin Academy, now 5-5. As the brilliance of creativity burst forth, Fuji gradually leveled the score. Seishin Academy triumphed, with a score of 6-5. Even with his eyes closed, Fuji executed a perfect drop shot, winning another game. It seems that Tezuka is unexpectedly inadequate. Renwang expressed his surprise, shedding his disguise as Tezuka. Your phantom is far from flawless. Just now, your service game was cleverly masked by sheer brilliance. Had you employed 4-0 type serves, victory would have come easily, but you could not. Because, ultimately, a phantom is merely an illusion. However, thanks to you, I have recalled past memories and rediscovered that pure love for tennis. I assert this because you are but a shadow of Tezuka's prowess. Fuji observed his hand firmly gripping the racket. It was time for him to attack, and indeed, that moment had arrived. Despite having his return shattered, Fuji remained as steadfast as a mountain, devoid of any sign of concern. Yukimura sighed, realizing that their opponent was indeed superior. Oh, is that so? Then how about this? With those words, Renwang's aura shifted dramatically. Shiraishi, the very technique that defeated Fuji, murmured the members of the Seishin Academy from the stands. A sense of worry creeping into their hearts. Apologies, but I shall not fall twice to the same person. Fuji maintained a calm demeanor. Not foolish enough to stumble on the same stone twice. He turned back to the baseline, and the match resumed. Here I go, Fuji declared to Renwang. Preparing for the sixth return, casting a glance at Tezuka, he mentally vowed, Tezuka, I will fulfill my promise. I will win for you. Before Renwang could even react, all present witnessed a cascade of brilliant stars. The tennis ball rolled down from the stands, leaving a clear mark on the baseline, heralding the birth of the sixth return. How can one see stars in broad daylight? Was the astonished whisper of the crowd. The match concluded with the victory of Seishin Academy's Fuji Susuk, the final score being 75. The referee was momentarily stunned before announcing the result. This marked the sixth counterattack, the Starry Fire. Nayu was utterly defeated. The ball was practically invisible. How could he respond? After a brief stupor, Nayu sighed and declared earnestly, next time, I shall return the ball. Indeed. I look forward to it, Fuji replied, a broad smile adorning his face. At that moment, his greatest desire was to return to Tezuka's side. Although this match was against Nayu, Fuji found his thoughts consumed by Tezuka throughout the game. Despite the significant flaws in the phantom, Nayu's expressions, gestures, and even his voice bore an uncanny resemblance to Tezuka. Let us engage in a complete match, Tezuka, Fuji said as he approached Tezuka, extending a hand in hopeful anticipation. He yearned to truly compete against Tezuka, to gauge his own level of skill. Very well, as you wish, Tezuka replied, accepting Fuji's hand, thus solidifying their agreement. As he looked at Fuji, a satisfied smile graced his lips. In that fleeting moment, he felt that Fuji had finally matured. But then he was startled by his own thoughts. What did it mean to refer to Fuji as my Fuji? Tezuka's lips twitched. Tezuka, do you wish to understand what my tennis truly is? Fuji inquired. Yes, Tezuka replied earnestly. It is merely the pure joy of playing tennis. Fuji said with a wistful glance at the sky. The battle against Shiraishi had ignited his desire to win. Yet facing Nayu's phantom made him finally comprehend his own tennis style. Perhaps, in the near future, he would become more aggressive. Tezuka chose not to elaborate further. Fuji had won, and he believed that Oishi and Eiji could also triumph. However, he was deeply concerned about the final match. How could the amnesiac Ryoma compete against the son of the gods? As the captain, his worries were palpable. Now, the national tournament's finals commenced with the fourth match of the doubles, featuring Seishin Academy's Oishi and Kaito against Rikai University's Marui and Kuwahara. The decisive point would be served by Rikai's Kuwahara. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Oishi couldn't help but exclaim, "It feels lengthy, yet in the blink of an eye. It has finally arrived. This moment has come," Eiji said, twirling his racket, echoing Oishi's sentiments. This would be their final doubles match. They might strive fiercely to win. But if Ryoma could not regain his memory, Seishin would ultimately fall short. Yet, the only thing within their grasp now was to play tennis. AI produced 2 tennis rackets. Tossing one to Ryoma, "Let us have a match." But I don't know anything. Ryoma protested innocently, feeling that if anyone should bear the brunt of frustration, it shouldn't be AI. Misunderstanding AI's intentions, Ryoma resisted. Regardless of his protests, AI dragged him towards Tezuka and asked, "Is it all right? Don't hesitate. Go for it." Tezuka nodded, recognizing this as perhaps the only viable solution. "Come on, you two," shouted Kippei, directing his plea towards Eiji and Oishi. The seemingly simple trio of characters encapsulates their aspirations while simultaneously burdening Eiji and Oishi with pressure. They are not only tasked with securing victory, but also with granting AI and Ryoma as much time as possible. Eiji and Oishi exchanged a glance, signaling, "Leave it to us. We will strive for time." "Ryoma, we entrust this to you," AI declared. "Understood." With that, AI grasped Ryoma's hand and led him towards the vacant tennis courts outside. "What is the purpose of bringing me here?" Ryoma inquired, clutching his racket with confusion. Without uttering a word, AI tossed the ball, swung her racket, and executed a topspin serve. "Oi, AI, what are you doing?" Ryoma exclaimed, snapping back to reality as the ball narrowly missed striking his face. "I'm playing tennis," AI responded, retrieving another tennis ball and resuming her stance. Her icy tone and piercing gaze startled Ryoma. Soon after, another topspin serve followed, one after another. Gradually, fragments of memory flickered in Ryoma's mind. "Old man, what exactly is the pinnacle of perfection?" he asked as Nanjiru appeared unexpectedly. Nanjiru remained silent, guiding Ryoma into the depths of the mountains, where he stood upon a stone washed by cascading waters. He tossed Ryoma a branch, declaring, "This shall serve as your racket." Nanjiru stood upon the stone, crossing the river beneath the waterfall, and turned to say, "For the ball, use this." He picked up a small pebble. "Huh, what's the purpose of this, old man? The match is about to begin. How can I play with this?" Nanjiru did not respond to his queries, but instead posed a question. "Youngster, does playing tennis bring you joy?" With a sudden crack, Ryoma's racket was sent flying from his grasp. "Remember, Ryoma, everyone is waiting for you," AI urged with hope. "You must catch up." Siren had secured a game, leading 10-0. Eiji and Oishi had already claimed a set, realizing the prowess of their opponents. Marui and Kuwahara removed the weighted bands from their arms and legs. "Don't get complacent. This is merely your level," they retorted. "Tennis, joy?" Ryoma murmured softly. Observing the ball AI sent his way, he swung his racket, barely managing to return it. It seemed he began to comprehend something, leaning towards AI and asking, "Could you teach me how to play tennis? It appears to be quite enjoyable." In that moment, Ryoma's gaze transformed, imbued with newfound determination towards the sport. "Of course," AI replied, instantly recognizing that all they needed was a bit of time. Before long, she would help Ryoma regain his memories. Even amidst amnesia, tennis remained firmly etched in Ryoma's mind, almost instinctual. As he faced the ball sent by AI, another memory surged forth in his consciousness. "Youngster, how many times must you strike to reach here?" With the persistent sound of water cascading behind him, it became evident that Ryoma struggled to propel the pebble towards the larger stone ahead. Nanjiru urged, "You still have a long way to go. If you don't believe it, go ahead and try hitting that with a stone. If you cannot succeed, I shall not teach you the ultimate technique of perfection." As he spoke, he pointed to his own rear. Longma hesitated for a moment while picking up a stone, yet he firmly gripped it, determined to succeed and master the art of seamless perfection. However, no matter how many times he attempted, breaking countless twigs in the process, the stones merely plopped into the water. It was unclear how much time had passed, the sun had set, and the moon illuminated the night sky. In this mountainous terrain, the darkness was so profound that one could scarcely see their own hand in front of them, presenting a formidable challenge for Longma. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind Longma as a porcupine dashed out from the woods, startling him. In that instant, a stone flew past him and struck the porcupine, knocking it to the ground. Astonished, Longma turned to see Nanjiru waving the branch in his hand, proclaiming, "It is about time for dinner." After their evening meal, Nanjiru retreated into the tent to prepare for sleep, while Longma sat by the fire, contemplating the branch in his hand. He wondered how that old man was able to wield the branch with such force in this pitch-black obscurity. A voice emerged from the tent, jolting Longma. "If you limit yourself to what your eyes perceive, you will remain far from your goal. Seek to understand the essence of things." The concept of essence puzzled Longma. He could not recall what it entailed. At that moment, the image of the striking ball bee, which once brought him sorrow, flashed before his eyes. Memories of his past encounters with sorrow surfaced in his mind. He smirked and asked, "Can I take another shot at that ball?" At the same time, he recalled the previous training session, where by the next morning, he was able to strike stones with considerable force using the branch. Nanjiru emerged from the tent, witnessing Longma's progress, and smiled with satisfaction. "Well done, young one." Suddenly, A broken log tumbled down from above, poised to crash onto Longma. Old man, aim for a spot just below the left side of the pit. Together, they managed to divert the log's trajectory. However, the splash from the log's impact sent Longma tumbling into the water. When Nanjiru rescued him, Longma had lost his memory. Please teach me a bit more, Longma implored. Okay. Longma was in the process of regaining his memories and strength. AI continuously mimicked the techniques of those he had battled against, aiding him in recalling faster. While AI's progress was smooth, on the other hand, Eiichi and Oishi appeared to be nearing their limits. Rikkai Dai was leading with a score of 52. Just one more win, and Rikkai Dai would secure victory, achieving a three-peat. The members of Seishin were deeply concerned, as cheers for Rikkai Dai resonated throughout the venue. Go. Rikkai Dai? Japan's finest. Kuwahara turned to the two and remarked, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to use your signature synchronization?" Marui added, "If you don't, this match will end in dullness." Daisha replied with an air of ease, "It is no wonder you failed to notice that we had already employed another form of synchronization." He displayed no signs of tension. They were merely stalling for time, allowing AI and Ryoma a moment longer. Marui could not comprehend Daisha's words, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Even if you engage in trickery, victory is unattainable." At that moment, Kobayashi's phone chimed, heralding good news. Ryoma was on the verge of recalling everything. Daisha and Kikumaru also received this uplifting information. The match was only just beginning. The two exchanged a knowing high five, astonished by the revelation that synchronization should only manifest in dire circumstances. The members of Rikkai were taken aback, murmuring amongst themselves. To communicate without words, to share an unspoken bond, that was synchronization. Countless reflections and evaluations had led to their unconditional trust in one another, achieving a level of control over synchronization that was second nature. The previous points lost had merely served to buy time for Ekizan's memory to resurface. They were confident in their impending victory, a promise made to claim the title of Japan's top doubles team. They had invested immense effort into fulfilling this commitment, and now the time had come to realize it. Chapter 158. The Battle of the Divine King. Sanada understood that the ultimate outcome of this national tournament would hinge on the confrontation between Yukimura and Ryoma. With that in mind, he slung his bag over his shoulder and turned to leave. Yukimura, with his eyes half closed, inquired, "Sanada, are you heading over to him?" Sanada turned his face, responding earnestly, "Yukimura, defeat that arrogant newcomer in a fair duel. That embodies the spirit of Rikkai." With that, he turned away, encountering Itobi, who was also bound for the same destination. He declared, "I shall accompany you." Yukimura observed the closeness between Tezuka and Fuji. Though Janikura's actions were not misguided, an unsettling feeling stirred within Yukimura. Fuji sensed Yukimura's gaze. After a brief moment of eye contact, he averted his eyes, each lost in their own thoughts. In perfect harmony, executing identical strategies without the need for dialogue, their souls had become intertwined. Reflecting on their collaboration during their time at Koichi, the occasional disputes, and their shared promise following defeats, they vowed to absolutely become the champions of the national tournament. Flawless doubles, synchronized play could conquer the world. With a remarkable performance, Eiji and Daisha clinched victory, winning 5 straight games. As the match concluded, the youthful duo of Eiji and Daisha emerged triumphant with a score of 75. The two embraced in exhilaration, tears of joy shimmering on their faces, sparkling under the sun's rays. "We did it, Eiji." "Yes, we succeeded, Daisha." Their victory heralded the commencement of the final match. Now, the national tournament final began. Rikkai Dai vs Seishin Academy. The 5th match, singles number 1. Rikkai Dai's Yukimura Seishi faced Seishin Academy's Ekizan Ryoma. The judge's words had concluded, yet at that moment, Ryoma, who had been taken away, had yet to return. Whether his memory had been fully restored was clear to Hattori. Fortunately, Yukimura was in no hurry, patiently awaiting Ryoma's entrance. He aspired to vanquish the arrogant newcomer with honor, securing a 3rd consecutive championship for Rikkai. Victory without a fight was not his desire. Just then, Kakanuchi dashed onto the court, approaching Yukimura without a care for the surroundings. Boldly proclaiming, "Rikkai's captain, could we settle this score before Ekizan arrives? Just 1 point." Yukimura's voice remained calm as he grasped his racket, his jacket still draped over his shoulder. "Then let us play, Yamakun." Yukimura agreed, viewing the single-point match as a warm-up, for waiting idly was indeed dull. At that moment, Yukimura exuded a refined elegance, yet within him resided an undeniable aura of dominance. His tennis gradually stripped away his opponent's senses, not through brute force like Kahara, but rather through a more insidious mental torment. His tennis, unbeknownst to the opponent, deprived them of their very essence, akin to stealing one's soul. Could one play tennis without sensation? Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Yukimura had decisively defeated Kakunuchi. The only image etched in their minds was that of Kakunuchi, forlornly kneeling on the court, his terrified eyes glistening with tears. Incredulity swept over the crowd as Yukimura, clad in his jacket, effortlessly triumphed over Kakunuchi, who was on par with Ryoma in skill. Shock was evident on every face, and it was Shiraishi who first regained his composure, leaping onto the court. "Kakunuchi, pull yourself together." A gust of wind lifted Yukimura's jacket, tousling his bangs, yet his face betrayed no hint of joy in victory. Perhaps he regarded triumph as a matter of course. He looked impassively at his opponent. Devoid of expression, he awaited Ryoma's entrance, anticipating their third consecutive championship. Gently embracing Kakunuchi, he murmured, "Kakunuchi, be strong. It's all right now." Yet, he could still feel the tremors of the young man in his arms. In those large eyes, only fear remained. Fear of Yukimura, and even fear of tennis itself. The child of God. Shiraishi could hardly believe the transformation wrought by Yukimura's tennis on Kakunuchi, as he helped Kakunuchi to his feet and led him back to the stands. He thought that had he known, he would never have allowed that point to be played. The spectators buzzed with discussion. Yukimura, who had not competed for a year, had faced skepticism about his abilities. Among them were those who shamelessly insulted Rikai's captain, uttering foul language that was unbearable to hear. Now, witnessing Yukimura's prowess, they sighed in regret. In that single point, Kakunuchi had stood no chance. According to match records, Yukimura's winning streak was impeccable, having never lost a single game thus far. Such overwhelming strength, that unique brand of tennis belonging solely to Yukimura, left the audience speechless. Thus, he was dubbed the Child of God. Nearly everyone believed that the new student from Seishin would not prevail. The originally half-closed eyes slowly opened, and Xiao Yi gazed at the entrance of the competition, softly murmuring, "At last it has arrived." Accompanying Xiao Yi's words, Ryoma entered the arena, standing tall and surveying the crowd with an air of superiority. Raising his racket high and swinging it down with force, "I have kept you waiting." Instantly, a wave of cheers erupted. The match was finally underway. "Ryoma, do not falter," AI said, gripping his racket and wiping away sweat as he stepped forward. "Do not let my presence here be in vain." "Loss? How do you even spell that?" "I only know how to spell victory," Ryoma replied with a confident smile, striding into the court. "Goodness, you little rascal, arriving so late has made us all worry sick," AG remarked, playfully draping an arm around Ryoma's neck while ruffling his hair. "My apologies. I did not wish for it to be so. It was all that troublesome old man's fault. Take all of your efforts and everything you have poured into this time and channel it into this match," Tezuka encouraged. Approaching him, "AI, you have worked hard," Xiaoyi reminded him. "Ryoma, give it your all. Be wary of Yukimura's five senses annihilation." "Understood," Ryoma exclaimed, turning to enter the court with determination. And now, the match officially commences. Rikai Daigaku's Yukimura Seishi vs Seishin Gakuin's Ekizan Ryoma. The referee's booming voice echoed throughout the court. "Have you just recovered from a serious illness?" The restored Ryoma, as audacious as ever, retorted, "It would be wise not to push yourself too hard. Otherwise, your gaze is impressive." Yukimura interjected before Ryoma could finish, turning to the baseline and preparing for Ryoma's serve. "What is this? That hardly qualifies as a response." "But very well," Ryoma returned to the baseline, declaring, "I shall not hold back." He tossed the ball and swung the racket. Ryoma initiated the match with a topspin serve, swiftly followed by a powerful shot, a cool intercepting 0-15. Before Ryoma even touched down, Yukimura expertly directed the ball precisely to the baseline. Though Yukimura's expression remained stoic, an inexplicable sense of something missing lingered. Chapter 159. The disappearance of touch despite having lost the point. Ryoma smiled and remarked, "You truly have some skill. But oddly enough, your coat has slipped from your shoulders." Yukimura glanced over to discover that the coat he had been wearing now lay quietly on the ground behind him. Such is Ryoma's nature, blatant provocation. From the very start, he calculated a way to make Yukimura's coat fall. First, he used a topspin serve to disrupt Yukimura's stance, followed by a powerful shot that elevated both of Yukimura's shoulders, ultimately luring him forward with a cool interception, cleverly causing the coat to drop to the ground. Bending down to retrieve his coat, Yukimura took a few steps towards Sanada and tossed the coat to him, then sauntered back onto the court. "Young man, this is not a game of shedding coats." His tone remained gentle, yet it carried an air of superiority. "Oh, is that so? Then it seems this game is one that I have won." Ryoma remained unfazed by Yukimura's words. Though their voices were not loud, they were filled with conviction. This promises to be an exceptionally thrilling match, indeed, without a doubt. What a troublesome lad. Yukimura stands firm on the court, observing the two players with grave expressions. Little Wing cannot help but gently shake his head. This version of Yukimura is rather unfamiliar. Previously, they would often encounter each other in the hospital, where beneath Yukimura's fragile exterior, the profound aura of a king was unmistakably palpable. Yet now, this sensation is increasingly intense. The prowess of the child of God is indisputable. Simultaneously, Ryoma, who has triumphed over both Sanada and Itobi, should not be underestimated. This match is bound to be spectacular. Little Wing is indeed looking forward to it. Ryoma has unleashed the realm of no self, executing Tainichi's Big Bang serve, only to be effortlessly returned by Yukimura. Though the ball possesses power, it is overly simplistic. Following this, Tachibana's explosive ball dance ensues. Faced with a flurry of tennis balls soaring haphazardly, Yukimura smiles and remarks, "The ball cannot simply vanish into thin air. There is only one tangible entity." With a mere glance, he discerns which ball is real. The divine concealment of Chitos. The ball will absolutely not disappear. Yukimura has already traced its trajectory. Ryoma finds himself at a disadvantage, and for Yukimura, who can see through the very essence of the technique, such trivial moves are utterly futile. Yukimura kindly cautions, "How much longer will you continue? Young lad, the realm of no self will only deplete your stamina in vain." As he speaks, he swiftly counters. The ball whizzes past the dazed Ekizan, who then employs Sanada's thunderous movement to swiftly catch up with the tennis ball, wielding his racket to deliver a powerful strike. Sanada is somewhat astonished. Due to his knee injury, he was unable to unleash the thunderous movement against Ryoma. Could it be her? Sanada's gaze shifts towards AI. Yukimura turns to Sanada, who stands with his arms crossed on the sidelines. "So, you were watching after all." Yukimura continues. "I believe I mentioned that one must stand atop the pinnacle through a fair and honorable duel." Sanada's expression is profoundly serious. This is indeed the approach we uphold at Rikkai Dai Fuzoku. Yukimura falls silent, closing his eyes with a touch of sorrow. To him, this is merely a naive notion of complete victory held by children. Sanada's obsession with the duel resulted in his defeat at the Kanto tournament. However, a contest that does not yield victory is utterly devoid of value. As he opens his eyes, the match resumes, and Ryoma continues to unleash the thunderous movement. So naive. Yukimura returns the ball, employing Sanada's technique against him, which proves ineffective. The earlier occurrence was merely a fluke. Ryoma swiftly follows with the ice world, sending ice pillars, symbols of dead angles, hurtling towards Yukimura. In an instant, the ice pillars shatter, the child of God from Rikkai, with no dead angles. Super invincible, absolutely delicious mega wheel storm. Dust rises in the air. Yukimura successfully counters, but Ryoma fails to catch it. Panting heavily, Ryoma supports himself on the ground, having exhausted his stamina from continually using the realm of no self. What is the matter? Is this where it ends? Yukimura chuckles. Once, he believed he would never play tennis again. However, her presence rekindled his hope and propelled him back onto the court. Though he has not fully recovered, he is convinced that defeating Ryoma and achieving a 3-time consecutive victory for Rikkai is not merely a dream. Are you jesting? Ryoma rose, mastering the realm of selflessness, utilizing it partially to conserve energy. What a stark contrast. Ryoma unleashed his ultimate technique, honed through countless trials. Yet, this very exertion rendered his other bodily functions sluggish. Unless he activated his whole being, which would swiftly deplete his stamina. 1540. This is utterly futile. Rikkai triumphed, winning the 10th game, then the 20th, and then the 30th. Yukimura secured 3 consecutive victories. Regardless of the techniques Ryoma employed, Yukimura countered each one effortlessly. He is indeed the son of the divine spirit. This sentiment echoed among all spectators. Perhaps it was simply too early. Itobi sighed, reaching that level of mastery. As he had stated, Ryoma's extraordinary talent allowed him to comprehend every technique employed by the skilled opponents he had faced. Yet now he found himself at the mercy of the profound intricacies of selflessness. In an attempt to return the ball, Ryoma collapsed to the ground. Continuing seemed pointless. Perhaps it would be kinder to concede now. This is for your own good, Yukimura remarked to the downed Ryoma. I will absolutely rise again, Ryoma declared, removing his cap and directing his defiance toward Iba. I will teach you a lesson. Yukimura sighed. You are truly a stubborn lad. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ryoma partially harnessed the energy of his ultimate technique, transferring it from his hands to his feet, thereby accelerating his movement. Next, the energy shifted to his left hand, doubling the impact against Yukimura's shots, ultimately catching him off guard. Next point, I can conclude it in 6 strokes. With unparalleled brilliance, Ryoma made an unequivocal prediction. 1, 2, 3. The audience counted in unison. 4, 5, 6. Bang. The spectators behind Yukimura gasped in shock. Ryoma's smash not only missed the court, but soared into the stands, nearly injuring someone. What on earth? Witnessing such an outrageous shot, Ryoma could hardly believe it. After landing, he felt his body lurch forward, collapsing to the ground. Immobilized and momentarily dazed. Are you all right? Only upon hearing the referee's voice did Ryoma regain his senses and stand up. Noticing the concern on Iba's face, he quickly inquired. Ryoma, are you okay? You're bleeding. Huh. Ryoma felt no pain until he touched his nose and saw blood on his fingers, finally realizing he was indeed bleeding. Simultaneously, a relentless gaze upon him compelled him to reflect on the past, as he remarked, why do you stare so intently at me? In a match, a little bloodshed is nothing to hold against you. It seems you have lost your sense of touch. Yukimura withdrew his gaze and moved toward the baseline. Ryoma stood momentarily bewildered. Had he truly lost his sense of touch? Chapter 160. Seamless as heaven-esque garment indeed. It was that trembling little Kinjiro who grasped Yukimura's words. Which one? Bunta inquired, puzzled, eager to comprehend what had transpired during that last shot. I'm genuinely frightened. That guy's tennis is truly terrifying, Kinjiro continued, his face paling at the mere recollection of the previous play. At last, Sanada expressed a hint of anticipation, stating that Yukimura was finally about to unleash his true tennis prowess. Ryoma, devoid of tactile sensation, failed to perceive the ball's trajectory, relying solely on instinct to return it. Images flickered in his mind, and a faint fear graced his countenance. Noticing this, Kinjiro spoke up, it's precisely this. In one's mind, the image of one's own ball being returned always surfaces, regardless of where it lands. The outcome remains unchanged. Gradually, he found himself unable to meet Yukimura's gaze, his body immobilized. Reflecting on the moment, his hands trembled incessantly. It was akin to the yips, as Kosuke sighed, describing the mental state that prevents athletes from engaging in their sport normally, as if deprived of their 5 senses, creating the illusion that encapsulates the secret of Yukimura's tennis. If Ryoma could not transcend this moment, defeat was inevitable. What's wrong, kid? Yukimura swung his racket, asserting, with that tentative method of hitting, you cannot hope to defeat me. No need for your nonsense. Ryoma dashed forward, preparing to strike. Yet, he refrained from swinging his racket, halting his steps as the ball bounced past him. The onlookers gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming in surprise. Ryoma, however, could only hear their voices, for his sight had abandoned him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he heard the sound of the ball ricocheting and, relying on his hearing alone, successfully returned it. Just as he naively believed that even without touch or sight, he could still triumph over Yukimura with his remaining sense of hearing, silence enveloped him. Devoid of hearing and sight, Ryoma stumbled about the court, seeking the ball's whereabouts, only to be struck down by Yukimura's serve amidst the crowd's shouts. Rikkai Dai emerged victorious, the score standing at 40. Fuji watched as Ryoma, bewildered and wandering aimlessly around the court with wide, unfocused eyes, displayed an unfamiliar hint of panic on his usually serene face, stirring an indescribable feeling within him. Yukimura closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the flustered Ryoma before him. Were he an ordinary player, Yukimura would never permit such humiliation. Is this truly the Ekizan Ryoma who has triumphed over numerous formidable opponents? In his current state, he could not even locate the ball. With consecutive service faults, the score read 0-15. Ryoma tossed the ball into the air, yet remained oblivious to when it would descend or when he ought to swing his racket. 2 mistakes directly allowed Yukimura to score. Enough. That is quite enough. Ekizan. Hori and the others cried out, their voices trembling with despair. They could no longer bear to watch. Yet, amidst the clamor, Ryoma remained oblivious. Where am I? Where's the ball? All that met his gaze was an impenetrable darkness, devoid of anything. Ryoma, be careful. Before AI could finish her warning, the bewildered Ryoma stumbled, tripping over the tennis net beneath his feet. In such a disheveled state, could this truly be the proud young prince, Ekizan Ryoma, who had once vanquished countless formidable foes? In that moment, AI fervently wished for the telepathic ability of Little Wing, allowing her to inform Ryoma of the ball's location to guide his sight. Glancing at Little Wing, she was not surprised to see him shake his head. In this match, no one could assist him. It was entirely up to him to transcend, to grasp the pinnacle of seamless excellence. Ryoma, weak and disoriented, stood up and scanned his surroundings, yet saw nothing. He screamed in desperation, Where am I? Where's this? In the endless darkness, he continued to run forward, striving to comprehend his situation. Wasn't he meant to be competing? Why could he see nothing, hear nothing, feel nothing? Yukimura turned his face away, his eyes reflecting a profound melancholy that masked his inner sorrow. This method of play seemed akin to suffocating his opponent. Those with fragile spirits might well develop a fear of tennis from such an experience. Yet, for the sake of Rikai's 3 consecutive championships, he had to proceed thus. In Ryoma's consciousness, he kept running, surrounded by familiar figures, those he aspired to surpass. Ultimately, exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Give up. You have lost this match, Yukimura thought, wishing to conclude the game swiftly, though he knew Ryoma could not hear him. It seemed as if Ryoma had sensed Yukimura's words. Beginning to struggle, his heart wavering. Lose? Do you think I will lose? Am I destined to lose? The realization struck him. Why does this hurt so much? Is playing tennis truly such a painful endeavor? His body trembled slightly as fear began to spread from the depths of his heart. Even when downed, his innate pride compelled him to gaze forward defiantly. A tall and familiar figure stood before him. Ryoma tentatively called out, "Old man?" Turning around, Nanjiru bore a serious expression as he asked, "Young man, do you find joy in playing tennis?" "Do I find joy in playing tennis?" Ryoma was momentarily at a loss for words. Reflecting on the past, tennis had once been a game shared with the old man. A pursuit fueled by his refusal to be mocked, a relentless quest to defeat Nanjiru. Time and again, he faced defeat, yet he persisted. At that time, he had never contemplated the essence of his tennis, merely imitating Nanjiru's style. It was only after being effortlessly bested by Tezuka that he understood the vast array of formidable opponents beyond Nanjiru, marking the beginning of his growth. Simultaneously, AI's presence and the moments spent with her could be deemed the happiest times of his life. Playing tennis with her, no matter how arduous or exhausting, brings me immense joy without a trace of resentment. The youthfulness of tennis is truly delightful. Indeed, without a doubt, defeat me, Ekizan. Become the cornerstone of Seishin Academy. Lose. How does one even write that word? I can only inscribe victory. My once confident declaration, the promise to AI, the pact with Tezuka, one day. I shall seize the position of Seishin's pillar from Tezuka's grasp. Gripping the racket with my left hand, I push myself up from the ground slowly. At this point, should we continue the match? Yukimura gazes at Ryoma in astonishment. In this state, unable to see, hear, or feel anything, he still yearns to press on. Father, what is the epitome of perfection? A rare formal inquiry, yet Nanjiro brushes it aside. As he monotonously strikes stones with a twig, Nanjiro's voice reverberates through the valley. Youth. Discern the essence of things. Echoing in Ryoma's mind. Youth. Discern the essence of things. Youth. Is playing tennis joyful? Indeed, Ekizan appears entranced, repeatedly murmuring, tennis is tennis. Ryoma, rally forth. Awaken and conquer him. The Ice Princess AI shouts passionately, if not, don't ever appear in my sight again. Ryoma tightly grips the tennis ball, lifts his head, and smiles boldly, affirming, playing tennis is truly delightful. Before the words fully escape his lips, he tosses the ball and swings his racket. Turning to AI, Ryoma asserts, it's impossible. Not appearing within your line of sight is akin to wishing for death. Yes, he heard AI's words. The extinguishing of his senses had become ineffective. Witnessing this, Little Wing chuckles, exclaiming, the epitome of perfection. In this match, Ryoma emerges victorious, with Yukimura still not fully recovered. The chances of him besting Ryoma seem bleak. Chapter 161. The national champion. Upon hearing Little Wing's remarks, Yukimura snaps back to reality. His expression a mixture of surprise and seriousness as he gazes at Ryoma, stating, the epitome of perfection, you say? I shall see through it. The audience gasps in astonishment. What is happening? Is a comeback imminent? Ryoma arrogantly points to Yukimura's court, questioning the still unresponsive referee. Did the ball not land in? The ball was struck with such velocity that the referee barely registered it, glancing toward the photographer. Rewind. A remarkable ACE serve, beautifully landing on the baseline. 15-15. Was my serve too swift for you to react? Ryoma inquires, raising an eyebrow. Then allow me to slow it down. 30-15, 40-15. Seishin triumphs. With the score at 14 games. 4 ACE serves leave Yukimura caught off guard, securing a game with ease. The momentum of the match has dramatically shifted, entirely favoring Ryoma. Even as Yukimura remains composed, his heart cannot find tranquility. In his heart, he incessantly murmured, focus your attention, calm down, and concentrate. There is no ball you cannot return. He attempted to self-hypnotize. Seishin had emerged victorious, with a score of 44. He forced himself to remain composed, yet was unable to recover. Before long, Ryoma equalized the score. With a smile, Ryoma swung his racket and asked, "Are you enjoying the joy of playing tennis?" Joy. Ryoma's words left Yukimura momentarily stunned. To him, playing tennis was solely for the sake of victory. Had his perspective been erroneous all along? History was on the verge of being rewritten. Seishin would thwart Rikai's three-peat. Otobi sighed lightly, recognizing that the outcome of this match hinged on points. It was as if a flawless plan had been woven. Storing the essence of his power deep within his being, releasing it judiciously and explosively, without waste. Even before Kiraku could finish his thoughts, Fuji interjected, "The ultimate evolution of techniques is to transfer the meticulously honed power freely and appropriately throughout the body, is it not?" Kiraku shook his head and replied, "Who knows? This is merely my forced interpretation. There are certainly elements beyond our imagination." Behind them, footsteps approached, accompanied by a greeting. "Hi. Ah, old man. You've finally decided to show up," said Wing, turning to Nanjiru. Simultaneously, he signaled to Hiroshi to keep an eye on Nanjiru, ensuring he wouldn't escape. For creating such a significant disturbance, he deserved some form of punishment. The warrior, Nanjiru. Tachibana immediately recognized the newcomer as the legendary tennis player, Ryoma's father. No wonder Ryoma had perfected his craft. "Youngster, that's a misconception. There has never been anything flawless from the very beginning." Nanjiru scratched his head, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. "Let me think. How should I explain this?" Upon his utterance, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The so-called flawlessness, in truth, resides within everyone. Nanjiru organized his thoughts and explained, "Reflect upon when you first began playing tennis. Did you not play tirelessly from dawn till dusk, feeling no fatigue? No matter the obstacles encountered, you found joy in every moment. In that instant, everyone existed within that flawless realm. Alas, somewhere along the path, you learned to play safely in pursuit of victory, forgetting your original intentions. In fact, nearly all world-class players have succumbed to this. They have forgotten the feelings that accompanied their initial encounter with tennis." "Enjoying tennis?" Hyudo murmured softly, as if contemplating something profound. Seishin emerged victorious, with a score of 54. 150, 300, and 400. In the midst of conversation, they had reached the match point. Ryoma leaped into the air, striking a pose never before witnessed by the others. Revealing a new technique. "Become the pillar of Seishin, a.k.a," Tezuka proclaimed, acknowledging Ryoma's prowess. "Indeed," Ryoma replied, swinging his racket, Samurai Smash. The ball struck the steel wire of the net, spinning and grinding against it until it was forcefully split in two, soaring toward Yukimura. At that moment, Yukimura appeared momentarily stunned, while Sanada, gripping the railing tightly, bellowed, "Yukimura, win for me." This fierce shout rekindled Yukimura's fervor for victory. "Yes. We will achieve a three-peat for Rikai, with no flaws." Confronted with the severed tennis ball, Yukimura's confusion dissipated. He executed a backhand return, swiftly pivoting to send the other half back. Focus more clearly, Yukimura chanted, his eyes fixed on the sunlight, searching for the optimal strike point. Yet, he could only see both halves of the tennis ball landing beside him simultaneously. The match concluded, with Seishin Academy's Ekizan Ryoma emerging victorious, the score being 6-4. The referee proclaimed, "Seishin has triumphed. I hereby declare the national tournament concluded, with Seishin Academy as the champions." "Yeah, we won, little shrimp." The exuberant AG leaped onto the railing and directly dove into the court, racing toward Ryoma. Oishi, standing nearby, could not intervene. Tachibana and others rushed in as well, collectively lifting Ryoma into the air, tossing him up and catching him. "Put me down." At this moment, words failed to encapsulate Yukimura's feelings. After such prolonged effort, they had finally triumphed. The eternally stoic Tezuka, witnessing Ryoma and the others, could not help but curve his lips into a smile. Noticing this scene, Fujisaki jested. "I thought you, the emotionless one, would never smile." In truth, having grown up alongside Tezuka, Fujisaki had seldom seen him smile genuinely. This thought stirred a twinge of jealousy within him, pondering when Tezuka might smile solely for him. Why was he even thinking such things? Tezuka was a boy. "You saw nothing." Tezuka promptly reverted to his usual impassive demeanor. Meanwhile, Yukimura returned to his teammates, filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, everyone. Captain Yukimura, you moved me deeply," Chitose exclaimed, his voice tinged with tears as he rushed to Yukimura's side. "But there's no need to cry like that," the others remarked, exasperated. They were all grown up, yet he still behaved like a child. How could they entrust the tennis club to him? "Yukimura." Sanada handed over a towel that he had prepared beforehand. Yes, Yukimura understood his meaning and accepted it with gratitude, holding the towel as he said, "Thank you, Janikura." His eyes reflected a mixture of disappointment and regret. "I'm sorry, Janikura, I lost and failed to fulfill our promise." He embraced the now settled Ryoma and congratulated him. "Congratulations. You finally won." Observing this, Nanjiru prepared to slip away, feigning a yawn as he declared, "Since it's over, I'll take my leave. I'm exhausted, goodbye." "Youth is indeed wonderful." "Wait a moment," Hiroshi interjected, stopping Nanjiru with an amused expression. "Everyone, tonight the celebration is on me to honor this victory." At that moment, everyone should indulge and enjoy. With a beaming smile, Xiaoyi turned to Nanjiro and said, "Uncle Nanjiro, would you care to join us? I shall treat you." She emphasized the words treat you. Could she truly be so generous? Nanjiro found it hard to believe and ultimately decided against going. Just as he was about to shake his head, Xiaoyi added, "If you don't wish to come, that's fine. Just remember to leave your credit card and password." What the heck? So it was Xiaoyi treating, but he would be footing the bill. Nanjiro could almost envision the money in his wallet waving him goodbye. Chapter 162. The disappearance of Ayu that night. Everyone was reveling in merriment, with one exception. Nanjiro sat at the table, his brow furrowed in distress as he ate. Halfway through his meal, a phone call compelled him to leave for America. Before departing, he reluctantly left behind his card. The next day, Xiao-Yi and the others lounged on the sofa in the living room, engaging in idle chatter on a rare leisurely morning. However, tranquility was short-lived as a phone call heightened their tension. The call was from UNZ to Nolan. "Nolan, has Ayu visited you recently? Or do you have his contact information?" Given their previous connection due to the 2 prior cases, UNZ inquired, knowing that Ayu had a decent rapport with them. Nolan replied, puzzled, "No, he hasn't. What is going on?" UNZ continued, "If that's the case, never mind. It's nothing serious, just that a school event has been cancelled last minute. And we wanted to inform him. However, we can't reach him, and no one in class has his contact details. He hasn't been attending school lately." "What?" Nolan was taken aback. "What is happening? When was he unreachable? Did he mention anything before?" UNZ pondered for a moment before responding. "We lost contact with him after the holiday. I seem to recall him mentioning some clues about finding something at the Kyupu Central Hospital." "Kyupu Central Hospital," Nolan exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone present. "ISNT, that where the comatose black organization member, Kira, is currently residing? How strange. How would Ayu know?" "The FBI has been ensuring that no one learns of Reina's whereabouts, maintaining strict protection. How could it be so easily discovered by Ayu?" Nolan. The voice of UNZ from the phone brought everyone back to focus. "Are you even listening to me? The clues I mentioned are not about Ayu's sister. They pertain to his father. It seems they found a partner who worked with his father." He was quite elated and suggested that perhaps his father and his father's friend might also be searching for his missing sister. Ayu's father's friend, a member of the company. It appears that besides the black organization searching for Reina, a third-party organization is also on the hunt. Nolan ended the call. Xiao-Yi and Conan felt it was imperative to inform the FBI, and they swiftly made a phone call. Before long, Judy arrived. "I'm truly sorry, Teacher Judy," Xiao-Yi politely remarked. "Not at all. It's rather perilous to make phone calls over at the hospital, and I happen to have something important to discuss with you," Judy replied. Her arms crossed over her chest. "What troublesome matter are you referring to?" she inquired. "It's about Ayu Hondo. It seems he has gone to the Kyupo Central Hospital." Upon hearing this, Judy recalled, "Are you speaking of the boy who was searching for his sister, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Mizunashi Reina? That child did visit recently, inquiring with several nurses while holding a photograph, but they had no information for him. Actually, he did gain some information, and that is precisely what I wanted to convey." Xiaoyi interrupted. "He mentioned encountering his father's business associate at the hospital, likely someone from the company. This implies that their company may be seeking Mizunashi Reina for some ulterior motive. If they were to discover this, it could lead to serious trouble." Judy instantly grasped the stakes involved and replied gravely, "If it is indeed someone from the company, they are likely to recognize our FBI agents. They are known for their ruthless methods and could resort to violence, even in a hospital setting." Conan added, "Moreover, this could also attract the attention of the black organization. If they merely happen to visit, it would be one thing, but if they have infiltrated the hospital, we must devise a strategy swiftly." As the group fell into contemplation, Ryoma, who had been silently listening, broke the silence. "Since you have been mentioning the company, what significance does it hold?" Aoi, seated beside Ryoma, explained. "Just as the FBI is referred to as the Bureau, which means office, the company is also a colloquial term. It refers to the CIA, a spy organization directly under the president, responsible for collecting intelligence and furthering related policies both domestically and internationally. Does this mean that Ayu's father is a CIA agent? An American spy? Ryoma exclaimed, astonished. So, the seemingly clueless Ayu's father has quite a notable background. Indeed, that's quite plausible, Xiaoyi nodded. At that moment, Hao Yu handed his iPad to Xiaoyi, which was filled with information about a man named Ethan Hondo. It's not just a possibility, it is a certainty. Ayu's father's real name is Ethan Hondo, Judy remarked with a hint of admiration. Shuichi has garnered a wealth of information through his intelligence sources. I wonder how he managed to uncover all of this. Judy's account closely mirrored what was written on the iPad. Ethan Hondo, a second-generation Japanese-American, joined the CIA 30 years ago and became an intelligence officer. 3 years later, he entered Japan. After marrying, he has been undercover within the country. As for the nature of his investigations, it remains unknown, but it is likely related to the intelligence on the Black organization. Having not seen the subsequent developments, Nolan remarked. So, it follows that the reason we have been unable to contact Ayu during this period is that he has been taken into protective custody by the CIA. After all, he is the son of that intelligence officer. His father would never allow him to be placed in jeopardy. After perusing the documents, Koyuki sighed. Ethan Hondo passed away 4 years ago. Judy offered an explanation. 4 years ago, in an abandoned warehouse in Yokohama, a homeless man was residing on the second floor. He witnessed everything unfold. Initially asleep, he was startled awake by the sound of gunfire and cautiously peered down. There, he saw a bloodied man lying on the ground, beside whom knelt another individual. Shortly thereafter, 2 men clad in black arrived, one tall with flowing silver-golden hair, and the other, a burly figure wearing dark sunglasses, gin, and vodka. The woman, in a state of panic, informed the men of the situation. I seized the opportunity to bite his wrist, wrested the gun from him, and shot him. I uttered not a word. The MD in his pocket can attest to that. Subsequently, the 2 men escorted the woman away. Before long, another man burst in, shouting at the deceased, Hondo, Hondo, Hondo. This man was then shot by an ambusher, followed by a great fire that consumed the warehouse. Fortunately, they did not discover the homeless man, allowing him to escape alive. Hideo found the homeless man, and through his account and the photograph you provided, confirmed that the deceased was Ethan Hondo, while the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Minazuki Rina. Chapter 163. An intruder. It thus appears that Minazuki Rina is not Ayu's sister. Otherwise, it would equate to the murder of his biological father. Surely, one would not descend to such cruelty. Although Hiroshi expressed this sentiment, he could not shake a lingering sense of disquiet. AI speculated, it must be that Minazuki Rina, in order to approach Ethan Hondo, underwent cosmetic surgery to resemble Ayu's sister, thereby seeking to uncover the extent of the CIA's intelligence. However, her identity was revealed, leading to her capture. Did she manage to retaliate before divulging any information? A somber atmosphere enveloped them as they pondered what had truly transpired. Ultimately, Judy shrugged, concluding the discussion, well, this is indeed perplexing. I had intended to glean more about his father from that boy named Ayu, but now I find myself unable to reach him as well. Regardless, we should head to the hospital. Koyuki rose and declared, are you all going too? Judy inquired. Yes, Conan nodded, standing up. If there are indeed CIA operatives among them, individuals like us, who have never shown our faces, can be of greater assistance, can we not? Thus, James drove, transporting Judy, Conan, and Koyuki toward the Chua Hospital in Kabukicho. On the road, after Judy finished a phone call, she half-jokingly remarked to the little ones in the back seat. Shoei and Conan, as you advised, I have arranged to meet that nurse who saw Ayu, boss. Thank you. Your boss is me, right? James, who was driving, shot a glare at Judy. Judy chuckled. Hee hee, what are you talking about, Mr. Driver? Changing the subject, she continued, don't you find it strange? Why has that boy, Ayu, suddenly gone silent? James disregarded Judy's jest and replied earnestly, I don't know. We are indeed planning to reach out to the nurse Ayu inquired about earlier to see if we can glean any clues. However, I suspect that Ayu is likely under the protection of the CIA. After all, he is the child of Ethan Bendo, and perhaps some agent has encountered Ayu before. No, that's not right. Shoei countered Judy's speculation. Ayu could only have met his father's work associates at the hospital. Strange, wait. Upon hearing this, both Shoei and Conan recalled a small detail. Previously, when they sought out a photograph of Ayu's father, Mirai had mentioned that when Ethan Bendo brought Ayu along, it was just the 2 of them. Therefore, Ayu must not have met his father's work associates. If Ethan Bendo had intentionally arranged it this way to prevent his associates from meeting Ayu, why would Ayu claim to have seen his father's associates at the hospital? No, that is incorrect. What Yoko said on the phone was not that IU encountered Ethan Bindo's associates, but rather that he found some clues. So what could these clues be? If it wasn't a meeting, then what could it be? After a moment of contemplation, both Shioi and Conan simultaneously thought of the phrase submerge. Mirai had inadvertently overheard the term submerge, which could refer to infiltrating the black organization. What's wrong? Their silence piqued Judy's curiosity. Shioi and Conan exchanged glances, confirming their thoughts, and Shioi promptly called Yoko, asking, "Did IU say he found his father's work associate at the hospital, or did he see him?" "No." Yoko shook her head. He said he heard the sound of an email notification in the hospital, which resembled the sound his father used to send to his work associates. When his father worked abroad, he would call him. IU often heard a melody, reminiscent of a nursery rhyme. Once, he asked his father if he was sending an email to a work associate. Hearing this, Shioi ended the call, for she had received the information she sought. The individual IU encountered at the hospital was likely not from the CIA, but rather a member of the black organization, lurking within the hospital to gather information on Reina. That must be the sound of the 7 little crows, the email notification of the boss. Shioi immediately shared this revelation with Judy. Subsequently, Judy contacted Shioi, instructing her to prepare for action. Should the agents of the shadowy organization discover her, the FBI would lose their only lead, having concealed Reina Mizuna within the confines of the central hospital. However, in the depths of the dark ocean, a solitary line cast would yield nothing. To draw them out, one must attach a bait to that line, one compelling enough to ensnare them deep within their throats. Upon reaching the hospital, Kaito and Conan first sought out the nurse who had previously spoken with IU. The nurse, upon examining the photograph, nodded in affirmation. This youth has indeed visited. Not long ago, he held a photograph of a female figure, that of the newscaster Reina Mizuna. He inquired whether she was a patient here, to which I replied she was not. Had she been admitted, word would have spread swiftly through the hospital. Hearing this, the two could ascertain that IU was indeed searching for Reina Mizuna, but what could be his motive? The nurse interjected suddenly. Is it true? After this youth's visit, he has since vanished? Not quite, Conan replied, scratching his head, feigning nonchalance. Rather than missing, it would be more accurate to say he is unreachable. Consequently, his teachers and neighbors are eager to locate him. Consider this. Reina Mizuna has not appeared on television lately, leading that devoted brother to suspect she might be ill and hospitalized. Thus, we surmise he is using his holiday to search for her. Do you recall anything else he mentioned? The nurse pondered for a moment, but could not recall any details about IU. Instead, she suddenly remembered another individual. I can't quite recall him, but not long ago, someone else posed a similar question. This person claimed to have seen someone resembling Reina Mizuna at the hospital and asked if it was indeed her. What? The group gasped, and Kaito quickly inquired. Can you remember what this person looked like? I cannot. I did not get a clear look. The nurse shook her head, explaining. I was hurrying to find a doctor and accidentally bumped into him while turning a corner, causing me to fall and lose my contact lens. What about his voice? I remember it was a male voice. However, I can confirm that he was admitted to the hospital recently, the nurse stated with certainty. While searching for my contact lens on the floor, I noticed the slippers he was wearing, newly purchased by the hospital just 7 days ago. Judy, Shuichi, and James departed from the room and entered an unoccupied ward. It was evident that members of the black-clad organization had infiltrated the hospital. Judy, her expression serious, voiced her concerns. We must urgently transfer Reina Mizuna to another facility, given that we've uncovered the presence of the organization here. The likelihood of her being discovered if we continue to hide her is alarmingly high. But if we act hastily, wouldn't that essentially inform the shadowy organization that Reina Mizuna is here? James did not pause to question Judy's actions, pondering which hospital might allow us to transfer. Was it acceptable to remain in this state? She unexpectedly interjected, asking, remain as we are? Chapter 164. Leukemia. Judy struggled to comprehend Shi's intentions as he elaborated. The individual intended to masquerade as a patient, creating a diversion to inquire with the nurse whether Mizuki Rina was in this hospital. It appeared that this person was still in the exploratory phase. Furthermore, this presented an opportunity, a chance to transform one lead into two. Indeed, it would be advantageous if we could unearth the accomplices of that organization before their scheme unraveled. James concurred with Shi's perspective, but felt that executing the plan would prove challenging, especially considering the numerous male patients currently admitted to the hospital. Identifying this individual without revealing our identities as FBI agents would be quite difficult. Judy sighed, lamenting, if only that nurse remembered what the person looked like. We wouldn't have to investigate everyone. We need not conduct a thorough investigation. We should only look into the patients from last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Shi clarified. After explaining, James promptly contacted the hospital director to review the admissions from those 3 days. As for the investigation into the infiltrator from the dark organization, Judy stated, "My current concern is the whereabouts of that boy named IU." She objectively offered his insight. From the FBI standpoint, his disappearance might actually be preferable. Associating with the son of NOC could lead to further complications. NOC? Conan inquired, puzzled. Non-official cover, abbreviated as NOC, refers to spies who disguise themselves as ordinary civilians to infiltrate other countries for intelligence operations, Judy explained, half amused, adding, "Even someone as knowledgeable as you is hearing this term for the first time." Conan shook his head, uncertain how to convey his thoughts. "No, I've heard of it before. I just feel there's some connection with this term. Why would the organization remain passive regarding a boy who knows the boss's email address and is attempting to get close? If you're concerned about the safety of the NOC's son, it's probably best to abandon hope sooner rather than later," she suggested, wishing to avoid unnecessary risks. Subsequently, the group exited the hospital room. Judy and Shui ascended to the lounge upstairs, while Conan and Shui headed to the restroom. Upon leaving the restroom, the two made their way toward the lounge when someone called out to them from behind. It was the same nurse from earlier. "Wait, I finally found you," the nurse panted. Shui turned to face her, eyes wide with anticipation. "You were looking for us. Have you thought of something regarding the man we discussed earlier?" "No. It's about the boy with glasses." The nurse responded, "That boy's name is Hondu Iu, isn't it?" "Yes, why?" Conan inquired. "Indeed. He is the boy who underwent surgery back then," the nurse recollected. "No wonder I felt as if I had seen him before. He was the boy who had the surgery at the hospital where I previously worked." Xiaowei promptly asked, "Was it at a hospital in Osaka?" Ayu's brother moved to Osaka shortly after their mother passed away, and then the accident occurred. When thinking of the surgery, Xiaowei immediately recalled the incident Ayu had previously mentioned. "No, that surgery was performed at a hospital in Tokyo. Certainly not here." The nurse gently shook her head. "At that time, his mother was by his side. It must have been before they moved." "His mother was there too? What kind of surgery did he undergo?" Conan eagerly sought the answer. "The child was diagnosed with leukemia," the nurse said sympathetically. "Such a young child, having just undergone such a significant surgery, and then to have an accident. How unfortunate." "Leukemia. I see." Xiaowei and Conan finally pieced together the information regarding Ayu. After bidding farewell to the nurse, they proceeded to the lounge. Before long, James and Akemi entered, the latter holding 3 photographs. James announced, "I have good news. Last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, there were only 3 male patients hospitalized who were neither severely injured nor ill. To clarify, these photos were taken covertly, so the quality may not be very good." Akemi placed the photographs on the coffee table and introduced them in order. The first is Nakagi Toru, who was hospitalized last Friday due to a fractured right leg. The second is Natsuda Riku, who was hospitalized last Saturday for a cervical sprain. The third is Nishiya Tadao, who was hospitalized last Sunday due to acute lower back pain. All 3 are in single rooms and have had no visitors. Given this, it seems that Mizuno Reina's stay in this hospital, along with our concealed activities here, has not yet been detected by the Black Organization. Otherwise, they would certainly pose as relatives or friends under the pretense of visiting the patients to ascertain how many of us are here, Shui remarked slowly. Judy picked up the 3 photographs from the coffee table, stating, "In any case, we should first show these 3 photographs to the officer stationed outside Mizuno's room. We must ensure that they memorize the faces of these individuals." Thus, Xiaowei and the others headed toward Reina's room, while Akemi went to find the director. Upon arriving first, Judy opened the door, called the officer out, and handed him the photographs. She instructed, "Members of the Black Organization have infiltrated this hospital. The individuals in these photographs are currently under suspicion. If any of them approach this room, be sure to conceal it well. We must not allow them to enter the sleeping princess's chamber." Unbeknownst to the 2 with their backs to the hospital bed, the pair failed to notice the pair of eyes on the bed that had opened briefly, observing them before closing again. After Xiaowei, the director, and the others entered the room, Akemi shut the door. The director lifted the blanket, revealing Reina's feet, and applied firm pressure to her toes. Renai showed no reaction at all, shaking her head and restoring the situation to its original state. Logically speaking, applying pressure to the toenails should elicit a sensation of pain. If she were conscious, she would immediately awaken or display a frown, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Of course, if a brainwave examination were to be conducted immediately, as originally scheduled 3 days later, a more accurate conclusion could be drawn. "No need," James declined the suggestion, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Director, for making a special trip. Nevertheless, I still wish to confirm things further." The director opened the ward door. glanced back at James, and said, "To be frank, I too am eager to clarify the circumstances surrounding this matter. However, since you once saved me from an assault by thugs in LA, I trust you are not one to commit malevolent acts, so your silence is acceptable." With that, he turned and left, closing the door behind him. Chapter 165. Three suspects. Ming-Mei gazed at the unconscious Renai and remarked with relief, looking at it from another perspective. Her being in a coma is somewhat advantageous. This way, even if the Dark Organization finds this place, it would be a challenge to take her away. But is Renai truly in a coma? Xiaoyi and Conan exchanged glances, contemplating that Renai might have already awakened. Due to their proximity and keen hearing, Xiaoyi sensed a subtle change in Renai's breath when the director had pressed her toe earlier. No, we must minimize the chances of being discovered. This not only protects the director and others who are assisting us, but also ensures their safety from potential attacks by the Dark Organization, James warned sternly, casting a grave look at Ming-Mei. Such matters cannot be approached with complacency. The crux of the issue lies in how to identify the member of the Dark Organization among the three suspects. Judy rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. The most straightforward approach would be to transfer those three individuals to another hospital and interrogate them one by one, Xiaoyi stated impulsively. However, this reckless idea seemed uncharacteristic of him. James shook his head in disapproval. This is Japan. We cannot conduct an investigation without notifying the Japanese police. Two of those three individuals are innocent patients. Moreover, even if we could find another hospital to transfer them to, the act of moving them could raise suspicions. How about trying a method I just thought of? Conan suggested as the group pondered their next steps. Judy looked at him in surprise. What method? This method requires us to discuss it in a different location. With you two foreigners and a fierce-looking individual leaving this room alongside Sister Jai, Ming-Mei. It may attract undue attention and could potentially be leaked, Conan explained, opening the door and glancing around quickly while no one is outside. Indeed, it is time to change locations. I wish for the guard uncle to join us in hearing my thoughts. Conan cast a sidelong glance at Reina, and the ensuing 5 words seemed directed solely at her, suggesting it would not take long. As everyone exited the hospital room, Koyuki suddenly recalled something and addressed the group. You all go ahead. I seem to have left something inside. I'll go look for it. With that, she turned and re-entered Reina's room, opening the door to gaze at the bed where Reina lay, needing to confirm something. Is that so? I'll help you look. Conan stepped into the room as well, pacing back and forth beside Reina's bed, his head bowed, yet his eyes steadfastly on her. Akemi approached, expressing concern. So, have you found it? Yes. Koyuki, who had just risen from a crouch, inserted her hands into her pockets, and exited the room. Addressing the guard officer, it would be best for you to return. If the sleeping princess awakens and escapes, it could become problematic, wouldn't it, brother? Yes. It's better to remain in the room. I didn't consider this thoroughly before, Conan replied, casting an apologetic glance at the officer. Koyuki, well acquainted with Conan, recognized that he was actually suppressing a smile. The slight curvature of his lips hinted at his confidence, for he had uncovered a secret regarding Reina. They proceeded to another vacant hospital room, where Conan articulated his plan, eliciting unease from Judy. Are you going alone? Yes, if I were not a child alone. It would be easily noticed, Conan affirmed with a nod. Now in the first year of junior high, his innocent demeanor could still ease the vigilance of others. He continued, as long as I attach a miniature camera and listening device to myself, you can all observe together and determine who among them belongs to the Black Organization. Initially, I intended for you to guide my inquiries, but that might interfere with the medical equipment signals. Shuichi interjected, cautioning, Kid, you must realize that after this, whether you desire it or not, your appearance will be exposed to that organization. If things go awry, it could lead to unforeseen dangers. Koyuki interrupted, placing a hand on Conan's shoulder, her gaze fixed intently on Shuichi. Like the director earlier, we trust you, FBI. You will surely capture them and prevent their escape. Won't you? Brother, let us split up, and I shall handle that Naneda Riku. James pondered for a moment, then concurred with Conan's approach, instructing, Jechi, go retrieve the equipment for them. Understood. Akemi brought the items, equipping Koyuki and Conan accordingly. Before long, Koyuki and Conan had questioned the 3 suspects, and together with Shuichi and the others, they sat in the vehicle, analyzing the 3 videos. The first was of Nishia Togo, who had been hospitalized due to acute lumbar pain. Conan opened the hospital room door, finding Nishia sitting on the bed reading a magazine, facing the entrance. Who are you? Why are you entering someone else's room? I apologize. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Ah, it hurts. The camera swiftly shifted its focus as Conan fell to the ground, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and glide towards Nishia Togo. coming to a halt at his feet. Conan, rising from the floor and rubbing his arm with a dejected expression that suggested he was in pain, exclaimed, "It hurts. Could you please help me pick up my phone?" Nishia Togo glanced at Conan, his reluctance evident as he muttered, "Honestly," yet he slowly rose to his knees, one hand resting on his waist, while the other retrieved the phone. A sharp twinge in his back drew a sharp intake of breath, and once the pain subsided, he handed the phone back to Conan, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I got a bit of oil on your phone, my skin is quite oily." "No worries, thank you," replied Conan as he accepted the phone, only to find it displayed no signal. With a sigh, he turned to Nishia Togo, his eyes bright with hope, and asked, "Uncle, do you know how to use a phone? I got separated from my sister and want to call her, but there's no signal." Nishia Togo shook his head, expressing his inability to assist. "I'm not knowledgeable about such things. I'm quite the digital illiterate." "All right," Conan responded, suddenly struck by an idea. He rushed to the window, yanked the drawn curtains open, sending a cloud of dust swirling through the room. "Do you think it could be the curtains blocking the signals?" he innocently pondered. "Foolishness. That will only stir up a cloud of dust," Nishia Togo replied, pinching his nose in an effort to stifle a sneeze, which he ultimately failed to do, his back throbbing painfully. This finally provoked him, and he issued an ultimatum. "All right, enough. Please leave while I'm still in a good mood." Conan bowed in apology, "I'm sorry," and promptly exited the room, having gleaned sufficient information about Nishia Togo. Next, he sought to inquire about Nanada Riku. Chapter 166. "Nanada Riku, brother, are you there?" With a murmured inquiry, Koyuki opened the door to Nanada Riku's hospital room and surveyed the surroundings. There sat Nanada Riku on his bed, engrossed in a book, with several coffee cans placed atop the bedside table. Before he could react, Koyuki, while shutting the door, said, "I'm sorry, I must have entered the wrong room." Just as the door was about to close, it was abruptly shoved open. Koyuki tumbled to the ground, her left shoulder hitting the floor, while her phone slipped from her grasp and slid to rest in front of Nanada Riku's bed. Sitting up, she glanced outside and muttered, "Who is it? Can't they see? That hurts." It seemed as though someone had pushed her in, though this was merely her self-scripted act to lower the guard of the other party. "Big brother, could you please help me pick up my phone?" Koyuki asked, rubbing her shoulder. Nanada Riku looked at the phone beside the bed, got off the bed, crouched down, and picked it up, craning his neck. "By the way, big brother, do you know how to use a phone?" Koyuki gazed at Nanada Riku, her voice thick with emotion as she continued, "I got separated from my brother and can't find him anywhere. I want to call him, but I can't seem to get through." "Of course, I can help you with that," he replied. "However, in a hospital setting, it is best to refrain from using a mobile phone." Riku Nanda perused the device in his hands. While his attention was distracted, Koki circumnavigated the hospital bed and approached the bedside cabinet, exclaiming with the exuberance of Columbus discovering a new world, "Big brother likes to drink coffee." "Indeed. I just finished a can," Riku replied, flipping his phone over and opening the case, only to find the compartment that should have housed the battery was empty. A wave of helplessness washed over him. How could one possibly make a call without a battery? "Oh, really? When could it have fallen out? I distinctly placed it there." Koki feigned surprise, stepping back in shock and inadvertently colliding with the cabinet, causing 3 coffee cans to tumble to the ground. Startled by the noise, Riku swiftly turned around and demanded, "What are you doing?" I apologize, it was unintentional." "I'll put it back immediately," Koki replied, crouching down to retrieve the cans, which were all empty. After returning them to their original position and reclaiming her phone, she departed. At that moment, she had already begun to suspect who among them might be the member of the black organization lurking here. The final individual was Shinmuki Taro, who, as always, entered in a calculated manner. Slowly rising from the floor, he addressed Shinmuki Taro. "Could you help me pick that up?" Unaware of what lay before him, Shinmuki Taro climbed down from the bed, extending his hand, honestly, making an elderly man with limited mobility assist you with your belongings. As his hand approached the phone, he quickly withdrew it and returned to his seat on the bed. "Isn't that a mobile phone? You can retrieve it yourself. I detest both phones and insects." "Insects? Speaking of which, it appears there might be one on your left shoulder's collar," Conan pointed out. "What?" Startled, Shinmuki Taro leapt up, frantically adjusting his collar, the surgical scar beneath his left collarbone faintly visible. Observing Shinmuki Taro rise without the support of his cane took Conan by surprise. With his hands on his hips and a look of fury, Shinmuki Taro yelled at Conan, "You aren't a doctor sent to gather information, are you? Inform him that my leg is still not healed. I must continue to stay here, and I refuse to be exposed to any harmful light. Take your phone and leave." Thus concluded the inquiry footage involving the 3 individuals. After viewing it, Judy and Akemi expressed their inability to discern who among them was the infiltrator from the black organization, noting that the individual had concealed themselves exceedingly well. James also failed to identify the suspect, leading him to propose a less-than-ideal course of action. It seems we can only monitor all three of them. No, that's unnecessary. The astute Shuichi discerned the truth with a single glance, stating, "We need only to monitor one person, correct, ladies?" Koki and Conan exchanged knowing smiles without uttering a word. Is it truly sufficient to monitor just one person? Judy questioned Shuichi's decisiveness with some trepidation, while Akemi, in stark contrast, inquired, "Which one?" Of course, the two individuals have been filtered for us, but which one belongs to the organization clad in black? Shioi left it unspoken, creating an air of suspense. Judy felt her cognitive faculties were somewhat lacking. Was it truly that simple? Did one merely need to stumble in front of the trio, allow them to retrieve the phone, and then run amok in the hospital to provoke their ire? Among the three, only Nanda Rakudo was known to use a mobile phone, thus implicating her. Shioi suggested, if one were a member of the black organization, they would likely claim ignorance of mobile technology. The individual who admitted to being a digital novice, Nishia Tadao, appeared to be the prime suspect. James, however, disagreed with Shioi's assertion. Shioi clarified that, due to his hospitalization for lumbar pain, he posed no threat. If he had infiltrated the place to locate Mizuna Reina, he would not still be suffering from back issues. Ah, that makes sense. Upon Shioi's explanation, Mingmei understood Nishia Tadao's prior actions. Despite the presence of an unfamiliar child in the ward, he pinched his nose, attempting to suppress a sneeze, as exertion would aggravate his lumbar pain. Indeed, if there were doubts regarding Conan, one would have expelled him before leaving fingerprints. Judy continued, then it must be Shinoki Taro. His foot should have healed, allowing him to stand on his right leg effortlessly. Moreover, he had not touched his phone at all. James pondered, twisting his neck as he spoke. Speaking of injuries, Nanda Rakudo should have recovered as well. When Shioi dashed around the ward, he naturally rotated his neck. If there were still pain, he would have moved his upper body in unison. Nodding, Shioi feigned sipping coffee, stating that he truly had consumed several cans. The coffee cans that fell to the ground did not spill a single drop. If he had not extended his neck to drink, finishing it would have been impossible. Mingmei found it somewhat perplexing. It made sense, but on what basis did you suspect Shinoki Taro? He had healed, and yet had not touched his phone. Hospitalization insurance. To my knowledge, many insurance policies in Japan do not provide compensation for hospital stays of less than 20 days. Therefore, that old man declined the X-ray to conceal his recovery, Shioi explained. Judy fixated on the mobile phone issue, refusing to relent, but he could have been feigning, putting on a show for outsiders. He is the only one who has not touched his phone, which is rather suspicious. Isn't it? Conan shook his head. It is entirely reasonable for him not to touch a mobile, as he has a pacemaker to assist his cardiac function. If he were to approach a mobile phone emitting electromagnetic waves, it could lead to grave consequences. Thankfully, I did not install a battery in that phone. Conan had previously frightened Shinoki Taro with the notion of insects, merely to ascertain any signs of a pacemaker beneath his collarbone. Consequently, both Nishia Tadao and Shinoki Taro have been cleared of suspicion, leaving only one individual under scrutiny. Nanda Rakudo? He has now become a focal point for the FBI's attention. Chapter 167. The exposure. As nightfall enveloped the hospital, the inpatient wards returned to a serene stillness. Only the on-duty medical staff traversed the corridors, checking to ensure that all patients had returned to their chambers for slumber. Most had indeed succumbed to the embrace of dreams. With one notable exception. After the nurse conducting checks departed his room, Riku Nanita stealthily exited, evading the nurses in the corridor as he made his way towards the nursing station. He summoned one of the nurses inside with the call bell, then entered, extracting his camera to meticulously photograph the list of hospitalized patients, whispering to himself, Mizuna, is she not here? What are you doing here? A nurse emerged, fixing him with a piercing gaze. A pang of anxiety gripped Riku, causing his hands to drop instinctively, concealing the camera against his palm. The back of his hand facing the nurse. I just stepped out to use the restroom and accidentally lost my way, he fabricated, retreating towards the door. The restroom is just down this corridor and then downstairs, the nurse replied, gesturing towards a shadowy hallway. Suddenly, a faint clatter sounded as the camera slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Riku's expression shifted dramatically. The nurse glanced at the camera, crouched down to retrieve it, and handed it back to him. Here you go. Make sure to return to your room promptly after using the restroom. Thank you. Riku said, sidestepping the nurse as he exited the room, his mind racing with thoughts. But the nurses here are rather peculiar. They don't question my intrusion into the nursing station or what I was photographing. Who exactly are you? He was on the verge of revealing everything. Don't move. Judy and several other agents burst forth, Judy brandishing a firearm, directing it at him. Raise your hands high, cross them over your head, and squat against the wall. Riku slowly lifted his hands, maintaining his composure, a smile creeping onto his face. Ah, so you are from the FBI. It seems this is indeed where Mizuno Reina lies in a state of unconsciousness. Yes, we initially planned to wait until we had gathered more evidence before apprehending you. However, it appears that is no longer necessary, Judy pressed. Now, get down quickly before the other patients awaken. Let them awaken, then, he declared, tearing away the device affixed to his neck, revealing a bomb to Judy and her colleagues. I'll detonate this bomb, haha. Do not act recklessly, unless you wish to see this building obliterated. As he spoke, Riku made a bid for escape. Judy immediately commanded. He will likely return to his room to eliminate evidence before fleeing through the window. Surround him and ensure he does not escape. Understood. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Riku did not return to his room, but instead fled the hospital outright. As predicted, Shuyi, accompanied by Mingmei, sped away in a car, hurriedly unaware of the two individuals in the back seat. James made a phone call. I'm counting on you, Shuyi Jechi. You must apprehend him before he alerts the organization. It's all up to you too. Got it. But if he has a phone on him right now, we will be powerless to intervene. Mimi, while driving, responded to Shioi. Xiaoi, seated in the back seat, reassured her, rest assured. Mimi, during the time Natsuda wasn't in the ward, I took his phone to drink water. What? Do you not trust us? Shioi replied with a hint of self-mockery, admitting he hadn't considered that angle. Conan spoke slowly. Of course not. It's merely a precaution. After all, you dispatched so many to keep watch, eager to apprehend him. It was only a matter of time before it escalated to this situation. Is that so? Mimi gazed at Shioi, recalling the earlier insistence for her to wait in the car. Without uttering a word, Shioi pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward, aligning alongside Natsuda's vehicle. Natsuda, frustrated by his unresponsive phone, hurled it away and brandished a handgun, lowering the window and aiming at Shioi, firing a shot. Shioi slammed the brakes just as the bullet missed. He pursued Natsuda closely. Through the rearview mirror, Natsuda spotted Shioi in the driver's seat, sighed, and aimed the gun at his own temple, pulling the trigger with a mix of resignation and loyalty to the organization. The car lost control and crashed into the guardrail, coming to an abrupt halt. Observing this, Shioi immediately parked. Conan rushed forward to check Natsuda's pulse, shaking his head in resignation as he found none. Mimi remained by the car, calling James to report the situation. The three of them stood silently beside Natsuda's lifeless body, the atmosphere thick with a solemn quiet. Natsuda had departed for another realm, revealing the bomb to be a ruse. They had been deceived. It seemed Natsuda hadn't sent any messages. However, if he was to submit daily reports to the Black Organization, then silence might indeed be the best news, suggesting they could arrive at any moment. As they speculated, a solitary Porsche 356A suddenly cruised down the deserted road. Inside were three individuals, Jin, Vodka, and Jin leaned against the window, gazing outside, stating, "The Central Hospital of Behu, where Kira is confined, is right there." Vodka, glancing at the car, smirked slightly. Indeed, our operatives lurking there have lost contact. Sending someone else to infiltrate feels rather sluggish. Implicitly, he urged to expedite the extraction of Rina. Jin replied, "Yes. The longer this drags on, the more FBI personnel will be present. I must take credit for learning of Kira's severe injury in the hospital from that child." Vermouth tapped her leg, pondering. But how do we rescue her from that FBI-surrounded hospital? A hasty move could lead to disastrous exposure. Vodka cast a sidelong glance at Jin, inquiring. Indeed, it is imperative to stealthily extricate Kir from their grasp. The notion of seizing Jin has not been explicitly articulated. Rest assured, Vodka, I am thoroughly prepared. However, caution remains paramount. Jin, do not forget that a gleaming silver bullet lies in wait, eyes wide open. Vermouth kindly reminded, referring to Akai Shuichi. If you mean the FBI agent who pierced my cheekbone with a lead bullet, it would be wise to take this opportunity to resolve him. Speaking of him, Jin harbors a desire to measure his strength against Shuichi. Shall we eliminate him? Vodka's eyes glinted with murderous intent, hoping to take this chance to rid himself of Shuichi. Although the boss's perception of that individual remains a mystery, it is improbable that a single bullet could dismantle the cannon. Jin did not respond to Vodka's inquiry. As he naturally did not wish for Shuichi to survive, the earlier the organization meets its demise, the better. Vermouth smiled at Jin's words, but remained silent. In her view, There are still two silver bullets aimed at the heart of the organization, Itagawa Conan and Kaito Kuroba. Chapter 168. Reina awakens back at the hospital. The FBI agents had gathered in a single room, deliberating strategies. Judy firmly advocated for a transfer. It is imperative to relocate. The Black organization is already aware of Rei's presence here. Remaining any longer would be futile, and if they were to seize her, the situation would worsen. However, it remains uncertain which hospital would be suitable for the transfer. If we were to take the unconscious Reina out now, the hasty relocation would be reckless. James hesitated. Moreover, if we act impulsively, we risk being caught in a crossfire. Just then, Akemi, having received news, remarked that the patrolling agents seemed to have spotted suspicious figures lurking in the adjacent building. Hearing their discussions yield no conclusions, Kaito couldn't help but ponder if he had been able to transfer Reina to either Dream Feather or the Inuzuka family's hospital sooner. Perhaps this distress would have been avoided. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Regardless, we must first inform the director of the current situation and return for further deliberation. With that, James moved towards the door. Standing by the window, Shuichi retracted his hand from the slightly drawn curtain and turned to stop James, who was opening the door. No. I believe it is best not to proceed. Informing them and seeking their assistance would imply that this hospital has conspired with the FBI from the outset, harboring Reina here. Conversely, if the hospital remains inactive under these circumstances, it would indicate no affiliation with the FBI, merely functioning as an ordinary hospital. James contemplated this and closed the door. Indeed, as Shuichi suggested, it is prudent not to inform them. This would safeguard their interests. However, numerous patients here are immobile, and with the knowledge that the Black organization is poised to invade, we cannot remain passive. Judy still believes that a transfer is the best course of action. It is not a passive wait, but rather a seduction. Shioi spoke eagerly, urging them to come forth and confront them head-on. He had long desired to engage with them, to eliminate them, and avenge Mingmei. It seemed there was no other course of action. James lamented, acknowledging that, for now, this might be the most effective strategy. Judy hung her head, filled with regret, and remarked that had she known it would come to this, she would not have stopped Nantian Lu Dao from taking pictures at the nurse's station. Initially, she had only wished to protect the privacy of the innocent patients. Nonetheless, it would inevitably be exposed. James expressed no reproach towards her. As Xiaoi had mentioned, Nantian Lu Dao's phone had already been damaged. Mingmei glanced at Xiaoi, and then at the hesitant Shioi, contemplating aloud. Xiaoi broke the phone, not only to prevent them from communicating, but also to ensure we could obtain their contact information. Upon hearing this, Shioi nodded slightly in agreement. Her comment prompted a wave of guilt among the FBI agents present, as they realized this point. Xiaoi's action forced Nantian Lu Dao to change his contact method, increasing the likelihood that they would acquire this information. Even if Nantian Lu Dao encountered an unforeseen circumstance, they could masquerade as him to continue communication with the organization, thus evading detection. However, this method had been largely overlooked, leading to a blunder that exposed them. Regardless, they decided to take turns resting and awaited the arrival of their adversaries. If they remained on edge for too long, they might collapse before their foes even arrived. As Shioi spoke, he exited the room, assuring them that he would share any promising ideas he might conceive. A faint smile graced his face. Mingmei followed him outside, pondering whether it was truly wise for him to be so upbeat upon learning of a confrontation with the organization. Judy, noticing his demeanor, expressed her concern. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unhappy. He had not smiled since his girlfriend's passing. However, the arrival of Jechi seemed to have brought him some joy. Unaware of the truth, James remarked, if they knew that the girlfriend they spoke of had not died but had just stepped outside, they would surely have a different reaction. Shioi ascended to the rooftop, feeling the breeze as he pulled out his phone, reading a message. Ada, if I can truly escape the organization this time, will you genuinely be my boyfriend and be with me? Resolutely, he vowed to annihilate the organization to avenge Mingmei, who had nearly been taken from him. Mingmei, who had followed him, noticed Shioi staring at the message she had sent, radiating a subtle aura of menace. Seizing the moment, she snatched the phone away, deleted the message, and gently said, why keep this message? Look, I stand before you now, unharmed, not as your girlfriend. Unharmed, he retorted. Because of them, your family is gone, and you cannot reveal your true self, living each day behind a mask, cloaked in a false identity. Had it not been for Shuyi and his companions, it is unfathomable to consider what might have transpired had they not rescued Akemi that day. All right, let us not dwell on such thoughts, Akemi said, embracing Shuyi from behind. I am still here, are I not? Let us strive together to vanquish them, and in due time, I shall be able to stand alongside you as Miyano Akemi. At that moment, Koyuki and Conan coughed discreetly, emerging from behind the door to interrupt. Apologies for the intrusion. Let us first discuss the current situation. Perhaps we have arrived at the same solution. After a brief discussion, the four dispersed. Shortly thereafter, Shuyi arrived at Reina's room and informed the officer inside. It is time for a shift. You may take your rest. Upon hearing this, the officer departed. Time passed, and Akemi soon approached Shuyi, stating, an emergency assembly is called. We must convene for a strategy meeting. Thus, Shuyi exited Reina's hospital room, murmuring to himself at the door, may we devise an effective plan. He then departed, leaving only Mizuno Reina in the room. At that moment, a figure quietly entered the ward. It was the missing Ayu. Awaken, Mizuno Reina. If you do not come to, how shall I know what has become of my sister Aika? Please awaken. Ayu shouted, shaking Reina's body fervently, yet she remained unresponsive. Ultimately, he drew a pair of scissors, intending to provoke her consciousness. In the end, he succeeded. Reina raised her hand to restrain Ayu, abruptly opening her eyes. This is not the way, little Ayu. Meanwhile, Judy was en route to the strategy meeting room when she spotted an unfamiliar individual standing at the hospital entrance, engaged in a phone call. She approached and inquired, are you an additional investigator assigned to us? Indeed. I am Andre Cameron, he replied, briefly setting his phone aside to present his credentials to Judy. I am currently on a call with my wife. Then concluded swiftly, we are about to commence a strategic meeting, Judy stated, harboring some doubts, before entering the hospital. Yes, everything proceeds as planned, Cameron smirked, disconnecting the call. Chapter 169. Chaos in the dimly lit corridor. Koyuki, Conan, and Shuyi walked side by side. Shuyi sighed. You two continuously surprise me. Koyuki chuckled lightly. It is fortunate we stand united. If they were our adversaries, it would be quite troublesome. Conan turned to Shuyi and asked, what shall we do next, Mr. Akai? Shall we engage in a high-stakes gamble? Why not? I am eager to take bold action, Shuyi replied, a smile gracing his lips, confident that victory would be theirs in this wager. Thus, the strategy devised by Koyuki and the others was set in motion. Meanwhile, Judy and her team were engaged in fervent discussion, having prepared 3 identical vehicles to create a diversion for the Black Organization and facilitate Reina's escape. Certainly, unless absolutely necessary, such actions would not be undertaken. At this moment, they dispatched numerous investigators to closely monitor the vicinity of the hospital. Should any anomalies arise, they would report verbally. After all, utilizing radios or mobile phones within the hospital could potentially interfere with critical medical equipment. This practice, however, faced scrutiny, particularly from Cameron, who questioned whether such elaborate measures were excessive. Engaging in a frivolous game of telephone might lead to interception, ultimately resulting in their disadvantage. Since arrangements for the transfer had already been made, why not proceed directly with it? No, James firmly refuted the immediate transfer, asserting that acting without the Black-clad organization being unaware of Mizuki Reina's hospital room would be perilous. The organization was fixated on a vehicle newly arrived at the hospital. Given the infrared camera capable of detecting heat found in Naneda Riku's room, they could ascertain the number of occupants within the vehicle, enabling them to deduce which one belonged to the FBI. The likelihood of being targeted was significantly elevated. However, if we cannot establish communication during a crisis, would that not be exceedingly dangerous? Cameron cautioned. In such a scenario, contact me directly via radio. The specifics are for you to manage, James replied. I believe the Black-clad organization has yet to audaciously storm unarmed. They likely prefer to keep their existence concealed. Shuichi pushed open the door, and the 3 entered, stating, indeed, that is correct. Like shadows, they infiltrate silently and vanish like mist. Such are their accustomed tactics. Judy navigated through the crowd and approached Shuichi, exclaiming, where have you been? Why have you arrived only now? The operational meeting is nearly concluded. Shuichi, seemingly indifferent, remarked, upon seeing these 3 stretchers, identical to those in the garage, I have grasped your plan. While it may not be the most astute tactic, we had considered it as well, correct, little ones? Yes. Both Kawaii and Conan nodded in agreement. What do you mean? It appears you 3 are rather adept, Judy retorted, glaring at them. And shouldn't you be heading back to rest? No need. We just had a brief nap and are not tired, Kawaii and Conan replied as they rose. Returning? They had no intention of doing so. Honestly, Judy had no further words, reflecting on how today's youth seemed to relish staying up late, wading through murky waters. We shall return to our surveillance positions, the investigators announced before departing. Cameron paused at the door, deliberately stating, if an escape by vehicle is necessary, call for me. I have great confidence in my driving skills. Once Cameron had moved away, Judy inquired, Shuichi, do you find that new investigator somewhat familiar? No. I pay little attention to the faces of my companions. However, I would never forget the face of an adversary, Shuichi replied, extracting a can of coffee, opening it with one hand, only for it to tumble to the ground before he could take a sip, momentarily losing his composure. Mingmei hastily picked it up and handed it to him, expressing her concern, don't push yourself so hard. You should rest for a while. There is still some time before dawn. Just look at you. Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Upon hearing this last remark, Xiaoyi rolled his eyes in silent protest. No. Those have always been there. Don't worry. I'm fine, he reassured her. Xiaoyi took the coffee and said, I'm going to patrol for a bit, enjoy some fresh air. With that, he departed. Unsettled, Mingmei followed him outside. Watching Xiaoyi's retreating figure, Judy sighed, remarking, alas, he is indeed pushing himself too hard. All in the name of avenging his girlfriend. His tenacity, however, was benefiting us greatly. James thought Xiaoyi's determination was commendable. a.k.a, having spent time in the Black organization, had a solid understanding of their methods. a.k.a was an invaluable asset to our FBI. What he said next, Xiaoyi and Conan were not privy to. They found an empty hospital room to rest for a while. The night quickly passed. It was relatively peaceful, aside from the incident involving reincarnated. Nothing else occurred. Yet, this was merely the calm before the storm. Xiaoyi and the others leaned against the corridor window, having breakfast. Behind them, thick smoke began to rise. The obstruction of the building made it difficult to see clearly, but it was evident that a fire had broken out. Not far away, a troubled voice was heard. James Black? Sorry, we have no such patient. This was what the nurse said to the delivery man. How could there be a package for James? Xiaoyi, Conan, Xiaoyi, and Mingmei exchanged glances, all filled with surprise. That was not all. What the delivery man said next astonished them. Think again. He is not a patient. He has someone helping here. Or do you know reincarnated? He entrusted us to deliver this package to him. Reincarnated? How could that be? Mingmei approached with deep confusion and asked, what kind of package is it? I'm a friend of James. If it's convenient, please hand it over to me directly. The delivery man pondered for a moment, then nodded and handed the item to Mingmei. All right then, here you go. The delivery man presented Mingmei with a pot that resembled a potted plant. Thus, the four of them took the potted plant to the parking lot to find James. After explaining the situation to James, Judy, at James's gesture, unwrapped the packaging to reveal a pot of red columnar flowers. It must be obtained. Victory is imperative, it signified. In other words, this was a declaration of war from the organization. Simultaneously, numerous vehicles began to swarm in. What had been an empty parking lot was suddenly filled within 3 minutes. Before they could ponder the situation, a searching officer examining the belongings of new arrivals at the hospital communicated the developments via radio. Almost simultaneously, 3 significant incidents occurred nearby: food poisoning, gas leaks, and a fire. While not fatal, these events significantly increased the number of patients. It is utterly impossible to inspect the belongings of the individuals involved. The 3 incidents are evidently orchestrated by the organization clad in black. Yet, what could their objective possibly be? Have they infiltrated amidst the chaos to ascertain the location of Reina's room? No, that seems implausible given their nature. Although there is a considerable influx of patients suffering from eye pain, sore throats, and dizziness, which may facilitate their concealment, the FBI would undoubtedly tighten their scrutiny in such circumstances. The likelihood of their capture would, in fact, increase, making such a risk unwise for them. Chapter 170. The Plastic Bomb. Did you hear that sound? Xiaoyi inquired, casting a wary glance towards the flower pot, from which a ticking noise emanated. Upon Xiaoyi's mention, the others began to faintly discern the ticking sound. Judy gazed at the flower pot in her hands, uncertain of how to proceed. Gently place it on the ground, Xiaoyi instructed. Heeding his command, Judy carefully set it down and stepped back a few paces. Xiaoyi approached and crouched down, extracting the red flower pot and setting it aside. He then reached into the soil, feeling around until his hand brushed against a plastic bag. Inside the plastic bag lay a bomb. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. One detonation could easily claim the lives of 3 or 4 individuals. Moreover, from an external perspective, this bomb appeared difficult to disarm. It even had a clock, which indicated a countdown to detonation. Just over half an hour remained. Would the organization in black be so benevolent as to allow them to handle the bomb's timing? Perhaps. If an explosion were to occur, the Japanese police would undoubtedly intervene, risking the revelation of the black organization's existence. Yet, what could be the significance of such an act? Judy hastily calculated the time and volunteered. Hand me the bomb. Half an hour is sufficient for me to reach the waste disposal facility 7 kilometers away. Are you certain that that's enough time? A voice from afar interjected, interrupting James, as the traffic congestion from the 3 sudden incidents rendered the area severely blocked. Of course, if it were entrusted to someone familiar with the area, there would be no issue. Cameron's unexpected appearance and his remarks left Judy feeling quite dissatisfied. What was his intention? Repeatedly questioning them, she retorted with mild irritation, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you at your post monitoring?" "I learned of the massive traffic jam from the throng of patients and came to report," he replied. "Moreover, the area I oversee is nearby, so I came personally." "Enough discussion. Time is of the essence. You two go together and ensure the bomb is safely detonated," James instructed, handing the car keys to Judy. "Understood." Judy accepted the keys and the bomb, taking the driver's seat. Cameron entered through the back door, and under his guidance, Judy drove towards the waste disposal facility. Half the time had elapsed, yet they were still ensnared in traffic. Judy gripped the steering wheel tightly, frustration evident in her voice. "Are you sure this is the correct route? Why is it so congested?" Indeed, 2 years ago, this road was nearly devoid of vehicles. Cameron cradled his arms across his chest and inquired, "Have you heard any ticking sounds, seemingly emanating from the trunk? Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Judy reproached him. The mere thought of a ticking sound instantly conjured images of a bomb in her mind. Unbuckling her seatbelt, Judy exited the vehicle and opened the trunk, only to find it completely empty. Realizing she had been deceived, Judy stormed towards the back seat, rapping on the window and exclaiming, "Is anyone even there?" The seat occupant, Cameron, had vanished. "You better hurry up, or I might just drive off without you," he said, fastening his seatbelt and resting his hands on the steering wheel. Judy glanced towards the driver's seat, momentarily taken aback before swiftly getting back in and securing her seatbelt. "How did you end up in the driver's seat?" she asked. "It's rather cumbersome to explain the route verbally, and my driving skills surpass yours by quite a margin. Additionally, our time is running short," Cameron replied somewhat dismissively. "So, in essence, you were just deceiving me," she retorted. "Indeed, sometimes a little dishonesty can be rather convenient," he acknowledged as he shifted gears and suddenly reversed, nearly colliding with the car behind them, which startled Judy. Cameron maneuvered the car into an empty lane. As a truck approached, Cameron quickly reversed and executed a 180-degree turn. Finally, he drove smoothly in the intended direction. Once Judy regained her composure, she noticed something amiss. They were headed in the opposite direction of the landfill. "Due to time constraints, I have no intention of heading to the processing plant. We merely need to find an isolated spot where it can be safely detonated," Cameron stated, hastening their pace without revealing their destination. With time slipping away, Judy's anxiety peaked. Where would this lead them? As they passed through a tunnel, Cameron opened the sunroof and instructed Judy, "Steer the wheel for me." Grabbing the bomb from her hands, he stood up, prompting Judy to tightly grasp the steering wheel. As they exited the tunnel, Cameron forcefully hurled the bomb into the river. With a resounding splash, the water erupted in a geyser. Both Judy and Cameron exhaled in relief, narrowly escaping disaster. Had they delayed by merely 2 or 3 seconds, it would not have been water that exploded, but rather themselves. Judy made a call to James to report the situation, and afterward, the pair returned to the hospital. The hospital lobby was still crowded with victims from the 3 incidents involving the black-clad organization, now accompanied by numerous delivery personnel. Feeling intrigued, Shoei purposely bumped into one of the couriers, causing the package he was holding to crash to the ground. As he helped pick it up, he glanced at the sender and recipient's names. To his astonishment, it read, "Sender, Riku Nandata." Thus, Shoei discreetly trailed the courier, and shortly after he delivered the package, Shoei knocked on the recipient's door, saying, "Pardon the intrusion, I am a security guard from the hospital. May I inquire if a delivery has recently arrived here?" The man pointed to the fruit basket nearby and remarked, "Indeed, it was sent by a person named Nandian Lu Dao, and I have no influence over him whatsoever. May I inspect it?" "Certainly." As Shoei extracted the fruit, he was met with the sight of a bomb. "What is this?" the man inquired. To alleviate his concerns, Shoei fabricated a lie. "This is a listening device, a method favored by recent fraudulent groups." Shoei exited the room, clutching the bomb, and hurried towards the parking lot. This plastic bomb could potentially obliterate an entire ward. Dozens of packages had just arrived, and if each contained one, a simultaneous explosion would surely bring the entire hospital down. The immediate priority was to retrieve the bomb. But why was the organization stockpiling so many bombs? Xiaoi and Conan were perplexed. To demolish this hospital? No. Otherwise they would not have set the detonation time for 4 hours later, ample time for them to recover the bombs. Before they could contemplate further, all the televisions in the hospital instantaneously switched images, revealing Mizuno Reina. "I have now fully recovered." To the viewers at home, I sincerely apologize for causing you concern, and I hope to receive your continued support. Chapter 171. The Theft of Reina. What on earth? How did Reina make it onto the television? If something had truly happened to Reina, Akemi would certainly have informed them, yet she had reported nothing. Suddenly, Xiaoyi and Conan entertained a possibility, shouting to prevent James from issuing orders. Do not let them check Mizuno Reina's room. It was too late. There's no time left, Xiaoyi lamented. Upon witnessing this footage, even if James refrained from ordering a check, every investigator aware of the ward's location would inevitably rush to investigate. And upon doing so, the truth would become evident. No time left. Could it be that the organization had indeed? James hesitated to voice the thought, even though it had become a reality. The investigators arriving at Mizuno Reina's room found her still lying unconscious in bed, bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't Reina just on television? We've been deceived. Xiaoyi remarked as he approached. We were mere puppets in their game, precisely as they anticipated. Xiaoyi elaborated. The footage we saw earlier was actually a recording of Mizuno Reina, who had been injured in a previous explosion incident and had since recovered, appearing on television once more. The black-clad organization altered the background and her attire in the footage. But why go through such elaborate means to broadcast this clip? Akemi, having just heard an investigator's explanation of the video, questioned. To assemble the FBI personnel here. They anticipated that you, unable to use mobile phones or radios within the hospital, would rush here upon seeing that footage to ascertain whether Reina had awakened. Conan elucidated her confusion. But what does gathering us here achieve? Judy found herself in a state of confusion, pondering the presence of their guards in every vicinity, where the black-clad organization should ostensibly remain oblivious. Hadn't they been searching diligently? Where, then, were the myriad toys dispatched throughout the hospital? Xiaoyi offered a hint. Are you referring to the bomb? After removing the detonator and keeping it in her pocket, she realized she still had to retrieve it from the next ward. Judy extracted the bomb from her pocket, gazing at it, and suddenly recalled something, abruptly halting her thoughts. Indeed, that toy bore an additional troublesome gift. Xiaoyi slowly articulated. The signal transmitter. In the distance, a Porsche 356A was cruising towards the central hospital of Behu, akin to flies drawn to a pile of refuse. Jin observed the red dots converging on the same location on his computer screen and remarked with a hint of sarcasm. A red light caused the car to halt, and Vodka leaned forward, noting the concentration of red dots is increasing. He inquired about the whereabouts of room 305 in Building 4. Now that they had the room number, it was time for action. The cell where Keel was confined had never been a concern for him. The crux lay in making them aware that they knew the cell's location. That realization would serve as a formidable nail driven into their minds. Now, it was merely a matter of observing how the filthy flies would navigate. Jin spoke cryptically, aware that Vodka was pressuring him to swiftly rescue Reina. Reluctantly, he complied, hoping Xiaoyi could provide him with some information to facilitate his cooperation. Having learned of their exposure, James made a decisive resolution. It was no longer tenable to remain here. You will transport Mizuno in 3 separate batches, luring the bait vehicle as far away as possible. Judy would manage the personnel arrangements. Perhaps we could have my chauffeur drive Mizuno in a private car, allowing her to recline in the back seat. This way, the black-clad organization would likely not suspect anything, as they would presume you would use a stretcher for Reina. Xiaoyi proposed, retrieving his phone. Absolutely not. Xiaoyi seized Xiaoyi's phone. This is our FBI's responsibility. We cannot involve more innocent individuals in this affair. Moreover, your suggestion has inspired me with a cunning plan to lead them astray while extracting Mizuno. Clever as he was, he immediately grasped the true intent behind Xiaoyi's words. After finalizing their strategy, Cameron would drive Reina while the others would divert the black-clad organization. The fear of death is worse than death itself. Xiaoyi admonished, do not succumb to fear. If discovered, Cameron may never return. I have embraced the inevitability of death from the outset. Even in death, there would be no family left to mourn me, Cameron stated nonchalantly. This remark aroused Judy's suspicion. She recalled that when she first encountered Cameron, he had been on the phone with his wife. How could he claim there were no family members to grieve for him? With a heart full of doubt, she halted Cameron before he could board the vehicle, saying, I still feel uneasy about entrusting that car to you. Would you mind if we switched? Sure, you are more familiar with the route, he replied. However, should anything arise, I shall not be held accountable. Cameron feigned compliance, pretending to hand the keys to Judy, while in reality, he struck her in the abdomen, rendering her unconscious. The 2 decoy vehicles exited the hospital first, with Cameron's car, carrying Reina, closely following. In the distance, Shanti, observing everything through the scope of her sniper rifle, relayed the situation to Jin. Jin issued his orders. Shanti, pursue the first vehicle. Colin, follow the second. Vodka, you take the third. I will remain near the hospital, as these three may all be decoys. Upon catching up, report the situation in the vehicles to me, and I shall ultimately decide the course of action. Understood. By the way, brother, have we made contact with that individual? Vodka inquired before departing. No, I have yet to receive any word from her. It is said she directly takes orders from the boss, hence the alternative strategy. Regardless, it matters not. I do not intend to rely on her intelligence. Regarding Vermouth, Jin found himself perplexed. Was she good or evil? If she were good, how had she ascended to such a position of power? To this day, he remained skeptical of her intentions. Conversely, if she were malevolent, why did he sense that she had covertly assisted Little Wing and the others? Enough of this pondering. He had no intention of depending on her. Cameron, how is your situation? James inquired through the radio, his concern evident. As of now, no vehicles have been spotted. However, not far behind him, Vodka was closely trailing on his motorcycle. Jin, I have tracked the first vehicle. The windows are heavily tinted, obscuring visibility inside, Shanti reported, producing an infrared scanner. I have recorded the situation in the vehicle and transmitted it. I have also completed my recording and sent it over, Colin added. I am done as well. Vodka remarked as he slowed the motorcycle. Chapter 172, Deliberate Release. Inside the vehicle, Jin's notebook received a steady stream of 3 photographs. The first image, sent by Shanti, depicted the first vehicle, which contained 8 individuals, one of whom lay down. The second image, from Colin's pursuit, also showed 8 occupants and 1 lying down, though it lacked the transmitter found in the first vehicle. The third image from Vodka's pursuit revealed only 2 individuals in the vehicle. Hurry and make a decision, Jin. If this drags on any longer, my rifle will go off, Shani urged, her fingers itching with anticipation. In any case, it cannot be the third vehicle I am pursuing. It will likely make a loop and return. There are only 2 people in the front seats, and the passenger is wearing a hat, keeping his head down. The more Vodka spoke, the clearer his voice became. Keeping his head down? He seems to have discovered something. Apologies for the wait, Jin. I have finally located it. Shuichi Akai's Chevrolet, Vermouth, who had remained silent until now, announced. She was riding her motorcycle, closely trailing Akai's vehicle. You have certainly exerted considerable effort. Vermouth. This is an order directly from the boss, is it not? And where is his vehicle? They traversed through Kupo Park and have just entered Mihua Town. The closest one is the second car that Koran is tracking. As Jin listened to Vermouth's report, he activated the tracker, revealing that Shuichi's car was a mere 200 meters behind Koran. Little Wing gazed at the reflection in the rearview mirror and remarked, Vermouth, has she finally arrived? Shuichi cast a glance at the mirror and pressed the accelerator, weaving through the gaps between cars. At this speed, it wouldn't take long to catch up to the vehicle ahead. It appears that it is indeed the second car that Koran is pursuing. There is someone on the stretcher, and Shuichi is closely guarding it from behind. Kanthi eagerly exclaimed, I will divert my route to Koran's location right now. My gun will finally come into play. No. Our target is the third car pursued by Vodka. Gil is on that one, Jin stated, offering no explanation and issuing a direct command to drive towards the third vehicle. Before long, Cameron caught sight of a black Porsche and 2 motorcycles tailing him in the rearview mirror, realizing he had been compromised. After notifying James via radio, he pressed the accelerator fully, determined to shake off his pursuers. However, as his car sped away, a hand brandishing a box filled with explosives struck towards him. The sudden assault caused Cameron to momentarily lose consciousness, and his vehicle veered out of control, ultimately crashing into the guardrail before coming to a halt. Once stabilized, Reina stumbled out, clutching her right hand, likely injured from the recent collision. Jin, filled with curiosity, halted the car and stepped out, inquiring, What happened, Gil? Through the radio. I learned you were coming to rescue me. I seized the opportunity to knock out the driver with the explosive-laden box and then slammed on the brakes, Reina explained rationally. So, the FBI kept you confined in the hospital all these days, and you have already regained consciousness? Vermouth asked. Yes, I woke up 2 or 3 days ago. But it seems they have been under the impression that I was still in a coma. Now that Gil has returned to the fold, we should hasten our departure. We must leave promptly, otherwise, the FBI will be on our heels. Yes, but before that, we must deal with the fool from the FBI who orchestrated this entire affair. Jin continued, Eliminate him, Kanthi. Understood. Kanthi swiftly drew her gun, aiming at Cameron, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips as she declared, Blame the FBI for concocting this foolish plan. Bang. Just as Kanthi was about to pull the trigger, the vehicle erupted in an explosion. A wave of heat and smoke surged forth, causing Jin and the others to stagger back a few steps. What is happening? Did they not even disarm the bomb before bringing it out? Could it be that when I struck someone with it earlier, I inadvertently ignited the fuse? The group was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Has an incident occurred? Quick, call for an ambulance. The explosion of the vehicle attracted a multitude of unrelated individuals. Observing this, Jin and his companions had no choice but to retreat. Outside the guardrail, Cameron, clad in rugged attire, retrieved his mobile phone and made a call, reporting, "It has been accomplished. Thank you for your hard work." After hanging up, he nodded to Xiaoyi and Conan. Now, they awaited news from Reina. Upon returning to the hospital, they revealed their true plan, which elicited an exclamation of surprise from Judy. "You intentionally let her go, handing her over to the Black Organization." Indeed, it was a deliberate act to mislead them into believing they had discerned their strategy, fostering a false sense of confidence that would lead them to make the first move. "This was the scheme devised by me and the two of them," Shuichi explained. "What? Was having this gorilla knock me unconscious part of your plan too?" Judy shouted at Shuichi, pointing at Cameron. "G-gorilla?" Cameron replied, looking exasperated. He merely complied with the directive to silence anyone who could hinder the operation. As no one but him was capable of managing such a task, the vehicle was intentionally allowed to veer out of control, stopping at a point where the doors could be easily opened, enabling a swift escape before the explosion. Without exceptional driving skills, returning would have been improbable. Is it truly wise to release Mizunashi Reina, our only lead regarding the Black Organization? James questioned, somewhat perplexed. Rest assured, we deliberated thoroughly last night. Now, Mizunashi serves not only as our lead, but also as our bait. In the dimly lit corridor, Xiaoyi, Conan, and Shuichi walked side by side. Shuichi sighed. "You two continually astonish me." Xiaoyi chuckled. "Fortunately, we stand on the same front. If they were our adversaries, it would be troublesome." Conan looked at Shuichi and inquired, "What shall we do next, Mr. a.k.a? Should we engage in a high-stakes gamble?" "Why not? I am eager to embark on a grand endeavor." Shuichi smiled, confident that they would emerge victorious in this gamble. "First and foremost, we must summon the prince who can awaken the sleeping beauty," Xiaoyi said, glancing over his shoulder. Subsequently, Shuichi approached Reina's room and informed the investigator inside. "It's time for a shift. You may take a rest. The night is still young." Upon hearing this, the investigator departed. Time passed, and soon, Akemi approached Shuichi, stating, "An urgent assembly is required. We must convene a strategy meeting." Thus, Shuichi exited Reina's hospital room, murmuring at the doorway, "I hope we can devise an effective strategy." He then left, leaving only Mizunashi Reina in the room. At that moment, someone quietly entered the ward. It was the missing Ayu. "Awaken, Mizunashi Reina. If you do not wake, how will I know what has happened to Sister a.k.a? Please, come to. Before this, you should have awakened and clarified everything." Ayu shouted hoarsely, vigorously shaking Reina's body, yet she remained unresponsive. Ultimately, Ayu produced a pair of scissors, intending to use them as a means to rouse her from her stupor. In the end, he succeeded. Chapter 173. The Pact of Four. Reina raised her hand to restrain Ayu and suddenly opened her eyes wide. "This cannot continue, little Ayu. I have told you before. You must not become someone who harms others." Familiar words echoed in Ayu's ears, his voice trembling. "Sister, is that you?" "Yes, it is I, little Ayu. So do not ask any questions. Just hasten to leave this perilous place," Reina urged, not wishing for her brother to become entangled in this calamity. "That's a lie. Isn't your blood type AB? If you are truly the sister who once donated blood to me, you should be type O. As an O blood type sibling, I can only accept transfusions from O type individuals." Ayu forcefully broke free from Reina's grasp, attempting to argue, unwilling to believe that she was indeed his sister. "You have changed to type AB blood," Xiaoyi interjected, revealing the truth he had forgotten. "Years ago, you underwent a bone marrow transplant to treat your leukemia. During that operation, you received your sister's marrow HLA, which is typically compatible among siblings due to the higher likelihood of matching white blood cell antigens. Thus, you have now become type AB." Ayu was taken aback. "I am AB blood type?" He could not recall ever having leukemia or his sister having donated marrow to him. Conan confirmed, "Indeed. We located the nurse from that time, and she informed us that you had suffered from leukemia. Moreover, the scar on your chest likely resulted from numerous punctures made to observe the tumor in your marrow." Ayu accepted this revelation. "Why? Why was I not informed of this? Why did you change your name and become a television host?" "Sister, I searched for you with such difficulty." Reina gazed at Ayu with a pained heart. Uncertain of how to reveal the hidden truths, she could only sigh helplessly. Little Ayu. She felt powerless. Xiaoyi understood Reina's internal struggle, as she too harbored many secrets. Longing to speak, but unable to do so, for her sister's true identity was that of a CIA operative. As this realization settled in, both were momentarily stunned. Reina feared her identity had been exposed. Ayu struggled to grasp the connection. CIA? What are you saying? How could my sister possibly be? Before Ayu could finish, Conan delivered an even more shocking piece of information. Not only your sister, but your father is also a member of the CIA. He infiltrated an organization for investigation. And later, your sister became a television host due to her ties with that organization. To prevent you from finding her, she changed her name, said nothing, and acted as a stranger. However, contrary to her intentions, you still sought her out. Wait a moment, I still do not comprehend what you have just conveyed. What precisely does that organization represent? The information you can share ends here. Shuichi opened the door, interrupting Ayu, who was eager to delve deeper. He directly commanded Cameron to escort Ayu to a vacant hospital room, instructing him to follow the directives given over the phone. Cameron complied, closing the door behind him as he left. Shuichi approached Reina's hospital bed and spoke to her for the first time. Well then, are you aware of who I am? Yes, I am, Reina replied with a slight nod. She had indeed seen the man, albeit only in photographs, and heard of him. Shuichi a.k.a. the FBI investigator most feared by that organization. That simplifies matters. Let us get straight to the point, Shuichi declared, aiming for a swift resolution. Before we proceed, can you inform me how you came to know of my affiliation with the CIA? This puzzled Reina, as she believed she had concealed her identity effectively. Kugi addressed her confusion, explaining that it was due to her previous method of discerning their lies, as well as her statement that while their achievements could not be made public, their failures would be widely disseminated. This was a sentiment shared within the CIA, and furthermore, Vermouth had previously tested her with NOC. Kugi also noted that they noticed her awakening due to the creases in the sheets around her neck. I see, Reina responded. However, you did not uncover that my father was killed by me. No, by you. He was shot in the chin, the bullet piercing through his head. To be precise, it was staged to look that way. The words she was reluctant to utter were voiced by Conan. Reina cast a shocked glance at them, astonished that they had uncovered even that detail. She then closed her eyes in sorrow, reflecting that if not for her recklessness, believing she was unobserved while seeking her father, he would not have had to take his own life to protect her. Taking several deep breaths to steady her emotions, she stated, "What shall we do next? That organization will undoubtedly attempt to reclaim me. Then return to them." Shuichi replied with an unexpectedly logical answer. In the end, they reached an agreement. Reina would reinsert herself into the Black organization, providing information to the CIA while simultaneously relaying intelligence to the FBI. Naturally, the CIA would take precedence, which might inadvertently compromise the FBI's interests. Additionally, the FBI would ensure Ayu's safety, offering him the option of a witness protection program should he choose to accept it. Yawn. After recounting these matters, Kugi rubbed her eyes, feeling fatigued from the lack of sleep the previous night. She bid farewell to Conan and the FBI personnel, acknowledging that the situation was nearly resolved, leaving Shuichi to explain the remaining details. Now, they awaited good news from Reina. However, in truth, bad news always arrived more swiftly than good. Yet, that was a tale for another time. At that moment, Jin and his group, who were in the process of retreating, listened to Reina's report. Under her persuasion, they decided to refrain from taking action against the hospital personnel, even if they might be aiding the FBI in concealing Reina. Jin harbored considerable doubts regarding the recent events. Logically, how could Xiaoyi and Xioi allow Reina to be so easily reclaimed by him? What intricate schemes lay hidden within this scenario? Suddenly, an inspiration struck Jin, leading him to a possibility. No, it must be due to this. He instantly grasped what needed to be done next, to restore Reina's trust without compromising the interests of either party. 2 days passed, and the weary Xiaoyi and his companions opted to venture out to resolve their situation. Regrettably, the specter of death loomed too large. Before they could even enter, they observed police cars approaching. Officer Takagi, in a state of urgency, exited his vehicle and dashed into the restaurant. Curiously, Conan called out to him, inquiring about the unfolding events. Without reservation, Takagi disclosed that he had received a report regarding the assassination of the president of a talent agency on the 39th floor, which specialized in managing foreign artists. Thus, he hastily arrived on the scene while patrolling the vicinity. According to the secretary who reported the incident, the shooting had occurred merely 5 minutes prior. She had left the president's office to check on an item in the warehouse on the 37th floor. Approximately a minute later, when she attempted to contact the president to provide an update, he failed to answer. Concerned, she returned to find the president shot multiple times. Furthermore, she suspected that the assailant was a foreign reserve artist proficient in Japanese, who had arranged to meet with the president that day. This indicated that the perpetrator was still somewhere within the building, Xiaoyi and Conan remarked in unison. "Ah, I see," exclaimed Hao Yu, who, despite being slightly less astute in reasoning, pieced together the situation. There are 3 elevators, 2 are under maintenance, leaving only 1 operational. This building boasts 45 floors and is renowned for its culinary offerings, likely making the elevator crowded. The weapon used was a gun, which would leave traces of gunpowder on the assailant. Thus, they would not take advantage of a packed elevator. Moreover, the secretary mentioned that the president was scheduled to meet with a foreign reserve artist in the office today, making it probable that the assailant has a Western appearance. With a Western visage and the scent of gunpowder, it would be difficult for the perpetrator to remain unnoticed within a crowd. Therefore, the assailant has 3 potential escape routes. At this point, Xiaoyi paused and glanced at Conan. Conan, with a subtle smile, continued, "First, they could ascend to the top floor to blend in with the patrons of the culinary venue. Second, they might hide in the restroom on that floor. Third, they could take the stairwell from the 39th floor, exiting in a state of disarray. Regardless of the option, I believe they should be relatively easy to locate." Having relayed the methods for identifying the suspect to Officer Takagi, the onus was now upon them. The still hungry group had no intention of getting involved, except for Conan, of course. Consequently, they boarded the elevator, with Conan and Officer Takagi disembarking on the 39th floor, while Xiaoyi and the others ascended to the 45th floor to satisfy their appetites. Shortly thereafter, Officer Megure arrived and inquired with Secretary Irina, "Do you know the identity of the reserve artist that President Sunii was scheduled to meet?" Elena shook her head, indicating her complete ignorance. A reserve artist would never disclose their identity before formally signing a contract, much like I did in my early days. "Are you an artist too?" "Yes. But the president of the agency, Kusanai, remarked that my Japanese was inadequate, so I must first serve as a secretary to improve my language skills." Elena lamented with a hint of regret. "Japanese is truly difficult. Even now, the emails I receive from President Kusanai are written in English. This complicates matters," Officer Muro said, stroking his chin in exasperation, as the pool of suspects proved to be exceedingly vast. "Inspector, I have identified 2 foreign suspects who can speak fluent Japanese. One was lurking in the rooftop food court, while the other was hiding in the restroom." Takagi rushed over, excitedly exclaiming. Officer Muro appeared puzzled by Takagi's statements. "What? Where's the suspicion? When did Takagi's dull head become so clever?" As he glanced at Takagi, he noticed the 2 suspects behind him and Conan gazing at the corpse, thus finally comprehending that the loquacious Takagi had divulged the case details to others, before Officer Muro could chastise him for his indiscretion. Officer Chiba dragged forward a foreigner who was protesting. "I am not the murderer." He added, "There's another one." A foreigner who was sweating profusely while running down the stairs. Cameron. The individual being pulled by Officer Chiba was indeed him, startling Conan, who nearly revealed his name. Upon seeing Conan, Cameron quickly signaled for silence, recalling that the FBI had not informed the Japanese police about their dealings with the black organization. While these 3 suspects recounted their circumstances, Conan sent a text message to Xiaoyi, requesting her to inform Judy, as he had forgotten her phone number. He also asked her to bring some food along. Toby Keynes, the individual who was lurking in the rooftop food court, stated that he was merely contemplating what to eat. He mentioned that his father was American and his mother Japanese, which accounted for his fluency in Japanese. Consequently, he had become a model. Hal Buckner, the person who refused to emerge from the restroom, was an English tutor who had developed feelings for a female student he was teaching. He had invited her out for a meal to express his emotions but found himself at a loss for what to eat, hence his distress in the restroom. As for Cameron, clad in a sweatshirt and mopping his brow, he replied, "You can tell by my attire that I was simply exercising. The height of this building and the length of the stairs are perfect for a workout. Given my profession, physical fitness is essential. A year ago, I discovered a type of juice in the rooftop food court that is incredibly refreshing after a workout. This time I intended to." "What exactly is your profession?" Officer Muro interrupted Cameron's musings, eyeing him suspiciously. Cameron found himself at a loss for words. While he should not expose his identity as an FBI agent, he struggled to formulate a response, realizing he had dug himself into a predicament without knowing how to resolve it. As Conan sat beside, consuming the food that Xiao Wei and Hao Yu had brought, the trio simultaneously cast a disdainful glance at Cameron. They decided to wait for Judy to come to his rescue, for the FBI was set to withdraw from the hospital today. Before her departure, Shuichi had cautioned her, "Be careful, I sense that something ominous is about to unfold." Standing next to him, Mimi cast a worried glance at Shuichi, her heart restless throughout the day, reminiscent of the day Shuichi's undercover status was exposed. Even more unsettling than that moment Within minutes, Judy arrived at the restaurant, presenting her FBI credentials to Officer Magyar. Observing the credentials in her hands, Officer Magyar's expression turned peculiar. I know you are with the FBI, but how is it that another one appears? Surely, you do not have a conspiracy at hand? No. No. She's here to find me. Judy hastily fabricated a story, not even blinking as she linked her arm with Cameron's. He is my boyfriend. He has come all the way to Japan to check on me because I have been away for too long, and he is helping me with my Japanese, which has improved tremendously. In her eagerness, Judy neglected the peculiar intonation she often adopted when addressing Officer Magyar, quickly rectifying her slip. Cameron was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation, feigning a look of deep affection as he gazed at Judy. Ahem. Officer Magyar coughed twice, interrupting the apparent display of affection between the two. Even if he is an FBI agent, an investigation cannot be overlooked. At that moment, Officer Chiba rushed over, holding a bag he had discovered in the storage area of the restroom. Inside were a raincoat, gloves, and a handgun, items associated with the crime. This was certainly not good news. With such evidence, the perpetrator would be devoid of any traces of gunpowder residue. Silence enveloped the group, while this situation reached an impasse. Another troubling event unfolded elsewhere. At a certain dock, Reina was on the phone, resigning from her television job. Just as she hung up, a gun was pressed against her waist. Taken aback, Reina took 2 steps forward and addressed Jin. What is it? What orders do you have for someone like me, who is constantly under surveillance and suspected by the boss? Eliminate one person, and you shall gain trust, Jin replied, handing her a gun. Who? The FBI investigator, Shuichi a.k.a. What? Chapter 175. A lack of understanding in English. Upon hearing this, Reina's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jin. After he explained how to lure Shuichi out, Reina responded, I understand. I will do as you say. May I have a little time? She sought to buy some time to warn Shuichi of their conspiracy. Absolutely not. Now, immediately, right this moment. Call Shuichi a.k.a. Jin commanded forcefully, the gun still aimed at Reina. If circumstances allowed, he would have preferred to inform Xiaowei and the others later, granting them a chance to prepare. However, reality did not permit such luxuries. The boss's orders and vodka's surveillance obstructed his attempts to send a warning, leaving him to hope that Xiaowei and the others could anticipate the impending danger. Reina gazed at Jin, contemplating a rebuttal, yet she understood that no argument would prove fruitful. Instead, it would only amplify suspicion. Reluctantly, she retrieved her phone and dialed Shuichi, articulating the narrative Jin had provided her, while the attention of others waned. Xiao-E and how you approached the lifeless body, scrutinizing it closely. The deceased sat in a chair, slumped against its back, riddled with 6 gunshot wounds. His right hand resting on the armrest, grasping at nothingness. This must be blood, how you murmured, his eyes fixating on the pen and notepad on the table. Leaning in for a closer inspection, he noted that one sheet of the notepad had been torn away, the topmost page bearing both a written imprint and bloodstains. It was evident that a note inscribed with words had been seized by the assailant. Before the police could speak, How you hastily began to sketch with a pencil on the paper. By the time Officer Magyar recognized what was occurring, the words had fully emerged. 3 words, in fact. Thus, Officer Magyar's attention was drawn to what could potentially be a death message. Bring my tux, it read. What could this possibly mean? Magyar pondered, stroking his chin. This must be a message from the boss to me. As there is a banquet tonight, Irina interjected. Her statement ignited doubt. Could this truly be a death message? Bring my tux, she mused, perplexed by the peculiar significance of those words and to whom they might refer. Judy, eager to contact Shuichi to expedite the resolution of the case and return home sooner, attempted to call him, only to find her phone malfunctioning, failing to connect. Standing beside her, Conan offered, would you like to borrow my phone for a few days? I have an old one at home. As he spoke, he removed the SIM card from his device and handed it to Judy. To her surprise, they found themselves with identical models, although the phones had been swapped. Their exteriors remained indistinguishable. Gratefully, Judy accepted and inserted her card into Conan's phone. The call went through, yet Shuichi was already engaged in conversation with Reina. I may have returned to the organization, but my superiors harbor doubts that weigh heavily on me. I wish to escape. Can you assist me? Of course. I will divulge all the information regarding the black organization to the FBI. If possible, let us meet to discuss this further. Despite his words, Shuichi was acutely aware that Reina was not alone on the other end of the line. He recognized it as a trap he could not evade. I will text you the time and location, Reina concluded, hanging up and sending a message to Shuichi before turning to Jin. Is that satisfactory? Jin remained silent, holstering his weapon and departing. The message read, tonight at 7, at the 7th bend of Lei Mountain. Having stood beside Shuichi during the call, Mimi, upon seeing the location in the message, felt an increasing sense of unease and spoke out to dissuade him. Do not go. In the remote locale of Lei Mountain, shrouded in night, it undoubtedly presented a trap. Trust me, everything will be fine. The moment those words were uttered, it was evident that Shioi would proceed, for his absence would surely spell doom for Rinai. However, while Mingmei wished to express more, she recognized the futility and could only extend her well wishes, urging him to be cautious and promising to await his safe return. Shioi nodded, took the car keys, exchanged a few words with James, and departed. Concern gnawed at Mingmei as she recalled the method by which Xiaoi had once rescued her. She promptly dialed her number. Yet, the voice on the other end was not Xiaoi's, but AI's. Sister? What's the matter? Where is Xiaoi? She is with Rinai. Upon hearing Mingmei's anxious and worried words, AI paused momentarily before regaining her composure. Sister, please calm down. I believe brother-in-law will be fine. Xiaoi is investigating a case, the one involving the suspect named Cameron. Her phone was left behind, but I will go find her immediately. No, I must come to you right now. Unable to remain still, Mingmei's unease intensified. She resolved to seek out Xiaoi, hoping she could employ the same method as before to replace Shioi, outwardly identical, yet fundamentally different within. A seemingly innocuous statement suddenly enlightened Xiaoi and Conan, revealing the true identity of the murderer. They exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Conan approached Officer Magyar, confiding in hushed tones. Officer Magyar, I just spoke with Brother Shinichi. He mentioned a method to identify the murderer, involving the recitation of a spell. Is that so? Officer Magyar's excitement was palpable as he absorbed Conan's explanation, growing increasingly incredulous. Could it truly work? Considering it was Shinichi's approach, he decided to give it a try. Soon after, the three suspects along with Irina were summoned to the adjacent room, where 4 identical chairs were positioned. Takagi instructed them to stand before the chairs, forbidding them from sitting. Suddenly, Officer Magyar cleared his throat and declared, "Sit down, please." A peculiar scene unfolded as the others instinctively took their seats, while one individual remained standing in bewilderment. Toby Keynes, confused, inquired, "Why are you all sitting? Didn't he just invite us to sit?" The other 3 regarded him as if he were a curiosity. "So, it turns out you are the culprit, Mr. Toby Keynes." Officer Magyar pointed out the murderer, though he was unaware of the reasoning behind his accusation. "What? Are you joking? Sit down, please." Judy comprehended the rationale behind the command. To foreigners accustomed to English, it simply sounded like an invitation to sit. Outwardly appearing foreign, yet intrinsically Japanese, what could this possibly mean? The culprit should be more cognizant of this. However, it was quite surprising that such simple English eluded your understanding. How foolish can one be? Judy reflected with a hint of exasperation. Toby Keynes struggled to grasp the situation, and Xiaoi smiled faintly. Among the 4 of you, only you do not comprehend English. Thus you are the murderer. Finally grasping the situation, Toby Keynes promptly interjected, "I admit, I do not understand English. How, then, can I be deemed the murderer?" Officer Magyar expressed his confusion as well. Conan elucidated that the murderer had initially overlooked the note, but while searching the room, he suddenly noticed the deceased clutching a pen with incomprehensible English inscribed on the paper. Consequently, he tore the note away and took it with him. Officer Magyar realized the implication. Indeed, the murderer, lacking proficiency in English, presumed that the deceased had written something threatening before his demise. Had he understood the language, he would not have formed such an assumption. Chapter 176. The Fall of Shuichi. Thus, Mr. Toby Keynes, your ignorance of English marks you as the culprit. Little Wings observed him with a smile, causing Toby Keynes to feel a chill creep up his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If my intuition serves me well, that note is concealed on your person, for you wish to take it home to ascertain its meaning before finding peace. Upon hearing this, Officer Takagi promptly searched Toby Keynes' pockets and retrieved the note. Sighing, Toby Keynes recognized the futility of his situation and confessed his crime. "I intended to bring it home for my girlfriend's younger brother to see. My girlfriend, who does not understand Japanese, was deceived by the president of a celebrity company into signing an inequitable contract. She suffered abuse and tragically passed away from overexertion at the end of last year. What enraged me further was that the contract also implicated her brother. I thought I must at least protect him, intimidate him with a gun, and retrieve the contract, but I ultimately lost control and killed him. Thus, the case was resolved, and Officer Magyar took Toby Keynes away. Little Wings, who originally planned to leave, lingered at the top-floor food court upon learning from AI that Mieko was coming. Judy and Cameron also intended to return to the hospital. Judy inquired of Cameron, "You mentioned you had been here a year ago, Did anything happen then? Cameron's expression darkened as he replied. Have you heard about how a.k.a. Shuichi's identity was exposed due to an error made by an investigator during his undercover operation? Judy nodded slightly. Cameron lowered his gaze, filled with regret, and confessed, that investigator was me. At the time, Shuichi was to meet Jin and others in a warehouse, with the FBI already lying in wait. However, the members of the black organization had not yet arrived when an elderly man walked in and sat down in the only chair available. Finding it peculiar, Shuichi ignored him. But I could not contain myself. I approached the old man and warned him that it was dangerous and that he should leave. He complied and never returned. Not a single member of the black organization showed up. That old man was sent by the organization to test whether there were any ambushes. Since that incident, Cameron had been plagued by guilt, even though Shuichi bore him no ill will. Thus, upon hearing that a skilled driver was needed for the investigation, he volunteered in hopes of atoning for his past mistake. Mieko arrived just as Judy and Cameron missed Little Wings. She implored softly, please, save Shuichi. Just as you did before. What happened to Shui? Shaoi speculated vaguely. He was called out by Mizuki Reina, and it's 7 o'clock tonight. At the 7th bend of Lei Mountain. I fear she intends to kill Shui, Mimi quickly explained. Shaoi glanced at his watch and gasped. Did you say 7 o'clock? We're running out of time. The journey to Lei Mountain would take just over an hour, yet it was already past 6. Even if they were to fabricate a false Shui now, it would be too late. There was nothing to be done. They could only await hopeful news from Shui. Time slipped away swiftly, and the tranquility of a place called Lei Mountain was shattered by the sound of gunfire. Shui leaned against the car, one hand clutching his chest, the other still tucked in his pocket, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Not far from him stood Reina, gun in hand. In an instant, Shui seemed to comprehend something, turning to see a Porsche 356A in the distance, bitterly smiling. So it was Jin all along. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. You know too late, Reina sneered. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Kill. Hurry up and shoot him in the head. Kill. If it weren't for vodka beside him, Jin would never have uttered those words. But I've already pierced his lung. He will undoubtedly perish within half an hour. Reina did not wish to shoot Shui in the head, for that would extinguish any chance of saving him. Stop wasting time. Shoot him in the head. Only then will his life truly end. Noticing Vodka's slight impatience, Jin urged him on. Reina silently sighed, understanding. With that, she aimed at Shui's head and pulled the trigger. A spark erupted from the gun's muzzle, and Shui fell, blood splattering as he collapsed onto the car seat. This scene was witnessed by Jin and Vodka through the camera mounted on Kill's neck, both sporting satisfied smiles. The sound of sirens unexpectedly blared from a distance, growing ever closer, likely a response to another incident in the vicinity. Jin ordered Reina to leave swiftly, after placing a timed bomb set to detonate in 30 seconds beside Shui. She drove past the police car, narrowly escaping. As the police vehicle arrived at the scene, they were startled by the sudden explosion. They immediately notified headquarters, and the news spread rapidly. At the Idagawa residence, the group returned home, sitting in the living room alongside Mimi, chatting and watching television. They were better off not watching, for upon changing the channel, they stumbled upon an unwelcome news report. The backdrop featured a burning vehicle, a Chevrolet that had exploded on Lei Mountain. Inside lay the charred remains of a male, approximately in his 30s, with gunshot wounds evident on the body. The police were conducting a thorough investigation. The deceased's right hand had not been burned. Anyone who recognized the victim or could provide DNA or fingerprints was urged to visit the police station. In an instant, the individuals in the living room were rendered speechless, while those at the hospital, including the FBI, were equally taken aback. Could it truly be the renowned agent, Shuichi a.k.a.? How could such a pivotal figure in the FBI so easily meet his demise? The FBI intended to compare the body with the DNA and fingerprints left by a.k.a. during his time with the agency. Yet they found themselves at a loss to explain their presence here. Suddenly, Judy lifted her head with a spark of realization. Yes, the fingerprints. a.k.a. had touched Little Wing's phone, and this could serve as a means of confirmation. She promptly called Little Wing. At that moment, Little Wing was en route to the police station with Akemi, riding in a purple car. They concocted a fabricated excuse to persuade Officer Takagi to verify the fingerprints. The results arrived shortly, and the fingerprints matched. As they entered the Metropolitan Police Department, Judy and Akemi clung to a glimmer of hope, but by the time they exited, they appeared utterly despondent. Seated in James's car, Judy's face was streaked with tears. Although words escaped her, James understood the grim reality. Was that body truly a.k.a.'s? With a heavy sigh, James wished to console Judy, yet he found himself at a loss for words. a.k.a.'s sacrifice weighed heavily on him as well. You need not blame Reina. Had she not acted thus, it would have been her own life in jeopardy. After all, she is not an FBI agent, but rather a CIA operative, prioritizing her own safety. Judy comprehended this. Of course, by eliminating a.k.a, Rina could regain the organization's favor. Yet, was trading a.k.a.'s life for a source of intelligence truly worthwhile? Shuichi. Judy sobbed into the steering wheel, while James fell into a pensive silence. A motorcycle zoomed by, the rider briefly glancing at the sound of Judy's cries before speeding away. It was likely a member of the black organization sent to confirm the situation. On the return journey, Akemi could no longer contain her sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why? Why did this happen? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. How could he have vanished so suddenly? Shuichi, please do not leave me, she wailed, observing her distress. Little Wing sighed helplessly. Perhaps it was best not to speak of the reality they faced. Chapter 177. The a.k.a. Group. The refreshing sea breeze. Leaning against the ship's railing, he welcomed the cool gusts while gazing at the evening glow in the distance, feeling utterly content. It had been several days since a.k.a.'s tragic passing. Invited by Sonoko, Little Wing, Conan, Haoyu, Nolan, A.I., Longma, Heiji, and Kazuha boarded the Aphrodite, a luxurious cruise ship owned by the a.k.a. Group, to partake in its maiden voyage. They entered the spacious dining area, a testament to the a.k.a. Group's investment of 1 billion yen in the Aphrodite. By sheer coincidence, they encountered Fuji and Tezuka, likely also invited due to family connections, as their parents could not attend. Surely, this must be the illustrious high school detective from Kansai, Koichi Hattori. From behind the group, a voice of admiration emerged, followed by an introduction. I am the screenwriter, Kusanagi Hiroshi. He pointed to the woman behind him and said, this is Akiguchi Minako, the deputy leader of the design team for this cruise ship. The lovely name Aphrodite was also her creation. A waiter approached and said, hello, your seats are ready. Please follow me. Could we possibly add 2 more seats? Nishikawa gestured with 2 fingers, inquiring. Pingchi found this person rather peculiar. They had never met before. Yet they were to share a table. Was he naturally familiar, or did he have ulterior motives? Hesitant, he nodded, intending to draw some conversation from him. As they seated themselves at the dining table, with the dishes yet to arrive, Nishikawa remarked, in fact, I am currently writing a script for a series about luxury cruise ships, and it is through this endeavor that I came to know Akiguchi. Akiguchi nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing this, Fuji expressed a spark of interest. Oh, really? That sounds intriguing. What stories are you penning? Perhaps tales of embarking on a grand voyage around the world aboard a luxury liner? Little A.I., sipping her drink nonchalantly, interjected. Or it might be like the maiden voyage of the Titanic, which sank. The Titanic? How you pondered. Recalling an incident. Wasn't there a collision involving a Yadai freighter and an iceberg some years back? Akiguchi replied, indeed, that was an incident that occurred 10 winters ago. It was said that due to the captain's misjudgment, 1 crew member lost his life, and ultimately, the captain perished along with the freighter. A subtle undercurrent of barely perceptible animosity spread, and Koyuki frowned slightly, glancing at Nishikawa and Akiguchi. Ryoma, savoring the freshly served steak, joked, perhaps our ship might sink too. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Was such jesting necessary? What if it turned into a self-fulfilling prophecy? At that moment, they believed it merely to be a joke, unaware of its impending reality. Akiguchi reassured, there's no need to fret about such matters, as the captain of Aphrodite is exceptionally skilled, and there are no icebergs in the vicinity to collide with. Additionally, the ship is equipped with sufficient lifeboats. The last statement seemed to imply that the lifeboats might indeed be needed. Nishikawa, resting his chin on his hand, remarked half sarcastically, if this ship were to truly sink, the first to be rescued would surely be those people. Following his gaze, 2 middle-aged individuals were seen slowly entering the banquet hall, attended closely by a dedicated waiter. They were the former prime minister and his wife. Behind them were 2 female artists, the immensely popular Riri sisters in Japan. Also present were the 78-year-old chairman of the Yadai conglomerate, Nobutaro, and his daughter, Taiki, who managed Yadai shipping, albeit she was already 51 years of age. It was said that the son-in-law of the Yadai group, Taiki's husband, had tragically passed away in a car accident a fortnight ago. Nolan suddenly recalled a recent news story. It seemed he had succumbed to a heart attack while driving, plunging off a cliff to his demise. Taiki's husband, Yadai Hideo, was also Akiguchi's mentor and superior, the head of the design team for the Aphrodite. Was his death truly an accident? Sato, stationed far away at the Metropolitan Police Department, felt a twinge of suspicion and resolved to investigate the matter. Takagi eagerly volunteered to accompany him, but was detained by an unfinished report. Consequently, Sato and Shiba set off for the inquiry. Before long, Captain Kaito Wataru of the Aphrodite appeared before them. He was the former second-in-command of the cargo ship that had sunk 15 years prior. Now, he bore no title of vice. His arrival drew fierce glares from both Kasaka and Akiyoshi, suggesting an underlying conflict among the three. Kasaka took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and suppressed the murderous intent welling up within him. He cautiously inquired of Heiji, "By the way, Mr. Hattori, were you invited here, or are you investigating a case?" A flicker of concern flashed in Kasaka's eyes, reminiscent of a criminal hesitant to act in the presence of law enforcement. "Ah, well," Heiji chuckled, unsure how to respond. His family had not received an invitation, nor was there any case to investigate. Surely, he couldn't admit that someone else had no time to attend and had kindly passed the invitation to him. That would be too much of a blow to a detective's reputation. He had not been invited at all. Kaya, seeing through his thoughts, mercilessly revealed the truth. The invitation had actually been extended to Sonoko's parents, as her father was the chairman of the Suzuki conglomerate. Sonoko flashed a grin. "Since my parents were unavailable, I came in their stead. Since I was coming, I invited some friends. It's always more enjoyable with a larger group." As everyone dined and conversed, they finished the main course of steak, and the waiter cleared the plates in preparation for dessert. "Is something wrong?" asked Koki, glancing at the visibly uneasy Kasaka. Kasaka rested his head on one hand and gently massaged his temple with the other, appearing quite unwell. "I'm fine, just a bit seasick. I'll take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal." He bowed his head and departed. Conan watched Kasaka leave, sensing an ulterior motive. Sitting beside him, he noticed that when Kasaka mentioned his seasickness, he glanced at his watch. Moreover, his complexion was not pale but slightly flushed, which did not resemble the typical signs of seasickness. Although puzzled, Conan dismissed it from his mind, hoping that nothing untoward would transpire. After finishing dessert, the group leisurely returned to their rooms, experiencing a dreamless night. The following day dawned bright and sunny. They sat on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze while sipping morning tea. "What do you plan to do next?" Koki inquired. "Play tennis," Ryoma replied. He had specifically checked beforehand and found that there was an indoor tennis court on the cruise ship, and he had brought his racket. Encouraged by his words, Fuji and Tezuka decided to join him at the indoor tennis court, while AI, having nothing else to do, opted to accompany them. Sonoko invited Kaya and Nolan to the ship's 4D cinema, while Koki, Conan, Haoyu, and Heiji headed to the arcade. Chapter 178. Doubts arise. I'm done. I'm done. Heiji and Conan complained in unison, having lost continuously to Koki and Haoyu. Not accustomed to video games, they found themselves on the losing end. "You two carry on. I'm heading back to my room." Conan had lost interest in continuing the game. Further play would only result in the paper mask on his face becoming increasingly cumbersome. It would be far more prudent to return to his chamber and peruse the documents recently sent by the Emperor. Heiji, too, decided to forego the game, opting instead to retreat to his room to tackle the plethora of high school assignments awaiting him. As they made their way back, they passed by the office of President Gue Jiang and, from a distance, observed an individual clad in a trench coat, adorned with a hat, and with the zipper pulled up completely, exiting the room. Their curiosity piqued. They glanced at the clock, which read 10:15, hoping that no unfortunate incident would transpire. Once Conan and Heiji had departed, Xiaoi, feeling that there was little point in continuing the game without them, began to meander through the cruise ship with Haoyu. Upon arriving at the underground dock, they spotted several speedboats. Just as they were about to leave, they discovered an iron fan belonging to the 8th president lying on the ground. This prompted them to approach the door of the 8th president's room, where they knocked several times but received no response. Coincidentally, Conan and Heiji, having heard the commotion, approached the scene. Conan inquired, "Is anyone there?" "When Hattori and I passed by here, we saw someone dressed very thoroughly leaving at 10:15. "Is that true? Are you certain you weren't mistaken?" questioned Sugimoto Keiho, the secretary of Gue Jiang, who had arrived and was visibly perplexed. Neither of them was wearing a trench coat, and at this hour, they should be in their rooms. Xiaoi felt an unsettling premonition. "Do you have a key? Quickly, open the door." "President, are you there?" "President, it's Sugimoto." After several more knocks yielded no reply, Sugimoto produced a key and announced, "Excuse me," as she unlocked the door. Upon the door's opening, they were met with a horrific sight. Gue Jiang lay sprawled on the floor in a pool of blood, still clad in a bathrobe, with a grievous stab wound to the abdomen. "Ah, President!" Sugimoto screamed, attempting to rush forward, but Heiji restrained her, instructing, "Do not approach. Go find the 8th president." Heeding his words, Sugimoto hurried to the billiard room in search of former Prime Minister Shinmei, who, by all accounts, should have been engaged in a game of billiards. Xiaoi conducted a cursory examination of the body, shaking his head in resignation. He has likely been deceased for about half an hour. This aligns with the time when Conan and Heiji observed that trench-coated figure exiting room 604, who perhaps is the perpetrator. I will notify the authorities, how you declared. Departing to inquire with the crew about their current location before placing the call. Xiaoi, Conan, and Heiji conducted a brief inspection of the scene. The victim's hair was still damp, indicating she had likely just emerged from the bathroom before falling victim to a lethal attack. Not far from where she lay, there was a bloodstain that had been wiped clean. As they exited the room and closed the door, Sugimoto rushed up in a state of panic. The president is missing. Mr. Shinmei said that during their billiards game, the president left halfway through. What? Xiaoi exclaimed, realizing that not only were they unable to locate the 8th president, but two other individuals, Jin and Vodka, were also searching for him. They had arranged to meet at the underground dock at 10:30 for a transaction. Yet the 8th president was nowhere to be found. Vodka leaned against the wall, his murderous intent palpable as he coldly remarked, "Ah, you wretched Hakadai Yantaru. The organization must have bestowed countless benefits upon you for you to dare abandon us. Prepare for your demise. Where's that person?" Suddenly, Vodka's gaze shot upwards, catching sight of a figure darting down the staircase. Though he couldn't discern the individual clearly, the chestnut hair suggested she was most likely a woman. Together, Jin and Vodka ascended the staircase, where a single strand of hair lay on the ground. Jin instinctively bent down to retrieve it, murmuring under his breath, "Chestnut, Sherry." The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, wishing he could slap himself for such a slip. Just yesterday, while the two were dining in a nondescript corner, Jin had spotted a group that included the girl. Realizing they too were aboard the ship, he had intended to remain inconspicuous, yet Hibara had inadvertently caught sight of them. In a most unfortunate turn, she had uttered the name Sherry, allowing Vodka to overhear. Vodka, a man who would rather slay 1,000 innocents than let one escape, had now been forsaken by Hakadai once more. He was certain he would hunt down Hibara and eliminate her. "What did you just say?" Upon hearing Jin's words, Vodka's heart leaped with joy. Finally, Sherry's true identity had been revealed. Nothing. A flicker of doubt crossed Jin's eyes. Had Vodka not just heard him? If that were the case, it would indeed be splendid. Little did he know that Vodka had indeed caught his words. It was merely a subconscious utterance. A test of sorts. The simplicity of those 3 words had aroused Vodka's suspicion, while Jin remained blissfully unaware. Just as Hibara was oblivious to the impending threat on her life. In truth, she had not noticed Jin and Vodka at all. She had merely passed by, accidentally shedding a hair. Soon enough, mealtime arrived. Hibara, Ryoma, Fuji, and Tezuka made their way to the dining hall, joined by Nolan and his companions, who brought forth an array of food, engaging in conversation as they dined together. This scene was observed with clarity from a distance by Vodka. He sat in a corner of the dining hall, the first to arrive and the last to depart, meticulously scrutinizing everyone present and locking onto his target, Hibara. He was uncertain if it truly was her, for she was notably shorter than Sherry and lacked the latter's haughty demeanor. Yet, there was an unsettling sense that she might indeed be the one, leaving him in a quandary. Though he could not definitively ascertain whether Hibara was Sherry or the individual he had overheard, the ruthless Vodka resolved to kill her. After the meal, sensing Vodka's murderous intent, Jin feigned a search for Hakadai to distance himself from Vodka, secretly aiming to find the girl and inform her of the situation. Meanwhile, Vodka quietly observed Hibara, plotting to strike when she was alone, as he had not brought a silencer. After a brief respite, Hibara and Ryoma proceeded to play tennis. The morning had primarily seen Fuji and Tezuka engaged in the game, while the others had remained relatively inactive. Fuji and Tezuka had chosen not to participate, after all. Tezuka's injury had yet to heal completely, requiring further recuperation, and they had an upcoming banquet to attend. They returned to their rooms to shower and rest, preparing for the evening's festivities. The same was true for the garden, where Kazuha and Nolan also followed suit. Xiaoi hastily consumed a small meal before proceeding to the deck to await the arrival of Officer Mugure and his team. At long last, the police helicopter descended gently onto the cruise ship's deck, and Xiaoi and his companions stepped forward to greet them. "Officer Mugure, you have finally arrived," Pingji remarked with a serious demeanor. "The chairman has yet to be located." Noticing his grave expression, Officer Takagi attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. "It seems that wherever you are, be it land or sea, incidents tend to occur. Are you planning to take a rocket into space next?" In an instant, all eyes turned toward him, and Xiaoi couldn't help but grimace inwardly at the foolishness of his timing. Chapter 179. Kazunari Kasaka. Xiaoi led Officer Mugure, and the others to the crime scene. Observing that the door to room 604 bore no signs of forced entry, it became apparent that the deceased had either opened the door for the assailant or the assailant possessed a key. Officer Miyagi then inquired of Ms. Sugimoto, "May I ask who holds the key to this room?" Ms. Sugimoto replied, "Only the chairman and the president have keys. Although the cleaning staff and I possess a master key that can unlock this door." It seems a key went missing not long ago. This revelation suggested that there were several suspects. Subsequently, the group departed from room 604, leaving the forensic team to continue their investigation. They made their way to the lower dock, where Xiaoi returned the iron fan belonging to Chairman Yada to the spot where it had been found. It occurred to them that they had left immediately after discovering the fan and had not thoroughly examined the dock. Nearby, 3 speedboats were moored, with the waterway leading to an exit hatch. Upon reaching the hatch, they were met with a pool of blood and signs of a struggle. The forensic team collected fingerprints in the vicinity of the hatch for comparison, uncovering several matches belonging to Chairman Yada. Before Officer Miyagi could speak, Takagi promptly sought out the personnel monitoring the hatch, ultimately discovering that it had been opened not long ago. "Shiratori, notify the Coast Guard to conduct a search of this maritime area," Officer Miyagi commanded. Given the clues at hand, it appeared highly likely that Chairman Yada had met with foul play. A confrontation had occurred between him and the assailant in the lower dock, resulting in his murder and subsequent disposal of his body into the sea. "Takagi, please look into the Nimi couple. I have some questions for them." Understood. The two split up to carry out their tasks. Later, during the inquiry with the Nimi couple, it was revealed that Chairman Yada had been playing billiards with Mr. Nimi starting from 9:30, and around 10 o'clock, Chairman Yada had glanced at the time several times. When he departed, Mr. Nimi had specifically noted his watch at 10:13. This suggested a particular individual, presumably the assailant, had arranged to meet Chairman Yada at the lower dock. Before the meeting, the assailant had visited Chairman Yada's room, murdering President Taiki, who had just emerged from a bath, and then hurried to the lower dock to kill Chairman Yada, discarding the body into the ocean. "Officer, the assailant targeted the victim during a moment of solitude. Does this not imply that the assailant was aware of the schedules of both Chairman Yada and President Taiki?" Shiratori suddenly contemplated. Indeed, Officer Mumu shared the same sentiment and inquired, "Miss Sugimoto, you are the one responsible for arranging the schedules of President Yada and Director Kyuji, correct? Have you mentioned this to anyone?" Sugimoto replied, "I am indeed responsible for their itineraries. Apart from the two of them, only I and Chief Steward Mr. Misaki are aware." "Takagi, go fetch Chief Steward Mr. Misaki," commanded Mumu. Understood. Kazuki pondered a possibility based on a method she had previously employed. "Miss Sugimoto, did you report their itineraries in President Yada and Director Kyuji's room?" "Yes. After dinner yesterday, I escorted them back to their room and briefed them on their schedules." Understanding Kazuki's implication, Conan promptly probed, "What time was the room unoccupied yesterday?" "Let me recall," Sugimoto replied. "Before boarding yesterday, the room was empty. Once they came aboard, they remained in the room, and it was during dinner that the room was entirely vacant." "That would be during dinner then." Just then, Takagi opened the door and entered with Mr. Misaki. He sat up and confirmed, "Mr. Misaki, correct? Were there any absentees during dinner yesterday?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Misaki took a few seconds to respond. "All the passengers attended. Only a few staff members were absent due to work obligations." "Everyone attended? That doesn't seem right. Given the current circumstances, it appears that this might be an act of revenge from a passenger, driven by hatred. The likelihood of a crew member being the perpetrator is low." "Hiroshi Nishita, how you exclaimed, unveiling the truth. Do you all remember? During dinner yesterday, Nishita claimed to be seasick and returned to his room to rest. Perhaps he was not merely dizzy but was seeking an excuse to leave and plant a listening device in President Yada and Director Kyuji's room. Unfortunately, they could not find the device, likely taken by the murderer." Upon hearing this, Heiji recalled, "That individual's height is quite similar to that of Hiroshi Nishita." If indeed the culprit was Nishita, Kazuki and the others could only chuckle in disbelief. A murderer would not casually mingle among detectives. Drawing attention to himself, wasn't that a blatant declaration of guilt? Moreover, upon reflection, the murderous intent Kazuki sensed during dinner had emanated from him, along with Akiyoshi. Wait. Sugimoto suddenly remembered an incident from 3 weeks prior. Mr. Nishita came for an interview, and shortly thereafter, a master key was lost. Having listened intently, Officer Mumu interjected, "Hold on. Could you first clarify who this Hiroshi Nishita is?" "Hiroshi Nishita, a screenwriter," replied Kazuki. With a suspect now identified, they proceeded to Nishita's room under Mr. Misaki's guidance. After explaining their purpose, Nishita sighed. "A listening device, indeed. the renowned detective Koichi Hattori has thought of everything. While it can be said that Hinata agrees with the speculations made by Koyuki and the others regarding the listening device, he firmly denies their assertion of being the murderer, presenting his alibi. However, the subsequent reasoning is flawed. At 10:15, I was in this room, conversing with Miss Akiyoshi, who can attest to my whereabouts. And the designer? Hinata continued, gesturing towards the phone on the table equipped on the boat. Due to the circumstances aboard the vessel, my mobile phone was inoperative. Thus I utilized the phone here. The specific duration of the call, Heiji inquired. It commenced at 10 o'clock and lasted approximately half an hour. You can verify the exact details in the call records. Upon hearing this, it was evident that the phone in the room was indeed in use at that time. Otherwise, Hinata would not have made such a statement. However, whether he was indeed the one speaking remains uncertain. If convenient, could you disclose the content of the conversation? Officer Megure asked, planning to subsequently verify with Akiyoshi. I had just finished a script and sought Akiyoshi's feedback. She provided me with numerous suggestions regarding the cruise. As Hinata spoke, he opened his computer, revealing a script for a series set against the backdrop of a luxurious cruise ship, a romantic tale of a cruise journey. I specifically requested a single room to avoid any disturbances. Chapter 180. Identifying the murderer, while Heiji and Officer Megure focused their attention on the computer before Hinata. Koyuki and Conan discreetly inspected Hinata's bag. They discovered a voice recorder identical to hers and a photograph depicting 2 crew members alongside a child, with the child and 1 crew member holding the same origami boat. Officer Shiratori was perplexed by his actions. Why not visit her room directly for a face-to-face discussion instead of calling her? Hinata, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor yet cautious, replied, as Miss Akiyoshi is still single, it would not be proper to discuss matters directly in her room. If others overheard, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. In our line of work, there are plenty of instances of creative ideas being plagiarized. I see. With this, their conversation with Hinata concluded, and they proceeded towards Akiyoshi's room to verify the accuracy of Hinata's statements. During our morning tea, he mentioned that his script was nearly complete and sought my opinion. He stated he would call me at 10 o'clock, requesting that I remain in my room, just as he indicated. He called me at 10 o'clock and spoke for about half an hour. After listening to her account, Officer Megure felt that Hinata's suspicions had been dispelled and stood to leave. As long as we can confirm, that will suffice. Thank you for your time. On their way back, the group proceeded to room 604. Officer Megure inquired of the forensic personnel, how is the investigation progressing? Not much has been uncovered. But we found a stain on the floor next to the body that appears to have been wiped, a forensic officer reported. A reddish-brown liquid, is that not blood? Little Wing was taken aback by the news. What could it possibly be? Takagi hung up the phone and rushed over to convey the unfortunate tidings. The Maritime Security Agency had discovered the body of President Yada. Subsequently, Little Wing quietly departed to Akiji's room, only to find it empty. Ultimately, she located Akiji in a cafe and approached her, inquiring, Miss Akiji, I have finally found you. May I pose a few questions? Of course, little detective. What would you like to ask? Akiji replied, closing the book she had been reading. Little Wing took a seat across from her and asked, what was your conversation with Mr. Nishika like? Well, how should I put it? Akiji pondered her words, then took a piece of paper from the table, stating, he tells stories, and I merely listen. Just listening? A possibility crossed Little Wing's mind. Folding the paper in her hands, Akiji nodded. If he were to be interrupted, he would sternly request silence to listen. This had happened before, which is why I generally refrained from interjecting. So, you didn't utter a single word until he finished his tale? Little Wing felt increasingly assured of her suspicions. Indeed. After about 20 minutes, once the story concluded, he asked for my thoughts, and I replied that I found it quite intriguing. Akiji handed the neatly folded paper boat to Little Wing. Here, I folded it for you. Thank you, Little Wing said with a smile, accepting it and departing. As she gazed at the paper boat in her hand, she became pensive. It closely resembled the one she had seen in Nishika's photograph, differing only in color. Given the timing, 10:15, 10:20, it seemed plausible. Upon returning to her room, Little Wing changed into her formal attire, preparing to attend the forthcoming banquet while simultaneously planning to unveil the perpetrator. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the case was far more intricate than it appeared. Something felt amiss. After donning her gown, she sought out Conan and Heiji, exchanging clues that confirmed their suspicions about the culprit, though they all felt a lingering unease. Just as they were in a state of confusion, Takagi knocked on the door, relaying a message. Officer Megure requests your presence. Officer Sato has found discrepancies regarding the car accident involving Yada Haiden. According to Officer Sato's investigation, The seatbelt bore traces of being tied with a kite string. Furthermore, remnants of a scorched can, presumably once containing juice, and various small debris were found inside the vehicle. As he described this, a singular notion flashed in the minds of Little Wing, Conan, and Heiji, a stun grenade. By attaching the grenade's pull ring to the kite string and securing it to the seatbelt, when Yatahiden sat in the car and fastened the belt, the grenade would detonate, inducing a fatal heart attack, causing the vehicle to slide down the slope. In any case, the banquet should be postponed. The criminal remains aboard, and he might exploit the ensuing chaos to commit murder. For precautionary measures, Officer Maguire rose, intending to seek out the captain. Heiji extended his hand to stop, saying no. The banquet will proceed as scheduled. During the event, I shall unveil the truth. While I harbor some doubts, they should not pose a significant obstacle, and I believe these uncertainties can be resolved at the banquet. He first arrived at the banquet's designated area, where he found Fuji and Tezuka, instructing them to keep a close watch on a certain individual, ensuring they did not escape. A sense of ominous premonition lingered in her heart, prompting her to notify Murasaki to pilot a helicopter to the venue for safety. As the time for the banquet approached, the number of attendees in the hall increased. Nolan and the others arrived, yet there was no sign of AI and Ryoma, who were likely still at the indoor tennis court. Good evening, everyone, and welcome aboard the Aphrodite. I shall be your host for this evening. My name is Natsumi Tsuji. First, allow me to introduce the key personnel on board. Chief Purser Mr. Naoya Misaki. Ship's Doctor Mr. Mizukubo, Natsumi introduced, concluding with, and finally, our captain, Mr. Wataru Kaito. Stepping onto the small stage, Captain Kaito took the microphone, stating, "Before I commence my speech, let me introduce the talented lady who designed this vessel, Miss Mihoko Akiyoshi, the architect of the Aphrodite." As his words echoed, a beam of light illuminated the darkened stage, shining upon Akiyoshi. Guided by the light, she gracefully approached the stage. Before Akiyoshi could fully position herself, a voice from the audience pierced through the atmosphere, followed by a wave of commotion. Is it true that President Taiki was murdered? Is Chairman Yadai missing? Is it truly appropriate to hold a banquet under such circumstances? You are the police, right? Have you apprehended the killer? No, Officer Takagi stammered, retreating a couple of steps, unsure of how to respond. He glanced toward Heiji's previous spot, seeking assistance, yet found it vacant. Everyone, please remain calm and do not worry. The audacious serial killer has already been identified by me, the renowned detective Koichi Hattori. Heiji, gripping the microphone, urged the guests to quiet down, raising his other hand to point at a specific individual. The perpetrator responsible for the murders of President Taiki and Chairman Yadai is none other than you, Hiroshi Nishika. Please refrain from making such baseless accusations, Nishika replied coolly. I previously stated that at the time of the incident, I was in my room on the phone with Miss Akiyoshi discussing the script. You may verify this with her. Is this the script you refer to? Small Wing produced a voice recorder, pressing play, and Nishika's voice echoed. Naomi Okazaki has a profound love for the sea, perhaps due to her upbringing by the coast. She cherishes the vastness of the ocean above all else. Heiji's momentary memory only recalled this fragment, prompting Small Wing to stop the playback, remarking, "What a simplistic ruse. You recorded the narrative and played it back into the microphone, allowing you the time to commit the murders." Listening to his own voice from the recorder, Nishika was incredulous. He distinctly recalled having deleted that recording. In a moment of agitation, he blurted out, "How is this possible? I clearly deleted it." Deleted it? No. You may believe you have, but in reality, you have not. The weight of Heiji's words carried a persuasive undertone, causing Hinata to question himself. Had he truly deleted it? The answer was unequivocal. Hinata had indeed removed it. However, it was merely recorded in his voice by Haoyu. Now uncertain of whether he had genuinely deleted it, Hinata retorted, "Even so, that does not mean I am the one who committed the murder. Where's the evidence? Big brother, have you not noticed your own hair?" Conan pointed to a tuft of hair not far from Hinata's ear, chuckling. The red hair mingled with black. Could that possibly be blood? Heiji continued, after committing murder. You should have looked in the mirror. The color of blood resembles that of your hair, so it is not surprising that you did not notice. However, you must understand that after a period, blood coagulates and darkens in color. Also, would you kindly remove your scarf? I believe there are bruises on your neck from the struggle. My apologies for the intrusion. Without waiting for Hinata's consent, Takagi removed his scarf, revealing indeed the presence of bruises. Could you please step into the adjacent room for a more detailed discussion? Confronted by the encroaching police, Hinata remained unperturbed, stepping back with a smile. From his pocket, he produced a remote control, declaring, "Everyone, step back. Otherwise, I shall detonate the bomb." If you wish to prevent the ship from sinking, you will do as I say. Calm down for a moment. Why are you doing this? Officer Megier inquired, seeking to understand his motives in hopes of persuading him to relent. For revenge. Hinata glared fiercely at Kaito Wataru on the stage, gritting his teeth as he exposed the conspiracies of those individuals from years past. The crew member who perished in the sinking of the Yata Group cargo ship a decade ago was my father. 2 years ago, I learned from one of my father's colleagues, while visiting his grave, about the strange rumors surrounding that incident. At that time, Yata Yentaro and Taiki conspired to sink the cargo ship for the purpose of claiming insurance money. To eliminate Captain Okita, who was devoted to improving the crew's conditions, they enlisted the help of the first officer, Kaito Wataru, instructing him to deceive Captain Okita into drinking coffee laced with sleeping pills, causing him to fall asleep. Then, Kaito Wataru intentionally crashed into an iceberg while simultaneously detonating a bomb he had prepared in advance. The location of the bomb's installation must have been directed by the designer, Yata Edo. Now, I shall do as you did back then, detonate the bomb, and then kill you, Kaito Wataru. A laughable delusion, Kaito Wataru dismissed, confident that the police would ensure his safety. His disdainful demeanor infuriated Hinata, who evaded the sudden attempt of someone from behind to seize the remote and press the switch. Boom. Whoosh. The explosion jolted the ship, screams erupted in a cacophony, and chaos ensued throughout the banquet hall. Amid the turmoil, Hinata seized the opportunity to flee, with Fuji and Tezuka, who had been closely monitoring him, immediately in pursuit. Due to the chaos caused by the explosion, no one in the banquet hall heard the gunfire. It was Vodka who fired the shot. Vodka had intended to kill AI with a knife during her moment of solitude, as he had not brought a silencer. However, AI remained in the company of Ryoma, which delayed Vodka's lethal intentions. It was not until Jin arrived, informing him of a bomb and urging him to retreat, that he resolved to act. The violent shaking of the vessel caused AI to lose her balance, prompting Ryoma to pull her closer in an attempt to steady her. This action allowed AI to narrowly evade a fatal bullet, but she was not entirely unscathed, sustaining a gunshot wound to her abdomen. The sudden turn of events caught both of them off guard, leaving them vulnerable. Given the nature of the banquet, the indoor tennis court was empty save for the two of them, indicating that the gunfire must have originated from the entrance. Ryoma pressed his hand against AI's wound, trying to staunch the bleeding, as they retreated to a corner, anxious that more shots might be fired. Realizing he had missed his best opportunity, Vodka departed with Jin to the underground dock, piloting the last speedboat away. Before leaving, they planted a timed bomb at the entrance of the indoor tennis court. Attention all passengers, please put on your life vests and assemble on the first deck. This is not a drill, instructed the crew, guiding passengers as it appeared they were preparing to abandon ship. The rest is up to you, Heiji said to Kaito and Conan as he made his way to the first deck with Hayu and Sonoko. On the other side, Fuji and Tezuka, pursuing Hinata, remained oblivious to Jin and Vodka. Their sole focus was on catching up to Hinata as the distance between them diminished. Fuji retrieved the small knife he had used to cut his steak in the banquet hall, maneuvering the speedboat closer while preparing to throw the knife. He deliberately aimed the knife off target to allow Hinata to dodge it. Seizing the moment of distraction, Tezuka leaped onto Hinata's boat, delivering a swift blow that rendered him unconscious. Just as the police arrived to apprehend Hinata, another explosion erupted, the bomb left by Vodka. A minute earlier, Ryoma had just ended a call with Kaito, during which he had informed her of the unfolding situation. Kaito immediately dispatched Hayu and Nolan to locate them, while she and Conan set out to unveil the true culprit. After hanging up, Ryoma, sensing the unusual silence at the entrance, cautiously rose and peered outside. To his shock, a bomb came into view. Upon hearing the word bomb, AI instinctively recognized the gravity of the situation. Her gunshot wound would undoubtedly become a burden for Ryoma. The individual who planted the bomb was likely a member of the Black Organization, though she was unaware of when her cover had been blown. We must leave. Don't worry about me, she urged, pushing Ryoma away despite the pain radiating from her abdomen. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Her urgent plea snapped Ryoma back to reality. He swiftly placed AI's arm around his neck and lifted her in a princess carry, sprinting towards the exit. Chapter 182. Unforgivable. Are you out of your mind? Let me go? The bomb will explode soon. If you take me with you, there's no escape. AI had already surrendered. In her eyes, even if she managed to escape this time, her exposure meant death was merely a matter of time. In light of this, it seemed better to face death alone, sparing others from entanglement. Longma said nothing, quickening his pace towards the exit. As he passed the doorway, he stole a glance at the bomb. Only 10 seconds remained. Hurry, he thought. They had to move swiftly. The cruise ship had many twists and turns, and following the earlier explosion, the vessel tilted. Climbing against the incline while carrying AI restrained his speed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Time cruelly slipped away. Just as Longma caught sight of Hao-Yu and Nolan, he believed he and AI were saved. A deafening blast erupted behind them. A wave of heat surged forth, the bomb detonated. Longma shielded AI tightly in his embrace, desperate to protect her from harm. Plop! They both collapsed to the ground. And without waiting for the ship to cease its violent rocking, Hao-Yu and Nolan rushed over to assess their injuries. Longma's back, legs, and arms bore extensive burns. Debris from the walls had pierced his back, blood flowed profusely, and he had lost consciousness from the agony. AI had been shot in the abdomen. The blood, which had nearly stopped, now flowed anew. The only solace was that, due to Longma's valiant protection, the bomb had inflicted little harm on her. The two immediately attended to their wounds using their healing techniques. Nolan lifted AI, while Hao-Yu carried Longma, careful not to jostle their injuries as they made their way to the bow of the ship. The recent explosion had caused multiple breaches in the hull, and water was surging in rapidly. If they didn't leave soon, they would be submerged. Longma and AI were grievously injured and could not board a lifeboat like the others. They could only await the arrival of ZS helicopter. They headed for the deck, which was higher and likely to be the last to sink, praying for ZS' swift arrival. Hey, don't you plan to go down with the ship, Captain? Akiyoshi appeared in the captain's quarters, calling out to the departing Hato. You should know that I've already slashed the extra lifeboats. You, Hato exclaimed. By the way, do you remember this paper boat? It was my father's favorite item. Akiyoshi placed the paper boat on the table, gazing at the boat. Hato gradually recalled someone. Who are you? I am the daughter of Captain Okita, whom you and the Yatsushiro family conspired to murder 10 years ago. Akiyoshi brandished a gun, aiming it at Hato as a threat. It's too cramped here. Let us move to the bow and discuss this in the sea breeze. Hato's face turned pale with terror as he raised his hands in surrender and retreated. Half a year ago, Kusanagi Hiroshi came to interview me, incessantly questioning me about the Yatsushiro family, clearly agitated. I seized the opportunity to check his computer while he was in the restroom and stumbled upon a document regarding the shipwreck from 10 years ago. Initially, I was skeptical, but the next day, I got Yatsushiro Ado drunk and extracted the truth from him. Now, you will join the Yatsushiro family, just like my wrongfully murdered father. Haidang was flustered. He still wished to live. He knelt down, pleading for mercy. Yes, I apologize. It was unintentional. It was all the 8th generation president's coercion. Akiyoshi pressed the trigger, yet there was no response. Give it up, our dear perpetrator, said Koyoki and Conan as they stepped forward. Miss Akiyoshi, your firearm was rendered inoperative before I found you in the cafe. To think that 2 mere middle schoolers could uncover her scheme. Akiyoshi was taken aback. Her plan had been discerned by 2 adolescents. In frustration, she hurled the now useless gun into the vast ocean. Upon witnessing this, Haidang immediately fled. The duo shook their heads, attributing all the credit to Heiji, for their appearances belied their true capabilities. No, it was actually Heiji brothers' deduction. The previous reasoning was merely a ruse to lower your guard. Enough, I don't wish to hear it. Akiyoshi was in a state of resignation. After all, there were no lifeboats available for escape. On this sinking vessel, what significance did their deductions hold? How could one not speak of it? Unveiling the truth is the essence of a detective. Koyuki disregarded her, recounting the events of the case. When you perused the computer of Nishizaka, you must have seen his plan to eliminate 4 individuals, including the 8th generation president, though some aspects were unfeasible. Thus, you first killed the 8th generation president, disguising it as a heart attack followed by a car accident that resulted in a fall from a cliff. Conan continued. After the 8th generation president's demise, Nishizaka's plan shifted from 4 to 3 individuals, with you positioned as an alibi witness. Upon realizing this, you resolved to take revenge personally. After Nishizaka played his script and departed, you followed closely behind. You arrived first at President Keiki's room, incapacitating her while she was turned away from the entrance, clad in a bathrobe, drying her hair. When Nishizaka entered, he naturally mistook you for President Keiki, wielding a knife and lunging at you. You feigned resistance, but instead plunged the knife into a pre-prepared fake blood bag, playing dead. Once Nishizaka left, you rose and wiped away the fake blood before murdering the real President Keiki and making your exit. Your departure was at 10:15, which means that the figure we, Heiji and I, saw emerging from room 604 in a trench coat was you. After leaving, you rushed to the underground dock, witnessing Nishizaka being pinned down by the 8th generation president. Seizing the moment when neither was attentive, you stabbed the 8th generation president. compelling Nishizaka to dispose of him in the sea. Yu then swiftly vacated the scene, allowing Nishizaka to mistakenly believe it was his own doing. Am I mistaken in any part of this? That is correct. My intention to exploit Nishizaka was due to having heard that Koichi Hattori would arrive. Thus I orchestrated this trap, creating a false culprit for Nishizaka to ensnare. He criticized my father's spirit of coexisting with the ship as inconsistent with reality. Anyone who disparages my father is no human. As she spoke, she advanced towards Koyuki. Koyuki's face flushed with anger as she retorted loudly, "The unforgivable one is you. You have not only claimed the lives of 3 individuals, but have also detonated the vessel you meticulously designed, imperiling countless innocent passengers. Had it not been for her thirst for vengeance, Long Ma and a.k.a. might have been spared from this calamity. Presently, their fate remains uncertain, as how you and Nolan have yet to respond." Upon hearing her words, Akiyoshi halted momentarily before continuing onward. She held steadfast in her belief. Having repositioned all the bombs beneath the sun to ensure the ship's demise while guaranteeing the safe escape of all passengers. Speaking of which, are you unaware? Aphrodite was born of foam, destined to return to foam. Chapter 183, Blood for Blood. As Akiyoshi approached Xiao Yi, halting just a step away, she reached out to caress Xiao Yi's face. Yet, Xiao Yi recoiled, curious to see Akiyoshi's intentions. Why such fury from a mere child? Before Akiyoshi could finish her sentence, her hand swiftly descended, gripping Xiao Yi's neck. She had no desire to slay Xiao Yi and Conan, yet failing to do so would render her quest for revenge futile. Therefore, do not blame her, blame instead your own cleverness. However, reality proved far less favorable than she envisioned. Xiao Yi and Conan were not the defenseless middle schoolers she presumed. They quickly subdued Akiyoshi, leaving Haetung-du in stunned silence for an extended moment. Realizing Xiao Yi's words snapped him back to attention. Take Akiyoshi down. The lifeboat awaits below to rescue you. Yes, yes. Faced with Xiao Yi's nonchalant demeanor, Haetung-du felt a creeping fear, stumbling over his words. Oh, and remember to secure Akiyoshi safely. Otherwise, Brother Heiji on the lifeboat will not permit you aboard. Conan kindly reminded Haetung-du as he carried Akiyoshi away. If he entertained any murderous thoughts, it would not bode well. Haetung-du obediently bore Akiyoshi downwards, boarding the lifeboat where Heiji and the others awaited, drifting into the distance. Watching the Aphrodite recede further from his sight, he silently prayed, "Xiao Yi, Conan, please do not fall into peril. Xiao Yi, Conan, hurry up. Something is amiss with a.k.a." Nolan's voice echoed from the uppermost deck. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi and Conan dashed upwards, with Xiao Yi contacting Z, learning that she would arrive within 3 minutes. Upon reaching Long Ma and a.k.a., Xiao Yi crouched to examine their wounds, inquiring of Nolan, "What is the situation?" Nolan glanced at Hao Yu, signaling him to cease, instructing him to observe the blood seeping from Long Ma and a.k.a.'s injuries. After Hao Yu halted his efforts to staunch their bleeding, the color of the blood gradually altered. It was no longer merely red, but a hue of crimson tinged with black, flecked with green. Even with their extensive experience, they were baffled by this peculiar phenomenon. Hao Yu voiced his hypothesis. It is likely that the bullet in a.k.a.'s abdomen was laced with poison, but what sort of poison could it be? If it were indeed the toxin from the bullet, why would Long Ma also be affected? Surely it cannot be from the bomb. Hao Yu turned to Xiao Yi, awaiting her response. Xiao Yi bowed her head in silence, perplexed by the unfolding events. At that moment, Z arrived. He opened the helicopter door and tossed down 4 ropes. Xiao Yi, Conan, Hao Yu, and Nolan secured the ropes around their waists, while Hao Yu and Conan cradled a.k.a. and carried Long Ma, as Z hoisted them up. To Shunhail Island, Xiao Yi instructed Z. Understood, he replied. Subsequently, Nolan notified Qing, who was on Shunhail Island, to prepare in advance. Xiao Yi called Chishio, who was gathering medicinal herbs worldwide, inquiring, "Is there a poison that causes a person to bleed green blood, and the bleeding does not cease?" "Green blood, ceaseless bleeding," Chishio murmured, the unexpected call alerting him to a crisis. Repeating Xiao Yi's description and recalling those he had treated and the texts he had perused, he finally remembered a particular toxin. According to the ancient texts of the celestial realm, the blood of annihilation is green and possesses formidable corrosive properties. If a wound comes into contact with this blood, the victim's blood will gradually turn green, accompanied by unrelenting bleeding. Once the blood has completely transformed to green, the victim will succumb to death. In more severe cases, their very soul will be shattered. Soul shattered. Xiao Yi gasped, "How can we save them?" Chishio did not respond directly but countered, "Who has been infected?" a.k.a. and Longma. Upon hearing their names, Chishio sighed in relief, hoping for their safety, yet he lied. It cannot be saved. Impossible. Speak the truth. Xiaoyi immediately saw through Qixio's deception. He urged, let it go. It cannot be saved. The rules of heaven are too strong here, and your abilities will be of little use. Even if they could be applied, mere mortals cannot withstand it. They would have long since succumbed to despair. But tell me, how can we save them? With blood for blood, to reconstruct the body. Reluctantly, Qixio divulged this, hoping Xiaoyi would not act recklessly. What shall we do? Conan inquired. Xiaoyi remained silent, her mind already made up. Upon finally reaching Shunhale Island, the four ceased their efforts to staunch the bleeding. Xiaoyi and Nolan treated the wounds of Longma and a.k.a, extracting bullets and shrapnel. Yet the bleeding persisted, the rate of blood loss surpassing that of the transfusion. If this continued, they would surely bleed to death. Moreover, most of the blood flowing forth had turned green. Xiaoyi understood that if they did not act swiftly, it would soon be too late. She glanced at the necklace around her neck, whispering, you must emerge. Xiaoyi bit her finger, intending to draw a formation with her blood. You've lost your mind. Realizing her intentions, Conan grasped Xiaoyi's hand, exclaiming, what are you planning to do? To save them. With blood for blood, to reconstruct the body. Conan vehemently opposed, no. Xiaoyi broke free from Conan's grip, declaring, if we do not save them, they will be lost forever. Rest assured, nothing will happen as long as we can summon the dual swords of Milan. She believed that her seventh sister, Ling Yuyi, and her brother-in-law, Ling Yuyi, were indeed a.k.a. and Longma. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, Conan began to waver. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, step aside, I shall rescue. Brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but it cannot be. I cannot bear to witness your peril. Should you stain your hands with their blood, you will become just like them. I, however, am different. The existence of the Xigu will absorb the green blood. I shall be unharmed. At most, the poison will manifest. Conan, filled with concern, replied, you yourself have acknowledged that the poison manifests, exchanging blood for blood. Given your already diminished vitality, you cannot endure it. No matter, he can drink my blood, interjected Haoyu, who had been observing from the sidelines, as he approached Xiaoyi. Do not speak further. If we delay, it will be too late. Xiaoyi used her own blood to inscribe a blood star array in the air. Arcane symbols flowed from her lips, and with her bitten finger, she stained it with the blood of Longma and a.k.a, inscribing the incantation to summon the dual swords of Milan beside the blood star array. With each symbol she inscribed, her complexion grew paler, her body increasingly frigid. Witnessing this, Haoyu embraced Xiaoyi from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, channeling fiery energy to suppress the poison. As Xiaoyi had forewarned, the poison flared with unprecedented intensity, an icy chill penetrating to her core, a torment unbearable. In desperation, she bit down on Haoyu's neck, forcibly completing the formation. In an instant, the world transformed. A tempest arose, torrential rain cascaded, and a sword cleaved the heavens, ultimately manifesting before all, splitting into two. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyi's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she collapsed into Haoyu's embrace, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 184. The Youth Selection Competition 1. In this slumber, time slipped away unnoticed. When Xiaoyi eventually stirred from her hazy dreams, Longma and a.k.a. had already forged a pact with the dual swords of Milan. Though their reformed bodies remained frail, incapable of utilizing any mental techniques, they would soon recuperate, their memories gradually returning. Little sister, thank you, a.k.a. expressed with heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that without Xiaoyi, she would have surely perished. Xiaoyi smiled at her, though her parched throat could utter no sound. The familiar address made her realize her seventh sister had returned. Weakened in body, she succumbed to slumber once more. This unforeseen incident had left Xiaoyi and her companions gravely depleted. They rested on Shunhai Island for approximately half a month until Longzaki called, informing them of an upcoming Japan-America exchange competition, the youth selection tournament, and inquired if Longma would participate and whether Xiaoyi and the others were willing to act as coaches. Due to certain circumstances, only participants of the Kanto competition were eligible for the Japan-America exchange, and Tezuka and Yukimura, due to health concerns, did not intend to compete. After some deliberation, Xiaoyi and her companions resolved to return, for even though she, Longma, and a.k.a. had yet to fully recover, continuing their languid existence on Shunhai Island was not favorable. It was time to take action. For Ryoma, memories of the celestial realm are gradually resurfacing. However, at this moment, he remains predominantly immersed in the memories of this lifetime, still captivated by tennis. Upon hearing that the youth selection had commenced, he could hardly contain his excitement. Little Wing and his companions were the last to arrive, and by the time they reached the venue, Coach Hanamura had already provided a rough outline of the selection process. A total of 28 participants were involved, divided into 3 groups, with the final selection of 7 official players and 1 substitute. Led by Coach Ryuzaki from Seishin Academy. The Ryuzaki group comprises Seishin's Ryoma, Oishi, Eiji, Momashiro, Hyodiai's Fuji Chodaro, Shishido Ryo, Rikai's Kahara, Futamine's Kamio, Shiranami's Kajimoto, and Yamabuki's Sengoku. Under the guidance of Coach Hanamura from Shiranami, the Hanamura group includes Hyodiai's Atobi, Shiraishi, Kageyama, Futamine's Ibuki, Rokaka's Nakaguchi, Amano Hikaru, St. Rudolph's Kinzaki Jun, Shiranami's Keminaran Reiji, and Wakato Hiroshi. Lastly, the Sakaki group, led by Coach Sakaki from Hyodiai, features Seishin's Fuji, Dry, Kaito, Komura, Rikai's Sanada, Yanagi Rinji, St. Rudolph's Fuji Yuta, Mitsuki, and Rokaku's Siki. On the first day of training, Ryuzaki had not scheduled any formal practice, allowing the members of her group to engage in free practice. "Is it permissible to compete during free practice?" asked Kahara, glancing at Kamio across the room. Kamio clenched his teeth. He would not forget the injury inflicted upon their captain, Tachibana Kippei, and he vowed to seek vengeance. Ryuzaki nodded in affirmation. "Of course, competition can serve as an excellent means to gauge player capabilities, and I would never refuse such an opportunity." In contrast, the Hanamura group, influenced by Coach Sakaki, immediately expressed a desire to compete, only to be met with Hanamura's disapproval, as she had her own intentions. As for the Sakaki group, it was undoubtedly set for internal matches, featuring a contest between Yanagi and Dry against Fuji and Siki. Little Wing and Sakaki occupied 2 coach chairs, observing the unfolding match. As he surveyed the lineup, Little Wing couldn't help but smile, exclaiming softly, "Truly a masterstroke by Coach Sakaki. What appears to be a casual arrangement is, in fact, intricately devised." Dry and Yanagi, a fated duo, had grown up together and shared an undeniable chemistry, while Fuji and Siki stood as formidable adversaries. This match was the perfect opportunity to assess their skills. The outcome would be determined by a single game, with Siki serving. He delivered a straightforward serve, and after exchanging several rallies, Siki, with Fuji's assistance, seized the opportunity to direct the ball toward the left net. Dry dashed forward to return it, leaving the right side momentarily open, and Siki swiftly struck the ball toward the right back net. Believing his shot would secure a point, he was met with the referee's announcement, 0-15. They had fallen into the trap set by Dry and Yanagi. Yanagi stood tall and remarked, "What a long-awaited strategy, indeed, Seijiro." Dry had intentionally approached the left net ball, leaving the right back open, enticing their opponents to strike there, underestimating the situation, while Yanagi had already positioned himself to launch a surprise attack. This tactic was reminiscent of their previous encounters, though they hadn't executed it in nearly 3 years. Recalling the days spent playing basketball together, Chien called out the familiar title. Although it had been a long time since they last played, the techniques were deeply ingrained in their bodies. "Isn't that right, Professor?" Lu Lianer pondered for a moment and replied, "Professor, what a nostalgic title. If I am the professor, then you must be the doctor." The moment Lu Lianer uttered doctor, Chien momentarily lost his focus, failing to respond to Siki's simple serve. Awkwardly adjusting his glasses, Chien said, "Please refrain from calling me doctor. It disrupts my rhythm." "Doctor, that title truly suits you." Fuji chuckled with a sly smile. Thus, the duo of Chien and Lu Lianer emerged victorious with a score of 54. Although it seemed that Chien and Lu Lianer, with their apparent synergy, were on the verge of triumph, in reality, Fuji had only just fully opened his eyes, and the depth in his gaze signaled that he was now fully engaged. Standing at the baseline alongside Siki, Fuji awaited Chien's serve. Upon witnessing their positioning, Chien was initially taken aback, but then directed the ball to the front court. Both Fuji and Siki sprinted forward simultaneously, executing an astonishing formation reminiscent of the Australian style. Their coordination was impeccable, markedly different from their initial collaboration, confounding their opponents, Chien and Lu Lianer, leading to victory. Following this match, it was time for dinner. In the bustling restaurant, laughter and conversation filled the air until a furious shout pierced through. "What does it have to do with you?" Kamio erupted, slamming his hand on the table as he confronted Kahara. "If it weren't for you, how could Tachibana have gotten injured? And now you feign concern about his condition? Just get lost." Kamio had no intention of acknowledging Kahara. "Don't be so heartless. I was merely asking out of concern. Tell me, how is Tachibana doing?" Noticing Kamio's clenched teeth and his prolonged silence, Kahara taunted, "Why are you backing down? Are you really that afraid of me? Coward, you might as well head home." Kahara found a vacant seat and prepared to eat. Kahara's words ignited Kamio's fury, In a swift motion, he lunged at Kihara, pinning him to the ground, shouting, "You dare say that again?" The outburst startled everyone present, who had not anticipated Kamio would resort to such coarse language. "Get off me!" Kihara retaliated with a kick to Kamio's stomach. As Little Wing entered, he immediately saw Kamio and Kihara grappling with each other and shouted, "Stop it, both of you." With that command, those who had initially been spectators rushed forward to intervene. Kamio shot a fierce glare at Kihara before turning to leave. Chapter 185, Youth Selection Tournament 2. After dinner, Little Wing took a moment to rest before heading to Ryoma's room. Upon arrival, he found Kajimoto, who shared a room with Kamio, also present. Kajimoto mentioned that Kamio was nowhere to be found, and according to Yamabuki, Kihara was also unaccounted for. Little Wing didn't dwell on the matter, assuming they had likely stepped out for a brawl. Once tempers cooled, everything would return to normal. Little Wing called for Ryoma to join him as they wandered aimlessly down the corridor. Once they confirmed no one was around, Little Wing finally spoke. "So, seventh brother-in-law, is it still not possible?" "Not yet." Longma retracted the casual demeanor from his face and spoke with seriousness, stating that his memory had nearly returned. Although he could summon his sword, he still could not activate his mental technique. "By the way, you can call me Longma here. It wouldn't be wise for anyone else to overhear." Xiaoyi nodded, and after a moment of silence, suggested, "Perhaps we should conclude the selection competition here. AI can already operate. Tezuka and Yukimura can also manage it with ease. Being with you and Shiai might expedite things, and even if the apocalyptic threat truly lurks here, a few more days will not make a difference in confronting it. Allow me to continue. After all, I am Longma now." Before Xiaoyi could finish, Longma interrupted him. The severity of the apocalypse could not merely be captured by words. Vanquishing it would not be an overnight endeavor. For now, it would be best to relish the joys of high school. Xiaoyi pondered this and continued, "Indeed, I will not relent. If your abilities fall short, I shall not permit you to join the team. I will definitely make it in. One day, I shall surpass you. You still have that Matamatadana." Longma reverted to his proud, princely demeanor. Just as he was about to voice his dreams, a distant scream echoed. It was the voice of Hori. The two sensed trouble and hastened towards the source, discovering Chilin sprawled on the ground, while Hori and others crouched beside him, calling his name. Nearby stood a staircase, and Hori's gaze lingered upon it. Following his line of sight, Xiaoyi observed a fleeting figure that bore a striking resemblance to her. "Kamio?" Hori inquired uncertainly. Xiaoyi shot him a glance, but remained silent. She was certain that the individual was not pushed by Kamio. She intended to withhold the truth for now, waiting to see what Shi Yuan would say upon waking. After inspecting his injuries, she found them minor, merely a few scrapes. Longma carried Shi Yuan to the lounge, while Xiaoyi fetched a first aid kit to tend to his wounds. The sting of the alcohol-soaked cotton brought Shen back to consciousness. He lay with closed eyes, biting his lip, and said nothing. Meanwhile, the others present in the lounge began to discuss the incident. "What happened?" Hori slowly recounted. "After we finished cleaning up, we were on our way back to our rooms when we suddenly saw Chiyuan tumble down the stairs. I noticed someone running away from the staircase. It seemed to be Kamio." "Are you certain?" "I never expected Kamio to be that kind of person." Just then, as doubts about Kamio circulated among the group, Chiyuan spoke up. "It wasn't him. I fell down the stairs by my own clumsiness. It has nothing to do with Kamio. But I clearly saw someone run past the stairs." Hori insisted, certain of his observation. Chiyuan shook off Xiaoyi's hand, rising to shout at Hori, "Enough. First year from Seishin. Stop spouting nonsense. I wasn't fighting with anyone. I simply lost my footing, and that shadow you mentioned is merely your imagination." However, Hori struggled in vain to articulate anything of substance, intimidated by Kiyohara's fierce gaze. "All right, Hori, have you seen clearly? Is it really Kamio?" "Tsubasa, Ekizan, Katsuru, Katsukuma, Sakurano, Tomoka. Did any of you catch who it was?" Those named responded almost in unison. "No, we couldn't see." Tsubasa shook his head and addressed Kiyohara. "That's enough for now. Try not to wet your injuries, and you all should disperse and rest. Training officially starts tomorrow. Besides, Kiyohara has already claimed it was an accident. What's the point of discussing it further?" He declared, "I'm heading back to rest. Goodbye." As Tsubasa departed, Ryoma felt a sense of bewilderment. This was not like her at all. He glanced towards the stairs, but couldn't discern anything. He was certain Tsubasa had looked at the stairs before him. She must have seen something. So why didn't she speak up? Who could have done it? Why was Kiyohara persistently defending Kamio? Why not just ask Kamio where he is? He wondered. Sitting in a chair, Fuji rested his chin on his hand, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Since dinner, they had not seen Kamio, and just as they were about to search for him, he appeared. dressed in athletic attire with a towel draped around his neck. He turned his back to the group as he purchased a bottle of water from the vending machine. Sensing their curious gazes, he turned and inquired, "Why are you all staring at me?" Atobe did not respond to his question, but countered, "Where have you been?" Huh. The sudden inquiry caught Kamio off guard. But he quickly replied, "Given my attire, it's obvious I've been working out in the gym." Indeed, his appearance suggested he had just finished exercising. His towel and clothing damp. But who could say if he was merely feigning it? Thus, Naozumi asked, "Do you have any witnesses?" "No, it was just me." Kamio found the question peculiar. "What are you all getting at? Why do you sound like you're interrogating a criminal?" His words left those around him momentarily stunned. And they pointed at Kaiohara, exclaiming, "Wasn't he at you who did this?" Following their gaze, Kamio saw Kaiohara, battered and bruised, seated on the sofa, and immediately understood the misunderstanding. "It wasn't he me. I haven't seen Kaiohara since dinner." The group was still puzzled. "Really, it wasn't he you? Who else could it be? Isn't he your rival?" Frustrated, Kaiohara interjected, "I've told you it wasn't he, Kamio. I simply slipped down the stairs." With that, he turned to leave. Kamio, unjustly accused, felt a surge of indignation. "I will find out who did this," he vowed, but the others paid him no mind and departed. The night swiftly passed, and training commenced in earnest. The Sakaki group convened in the conference room to analyze the match between Fuji, Seki, and Kuronaji from the previous day. Meanwhile, the Hakamata group engaged in doubles matches on the tennis court, with Naozumi and Tenkin facing off against Shinsei and Ibyu. The Longzaki team engaged in warm-up exercises on the playground. Longzaki had to leave for a moment, allowing them to warm up independently. They practiced one-on-one stretching. Kamio assisted Kahara with his stretches and quietly inquired, "Why don't you reveal the truth?" Kahara extended his hand to touch his toes, replying, "I fell on my own." "Ouch, that hurts." "No, I can't endure this any longer. I must find the true culprit." Kamio stood up, intending to leave. Oishi immediately chased after him, calling out, "Kamio, it's warm-up time. You cannot act recklessly. However, if we do not uncover the true culprit, I lack the motivation to train here. We need to resolve this matter together. Leaving during training will only exacerbate the situation." Oishi asserted. "What matter?" asked Tachibana and Sakuno, blinking and looking up at the two. Nothing at all." Oishi and Kamio replied simultaneously, preferring to keep them uninformed. "Oh, the balls have been delivered to you," Sakuno said as she placed the basket down. Glancing at the warm-up participants. "Ah, Kahara, what happened to you? Your face." "It's nothing. I just took a tumble," Kahara replied. "Longzaki, let us hurry. We need to deliver the balls to the Hakamata team. Their match is approaching," Tachibana said to Sakuno, eager to depart. "All right." Having caught wind of the word match, Mochizuki turned his gaze toward the tennis court, observing 4 individuals within the court. "It's Nayu against Kamio." Eiji rushed over, tugging at Ryoma, exclaiming, "It looks like a lot of fun, little guy. Let us go watch the match." "Huh." Ryoma was reluctant to go. "Wait a moment." Oishi called out. Mochizuki pulled Ryoma by the other hand, urging, "Hurry, let's go." "Hey, how can you all be slacking off?" Oishi attempted to stop them. "It's fine, Oishi. Watching the match is also a form of practice. Be sure to tell us if the coach arrives." Poor Ryoma was thus dragged into this chaos, pulled by Eiji and Mochizuki to the tennis court. Honestly, these guys are always like this. Watching the 3 depart, Oishi sighed in exasperation, hoping Longzaki would return soon to avoid punishment. Before the match commenced, Nayu's cold jokes nearly drove Kamio to distraction, questioning why he was teamed with these individuals. Ibu's incessant chatter left Kanemaru unable to interject, perhaps because Ibu was a year his junior, fostering a sense of distrust within him. The outcome of the match remained uncertain. The match began with Kanemaru serving. He initiated with a standard serve, intending to gauge his opponent. Nayu returned the ball effortlessly. Standing at the net, Ibu directed the ball to a spot opposite to the direction Nayu anticipated. Predictably, Nayu pivoted and, with his elongated racket, managed to return the ball. Both Kanemaru and Ibu, who thought they could score, failed to intercept it. Once more, Kanemaru served, this time with a delivery that was anything but ordinary. Nanatsu gazed at the ball soaring towards them, only to witness it suddenly transform from a topspin to a slice. This was the elusive technique known as Shinshu's Phantom Strike. Although Tenjin managed to return it, it ultimately went out of bounds. With the same stance, Shinsho could execute both heavy and light shots, effortlessly switching to a spinning ball. However, against our Nanatsu, he still lacked a few degrees of finesse. "Isn't that right, Kawachi?" Indeed, Kawachi replied as usual. Just as Taikabu stated, Nanatsu had devised a countermeasure. He retreated beyond the boundary, his back nearly pressed against the net, declaring, "Regardless of the spin, At this distance, it is merely an ordinary ball. What? Nanatsu secured this point. Retreating to the out-of-bounds area, Tenjin stood at the net, creating a significant gap. However, relying on Tenjin up front, he wielded his elongated racket to return the ball before it reached the backcourt. The exchange continued quickly, and soon it was Ibu's turn to serve. Ibu initiated with a side-spin serve aimed at Tenjin, continuing to direct subsequent shots towards him. Ibu's target was unmistakably Tenjin. What was his intention? Eiji remarked. Seated within the court, Kazumura turned to Ryoma and inquired, "What do you think?" To disorient Tenjin, he aimed all shots towards him, making it difficult for him to return with the elongated racket. However, I believe Ibu's objective extends beyond this. Ryoma perceived a familiarity in this tactic but struggled to recall specific details, his recent memories somewhat jumbled. Damn, that tactic nearly blinded you back then. Little Wing articulated the truth. Just as she finished her sentence, the referee announced, "Out of bounds, 150. What happened, Tenjin?" Nanatsu approached, questioning. How could that ball be out? Tenjin rubbed his right forearm, stating, "I fell for Ibu's trick." "Ibu, what did you do to him?" A confused Shinsho asked Ibu behind him. When using an elongated racket, the wrist must exert greater force, constantly alternating between topspins, increasing the burden on his wrist. This strategy is ineffective against the dual-wielding Ekizan, but suits him perfectly, Ibu explained. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. This was a doubles match, with two opponents on the other side. Due to Ibu's temporary distraction, Tenjin could no longer swing his racket normally. As the ball approached him, he found himself unable to use one hand to strike. At that moment, Nanatsu dashed in front of him, returning the ball and breaking Ibu's momentary paralysis. After having thwarted 2 consecutive moves, the outcome of the match became evident. Nanatsu and Tenjin emerged victorious. Soon, the day's training came to a close. After dining and showering, many gathered in the lounge to discuss the events of the previous day. Instead of speculating here, why not check the stairs? Perhaps the perpetrator left some indication. As others engaged in idle speculation, Ryoma interjected with a remark that held merit. Consequently, the group proceeded to the staircase where Kahara had fallen, searching diligently. Upon reaching the foot of the stairs, Ryoma bent down, scrutinizing the ground for any clues. Ultimately, he discovered an object hidden beneath the fire extinguisher cabinet. In that instant, he comprehended who had pushed Kahara the previous night and why Xiaoi had refrained from speaking up. It was due to her being the first to uncover evidence. Ryoma discreetly tucked it into his pocket, leaving the others empty-handed and disheartened, retiring early to rest, for they had a demanding training schedule awaiting them the following day. That night, some drifted into a dreamless slumber, finding comfort in their rest, while others tossed and turned, perhaps troubled by the incident involving Kahara or the discomfort of a new bed. On the 3rd day of the training camp, Ryazaki arrived early at the dining hall. As the members of her team enjoyed breakfast, she announced the day's itinerary. From now until 10 o'clock, they would have free time. From 10 to 11, they would engage in stretching and warm-ups at the gym. After a lunch break of 1 hour, they would head to the tennis courts for practice at 12:30. A meeting was scheduled for 4 o'clock, followed by dinner, after which they could allocate their time as they pleased. Is that clear to everyone? Yes. After the meal, volunteers from various schools tidied the dining hall before delivering towels and medical supplies to the Hanamura team training in the gym and the Sakaki team practicing on the tennis courts. In the Ryazaki group, aside from Kahara and Ryoma, the others followed Kamio in search of the culprit who had pushed Kahara down the stairs. The 2 exceptions were engaged in their own pursuits. One was on the court, practicing against the wall, perhaps venting frustrations, while the other sought out her. With his hands buried in his pockets, Ryoma leaned against the doorframe and addressed the newcomer. If you're looking for Kahara, he's at the tennis court. Chapter 187. Kahara's secret. Ryoma observed the incredulous expression on the girl's face and found himself wavering on whether to disclose Kahara's whereabouts to Ryazaki. Yet, it was evident that she was genuinely concerned about Kahara. If he were not found, she would surely be disheartened. Still, would revealing Kahara's location ultimately lead to greater distress for Ryazaki? Perhaps it was best to let it be. After all, at this moment, Ryazaki seemed happy. And that was sufficient. Whatever transpired afterwards could be left to the moonlight to decide. Ryoma, how did you know Kahara was on the court? Ryazaki, startled by the voice, turned to discover another figure standing by the door, which took her by surprise. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than Ryoma Ekizan. She exhaled in relief, having been momentarily startled, but reassured that it was merely Ryoma. You're surprised that I know Kahara is on the court? Ryoma maintained his initial posture, arms crossed, redirecting his gaze towards Ryazaki. You said nothing earlier, Yet now you suddenly inform me that you know Kahara is on the court? Ryuzaki pouted, unable to resist the urge to retort at this prodigious youth. In the realm of the basketball court, should one seek to converse with Kahara, one must venture to the court itself. Ryoma Ekizan, having grown weary of long-winded grievances from Ryuzaki, simply uttered a phrase before turning away. In truth, Ryoma was reluctant to witness Ryuzaki's fervent pursuit of Kahara. As he departed, Ryuzaki suddenly found her desire to seek Kahara waning. The expression in Ryoma's eyes prior to his exit leaving her somewhat drained. He was perpetually an enigmatic figure, his thoughts shrouded in mystery, eluding comprehension. Upon locating Kahara, Ryuzaki discovered him seated on the court, lost in a reverie, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. She approached cautiously, halting a few meters away, reluctant to disturb his contemplative state. In that moment, she felt as though time had regressed to the days of their initial encounter years prior. On that day, the streetlights mingled with the glow of neon, casting a radiant light upon Kahara's face. The sultry summer night buzzed with the commotion of passers-by, while the intoxicating effects of alcohol clouded Ryuzaki's mind. Yet, she vividly recalled Kahara gently cupping her face, smiling as he remarked, "Sakura, you are truly adorable. Do you believe in love at first sight?" In that balmy summer of her adolescence, the boy who captivated Ryuzaki's youthful heart brought forth an invigorating freshness akin to the dawn. Even now, Ryuzaki pondered whether it was indeed love at first sight, or perhaps a deeper affection that blossomed over time. Who could say? The seed known as Kahara quietly took root within Ryuzaki's heart, flourishing with astonishing rapidity. By the time she recognized her profound affection for him, that boy had long since transcended mere admiration. Perhaps this encapsulated the most exasperating experience Ryoma Ekizan had endured. Days passed in a tranquil monotony, during which Ryoma's calls to Ryuzaki were met with brief, dismissive responses. Unquestionably, she was evading him. With her phone in hand, Ryuzaki hesitated before ultimately sending a message to her sole confidant, Tomoka Osakata. "Tomoka, I recall you once said that seeking someone who loves me is preferable to searching for someone I love. I remain uncertain about my feelings for Ryoma, yet I cannot deny that I still harbor some feelings for him. I have resolved not to wait for Kahara any longer. The last time we parted, I waited for 3 years. This time, I waited for 2. How many more years can I afford? If Ryoma truly loves me, perhaps he could be my sanctuary. Tomoka, will you wish me well?" After sending a message to Sakata Tomoka, Ryuzaki Sakuno cast her phone aside, disregarding the unknown calls and texts that inundated the device. She buried herself beneath the covers of her bed. "Tomoka, if I agree to Ryoma, everyone will surely be delighted, won't they?" Sakata Tomoka was oblivious to the events that had transpired among the group. When she received the text from Ryuzaki Sakuno, she was anxiously searching for the whereabouts of Kiyoshi Shiraishi, just like the others. However, upon reading Sakuno's message, it became evident that something significant had occurred among them, likely leading to Kiyoshi's disappearance. She longed to inquire with Ryuzaki Sakuno for clarity, yet she understood that Sakuno's current state was not conducive to answering such questions. Naturally, her thoughts turned to Ekizan Ryoma, the one who must know the entirety of the situation. It was only after Tomoka had searched every conceivable location Ryoma might frequent and contacted potential acquaintances that she realized Ryoma might truly be gone. Just as he had initially stated, one day he would depart. That day had now arrived. Perhaps Ryuzaki Sakuno knew where Ekizan Ryoma had gone, but the most disheartening possibility was that even Sakuno was unaware of his whereabouts. He had seemingly evaporated from existence, much like Kiyoshi once did. "Sakuno, what transpired between you and Kiyoshi?" Having finally located Ryuzaki Sakuno, Tomoka was determined not to squander this opportunity to uncover the truth. "I'm sorry, Tomoka, even for you. There are things I wish to withhold," Sakuno replied. Despite their close friendship, there were matters that even she hesitated to share with Tomoka. "But Sakuno, are you aware that even Ryoma has vanished, just like Kiyoshi?" Tomoka suddenly felt a profound sense of helplessness, whether it was Sakuno, Kiyoshi, or Ryoma. They were all remarkable yet obstinate individuals. "Ryoma is gone too?" Ryuzaki Sakuno was taken aback, clearly unaware of this revelation prior to their discussion. "But what could be done? I had thought you might have knowledge of Ryoma's whereabouts, yet it appears even you are in the dark." Tomoka remained convinced that Ryoma's disappearance was somehow linked to Sakuno. Why did he leave? Ryuzaki Sakuno's murmured question seemed directed at herself as much as at Tomoka. "That is something you should ask Sakuno." Later that night, Ryuzaki Sakuno nestled in her home, cradling her newly purchased laptop in the dark, the room enveloped in shadows. The only illumination came from the faint glow emanating from her bed. Chapter 188. An unusual development of events had it been in the days before her separation from a.k.a. Sakurano would have illuminated every corner of her home. For she found solace in the glow of light. a.k.a. had often reassured her that the brightness would dispel her fears. However, following their breakup, Sakurano discovered that darkness held no true terror. The absence of someone significant proved far more daunting than the shadows that enveloped her. Determined to let go of a.k.a., she resolved to forget everything about him, harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps, in the future, she might encounter the occasionally returning Ekizen Ryoma. Sakurano meticulously gathered all the gifts a.k.a. had bestowed upon her over the past 9 years. Each token, a cherished memento, had been safeguarded from the touch of others. Yet now, she found herself relegating them to a corner of her room. Subsequently, Sakurano opened a Taobao store, choosing to sell the items gifted by a.k.a., each imbued with a narrative of its own, a story woven from their shared experiences. As she arranged the items and pinned their tales online, she infused them with the bittersweet flavors of her journey, a medley of emotions she had savored over the years. Sakurano did not seek financial gain. Her desire was simply for someone to purchase these remnants of her past. She resolved that after parting with these tokens of a.k.a., there would be no trace of him left in her life, nor in her heart. Did Sakurano harbor hatred for a.k.a.? How could she? Even after their separation, she could not summon animosity towards him. The years they shared were filled with his protection and companionship. She vividly recalled that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, when he gently took her hand and confessed his feelings. It was the first time a boy had held her hand, and the warmth surged through her. Reminiscent of the sweltering August sun, despite it being early summer as they strolled along the street. A Chinese phrase suddenly crossed her mind, holding your hand, growing old together. Over the years, a.k.a. had gifted her a modest collection of items, neither excessive nor scant. Among them was a small teddy bear, a birthday present from early summer. Its endearing imperfections forever reminding her of a.k.a. Sakurano diligently chronicled their shared stories on Taobao, each seemingly mundane moment transformed into a cherished memory in her eyes. Did these items carry an inextricable significance? One buyer posed this question to her. After a moment's pause, Sakurano reflected deeply before responding. I am Sakurano, a former student of Seishin Academy. My awareness of a.k.a. Akira blossomed during the season when leaves danced to the ground. He stood beneath a tree, gently brushing fallen leaves from the head of the petite girl before him, playfully pinching her nose. This scene has lingered in my heart for quite some time. Such audacious couples are a rarity in our school. Tomoka Kozakata, my dearest friend, noticed them as well, following my gaze, and teasingly remarked, Sakurano, why don't you find someone to pluck the leaves from your head? Tomoka is famously inquisitive and chatty, often leading me to reprimand her for her incessant chatter. However, this time, I merely cast her a glance, for I realized that although I have many admirers, none of them stand by my side. Tomoka often chides me for my lofty aspirations. I am uncertain, perhaps it is due to Kaihara Akira's smile. Yet, Kaihara only smiles in the presence of that girl, with a tenderness akin to the thawing of a cold pond into spring waters. In his ordinary demeanor, he seldom engages in cheerful conversation without a compelling reason. According to Tomoka, the girl is named Chun Irin, a classmate of Kaihara, hailing from China. I wished for Tomoka to refrain from recounting their affectionate anecdotes. So I promptly interrupted her. Are they flaunting their romance? Indeed, she replied with such ease, mirroring her cheerful disposition, yet I felt an overwhelming heaviness in my heart. As the saying goes, where there is a lead male, a second must follow. In my childhood memories, apart from friends, there was also Ryoma Ekizen. Throughout my life, only he and Tomoka have been able to endure my temperament. Ryoma possesses a quietude that often leads to his being overlooked, yet his renowned status prevents such neglect. Our bond has always been strong. Every evening after school, Ryoma waits for Tomoka and me beneath our classroom building. On this particular day, as we walked together, I paid little attention to their conversation, for my thoughts had already drifted the moment I spotted Kaihara outside the school gates. When Tomoka bid us farewell at a crossroads, I distinctly observed a familiar figure walking a short distance ahead. The dim, yellow glow of the street lamp illuminated his head, casting a shadow that shifted from short to long. Without a moment's hesitation, I trailed behind him, fully aware that I was not heading home, yet unable to halt my steps. It was only when Ryoma called my name that I regained my focus. Who is he? Ryoma inquired. I answered candidly, Kaihara Akira, the one you play tennis with. I felt no need for concealment, knowing he wouldn't mind. I promptly bid him farewell. Standing quietly by the window in the night, I dared not meet Ryoma's gaze. Tomoka occasionally tells me that I am too fixated. She is not wrong. What I desire often either eludes me or, if obtained, does not truly belong to me. Thus, I made a misguided decision. The flower bed beside the school's white building is adorned with chrysanthemums of various hues. At this moment, the chrysanthemums are in full bloom, exuding the scent of autumn intermingled with the aroma of damp earth. When I averted my gaze and once again beheld Chihiro Chiaki and Shin Irin together at school, I resolved to claim him for myself. However, seizing what one desires is not a simple endeavor. I must approach my objective gradually. When I enlisted the help of Tomoka to inquire about Chihiro's schedule, she finally discerned my underlying intentions. You can't possibly have feelings for Chihiro Chiaki, can you? My calm affirmation incited her fury, causing her to slam her palm on the desk, making the books tremble. You can't be serious. He already has a girlfriend. I have grown accustomed to Tomoka's outbursts, and I replied nonchalantly, so what? They will eventually part ways. Perhaps noticing the curious glances from our classmates, Tomoka tempered her demeanor, fixing me with a serious gaze. What are you thinking? In the end, you will only hurt yourself. Sakura Ryuzaki chose to cease the argument, silently picking up her pen to organize her notes. After exhaling deeply, Tomoka fell silent as well. She returned to her seat, dejectedly doodling in her notebook before resting her head on the desk, occasionally casting furtive glances in my direction. Chapter 189. Unbearable Memories. I understand that Tomoka has my best interests at heart. I am acutely aware of this. Yet, I find myself unable to control my emotions, perplexed by the transformation I have undergone. This is not the person I wish to be, yet it feels so undeniably real. Days passed, and she continued to inform me that Chihiro would attend art classes on his days off. Standing by the corridor, I embraced Tomoka with a smile, listening to the rustling of leaves carried by the autumn breeze and her voice whispering in my ear. She cautioned me not to go overboard. I nodded, then turned my gaze to the expansive blue sky, discovering that everything appeared so enticing. Thus, I began to observe Chihiro in secret. He enjoys the milkshakes from the shop across the street because Chunirin likes them. He often dons a white shirt, again, due to Chun Irin's preference. He has an aversion to girls with short hair, particularly those who wear hairpins. He favors adorable girls, such as Chunirin. Nearly everything he does is intertwined with her, prompting me to feel an intense jealousy. I do not comprehend why a mere touch of cuteness warrants such admiration. Is this not merely an expression of charm? Weeks later, I declined for the fourth time to accompany Tomoka on an outing during the weekend, after which Ruojia appeared at my doorstep, basking in the bright sunshine. At times, I perceived Tomoka as a child, while Ruojia plays the role of her little follower. In our youth, whenever Tomoka found herself in trouble, she would invariably drag Ruojia along. During those instances, I wisely distanced myself from them, leading to their parents frequently docking their allowances while my pockets remained full. When these two children sought snacks in my presence, I became their leader. Eventually, under my influence, they matured. Yet, on this occasion, Tomoka adopted a tone of adult authority to impart her wisdom upon me. Learning is essential, yet one must also embrace play with audacity. The weight of academic pressure can adversely affect both mental and physical well-being. I refrained from voicing any objections, despite the incessant interruptions from my companion, Yuchien, which irked me. I chose silence, preoccupied with my own endeavors. Just as Pengxiang believed victory was within reach, I announced my intention to lock the door, rattling my keys in hand. It was evident that her earnest attempts at guiding me had faltered, for my resolute decisions were not easily swayed, even in the face of potential folly. I would see it through to the end, or I would not relent. However, Pengxiang never divulged to Yuchien the reasons for my rejection. Over the years, she had come to understand Yuchien's sentiments well, as had I. Yet, Yuchien remained reticent, and I, caught in a state of half-deafness and half-muteness. I recognized Pengxiang's innate attentiveness. Despite her outwardly careless demeanor, she genuinely endeavored to nurture the feelings of each friend around her. Initially, she followed me quietly, but eventually, she departed without a sound. Perhaps it was for the best. Once I resolved matters with Chiyuin, I would extend my apologies to them. As I pushed open the door to the art studio, I beheld a row of neatly arranged easels before the podium. Each station bore the remnants of paints used daily, while fresh sheets of paper awaited new creations. The environment clearly fostered artistic expression, and Chiyuin must have invested considerable effort to enroll here. To my knowledge, Chiyuin's family was not affluent. They existed within a single-parent household, with his mother, a teacher, shouldering their livelihood. The walls were adorned with the eclectic graffiti of former students, yet one section stood out, a mural dominated by a single painting. In this depiction, a boy and girl clad in white frolicked amidst rice fields, seeking refuge from the watchful gaze of a distant woman. who appeared anxious in her search for them. This artwork, titled Childhood, was crafted by Chiyun, though part of it remained unfinished, the hazy sky above, perhaps too daunting to capture. It resonated deeply with my own childhood memories. I was unaware of Chiyun's presence beside me until I noticed him, head held high, mirroring my own posture. I found myself captivated by the gentle sorrow etched upon his profile. Only the mother searched for the children. What of the father? I endeavored to quell the unease stirring within me. It's quite lovely. This marked the first exchange between Chiyun and me, facilitated by our shared passion for art, rendering the interaction far from awkward. As our conversation flowed, I caught a glimpse of a subtle smile gracing his lips. He shared that his father had abandoned him and his mother during his childhood. Mischievous as a boy, he often caused his mother worry, making her search for him a frequent endeavor. Our dialogue was interrupted by a text from Pengxiang. If you have any regrets, come find me in America. I initially perceived it as a jest, glancing sideways at Chiyun, who was meticulously focused on his work. He favored the window seat, where the sunlight lazily poured in, illuminating the canvas before him. The gentle golden hues cascade through his hair and eyelashes, softening the contours of his face. Such a tender-hearted boy. It would be a pity if Chun Irin did not cherish him. If I were to easily seize him, I would not wish to be deemed unscrupulous. My confidence in my eventual success is not without foundation. She has repeatedly implored Xie Yuan to pause his sketches and accompany her on shopping excursions, which invariably lead to luxury flagship stores. At such moments, Xie Yuan casts a hesitant glance in my direction. A mere nod from me grants them the liberty to indulge freely. The remaining artwork will be completed by me, executed with precision and fidelity to his intended theme. Upon his return, he always remembers to apologize and brings back small tokens of appreciation. My laughter is a secret, known only to myself. Thanks to Chun Irin's vain inclinations, my bond with Xie Yuan has deepened. I keep the little gifts he has given me on my bedside. When my aunt inquires, I can only respond with a smile, brushing it off. The following day, after arriving at school, I realized that the playful ambience has vanished. Pengxiang has truly gone to America. She has withdrawn from school and moved there to be with her mother, leaving behind a solitary message, nothing more. In the weeks following her departure, the weather has gradually turned much colder, and classes have grown increasingly tedious. Pengxiang had once spoken to me about her new life and friends there. Yet I absorbed none of it. I merely yearned to hear her voice, as carefree as ever. Until the call ended, I remained silent. The streets are sparse with people, with the occasional cold breeze creeping into my collar. Is winter approaching? What brings you out so late? Asked Yu Qian, trailing not far behind me. I feigned nonchalance, replying, just bored. I did not wish to divulge my longing for Pengxiang or my vulnerability. I believed I should be resilient enough to withstand anything. He fell silent, and I too continued walking in silence. Unbeknownst to me, I wandered into the plaza. The fountain at the center, illuminated, appeared even more enchanting. I reached out, feeling the chill of the water. Sitting by the fountain, I felt an icy sensation envelop me. Does Pengxiang blame me? Yu Qian, standing nearby with a smile, reassured. No, she wishes for your happiness. I fell silent once more. If I were to develop feelings for Xie Yuan, would you object? Chapter 190. A selfish decision in the dim light. His features remained indistinct, a mere blur. This was the only instance I found myself unable to decipher his expression, faint smiles intermingled with fleeting sorrow. I could not fathom the complexities of his heart. I only sensed that I had misspoken. Yet, he offered no response. Time passes swiftly. In the absence of Pengxiang, I have witnessed the leaves fall. The trees becoming increasingly bare. The ground is carpeted with leaves. During this period, I frequently kept in touch with Pengxiang, listening to her share mundane, yet heartwarming snippets of her daily life. I diligently continued attending my training classes, and Yuqing consistently accompanied me home. My conversations with Chiyun grew increasingly abundant, while my exchanges with Yuqing dwindled. Thus, I resorted to discussing my matters with Chiyun to fill the silences of the night. Yuqing listened quietly, occasionally smiling. His unintentional smiles possess an undeniable charm. The moonlight glistens in his clear eyes, radiating a warm, yet subtle glow. The white shirt he wore suited him perfectly, rendering him akin to a child isolated from the mundane world, gentle, pristine, and pure. Surely, many girls at school must be vying for his attention. Conversely, things were much more agreeable with Chiyun. He requested my assistance in completing his piece titled Childhood. He stood on a stool, painting, while I handed him colors from below. As our rapport deepened, I began to perceive him as a child himself, playfully dotting my head with his brush. We both laughed. He began to join me in selecting the mismatched colors and neutral brushes for the studio. Although Chun Irin needed to be present for these endeavors, There were moments when she wasn't around, especially when Chiyuan was bringing milkshakes for Chunirin. Our understanding of each other suddenly blossomed. Even Chunirin, from behind, reminded me to be mindful of my position. After all, she was his girlfriend. Yet, in front of Chiyuan, Chunirin and I maintained a friendly demeanor. However, the more anxious she became, the more amusement I found in the situation. It seemed that victory was not as elusive as I once thought. The first snowfall of the year graced us during evening study hours. The following day, the areas where leaves had previously accumulated were now adorned with a silvery carpet, dotted with footprints. White blossoms hung from the trees, while some playful boys, retaining their childlike spirits, shook branches deliberately when quieter boys passed beneath them. I wondered if it had snowed over at Pengxiang's as well. Today, Chiyuan suggested we go out for a late-night snack, leading me to decline Yuqing's invitation to the night market. However, the late-night snack did not materialize, leading to an unpleasant turn of events, which began with Chunirin stopping before a boutique window. Chiyuan's trench coat was quite distinctive. Following Chiyuan's gaze, I noticed the price tag, the figures sending a shiver down my spine. Without my aunt's consent, even I could not afford it. Chunirin certainly had an eye for fashion. Chiyuan realized she had set her sights on that trench coat and found himself in a dilemma, struggling to persuade her to move on. Unbeknownst to him, her frustration culminated in a sudden outburst. "You don't love me at all." I was taken aback by her words, as was Chiyuan, who harbored feelings for her. His heart must have shattered at that moment. I suddenly felt an urge to slap Chunirin, but she left before I could act. Perhaps this was for the best. I could be there for Chiyuan in his time of sorrow, surely. He would feel something from my presence. Would everything be all right? Chunirin did not mean to say it that way, so please do not be upset. My hoarse voice conveyed my concern for him. It's all right. We cannot go out to eat today. Let us save it for next time, shall we? Chiyuan tried his best to mask his sadness, forcing a smile for my sake. Yet, my heart ached profoundly. I adore you so much. I would never allow you to feel any discomfort. But, Chiyuan, do you know? I nodded gently, striving to smile at him. I was unaware that my opportunity would arrive so swiftly. Although Chunirin and Chiyuan had reconciled, it did not impede my next course of action. At the same intersection, when I once again stood before that display window, there was still a week until Christmas. Chunirin entered the store without a care, and shortly emerged wearing that trench coat. When faced with Chiyuan's inquiries, Chunirin concocted a flimsy excuse, believing she could evade suspicion, but Chiyuan asked, "Did you really borrow money from another guy?" Chunirin, though embarrassed, observed my reaction, yet I concealed my satisfaction exceptionally well. If a man cannot meet his girlfriend's needs, and she has to resort to borrowing from another man, any man would feel incensed, regardless of his affection for her. This, however, presumes a reasonable request from a girlfriend. Chiyuan was genuinely angered, and they eventually began to argue, while I watched the spectacle and fanned the flames. In the end, Chunirin, filled with frustration, slapped me. Concluding the quarrel, she had probably long desired to do so, as she had never been fond of me. As I gazed at her retreating figure, my heart brimmed with joy. I had won. Chiyuan did not pursue her. At least for now, Chiyuan stood by my side. I felt that in a few days, I could confess my feelings to him. "I'm sorry, I did not mean to." I feigned guilt on the surface, while internally, I was elated. "It's all right. She is too willful." Though Chien was attempting to console me, his gaze never strayed from Chunirin's silhouette. Such subtle gestures escaped my notice. With a soft thud, my tears flowed down my cheeks. My hand brushed over my swollen face as I bowed my head, my vision blurred by the white canvas shoes of Yihong. While I quietly wept, I decided to keep up the act. What does crying a little mean? Chiyuan seemed at a loss, gently embracing me and patting my head. I sobbed even more fiercely. I am certainly not such a fragile girl. What I crave is Chiyuan's care and embrace, no matter the means. Chiyuan, Chiyuan. I called out repeatedly, but he remained silent. Ultimately, all I could see was the stark white ceiling, my eyes brimming with tears of grievance. That boy is Yueqian. Upon learning that Chunirin had taken a liking to that trench coat, the next day, I went to find Yueqian in his classroom. He is currently attending a self-study class. "Yuqian, could you do me a favor?" Leaning against the wall in the corridor with Yuqian, we noticed teachers passing by. Yet none uttered a word. Thus, I mustered the courage to say to him, "Chiyuan's girlfriend, Chunirin, wishes for a trench coat. I will give you the money first. Then you can lend it to her and keep her close." My words gradually slowed. I dared not raise my gaze to meet his innocent, clear eyes, fearing I might glimpse the ugliness within myself reflected there. Yet Yuqian replied, "Is that so? All right." I stood there, dazed, scarcely believing it. Surely, my heart was laden with scars. How cruel of me. He would likely not assist me again. However, Yuqian smiled gently, as if the softest sunlight had seeped into his expression. I apologize, Yuqian, for my selfishness. Chapter 191. An unexpected outcome. She hit you? I had anticipated that if I shared the quarrel between Qiyuan and Chun Irin with Yuqian, his concern would not stem from mere gossip. I nodded. A slap in exchange for success is not a loss, after all. Yuqian suddenly leaned closer, scrutinizing my face. You should be all right? In that subtle moment, I realized Yuqian's face was even redder than mine. An unexpected silence enveloped us until Yuqian began to explain. It was Tongxiang who told me to take good care of you. I noticed that Yuqian's cheeks flushed even more. I laughed softly and embraced him, saying, please thank Tongxiang for me. I once believed that my friends would never care for someone like me again, that they would find me repugnant. Yet, I discovered that at least 2 individuals had not abandoned me. I was unwilling to lose anyone else. Tonight, devoid of moonlight, still radiated warmth. Childhood has finally been completed. I suddenly turned to see Qiyuan's faint smile. It was not the joy of success I perceived. Rather, his expression was filled with tenderness, an intimacy understood only between lovers. However, that tenderness was not directed towards me. Later, I learned that before I could confess my feelings to Qiyuan, Chun Irin intended to apologize to him. They were to meet on Christmas Day at the KFC in the town square. I could not allow them to reconcile. Should they mend their relationship, it would undoubtedly become stronger than before. My efforts must not be in vain. Christmas was fast approaching, and failure was not an option. They had reconciled once already. In the week that followed, I prepared thoroughly, planning to present myself in the most natural and pure manner to confess my feelings. The marketplace tonight was even more bustling than during the day. The vibrant avenue resonated with Christmas carols, and colorful lights adorned every Christmas tree at the entrance of each store, while windows displayed Santa Claus in his red attire. People paused at each window, their lips curling into smiles as they indulged in their reveries. In KFC, all food was being offered at half price, yet Qiyuan found no inclination to indulge, for he had waited in vain, only to see me seated before him. Chun Irin would not be coming. Qiyuan momentarily appeared taken aback. What did you say? He inquired. She will not be here. Alongside his skepticism, there was an undercurrent of anger. I spoke calmly, hoping Qiyuan might also find composure. However, reality was not as I had anticipated. He suddenly addressed me with indifference, saying, Sakura, it was you who had someone lend her the money, wasn't it? What? Irin's funds were merely an invoice, under the name of Yueqian. When I sought him, you two were entwined together. Was it that very night? I remained silent. Qiyuan cast a cold, disdainful glance my way before departing, unwilling even to reproach me. How utterly detestable I must be. I rushed outside, pleading for his forgiveness. To which he responded, even in the absence of Chun Irin, I would never find affection for someone like you. He was unaware that such words could strike a devastating blow to a girl who had harbored feelings for him for an extended time. The pain of unreciprocated love is a burden forever borne by those who care. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, brusquely brushing past my shoulder and dashing towards a narrow alley ahead, creating an insurmountable distance between us. There, a crowd had gathered, among whom stood the most familiar figure. Yueqian. It was I who had instructed Yueqian to stop Chun Irin. Upon learning from Qiyuan that Chun Irin intended to reconcile with him, my aim was for her to repay her debts. I understood she would have none, and thus the delay would only prolong matters. Yet, I overlooked the openness of my surroundings. The shoulder he had brushed against began to ache, mirroring the pain in my heart. I felt remorse towards Pengxiang, towards Chun Irin, towards Qiyuan, and most profoundly towards Yueqian. I stood there, utterly drained, as if my will had dissipated. I remained oblivious to what Yueqian had said to Chun Irin that elicited such a strong reaction, one that Qiyuan had witnessed. My vision blurred. I had lost. From the very beginning, I had lost utterly. Love cannot be seized by force. From the outset, Qiyuan had maintained an appropriate distance from me. Otherwise, he would not have remained silent when Chun Irin had pulled him away while I was choosing paint. Nor would he have ignored her deliberate attempts to test colors on my hands while purchasing brushes. He would not have dismissed my suggestion of blueberry flavor when accompanying me to buy a milkshake. Did he fear I might poison him? I could only manage a bitter smile. Thus, the ignoble fate I faced was to witness everything slip away from me in the end. I could no longer share my dialogues with Qiyuan with Pengxiang, nor could I silently return home with Yueqian. I could not even go paint shopping with Qiyuan, and I had lost any chance of foolishly searching for him on the streets. Everything had come to a close. I watched as Qiyuan shielded Chun Irin and engaged in a struggle with them. The crowd suddenly dispersed, and I saw the police car take Yueqian away. My shadow swayed hopelessly beneath the street lamp. It was only when the police car started that I pursued it, yet no matter how hard I tried, I could not catch up. Perhaps this distance between Yu Qian and me is insurmountable. I cannot reach him. I am unable to express my profound apologies to Yu Qian in person. Instead, I can only crouch in the corner of the street and murmur, I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry to those I have harmed. I can only blame my own powerlessness. It was not until the day after Yu Qian was released on bail that I dared to seek him out. In response to my concern, he gently reassured me, I am fine, truly. Once I confirmed that he had not been coerced by the police, I decided to take him somewhere. Why did I choose this place? Yu Qian sat beside me and opened a bottle of beer for me. I tilted my head back and took a sip. The park is quite serene. Now, I have shed my once glamorous facade, no longer adorned in designer labels, but clad in simple t-shirts and canvas shoes. My slightly curled hair is loosely tied back in a ponytail. I continued to drink, oblivious to Wei Cheng, who seemed hesitant to speak. My tolerance for alcohol is not particularly high, even quite poor. I began to share thoughts I had never uttered before. Feelings that had been trapped within me. It was truly painful to hold them in. I am not a good girl. I deserve to be scorned and trampled upon. The consequences I face are of my own making, and I deserve it. You might wonder why I am so fixated on Xie Yuan. I can only say that I do not know myself. I never intended to argue with Peng Xiang, but I simply could not control myself. I have never felt this sorrowful before. Not even when my parents divorced did I feel such despair. I suddenly hurled the unfinished drink away. When my parents divorced, neither wanted me. Later, when my father passed away, my aunt took me in. Before my cousin returned from her studies in America, I was treated like their own daughter. However, once she returned, it was evident that I was merely a substitute. Although my uncle and aunt did not mistreat me, their love would no longer be bestowed upon me. Perhaps this is why I cling so desperately to my feelings. What is so special about Chiniren? Why does he like her so much? She is entirely unworthy to be my rival. My eyes suddenly felt heavy, as if tears were about to spill forth. Yu Qian remained silent beside me, listening intently. As I spoke, I found myself drifting towards sleep, and in a haze, I felt Wei Cheng gently caressing my hair. I dreamt I saw Xie Yuan still walking hand in hand with Chiniren, their familiar silhouettes seemingly untouched by my actions. Surrounding them was a thick white mist, and I watched as they walked further away until everything faded to darkness. Upon waking at dawn, I found my head resting on Yu Qian's lap. He was fast asleep, and it seemed he had gone to bed quite late the previous night. I have withdrawn from school, and my aunt has consented to it. After all, she no longer requires my presence at home to disrupt the intimacy between her and my cousin. I have informed my aunt of my intention to venture to America for a while. Before boarding the plane, I sent a brief message to Peng Xiang. Wait for me. My pursuit of Peng Xiang is not born from regret. Rather, I find it absurd. I seek out Peng Xiang because I yearn to escape. I can no longer face all the familiar sights of this city. My phone vibrated, and it was a message from Yue Qian. Thank you so much for having visited my city. It turns out, he had already provided me with the answer. Longqi silently sent the final message, yet the other side remained unresponsive for an eternity. Longqi Sakura touched the corner of her eye, lamenting, your acting is truly poor, Yue Qian. Time always seems to meander, bringing one person while taking away another. Yet, who knows when it will return Yue Qian, having taken away Longqi's Qiyuan.